After being transported to another world, the man nearly starved to death on the streets, but fortunately, he awakened the Girl Encyclopedia System in time. The system directly gifted him a huge sum of 50 gold coins, and he immediately went to the slave market to find the Catgirl. Others choose slaves based on strength and price, but Ryan not only requires them to be strong, but also good-looking. A figure in the iron cage caught his attention. It was a cat-eared girl with snow-white skin and a pair of fluffy golden cat ears. The next second, a panel suddenly popped up in front of Ryan's eyes. Legendary Beastman detected Ellie. Talents: Agility S, Intelligence S, Perception S. Current loyalty 0%, posing a risk of attacking the host. Seeing Ryan's interest, the vendor quickly added, "This is White Mist Island's top assassin, obedient and effective. If Ellie is disobedient, you can bring her back and exchange her for another slave. If you're satisfied, you can continue doing business with her in the future." Ryan paid the full amount with a wave of his hand, and the system notification sounded the moment the brand was placed on Ellie's arm. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The Girl Encyclopedia has been unlocked. Name: Ellie. Current affection level: 1. Current character encyclopedia bonus: strength, stamina, and agility all increased by 5%. Ryan waved his arm lightly, but did not feel any obvious changes in his body. Although this guy is rebellious, he is still a legendary unit. Ryan plans to try to tame him first. Ryan arrived at the Red Fox Tavern in the market, intending to have breakfast and take on a commission to earn some living expenses. He used the 10 copper coins he had left to buy 2 bowls of sticky rye porridge. Afterwards, Ryan and Ellie found a wooden table in the corner and sat down to study the newly unlocked encyclopedia feature. He was looking for a way to quickly increase loyalty, while Ellie sat across from him, sizing him up. Who knows what kind of wicked thoughts this guy is plotting? Ryan doesn't want to be stabbed in the back for no reason while he's sleeping. Only a few avatars have been unlocked in the system encyclopedia, and these are mostly beastmen who had met Ryan once before. Seeing Ellie among them, Ryan decisively clicked on her profile picture. Species name: cat-type beastman. System suggestion 1. If you want to build a good relationship with Ellie, you might as well start by feeding her meat. System suggestion 2. Do not try to force your way in, because she can kill you with the flick of her finger. Ryan glanced at Ellie sitting opposite him. Who would dare to force her? What if she snapped it in two? However, liking to eat meat is a good starting point, but Ryan is currently penniless. Putting everything else aside, this guy is indeed handsome. Apart from his lifeless eyes, Ryan has almost no other flaws. Ryan guessed she was hungry, so he said, "Let's eat something first." Upon receiving the order to eat, Ellie immediately picked up her bowl and began to eat heartily. The way he wolfed down his food made it seem as if he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice for days. A few minutes later, Ellie finished the rye porridge in her bowl. She licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, then sat there in a daze. Seeing that the time was right, Ryan asked her, "My name is Ryan. What's your name?" Ellie's ears twitched, and she calmly replied, "I don't have a name." Ryan looked puzzled, as Ellie's name was clearly displayed on the attribute panel. Ryan coughed twice. "In that case, I'll give you a name." He rested his chin on his hand, pretending to be thinking, and then said, "How about the name Ellie?" Ellie looked up at Ryan, and for the first time, Ryan saw any other emotion in her blank gaze. "From now on, I'll call you Ellie. I feel like this name suits you well." Ellie nodded without saying anything. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Ellie's loyalty detected. 5%. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. As a complete newbie, he had actually stumbled upon the correct answer by accident. For now, there's no need to worry about being stabbed while sleeping. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, a little red-haired girl ran up to Ryan and touched his shoulder with her wooden toy. The child had a pair of light red animal ears standing upright on his head, and a large, fluffy foxtail behind him. Her name is Mila, the tavern owner's mischievous and adorable daughter, who looks only 5 or 6 years old. Every time Ryan came to this tavern, he would see the child running around, and this time was no exception. Ryan leaned back slightly, looking at the adorable child. "What's wrong, Mira? You're running around again. Be careful your mom spanks you later." Mira looked up at Ryan, hid the toy behind her back, and didn't say a word, just kept giggling. For some reason, The child smiled whenever he saw Ryan. "What are you laughing at? Come here and let your brother touch your ears." As soon as Ryan reached out his hand, she dodged away. Immediately afterwards, she quickly hugged Ryan's arm and gently rubbed her soft cheek against it. Those fluffy ears and tail are so attractive that you'd want to reach out and touch them no matter what. Seeing this, the other mercenaries joked, "Zyamala, is this the stepfather you found for yourself?" Ha ha ha. Mira made a face at them and continued to play and frolic around Ryan. But soon, Mira noticed something and her body jerked violently. Ryan followed her gaze and saw that Ellie was staring blankly at Mira. That look was indeed somewhat eerie, like a ferocious beast staring at a helpless lamb. Mira instantly bristled, quickly hiding behind Ryan, only showing half her face to secretly observe Ellie before dashing into the kitchen. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her furry ear, and the child began to whine and beg for mercy. A woman with long, reddish-brown hair stood behind her, her tone slightly displeased. "How many times have I told you not to wander off? Get upstairs before I do anything." After disciplining the child, she swayed her hips and walked to the counter, carefully counting the coins in the pottery jar. This is Myra's mother, Evelyn, the sexiest tavern owner in Kaeldorn. Ryan led Ellie over and, as usual, casually asked, "Is there anything we can do?" Evelyn replied without looking up, "There's no job that suits you. Try your luck somewhere else." Ryan pointed to Ellie beside him. "I bought a slave who looks pretty capable, but is there really no work I can do?" She looked up at Ellie and immediately recognized her background. "You can afford slaves from White Mist Island?" Ryan followed her gaze to Ellie and asked in confusion, "How do you know she's from White Mist Island?" "You can't forget the look in their eyes once you've seen it," Evelyn said slowly, lowering her head. "So you were lying when you told me you were penniless?" Ryan firmly denied it. "No, it's hard to explain in a short time. I'll explain it to you in detail another day." When Ryan first arrived in this world, he might have starved to death long ago if Evelyn hadn't given him a bowl of rye porridge. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Evelyn looked up at Ryan. "I have a case that suits you. A merchant guild has issued a commission. There are quite a few goblins in the north of the city, about 20 or so. Each goblin is worth 10 copper coins." Ryan glanced at Ellie beside him, thinking this was a good opportunity to test the guy's true strength. Ryan took Ellie out of the city and headed north to search for the goblins. Outside the city, there are many bandits. Those scoundrels target lone passers-by and like to hide in the bushes to shoot arrows from the shadows. Being with a beauty like Ellie makes you an easy target, so you have to be careful at all times outside the city. Evelyn's information was too vague. The north of the city was a wilderness, and finding a group of goblins was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing that they were already some distance from the city, Ryan led Ellie into the bushes on the side of the road to begin their search. After searching for a long time without finding anything, Ryan was a little discouraged. "Let's rest for a bit and keep searching. If we can't find those goblins today, we'll come back tomorrow." "Okay," Ellie replied sparingly, then stood there like a block of wood. During his break, Ryan started working on the system encyclopedia again. Just then, a gust of wind blew in her face, and Ellie first tilted her head back and sniffed. Then, she spoke to Ryan, who was lost in thought. "I smell goblins." Ellie pointed straight ahead. "The wind is blowing from this direction." Ryan drew his sword, parted the weeds in front of him, and led Ellie to continue exploring forward. After walking a distance, Ryan suddenly felt the ground trembling and heard the sound of horses' hooves in the distance. He emerged from the bushes and looked toward the source of the sound. It looked like a caravan of wagons approaching from a distance. The two caravan guards at the head of the group became alert the moment they saw Ryan and Ellie peeking out of the bushes. Just as Ryan was about to show that he meant no harm, two caravan guards suddenly tripped over ropes and fell flat on their faces. Before the dust had settled, a group of green goblins, armed with daggers and clubs, charged out from all directions. "Give them a hand." Ellie raised her hand, and a strong gust of wind suddenly swept around them, blowing away the dust. The two guards, wielding long swords, stood back to back and had already killed several goblins. But as their strength waned, they slowly fell into a disadvantageous position, their crude spiked clubs clanging against their plate armor. The panicked merchant stood on the carriage, clutching a metal candlestick, and began smashing it whenever a goblin got close. At the same time, several goblins brandishing spiked clubs rushed towards Ryan. Ellie stood still and quickly raised her hand. A wind blade swept past and instantly killed the goblin. This magic was like a game changer for these goblins. Ryan walked up to the two disheveled caravan guards. "Are you all right?" The plate armor of these two unlucky guys was full of holes and bumps, clearly not in any good condition. "We're fine, thanks." The one who spoke was a burly man with a red face and a small mustache. Another guard glanced at Ellie beside him. "Is this your slave? Her magic is amazing." Ryan nodded. He was quite satisfied with Ellie's performance. It was certainly worth the price. "Could you give us a ride later? We can escort you into the city." The merchant nodded. "With pleasure." These goblins alone could earn him at least 7 or 8 silver tree coins. Their dirty, tattered clothes and weapons could be sold for a good price, which would cover their food expenses for the next few days. "Ellie, you did a great job today. How about you eat a big sausage tonight?" Ryan turned to look at Ellie, and their eyes met. "Are you hungry?" Ellie replied, "Yes." The two of them had only drunk a bowl of rye porridge for lunch, and their stomachs were already empty. Ryan took Ellie to the Red Fox Tavern, intending to treat her to a good meal. He first ordered a piece of black bread and a bowl of stew, which cost a total of 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. One of the pieces of black bread cost only 20 copper coins, while the most expensive item was the bowl of slightly reddish stewed meat. In this world, it's not easy to eat meat. Most ordinary people only indulge in it during festivals. "Ellie, what do you want to eat?" Ryan turned to her and asked. Ellie froze, her gaze blank as she replied, "I don't know." Evelyn stood behind the counter, looked Ellie up and down, and then spoke to Ryan. "You should do it. That's how the slaves on White Mist Island are. They're trained to be tools. In that case, give her a bowl of stew and a smoked sausage." Ryan pushed 2 silver coins over. The introduction said that the cat-like beastmen liked to eat meat, so Ryan decided to give her meat as a reward. Evelyn put the money away, turned, and went into the kitchen, while Ryan found a place to sit in the corner. Seeing Ellie standing obediently to the side, Ryan said to her, "From now on, you don't need to wait for my orders for every little thing. Just do whatever I say." "Okay," she replied, but remained standing to the side. Ryan, seeing this, pointed to the seat opposite her. Ellie suddenly realized and quickly sat down next to Ryan. Indeed, this cat is quite perceptive. Ryan picked up a slice of black bread and used it as a spoon to scoop the stew from the bowl. The dark bread was dry and hard, but it softened a little when soaked in broth. Even so, Ryan still felt like he was chewing a brick. Seeing Ellie sitting motionless across from him, it seemed she wouldn't even eat unless ordered to. Ryan raised an eyebrow at her. "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Ellie was taken aback at first, then picked up a spoon, scooped up some stewed meat, and wolfed it down in her mouth. Ryan said, "Just tell me if you want anything else to eat. As long as it's not an unreasonable request, I can accommodate it." "Okay," Ellie mumbled in response, continuing to stuff food into her mouth one bite after another. Ryan casually asked Ellie, "Why do you eat so fast? Are you not full?" She stammered as she answered, "On the island, you have to compete with other people for food, and if you don't get any, you'll go hungry." No wonder Ellie eats like she's in a battle. Ryan is really afraid she might choke to death. "From now on, you can eat slowly because no one will take it from you." Ryan paused slightly, then asked her, "So are you full now?" Ellie lowered her head and muttered softly, "Not yet. This Catgirl actually has a huge appetite." Ryan pushed the few remaining slices of black bread from his plate toward her. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. "Ellie's loyalty has increased. Current loyalty is 10%. Ryan got up and walked towards the counter, looking at Evelyn, who was busy calculating the bill. Immediately afterward, her attribute panel appeared before Ryan's eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have encountered a legendary unit. System identification in progress." Immediately afterwards, the attribute panel of this beast-eared girl quickly appeared before his eyes. Ryan first noticed a long string of names, and then he was drawn to something strange. You can even see body measurements? Hesitating for even half a second would be disrespectful to Evelyn, so Ryan reached out and clicked without a second thought. Unfortunately, no matter how many times Ryan clicked, he couldn't expand the detailed data. Without a doubt, it was the system interfering. You really do like young married women. I was just curious. Such a charming and beautiful young married woman is only 26 years old. Just then, Evelyn's voice interrupted Ryan's thoughts. What are you doing? Standing in front of me, pointing and gesturing for ages. Are you cursed by the devil? Evelyn frowned slightly, seemingly having been staring at Ryan for quite some time. Nothing, just doing some exercise after a good meal, Ryan explained casually. Ryan leaned against the counter, tilting slightly towards her. I've killed all those goblins. When can we settle the payment? He handed her the bag containing the goblin ears. 32, 7 silver coins. Evelyn took the bag, glanced at it, and then handed it to the maid beside her. She picked a few silver coins out of the jar. Now that you have money, when are you going to pay me my rent? Ryan glanced at Evelyn, then at the silver coins in her hand, and, after a moment of thought, said, Can I borrow some more money from you? Chapter 5. The Wealthy and Generous Ellie. Evelyn didn't withhold any of Ryan's pay, but she also refused to lend him money. Ryan could only think that he would pay her back with interest when he had more money in the future. Anyway, he felt that he would have a long time to deal with Evelyn in the future. After dinner, as dusk fell, Ryan led Ellie into the slums at the corner of the city. The house Evelyn had rented for him was located there. The environment here is terrible, and the security is poor. The narrow dirt road is flanked by stinking ditches, and beggars and thugs roam around the area. Ellie followed behind him, quietly observing the crooked houses, as if deep in thought. As they passed a collapsed house, Ryan sighed. Most houses in the slums have wooden frames because stone is too expensive, so the poor can only make do with clay and mud. If they're unlucky, the houses will collapse in 20 or 30 years. Unfortunately, Ryan was currently living in one of these dilapidated buildings. He could only silently pray that it wouldn't collapse while he was sleeping. After walking for a while, the two finally stopped in front of a house that looked a little cleaner. This was the place Evelyn had rented to Ryan. Houses in the city are not cheap. Even a drafty old house in the slums costs 20 or 30 silver coins for half a year's rent, and you have to pay a deposit and rent first. Fortunately, Evelyn was generous enough that she only charged him half price because Ryan was handsome and allowed him to stay first and pay the rest in 6 months. Otherwise, Ryan would really have to sleep on the streets of this world. Ryan pushed open the wooden door and said to Ellie, We'll stay here. The environment is a bit poor, but you'll have to put up with it. Ellie scratched her ear, but didn't answer. The door opened, and a faint, musty smell wafted out. The room was pitch black. Ryan reached for the oil lamp on the dining table. Could you light this for me? Ellie ignited a flame at her fingertips, instantly lighting the wick. The faint light illuminated the surroundings, and her eyes brightened as well. Ryan didn't know magic. Before, just striking a flint and steel would take him ages to light a lamp. Having a magician in the house now makes things much more convenient. He unsheathed his sword and began to survey the room. The house consisted of only one large hall, with a dilapidated wooden bed in the corner. A trunk filled with clothes sat beside the bed, and opposite it was a small hearth that hadn't been used in a long time. Apart from that, there was almost no furniture. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the house was bare. Ellie stood there in a daze, still lost in thought. Ryan glanced at the narrow wooden bed, rummaged through a trunk, and pulled out a few old clothes Evelyn had left behind, spreading them out in the corner to make a makeshift cat bed. It's perfectly reasonable for a kitten to sleep in its cat bed. Ryan pointed there, a little embarrassed, and said, The conditions are limited, so you can sleep here tonight. I'll buy you a bed when I've earned some money. Ellie said nothing, quietly sat down on the pile of clothes, and curled up in a ball, hugging her knees. She looked shabby and pitiful, but Ryan was penniless at the moment, so this was the only way to make do for now. He then pointed to the water vat beside the hearth. If you want to wash your face, you can use the water in there. At this point, Ryan suddenly remembered something, looked at the bathtub in the corner, and asked, Can you create water with magic? Having been in this world for half a month, Ryan has found even taking a bath a difficult task. In the city, to bathe, one has to fetch water from a public well, requiring several trips back and forth to fill a basin. It's common for locals to go 10 days to half a month without bathing. Ellie simply replied with one word, yes. She got up and laid the bathtub flat, clear water flowing from her palm. She first carefully rinsed the bathtub, poured out the dirty water, and then refilled it. Ryan's eyes lit up. From today onwards, he could finally enjoy the freedom to take a bath. After the water was filled, he took off his clothes and shoes, climbed straight into the tub, and began to take a comfortable bath. Ellie initially stood by and watched, but quickly seemed to realize it was inappropriate, so she turned around to face the wall and pressed her ear to the top of her head. Ryan felt refreshed after washing up, changed into clean clothes, and sat on the edge of the bed to dry his hair. He casually remarked, "You can go take a shower if you want." Ellie opened her ear, glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Seeing her silence, Ryan added, "Go ahead and shower. I won't peek." Ryan watched her retreating figure and whispered, "Thank you for your hard work." His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. After all, he had been busy all day, going to the market to pick out slaves in the morning and going out of the city to kill goblins in the afternoon. Now it was time for him to rest. Ryan yawned and said, "Go to bed early after you finish washing the clothes. We're going to the tavern tomorrow morning. Once we've made some money, I'll buy you a couple of outfits and shoes." He was so sleepy he could barely keep his eyes open. Ellie responded softly, "Okay, good night, master." She wrung out the clothes and hung them on the rope by the fire pit. Finally, she quietly sat back down on the small pile of old clothes and watched Ryan slowly fall asleep. Chapter 6. Planning to buy another slave. The next morning, Ryan took Ellie to the tavern early and accepted a job from Evelyn to clean up skeletons. The employer is the village chief of a small village outside the city, not far from the city, only 2 or 3 kilometers away. Skeletons aren't particularly strong, but they are quite frightening. They often spawn naturally near the village and need to be cleared out regularly. The villagers could usually handle it themselves, but it was the busy farming season and they didn't have the manpower, so they had to go to the city to hire mercenaries. Evelyn quoted 5 copper coins per goblin, since these creatures were easier to deal with than goblins, and the price was reasonable. On the way, Ryan yawned and casually asked Ellie beside him, "How did you sleep last night?" Ellie replied expressionlessly that she slept well, but the weariness in her eyes was impossible to hide. Ryan glanced at her and told her to tell the truth, promising he wouldn't scold her. Ellie's ears drooped, and she whispered, "I can't sleep well." Actually, Ryan felt the same way. Since he transmigrated here, he hasn't had a single good night's sleep. The so-called bed was nothing more than a thin layer of straw on a hard wooden board, as hard as a cement floor, and his whole body ached after lying on it for a night. Thinking of this, he took out his money pouch and counted it. There were only 3 silver coins and 8 copper coins left. Ryan couldn't help but sigh. Clothes, shoes, mattress, everything cost money. He could only comfort Ellie, saying, "Once we earn some money, we'll buy you some clothes and shoes and then get you a decent bed." Ellie shook her head, saying it didn't matter where she slept. Ryan was puzzled and pressed for an explanation. Ellie's bright blue eyes were darker than yesterday, as if covered by a layer of indelible dust. She said it was to better monitor her surroundings. The slums were indeed unsafe, but Ryan had locked the doors and windows before going to bed, so petty thieves couldn't usually get in. Maintaining vigilance, even while sleeping, seemed a bit excessive to him. She explained that she had drunk a potion when she was a child that could keep people alert even when they were resting, but the side effect was that she couldn't sleep soundly and was easily awakened. Upon hearing this, Ryan felt that it was like an oral stimulant and couldn't help but ask himself if he could drink it and how long the effect would last. Ellie paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "You can drink it, but the side effects are severe. There's a 50% chance you'll die. The effect will probably last until I die." Ryan was speechless for a moment, then asked if the medicine was poisonous. Ellie nodded and said that for the vast majority of people, it was indeed poisonous. After a moment of silence, Ryan pressed her on how many kinds of poison she had tried. Ellie replied that there were more than a dozen, and that every single one was poisonous. Ryan grew increasingly curious and continued to ask questions. Ellie answered them one by one, recounting her experiences on White Mist Island. The training there was far more brutal than rumored. The first thing the Beastmen were done upon being captured and brought to the island was to be forced to drink various potions. These potions strengthened their bodies, but also contained deadly poisons. When more than a dozen kinds are consumed together, Usually only 3 or 4 people survive. Those who survive gain superhuman physical abilities, and even their magical reserves increase. For the survivors, however, this was only the beginning of a nightmare. Next, they would undergo various forms of inhumane training, while being constantly indoctrinated with distorted ideas in an attempt to reshape their morality. Many people, unable to bear the torment of their conscience, choose suicide. If they fail, even more cruel punishment awaits them. Ellie spoke with a blank expression throughout, remembering every single detail perfectly. Ryan felt uneasy just listening to her, and finally couldn't help but stop talking. Ellie immediately shut up. The two took a few more steps forward, when Ellie suddenly reached out and stopped Ryan. Her gaze instantly sharpened, and her fluffy cat ears were slightly lowered. Ryan followed her gaze to the dense thicket on the side of the road, only then realizing that he had unknowingly entered an area where bandits frequently roamed. Ordinary people usually travel in groups of 3 or 5 when leaving the city. Someone like Ryan, who only has a seemingly frail woman with him, is an easy target for bandits. Ryan asked in a low voice, "Robbers?" Ellie stared at the bushes without moving and replied, "Yes, there are several." In the past, Ryan would probably have turned and run away immediately. But with Ellie by his side, he remained completely calm, coldly saying, "Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 crossbow bolts shot out from the bushes, heading straight for the 2 men's faces. In a flash, a strong gust of wind suddenly erupted, shattering the crossbow bolts and flattening the weeds on both sides of the road. The bandits hiding in the bushes were overturned by the gale, their figures completely exposed. They had just tried to get up when, in the next second, invisible wind blades sliced across their necks one after another, ending the battle in the blink of an eye. Ryan dusted himself off and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your magic is really powerful." The loud explosion had nearly deafened him. But Ellie's actions were indeed swift and efficient, and Ryan immediately declared he'd have to give her a bonus that night. With that, he walked into the bushes and began looting the bandit spoils. The group was incredibly poor, all of them disheveled and dressed in rags. Ryan searched them thoroughly and found only 50-odd copper coins, barely enough to buy 10 or so bowls of rye porridge at the tavern. Fortunately, the weapons could still be sold. 2 old light crossbows, some rusty daggers and axes. Though worn, they could still be used after some repairs. Selling these alone should fetch around 20 silver coins. Even the clothes worn by the bandits couldn't be wasted. Ryan had to admit that killing bandits was obviously much faster money-making than painstakingly clearing out monsters. In just a short while, his income was already 3 times that of yesterday. He packed the items into a bag and said with satisfaction, "Good haul. I'll hide it for now and retrieve it when I come back." After saying that, Ryan looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Ellie. Ellie immediately understood what he meant and crouched down to gently touch the ground with her hand. The next moment, a deep pit appeared in the ground. She pushed the bag into the pit, and the soil immediately covered it again, making it almost impossible to tell that it had been dug. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't actually received the money yet, he was already planning how to spend it. First, he'd buy Ellie a decent outfit, then a pair of comfortable shoes. As for the rest, should he buy another slave? Chapter 7. I like people with good figures. Ellie gripped her long sword, dodging the skeleton's attack with a sidestep, and with a backhand stroke, she sliced it in half at the waist. She crushed the skull with her foot, and after confirming there was no further movement, she turned and walked towards Ryan. She said calmly, "This should be the last skeleton in the vicinity." Ryan took the long sword, looked at the shattered bones scattered on the ground, and couldn't help but smile. Her performance was simply impeccable. Ryan had only given her the sword on a whim to see how good Ellie's swordsmanship was, so he let her clear out these skeletons. The result far exceeded his expectations. Ellie's sword strikes were precise and fierce, with perfect control over speed and power, and she never swung a second sword at the same target. Ryan was even certain that among the mercenaries in the tavern, few could match Ellie's swordsmanship. He had to feed her extra tonight to boost her loyalty. He crouched down beside the skeleton, preparing to take anything useful. Evelyn had said that there was usually a thumb-sized black magic crystal on the chest of a skeleton, which could be exchanged for a reward. Ryan turned over a skeleton and found the magic crystal. He mustered his courage and pried it off with his dagger. The moment the magic crystal fell, a strange groan suddenly came from the skeleton, which then turned into a puddle of ash. Ellie was much faster than him, and soon she had stuffed 7 or 8 magic crystals into a bag. After collecting the spoils, Ryan glanced at the blazing sun overhead, wiped away his sweat, and decisively took her back to the city. On the way, he also dug up the equipment he had buried that morning, intending to sell it all. 2 light crossbows and a bunch of miscellaneous weapons sold for only 15 silver coins, a much lower price than he had expected. The tailor wasn't keen on buying the blood-stained clothes, and, after much effort, he only managed to sell them for 8 silver coins. Including the fee Evelyn gave him, Ryan earned a total of 25 silver coins today, bringing his total to 37. This money is enough to buy Ellie a dress first. The shoes can wait. Ryan was also thinking about buying another slave to assist her. After thinking it through, he took Ellie to the market and let her pick out a dress she liked. Ellie glanced at him before standing in front of the stall and carefully looking through the clothes. But she was clearly bad at making choices, and after a long time she still couldn't decide. Ryan's legs were getting numb from waiting, and he finally understood why Evelyn had said that Ellie had been deprived of the right to choose since childhood. The tailor next to him, arms crossed and eyes filled with disdain, urged, "Have you finished choosing your slaves? Don't make a mess of my stall. Other people want to buy from you." Ellie didn't respond, nor did she put the clothes down. She continued to browse with her head down. Ryan glanced at the tailor. His neck was black, and he reeked of a foul odor, looking like he hadn't showered in 2 weeks, even in the middle of summer. He was too lazy to argue with this kind of person, so he simply asked Ellie if she wanted him to help her choose. After Ellie nodded, Ryan stepped forward, picked up a few dresses, and held them up against her before finally choosing a light blue, fitted long dress. In Ryan's opinion, none of these dresses were particularly attractive, except for this one, which was somewhat pleasing to the eye. But Ellie had an outstanding figure and wasn't picky about clothes, so it certainly wouldn't look bad on her. He unfolded the skirt for her to see and asked if she liked it. Ellie looked at it carefully, nodded gently, and said she liked it. Ryan then paid 7 silver coins and led her away from the stall. Next, he planned to browse the slave market again to find a more suitable assistant. The two walked to the entrance of the slave market, where iron cages on both sides of the street were filled with beastmen. Just as Ryan was about to go inside, Ellie grabbed his clothes. She clutched the dress tightly, looked up at him, and remained silent for a long while before pleading in a low voice, "Don't send me back." Ryan was taken aback, then realized what was happening. The slave trader had said yesterday that if Ellie misbehaved, she could be sent back. She probably thought he was now returning her. He immediately explained that he wasn't trying to take her back, but simply wanted to buy another slave. But Ellie still wouldn't let go, and the two remained locked in a standoff on the street for over 10 seconds. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Is that you?" Ryan turned around and saw the slave trader from yesterday wearing a brown robe, his face covered in sweat, with a male and a female beastman slave beside him. The slave trader saw Ellie grabbing Ryan and asked if the beast was disobeying him. Ellie's face remained expressionless, but her furry ears were already flattened into airplane ears. Ryan patted her hand, telling the slave trader he was there to buy slaves. Ellie then slowly loosened her clothes, but still stood aside, clutching her skirt. The slave trader said that the next batch of goods from White Mist Island had not yet arrived, and then pointed his long whip at the slaves in the cages, asking Ryan if he wanted to see the others. Ryan nodded and followed her into the market to begin selecting items. Ellie followed at a distance, observing for a while before approaching again. She looked at her fellow animals in the cages, but her eyes remained unmoved. Too lazy to inspect them one by one, Ryan went straight to his requirements. He needed a dog-like slave with a keen sense of smell, preferably one who could fight. The two waited on the street for a while before the slave trader finally emerged from the dilapidated house. He flipped through a reddish-brown parchment book and said to Ryan, "There aren't any suitable dog slaves, but there is a wolf that fits the bill. Do you want it?" Ryan thought for a moment. Dogs and wolves should have a fairly similar sense of smell. While some specially bred working dogs have a stronger sense of smell, wolves are generally just as good. So he nodded and said, "Okay, take me to see them." Chapter 8. The Wolf Girl Who Was Blessed by Her Fool's Luck. She was a dirty wolf-like beast human, with short, messy gray hair plastered to the sides of her face, a pair of fluffy, triangular wolf ears twitching from time to time on her head, and golden eyes like shining crystals. She hugged her knees, huddled in a corner of the cage with several other women, staring intently at Ryan. The slave trader raised his whip and lashed it down, forcing them to the center of the cage. Even then, they remained huddled together, as if that would give them a little more security. After some jostling, the wolf-like creature was pushed to the front, and Ryan took the opportunity to examine her closely. She had a pretty face, but was rather short, only about 1.56 meters tall, while Ryan was almost 2 heads taller than her. But the next second, his gaze suddenly froze. Seeing Ryan's eyes widen in amazement, the slave trader immediately became smug, saying that they had quite a few of these beasts here, growing fast and powerfully. But Ryan couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and immediately began his mental assessment. The system quickly provided the results. The werewolf girl's name was Maeve. She was 18 years old, currently in good health, with strength D, endurance C, agility B, intelligence D, perception C, but luck as high as S, making her overall quality exceptionally rare. The system even deliberately popped up detailed body data, which Ryan scoffed at. He had long seen through this damn system's tricks and would never fall into the same trap twice. The system was still tempting him to click, but Ryan ignored it completely and instead focused on studying Maeve's attributes. To be honest, this stat sheet is far inferior to Ellie's, especially the intelligence, D, which is a major flaw. But then again, sometimes fools have their luck. Maeve's luck is S, and Ryan currently only needs her to search for targets by smell, making her a suitable choice for the early game. After a while, the slave trader impatiently urged him whether he was going to buy or not. Ryan casually asked the price, and the other party had just said that she was of good quality and a virgin, and only wanted 80 silver coins, when Ryan interrupted him before he could finish speaking. 10 silver coins. The air fell silent instantly. The slave trader's eyes widened, almost thinking he'd misheard. Pointing to another cage, he said, 10 silver coins can only buy those old, weak, sick, and disabled people who can't even walk. Ryan pulled out a handful of loose silver and copper coins from his purse and casually changed his tune. 20, no more. He was very short of money. His room was drafty, and he had just bought Ellie a long dress for 7 silver coins. Now he only had 30 left. If he spent any more, he wouldn't even have dinner. The slave trader was speechless with anger. He'd buy anything worth 50 gold coins without hesitation. But now he's haggling over something worth less than 2. Ryan said seriously, spend what you should spend, save what you should save. The key is, Maeve isn't worth 80 at all. She doesn't seem very bright. She's all looks and no brains. That wasn't entirely nonsense. After all, his intelligence was D. Looking at Maeve's slightly open mouth and her looking around, she did indeed seem a bit silly. Ryan lowered his voice again and told the slave trader to sell him cheaply, promising to patronize his business in the future. If there are slaves from White Mist Island available in a while, he'll come back to buy more, the key being to save the ones with big breasts for him. The slave trader glanced speechlessly at Ellie behind Ryan, and finally grabbed the pile of loose change into his bag, too lazy to even count it. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and asked the system in his mind, "This guy wouldn't be planning to kill me too, would he?" The system quickly replied, "No. Host and keep him with you without worry." Ryan was completely relieved. The female beast man beside the slave trader stepped forward and pulled Maeve out of the cage. Maeve immediately struggled and cried out, "Don't grab me. I can walk by myself." Ryan told her to walk on her own. Maeve quickly pulled her wrist, which had been twisted red, and followed closely behind Ryan. Ellie seemed uninterested in her, glancing at her only briefly before looking away. After branding her with a magical mark, Ryan led the two away from the slave market, intending to rest and eat at the Red Fox Tavern in the square. On the way, Ellie suddenly patted Ryan on the shoulder. Ryan turned around and asked what was wrong, but Ellie didn't answer, only pointing to her side. Ryan then realized that Maeve was gone. "Where is she?" Ellie pointed to a dark, narrow alley, calmly saying she had just escaped. Ryan was speechless. Maeve certainly wouldn't kill, but she knew how to run away. He'd only been branded with a magic mark before he started causing trouble. He'd have to be disciplined severely from now on. Ryan closed his eyes, and the brand on his palm immediately flashed red. A moment later, Maeve's body stiffened, and she walked out of the alley like a puppet being manipulated, her large tail drooping behind her. As soon as the control was released, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Ryan couldn't help but complain. Was she stupid? She'd just been branded and already forgot that he could just flick his finger and she'd obediently come back. Maeve quickly mumbled and begged for mercy, saying she just wanted to test if the brand worked and didn't really want to escape. Ryan chuckled at her words and asked her how it went. Maeve, with a mournful face, replied that the brand had indeed worked, and she was convinced. As she spoke, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and her wolf ears twitched. It must be said, Maeve was quite adept at feigning ignorance. Ryan narrowed his eyes and threatened her, saying he'd let it go this time, but if it happened again, he'd have to take better control of her. Maeve wiped her tears and got up from the ground, but she hadn't walked far when Ryan heard her mutter, "You traitor." He turned around and saw her glaring angrily at Ellie. Chapter 9. Let me wash some dates for you. Ellie completely ignored Maeve, simply following quietly behind Ryan without uttering a word, occasionally glancing down at her light blue dress. Not long after, Ryan led the two into a tavern and found a seat. He ordered himself a bowl of stewed meat and a bowl of stewed vegetable soup, and for Ellie, he ordered half a hen and a bowl of stewed meat. Rewards should be given promptly, so Ellie will be more motivated to work in the future. As for Maeve, who was just thinking of running away, she'll only get a hard piece of black bread for dinner tonight. The meal cost a total of 7 silver coins. Before the food was even served, Ryan looked at Maeve sitting opposite him and introduced her. My name is Ryan, and I will be your master from now on. The girl next to you is Ellie, whom I bought yesterday. Maeve scratched her face, and seeing that Ryan had stopped speaking, she realized it was her turn and quickly said, My name is Maeve. It's the name my mother gave me. Ryan nodded, indicating that he remembered. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 maids brought the food over. Maeve's eyes lit up at the sight of the black bread, and then she froze when she saw the stewed chicken, stewed meat, and stewed vegetable soup. She suddenly hugged Ellie next to her and said emotionally, No wonder you wouldn't let me run away. You're a good person. Ellie remained silent, only gently pushing her away, her expression still showing a hint of disgust. Ryan began distributing the food. He placed half a stewed chicken and a bowl of stewed meat in front of Ellie and said in a low voice, You've worked hard today, eat up. As soon as he finished speaking, Ellie tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. The chicken was actually tough and dry, and the seasoning was pitifully scarce, so it wasn't very tasty, but Ellie ate it with great care, even chewing and swallowing the bones. The next second, a system notification rang in Ryan's ears. Ellie's loyalty began to rise, from 15% to 25%. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. If an old hen could raise her loyalty to this level, it seemed that having Ellie massage his back wouldn't be far off. He pulled the stew and vegetables to his side and began to eat slowly. Maeve, seeing that she hadn't received her share yet, swung her legs and asked expectantly, Master, where's mine? Ryan glanced at her, right in front of you. Maeve looked down and saw the few slices of black bread, her ears drooping, her expression one of utter grievance, as if she had been greatly wronged. Ryan casually reminded her, You were trying to run away just now. If you want Ellie's treatment, you'd better work hard tomorrow. Maeve didn't dare to argue, picked up the black bread, took a big bite, and crunched away. Soon, the system notified her again that Maeve's loyalty had increased slightly, currently reaching 61%. Ryan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Maeve's initial loyalty was a whopping 60, while Ellie's was only 0. He was lucky he hadn't been killed on the spot. When he came to his senses, he found Maeve staring intently at the stewed chicken in Ellie's bowl, drool already dripping onto her clothes. She slowly moved closer to Ellie and shamelessly started to speak. Ellie, this meat smells so good. Can I have a bite? Just a tiny bit. Ellie didn't answer, but silently moved her bowl further away and ate faster. It was clear she was quite possessive of her food. Ryan observed for a while, and the more he looked, the less Maeve seemed like a wolf. She looked more like a dog. Her eyes lit up at the sight of food. She was all smiles when trying to please others, but when she was caught, she was both cowardly and guilty. Ryan sighed, hoping he hadn't bought a glutton. Maeve, having no hope of getting a free meal, could only wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth and continue to gnaw on her black bread, occasionally stealing glances at Ryan, looking as pitiful as could be. Ryan, unable to bear it any longer, ordered another half bowl of stewed meat. Evelyn brought the meat to the table, and Maeve's eyes immediately glued to the bowl, her mouth watering incessantly, her face filled with longing. Ryan pushed the bowl towards her. "This bowl is yours, eat it." Maeve's ears perked up instantly, her dirty little face filled with disbelief. "Really?" Ryan said coldly. "If you ask again, I won't give it to you." Maeve immediately shut up, picked up her bowl, and wolfed down her food, mumbling something Ryan couldn't understand as she ate. The system notification sounded again. Maeve's loyalty had risen to 70%. Ryan figured that at this rate, she shouldn't be running away again anytime soon. At this moment, he glanced to the side and saw that Evelyn was still standing there. He asked, "What's wrong?" Evelyn looked Maeve up and down and asked coldly, "Did you just buy this?" Ryan nodded. "I bought it when I came back today." As he spoke, he handed her a bag of skull magic crystals. The quest is complete. 30 skulls and 150 copper coins in total. Evelyn took the bag, glanced at it, and said expressionlessly, "You have money to buy slaves, but not to pay rent? I'll keep the payment." Ryan quickly said, "No, I'll give you back the principal and interest in a few days." Evelyn ignored his teasing and simply took out 5 silver coins from her clothes and handed them to him. Just as she was about to leave, Mira suddenly ran out and bumped into Ryan like a little bull, almost knocking his back off. Ryan looked down at her and couldn't help but say, "What's wrong, kid? You hug me every day, but you won't let me touch your ears even once." Mira looked up and muttered, "If you were my man, I'd let you touch my ears." Ryan fell silent for a moment. The child looked only 5 or 6 years old, but he knew quite a lot. However, Ryan was only interested in mature and sexy older women. This kind of child was just cute in his eyes. Evelyn's face darkened, and she crossed her arms to warn Mira, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, you can forget about coming out to play." Mira glanced at her furtively and muttered under her breath, "Mom's a tigress." Just then, she noticed a stranger at the table and asked, "Who's that gray-haired lady?" Ryan casually replied, "Maeve, my second maid." As he finished speaking, he took the opportunity to reach out and touch Myra's fox ears. It was fluffy, soft, and warm. It felt really nice to the touch. But the next second, Mira bit his hand. Clearly, she still wouldn't let Ryan touch her ear. Maeve put down her bowl, her mouth still full of meat, and mumbled, "This child is so cute. Come to your sister." She ate so fast that her mouth was smeared with meat broth, making her look even sillier. Myra's lips had just curled into a smile, seemingly genuinely wanting to go over, when Evelyn immediately pulled her away. It seemed Evelyn didn't want Mira playing with a fool. Maeve scratched her face, looking innocently at Ryan. Ryan, seeing her dirty appearance, said, "You smell awful. Of course no one will let you hug me. When we get back, I'll wash a date for you myself." Chapter 10. A Bold Idea. After dinner, Ryan led Ellie and Maeve back to their home in the slums. The already cramped house felt even more crowded with another person. Maeve stood in the center of the room, looked around at the drafty mud walls, and cautiously asked, "Master, won't this house really collapse?" She adapted quickly and had already started calling him Master. Ryan shook his head, saying that Evelyn had reinforced it with magic, so it should be fine for a short time. He added that they could rent a bigger house near the square later when they had some spare money. Ellie walked past him sideways, bent down to fold the light blue dress, and placed it on the pile of clothes. Ryan reminded her that clothes sold at the market had been touched by countless people, and it was best to wash them before wearing them. After washing and drying, she should put them in the wooden chest next to the bed. Ellie nodded in agreement, brought a bathtub, put the dress in, filled it with water, and washed it carefully. It was clear that she cherished the dress. Ryan thought for a moment and then told her to try it on first to see if it fit. After all, it was the middle of summer and the group had been running around outside all day, covered in sweat. They were going to take a shower anyway. Ellie didn't say much and simply lifted her clothes to change. Unfortunately, her chest was still wrapped in bandages, completely covered, and Ryan could only vaguely make out her outline. Soon, a light blue dress was on Ellie. She stood there like a statue, lifting her skirt and swaying it from side to side. The skirt fell across her curvaceous figure like a piece of sky blown away by the wind. The cinched waist accentuated Ellie's curves, giving her a unique allure. Ryan stared, somewhat mesmerized, before suddenly realizing something was wrong. Why was this dress low-cut? He seemed to have picked the wrong one. Ryan coughed twice, but still honestly complimented her. Very beautiful. You're the most beautiful beast man I've ever seen. Your eyes seem to sparkle. Ellie nodded without saying a word, then quickly took off her dress and folded it neatly, seemingly a little embarrassed. Maeve scratched her head, also marveling at her beauty, though she was unfortunately not very talkative. After saying that, she found a corner to sit down, then rubbed her stomach and asked, "Master, when can we eat something? I am hungry." Ryan looked at her incredulously. He had just returned from the tavern, and a piece of black bread bigger than his face had filled him up after just one bite. How could Maeve be hungry again so quickly? It was as if she had brought back a gluttonous bucket. Ryan said he usually only eats 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner, and told her to bear with it for now. Maeve immediately clutched her stomach and collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful groan. She was so lively. Even though she had been reduced to a slave, she could still be so happy. To remain cheerful in this situation was probably a sign of being a little dim-witted. Ryan, feeling helpless, rummaged through the earthenware pot by the fire and finally pulled out a piece of black bread left over from a few days ago. It was so hard he couldn't even squeeze it, and the aroma had faded considerably, but it should still be edible. Black bread is naturally dry and hard, with very little moisture. It wouldn't be surprising if it kept in a cool, dry place for several years without spoiling. Eat up. Have something to fill your stomach. Ryan tossed her the bread. Maeve jumped up like a dog, grabbed the bread with her mouth, licked her lips, and happily said that her master was a good person, then savored it bite by bite. Ryan suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked her, "So, if we set aside our master-slave relationship, are we friends?" Maeve nodded solemnly. "Of course. If you give me meat, we're friends." As soon as she finished speaking, the system panel suddenly appeared. Name Maeve. Current affection level 2. Acquaintance with Maeve achieved. Becoming friends with Maeve achieved. Current character encyclopedia reward. Strength, endurance, and agility each increased by 15%. Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected it to work. Immediately afterward, he felt a change in his body, a surge of heat and energy with a slight bloating in his abdomen. He lifted his shirt to look down and found his abdominal muscles more defined than before and the muscles in other areas noticeably firmer. This improvement gave him a direct, visceral sense of the difference. The system notification indicated that Ellie would provide a 5% bonus, and Maeve would provide 10%. Ryan immediately thought of Evelyn. They were friends too, so why didn't it count? The system's answer was simple. She had to admit it herself. By this time, Maeve had finished her bread. Seeing Ryan suddenly lift his shirt to look at her, she became frightened and shrank back, hugging her legs. "What are you doing? You look really fit." Ryan said it was nothing. He just suddenly wanted to admire himself. Then he walked over to Ellie, gently poked her waist, and asked seriously, "Ellie, are we friends?" Ellie answered without hesitation, "I'm a slave." Ryan corrected her, "Say it, we're friends." Ellie obediently repeated, "We're friends." But the system bonus remained unchanged, still a pitiful 15%. Ryan questioned this in his mind, but the system told him that Ellie had to genuinely believe it. Ryan was almost driven mad with anger and could only stand facing the wall for a while before slowly calming down. He sighed, turned to the 2 little animals, and said, "You're tired. Go take a bath and get some rest." Maeve sat up abruptly, asking in confusion where he would sleep since there was only one bed in the room. Ryan was momentarily speechless. This guy was really going against the grain. "Of course he'll sleep in the bed," he said, pointing to the area near the fire pit, indicating that Maeve should sleep there. Although Maeve was a bit slow-witted, she was fairly obedient. At Ryan's direction, she immediately moved over and sat down. Ryan then pulled 2 linen bags from under the bed, dusted them off, and handed them to her, telling her to use them for the night. Maeve nodded, placed the bags under herself, and quietly sat in the corner. After settling her in, Ryan put his hands on his hips, looked at the 2 animal-eared girls, and asked who wanted to take a bath first. Ellie remained silent, sitting quietly. Maeve glanced at the bathtub, then asked somewhat awkwardly where she wanted to take a bath. Ryan countered, "If not indoors, are we supposed to bathe on street?" Maeve pouted, her ulterior motives practically written on her face. She was clearly afraid Ryan would take advantage of her. She simply closed her eyes and lay down to sleep, saying she was a little sleepy and was going to bed. Ryan waved his hand to reassure her, saying that she wasn't even half as pretty as Ellie, and he wasn't interested at all. Maeve immediately opened her eyes, pouting and saying defiantly, "That's a good thing." Ryan ignored her, took off his clothes, and got into the bathtub, letting Ellie fill the tub with water next to him. Only after he had washed himself clean did it get to Ellie's turn. Ellie was as composed as yesterday, casually removing her clothes and bandages, completely unconcerned that Ryan was right beside her. While bathing, her fluffy cat ears twitched gently on her head, looking incredibly cute. Suddenly, Ryan had a bold idea. Chapter uns prezicie soskatiars. After Ryan and Ellie finished bathing, Maeve finally got moving. She went to the fire pit first, loosened the clothesline with force, letting the clothes hang down to barely create a curtain, and then pushed the bathtub behind her. Ryan watched her actions, somewhat shocked. Turns out, this guy isn't completely brainless. He can actually come up with a solution when it really matters. Maeve peeked out from behind the curtain, frantically gesturing to Ellie while hissing. But Ellie just glanced at her, continuing to sit in the corner, drying her hair with her old clothes, completely ignoring her. Maeve went to Ellie and mumbled that she wanted Ellie to help her run the water. She wanted to take a bath too. Ellie remained unresponsive, as quiet as a block of wood. Seeing that she couldn't get Ellie to move, Maeve immediately turned to Ryan for help. Ryan shrugged, saying that looking at him was useless. Ellie wasn't someone he could order around, and he wouldn't force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Maeve, at a loss, squatted down, intending to hug Ellie and act cute, but Ellie nimbly dodged her. Perhaps annoyed that Maeve wasn't clean enough, Ellie eventually got up and went to the bathtub to fill it with water. Having achieved her goal, Maeve immediately skipped over happily. But not long after, she peeked out from behind the curtain again, cautiously asking Ryan if he could stop peeking at her while she was bathing. Ryan was completely bewildered. Clearly, Maeve already considered him a pervert. Since that was the case, Ryan coughed twice, deliberately giving her a malicious look, and said that she had reminded him. Maeve panicked immediately, quickly saying they were friends and couldn't do this. Ryan continued to scare her, saying their relationship wasn't strong enough and they needed to have a child to solidify it. Maeve emerged from behind the curtain with a sorrowful expression, declaring she wasn't going to shower that day. Ryan was speechless and could only wave her off, telling her to hurry up and shower, that she stank, and even Ellie disliked her. So what was there to see? Maeve then cheered up again and ran back to the tub. Ryan immediately warned her that if she got her dry clothes wet, she'd be dead. Maeve reassured him that the magical water would dissipate quickly, unlike well or river water. Ryan looked at Ellie, and seeing her nod in confirmation, he said nothing more. By then, Ellie's hair was completely dry. Ryan coughed lightly, finally preparing to carry out his plan. He looked at Ellie and asked if he could touch her ears. As soon as he finished speaking, Ellie looked up at him with a strange expression. Ryan quickly explained that he just thought her furry ears were cute and wanted to touch them. If she didn't want to, that was fine. Ellie lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly got up, sat on the edge of the bed, and tilted her head slightly towards Ryan. With the cat ears so close, Ryan finally reached out and gently rubbed them. This was the first time Ryan had openly touched a beastman's ears since his transmigration. The soft fur slipped through his fingers, the ears were soft and elastic, and he couldn't stop touching them. But as he rubbed them, Ryan suddenly realized something was wrong. Ellie's ears began to burn, her cheeks flushed, and the skin on her arms took on a strange, wine-red hue in the firelight, looking exceptionally alluring. Then, a system notification sounded. Ellie's loyalty had increased, now reaching 30%. Ryan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected touching her ears to increase loyalty. He should have done it yesterday. The system immediately reminded him that increasing favorability should be done gradually. If he had dared to do so yesterday, he might have already been killed by Ellie. Then, a panel popped up showing that Ellie's current favorability had risen to level 2. Acquaintance and becoming friends had both been achieved. The encyclopedia reward had also changed to a 20% increase in strength, stamina, and agility. Ryan couldn't help but smile. Since it worked, he had to use his family's secret cat petting techniques. He rubbed, pinched, kneaded, and teased her, a series of quick moves. Ellie remained outwardly calm, but her breathing was clearly erratic. Meanwhile, Maeve had long since finished her bath, but was still wearing that tattered, patched-up dress. She looked at the two of them with drooping ears, her voice trembling as she asked if she would be touched later. Maeve, after washing, didn't look bad, although not as stunning as Ellie. Her face was clean and her appearance was quite cute, especially her figure, which was impossible to ignore. Ellie seemed a little embarrassed and struggled slightly. After Ryan released her, she immediately got up and ran away, quietly sitting back on the pile of clothes, lost in thought. It was unclear whether she was simply being rude or just shy. Ryan looked at Maeve, who had spoiled his fun, and beckoned her over so he could touch her dog ears too. Maeve immediately pretended to be sleepy, collapsing in a bed and remaining motionless, as if dead. Ryan pulled out a clean set of clothes and tossed them to her, saying her clothes were getting sour and she should wear his for tonight. He'd buy new ones tomorrow. Ryan was also feeling sleepy after his shower, his mind foggy. Looking at the two women in the room, he casually reminded them to get some rest, since they had to go out to work tomorrow. Chapter 12. Useless at everything, but a master at eating. The next morning, Ryan took Ellie and Maeve out. Maeve followed him excitedly, eating and sleeping soundly, showing no signs of being a slave. Ellie, however, was as listless as the day before, clearly having suffered another sleepless night. Ryan glanced at her and asked if she hadn't slept well again. Ellie rubbed her eyes and nodded gently. Maeve scratched her face and said with a grin that she had slept quite soundly, much more comfortable than being locked in a cage. It was quiet and spacious. It seemed she had adapted quickly. She had even lingered in bed that morning, and Ryan had to call her several times to wake her. Not long after, the three arrived at the tavern. Ryan had originally planned to accept a commission and leave, but Maeve, with her enormous appetite, had been complaining of hunger the whole way, so he had no choice but to stay and have a simple breakfast. There was only black bread on the table, but Maeve ate it with great relish, grinning from ear to ear, and even exclaiming how good it was to be a slave, finally able to eat her fill. Upon hearing this, passing mercenaries cast strange glances at her. Ryan couldn't tell whether she was naturally optimistic or simply naive. They were sitting close to the counter, and Evelyn, overhearing this, casually reminded her that it was only because she was lucky to have a reasonably good master. Most slaves didn't have it so easy. Maeve immediately looked at Evelyn, her face full of envy, and asked how her master was doing. Running a tavern must mean no worries about food. Life must be wonderful. Evelyn ignored her and turned to go into the kitchen. Ryan, biting into a sour and salty black bread, casually told Maeve that Evelyn wasn't a slave, but the owner of this tavern. Maeve looked surprised, shaking her animal ears, not understanding why Evelyn hadn't been captured when they were both of the same kind. Ryan couldn't explain it either, only guessing that she might be from a noble family in some beast-human kingdom. After all, he had only been here for a little over half a month, and there were still many things he didn't understand. All they knew was that Evelyn was different from the beastmen in the slave market. She was a citizen recognized by the kingdom of Arisia. After eating their fill, the three casually accepted a goblin-clearing quest, intending to earn some money outside the city. Goblins had been appearing frequently in the north of the city lately, and these monsters emerging from the dungeons were becoming increasingly numerous. It seemed they would have to deal with this thing for a long time to come. After leaving the city, Ryan began asking Maeve what she could do. After all, they would be working together from now on, and he needed to know at least what this new slave was capable of. But after only a few questions, he was already feeling exhausted. Maeve and Ellie were complete opposites. Ellie could do almost everything, while Maeve could do almost nothing. Ryan couldn't help but sigh and asked her what she was good at. Thinking about it carefully, this girl was only worth 10 bowls of stew. You get what you pay for, so he couldn't really expect too much. He could only hope that Maeve's lucky attribute would actually come in handy. So even if she couldn't do anything, at least he could keep her by his side as a lucky charm. Maeve was quite serious, raising her hand to mime, swinging a rake. saying she was very good at farming and often helped her mother with chores before she was captured. Ryan shook his head, telling her they were mercenaries, not farmers, and didn't need to farm. Being a mercenary was dangerous, and they would occasionally encounter inexplicable trouble, but the income was far higher than a stable life of farming. Having finally transmigrated to another world, Ryan didn't want to spend his life obediently digging in the dirt. He planned to make a name for himself here and find a bunch of beautiful beast-eared girls along the way. Ellie and Maeve were his startup capital. Maeve thought for a moment, then gestured as if she was washing clothes, saying she could do laundry and asking if that would work. Ryan gave up completely, only telling her to be a mascot and not to ask her to do anything, just not to die. Maeve immediately nodded happily, bouncing around Ryan, looking quite pleased with herself. Ryan sighed and casually pinched Ellie's ear. Perhaps the movement was too sudden. Ellie's body trembled slightly. One eye was closed, while the other watched him warily, its large tail swaying gently behind it. Ever since touching Ellie's ears last night, Ryan had a new target in his mind. If he had the chance, he would like to stroke that fluffy tail again. Seeing this, Maeve quickly moved aside, afraid that her wolf ears would also be coveted. She whispered a reminder to Ryan that if he touched Ellie, he couldn't touch her anymore. Ryan raised an eyebrow and deliberately said that if she wouldn't even let him touch her ears, he'd rather sell her. Maeve suddenly hugged Ryan, crying so hard that snot was running down her face, saying that she had finally been able to eat her fill and didn't want to go hungry again. As she cried, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and rubbing her eyes, added, "If Ryan really wants to sell me, could he sell me to Evelyn? I'm sure I can eat my fill if I work for the tavern owner." Ryan was speechless. This girl's obsession with having enough to eat was just too deep. Maeve had just said that she originally had a family, but because she ate too much, she was eventually abandoned by them. When she was captured by slave traders, she was searching for someone in the forest and accidentally fell into a trap. Ryan looked her up and down, criticizing her for being such a good-for-nothing and picky about her master. Evelyn was so shrewd. How could she possibly want her? He coughed twice, then said seriously, "Maeve can't really be completely helpless. She at least needs to learn some self-defense skills. From now on, Ellie will be her teacher and train her." Ellie didn't speak, but nodded slightly, seemingly quite willing to train Maeve. Maeve had no choice but to agree. But after only 2 kilometers, she started wiping her sweat and complaining of being tired, asking Ryan when she could rest. Ryan was speechless and decisively rejected her request. Tired after only a few steps, she might as well just ride on his head. Chapter 13. Touching Ellie's Tail. Ryan turned to look at Maeve, who was holding onto his shoulders, bouncing several times before finally finding a chance to climb onto his neck. But she was ridiculously heavy, and even on top of him, she wouldn't stay still. After only a few steps, Ryan's knees were starting to give way. He couldn't help but threaten her that if she didn't get off, he would punish her. Maeve pouted, looking completely self-righteous, and said, "Didn't he make me ride him?" Ryan was speechless for a moment, and could only reach behind him, ready to teach her a lesson. Maeve reacted quickly, jumping away and leaving Ryan with nothing. She then followed behind with her hands on her hips, a sly smile on her face. Seeing her arrogance, Ryan had no choice but to raise his hand to punish her with a magical brand. But the moment he moved, Maeve slid to her knees, crying out that she was wrong, master. This girl always gave Ryan the feeling that she was shrewd and calculating, yet clueless about everything. Though stupid, she was very good at reading people. Unfortunately, this time her apology came too late. She was still forced to give herself 100 spankings. After the punishment ended, Maeve covered her red bottom and muttered that she would never play with him again. Ryan ignored her and simply took out the goblin rag Evelyn had given her, telling her to smell it to find someone. Maeve glanced at it and backed away in disgust, complaining that the thing stank. Ryan narrowed his eyes and asked her if she wanted to be controlled again. Under threat, Maeve reluctantly closed her eyes, trying to memorize the scent. A few seconds later, she followed the aroma into the bushes, with Ryan and Ellie close behind. The 3 ventured deeper and deeper, until they could no longer see the way they had come. Goblins do indeed like to rest hidden in dense undergrowth. Maeve must have come in the right direction. Ryan glanced at Ellie beside him, his hand then restlessly stroking her head. Ellie's long, Golden hair was thick and voluminous, feeling wonderful to the touch. The system notification indicated that Ellie's loyalty was slowly increasing, currently at 31. Although Ellie wasn't usually talkative, she seemed to really enjoy having her head patted. Ryan's gaze quickly fell on the cat's tail behind her, a flicker of desire stirring within him. He leaned closer to Ellie and whispered that he wanted to touch her tail. Ellie immediately turned her face, still expressionless, looking at him only with her blue eyes. A moment later, she actually raised her fluffy tail. Without hesitation, Ryan grabbed it and began stroking its tail. The soft fur slipped through his fingers, feeling even better than he had imagined. But only 2.5 seconds later, Ellie pulled her tail back. She didn't say anything, but quickened her pace. Ryan noticed that her neck seemed a little red. Ryan immediately became interested and chased after her, saying he hadn't had enough, and gently grabbed Ellie's tail to continue playing with it. Just then, Maeve returned from the front. She seemed to have something to say, but seeing Ryan clinging to Ellie and touching her tail, she immediately swallowed her words and tucked her gray wolf tail between her legs. She hesitated for a few seconds, then nervously asked herself if she would be allowed to have her tail touched. Ryan beckoned to her with his finger, gesturing for her to hold it out. Maeve's wolf tail usually hung down behind her, and Ryan was actually quite curious to feel it. Maeve shook her head repeatedly in fright, even saying that she had accidentally gotten her tail dirty that morning. Ryan wasn't buying it at all, and even pretended it was nothing, saying he just liked it. Maeve was on the verge of tears, clutching her backside and begging him to let her go. Seeing that she was practically snotting from fright, Ryan lost interest in teasing her and told her to behave herself, then asked her what she had found ahead. Maeve immediately sniffled and said there seemed to be a goblin camp ahead, and her nose was about to burst. Ryan's interest was immediately piqued. It seemed buying Maeve was indeed the right decision. Her nose would significantly reduce the time spent searching for targets. He asked how much further. Maeve said not far, then told Ellie to go ahead while she tried to find a place to hide. Ryan glanced at her, then handed her the long sword at his waist, urging her to join him. Maeve stared at the long sword, hesitant to reach out. She could only pat Ryan on the shoulder and force a laugh, saying her master must be joking. But seeing Ryan's serious expression, she reluctantly raised the sword and stood next to Ellie. The three continued forward, and soon Ellie seemed to sense something. She first crouched down in the bushes to take a look, then went straight out. Maeve glanced back at Ryan, then reluctantly followed. By the time Ryan got closer, the battle was over. The goblin camp wasn't large, containing only a campfire and a few rags, with scraps of food and excrement scattered around. 2 boxes of goods, seemingly stolen recently, were piled in a corner. Ryan counted 8 goblin corpses on the ground, all decapitated, clearly Ellie's doing. Maeve stood beside her, wiping the sweat from her brow and letting out a long sigh, marveling at how fierce the battle had been. Ryan looked down at the long sword in her hand. The blade was spotless, without a drop of blood. Clearly, Ellie had already dealt with the enemies by the time she charged out. Ryan told them to search around for anything valuable. Maeve quickly returned the sword to him and immediately ran to the 2 chests, rummaging through them. A few seconds later, she looked up and shouted for her master to come quickly. Ryan went to the chests and looked down. They were full of haphazardly packed linen fabrics. This chest of fabrics was quite valuable. Ryan quickly flipped through the money and estimated it would fetch at least 40 or 50 silver coins. For him now, that was a considerable sum. Ryan nodded in satisfaction, deciding he had to have something good to eat that night. Normally, Maeve would be the first to respond, but she was unusually quiet. Ryan turned around and saw Maeve fiddling with something in the grass with a stick, while Ellie stood beside her observing. He leaned closer and discovered that behind the weeds was a cave, barely big enough for one person to pass through. Chapter 14. Maeve's Contentment. Ryan tossed a stone into the steep cavern. The stone rolled for a few seconds, then bounced a few more times as if hitting something hard, before finally falling silent. Ellie raised her hand, lit a flame, and shot it into the cave. By the light, Ryan could see the cavern structure. About 20 or 30 meters down, there was a near vertical bend. That was where the stone had been blocked. Goblins come from the underground world, so maybe this group of monsters crawled up through this hole. Maeve pointed to the hole and asked excitedly, "Master, Shall we go down and take a look? Ryan ignored the bastard and looked at Ellie instead. Have you ever been underground? Ellie calmly replied, a few times. Ryan asked again, is it dangerous? I've heard there are many monsters underground, completely different from the surface, and countless treasures hidden there. He had heard many dungeon legends in the tavern, and many mercenaries had indeed made a fortune after venturing deep underground. As soon as Maeve heard the word treasure, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Ryan's sleeve, wishing she could jump down immediately. But Ellie simply said, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. The monsters underground are all very dangerous. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Maeve's enthusiasm. Her ears drooped, and she instantly became obedient. Money is something you can earn, but not live to spend. Before understanding the situation underground, even if Ryan was incredibly brave, he wouldn't risk taking Ellie down there. Maeve leaned lazily against him and asked, so what do we do now? She was so overly familiar. They had only met yesterday, yet she acted like an old friend. Ryan moved away in disgust. It's so hot. Don't keep leaning against me. He stared at the opening for a moment, then simply ordered, Ellie, seal this hole. Goblins love to dig holes everywhere, so these entrances to the underground are quite common. Sealing it up now would prevent another potential problem. Ellie nodded, crouched down, and placed her hands on the ground. Soon, rocks gradually filled the entrance. Ryan went over and kicked it a few more times to confirm it was sealed quite securely. After finishing with that, he said, all right, put away the spoils. Let's go back to town and get something to eat. That's all for today. Maeve smiled contentedly at the thought of going back. Today's haul was quite substantial. Buying her was definitely worthwhile. Although this brat was always so cheeky and deserved a beating, Ryan was always fair in his rewards and punishments, and he would have to give her an extra meal tonight. On the way back to the city, Ellie scouted ahead while Ryan and Maeve carried the boxes on either side. By the time they reached the city, both were drenched in sweat. Ryan first sold the goblins' weapons and clothing to a market merchant, then sold the box of cloth to a tailor, earning a total of 50 silver coins. Looking at his bulging purse, Ryan fell into deep thought. He turned around and saw that Ellie was still wearing her old clothes. So he bought her and Maeve each a light brown long dress as work attire, spending a total of 15 silver coins. Maeve hugged her new dress, her mouth almost reaching her ears with a smile. Master, please accept my loyalty. I, Maeve, have decided to be loyal to you for life. A system notification appeared, and Maeve's loyalty level increased to 80%. This guy's loyalty is skyrocketing. It was only 60 yesterday when I bought it, and now it's 80. At this rate, it'll probably be full by tomorrow. Ryan looked at Maeve, who was grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but shake his head. You've been won over by an ordinary dress? Maeve replied confidently. Of course, this is my first new dress. I used to wear my sister's hand-me-downs. There was never any money in the family for me to wear new clothes. Ryan was momentarily speechless. Is it really that exaggerated? Maeve nodded seriously, saying that it was mostly like that where she came from. Someone like Ryan, whose clothes were spotless and without a single patch, clearly came from a wealthy family. Ryan didn't explain further. He was just a child from an ordinary family, but even so, his living conditions in the past were far superior to what this world could offer. At least before, no one would throw feces and urine directly in the street. He casually teased Maeve. A new dress makes you so happy. If someone gives you an even prettier dress in the future, will you wag your tail and run off with them? Maeve immediately shook her head and began to pledge her loyalty. Master, what do you take me for? Do I look like that kind of person? Ryan recalled her usual behavior and nodded subconsciously. To be honest, it's quite similar. Maeve patted her chest and assured him, impossible. Being able to eat your fill and wear new clothes, such good things don't come around often. Anyway, Maeve, am sticking with you. Ryan waved his hand, too lazy to argue with her any further. Fine, whatever you want. At this moment, he noticed that Ellie had been standing silently to the side and then looked down at her feet. Those old straw sandals were almost worn out. Ryan thought for a moment, then took Ellie to the shoemaker and bought her a decent pair of boots for 20 silver coins. The shoemaker glanced at Ellie and couldn't help but mutter, is it worth it for a slave to wear such fine shoes? It would be better to buy her a cheap pair of straw sandals. Ryan casually replied, "Of course it's worth it." Ellie sat on the stool, clutching the short boots, looking somewhat bewildered. Ryan touched her ear and asked if they were the wrong size or uncomfortable. The shoemaker immediately chimed in, saying he was one of the best shoemakers in Kaeldorn, and many noble lords commissioned him to make their shoes. Ellie shook her head. "No, they fit perfectly." Ryan asked in confusion, "Then why aren't you wearing them?" Ellie hesitated for a moment, then finally put on the shoes, got up, and took a few steps. The short boots did indeed fit her perfectly. Maeve, watching this scene, was filled with envy. She nudged Ryan with her head and muttered softly, "Master, master, my straw sandals are almost worn out too." Ryan glanced at his purse and said helplessly, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just buy a pair of straw sandals for now and get better ones when I earn more money." A pair of short boots cost 20 silver coins, and with the money spent on clothes, he only had 17 silver coins left. Maeve's new shoes would have to wait until tomorrow. But Maeve, looking down at her new straw sandals, still smiled exceptionally happily. She circled around Ryan several times, saying earnestly, "Thank you, master, you're so kind." Ryan then asked, "Really? Can I touch your ears?" Upon hearing this, Maeve froze instantly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After a long while, she pouted and muttered softly, "If master really wants to touch them, it's not impossible." Chapter 15. The Missing Mirror. The three of them lingered until the afternoon before finally deciding to go to a tavern for something to eat. On the way, Ellie kept her head down, staring at her ankle boots, as if afraid of accidentally hitting a stone and breaking them. Ryan, knowing the answer, asked her why she kept her head down. Ellie hesitated for a moment, then whispered that she was afraid of damaging her shoes. Ryan waved his hand, telling her that shoes are meant to be worn, and if they wear out, she could just buy another pair. Ellie nodded obediently, and seeing how well she listened, Ryan casually touched her ear. When he turned to touch Maeve, he found nothing. Maeve, as if she had been expecting this, had already covered her head and hid to the side. Ryan asked her why she was hiding so far away now, since she had agreed to let him touch her tail at night. Maeve mumbled that it was okay at night, but not outside. It just felt weird. Ryan wasn't in a hurry. These things had to be taken slowly. Once she got used to it, she could touch his ears and tail whenever she wanted. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of the Red Fox Tavern. Strangely, it was only noon, but the tavern door was tightly shut, completely unlike usual. Ryan knocked on the door, calling for Evelyn to open it, saying he wanted to have a proper meal. But there was no response from inside. Seeing the tavern was closed, May began looking for another place to eat. She tugged at Ryan's clothes and pointed to the delicatessen across the square, saying there was lots of meat there. Ryan told her not to rush and to check the situation first. He walked to the window and glanced inside. The tavern was in disarray, but there wasn't a soul in sight, as if something urgent had suddenly happened. Evelyn's tavern usually only closed at curfew, so closing so early today was definitely unusual. Just then, a young mercenary eating a piece of black bread by the roadside reminded him, "Stop knocking. Evelyn has gone to look for her child." Ryan was taken aback and quickly asked what was going on. The mercenary said that Mira had run away at noon, and Evelyn had chased all the customers away in a panic before going to look for her herself. The mercenary, still shaken by Evelyn's appearance, said he'd run out before even finishing his food. Ryan then understood why the tavern looked ransacked. Mira, that girl, was always running around. Evelyn must have been frantic when she discovered she was missing. Maeve rubbed her stomach and asked earnestly where they were going to eat next. She was starving. Ryan was speechless for a moment and could only call her a pig. However, he quickly ran to the deli and bought 2 chicken legs, giving one to Ellie and the other to Maeve. Ellie chewed a few bites and swallowed the meat and bones alike. Maeve went even further, swallowing the chicken leg whole in one bite, smacking her lips and asking if there was any left. Ryan said there was, but they could only eat it after they found the child. When Ryan first arrived in this world, he was penniless, and if he hadn't met Evelyn, he might have starved to death on the streets. Now that she was in trouble, even if it was just for that bowl of rye porridge from back then, he had to help. Maeve asked if it was the little red-haired girl from last night. Ryan nodded and told her to use her nose to find her. May said she needed to sniff Myra's scent first. As she spoke, she walked to the tavern window, preparing to crawl inside to look for Myra's toys. Ellie volunteered, saying she was better suited to squeezing into such small spaces. Maeve immediately refused, saying that Ellie was unreliable and that she had to do it herself. Full of confidence, she climbed onto the window, struggling to squeeze her upper body inside, only to find her bottom stuck to the frame, her legs kicking wildly outside. She had to call for Ryan to push her. Ryan couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her across the face. Maeve screamed and immediately condemned Ryan's evil. Ellie stood by, watching the two, shaking her head repeatedly. Ryan said it was just a favor, no need to thank him, and then pushed Maeve into the tavern. After a while, there was finally movement at the window again. Instead of a toy, Maeve held out a piece of uncut black bread. Ryan was furious and yelled at her, telling her she was only allowed in to smell, not steal. He added that even if she were stealing, she should at least steal something expensive. She was pathetic. Maeve, however, was adamant, saying she'd pay later and that she'd smelled it too. Then, she passed a small wooden doll through the window. That was a popular children's toy in Calydorn. Ryan had seen Mira playing with it behind the counter more than once. Ryan urged her to come out and find someone quickly. After all, most human kingdoms disliked beastmen, and letting a beastman child wander around the city alone was far too dangerous. Mira might already have been sent to White Mist Island. Thinking of this, Ryan's expression darkened. After he took the bread and the toy, May began to squeeze out. Her head and upper body came out first, but her bottom got stuck in the window again. She stretched out her hands for Ryan to help. Ryan handed the bread and toy to Ellie, then pulled hard, finally managing to get Maeve out and hold her securely in his arms. Maeve was ridiculously heavy. Ryan felt like he was carrying a 200-pound pig and couldn't help but tell her she needed to lose some weight. After landing, Maeve snatched the black bread from Ellie's hand, broke off a small piece, and offered it to Ryan to tide him over. Ryan said he didn't like it and handed the bread back to Ellie. Maeve, hands on her hips, earnestly asked him what he liked to eat, saying she could go back in and steal some more. Ryan pinched her cheek, warning her that if she didn't go looking for someone, he would really have to discipline her severely. Then he shoved Myra's little doll in front of Maeve's nose, making her smell it quickly. Maeve sighed and had no choice but to bring the little doll close to her nose and sniff it earnestly. Chapter 16. Rescuing Mira. Maeve led the way, following the scent, while Ryan and Ellie obediently followed behind. The three of them traversed street after street, almost circling most of Calydorn. Ryan looked at the north gate in front of him and couldn't help but frown. The square was clearly in the south of the city, yet they were already in the north. Even if Mira was lost, she shouldn't have wandered this far. Maeve closed her eyes and continued sniffing, muttering, "Almost there." The smells in the city were too mixed, much more troublesome than searching for someone outside. She smelled that Mira seemed to have been following several men, and the air was thick with the stench of men's sweat. At this point, Maeve's tail swayed slightly, and her expression became serious. She could smell that Mira was terrified. Those men had frightened the child. Ryan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to be able to smell fear. Maeve, however, seemed completely at ease, saying that people scent changes when they're afraid, and the same applies when they're about to do something bad. She even went on to complain that every time Ryan tried to bully her, she could smell a strange odor, which allowed her to always get away beforehand. Ryan then realized why Maeve reacted so quickly. That was the problem. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Ryan wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Mira which way her scent had gone. Maeve said it should be nearby, and they'd be sure if they searched a little longer. She quickened her pace, and Ryan and Ellie followed. Ryan reminded her not to stray too far and to come back and report if anything happened. He then turned to Ellie beside him and casually stroked her cat ears. Ellie had been very quiet the whole way, barely uttering a word after buying the shoes and clothes. Ryan pinched her cheek and asked if she could say a few more words to him. Ellie looked at him expressionlessly and only said she didn't know what to say. Ryan told her to say whatever she wanted and even asked her to smile. Ellie forced a stiff, distorted smile. Although her expression was odd, she was still beautiful. Ryan then changed the subject, asking what kind of magic she was skilled in. With her cheek being pinched, Ellie answered directly. She was skilled in murderous magic. Ryan pressed for an explanation of what murderous magic was. Ellie raised her hand, and a circular whirlwind instantly condensed in her palm, a piercing whistling sound ringing out at close range, as if it could slice a person in two at any moment. She explained that this magic required no incantation, was extremely fast, and was suitable for close to mid-range combat, especially against unarmored targets. Ryan asked if it could cut through plate armor. Ellie shook her head, saying that usually not, but it was possible if necessary. By necessary, she meant assessing the armor's defensive capabilities and then increasing the magic output. The power would increase, but so would the consumption. Ellie answered like a machine, replying to every question Ryan asked without uttering a single extra word. Just then, Maeve ran back from the front, asking suspiciously if they had been secretly bad-mouthing her behind her back. Ryan raised an eyebrow, saying that if he wanted to badmouth her, would he need to do it secretly? He then asked if she had made any discoveries. Maeve pointed ahead, indicating that she had found Mira and told them to hurry up and follow. The three walked for a while longer, and Maeve followed the scent into an alley. The houses here were dilapidated, as if they had been abandoned for many years, with mottled walls, rotten doors and windows, and the surroundings were so deserted that there was hardly anyone to be seen. Maeve sniffed carefully in front of several houses for a long time, and finally locked onto one of the old houses. She lowered her voice and told Ryan that Mira was definitely inside. The wooden door to the house was rotten beyond recognition. Half the house had collapsed, and the other half was covered in vines, giving off an eerie atmosphere even just standing at the doorway. Ryan confirmed it again, and Maeve patted her chest, assuring him that her nose was never wrong. Ryan looked at Ellie and asked if she could tell how many people were inside. Ellie perked up her cat ears, listened quietly for a moment, and whispered that there were about 4 or 5 people inside, and a child was crying. Ryan immediately realized that Evelyn had probably offended someone. It wasn't unusual for her group to have conflicts with their employers, let alone kidnapping a child. He told Ellie to find a way to subdue the people inside and rescue the child, while he could distract them from the front and she could sneak in from the back. But Ellie shook her head, saying it was completely unnecessary. She would just go in through the front door. Ryan reminded her that the child's safety was the priority. Ellie remained expressionless, only saying that she would be faster. Seeing her like this, Ryan figured she wasn't just putting on a brave face, so he nodded and told her to get started quickly. No sooner had he spoken than Ellie raised her hand. Ryan reacted swiftly, pulling Maeve aside. The next second, the rotten wooden door was violently blasted open by a strong gust of wind, dust billowing up as Ellie leaped into the air and rushed into the house. Ryan was stunned. He hadn't expected this guy to be able to fly. But before he could think further, several heart-wrenching screams erupted from inside the house, so piercing they sent shivers down one's spine. Then a man was thrown outside, his limbs twisted and broken, lying on the muddy ground, convulsing in agony. Ellie quickly emerged from the doorway, clean and tidy, and casually said, "It's all taken care of." Less than 5 seconds had passed between her rushing in and coming out. Ryan, regaining his senses, went inside and saw several burly men lying haphazardly on the floor, all sustaining injuries of varying degrees. Ryan walked past them, casually offering words of comfort, saying it was normal to feel pain, and to just yell if they couldn't take it. Ellie followed behind him, reminding him that Mira was in the inner room. Ryan pushed open the door and, sure enough, saw Mira bound tightly, curled up in a corner, a rag stuffed in her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably. The moment Mira saw Ryan, her eyes lit up, and she uttered something indistinctly, tears streaming down her face. Ryan quickly stepped forward, pulled the rag from her mouth, and cut the rope with his knife. Mira burst into tears, a bright red handprint remaining on her face. It was clear the child was terrified. Chapter 17. Favorability is increasing. Ryan carried Mira in one arm and dragged a man with the other, heading towards the tavern. Along the way, many people gathered to watch the commotion, and several soldiers stopped him for questioning. After understanding what had happened, they let him go. Maeve, meanwhile, was leading several other men who could still walk by rope, her face beaming with joy, as if she had found a new toy. Ryan had also roughly figured out what had happened. Evelyn was helping out in the kitchen when Mira, that mischievous kid, slipped out unnoticed. She was spotted by these four wicked guys, who stuffed her into a sack and prepared to take her away. Ryan gently patted Mira in his arms and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid. The bad guys have been dealt with by your sister Ellie. Go back and apologize to your mother, and she'll put some medicine on you, and you'll be fine." Mira responded softly, her voice barely audible, clearly still shaken from the shock. Seeing this, Ryan seized the opportunity to lecture her, explaining that there were many bad people in the world who particularly enjoyed preying on cute little girls like her. If he hadn't arrived early, she might never have seen her mother again. Myra's tears welled up again, and she could only obediently nod. Ryan guessed that she would probably get another beating when she got back, as a way of making up for a complete childhood, and he just hoped that Evelyn would go easy on her. Ryan glanced back at the man being dragged along. The man seemed to have fainted from the pain. He said to Ellie, "Wake him up." Ellie immediately doused him with water magic, but the man remained unresponsive. Ryan shook his head, finding her too gentle, and casually suggested that kicking his crotch would definitely wake him up. Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately ran over, shoved the rope in her hand at Ellie, and volunteered to let her do it. Ellie, however, was somewhat dissatisfied, saying that it was an order given to her by her master. Maeve thought for a moment and simply suggested that they each take a kick. Ryan watched them helplessly, wondering if they were stepping on cockroaches, each of them kicking one. But seeing Maeve having so much fun, he couldn't be bothered to stop them. The next second, both feet landed, and a scream instantly echoed throughout the street. The onlookers clenched their legs tightly, and even Ryan found the scene somewhat cruel. With her hands on her hips and a bright smile, Maeve concluded, "Men are so funny. They yell the moment you kick their crotches." Then, her gaze suddenly fell on Ryan. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine and warned her that she was dead if she dared to do anything reckless. Maeve, however, looked serious and said she was just curious about what she looked like and wanted to see her while taking a shower. Ryan immediately kicked her away. He then began interrogating the man, asking him why he had kidnapped Mira. But the man was deathly pale, covered in cold sweat from the pain, and unable to speak. Within seconds, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out again. Ryan looked at the other three men who were still able to walk. They all lowered their heads. With so many people on the street, continuing the vigilante justice would be inappropriate, so Ryan decided to wait until they returned to the tavern to question them further. When they arrived at the tavern, Evelyn hadn't returned yet. Ryan thought for a moment, then had Ellie unlock the door and bring everyone inside. Mira clung tightly to his leg, refusing to let go for even a moment. Ryan pulled up a chair, sat down, placed Mira on his lap, and looked at the three men, asking, "Speak. Why did you kidnap this child? Do you have a grudge against Evelyn?" The three looked at each other, but none of them spoke first. Ryan smiled, got up, closed the doors and windows, and patted Mira on the shoulder, telling her to go hide in the kitchen for a while. Maeve's eyes immediately lit up, and she pulled Mira along, saying she would take her to the kitchen to find something to eat. But Mira shook her head, refusing to leave and only wanting to stay by Ryan's side. After being frightened, she became noticeably clingier. Ryan pinched her little cheek, forcing her to cover her eyes and close her ears, forbidding her from peeking or eavesdropping. Mira obediently nodded, her delicate little fox ears gently resting on her head. Ryan, holding Mira, paced back and forth in front of the three of them and asked again, "Is there really no one willing to speak up?" After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. Ryan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Ellie and Maeve, saying, "Prepare for the sterilization surgery." Maeve scratched her head, a piece of black bread now in her hand, and asked vaguely what sterilization was. Ryan explained casually, "It's kicking someone in the groin, the harder the better." Upon hearing this, the three men trembled instantly. One of the men gritted his teeth and cursed Ryan for being vicious. Ryan sneered and said that even if he were vicious, he wouldn't go so far as to kidnap a child. Before he could finish speaking, Ellie had already kicked him. The kick was so clean and crisp that Ryan could almost hear the sound of an eggshell shattering. The man collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Maeve, eager to join in, quickly declared that it was her turn next and that Ellie shouldn't try to take it. The remaining two men exchanged a glance, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, finally understanding what true hell meant. Ryan spoke again. I'll ask you one more time. Why did you kidnap this child? The first one to answer won't get kicked. Before he could finish speaking, one of the men couldn't hold back any longer and quickly confessed with his head down that Eric had hired them and they were just doing their job for money. Ryan asked Eric who he was. The man's gaze fell on a man on the ground whose limbs Ellie had twisted off. The guy had been sterilized on the street and hadn't woken up yet. Ryan checked his breathing and found he was still breathing. Maeve, chewing on her bread, mumbled that she could kick him now. It was clear she really wanted to continue performing sterilization surgeries. Just as Ryan was about to speak, a loud crash came from the tavern entrance. Evelyn burst through the door, her hair disheveled, her long dress covered in dust, her shoes muddy, and her expression so flustered that Ryan had never seen her like this before. The moment she saw Mira, she visibly relaxed. But the next second, her gaze swept coldly over everyone in the room. When Mira saw her, she immediately called out Mom, happily, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Evelyn, however, sternly told her to get upstairs and that she would deal with her later, which made Mira tremble with fear. The two beast-like maids who had returned immediately stepped forward and carried Mira upstairs. Ryan pointed to the men on the ground and told Evelyn that they were the ones who had kidnapped Mira and that he had simply grabbed her and brought her back. Evelyn whispered as she passed him, "Thank you." Evelyn's favorability is slowly increasing. Current favorability level, 2. Chapter 18, One Day of Paid Leave. Ryan didn't stay at the tavern any longer. Evelyn's eyes were frighteningly fierce. She clearly still had a score to settle. To avoid getting splattered with blood, he decisively took Ellie and Maeve to the deli across the street. After buying some smoked meat and food, the three went straight home. Since Mira had been found and Ryan had nothing to do for the time being, he rested peacefully for the night and brought the two of them to the tavern the next morning. Maeve skipped and hopped behind him, looking incredibly happy. Ellie had also changed into that light blue dress, but her face still showed signs of fatigue as she quietly followed behind Ryan. On the way, Maeve said longingly that she wanted to eat a whole smoked chicken for breakfast. Ryan pretended not to hear, so she had to settle for second best and said that a bowl of stew would be fine with her later. Ryan raised an eyebrow at her. "You won't even let me touch your ears, and you still want to eat stewed meat?" When Maeve was buying clothes yesterday, she clearly promised to let him touch her ears when they got back, but she went back on her word after taking a shower and didn't even let him touch a single wolf hair. Maeve muttered that she wasn't ready yet, then slowed her pace, hooked her arm around Ryan's, and began to whine, constantly saying she wanted to eat meat. The two joked around all the way and soon arrived at the tavern. The tavern was still bustling. Evelyn sat at the counter doing the accounts. The waitresses were busy running around. The mercenaries were drinking and bragging, and the woman at the door was soliciting customers, as if yesterday's turmoil had never happened. Ryan finally gave in to Maeve's persistent pleading and went to the counter to order 3 bowls of stew and 3 pieces of black bread, handing Evelyn the bag containing the goblin ears. He'd left in such a hurry yesterday that he hadn't exchanged the reward money yet. Seeing this, Maeve immediately grinned triumphantly, nudged Ryan's waist with her head, and sweetly called out, "Master, you're so good." Evelyn glanced at Ryan, her gaze much gentler than usual. She asked Ryan how many goblins he had killed. Ryan answered 8. Evelyn handed him 2 silver coins, then bent down to do some calculations. Ryan offered her 2 more silver coins, but she refused to accept them. Evelyn said calmly, "No money needed. Thank you for Myra's matter." Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately poked her head out, grinning and shouting that she wanted more stewed chicken, but Ryan quickly pressed her back down. Ryan casually asked if those mercenaries had a grudge against her. Evelyn's eyes flashed with coldness as she said that the one she really had a grudge against was Eric. 4 years ago, she had chopped off his hand, and now that she thought about it, she should have slashed his neck back then. Ryan then realized that he was the one who tried to take advantage of Evelyn 4 years ago and ended up having his hand chopped off. But this time, Mira was the most unlucky one. If they hadn't arrived in time, no one knew what those people would have done to the child. He glanced towards the kitchen, but didn't see the little fox, so he asked Mira if she was upstairs. Evelyn nodded without saying anything more. Ryan said the child would never dare to run around again. Just then, the maid brought breakfast, and he was about to take his leave to eat when Evelyn called him back. Evelyn looked at him, her expression somewhat awkward. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly looked down and flipped through the ledger, pretending to be very busy, and asked, "There's a request. Are you going to take it?" Ryan, holding the black bread, asked what the request was. Evelyn, without looking up, said he needed to go upstairs and keep Mira company for the day. Mira insisted on seeing him, so she had no choice but to pay him 5 silver coins, plus lunch and dinner. Ryan almost thought he'd misheard. This wasn't a commission. It was clearly a paid vacation. Getting paid for a day off, even having your meals reimbursed. It couldn't be more advantageous. Although the income might not be as high as usual, being able to rest for a day was a rare treat. Ryan glanced back at Ellie. She hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days and looked exhausted, so she deserved a good rest too. So he agreed, saying he would go upstairs after breakfast, and then pointed to Ellie and Maeve, who were engrossed in their meal, asking if he could bring them along. Evelyn looked at Maeve with obvious hesitation. Ryan explained that Maeve meant no harm and that he would keep an eye on her. Evelyn nodded in agreement and continued doing her calculations. Ryan quickly finished breakfast and led the two of them upstairs from the kitchen. Turn right on the second floor, and you'll find 4 small rooms, arranged in pairs on either side of the corridor. The room closest to the stairs contains 2 beds, presumably where the 2 waitresses of the tavern live. The room was clean and tidy, with no missing items such as a wardrobe and beautiful flowers growing on the windowsill. Although the 2 maids were also beast-human slaves, it was clear that Evelyn treated them quite well. As Ryan was lost in thought, a door at the end of the corridor suddenly opened a crack. Mira, hiding behind the door, peeked out with only half her face showing and called out in a clear voice, "Brother Ryan." Maeve's ears perked up, and she rushed over first, smiling as she asked, "Where did this little kid come from? Let your older sister hold her." Mira, however, didn't hesitate to close the door, effectively blocking her out. Maeve immediately pouted. After a while, Mira opened the door again and whispered, "My mom says you're not smart and won't let me play with you." That was already a very tactful way of putting it. Maeve immediately retorted, hands on her hips, saying that she was the one who rescued her yesterday. Ryan couldn't help but contradict her. Wasn't it Ellie? Maeve asserted that she found Mira thanks to her keen nose, and that she deserved at least half the credit. Although her smug look was quite infuriating, she wasn't wrong. Her nose had indeed played a crucial role. Mira thought for a moment, then finally opened the door, rushed over and hugged Ryan's leg, her little ears twitching slightly, saying that she was too bored upstairs by herself and wanted him to play with her. Ryan looked at Myra's ears, a slight smile playing on his lips, and suddenly suggested, "Mira, let's play a game. The loser gets their ears touched. How about it?" Before he could finish speaking, Maeve nudged him with her elbow and muttered under her breath, "So lewd. She doesn't even spare a child's ears." Chapter 19. Being kept by Evelyn. Myra's room wasn't big, but it was decorated exquisitely. There was a soft carpet on the floor, colorful dolls piled on the bed, and a small bookcase at the foot of the bed. Ryan sat on the carpet with Maeve and Mira, playing rock, paper, scissors, while Ellie curled up in a corner to rest. Poor Mira lost several rounds in a row, and her face turned bright red from Ryan touching her ears. Maeve was getting impatient and kept directing Mira, "Next, throw scissors. I don't believe he can guess it." Mira wouldn't listen and insisted on throwing rock. Ryan watched them bicker silently, then decisively played paper, casually touching Myra's ear. Maeve immediately jumped up, angrily shouting that they would have won if they had listened to her. After observing for a while, Ryan concluded that neither of them seemed to be very bright. Mira was young, so it was understandable. But as for Maeve, her stupidity was practically written all over her face. Maeve was unconvinced and insisted on going up herself, staring intently at Ryan's hand. Ryan waved his hand in refusal, saying she would definitely cheat if she lost. After all, she had run away faster than anyone else the moment she saw Ryan reach out his hand. Maeve, unwilling to give up, grabbed Ryan's shoulders and gently shook him, indicating that she was fine with not playing the ear-touching game. Ryan smiled and shook his head, saying that wouldn't be fun. Her pleading failed, so Maeve simply laid down on the carpet and began to sigh. After all that commotion, Ryan told them to rest for a while. He looked at Ellie in the corner and called out in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Ellie opened her eyes and sat up, supporting herself with one hand. Ryan was stunned. He had assumed she was already asleep, but it turned out she hadn't slept at all. Ellie yawned and calmly admitted that she had been awake the whole time. Just then, a snoring sound came from beside him. Ryan turned around and saw Maeve lying sprawled on the carpet, her belly exposed, fast asleep. Ryan was speechless. One couldn't fall asleep no matter what, while the other could fall asleep in less than 2 minutes after lying down. The difference was simply outrageous. He remembered that when he bought Ellie, she seemed to be in good spirits, so he asked her why she wasn't sleepy. Ellie rubbed her eyes and said that she had fallen asleep that night. Ryan pressed her on how she fell asleep, and Ellie replied seriously, "When you're exhausted, you don't wake up." Ryan fell silent. That wasn't falling asleep. She had clearly passed out. Mila, standing nearby, said that when she couldn't sleep, her mother would sing lullabies, and she would fall asleep listening to them. Ellie, however, replied seriously, "I don't have a mother." The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Mira thought for a moment, then suggested that Ryan sing. Ryan said he didn't know any lullabies, but they could try other methods, so he borrowed Myra's bed. Ryan sat on the edge of the bed and let Ellie lie down with her head on his lap. At first, Ellie tossed and turned, as if she felt it was useless and wanted to leave, so Ryan told her not to move, to close her eyes, and to slowly relax. Ellie adjusted her breathing as she listened to his voice, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Ryan raised his hand to stroke her cat ears, trying to soothe her tense nerves. Mira, watching from the side, couldn't help but mutter about how Ryan always liked to touch their ears and called him a big pervert. Ryan quickly covered her mouth, telling her to be quiet. Ellie seemed to be falling asleep. Mira was also sleepy. She yawned and climbed into bed, nimbly rolled over behind Ellie, hugged her waist, and quickly fell asleep as well. Ryan sat against the headboard for a while, looking down at Ellie. Her ears drooped, and her breathing was steady. Ryan tentatively called out, but she didn't respond. Normally, the moment he made a sound, Ellie would immediately tense up, no matter what she was doing, but this time she didn't move. Ryan then realized she was truly asleep. Ryan was surprised that the method to lull Ellie to sleep was so simple. The trick seemed to be touching her ears. Just as Ryan was feeling a little smug, there was a knock on Myra's door. Ellie's ears twitched slightly, and she instantly opened her eyes, waking up completely. Evelyn then pushed open the door and peeked in. Ryan turned around and whispered to her to keep her voice down, as Mira was asleep. He noticed a few drops of blood on Evelyn's face and asked her where she had been. Evelyn replied calmly that she had killed several businessmen connected to Myra's kidnapping. Ryan was somewhat surprised, having assumed Eric was the mastermind. Evelyn, however, shook her head, indicating that it was a long story and she wouldn't elaborate. Ryan then asked her why she didn't wait until night to make her move. There were too many people around during the day. Night was obviously more convenient. Evelyn lowered her head and replied calmly, "That's exactly what I wanted, daytime." The bodies of those people were hanging in the square, visible to everyone who passed by. Ryan was shocked and asked her if anyone would come looking for trouble for doing something so ruthless. Evelyn initially said no, then changed her mind. At least no one dared to approach her openly. Although Ryan had never seen her truly in action, he could sense that she was no ordinary person. After all, it would be impossible for a female beast human to open a tavern in the most bustling square in the city without some real ability. Evelyn stopped talking about it, went into the room, stepped over Maeve, who was sleeping on the floor, glanced at Mira on the bed, and asked her if she had caused any trouble. Ryan said no. Everyone was playing games together, and Mira was having a great time. He then noticed that Evelyn's hands and clothes were also covered in blood, though it had already dried. Evelyn was relieved to hear this, and then said there was something else she wanted to discuss with him. She looked Ryan up and down and slowly began to tell him not to be a mercenary anymore. She wanted Ryan to stay and work at the tavern and spend some time with Mira whenever he had free time. Mira couldn't stay still, and Evelyn only felt at ease when someone was watching over her. The conditions were straightforward. 10 silver coins a day, all-inclusive food and lodging, and she could also find Ryan another house nearby. Ryan fell into deep thought, his mind racing. If he remembered correctly, this situation should be called being kept by a sugar daddy, right? Chapter 20, Ryan's Ideal. No, I still have ideals. Ryan solemnly rejected Evelyn's offer of financial support. A true man should not be subservient to others. He was a young man with ideals and ambitions, and he would not stop until he found 100 different beast-eared girls. Seeing his resolute attitude, Evelyn didn't try to persuade him further, only saying that he could come downstairs to find her if he needed anything, and turned to leave. Ryan quickly called her back. Evelyn raised an eyebrow, thinking he had changed his mind. Ryan shook his head and asked only one question. Are we friends? To get the encyclopedia bonus, Ryan was really going all out. Upon hearing this question, Evelyn fell silent. She looked down at Ryan, as if seriously considering it, and after a moment asked, What do you think? Ryan was somewhat exasperated. He was the one who asked the question, yet the question had been thrown back at him. Evelyn simply shrugged and said casually that his answer was the answer. Ryan nodded immediately, saying that he considered her a friend at least. Evelyn narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a half-smile. Then we're friends. She usually seemed so proper, but at this moment she inexplicably resembled a bad woman. Just as Ryan was about to retort, Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. The moment the door closed, a system notification rang in Ryan's ears. Evelyn's character profile has been updated. Acquaintance and becoming friends have been achieved, but close friendship and healthy male-female relationships are not yet complete. The current reward is a 30% increase in strength, stamina, and agility. Ryan clenched his fist and waved it casually. Just as he was about to sense the change, he found Ellie staring at him expectantly. He asked Ellie if she had fallen asleep. Ellie nodded, struggled to sit up from his arms, and said she had slept for a while and was much more awake now. But Ryan could tell she was still groggy. If Evelyn hadn't come back early, she probably would have continued sleeping. It was only noon, and Ryan told her to finish her lunch and rest for a while. Ellie shook her head, saying that was enough. Ryan was eager to test the enhancements from the encyclopedia, so he reached out a hand to Ellie, intending to use her to test his strength. Despite Ellie's slender arms and legs, according to her previous statement, her strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, and she could even crush bones with her bare hands. Yesterday's mercenaries were a case in point. Ryan only asked Ellie to subdue them, but their hands were all crushed. Ellie didn't understand what he meant and looked at him questioningly. Ryan explained that he wanted to test his grip strength. Ellie nodded, gently took his hand, and then gradually increased the pressure. At first, Ryan could barely hold on, feeling that his grip strength was about the same as Ellie's. But soon that little hand gripped tighter and tighter, and a stinging sensation came instantly. Ryan immediately called a halt. Ellie quickly released her grip and calmly commented, a little stronger than the average person. Ryan looked at his hand, which had been squeezed red, and shook it in pain. Even with a 30% increase in strength, he was only slightly stronger than an average person. He couldn't help but ask Ellie just how strong she was. Ellie replied expressionlessly, killing someone with my bare hands is no problem. I can grab their neck and squeeze them to death, or I could just stab their throat with my fingers. Seeing Ryan's strange expression, she added, I can demonstrate next time. Ryan fell into deep thought. The average adult male's grip strength is around 40 to 50 kilograms, and the force required to crush a spine is extremely exaggerated. Ellie's grip strength is comparable to the bite force of a wild beast, which is simply beyond the realm of humans. He suddenly became worried. What if Ellie got too excited and accidentally broke him in two? Ellie seemed to sense his concerns and explained that she could precisely control her power and wouldn't accidentally hurt him. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he also realized that he didn't really understand Ellie at all. Not only was her strength far beyond that of ordinary people, but she also seemed to have been able to fly yesterday. When Ryan asked about it, Ellie's eyes immediately lit up, and she admitted that she could fly briefly, but the magic consumed a lot of magic power. Ryan immediately became interested and asked her to demonstrate. Ellie stood up, her feet leaving the ground, her body soaring into the air, her hands even touching the wooden ceiling. Ryan watched with envy and immediately asked himself if he could learn it. Who wouldn't want to learn flying magic and fly around in the sky whenever they had free time? Ellie nodded and said yes, but Ryan had no foundation. Magic usually has to be learned from a very young age, so it would probably take a long time to practice. Before she could finish speaking, a childish voice interrupted her. Do you want to learn magic? Ryan turned around and saw that Mira was already awake. She was sitting on the bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and mumbled that her mother had recently made her learn magic, which was very difficult to learn, even more difficult than arithmetic. Ryan was somewhat skeptical. Mira yawned, hugged him from behind, and said that if they wanted to learn, she could take them to her mother's study to see the magic books, where everything was available. Ryan didn't immediately agree. It was impolite to enter someone's study without permission, so he asked Evelyn while he went downstairs for lunch. Evelyn readily agreed, only reminding them not to make a mess of the study. After lunch, Maeve was full of energy, skipping and hopping behind Ryan, vowing that she would definitely learn a powerful magic and impress everyone. Mira held a bowl of exquisite stew, eating while muttering a reminder that magic wasn't so easy to learn. Maeve's attention was quickly drawn to the stew. She moved closer to Mira, staring at the significantly larger piece of meat in the bowl, trying to coax her into taking a bite. Mira immediately hugged the bowl and pulled away. Ryan pulled Maeve away, annoyed that she was still thinking about the children's food after just eating. Maeve said, feeling wronged, that she just wanted to try it, as the chunks of meat in the stew were too big. Ryan decisively rejected the offer, not giving her another chance to embarrass herself. The study was right across from the tavern waitress's room. You could see it as soon as you went upstairs. Mira handed the bowl to Ryan, then pulled out a small bunch of keys from somewhere and tiptoed to unlock the door. The moment the door was pushed open, a faint scent of almonds and vanilla wafted out. The room had no windows, and 3 walls were lined with bookshelves overflowing with books, at least several hundred books in total. In this era, books were expensive, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford so many. This further convinced Ryan that Evelyn's financial resources were indeed extraordinary. Mira turned to look at him and asked what kind of magic he wanted to learn. Maeve, however, spoke first, her eyes full of anticipation. Is there magic that can conjure food? I'm always hungry, hee hee. Chapter 21. Can we be together? Maeve, that scoundrel, can't read at all, yet she insists on sitting next to Ryan and reading. She's so anxious she's scratching her head and asking Mira if she can teach her to read, because she can't understand a single word. Ryan, annoyed that she was in the way, shoved the half-eaten piece of black bread into her mouth and told her to take her food and go to the side. Maeve immediately quieted down and slumped to the door to eat her bread. Mira went into the study and saw Maeve still standing at the door eating. She quickly pushed her out, muttering that her mother had said that you can't eat in the study because breadcrumbs will attract mice and bugs. Maeve, unconvinced, retorted that she had been eating just moments before. Mira solemnly declared that she had finished eating before coming in and gave Maeve another push. Maeve had no choice but to take the bread and run to Myra's room, eventually settling down on the carpet to pass the time. Ryan pulled a book from the shelf, touched the rough, sturdy parchment, and casually flipped to a page. Although the system could translate text in real time, the densely packed small characters still gave him a headache. He squatted down in front of Mira, holding the book, and pointed to the spell, asking if he could learn the fireball spell. Mira nodded and said yes, her mother said it was the simplest beginner magic, and a talented person could learn it in about a month. Ryan gently hugged the little girl and asked her if she knew how. Mira whispered that she knew a little, but as she spoke, her ears drooped. She remembered those bad guys from yesterday. She had tried to fight back with a fireball spell, but she was beaten before she could even succeed. Ryan's heart softened, and he reached out to pat her head, asking her to show him. Mira said the study wouldn't work, so she pulled Ryan to the ladder and led him to the roof of the tavern. Standing on the rooftop, the street in front was laid out before him, and even the city gate could be seen in the distance. The pungent smell of excrement was gone from the air. Ryan thought that if a fence were added here, it would indeed be a very suitable place to rest. Worried that Mira might fall, he bent down and picked her up, found a relatively safe spot to stand, and reminded her to shoot where no one was around, and not to set the house on fire. Mira nodded, raised her hand diagonally towards the sky, and then chanted a long, tongue-twisting incantation. Soon, a complex red magic circle appeared around her severed arm. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that the incantation was far too long, and it was impossible to use it to ambush someone. No wonder the mercenaries would slap her when they saw her chanting the spell. Just then, a fireball the size of a fist shot out from the magic circle, flying straight into the distance and quickly disappearing without a trace. Ryan gazed into the distance, marveling at how far it was, and couldn't help but worry that it might set the bushes outside the city on fire. After he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with Mira and realized that the girl was also unsure. Ryan could only reassure himself that everything should be all right, and told Mira to go downstairs first before he climbed down himself. Back in the study, Ryan saw Ellie flipping through a magic book and casually asked her if she could read. Ellie nodded gently, closed the book, and stood obediently to the side. The fireball spell was obscure and difficult to pronounce, like a jumble of unrelated words pieced together. Ryan couldn't memorize it even after reading it several times. He flipped through a few more pages and found that the more advanced the spell, the more absurd the incantation became. One of the spells was called Fire Meteor Shower, and the incantation alone filled an entire page. Ryan thought to himself, if he were to encounter bandits in the middle of nowhere, he'd probably be hacked to pieces before he even finished reciting it. He couldn't help but ask Ellie if she could teach him the murder magic directly, as these incantations were far too troublesome. Ellie replied expressionlessly that before learning the murder magic, he must first memorize the incantation, even the simplified version. Ryan sighed. Memorization was his worst skill. He consistently scored in the single digits in English back in the day, and failed courses and had to retake them every year in college. Asking him to memorize spells now was practically asking him to die. He tried to concentrate, raised his hand, and chanted the spell, but nothing happened after a long time. Mira laughed happily beside him, saying that Ryan was an idiot for chanting the spell wrong and that he had to memorize it carefully. Ryan could only pick up the book again and start memorizing the incantation seriously. Seeing that he was clueless, Ellie unusually spoke up, reminding him not to focus all his attention on the incantation. It didn't matter if he mispronounced it a little. The key was to imagine that he had a fireball in his hand. Mira chimed in, saying that her mother had taught her the same thing, but it was easier said than done. Ryan then realized that magic also required imagination. Although he was just a beginner, he was extremely good at daydreaming. A jumble of chaotic images flashed through his mind, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Maeve happened to walk into the study, looking at him with a puzzled expression, and asked her master why he was smiling like a villain. Ryan coldly threatened her, saying that if she dared to talk nonsense again, he would touch her ears that night. Upon hearing this, Maeve promptly covered her ears and ran away. Ryan gathered his emotions again and began chanting the spell once more. This time, he clearly visualized a round fireball in his mind, and then felt a warm current surging through his arm. The heat grew stronger, even becoming scalding. One deep red magic circle after another appeared on his arm, while pale yellow fireballs condensed in his palm, causing a slight stinging sensation. At the same time, a strange impulse arose in his heart to release the fireball and burn the surrounding area to ashes. Mira was stunned, completely unprepared for Ryan to have learned the fireball spell so quickly. She hurriedly shouted at him not to use fireballs here and to put out the fire immediately. Before Ryan could react, Ellie had already thrown a water ball, extinguishing the flames in his palm. It must be said, she was indeed reliable. She had been watching him closely since he began chanting the incantation, fearing something might go wrong. After Mira snapped out of her daze, she excitedly rushed over and hugged Ryan, saying he learned so quickly. She had practiced this fireball spell for months, but Ryan had mastered it after only watching it once. Evelyn, who was downstairs, heard the commotion and came up. She glanced at Mira first, then looked at Ryan, and asked him what was wrong, as she could hear the shouting from downstairs. Evelyn still smelled faintly of smoke. Mira grabbed Ryan's clothes and excitedly told her mother that Ryan had learned magic in just one glance, and she wanted to be with him when she grew up. Was that okay? Chapter 22, How About Sitting on My Lap? This was hardly a rest. Ryan felt more tired than usual today. The morning was relatively easy. He played rock, paper, scissors with Mira for a while, and then let them cuddle and sleep for a bit. But by the afternoon, things had turned into a nightmare. Those tongue-twisting and bizarre incantations were giving him a headache. In comparison, the system was much easier. It would grant him a boost to his physical strength as soon as it said it would, without requiring any thought. Lying in bed, Ryan lamented inwardly. System, I don't want to work hard anymore. The system immediately retorted, learning the simplest fireball spell, is this tiring? If you don't endure the hardships of magic now, you'll have to endure the hardships of life later. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. His parents used to say the same thing, but he never imagined that even after transmigrating to another world, he couldn't escape studying. He slowly sat up, deciding to wait until he had money to buy a magic book later. For now, he just wanted to have some fun and relax. He looked at Ellie sitting on the pile of clothes, and their eyes met. Ever since Mira said she wanted to be with Ryan that afternoon, Ellie had been secretly glancing at him, her gaze somewhat strange. Ryan asked her what was wrong, why she'd been spying on him all day. Ellie buried half her face behind her knees and glanced again at Maeve, who was taking a shower behind the curtain. When Ryan saw her cat ears twitching slightly, he couldn't resist anymore and beckoned her over, wanting to touch them. Ellie obediently walked to the bedside, sat down, and offered her ears. Just as Ryan was about to enjoy himself, Ellie spoke softly, saying that her master resembled an old friend of hers. Ryan stroked her cat ears and asked if she was a friend from the island. Ellie nodded, as if lost in memories. Ryan pressed her for details about how they resembled each other and asked if she could tell him about that person. Ellie remained silent for a while, before saying that the person also liked to pet her head and tail. Ryan immediately stated that he was simply a cat lover and that liking cat ears was normal. Maeve, behind the curtain, peeked out briefly before quickly retreating back inside. Ellie continued, saying that her name was also given to her by that friend, while Ryan and the others gave her the exact same name. Ryan scratched his face. He had simply read the name displayed by the system, never expecting it to be the right one by accident. Ellie added that her friend was just as nervous as Ryan when she first learned magic, and ended up accidentally setting the house on fire. Ryan then understood why Ellie had used a water balloon to put out the fire as soon as he had his problem that afternoon. He asked what his friend's name was. Ellie suddenly fell silent, her cat ears going limp, as if the question had drained her of her strength. After a moment, she whispered, "That person's name is Amy." After saying that, Ellie got up and walked toward the pile of clothes she was sleeping in, saying she was going to sleep first. Ryan patted the person next to him and half-jokingly asked her if she wanted to come along and talk about her friend some more. Behind the curtain, Maeve immediately cursed, calling him a pervert. Ryan told her to take her own shower, but Maeve stubbornly insisted she was cursing someone else. There were only 3 people in the room, and Ryan was momentarily at a loss for words. He was just about to teach Maeve a lesson when she immediately apologized and begged him not to torture her. Her change of heart was so swift that Ryan was speechless. Ryan looked at Ellie again and saw that she seemed a little hesitant, so he continued to coax her, saying that it was just sleeping in the same bed and that he was a gentleman who would never do anything. Ellie still shook her head and insisted on sleeping on the floor. Ryan didn't press the matter further. After all, Ellie's strength was undeniable, and if provoked too much, she could crush him in two in a matter of minutes. Maeve came out after taking a shower, wearing the long dress she had bought yesterday. The light brown dress itself wasn't particularly attractive, but on her, it made her figure look exceptionally striking. Maeve walked up to Ryan, twirled gracefully, and asked with a smile if the dress was pretty. Ryan honestly replied that the dress was so, but she was beautiful. Maeve didn't believe it, pouting as she said that no one had ever complimented her on her looks since she was a child. Ryan thought to himself that although she wasn't as stunning as Ellie, she would definitely be considered a class beauty in his original world. He added that at first glance she did seem a bit silly, like a little fool, but the more he looked at her, the more pleasing she became, and he gradually found her attractive. Maeve, annoyed, lightly slapped him twice, asking herself what was so silly about her. Ryan didn't mention how she had drooled over her earlier. He just waved his hand dismissively and said that, in any case, the more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Maeve stood with her hands behind her back, staring intently at him to make sure it was true. Ryan made a vow that she couldn't understand at all, but which was incredibly oath-like to him, indicating that he was absolutely not lying to her. Although Maeve kept a straight face, her mood had clearly improved, and she smiled and said she would take it seriously. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Ryan immediately pressed his advantage. He addressed her formally as the beautiful Miss Maeve and asked if he could touch her ears, since he had always been interested in furry things. Upon hearing this, Maeve's ears drooped instantly, and she muttered softly, "So that's why you praise me." Ryan immediately denied it, saying that he genuinely thought she was beautiful. Maeve circled him twice before finally relenting, saying that since he had praised her, she would let him touch her ear. However, she emphasized that he could only touch her ear and no other part of her body was allowed. Ryan assured her repeatedly. Maeve stared into his eyes for a moment, then finally made up her mind, sat down beside him, and slowly lowered her head, whispering a reminder to be gentle. Looking at Maeve's voluptuous figure, Ryan suddenly had a bolder idea. He said that touching her like this was too tiring, and he had a better way. Maeve blushed before he could even make a move, and asked in confusion, "You find touching my ears tiring? What's the method?" Ryan looked at her and asked slowly, "How about you sit on my lap and let me touch your ears?" Chapter 23. Wanting to touch the Tsundere, Evelyn's beast ears. The next morning, Ryan took Ellie and Maeve out as usual. Ellie still hadn't slept well the night before, yawning constantly and looking exhausted. Maeve was still sulking. Because Ryan had accidentally touched her bottom last night, she had been pouting since this morning, occasionally muttering under her breath and refusing to talk to Ryan. It wasn't until the three of them arrived at the tavern that she took Ryan's arm again, speaking in a soft, coquettish voice, saying she wanted to eat stewed chicken. Ryan glanced at her and asked her if she even wanted to eat dragon meat. Maeve nodded immediately, indicating she would eat as much as she could, and nuzzled Ryan with her head, wiping her wolf fur onto his clothes. Ryan only had 15 silver coins left, intending to have a light breakfast and a better meal later. But Maeve kept begging, and he finally ordered 3 bowls of stew, along with some black bread. As they were eating, Evelyn came over and stood next to Ryan with her arms crossed. She asked Ryan what his plans were for the day, and if he was free, he could come upstairs to play with Mira like he did yesterday, and she would pay for it. Maeve was thrilled to hear that she could play all day, and immediately nodded excitedly, her smile almost reaching her ears. Ryan certainly liked the paid vacation, but he was penniless and couldn't live off it forever. His priority was to earn money to improve his life, and ideally, rent another room. After all, there were already 3 people living in the house, and if they were to buy more slaves, the space would only become more cramped. So Ryan shook his head and said he would go another time. He wanted to take on a job today to earn some money. Evelyn squinted at him for a moment, then whispered to him that mercenaries had discovered a cave leading underground outside the city, where many goblins were hiding. Viscount Pavel and a merchant guild were recruiting mercenaries to clear out the lair. Maeve, her mouth stuffed with black bread, listened quietly alongside Ellie. Ryan brushed the breadcrumbs off his hands and asked directly how the payment would be. Evelyn replied, 40 silver coins a day. Ryan glanced at Ellie and Maeve beside him. The price was indeed good. If they stayed underground for a few more days, their current financial problems would be largely solved, and they might even be able to rent a decent place near the plaza. He then asked about the level of danger and the number of people in the group. Evelyn said there were more than 50 people in total, and even more if you included the slaves. The scouts had already gone down to explore the area several times and heard that it wasn't too dangerous. As she continued, she deliberately lowered her voice to add that Viscount Pavel's son, young Master Wit, would also be going down with him. In the past, she would never have revealed such detailed information. A team of 50 men is already a considerable force in Calydorn. After all, the total population of the entire city and nearby villages is just over 10,000, and in peacetime, there are at most 300 or 400 mercenaries and soldiers. Moreover, the Lord's son was also in the group, so their safety shouldn't be too bad. After a moment's thought, Ryan agreed to accept the commission. Evelyn nodded, telling him to come with her after he finished eating, as the group would be setting off later. Ryan then asked if she could help prepare some supplies, and Evelyn didn't refuse, turning to go into the kitchen to instruct the maids to get to work. Maeve immediately leaned over, eagerly asking if she could have stewed chicken as soon as she got back. Ryan said it depended on her performance. This girl seemed particularly obsessed with eating chicken. Ever since she saw Ellie have it, she'd been thinking about it every few days. Upon hearing that there was hope, Maeve immediately said that she would definitely do her best. After saying that, She lowered her head and mumbled something in a voice so soft that Ryan couldn't hear it even when he got close. After breakfast, the tavern waitress brought supplies from the kitchen. There was black bread and cured meat, as well as several heavy water sacks. If used sparingly, it would be enough for the three of them to eat and drink for 3 days. Evelyn reminded Ryan that the cost of supplies would be deducted from his payment. She then whispered a few more words to the maid before leading Ryan away from the tavern. The meeting point was just outside the square, which Ryan happened to pass by on his way to the tavern. At that moment, a large group of mercenaries were gathered on the street, wearing all kinds of armor, standing in 2s and 3s, whistling and teasing the women passing by. Several soldiers stood at the front of the column, clad in plate armor and helmets, well-equipped and conspicuous. Ryan also spotted numerous beast-human slaves within the column, all male, their equipment worn and tattered. Evelyn told Ryan to wait where he was, then strode over to a nobleman in plate armor, said a few words coldly, and pointed towards Ryan. A short while later, she returned to tell Ryan that everything was arranged. She told Ryan to go down with the group and that she needed to go back to the tavern first. But after saying that, she stood there with her hands behind her back, not leaving immediately, as if she still had something to say. Seeing this, Ryan asked her if she had anything else to say. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Evelyn's fox ears on her head. After a slight pause, he suddenly said that he wanted to touch her ears. Evelyn glared at him and asked if he wanted to hear what she was saying. Then, she softened her tone and reminded Ryan to be careful underground, as Mira would be very upset if he didn't come back. Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile as he countered with a question. Was it Mira who was sad, or her? Evelyn immediately replied, "Of course it's Mira." With that, she straightened Ryan's collar, turned, and left without looking back. Maeve nudged Ryan with her shoulder and muttered under her breath, saying he was such a pervert for wanting to touch everyone's ears. Ryan immediately retorted, "How is touching an ear perverted? Stop slandering me." As he spoke, he handed Maeve his and Ellie's supplies, indicating that since she couldn't do anything else anyway, she could take the food and drinks. Maeve suddenly grinned lewdly, obediently accepting the supplies, her mouth stretching almost to the back of her ears. She valued food above all else. She would rather lose herself than lose her food. The only thing that worried Ryan was whether she would sneak a bite. This little glutton couldn't control her mouth at all. If he wasn't careful, all the supplies for the three of them might end up in her stomach. Ryan narrowed his eyes and warned her that if she dared to steal food and got caught, she was dead. Maeve patted her chest and promised that although she was greedy, she would never steal food. But as soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but swallow. Ryan stared at her and said coldly that it had better be that way, or she would suffer. Just then, a strange male voice came from behind. "Why are there female slaves here? They usually don't take women with them when they go underground." Ryan turned around and saw that the speaker was the nobleman who had just spoken with Evelyn. Chapter 24, Evelyn's Special Care. The young nobleman was clad in expensive plate armor, practically armed to the teeth, and was followed by 2 attendants wielding maces. Ryan had never dealt with nobles before, but he sensed that this man was arrogant and would probably be difficult to deal with. He thought for a moment, then pointed to Ellie beside him and explained that she was a slave from White Mist Island, far more powerful than ordinary people. The young nobleman retorted, "Can a mercenary afford a slave from White Mist Island?" He then looked at Maeve, frowning as he asked what she did for a living. Ryan glanced at Maeve and casually said that she was just helping to carry things and wouldn't participate in the fight. Maeve immediately widened her eyes, pretending to be serious, clearly not happy to be treated like a useless person. The young nobleman spoke coldly, ordering Ryan to send Maeve back. He said that women would only be a burden underground, and might be terrified if they encountered any monsters. His tone was firm, as if he were giving a command. Ryan sighed inwardly, realizing he really couldn't get along with noblemen. But he still said, "Let Maeve come along. She might come in handy at a crucial moment." Maeve quickly nodded in agreement. The other party clearly didn't expect Ryan to dare to refute them. They raised an eyebrow, and their voice became even colder. "You dare to question my decision?" Ryan was stunned for a moment and instantly realized that in this world, the idea of equality for all simply didn't work. Just as he was about to quit, Evelyn suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said to the young nobleman, "Young Master Wit, this is my friend. Please take care of him." Wit's expression softened somewhat. He glanced at Ryan again, but didn't pursue the matter further. He turned and left with his 2 servants. Ryan looked at Evelyn, wondering why she was back at the tavern. Evelyn didn't explain, but pulled him aside and whispered what had happened, reminding him to just do what the nobleman said. Ryan waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't get along with such arrogant people and would rather take on other work. Evelyn retorted that most nobles were like that, and asked if he hadn't seen it in his hometown. Ryan was momentarily speechless and could only admit that he indeed hadn't. Evelyn then told him that the man was named Wit, the son of Viscount Pavel and the future heir to Caeldorn. She added that although Wit seemed harsh, he wasn't as difficult to get along with as Ryan thought. Ryan glanced over and saw Wit chatting with a guard, his face no longer stern. Ryan asked, "Is this guy a good person?" Evelyn hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said that good person was a very high compliment for her. Victor could only barely be considered one. Ryan sighed, understanding dawning on him. Although this man had aristocratic airs, he was at least an upright knight. Evelyn shook her head helplessly, patted him on the shoulder, and said she had to go back to the tavern, hoping he wouldn't cause any trouble. Ryan responded and watched her leave before returning to Ellie's side. Maeve, carrying the supplies, immediately laughed gleefully and asked if he had been scolded. Ryan irritably told her to behave herself on the journey and not to cause any trouble. Maeve patted her chest, assuring him that she was absolutely honest, and even asked Ryan if he didn't know her well. But it was precisely because he knew her so well that Ryan felt this girl was the most unreliable, so he could only sigh and casually stroke Ellie's cat ears to calm himself down. Then he suddenly noticed that almost all the mercenaries around him were wearing armor. Most of them wore chainmail or leather armor, and the lesser ones wore cotton armor. Only the slaves wore thin linen shirts. Compared to the others, the 3 of them really looked like tourists. Ryan then told Ellie that when they came back this time, they should get a decent set of equipment, and asked her if she wore armor when she trained on White Mist Island. Ellie nodded, saying she would use leather armor to protect her torso. Ryan then asked about plate armor and chainmail. Ellie shook her head, thinking those weren't flexible enough and wouldn't suit her, adding that they were mostly worn by men. She pointed to the person next to Wit. There stood a dark-skinned, burly male beast man, carrying a heavy iron hammer on his shoulder, wearing thick plate armor but no helmet, with a pair of conspicuous beast ears standing upright on his head. Ryan noticed that the man's eyes were very similar to Ellie's, so he asked him if he was also from White Mist Island. Ellie answered softly, yes. Maeve suddenly let out a lewd laugh and asked Ryan if he even wanted to touch men's ears. Ryan was speechless and asked her what kind of pervert she thought he was. Ryan wasn't a round-faced, bearded, muscular tough guys like this, and he had absolutely no interest in men's ears. The 3 waited outside the square for a while, until noon, before the procession slowly moved towards the north gate. As Ryan crossed the square, he saw Evelyn standing at the tavern entrance. Their eyes met briefly, then she turned and left. Seeing this, Maeve immediately leaned over and asked if the tavern owner had a crush on him, as he had not only been giving him special treatment today, but had also been secretly watching him. Ryan looked blank and asked when this had happened. Maeve said it was during meals, and Evelyn would always rest her chin on her hand and glance at him. Ryan's lips curled into a smug smile, and he said it was probably because he was too handsome. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of being looked at by others. Maeve pouted and said disdainfully that Evelyn was so old, yet he still wouldn't let her go. He really had no taste. Ryan, however, disagreed. Evelyn was only 26, the perfect age. He said, feigning profundity, that Maeve was too young to understand these things, but would when she grew older. Maeve muttered under her breath that he wasn't much older than her, and must just like older women. Ryan smiled and replied, not old, just right. Then he gave Maeve a meaningful look and asked her why her tone sounded so sour. Was she jealous of Evelyn? Maeve thought about it seriously and actually nodded in admission that she was indeed a little jealous. After all, such a large tavern must have plenty of food. Ryan then realized that the 2 of them were completely on different wavelengths. He instinctively looked at Ellie, only to find his eyes meeting hers. Chapter 25. I like having my ears touched. Young Master Wit rode ahead on horseback, with his attendants leading the way, while Ryan obediently followed at the back of the procession. It was terribly hot that day, and Ryan's clothes were soaked with sweat shortly after leaving the city. He took a sip of water from Maeve's back, and out of the corner of his eye, he met Ellie's gaze again. Ellie kept glancing at him the whole way, as if she wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. Ryan asked her if she wanted some water too, and Ellie shook her head, then perked up her cat ears. Ryan was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. "You don't mean you want me to touch your ears, do you? You're such a little glutton." He had initially thought Ellie didn't have this need, but it turned out she seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Ellie didn't answer, but simply turned her head away to look elsewhere, clearly unable to voice this request. Maeve, standing nearby, sighed in feigned deep sorrow, crying out, "Ellie has fallen." Her voice wasn't quiet, and the mercenaries in front turned to look at her. Even young Master Wit slowed his horse to look over. Ryan patted Maeve on the shoulder, telling her to be quiet and not to be so startling. Then, he placed his hand on Ellie's head, gently kneading her fluffy cat ears, and casually asked her if she wanted to touch her tail. Ellie immediately shook her head vigorously, refusing very decisively. It seems she only likes having her ears touched, not her tail. Maeve, watching from the side, was quite puzzled, muttering to herself, "Is having her ears touched really that comfortable?" Ryan countered by asking her if she had enjoyed it yesterday as well. Maeve immediately denied it, saying she hadn't, and only let Ryan touch her because he seemed to like it. But last night, she had been moaning with pleasure, and if he hadn't accidentally touched her bottom, she would have almost passed out from pleasure. Ryan said that liars are dogs, but Maeve just snorted and didn't care at all. The group had traveled about 2 kilometers outside the city when Vittorio suddenly stopped. He dismounted, spurred his horse, and led the group into the depths of the woods, his heavy plate armor creaking with each step. The forest was teeming with snakes, and before long, one of the mercenaries was bitten on the buttocks by a snake, forcing the accompanying priest to force-feed him a bitter-tasting antidote. Seeing this, Ryan immediately sent Maeve ahead to scout the way, while he himself proceeded with extreme caution. Maeve, her face contorted with misery, forcefully swept aside the weeds in front of her with her sword sheath, complaining that Ryan was too cruel and what if she were bitten to death by a snake. Ryan comforted her, saying that they were at the back of the group and the path ahead had been trodden by others. Even if there were snakes, they would have been driven away long ago. Moreover, Maeve is incredibly lucky, even though she's a bit of a fool. Ryan thinks she's unlikely to get into any trouble. Just then, Ellie patted Maeve on the shoulder and said she would go first. She could hear the snakes moving, and the venom had little effect on her. Maeve immediately handed over the scabbard, almost crying with gratitude, saying that Ellie was such a good person. She then gave Ryan a pitiful look. For some reason, Ryan found this rascal even more adorable. The group continued forward, and after walking for a while, the group suddenly stopped. The mercenaries at the back peered ahead and asked what had happened. Soon, a servant's voice came from ahead, saying that they had arrived at their destination, and scouts were scouting ahead. Everyone should stay put and wait for them to return. There were too many people around, making it impossible for Ryan to see what was in front of him. He could only wait patiently with Ellie and Maeve. After a while, the mercenaries finally received the order to enter the cave. Ryan followed the group forward step by step. A few minutes later, only a few mercenaries remained on the surface. Wit had already led the way down, leaving only an impatient servant up there to urge them on. The cave was much larger than the previous ones, large enough for 3 people to walk side by side, and its edges were exceptionally smooth, as if it had been drilled out by something. Ellie glanced at it and immediately judged, "This is a hole dug by a burrowing worm." Ryan asked what a burrowing worm was. Ellie explained that it was a huge underground monster that dark elves often tame to dig burrows, and it was not easy to deal with. Upon hearing the word insects, Maeve's ears immediately drooped, and she muttered under her breath that she hated insects the most. The servant beside her impatiently urged them to leave, saying that there were only the 3 of them left. Ryan reminded the servant that Ellie had said the hole was dug by a burrowing worm, and asked if they should inform Wit. The servant, however, didn't believe him, insisting that only goblins were underground and urging them to hurry in. Ryan had a feeling something was about to happen. He looked at Ellie and asked if she could beat the thing. Ellie replied that she couldn't, but she could protect the three of them. With those words, Ryan felt a little more at ease. After all, Ellie was always reliable. Gazing at the flickering firelight inside the cave, he went down first, with Ellie following behind. She opened her palm, and a flame ignited in it, instantly brightening the surroundings considerably. The tunnel leading underground was long and winding downwards. The deeper they went, the more humid the air became, and before long, Ryan heard the sound of stream. At the end of the passage was a more spacious underground cavity, inside which flowed a gently moving underground river. Ryan looked up and around, feeling as if the place had been hollowed out by something, with glowing mushrooms emitting a ghostly blue light in the darkness. The incoming firelight startled the bats in the cave, which swooped over the mercenaries' heads, screeching as they flew deeper into the cave. Maeve, being timid, clung tightly to Ryan's arm at the sound of the strange noise, her ears drooping, saying it was too dark in there. Ryan told her not to be afraid. After all, Ellie was right there beside her. He turned to look at Ellie, and in the darkness, her pupils appeared large and round. In fact, it wasn't just Maeve who was scared. Several timid mercenaries also cowered and wished they could find a corner to hide in immediately. Wick glanced back at the crowd, lifted his helmet visor, and shouted, "Listen up. That's the camp of those green-skinned bastards ahead. When the battle begins, no one is allowed to retreat." Seeing his ostentatious manner, Ryan subconsciously shook his head and muttered something ominous. Maeve grew even more frightened, clinging tightly to his arm and asking in a trembling voice what was wrong. Ryan shook his head, saying he couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he had a very bad feeling and hoped it was just his imagination. He then cautiously looked around. Chapter 26. He actually feels sorry for me. The group continued deeper into the cave. Not long after, Ryan found a goblin corpse by the roadside with its throat slit, clearly a sentry who had been taken care of beforehand. It seemed they weren't far from the goblin camp. Ryan drew a dagger from his waist and handed it to Maeve beside him, telling her to hold it for self-defense, lest she be dragged away by the goblins later. Maeve nodded repeatedly. Carrying supplies for 3 people, she was already inconvenient to move around, so she could only grip her dagger tightly and carefully follow behind the group. After walking for a while, the scouts ahead turned back and signaled for everyone to extinguish their torches. They then held hands and groped their way forward in the dark. As soon as the fires went out, the cave was plunged into complete darkness. Ellie took Ryan's hand, and Ryan took Maeve's. The 3 of them groped their way forward, Ryan not daring to take big steps, afraid of tripping over stone. The occasional groans of mercenaries falling over could be heard from ahead. Judging from the noise, they were clearly taking serious falls. Ryan lowered his voice and asked Ellie if she could see the way in such darkness. Ellie said she could see clearly even with the faintest light, and showed him the glowing mushrooms in the distance. Ryan looked in that direction, but the nearest mushrooms were over 100 meters away, just a small pale blue dot. This made him marvel at how Ellie's eyes were like night vision goggles. Maeve, however, wasn't so relaxed. She said, with a sob in her voice, that it was too dark and she didn't dare to take a step. Ellie coldly reminded her that she would speak up if there were rocks ahead. The group continued onward, and after a short while, a faint light finally appeared ahead, and visibility improved slightly. At the same time, a strong, putrid stench assaulted Ryan's nostrils, making him wince. Maeve immediately covered her nose, her expression contorted, and she almost screamed. Ryan quickly told her to keep her voice down and hold it in. Soon, they saw the source of the stench. Several highly decomposed corpses lay on the ground, their clothes stripped off, making it almost impossible to tell if they were male or female. Countless white maggots swarmed on the corpse, and Ryan nearly vomited after just one glance. In contrast, Ellie seemed completely unfazed by the sight, not even flinching. The further you go, the more corpses you see. At a glance, there are at least dozens of them, piled up haphazardly by the roadside. Missing limbs are quite common. Goblins are monsters that eat people, and these rotting corpses are most likely their stored food. The mercenaries couldn't help but curse under their breath, saying that the people who had recently gone missing were probably all here. Some people gritted their teeth in hatred, saying they wanted to use the goblin's skull as a bowl. The impatient servant next to them immediately clicked his tongue and lowered his voice to silence everyone. The group moved forward another 10 meters or so, and Ryan finally saw a dilapidated ruin. 2 torches were stuck in the stone platform, and many goblins were patrolling around it. Whit lowered his body and stopped. The plate armor on his body would rattle with any movement. He couldn't get any closer. Then he whispered an order to the burly slave beside him. The next moment, the Beastman slave suddenly stood up and raised his iron hammer high. With a loud bang, the entire cave shook, and a shockwave instantly knocked several goblins in front of him to the ground. This was like the sounding of a battle horn. Young Master Wit raised his knight's sword and charged out with his squire, followed closely by the mercenaries who swarmed forward. More than 50 men rushed toward the camp in an instant. Startled, the goblins surged out of the camp like a tide. These green-skinned monsters charged and smashed wildly, brandishing spiked clubs, trying to stop the intruders. Ryan and his men were squeezed to the back and couldn't get to the front. They could only intercept the goblins who wanted to flank them from the side. However, the battle wasn't as chaotic as expected. It was almost entirely a one-sided massacre of goblins by the mercenaries. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and green corpses quickly covered the ground. Young Master Wit was indeed quite capable. He moved quickly and could even use magic that Ryan had never seen before. Each swing of his knight's sword unleashed a burst of flame, forcing back the charging goblins. The Beastman slave beside him was even more ferocious, not only agile, but also incredibly strong. Each swing of the hammer turned several goblins into mincemeat. The magical stalactites fired by the opponent were equally powerful, even capable of shattering stone pillars within the ruins. Judging solely from their combat performance, this male beast-human slave did indeed seem to be stronger than Ellie. Ryan quickly regained his composure and focused on the battle. He swung his sword and beheaded a goblin, then kicked away another attacking monster. Since awakening the Codex system, he hadn't personally engaged in combat for a long time, and only now did he realize that his reactions and movements were much more agile than before. Goblin attacks were now easy for him to dodge. Just as Ryan was getting into the swing of things, Ellie suddenly reached out to stop him, saying that she should do it instead, since blood was splattered all over her clothes. Ryan looked at the fair-skinned and beautiful Ellie before him, and couldn't help but smile. Compared to those burly male slaves, female slaves were definitely more pleasing to the eye. He wiped the blood off his sword and gave up his position to Ellie. Ellie asked him what he was laughing at, but with a flick of her wrist, several goblin heads flew off at the same time, much more efficiently than Ryan. Ryan answered honestly, saying it was nothing, he just thought Ellie was really pretty. Ellie didn't reply. Her attention was entirely focused on the goblin in front of her. Just then, Ryan suddenly realized that someone was missing beside him. Maeve had disappeared some time earlier. He looked around and finally found Maeve huddled in the shadows in a corner. Ryan pulled her out and asked her what she was doing hiding there. Maeve smiled and said that she would only be a hindrance to their fight if she stayed in front, and that she would be better off finding a place to hide. That expression certainly didn't look very smart. Ryan looked back. The battle was nearing its end. Goblin corpses piled up like small mountains, and the remaining surviving monsters began to scatter and flee. Wit and his servants cheered excitedly, as if they had won a great battle. Seeing that the danger had almost passed, Ryan let Maeve out so that they could clean up the battlefield. Upon hearing that she could find something, Maeve immediately perked up and staggered out. She was carrying quite a few supplies, but she was still very enthusiastic, although the goblins didn't really have anything valuable on them. Several mercenaries nearby were also scavenging on the ground. After his initial excitement subsided, Victor loudly reminded everyone not to pick up the junk, as there were still several camps to clear, and they should rest for a bit before continuing their journey. Ryan watched as Maeve picked up a few spike clubs, then thought for a moment and told her to put them down. Goblin equipment takes up space and isn't worth much. Carrying too many would only tire her out. Maeve paused for a moment, then obediently dropped the spiked club, muttering softly, "I didn't realize, Master, that you actually care about me." Chapter 27, These are slaves for personal use. Led by Wit, the team cleared out 3 goblin camps in succession. Although Ryan didn't do much himself, just traversing back and forth underground had already exhausted him considerably. Ellie was still holding on. She was strong and healthy, so this distance was nothing to her. But Maeve was in a much worse state. She was carrying a bunch of supplies, and after all that traveling, her strength was completely depleted. Her legs felt like lead, and she walked slower and slower until finally, with a pained expression, she wailed, "When can I rest? I am exhausted." Seeing her pitiful look, Ryan could only sigh, "Give me the supplies, Maeve, you flying thing." The 3 large water bags weighed nearly 20 pounds, which was fine for a short time, but carrying them for a long time would be really tiring. Okay. Maeve instantly perked up, deftly slung all the water pouches over Ryan's shoulders, turned around, and skipped forward with a sly smile on her face. Ryan immediately sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but yell, "Why are you acting like a dog? You don't seem tired at all. Take the water back." Maeve immediately stopped laughing, obediently took back a water pouch, and started to act pitiful and coquettish again. "Wah, master. I'm really tired. Please spare me." Ryan didn't bother arguing with her anymore. With one less bag of water, Maeve was clearly much more relaxed and happily followed by him. After walking for a while, Whit finally ordered a rest on the spot. His plate armor weighed at least 20 or 30 pounds, and after fighting 3 battles, he was exhausted. 2 attendants were helping him remove his armor. Ryan found a spot against the rock wall and sat down. The cave was pitch black, making it impossible to tell the time. He could only rely on his hunger to judge that it was probably afternoon outside. He took out the supplies Evelyn had prepared. The cured meat was dry and salty, sprinkled with salt as if it were free. Ryan only took 2 bites before wanting to drink water. Maeve, however, ate the cured meat as if it were her main dish, stuffing it in her mouth one bite after another, as if she had no sense of taste at all. Ryan reminded her, "Eat less, we have limited water, we'll be thirsty later." Maeve glanced at him, then looked at the water pouch beside her, and suddenly froze. She hesitated before asking, "Master, can't Ellie create water? Then why do we need to carry so much water?" She glanced at the other mercenaries, almost all of whom carried water pouches, and then muttered to herself, "Besides, there's a river underground, so there's no shortage of water." Ryan smirked, deliberately trying to scare her. "Of course, it's to torture you." Maeve immediately wilted, her face contorted with misery, and gently patted him twice, crying, "Why are you so mean?" Ellie sat to the side, silently munching on her black bread without saying a word. A mercenary next to her glanced at her sideways and sneered, "Stupid slave, the magic water will disappear in a while. Drinking too much will kill you." He added, "There are goblins everywhere underground. Those green-skinned beasts might poison the river upstream. Who would dare to drink the river water?" Maeve, her ears drooping from the scolding, shrank behind Ryan and remained silent. The mercenary's gaze suddenly changed, and he began to scrutinize Maeve and Ellie. The group consisted of over 50 people, but only the 2 of them were women. Ellie remained expressionless, seemingly completely unconcerned by the stares, but Maeve was clearly frightened. The mercenary immediately asked, "Your slave has a nice figure. How much for one time?" Maeve grew even more nervous, fearing that Ryan would really sell her off, and could only whisper, "Master, please don't." Ryan was a little annoyed and directly refused. "I'm a clean person. These are for my own use, not for sale." Seeing his unfriendly attitude, the mercenary curled his lip and said, "Tisich, this is boring." Then he moved to another place to sit. Maeve hid behind Ryan, willingly becoming his human cushion, and couldn't help but complain, "How can you humans be like this? It's so dangerous underground, yet you still have the mind to watch me and Ellie." This reaction was understandable for these young and impetuous mercenaries. Beautiful women naturally attract attention, even if they were just beast-like slaves. Ryan whispered a reminder to her, "Be careful, talk less, and don't attract attention." Then he looked at Ellie and said, "If anyone tries to take advantage of you, break their finger." Ellie nodded calmly. Okay. She didn't seem to take it to heart. After finishing his meal, Ryan turned his attention to the beastman's slave next to Whit. The guy was carrying a large iron hammer, wearing heavy plate armor, and was as strong as an ox. Ryan leaned closer to Ellie and asked in a low voice, if you and that guy with the hammer were to fight, who would have a better chance of winning? Ellie had noticed that he had been secretly watching the other person and answered directly, I would lose in a sparring match. I can't subdue him. But if it's a fight to the death, I would win. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? He was a little suspicious that Ellie was exaggerating. After all, that beast man looked really strong. Also from White Mist Island, according to the merchant, the male beastmen seemed to be stronger in combat. Ellie answered decisively. Really? Even two of them wouldn't be a match for me. She was always so serious that even when she was bragging, it sounded like the truth. Ryan then turned to Maeve and asked, What about you? Can you win? Maeve peeked out from behind him, her eyes wide. Me? Do you even need to ask? Look at that big guy. He could sit on me and kill me. She is quite self-aware. Just then, Ryan suddenly heard a scream. A mercenary pinned his slave to the ground. The slave begged for mercy, but was ultimately stabbed through the heart, and blood flowed almost to Ryan's feet. Someone nearby asked what was going on. The mercenary replied expressionlessly. The slave's knees were shattered by the goblin, and he can't even walk. Even if we take him out, he'll be crippled. We might as well kill him now. After saying that, he stripped the beast man of all his clothes and casually threw the corpse on the spot. Ellie seemed unfazed, not even flinching. Maeve stared at the scene in silence for a long time, finally drooping her ears and hiding behind Ryan again. Her voice trembled as she cautiously asked, Master, if I get hurt, could you please not kill me? Let me die on my own. Chapter 28, The Sudden Attack of the Demonic Insects. Ryan smirked and nodded, saying, Sure, if you get hurt, I'll grab some food, kick you, and run away without giving you a second glance. Maeve huffed in exasperation and shoved her forehead against his back. After a while, Ryan grew sleepy and yawned, telling Ellie to rest first, and he would take her turn when she woke up. Although with servants took turns keeping watch nearby, Ryan remained uneasy. He trusted only his close associates more than outsiders. Ellie said no. She could go without sleep for days on end without any problem. Ryan immediately objected. That won't do. You're our key player. We're counting on you for our livelihood. Listen to me. Stick your head over here. Ellie's cat ears twitched slightly, and she finally collapsed on Ryan's lap. Ryan casually played with her cat ears, then turned back to ask Maeve if she wanted to rest, and patted her other leg. Maeve objected, saying the dress was too pretty and she'd get it dirty lying on the floor. Ryan countered, asking if the dress would get dirty if he were on top of her. Maeve sat up slightly, leaned close to his ear, and whispered that the bad guys were looking at her strangely, that she didn't want to sleep outside, and that she was hoping a big bug would come and eat them all up. Ryan didn't bother to persuade her and continued to use her as a cushion. It has to be said that Maeve was indeed comfortable to lean against, and he quickly forgot about this little incident. After some time, Ellie finally fell asleep on his lap, even emitting soft snores. It was the first time Ryan had ever seen her sleep so soundly. Ellie is usually incredibly tense. The slightest noise from Ryan at night will make her open her eyes immediately. Last time, she finally managed to fall asleep, only to be interrupted by Evelyn knocking on the door. This time, at least no one was disturbing her. In her sleep, Ellie suddenly whispered, Amy. Ryan remembered that it was the friend who named Ellie. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person that girl was, and whether her personality was similar to Ellie's. After spacing out for a while, Ryan grew increasingly sleepy. With nothing else to do, he flipped through the system encyclopedia again, looking through the information on Ellie, Maeve, and Evelyn. All three had reached level 2 in terms of favorability, and Ryan wondered what would happen if they reached level 3. As Ryan was lost in thought, a muffled thud suddenly came from outside the camp. Immediately afterwards, the mercenaries' roar pierced the night. The goblins are coming. Get up, everyone. Arrows and stones rained down on the camp, while a small group of goblins, hiding behind, launched a frenzied attack with short bows and slingshots. A mercenary had barely gotten to his feet when an arrow struck him in the buttocks. Several larger goblins, clad in spiked armor, rampaged through the camp. Ellie sprang from Ryan's leg almost instantly, and after a brief moment of charging, decapitated them. With her in front of them, ordinary goblins couldn't get close at all. Maeve, still rubbing her eyes sleepily, asked what had happened. Ryan pulled her up, telling her to wake up. The camp was in complete chaos, with people constantly being injured and falling. Wick quickly regained his composure, brandishing his knight's sword and loudly directing the breakout. Sock, disrupt their formation. The rest of you, charge out with me. A stone wall rose up in front of the beastman, who then raised his war hammer and slammed it down. The shockwave spread out, sending swarms of goblins flying. Ryan followed the mercenary group, preparing to break through the encirclement. But as soon as he took a step, his belt was suddenly pulled by a tremendous force. Ellie, holding Ryan in one hand and Maeve in the other, charged in the opposite direction. The gale tore through the goblin formation, blasting a gap in it. Ryan didn't understand why she did this at first, until the next moment, a deep rumble came from the depths of the earth. A massive black monster burst from the ground in the center of the group, opening its enormous maw and instantly swallowing more than a dozen mercenaries. If they had continued charging with the main force, they would likely be the monster's prey by now. Ellie carried the two men as she fled, quickly disappearing into the darkness. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally put them down, her breathing becoming rapid. The sounds of mercenaries fighting could still be heard in the distance. She whispered a reminder, "Shh, don't speak yet, just follow me." Ryan was led by her through the darkness until they finally hid in a narrow cave. Once they were sure it was safe for the time being, Ellie breathed a sigh of relief and said she needed a rest. But Maeve soon brought bad news. "Master, the water pouch is gone. It was flying too fast just now, and I didn't hold on tight enough. There's only one water pouch left." Ellie lowered her voice to comfort him, saying that he could drink magic potions for the time being, and that it should last for another 2 or 3 days. It was pitch black all around, and Ryan asked again if they still had any food. Maeve quickly replied that the food was still there. She had tied it to her body earlier. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. If Ellie hadn't reacted quickly enough when that monster crawled out of the ground, he would definitely be inside its belly by now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, what was that thing? It was black, thick, and long. Ellie explained that it was a burrowing worm. When it digs underground, the ground shakes continuously, and she had heard that sound countless times before. Ryan then realized that he had indeed heard noises during the chaos, but he hadn't considered the possibility of a monster. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic monster since arriving in this world. The feeling of impending death made his legs weak. He smiled bitterly. That was terrifying. I almost had to restart. Goblins raise these things. Ellie nodded. Maeve muttered to herself that she had only said it casually, but she hadn't expected the bugs to actually eat those bad guys. Ryan was speechless. This guy's mouth was practically blessed. He could actually say the truth. At that moment, Ellie lit a flame in her hand, illuminating the narrow cave. She told the two to check themselves for injuries. Maeve looked down for a long time, then suddenly let out a mournful cry. Ryan quickly went over to ask her where she was hurt. Maeve, looking dejected, said she wasn't hurt. Ellie had just tore her dress. It was her first new dress. Ryan was speechless and could only comfort her, saying that they would buy a new one after they got out, and that it was good that she was all right. He peered out of the cave. It was still pitch black outside. Maeve rubbed her eyes and asked what to do next. Ryan made a deep judgment. The team had been scattered and a lot of water had been lost. Their immediate priority was to find a way to leave the underground area. It was too dangerous here. Even with Ellie carrying the two of them, they couldn't move freely. After speaking, he looked at Ellie. She was clearly exhausted, and he wondered how much magic she had used up just now. Ryan asked her softly, "Are you all right?" Ellie nodded, her face still expressionless, and replied calmly, "It's nothing to me." Chapter 29. Lady Luck favors Mayfu. After letting Ellie rest for a while, the three left the cave and continued their search for an exit in this underground world. The mercenaries in the tavern all said that danger and treasure coexisted here, but Ryan had been searching for most of the day and hadn't found a single piece of treasure, while monsters kept popping up one after another. The underground was teeming with skeletons and ghouls. They hadn't encountered a single one when they came down with the main group, but now that they were alone, these creatures seemed to have caught a whiff of their presence, and all came out at once. Ryan can handle ordinary skeletons, but when he encounters faster and stronger ghouls, he'll have to get Ellie's help. By the dim firelight, Maeve looked at the still struggling skeletal remains at her feet and asked doubtfully, "Can you make money killing these monsters?" Ryan sighed. "You can make money if someone pays you. If no one pays you, killing more people won't help." Maeve scratched her head, then suddenly had an idea. "Why don't we put away the spoils first, and then exchange them for money when we get another commission?" Ryan had to admit that this bastard had a lot of crooked ideas, but unfortunately, none of them worked. He told Maeve that the skull crystal looked good when it was first dug up, but it would dim after a day or two, so it couldn't fool anyone. Maeve immediately laughed and nudged him with her elbow. "Master, have you tried this before?" Ryan shook his head, saying that someone had tried to use this trick to fool Evelyn before, but she saw through it immediately and even got a scolding. Maeve laughed after hearing this, grinning foolishly. Hee, there's actually someone as smart as me." Ryan glanced at her helplessly. It was really hard to associate Maeve with the word intelligent. The three continued walking. Ryan, parched, picked up his water pouch and took a few gulps. He weighed it in his hand. There was probably only about a liter of water left. Maeve immediately leaned over and demanded a drink. She had eaten quite a bit of cured meat earlier and was constantly complaining of thirst. Ryan could only hand her the water pouch, then looked at Ellie walking ahead. "Can we really get out of here? We're already far from the way we came." Without turning her head, Ellie said, "It's all down to luck. Goblins like to dig. So if we're lucky, we should be able to find an exit." Upon hearing the word luck, Ryan immediately thought of Maeve. He nudged Maeve's waist. "Quick, you lead the way." Maeve looked shocked and pointed at herself. "Me? You want me to scout ahead?" Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she looked at Ryan with a pitiful expression. "Master, do you want me to die?" Ryan was speechless and could only coax her. "I'm not asking you to scout ahead. I'm asking you to lead the way. Ellie and I will be watching you from behind. Don't worry." Maeve walked to the front, sobbing, muttering, "I think you just think I eat too much." But then, whether it was Ryan's imagination or Maeve's luck that was truly outrageous, ever since she walked ahead, the undead creatures underground seemed to have vanished en masse. Not even a skeleton was seen. Ryan lowered his voice and said to Ellie, "Maeve is really lucky." As soon as she finished speaking, Maeve turned around and stared at him. Her ears were very sharp. "Master, what were you saying to Ellie? Were you secretly cursing me?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "If I really wanted to curse you, would I need to do it secretly?" Maeve scratched her head, stopped walking forward, and instead leaned to the side, waiting for Ryan to come over. Ryan asked her why she had stopped. Maeve replied matter-of-factly, "I was tired and wanted to sit for a while." After walking for so long, Ryan was actually starting to feel the strain. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but his eyelids were getting tired, his head was heavy, and his body was telling him that he needed to rest. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's find a place to rest for a while." Using the dim firelight, Ryan looked around and finally led the two of them behind a boulder. After Maeve sat down, she braced her legs against the rock wall in front of her and grumbled, "Why did we choose such a place? I can't even stretch my legs out." Ryan was too lazy to argue with her. "Just make do. Given the situation, don't be picky." After saying that, he patted Ellie on the shoulder and asked her if she was sleepy. Ellie shook her head. "You go to sleep first." Ryan had just closed his eyes when he felt a gentle shake on his shoulder. Ellie didn't say anything, but simply adjusted her posture and pointed her thigh. Ryan instantly perked up. He'd actually received this kind of treatment, a lap pillow. Without a second thought, he lay down on her. Ellie's legs weren't as soft as he'd imagined. Instead, they were firm and supple, with a faint fragrance. Just then, the system voice suddenly sounded. "Lane's loyalty has been detected to be slowly increasing. Current loyalty level, 100%. Ryan was full of questions and simply chose to ignore this absurd system. Maeve, standing nearby, said sourly, "You're getting off easy. Ellie, I want to sleep too. Can I sleep on the other side?" Ellie refused decisively. "No." Maeve pouted and crossed her arms. How stingy. "If you wanted to sleep, I would definitely agree." Ellie calmly shook her head. "I don't want to." Ryan's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and all he wanted to do was get a good night's sleep. He reminded Maeve to rest as well, lest she complain of being tired again soon. Maeve didn't respond, but kept fidgeting around his legs, as if she couldn't stay still for a moment. Ryan finally couldn't help but speak up. Maeve, can you just rest? I'm too tired to keep up with you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a handful of dirt suddenly fell beside him. Ellie lit a flame and shone it over, only to see Maeve sticking out her tongue and digging wildly at the ground with her hands, sending dirt and mud flying everywhere. Ryan instantly snapped to his senses. Maeve, what are you doing? This is so filthy. Maeve didn't even look up. I feel like there's something under but I need to dig it out. She quickly grabbed a burlap sack covered in mud, ripped it open with a forceful pull, and the sack tore open. It looked like the object had been buried for a long time. It was so brittle, it was practically unusable. Maeve dug out a large clod of soil and placed it directly in front of Ryan. Ryan squinted and suddenly saw a circular outline emerging from the mud. He reached out and plucked a corroded, blackened silver tree coin, the world tree pattern of the kingdom of Alithia still faintly visible on it. He immediately looked at Ellie. Quick, wash the mud off with water. We think we've struck it rich. As the silt was washed away by the water, a pile of gold and silver coins appeared before the three of them. Ryan turned to look at Maeve. This lovely woman is holding her head high, wagging her tail, and waiting expectantly for praise. Chapter 30. Let's take another look at the front. Well done, Bruce, you're awesome. Ryan rubbed Maeve's head, his voice full of excitement. Maeve blushed slightly and immediately pulled away from his grasp, correcting him softly. My name is Maeve, not Bruce. Ryan didn't care at all and excitedly cupped her face and kissed her. Maeve screamed on the spot, shoved him away, and hid behind Ellie, only her red ears showing. Ryan's eyes were now only on the money. He picked up all the scattered coins and carefully counted them. A total of 34 gold coins and more than 100 silver coins. Aside from the initial 50 gold coins the system gave him as starting capital, he had never seen such a large sum of money before. He wondered who had hidden the money here. It looked like it had been there for years, and now it had all come to him. The crisp sound of gold coins clinking together put Ryan in a great mood. He had already started planning his days after he left. First, rent a room near the square, then buy 3 decent sets of equipment, and finally pick out a few lucky slaves. He turned to look at Maeve. The firelight illuminated her face, making it appear intensely red. Their eyes met, and she shrank back behind Ellie, only her ears remaining exposed. Ryan laughed and said, No way, it was just a kiss on the cheek. Then he told her to dig around some more, saying there might be money down there. Maeve answered hesitantly, No, I feel like I've lost it. Ryan's excitement slowly subsided. 30-odd gold coins, converted into over 1,000 silver coins, were enough to buy 50 Maeves. In this world, many people couldn't earn that much money in their entire lives. No wonder the underground is dangerous, yet mercenaries always try their best to go there. It turns out treasure really can be found there. But whether you find it or not depends entirely on luck. Ryan clearly stepped over the gold coins without noticing. Maeve only bumped her bottom and casually dug up the treasure. If it weren't for her, Ryan wouldn't have gotten the money at all. The more Ryan thought about it, the more he felt that luck was the most outrageous talent. Maeve cautiously peeked out and asked how much money was in there, as she had seen gold. Ryan couldn't help but laugh, saying that 1 stewed chicken a day would be enough for her to eat for a whole year. There probably weren't that many hens in the entire Calydorn. Maeve's ears twitched, and she immediately asked herself if she could eat this for a year. Ryan refused on the spot, saying that he could only eat a few meals as a token gesture, and that the money had to be used for serious business, not just for eating. This time, Maeve unusually refrained from wailing, only whispering to Ellie, Just a few meals it is, don't go back on your word later. Ryan nodded in agreement, rested his head on Ellie's lap again, hugged the heavy bag of money, and closed his eyes contentedly. He slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up again, Maeve was eating black bread. Ryan sat up, touched his pocket, and the bag of money was still there. He rubbed his heavy head and asked Ellie how long he had slept. Ellie said gently, He's been gone for a long time. He looks exhausted. Should we rest a little longer? Ryan asked her if she had rested. Ellie said that she had slept for a while after Maeve woken up, but she still looked tired. Maeve glanced at Ryan furtively, then quickly lowered her head, clearly still bothered by the kiss on her cheek. Ryan, however, had regained his composure. He decided to continue searching for an exit. Having finally made a fortune, He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and find a place to rest and recuperate. Ellie nodded in agreement. After Maeve finished eating the black bread, Ryan moved her to the front of the line again. Maeve immediately looked miserable, saying that she had just done a great service, so why was she being sent to scout again? Ryan patiently explained that she was lucky. Perhaps by chance, she would find the exit while walking ahead. Having witnessed her abilities firsthand, Ryan had a new opinion of her. Buying her for 20 silver coins back then was a huge profit. Maeve grumbled, feeling wronged, saying how could she possibly be lucky? Her father had told her since she was little that she was cursed by a witch, and that anyone who got close to her would be unlucky. Ryan didn't hesitate to say that her father was talking nonsense. He believed the data provided by the system, then raised an eyebrow at Maeve, indicating that if she obediently led the way, he would give her a secret reward after they got out. Maeve stopped crying immediately and asked what the secret reward was. Ryan, of course, didn't say anything, only telling her to wait when the time came. Although Maeve was unwilling, she obediently walked to the front. Ryan followed behind, yawning. Sure enough, as long as Maeve led the way, there were significantly fewer monsters, and they encountered almost no obstacles along the way. However, as they walked, Ryan realized they seemed to be getting further and further astray. The number of glowing mushrooms around them was increasing, and even without Ellie's light, they could barely see the path. At that fork in the road, the left went down and the right went up. Logically, you should have chosen the right. Ryan couldn't help but ask Maeve why she went left. Maeve paused for a moment, then turned back and asked them if they should go to the right. Ryan was silent for a moment, but finally decided to trust her luck and let her continue to follow her instincts. Maeve responded and continued to lead the way, her wolf tail swaying gently behind her. After walking a short distance, Ellie suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryan. Her cat ears twitched rapidly, as if trying to catch any movement in the distance. Ryan asked in a low voice what was wrong. Ellie listened for a moment and said there was the sound of weapons clashing ahead. Maeve also stopped, sniffed around, and immediately wrinkled her nose, saying that there were many goblins ahead and a burnt smell that was awful. Ryan asked her why she hadn't smelled it earlier. Maeve explained that she had to sniff carefully to distinguish the scents. Ryan then realized that Maeve's nose was more like an active skill that needed to be used intentionally to track targets. He thought for a moment and decided to turn back. Ellie also turned around immediately, clearly having no interest in provoking those green-skinned beasts. Maeve, however, remained rooted to the spot, still sniffing around. Ryan warned her that if she didn't leave soon, the goblins might catch up. Maeve scratched her head and said in a low voice, "Master, can we go and take a look? If there are too many goblins, we can still run away." Ever since she dug up that bag of gold coins, Ryan had become somewhat superstitious about her intuition. He looked at Ellie, thought for a moment, and asked her how much magic she had left. Ellie spread her hands, looked at her palms, and said, "I've recovered a bit after resting, but I'm still about half recovered." Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. He finally decided to listen to Maeve and go take another look. Perhaps they might stumble upon some unexpected treasures ahead. Chapter 31, Rescuing the Future City Lord. The three continued to grope their way deeper underground, and the further they went, the clearer the sound of metal clashing became, which even Ryan could hear clearly. After turning a corner, distant firelight came into view. 40 or 50 green goblins huddled together, howling excitedly, and not far away, a huge, dark monster was writhing on the ground. That must be the burrowing worm Ellie mentioned. It looks like a worm. Its body is almost as thick as the tunnel they crawled through, and its length is estimated to be 20 or 30 meters. Just then, the goblin threw its companion's corpse into the demon worm's mouth. The mouth, filled with sharp teeth, spun like a meat grinder, the sound of bones being crushed sending chills down one's spine. Maeve hid behind a rock, clutching Ryan's clothes tightly, and muttered, "I hate this bug, master. Let's go back." Ellie's eyes gleamed faintly in the darkness. She peeked out and suddenly said, "It's that nobleman." Ryan frowned. "Wit?" He was too far away to see anything but a group of goblins jumping around. Ellie nodded. It was him. The goblins captured him, but didn't kill him immediately. Instead, they're fighting him one-on-one. Ryan was somewhat surprised. A duel. Ellie explained expressionlessly that it might be to torture him, Or it might be to choose a new leader. She wasn't sure. Just then, Ryan vaguely heard Wit's roar. "Come on, is that all you've got?" Maeve shook her head beside him. "He's really unlucky." Ryan told Ellie to check if there were any other mercenaries nearby. Ellie leaned against the rock wall and observed for a moment, confirming that there were no mercenaries around. Recalling the attack on the camp, when hundreds of goblins poured out from all directions and many mercenaries were injured on the spot, Ryan estimated that the team was probably doomed. Seeing that he remained silent, Maeve lowered her voice and asked, "Master, what do we do next? Shall we leave?" In the distance, more goblins approached, carrying torches, and their numbers continued to increase. Ryan paused for a moment, then looked at Ellie. There are probably 50 or 60 goblins here. With Ellie's strength, killing them all shouldn't be a problem. After all, the day I bought her, she easily took care of more than 20 goblins. Ryan asked, "Is there any chance of rescuing that guy?" Ellie quickly scanned the goblins' positions and replied a few seconds later, "Yes. But you must run immediately after rescuing him. The burrowing beetle's hide is too thick. I can't cut it open right now." Ryan then asked, "Is there a plan?" Ellie answered decisively, "I'll go over and throw him to you. You catch him and run. I'll stay behind to hold him off, and then I'll catch up with you." Ryan frowned. This method sounded too dangerous, and he didn't want to sacrifice Ellie, this genius Catgirl, for the sake of an unrelated nobleman. Maeve muttered under her breath, "If you ask me, we should run, otherwise." Ryan immediately covered her mouth, afraid that the bastard would say something bad again. Ellie shook her head, showing no fear whatsoever. "It's not dangerous, it's very simple. You underestimate me." Ryan thought about it and realized it was true. Ellie was practically a superhero. The only thing he needed to be careful about on this mission was ensuring that he and Maeve didn't get captured by the goblins. So he nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead, be careful." Ellie responded, casually drew the sword from Ryan's waist, and then slowly walked towards the goblin. Maeve's eyes widened in disbelief. "She just walked right past like that?" Ryan nodded. He just seemed a bit arrogant. Soon, the goblins spotted Ellie. The moment those green-skinned bastards saw her, they charged at her, brandishing their spiked clubs and howling. Before the spiked club could even fall, several green heads flew off in unison. Ellie's sword swing was so fast that Ryan didn't even see how she made her move. Maeve tugged at Ryan's trouser leg. "Ellie is this good with a sword too?" Ryan said in a low voice, "She's also good with a sword, but she's even better at magic." Even on the day Ellie bought Maeve, she had cleared away skeletons near the village with her sword. It was from that moment that Ryan realized she was almost an all-rounder. As the two were talking, Ellie had already charged in front of Wit. Goblins screamed and swarmed around them, and the firelight in the cave flickered violently. Just then, the burrowing worm moved. Its massive body twisted, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly, and it charged violently towards Ellie. Ellie leaped up, using its head as a springboard, easily dodging the attack, and landed behind the demonic insect. What happened next? Ryan couldn't see it all. He only saw Wit spinning in midair in an extremely bizarre posture, flying straight towards them like a sack being thrown out. Maeve exclaimed, "Ah," and turned to run away, leaving Ryan standing there helplessly. If he were to take that speed head-on, he would probably be smashed into a pulp. Ryan instinctively wanted to dodge, but at the critical moment, Wit's speed suddenly slowed down. Ellie reached out from a distance and used magic to cushion his fall. Seeing this, Ryan quickly turned back to fetch her. The next second, the two collided violently and rolled several times on the ground. When Ryan got up, he felt a dull pain in his chest, so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. Vitter was also in a terrible state. Covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and his knight's sword had long since flown away. He could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain. On the other side, the burrowing worm arched its body and rammed its head into Ellie again, causing the ground to tremble violently. Ryan, disregarding everything else, asked Victor, "Can you run by yourself?" Wit's face contorted in pain as he managed to move his leg. "My leg is broken." Seeing his condition, Ryan didn't expect him to be able to keep up on his own, so he could only pick up Wit and run away. He called out to Maeve, "Maeve, you lead the way." The group ran wildly until Ryan was almost exhausted, then threw Victor to the ground and looked back at the way they had come. Victor was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still complained. Be gentle. Can't you see my legs are covered in blood? Ryan immediately told him to shut up. Ellie hadn't returned yet, and he couldn't help but feel worried. Maeve muttered to herself, I hope Ellie wasn't eaten by the goblins. Ryan promptly covered her mouth. Shut your jinxed mouth. Just then, a noise came from behind. Ellie rushed back, sword in hand, covered in blood. Ryan quickly asked, Are you all right? Ellie shook her head. I used up a lot of magic, but I wasn't injured. Let's keep going. Whit was still lying on the ground groaning. Hey, you, help me up. Ryan glanced at him, pulled him up from the ground, and casually asked, Where are the others? Are they all dead? Whit instinctively adopted an aristocratic air. Watch your tone. I am. Ryan raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. I'm your savior, and you talk to me like that? Whit was taken aback for a moment, then became much more obedient and answered in a low voice. Half of them escaped. Ryan asked in confusion. They escaped? How did they escape? The group was scattered by the demonic insects, and goblins were everywhere. He couldn't understand how those people could escape. Whit sneered. Nonsense, how do you think I was captured by those beasts? Chapter 32, Finding the Exit. Whit limped along behind, complaining incessantly. Hey, can't you help me up? My leg's broken. Ryan clicked his tongue impatiently and turned around to put his hand on his shoulder. Victor, however, was still unrepentant and started cursing, saying that Evelyn had poor judgment and that the mercenaries she recommended were either incompetent or lacked manners, and that she should be honored to serve him. Ryan was furious. Even in this state, this guy still dared to act like a spoiled young master. He was clearly pampered. Without a word, he tossed Whit aside, waved, and left. Young Master Whit, you can stay here by yourself. Good luck. Whit sat on the ground, yelling anxiously for Ryan to come back. Maeve asked in a low voice, Are you really going to leave him here? Ryan thought for a moment, then went back and picked Whit up. For the sake of saving your life, could you please say less? Victor finally shut up. Ryan helped him continue walking. He was also quite tired from carrying Victor all the way, and they soon found a secluded place to rest. Just as he was about to put Victor down, the other man called out again, Be gentle. Ryan verbally agreed, but casually put the bread down and then pulled out a loaf of black bread to gnaw on. Maeve continued eating the terribly salty cured meat, while Ellie had little appetite, simply washing off the bloodstains and sitting quietly to the side. Watching them eat, Whit spoke without any politeness. I want some too. Ryan took out half a piece of black bread and handed it over, deliberately smiling. These commoners were not as good as nobles. They couldn't afford white bread, nor did they have venison or wild boar meat, only coarse black bread. Whit replied sarcastically, but still took the bread and took a big bite. It was clear he was starving. He wasn't picky at this point. After finishing one piece, he reached out to Ryan for more. Ryan initially wanted to refuse, as he didn't know how much longer they would have to stay underground. But after glancing at the supply bag and seeing that there was still enough food, he eventually handed him another piece. After finishing the food, Whit gulped down some water and leaned against the rock wall, letting out a long sigh. A moment later, he suddenly asked Ryan, Are you Evelyn's lover? Ryan was taken aback at first, his mind racing for a moment, before he replied that obviously not, they were just friends. Whit shook his head, saying he had never seen Evelyn say so many nice things about a man. Ryan immediately changed his tune, saying that they were rather close friends. Whit then turned his gaze to Ellie and asked Ryan if he could sell the slave to him, offering double the price. Ryan refused without hesitation. No, she's my wife. Whit looked on incredulously, thinking he was either crazy or talking nonsense. Ellie didn't explain, but simply sat quietly next to Ryan. Ryan, on the other hand, said earnestly that he never lied. Whit then looked at Maeve, who was munching on bread. Ryan nodded, patted Maeve on the shoulder, and said with feigned affection that she was also his wife, and although she was a little silly, he loved her. Maeve choked on the black bread and spat out a bunch of crumbs, hurriedly retorting that it wasn't true and telling Ryan to stop talking nonsense. Whit found it even harder to understand. He had heard of using beast-like slaves for sexual gratification, but using them as wives was simply unheard of. Ryan countered, Why is it okay for Evelyn to be her lover, but not for her to be with a slave? Whit replied, Even if Evelyn's status is special, in most people's eyes, it's still strange. Ryan, however, pointed to Maeve's ears and tail, earnestly saying how adorable they were, and how just sitting next to her made him feel better. Wit narrowed his eyes and casually asked him if the male beast human was any better, since his previous slave also had ears and a tail. Ryan was speechless for a moment, then said, "Of course, men are different." Wit then asked, "What about the female monkey?" Ryan widened his eyes and retorted, "Can monkeys and beast men be the same?" Veeder argued confidently that monkeys had ears and tails, which were exactly what he liked. Ryan couldn't help but explain that monkeys were covered in fur, had red bottoms, and jumped around in the forest all day long. Beast men weren't like that. Wit was surprised by how clearly he described the monkey and asked if he had ever seen one. Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked in return if he hadn't. Wit shook his head. Ryan then realized that in this era, monkeys were probably expensive pets that could signify status, so it was normal that he hadn't seen one. Wit sized up Ryan and suddenly remarked that he must be a nobleman from another land. His appearance was different from the locals, and his speech, neither humble nor arrogant, didn't resemble that of an ordinary commoner. Ryan didn't admit it, only shaking his head. He knew in his heart that he was just an ordinary person. After resting, the group continued their search for an exit underground. Wit, dragging his injured leg, followed behind, muttering complaints about their terrible luck. So many people had died underground, and they still didn't know where that giant worm had come from. Maeve glanced at Ryan, not daring to utter a sound. Wit, however, seemed to remember something and said that if he were to come underground again, he would definitely take Ryan with him. Ryan was speechless. After so many people had died, why would he come again? Wit explained that this is similar to clearing out skeletons near cities, which usually needs to be done once a year. Otherwise, those things will crawl out and threaten trade routes and villages. As soon as she finished speaking, Maeve suddenly discovered a narrow passage in the rock wall, just wide enough for one person to pass through, with a lot of rubble piled up beside it. She leaned closer to sniff it, then carefully crawled in and climbed up using both hands and feet. Ryan quickly grabbed her ankle, startling Maeve. He asked her if she was sure the path was passable. Maeve said she didn't know, but she would try and call them if she could get out. Not long after, Maeve's excited voice came from deep within the passage. "Master, we can get out of here. I see the stars." Wit leaned closer for a look and said incredulously, "We found it so quickly. I thought we'd be searching underground for at least several days." Ryan didn't say much, only telling them to go outside and talk later. He first helped Ellie into the passage, then followed her in. Chapter 33, Buying a Snake Girl. By the time the four of them crawled out of the ground, the sky was already turning gray. They weren't far from Kaeldorn. Ryan could still see the city walls in the distance, probably only 2 or 3 kilometers away. Wood had injured his leg and was groaning in pain the whole way. It took Ryan a lot of effort to pull him up from the ground. Then he carried him on his back and headed towards the city with Ellie and Maeve. Ellie and Maeve led the way, while Ryan carried Wit and followed slowly behind. By the time they reached the city gate, it was almost dawn. The guards recognized Wit from afar and, forgetting to eat the black bread in his hand, rushed over and carried him away. As Wit was being lifted onto a stretcher, he was still yelling at the top of his lungs, "Watch out for my legs! My legs!" Upon entering the city, a soldier wielding a long axe tossed Ryan a bag of money, saying it was a reward from Lord Wit. Ryan thanked him, opened it, and found about 40 silver coins inside. Maeve, yawning sleepily, asked Ryan where to go next. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to check out the slave market first, then grab something to eat at the tavern, and while he was at it, asked Evelyn if there were any larger houses available for rent near the square. Maeve squinted and nodded, then whispered to Ellie, "Looks like we're going to have a new sister again." Ellie stood quietly to the side, offering no comment. The three quickly arrived at the slave market. Rows of beast-like slaves, shackled, were being urged inside. Seeing this, Maeve seemed to recall the past. Her ears drooped, and her voice lowered considerably. "I don't like it here." Ryan simply told her they would leave after they bought what they needed and to stay close. With that, he swaggered into the market. But after only a few steps, he was stopped by a slave trader who shooed them away in broken common, saying that beggars were not welcome there. Ryan looked down at his mud-covered clothes and realized they had just crawled out of the ground and hadn't even washed their faces. Ellie was relatively clean, but Maeve was just as clean, covered in dirt and looking like a lump of coal. Ryan immediately frowned. "Who's the beggar?" "I'm here to buy slaves." Just then, a somewhat familiar-looking slave trader walked over. He looked Ryan up and down, his face full of doubt, and said that he had really thought they had come to beg for food. Ryan, too lazy to explain, directly asked him if he had any slaves from White Mist Island. Upon hearing this, the slave trader's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, saying that he had just received a new batch of goods yesterday, and had even specially reserved one that he liked for him. Ryan was taken aback. "The one I like?" The slave trader grinned and shouted down the street. "You like big breasts, don't you? You'll definitely like this one." Passers-by all looked over, and Ryan felt a little embarrassed by their stares. He could only cough twice and put on a stern face, asking the slave trader to lead the way. The group returned to the dilapidated hut. As soon as the slave trader opened the door, Ryan's gaze was drawn to the beast-like creature inside. It was a snake-like beast human, with a slender figure and graceful curves. He wore only a linen shirt with the collar open, making his snow-white skin stand out. The slave trader observed Ryan's reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and said he knew he would like it. This woman was not only beautiful, but also a formidable fighter. Her snake venom was enough to kill monsters several times her size. Ryan had no patience for his continued boasting and moved closer to examine her. She had a high ponytail, eyes like melted amber, and lips as red as raspberries. If Ellie was a cool and aloof older sister type, then she was a femme fatale with a dangerous aura. Her eyebrows were high and arched, her eyes sharp, and her features beautiful yet menacing, a beauty that was impossible to ignore. Ryan immediately began the appraisal. The assessment results show that she is 18 years old, a snake-type beast human, in good health, with strength B, endurance C, agility A, intelligence A, perception S, luck C, and an overall quality of epic. This quality falls somewhere between Maeve and Ellie. Maeve is rare, Ellie is legendary, while this snake girl is epic. Ryan saw her flick her tongue from between her red lips and quickly made a decision. He asked the price directly. The slave trader held up 4 fingers, immediately offering 40 gold coins. Ryan shook his head. "Too expensive, 30 silver coins at most." The slave trader was taken aback at first, then his eyes widened. He cursed him for being even more corrupt than himself, and turned to order his men to throw them out. Ryan then corrected himself, saying it was a slip of the tongue and that it was 30 gold coins. This was the highest price he could offer, as he needed the remaining money to rent a house and buy some equipment. Several thugs peeked out from behind the door. The slave trader waved them away, clearly indicating that the deal was still negotiable. However, he still frowned, saying that the woman was young, beautiful, and a virgin. She couldn't possibly be so cheap. Ryan raised an eyebrow, directly pointing out the other party's bottom line, guessing that her purchase price was only around 20 gold coins. This price already allowed the slave trader to make a considerable profit. The slave trader remained silent. Ryan pressed on, wondering if he had overstated the price and the actual cost was only 10 gold coins. The other party shook his head, saying that 30 gold coins wouldn't be enough and he needed to add more. Ryan then quoted 35 gold coins, but said he would owe 5 of them later. Seeing the slave trader still hesitating, Ryan pressed his advantage, saying that this wasn't a one-time deal and he would be coming back often. Besides, he had already bought slaves here several times, so there was nothing to worry about. After much pleading and cajoling by Ryan, the slave trader finally relented and, though reluctantly, agreed to the deal. After branding himself with the magical mark, Ryan left the slave market with the newly purchased snake girl. Just as he stepped outside, he heard Maeve muttering beside him, "How can Master be so lecherous? Buying only female slaves is one thing, but he specifically picks the ones with the biggest breasts. He's so wicked." Chapter 34 is quite skilled at seduction. Maeve followed behind Ryan, muttering incessantly, clearly harboring deep resentment towards his preferences. Annoyed by her nagging, Ryan turned around and asked her, what else would a man like if he didn't like big ones? In Ryan's view, men are like babies until they die, naturally drawn to round, full, and visually striking things. Maeve, her face still covered in grime, blushed and retorted that normal people wouldn't think that way. Ryan shook his head seriously, saying that he preferred a mature and attractive physique. He didn't mind suffering for himself, but he absolutely couldn't let his future children suffer. If he really found someone too small, the children might go hungry and cry later on. Maeve's cheeks flushed, and she stammered an insult, calling him vulgar. Ryan glanced at her and nonchalantly said that he wouldn't care about her anyway. So why was she in such a hurry? Upon hearing this, Maeve's face immediately fell, but she still stubbornly insisted that this was of course a good thing, and that being remembered by him was truly unlucky. Ryan, too lazy to tease her any longer, turned to look at the snake girl behind him. She was still obediently following, not running off. He remembered how, in this very area, he hadn't been watching her closely enough, and Maeve had slipped into an alley. Just then, a system notification sounded. It detected that the beastman's loyalty had increased, currently reaching 95%. Ryan paused slightly, glancing at the snake girl beside him. Their eyes met, and she flicked her long, thin tongue again. Ryan remembered that Ellie's loyalty was 0 when he first bought her. Were slaves from White Mist Island generally so loyal from the start? Thinking of this, he casually assessed Ellie as well. After spending this time together, Ellie's loyalty had risen to 50%. Ryan sighed inwardly, thinking that while Hakimi was strong, she was also quite rebellious. Before long, the four arrived at the tavern entrance. As soon as Ryan pushed open the door, he saw Evelyn sitting behind the counter. Hearing the noise, she looked up sharply, and their eyes met. Evelyn instinctively called out Ryan's name, then ignored the gazes of the surrounding mercenaries and strode over. She looked somewhat haggard, as if she hadn't slept well all night. Ryan walked past her, found a seat in a corner, and casually ordered 4 bowls of stewed meat and 4 stewed chickens, saying he needed to treat himself. Ellie and Maeve also sat down opposite him. Only the snake girl remained standing motionless, just like Ellie at the beginning, refusing to act without orders. Maeve told her to sit down, but she seemed not to hear. Only when Ryan spoke did she obediently sit down next to him. Evelyn followed after instructing the maids to prepare food, and after glancing at the new snake girl, she got down to business. Last night, some mercenaries escaped from underground and said that while fighting goblins, they encountered an insect. Their team was scattered, and many people died. Ryan took the wooden cup, took a big gulp of water, nodded perfunctorily, and said that was indeed the case. If it weren't for Ellie's quick thinking, her tavern would have lost a regular customer today. Evelyn asked him if he was hurt. Ryan said no, except for getting covered in mud while crawling through the hole. He was basically fine. After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Evelyn and asked her if she was worried about him. Evelyn's eyes darted away for a moment. Then she returned to the counter and pretended to do the accounting, but said she wasn't worried. However, Ryan still owed her 20 silver coins for rent, and if he died, no one would pay the money back. Ryan couldn't help but smile. He got up, stepped over the snake girl, walked to the counter, and gestured with 2 fingers, asking, "Are you really not even this worried?" Evelyn answered without looking up, adding that only Mira would worry about him. Ryan, however, was certain that she was worried too. Caught off guard, Evelyn visibly flustered, shoving him to stop chatting and complaining that the mud on his clothes had gotten all over her. Maeve sat nearby, eavesdropping, and seemed preoccupied with her thoughts as the two conversed. Ryan, however, was in good spirits. After returning to his seat, he looked at the snake girl again. Seeing that she remained as quiet as a block of wood, Ryan took the initiative to introduce them. The blonde was Ellie, the gray-haired fool was Maeve, and his name was Ryan. He was her future master. Maeve immediately protested, saying she wasn't stupid. The snake girl ignored her, glancing at Ellie before telling Ryan that she had no name. Ryan noticed her gaze and asked if she knew Ellie, since Ellie had also come from the island. The snake girl nodded, admitting that she knew her. This piqued Ryan's interest. He was curious about what Ellie was like on White Mist Island. Perhaps he could ask the snake girl about it sometime. Ryan then decided to give her a name, but he was never good at naming things. If the system hadn't shown him Ellie's name, he would have spent ages just thinking about it. He stared at the snake girl for a long time, finally coming up with a name, Medusa. Maeve blinked and immediately interrupted, saying that the name wasn't very nice and suggested Lilith or Sylvanas instead. Ryan decisively handed the choice to the snake girl, letting her choose between Medusa, Lilith, and Sylvanas. The snake girl glanced at Maeve, then at Ryan, seemingly incapable of making decisions and only able to observe his expression. After a long while, she whispered Medusa. Ryan told her to choose whoever she liked, not to worry about his expression. It was an order. Besides, his face was covered in mud. She couldn't tell anything anyway. The snake girl then changed her tune, saying she preferred the name Lilith. Ryan nodded, deciding to call her Lilith from now on. Maeve smiled smugly beside her. Soon, the maid brought the food to the table. Maeve, who had been eating black bread and cured meat for 2 days, was about to reach for the food when Ryan stopped her and told her to go wash her hand with Ellie before eating. After the two left, Ryan looked at Lilith and asked her what she was good at. Lilith slightly opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs and a long, forked tongue. She calmly replied that she was skilled in assassination and ambush. Then, glancing at Ryan, she added that she was also adept at seducing men. Ryan fell silent. He had to admit he was hard to resist such underhanded tactics. So he coughed twice, then said with a serious expression that if there was time, he hoped she could demonstrate it properly, because he really needed to. Chapter 35, Renting a New Room. After breakfast, Ryan asked Evelyn to help him find a place to stay. As a tavern owner, she had a wide network of connections and was well informed. It was hard for her to miss any available rooms in town. Before long, Evelyn found him a suitable place to stay near the square. It was a 2-story house that looked a bit old, with vegetation climbing the walls and cracks in the wooden frame, but it didn't affect its habitability. The house was clean and tidy, with 6 rooms on 2 floors, besides the kitchen and bathroom. It was only 200 or 300 meters from the tavern, making it convenient to go anywhere. The only problem was that the rent wasn't cheap, costing 7 gold coins for 6 months. If he actually rented this room, Ryan would only have 40-odd silver coins left, and he would immediately return to his impoverished state. He had originally planned to rest for a few days, but now it seemed that the plan was most likely to fall through. Evelyn noticed his hesitation, glanced around the room, and said, "This place is already pretty good. There's nothing cheaper nearby. 7 gold coins for 6 months is cheap. The furniture is complete, and there are 5 beds to sleep in." Ryan narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "This isn't your house either, is it?" Evelyn replied calmly, "Obviously not." Ryan thought about it and realized that she and Mira, along with their 2 slaves, didn't really need such a large house. So he turned to Ellie and Lilith and asked them if they were satisfied. The 2 stood there, blinking, unresponsive for a long time like 2 wooden blocks. Ryan had no choice but to add, "Nod if you agree." Ellie then nodded. Lilith first looked at Ryan, then at Ellie, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded as well. Evelyn shook her head at the sight. Maeve, on the other hand, bounced around excitedly, shouting that she was satisfied and that she wanted to stay in the biggest room. Ryan glanced at her, teasing her deliberately. You can only sleep in the downstairs living room." Maeve's smile froze instantly. Her ears drooped, and she muttered aggrievedly, "No way. Why are you so mean?" Ryan ignored the withdrawn Maeve and turned to Evelyn, asking who she should give the money to. Evelyn didn't speak, only silently spreading her hands. Ryan stuffed 4 gold coins into a purse full of silver coins and handed it to her. Evelyn took the money and turned to leave, leaving only the words, "I'm going back to the tavern. Find me there if you need anything." Ryan watched her retreating figure and asked when she could move out. She casually replied, "Anytime." Then she closed the door. Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately led the 3 of them back to the slums to move. Maeve was listless the whole way, clearly still upset about sleeping in the living room. Seeing her sullen expression, Ryan asked if she could smile. Maeve looked up at him and muttered a complaint, "You're a bad person." Ryan reached out and ruffled her ear twice, laughing as he said he was just teasing her. She actually had a room too. Maeve blushed and dodged away, covering her head and muttering, "Then you're barely a good person." Back in the slums, Ryan looked around the house and found there was practically nothing to move. The bed was Evelyn's, the wooden chest by the bed was hers, and the pots and pans on the hearth were all hers. It seemed that the only things that truly belonged to Ryan were the enormous bathtub and the dresses he had bought for Ellie and the others. As Maeve packed her clothes, she asked him why he didn't pay back the rent he owed the woman at the tavern now that he had money. The woman she was referring to was, of course, Evelyn. Ryan, however, shook his head seriously, saying that one shouldn't be afraid to bother others when making friends. Relationships are built through back-and-forth troubles. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and one always needs an excuse to talk to someone. At this point, he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to instruct Ellie. Oh, right, borrow the pots and pans in the house as well, and return them to Evelyn later. Maeve, clutching the old clothes, muttered under her breath how insidious the trick was, adding that Ryan clearly liked mature women. Ryan immediately told her to stop talking nonsense, but thinking of Evelyn's stunning beauty, he had to admit that she was indeed one of the most beautiful women in the city. The four of them worked until the afternoon before finally finishing up. Before heading back to their new house, they stopped by the market to buy 4 clean sheets. The bed in the new house was just a wooden frame, so having something to put on it would definitely make it more comfortable. Upon arriving at the new house, Ryan stood in the living room and began assigning rooms. He said he would sleep in the innermost room on the 2nd floor, while Ellie and Lilith would sleep in the 2 rooms closer to the stairs. Maeve immediately panicked and asked where she would be staying. Ryan pointed to the room next door on the 1st floor with a bathroom and kitchen nearby. You'll sleep on the 1st floor and be in charge of guarding the door. Ryan thought this arrangement was perfectly reasonable. The 2 beauties lived upstairs and next door, while Maeve, their lucky charm, would stand guard downstairs, barking if a thief broke in at night. Maeve pouted and asked, dissatisfied, why everyone else lived upstairs while she lived downstairs. Ryan answered bluntly, so someone can watch the door. Maeve immediately retorted, asking why not Ellie or Lilith. Ryan replied seriously, because she's Bruce, and Bruce is a great doorman. Maeve disagreed, saying that Ellie's hearing was much better than hers, waking up at the slightest noise, and that she was clearly more suited to sleeping downstairs. Ellie stood silently to the side, offering no opinion. Maeve glanced at the kitchen again and continued muttering, and aren't you afraid I'll sneak some in the middle of the night? I'll eat all the bread later. It has to be said, this girl can be quite clever sometimes. Ryan didn't seem to care and just shrugged. If you dare to steal food, I'll have Ellie kill you. Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately cowered and waved her hands, saying that he couldn't take a joke and that sleeping downstairs was fine with him. She said that, but her face was still puffed up with anger, clearly wanting to stay with everyone. Seeing this, Ryan stopped teasing her and changed his tune, saying, just kidding, you can sleep upstairs too. There are 4 rooms, 1 for each person. Ellie and I will sleep in the innermost room, and you and Lilith will sleep in the one near the stairs. Really? Maeve's ears perked up immediately. Before Ryan could even nod, she rushed over and hugged his arm, jumping around happily and exclaiming that her master was such a good person. Ellie and Lilith stood to the side, neither of them saying a word. Ryan glanced at the sheets they were carrying and waved his hand. What are you all standing there for? Go upstairs and make your beds. Following Ryan's orders, Ellie immediately went upstairs. Lilith, like her little follower, obediently followed behind her. Chapter 36, Mankind's Best Friend. That night, Ryan went to the deli and bought some smoked meat, and also cooked a few bowls of porridge himself. Although the taste was just average, he was tired of eating black bread and wanted to try something new. After dinner, Ryan took a hot bath to wash away the grime and fatigue. He then told everyone to get some rest before going upstairs. Back in his room, looking around at the empty space, Ryan suddenly felt that he had rented too big a house. He even felt a little uneasy without Maeve barking beside him. With nothing else to do, he began practicing the fireball spell he had learned from Mira. Although magic was difficult to learn, Ryan didn't want to rely on Ellie to light fires, provide light, and bathe him for the rest of his life. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Instead of spreading your magic everywhere, focus on one thing at a time. Instead of learning this useless magic, buy more slaves to boost your own stats. Ryan sat up abruptly and couldn't help but curse. Didn't you make me learn it? You even said that if I don't suffer the hardships of magic now, I'll suffer the hardships of life later. The system calmly responded, I was just talking nonsense, . Ryan cursed a few times on the spot and lay back down on the bed. But after thinking it over, he decided to continue practicing magic. He couldn't let the system's words sway him. Having more skills was never a bad thing, and learning more things was never a bad thing. His chanting became increasingly proficient. Now he could condense a fireball in his palm in about 2 seconds. If he continued practicing, it might actually come in handy in future battles. Half an hour later, Ryan felt he had grasped the basics, so he opened the encyclopedia system to check. He found that Lilith's buff hadn't arrived yet. It was probably the same old routine. He'd have to talk to her for a bit first. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Maeve swaggered in, her hair wet and wearing her old, patched-up clothes. Ryan rubbed his eyes and immediately reminded him. Bruce, knock before entering someone's room. Maeve paused for a moment, then nodded and said she understood. Ryan nodded in satisfaction and asked her what she had come for. Maeve looked at him with a grin and said she was fine. She just wanted to come and see him. After saying that, she grabbed Ryan's hand, pulled him off the bed, sat down next to him, and lowered her head. I'll let you touch my ears, but only gently. If you try to pry them out of my ears like you did before, I'm leaving. Ryan looked surprised and teased. So proactive today? Is it the breeding season for the beastmen? Maeve's face flushed instantly. She stood up abruptly and stammered that there was no such thing, and if she didn't want to touch it, that was fine. She wanted to go back to sleep. Ryan quickly pulled her to sit down and stroke her wolf ears a few times. But she had just taken a bath, her hair and ears were still wet, and her fur wasn't dry yet, so the texture wasn't great. He waved his hand and lay back down. Forget it. Let air out for a while. Your hair is too wet. It's not smooth at all. It's no fun. Maeve glanced at him, but didn't argue. She just rubbed her hair with a towel. After a while, she suddenly spoke. You're a good person. I'll follow you. Ryan squinted and smiled. Really? Didn't you say I always bullied you? Maeve turned to look at him and said earnestly, Even so, you are still the best person to me. My family never lets me eat my fill, nor do they buy me new clothes. When I'm at home, I sleep on the doorstep. These words are not uncommon in this world. Whether human or beast-like, the vast majority of people spend their entire lives toiling away just to avoid starvation. Not having enough to eat is the norm, and clothing and housing are extremely valuable possessions. Ryan was silent for a moment, then casually asked, Is it already 12 o'clock? Why are you still being so emo? Maeve frowned, completely unable to understand what he was saying. Ryan waved his hand, indicating that everything was all right. Maeve gently shook her ear and added, Anyway, you're very good to me, so I'll let you touch my ear every day from now on. The system notification sounded as soon as he finished speaking. A slight increase in Maeve's loyalty has been detected. Her current loyalty is 80%. Nay, Maeve. Current affection level, 3. Acquaintance, friendship, and close friendship with Maeve have all been achieved. Developing a healthy romantic relationship with Maeve has not yet been achieved. Current character encyclopedia reward, strength, endurance, and agility each increased by 40%. Ryan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Maeve's favorability rating to already be at level 3, giving him a 20% attribute boost all by herself. He wondered how much more she would gain at level 4. He coughed twice, his gaze involuntarily falling on Maeve's ample buttocks, and tentatively asked, Maeve, do you have feelings for me? Maeve tensed instantly. Ryan looked away, only to meet her gaze. Her face, which had just cooled down, flushed again, and she stammered, I only see you as a good friend, and you're talking nonsense again. Ryan corrected, I am your master. Maeve clutched her skirt tightly, staring at him as she said, That's a good master. Ryan then asked, I don't want to touch my ears. Can I touch other places instead? Maeve stood frozen, staring at the flickering candlelight, biting her lower lip and asking in a low voice, So where do you want to touch? Ryan had just glanced at her tail and hadn't even had a chance to speak when Maeve interjected hesitantly. As for my butt, if you're gentle, I can let you touch it. Ryan immediately retorted, I was talking about the tail. What are you thinking, Bruce? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Maeve's face turned completely red. She stood up abruptly, left the room without looking back, and shouted as she went, You dog of a master! Ryan narrowed his eyes meaningfully, sensing that Maeve seemed somewhat resentful. He should have given her a couple of rubs before letting her go. Otherwise, it would have been a real waste of her great figure. Maeve left without even closing the door. Soon, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Ryan peeked out and met the gazes of Ellie and Lilith, who had just finished showering. Ellie walked into the room with practiced ease. No one needed to call her now. Every night before bed, she would let Ryan rub her ears. Lilith followed her in, and Ellie sat to Ryan's left while Lilith sat to his right. Ellie looked at Lilith, remaining silent at first. After a moment of awkward silence, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Why are you always following me?" Lilith replied coldly, "I didn't follow you. My master said he needs me to serve him with my body at night." Chapter 37, Do You Really Enjoy Being Seduced? Really? Ellie leaned forward slightly, her blue eyes fixed on Ryan. The room fell silent instantly. The confusion on her face was undeniably cute, but the look in her eyes sent chills down Ryan's spine, and he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Ryan glanced at Lilith, who was still in a daze, and immediately began to make excuses, saying that Lilith claimed to be very good at seduction, and he just wanted to test the results of his training. Seeing that Ellie was still staring at him, he coughed twice and added that Ellie knew him best. He was just testing her and had absolutely no intention of doing anything else. Just then, Lilith turned to Ryan and asked softly, "Master, may we begin?" "I'm ready." Ryan froze, speechless. He was genuinely afraid Ellie would stab him the next second. After hesitating for a long time, he inexplicably asked Ellie, "Can she begin?" Ellie glanced at him, her expression a little strange, and after a brief silence, she replied, "Any time is fine." Ryan had no choice but to relay these words to Lilith. The snake woman flicked her tongue, and the next second she hugged him tightly. Her sharp gaze suddenly softened, and her tone became alluring as she whispered to him, "Master, your chest is so strong." Ryan felt dizzy and disoriented. He was completely powerless against this aloof and mature woman, and fell for her in just a few seconds. Ellie's expression became even more subtle, and a faint smell of jealousy seemed to fill the room. Lilith smiled and flicked her tongue, then asked him, "Master, are you shy?" Ryan swallowed hard, about to answer, when a head suddenly peeked out from outside the door. It was Maeve. She rubbed her eyes and complained that she was sleeping soundly, asking what they were arguing about. But when she saw what was happening in the room, she instantly woke up. The room fell silent again. Lilith ignored her, still waiting for Ryan's reply. As soon as Ryan nodded, she figured she would immediately use all her tricks. Maeve rushed in, her face flushed, grabbed the blanket and covered Ryan's legs, shouting angrily, "You guys are so lewd." "Absolutely not." After saying that, she spread her arms wide to block Ryan's way and shooed Lilith away, saying, "Go away, you bad guy. You're resorting to such tricks. Ellie and I were here first. It's not your turn yet." Lilith gave her a cold glance, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat dangerous. After Maeve's interruption, Ryan lost interest in continuing and could only wave his hand to persuade them not to fight. He stubbornly insisted that everyone should get a share, and that it didn't matter if he worked hard, but he couldn't let them suffer. Maeve didn't reply, still bravely standing in front of him. Seeing Lilith still standing there, Ryan could only sigh, "I was just giving it a try. Forget about the paid content later." With Ellie and Maeve both nearby, he couldn't really make a move. Lilith quickly recovered, straightened her clothes, and quietly stood back next to Ryan. Maeve gently tightened her grip on Ryan's neck, warning him, "You wretched Ryan, you're the most lecherous guy ever." Ryan countered, "Why do you care so much?" Maeve was speechless for a moment, stammering for a long time before finally giving up and saying that she did care. She then brought up her sister's words, saying that doing that kind of thing was bad for a man's health, and if Ryan died, they would suffer as well. At this point, as if she had finally found a reason, she nodded vigorously to emphasize that she just didn't want to die, which was why she didn't let him do anything reckless. Ryan touched his lower back, thinking that 1 or 2 times wouldn't be enough to kill someone. Maeve immediately panicked, saying that no one could say for sure, and that Lilith and Ellie were both so strong. What if they accidentally snapped his neck? Ryan had actually worried about this issue before, but now he's come to terms with it. Taking a little risk is acceptable in order to enjoy himself properly. So he took the opportunity to ask Maeve, "May I touch you? You shouldn't have any problem with that, right?" Maeve instantly fell silent, her face flushed, and she immediately stepped away from him, muttering softly, "No." Then she turned and fled the room without looking back, leaving behind only the words, "I'll be keeping an eye on you, so don't you dare do anything reckless." After Maeve left, Ryan looked at Ellie beside him. She was staring at the open door, lost in thought. Lilith showed no sign of leaving, simply sitting quietly to the side and waiting. She didn't have animal ears. Her ears were more like a human's. The most distinctive feature of her was probably the long, thin snake tail behind her. Ryan knew in his heart that there was no chance today. So he waved his hand, telling Lilith to go back to her room and rest early, as they had to get up early tomorrow. Lilith nodded obediently, saying that she was a light sleeper and to call her any time if needed, then bowed her head and left the room. Only Ryan and Ellie remained in the room. Ellie gently bumped her head against his shoulder, the gesture carrying an ambiguous meaning. Ryan reached out and rubbed her face, asking her what was wrong. Ellie yawned, pointed to the room across the street, indicating that she wanted to go back to sleep too. She was wearing a light blue low-cut dress, and the snow-white skin at the neckline was faintly visible. Ryan couldn't help but swallow hard. Ellie seemed to notice his gaze, but unlike Maeve, she didn't try to hide it. Instead, she stood there calmly. Ryan coughed twice and began to coax her. Going back so early, how can you sleep? Why don't you play some more? Now that Lilith and Maeve are gone, and there's no third wheel in the room, it's the perfect opportunity to make my move. Even if Maeve is eavesdropping next door, she's no threat as long as she doesn't come in. But Ellie refused decisively. No, I'm a little tired. They had been underground for 2 days, and Ellie, as the main force, had indeed exhausted herself. Ryan, however, was still reluctant to let go, so he said she could stay there to sleep, and he could help her relax. Ellie looked at him, but didn't answer. The two remained locked in this stalemate for a long time. One wanted to go back to her room to sleep, while the other couldn't bear to let her leave. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly silent, Ellie suddenly spoke up, breaking the deadlock. Do you really enjoy being seduced? Chapter 38. Some things I want to say to you. The next morning, Ryan woke up from his sleep after sneezing because his nose felt itchy. Maeve was sitting on the edge of the bed, gently brushing his nose with the tip of her tail. Ryan, his eyelids heavy with sleep, raised his hand to shoo her away and mumbled, "Leave me alone. Let me sleep a little longer." Maeve wouldn't let him off the hook, reaching out to rub his face, her tone unusually gentle. Still not getting up? Didn't you say you were going to get up early today? Wake up. I'm hungry. Take me to a pub for something to eat. Ryan reluctantly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Maeve sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him, wearing that old, patched-up dress. Without much thought, he casually unleashed a dragon claw strike. Maeve jumped up in fright, clutching her backside and hiding by the door, her face flushed red. What are you doing? Ryan felt uneasy if he didn't tease her for a day. Ellie and Lilith seemed to have woken up earlier, and were now standing on either side of Maeve behind her, both looking somewhat tired. Ryan said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just teasing you a little as usual. Get used to it. You'll probably be teased by me for the rest of your life." Maeve, with her hands behind her back, suddenly became coy and asked in a low voice, "Really?" This left Ryan speechless. He beckoned to her, raising an eyebrow, and said, "Why do you seem to be enjoying this? Come here, let me tease you a little more." Maeve blushed and stepped back, saying, "No way." Ryan stretched, quickly got up to wash, and then led the three of them out the door. On the way to the pub, Ellie was still the same as always, with a cold face and no discernible emotion. Ryan remembered that last night she had seriously asked him if he liked being seduced. He initially wanted to argue a bit, but in the end, he honestly admitted it. He truly couldn't resist the allure of a stunningly beautiful woman like Lilith. If she exerted even a little effort, he would probably surrender. Ellie didn't say anything after hearing this and left the room directly. Because of this, Ryan felt somewhat guilty the whole way. Just as he was lost in thought, Maeve suddenly leaned close to his ear and asked, "Are you in a bad mood? Why aren't you saying anything?" She was very close, her warm breath tickling Ryan's ears. Judging from her smiling face, she seemed to be in a very good mood. Ryan sighed, "Yeah, I'm disappointed I didn't get to touch Maeve's big ass." Maeve pouted and moved a little to the side. "Nonsense. Didn't you already catch him when you just woke up? You're such a bad guy." The two joked and played along the way, and soon entered the tavern. As usual, Ryan ordered a stewed chicken and stewed meat for each of them, which cost 20 silver coins, leaving him with only 20 coins in his pocket. If he can't make money today, he'll have to consider lowering his standard of living. Ryan had just torn off a chicken leg when Maeve, who insisted on sitting next to him, nudged him gently and muttered, "Don't eat yet. Let's swap." Ryan narrowed his eyes. Exchange? What? His intuition told him that Maeve would never make such a request without a reason. There was probably something fishy going on. He glanced at the two stewed chickens and noticed that Maeve's portion seemed to be even larger. Maeve blinked and smiled sweetly. "There's no reason. I just want to change it up. Is that not allowed?" Ryan stared at her. "Did you drop the chicken leg on the table?" Maeve shook her head in disgust, her ears bobbing as she asked, "Am I that kind of bad person? Give me a reason." Maeve then resorted to pleading. "No reason needed. Please, master. I beg you." Ryan sighed, but still swapped food with her, adding a warning, "If I find anything wrong, be dead when we get back." Maeve didn't explain. She just smiled foolishly. She ate quickly, and after she was full, she leaned affectionately against Ryan, gently swinging her legs. Ryan felt that Maeve had been making more and more physical contact with him lately. She would either bump into him with her butt or press herself against him. Unfortunately, it's summer now, and Maeve has a high body temperature. Being too close makes it even hotter. He couldn't help but say, "Move over a bit, it's so hot." "Okay." Maeve immediately moved away and put her little hands together to fan him. No matter how you look at it, she was a little too attentive today. Ryan looked at Ellie and Lilith across from him, increasingly bewildered. He finished the last bite of stew, turned to Maeve, and asked, "Honestly, what's wrong with you? Are you cursed by a demon? Why are you acting so strangely all of a sudden?" He paused, then added, "Or have you done something wrong and are just pretending to be innocent? If so, I advise you to turn yourself in as soon as possible and try to get leniency." Maeve blinked, still looking naive. "No, I'm just in a good mood today." Ryan was skeptical and glanced at Ellie again, feeling that something was off. Just then, Evelyn, who was sitting behind the counter, walked over. She looked at the empty bowl on the table and said casually, "You've been living extravagantly lately, eating half a year's rent for someone else in one meal." Ryan nodded. "That's right. You can't neglect your stomach no matter what." Evelyn handed him a small bag. Ryan took it. It felt heavy in his hand. When he opened it, he found 7 gold coins inside. He raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? I don't remember you owing me money." Evelyn explained. "The 5 coins are a reward from young Master Wit, and the other 2 are your payment for the past 2 days." Ryan did the math. 1 gold coin was equal to 35 silver coins, so 2 days should have yielded a little more. However, he had lost 2 water pouches and eaten black bread and cured meat for several days, so the total was about the same. After confirming that Evelyn hadn't tricked him, Ryan nodded in satisfaction and casually asked, "What kind of work can I do today? I bought a new slave. I can take him along to try it out." Evelyn glanced at Lilith, paused for a moment, and then said, "I'm hiring you to go upstairs and keep Mira company. The commission is the same as before." Ryan was stunned for a moment. "What?" Evelyn's expression remained cold, but her tone carried a barely perceptible pleading. "Mira hasn't seen you for 3 days, and she keeps asking to play with you. If you have time." At this point, she glanced at the gold coins in Ryan's hand and didn't continue. Maeve immediately chimed in. "Then let's go upstairs and play with Mira. Ellie must be tired after a rare day off." Ryan looked at Ellie, who looked exhausted, and fell into a brief moment of thought. Seeing that he seemed to be wavering, Maeve quickly pressed her advantage, softening her voice. "Besides, I also have something I want to tell you." Chapter 39, Physical Strength Increase Again. As soon as Ryan reached the top of the stairs, he saw Mira sitting on the floor, holding a book in her arms, her ears drooping listlessly, clearly having been bored for a long time. Myra's eyes lit up the moment she saw Ryan appear. She jumped up, ran downstairs, hugged him tightly, and cried out in a pitiful voice, "Brother Ryan, you finally came to play with me. I've been so bored these past few days. Mom said you came back yesterday, but you didn't come to see me." Ryan chuckled, pinched her cheek, and bent down to pick her up. "That's why I came today." Maeve followed behind and greeted Mira. "Kid, you've gotten even cuter in just a few days." Mira glanced at her and muttered under her breath, "It's you again." Maeve immediately became smug. "That's right, I, Queen Maeve, am here again." At that moment, Mira noticed an unfamiliar face behind Ryan. She immediately hid half her face behind Ryan's shoulder and whispered, "Who is this?" Ever since she was put into a sack by a stranger, Mira has become extremely shy. She not only refuses to go downstairs, but also gets nervous when she sees strangers. Lilith stood to the side without saying a word, only sticking out her long, thin tongue. To be honest, her face already had a somewhat aggressive look, and she certainly didn't look like a gentle and kind person. Ryan turned back to remind her, "Quick, say hello to the little guy." Lilith calmly said, "My name is Lilith, and I am Ryan's slave." Mira sized her up for a moment without replying. Ryan carried Mira upstairs, casually asking, "What do you want to play later? Rock, paper, scissors." Maeve immediately chimed in from the sidelines. "Play this. This is fun." Ryan glanced at her. "I didn't ask you. Why are you getting so worked up?" Mira shook her head. "I don't want to play. I want to read. Mom said if I learn magic, I won't be afraid of bad guys anymore." Ryan nodded. Learning more magic was certainly a good thing, and he could also take the opportunity to peek into Evelyn's spellbook and see if he could learn anything new and powerful. Maeve pouted and lightly punched Ryan. "But I want to play." Ryan waved his hand and said, "Then let Ellie and Lilith play with you." Anyway, neither of them had anything to do, especially Ellie, who spent her last vacation either sleeping or spacing out. Her presence was so low it was like she wasn't even there. Maeve squinted and nuzzled Ryan's shoulder like a little animal. "But I want to play with you." Ryan could only nod. "I'll talk to you after I'm with Mira." The group entered the study, where Lilith, visiting for the first time, curiously looked around. Ryan casually took a thick magic book from the bookshelf, picked up Mira, and sat down at the desk to start reading. Maeve peeked inside and saw the pages were covered in dense text. She immediately felt dizzy, turned, and walked towards Myra's room, muttering, "Not fun." Ellie found a clean spot in the corner of the study, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Lilith saw this and sat down opposite her, also closing her eyes to relax. Ryan looked at Lilith and suddenly lost his interest in reading. He put Mira on a chair and said softly, "Sit here by yourself for a while. I'll be back in a bit." He then walked over and sat down next to Lilith. Hearing the noise, Lilith immediately opened her eyes and gently tapped the floor with her long, thin tail. After a moment of hesitation, Ryan suddenly asked, "Lilith, what is our relationship?" Although Ellie on the other side still had her eyes closed, her fluffy cat ears had quietly perked up, clearly indicating that she was eavesdropping. When Lilith was deep in thought, her tail would stop moving. After a few seconds, she slowly answered, "Slave and master." Ryan continued to guide the conversation. "Besides this relationship, are there any others?" He wanted to see if he could get some more affinity bonus from Lilith in his character encyclopedia. Even though he only bought her yesterday, he figured he should at least get 10%, if not 20%. Seeing Ryan's expectant look, Lilith thought for a moment and said seriously, "Tool and master." Ryan almost choked on his words. What kind of nonsensical answers were these? He was about to correct her when Lilith added, "Star Fury and master." Ryan fell silent. She could actually say such incredible things without batting an eye. Lilith seemed to realize the answer wasn't right and started thinking again, as if she were brewing an even bigger answer. Ryan couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly, "Are we good friends?" Lilith answered decisively, "No, we are slaves and masters." Ryan clicked his tongue and simply forced a correction. "We're good friends." Lilith paused for a moment, then repeated blankly, "We are good friends." She clearly didn't understand what Ryan was trying to do, but she still went along with what he was saying. Ryan added, "And they're also very close friends." Lilith repeated, "Yes, still very close friends." Ryan grinned and immediately opened the encyclopedia to check the bonuses. Name Lilith. Current affection level 2. Acquaintance with Lilith achieved. Becoming friends with Lilith achieved. Becoming close friends with Lilith not yet achieved. Developing a healthy romantic relationship with Lilith not yet achieved. Current character encyclopedia reward. Strength, endurance, and agility each increased by 50%. The system couldn't help but comment, "You're really cunning, actually resorting to this trick." Ryan was somewhat dissatisfied. "Why is it only level 2? Lilith herself said that we are very close friends." The system replied, "Simply saying it isn't enough. She has to truly believe it from the bottom of her heart." Ryan didn't really care. Maxing out Lilith's favorability was just a matter of time anyway. Coming to his senses, he patted Lilith's head and softly praised, "Good job, so obedient." A system notification immediately sounded. Lilith's loyalty has been continuously increasing. Current loyalty is 99%. At this moment, Ellie on the other side had opened her eyes and was quietly looking at Ryan. Ryan got up, sat down next to her, and extended his hand. "Try your strength." Ellie gripped his hand expressionlessly. Even though Ryan's buff had increased from 30% to 50%, his hand still hurt terribly when she squeezed it. Ryan shook his hand, his face turning somewhat green. "How do you feel?" Ellie answered softly, "I've gotten a little stronger." Ryan looked at the cat ears standing up on her head, squinted, and asked, "Want me to massage your ears? Maybe you'll sleep better that way." Ellie glanced at him and shook her head decisively. "No, I want to sit here and rest for a while." Ryan sighed inwardly. Reading a book was nothing compared to touching an ear. But since Ellie had refused, he couldn't say anything more. So he returned to his desk, picked Mira up again, took the heavy magic book, and began to read it carefully. Chapter 40, Maeve's Duo Q Invitation. For almost the entire morning, Ryan held Mira in his arms as they went around the study, choosing the magic spells they wanted to learn. The book contained information on wind blades, lightning strikes, and a bunch of other strange and unusual spells, but Ryan lost interest after only a few glances. Mira, sitting in his lap, looked at the magic book on the table and asked curiously, "Brother Ryan, how did you read it so fast? Have you finished reading all of them?" Ryan shook his head. "I just finished reading it. I'm looking for magic that's both powerful and interesting, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything suitable." Mira snuggled closer to him and whispered, "Mom said magic is boring, and only useless magic is fun." Ryan sighed, thinking that even if he were reborn 100 times, he still wouldn't be very interested in studying. He only learned quickly when the novelty was still there. Suddenly, Myra's ears perked up, as if she had thought of something, and the corners of her mouth turned up. "That's right. There's a fun magic spell that you might like." Ryan yawned, stroking her fox ears as he asked, "What kind of magic? Tell me about it." Mira said, "There's a kind of magic called command magic, which can force all things in the world to obey the caster's commands." Ryan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This thing sounded similar to the branding magic used to control Maeve. Once a slave was branded, they had to obey any orders they received and were almost unable to resist. He was so tired of using that thing to bully Maeve that he didn't find it particularly surprising. Kamara quickly shook her head, gesturing with the book in her hand. "It's different, nowhere near as good. This magic works on everything. For example, a book, if you make it explode, it will explode. If you make it tear, it will turn into pieces." At this point, Mira seemed to recall a painful memory and muttered aggrievedly, "Every time Mom wants to spank me, she doesn't even have to lift a finger. She just has to say it, and my bottom will hurt." Ryan immediately sat up straight, intrigued. "Oh, can I take a look?" Mira jumped down from his arms and rummaged through the bookshelf, searching almost the entire study before finally finding a pitch-black magic book in a corner. The book had a thick cover with a purple skull pattern printed on it, making it look nothing like a proper textbook. Mira sat back on Ryan's lap, flipped through the pages for a while, and finally found the magic on the last page. "Found it, Ryan. You should learn this." Ryan took the book and began to read it intently. The more he read, the more absurd he found the magic to be. The command spell is said to have originated from ancient demons. Although the name sounds ordinary, it is essentially more like a kind of word magic, capable of making words come true. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to directly change the current state of target. If a robber charges at Ryan with a dagger, he only needs to say, "Get out of the way," and the robber will be knocked away by an invisible force. If he wanted to kill someone, he only needed to casually say self-destruct, and the target would explode on the spot like a balloon punctured by a needle. Of course, this magic is not without its price. If the caster is unskilled or the target is too powerful, there is a risk of backlash. Mild consequences include dizziness and vomiting blood, while severe consequences can lead to heart failure and even death. But if mastered to its fullest potential, this thing is truly terrifying. However, the Archmage who recorded the magic specifically warned at the end that it was demonic magic, and humans would find it very difficult to learn. Ryan closed the book and looked at Mira. You mean your mother knows this trick? Mira nodded, pouting, and said, yeah. When she gets angry, all she has to do is say, don't move, and I'm stuck standing there, unable to even lift my hand. Mom's the fiercest. Ryan thought about Evelyn's angry face. It was indeed frightening. Her eyes, when they glared, seemed capable of killing someone with a single look. He touched Myra's ear and laughed. Your legs went weak from fright, didn't they? Mira immediately puffed out her cheeks. No, it's just that I can't move. You'll see when you try another day. Ryan nodded, smiling without saying a word. Once he learned this magic, he had to practice on Maeve first. Just as he was lost in thought, Myra's clear voice suddenly rang out. Brother Ryan, can I be with you when I grow up? Ryan glanced down at her and couldn't help but sigh. Mira was definitely not his type. He bluntly stated, sorry, you're too young. Besides, I prefer mature women. At this moment, Maeve walked into the study, narrowed her eyes, and said with a look of disdain, Master, what nonsense are you talking to the child about? Mira is almost being corrupted by you. Ryan ignored her and continued to tease Mira. For example, your mother, the esteemed Ms. Evelyn, is someone I admire. Myra's eyes lit up immediately. Then be my dad. That way you can stay with me every day. Ryan's lips curled into a wide smile. He was more than willing to agree to the marriage, but he was afraid Evelyn herself wouldn't agree. He quickly waved his hand again. No, I was just kidding. You absolutely mustn't tell your mother, or she'll kill me. Myra's ears drooped, looking somewhat disappointed, and she could only whisper, okay. Seeing that Ryan was ignoring her, Maeve braced herself on the table with both hands, leaned forward, and brought her head closer. Her breasts swayed as she did so. Master, you've been spending so much time with Mira. Shouldn't you spend some time with me too? You guys never play with me. It's so boring, Maeve said earnestly. Ryan asked her what she wanted to play. Maeve wagged her tail gently and immediately replied, rock, paper, scissors. Ryan sighed and put down the spellbook. Although he had only been learning for a short time, it was important to balance work and rest, and rewarding himself with 2 hours of playtime wasn't unreasonable. To avoid waking Ellie and Lilith, Ryan took Maeve to Myra's room, where the two sat on the floor and played. Maeve suggested the old rule. The loser would have their ear touched by the other person. She agreed readily, as if this punishment meant nothing to her. Seeing this, Ryan boldly pushed his luck. Touching ears is no fun. I want to touch that. After saying that, he pointed to Maeve's chest. Maeve's face turned red instantly. Ryan thought she would refuse, but Maeve was silent for a few seconds before suddenly shaking her head. Never mind, I don't want to play rock, paper, scissors anymore. She lowered her head and said softly, Master, I have something I want to tell you. There were too many people downstairs just now, and I was too embarrassed to speak. Ryan raised an eyebrow, vaguely sensing the atmosphere of the breeding season. What are you saying? Maeve blushed, her voice growing softer. I want to live with you forever. Even though I'm clumsy and stupid, I'll definitely be obedient. Even if you want to do that kind of thing, I'll do it. Is that all right? Chapter 41, Betrayed by Mira. Ryan looked at the serious-looking Maeve and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Even the most oblivious person could see that Maeve, the most cheerful of the group, had clearly begun to take the initiative. He couldn't help but probe. Does this count as sneaking away? What about Ellie? Maeve didn't understand what he meant, so Ryan had to lean close to her ear and explain it in a low voice. After listening, Maeve seemed completely unconcerned. She told Ryan that beastmen didn't really care about these things. She had 2 mothers, and her aunt had 3 husbands. As long as she had the ability, it wouldn't be a problem for her to find several more. However, she added seriously, we absolutely cannot neglect anyone. Ryan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Tend to be fine too?" Maeve almost burst out laughing, thinking he was bragging, and even asked him if he could manage to take care of everyone. Ryan pursed his lips and said he had his own way. Maeve scratched her head and didn't press the matter. So Ryan turned his attention back to her and asked if he could give her a back massage. Maeve tilted her head, her eyes innocent and puzzled, and actually asked if that meant eating something. Seeing that she was only thinking about food, Ryan felt a little embarrassed to take a bite. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned close to Maeve's ear and whispered the so-called game. Maeve initially listened with great interest, but her expression quickly changed. She shifted to the side and instinctively covered her chest. She blushed and said it was too fast. They'd only known each other for a few days, and she wanted to wait a little longer. But before that, Ryan could do something else. Ryan almost couldn't suppress his smile and immediately pressed her for details. The obedient Maeve slowly lowered her arms, which she had been protecting her chest, her cheeks flushing even more. Ryan's eyes widened instantly. He had long wanted to savor this scene, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. He grinned mischievously, about to touch her, when Maeve leaned back slightly, not flinching but shyly closing her eyes. Just then, Myra's childish voice suddenly rang out from behind. "What are you playing? Can I join in?" Ryan turned around and found Mira still holding the magic book. To make matters worse, Ellie was standing behind her, staring at him expressionlessly before yawning sleepily. Ryan froze instantly, looking at his hand that he hadn't had time to retract. He had a sudden inspiration and quickly explained that they were playing a game of tag, and whoever got caught lost. Maeve slowly opened one eye and mumbled, "You weren't going to rub me, were you?" Ryan immediately covered her mouth and looked at Mira guiltily. Mira, however, didn't notice anything amiss and instead became quite interested in the game. She put the magic book on the bed, sat down next to Ryan, and said sweetly that she wanted to play too. Ryan quickly shook his head, saying that this game wasn't for little kids. Mira protested, complaining that she was too old for it. Ryan laughed and pulled her into his arms, deliberately tickling her armpits, making her laugh out loud. As the two were bickering, another figure appeared at the doorway. Evelyn leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene with interest, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. As soon as Ryan looked up, she immediately composed herself, revealing no flaw. But Maeve had already seen through all of this. Ryan asked her why she was there. Evelyn said she just went upstairs to check on things and see if Mira was reading. Ryan pinched Myra's cheek and replied that she had been reading all morning and was just taking a short break. Evelyn didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Kumala suddenly called out to her, then said something that caught everyone off guard. "Mom, let Ryan be my dad, so he can play with me every day." Evelyn glanced quickly at Ryan, then glared at Mira, threatening her that if she said anything out of line again, she'd be in for a beating that night. Mira lowered her head and muttered softly that she really liked Ryan, and that if she weren't still so young, she would definitely want to be his wife. Ryan stood beside her, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, thinking to himself that he was just too charming. Evelyn's mood was clearly the complete opposite of his. She strode up to Mira, grabbed her fox ears, and coldly asked if she dared to say another word. Mira immediately begged for forgiveness, saying that she was wrong and that her ears hurt. Ryan quickly patted Evelyn's hand, advising her not to hit the child, saying that children speak without thinking and that Mira was only a few years old and didn't understand anything. Evelyn snorted and let go, saying that Mira was only 6 years old and already dared to say anything. What would she be like in 10 years? Mira rubbed her ears, looking aggrieved, while Ryan grinned and chuckled beside her. However, the next second, Myra's words made him stop laughing. She whispered, "Brother Ryan told me at noon that he likes you, but he's too shy to say it." Ryan was stunned. This was clearly a little secret between the two of them. Mira had promised to keep it a secret at noon, but she turned around and told everyone. Her tight-lipped nature was simply despair-inducing. Evelyn's sharp gaze instantly fell on Ryan, making him too embarrassed to even lift his head. So awkward, he just wanted to disappear into the ground. But since things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and make excuses, saying that Mira was always lying, that he had never said such a thing, and that if he continued like this, he would lose his chance to protect her. Mira completely missed his hint and pouted indignantly, saying that she wasn't lying. It was clearly Ryan who was embarrassed and needed her to help him say it. After saying that, she hugged Ryan tightly and pleaded, "Brother Ryan, please be my dad. Everyone else has a dad, but I don't. I want a dad too." Ryan dared not utter a sound and could only cautiously peek at Evelyn. The next moment their eyes met. Chapter 42, Maeve takes the initiative. "I'm sure that tavern owner is eyeing you." As soon as she got home, Maeve went upstairs for a walk and then couldn't help but shout as soon as she came down. Ryan sat at the dining table, too exhausted to move, with a magic book he had borrowed from Evelyn lying open in front of him. He had initially intended to leave, but felt that would be too awkward, so he simply borrowed the book and quickly fled with the three of them. Evelyn was sitting behind the counter, barely looking up, and seemed no different from usual, as if she hadn't taken what had just happened to heart. Ryan casually flipped through the book and asked Maeve how she knew. Maeve immediately perked up and said she could tell at a glance. When Evelyn stood at the door and saw Ryan and Mira having fun, her smile had never been so bright, and even the way she looked at him was strange. Ryan shook his head, assuming she was just bragging again. Maeve, unconvinced, turned to him and told him to ask Ellie. Ellie, who was holding Ryan's clothes to take to the bathroom to wash, overheard their conversation, glanced at them, went into the bathroom to put the clothes down, and then leaned against the doorframe, replying casually, "I don't know." Maeve immediately looked at him with a disappointed expression, adding that Lilith must know as well. Ryan was speechless. Lilith had been sleeping in the study the whole time, or occasionally sunbathing. She was practically invisible. How could she possibly know any of this? He was too lazy to listen to Maeve's nonsense anymore and urged her to take a shower and go to bed. Maeve suddenly became coy and said that she wanted to sleep in her own room that night, but she wasn't ready yet. Ryan sighed and deliberately said that he would have to sleep in her room then. Maeve quickly shook her head, explaining that she just wanted to sleep alone and wasn't ready yet. Ryan waved his hand, saying he was just teasing her, and told her to go take a shower. After Maeve went into the bathroom, Ellie moved a stool and sat down next to Ryan. She didn't speak, and her face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Ryan asked her what was wrong. Ellie lowered her head slightly, nuzzled his cheek with her ear, and uttered only one word, touch. The cat ears had a faint fragrance, and Ryan naturally didn't hold back, raising his hand to start rubbing them. As he stroked them, Ellie suddenly reminded him, "If anything happens, remember to tell me." Ryan didn't understand her meaning at first, and didn't bother to think about it further. He had bought Ellie some time ago, and he wanted to test how far their relationship had progressed, so he cleared his throat and asked her seriously if they were considered close friends. Ellie looked up at him and answered very seriously, "Today is the 8th day since I was bought." The living room fell silent instantly. Ryan counted on his fingers and realized that only a week had passed. Yet, these few days felt like a month. In just a few days, they had already progressed to the point where she would actively touch his ears and tail. In another month, he might actually succeed in winning over Ellie. Just as Ryan was secretly chuckling to himself, Ellie stood up and said she was going to do laundry, leaving him to sit alone for a while. After Maeve finished showering, Ryan also took a shower. When he came out, he felt sleepy and planned to go straight back to his room to read some spell books before resting. However, as he passed Maeve's door, the door was suddenly flung open, and a hand pulled him inside. Ryan steadied himself and bent down to straighten his askew collar. Despite being a woman, Maeve possessed considerable strength, whether due to racial traits or something else. He glanced around Maeve's room. The blankets were neatly folded, the floor was spotless, and a small pot of purplish-red flowers sat on the windowsill. There was a faint, animal-like scent in the room, neither pleasant nor unpleasant, yet strangely intoxicating. Maeve, her hands behind her back and cheeks slightly flushed, said she had nothing to do that evening and asked if it was wrong to talk to him. She then asked what he was sniffing around for. As she spoke, she pinched Ryan's nose, clearly a little embarrassed. Ryan changed the subject, asking where the flowers on the windowsill came from. They were verbena, which many people in the city grew. The small, purplish-red flowers were clustered into slender spikes, and many people believed that it could exorcise demons and cure diseases, often hanging it by their bedsides or steeping it in water to drink. Maeve said she picked it up on her way home, but Ryan was too busy talking to Ellie to notice her. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Where would you find a potted plant on the roadside in the city? He could tell she probably just grabbed it and brought it home, pot and all. Maeve, however, was quite self-righteous, saying that she took it because no one was around. As she spoke, she put her hands on her hips and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Just then, Ryan's gaze was suddenly drawn to something, and he couldn't help but quickly look down. Maeve had just finished showering and hadn't bound her front with a cloth as usual, making her look even more conspicuous than usual. Ryan was momentarily stunned by the sight of that snow-white expanse, swallowed hard, and nodded in satisfaction. Maeve noticed his gaze and became nervous as well, but still took the initiative to sit on the edge of the bed, pretending to be calm as she said that he was completely mesmerized and really didn't know what was so captivating about it. Ellie and Lilith were downstairs, leaving only the two of them on the second floor. Nothing could stop Ryan now. He whispered that he definitely needed to have a good talk with her. Before he finished speaking, Ryan pounced on her. The candlestick was blown out by the wind, and only Maeve's rapid breathing remained in the room. Her skin was burning hot, and her breathing became increasingly erratic. Ryan's movements became increasingly practiced, and by the dim moonlight, he could see Maeve's face clearly. She was biting her lower lip. Her eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. After a long while, Maeve muttered under her breath that he had bullied her again, that it was too much. Ryan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Does touching a tail count as bullying?" As he spoke, he grasped her wolf tail and continued to play with it carefully. Maeve's tail looked fluffy, but it wasn't as pleasant to touch as Ellie's cat tail. Before long, Maeve blushed and urged him to stop, saying she felt like biting someone. Ryan was puzzled. How long had it been? Was the beastman's tail really that fragile? Maeve's voice was already trembling with tears as she repeatedly said that it really couldn't be done and that he should let go. The next second, she shoved Ryan's face away, not even bothering to put on her shoes, and burst through the door to escape. Chapter 43, Clingy Mira. The next morning, Ryan took Ellie, Lilith, and Maeve to the market to find a craftsman to make custom armor. They rarely wore protective gear, except for Ryan, who carried a sword at his waist, making them look much like ordinary civilians. Ryan figured that since he would be taking on missions in the future, he should at least get some decent equipment. On the way, he first asked Ellie and Lilith about his plans to buy them hard leather armor, then turned to Maeve, who was walking at the back, and asked, "What about you?" Maeve stood with her hands behind her back, looking somewhat awkward, and only whispered that she was fine. Last night, she was so teased by Ryan that she fled in a panic, locking herself in the kitchen and not coming out until this morning. No one knew what she had been doing in there. Ryan glanced at her and deliberately asked what she had been doing in the kitchen last night. Maeve blushed instantly, stammered for a long time, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, saying that she was just hungry and went to the kitchen to find bread to eat. Ryan had a general idea of what was going on, but he didn't expose her, which was a way of saving face for her. Before long, the group arrived at an armor shop in the market. The shop had all kinds of armor, including plate armor, helmets, and arm guards, and looked quite professional. However, Ryan only glanced at the prices and turned to leave. Even the most basic plate armor costs 120 silver coins, which is close to 4 gold coins. With Ryan's current wallet, it's simply not suitable to spend money like that. They can only use cheaper, hard leather armor as a temporary measure, and will upgrade to better equipment when they make more money in the future. Ryan returned to the street and saw the leather armor at the stalls of the itinerant vendors. Most of this armor was made by the village tanners. It was cheap and of decent quality, and many poor mercenaries would come here to choose from. He picked up a set of hardened leather armor and tapped it. The leather, treated with hot wax or oil, was as hard as a wooden board. It was sufficient to block ordinary attacks. At least, it should be difficult for a goblin's short bow to penetrate it easily. But when the tanner heard that Ryan wanted to buy equipment for several female slaves, his expression immediately changed. He looked Ellie and the others up and down, frowning as he said that their shoulders were too narrow and their chests were too exaggerated, and there were no suitable breastplates at all. As he spoke, he pointed to Maeve, the most representative figure, and said impatiently that with her size, she might be able to tear the hard leather armor. Ryan could only shake his head helplessly. It was indeed troublesome to choose armor with this body type. The advantage was that the child would definitely not go hungry in the future, but the disadvantage was that it was impossible to wear equipment right now. He had the leatherworker bring out all the slightly larger, hard leather armor, and then he tried them on one by one. Ellie and Lilith had a relatively smooth experience and quickly found suitable protective gear, but Maeve was the most difficult to find. Maeve's chest was so exaggerated that the hard leather armor couldn't be stuffed in no matter how hard she tried, and the ropes on the sides just wouldn't stay on. Her face turned pale from being tied up, and she kept asking Ryan to be gentle, saying that she could hardly breathe with her chest tied like that. Ryan was sweating profusely from his efforts, and had no choice but to ask the leatherworker if he could get a longer rope. Since the sides wouldn't close properly, he had to make do for now. The cobbler couldn't help but complain, saying that Ryan was a strange man who bought several female slaves not to enjoy them, but to use them as mercenaries. Ryan didn't bother explaining. Maeve was one thing. She was more like a mascot, but Ellie and Lilith, those two from White Mist Island, were far more formidable than ordinary people. Even 10 men might not be able to defeat them in hand-to-hand combat. Finally, Ryan spent 5 gold coins to buy 4 sets of hard leather armor. After buying the equipment, he noticed that Lilith didn't seem to be wearing any weapons. He asked Lilith what weapons she usually used in combat. Lilith straightened her back and rattled off a list of weapons, including daggers, short bows, throwing knives, short-handled axes, javelins, and blowguns. Ryan quickly interrupted her, asking only what she was best at. Lilith answered decisively, blowguns, daggers, and throwing knives. Ryan narrowed his eyes. These weapons might be okay against humans, but they probably wouldn't be enough to kill a truly massive monster. Lilith sensed his hesitation, opened her mouth to reveal her fangs, and told Ryan that she could coat her weapons with venom. Even diluted in water, her poison was enough to kill thousands. Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately handed her the dagger at his waist and took her to a nearby weapon shop to buy 2 sets of throwing knives, which cost a total of more than 20 silver coins. At this moment, Maeve, who hadn't said much, poked Ryan with her finger and asked him if he had given the dagger to Lilith, which meant she was now unarmed. Ryan glanced at her up and down, casually saying that the two of them were just mascots, and that Ellie and Lilith should just perform as they were. Maeve scratched her cheek and didn't argue further. After buying the equipment, Ryan took the group to a tavern for breakfast. Maeve sat next to him as usual, while Lilith and Ellie sat opposite them. Ryan took out the spellbook he had borrowed from Evelyn and spent the morning memorizing the difficult spells. When the food was served, he realized Lilith had been staring at him the whole time. He assumed Lilith was waiting for orders, so he put the book on his lap and told her she didn't need to wait for him to say dinner was ready. She could just eat as soon as the food was served. After breakfast, Lilith still stared at him without moving. Ryan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help but ask her if she hadn't eaten enough. Lilith shook her head. Ryan asked her again if she was interested in magic, and Lilith shook her head again. Like Ellie, she was expressionless, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. Ryan had no choice but to ask her if she knew any magic. Lilith then spoke up, saying that she only knew the most basic magic. Ryan was even more puzzled and asked her why she kept staring at him if it wasn't for those reasons. Maeve, who was next to her, also looked up, breadcrumbs still on her lips, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two of them. Lilith calmly replied, "I'm not doing anything, I just want to watch." Ryan was speechless for a moment, feeling utterly bewildered. Since she wanted to watch, let her watch. It wouldn't hurt him anyway. Just then, Evelyn walked out from behind the counter. She stood with her arms crossed in front of her, looking a little different than usual. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup, making her even more charming and alluring. Seeing Evelyn standing silently to the side, Ryan took the initiative to speak, saying that he would borrow the magic book for a few more days and then return it to her. Evelyn nodded, then pointed to the kitchen and said to Ryan, "Mira said she wants to be with you today too. Do you have time to spend with her?" Chapter 44. If I want to take care of you. Ryan patted Maeve's hard leather armor and shook his head, refusing Evelyn's offer to stay. They had already rested for a day yesterday. If they rested any longer, they probably wouldn't be able to afford food. Seeing his resolute attitude, Evelyn didn't try to persuade him further, only saying that he should remember to let her know when he had time and that she would still pay him. Just as she finished speaking, a ragdoll suddenly flew over and hit Ryan on the head. Ryan touched his head and looked back. It was Mira who had ambushed him. The little girl was clinging to the kitchen door frame, only half her head showing, her eyes looking pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Since being kidnapped, Mira has witnessed firsthand the malice outside, and now she's even afraid to step out of the kitchen. Maeve watched and laughed, saying the child was really naughty. Ryan picked up the doll and walked over, squatting down in front of Mira, deliberately teasing her. "You actually ambushed me with a doll? What if you killed me?" Mira immediately popped out from behind the door, pounced on him, hugged his head, and sweetly begged him if he could come upstairs to play with her again today. The little fox smelled so sweet and innocent. It was indeed hard to resist. Ryan was lazy to begin with, and if he weren't short on money, he would have been happy to spend another day of leisure with her. But now there were 3 more mouths to feed, and if they continued to work only sporadically, everyone would go hungry. He gently rubbed Myra's face, coaxing her softly, saying he had to go out and earn money today and would play with her another day. Myra, however, hugged him tighter, her voice trembling with tears, saying no, he couldn't leave. Evelyn walked over and pulled Myra's hands off Ryan, reminding her not to hold others back. But as soon as Myra was pulled away, she broke free and ran to Ryan, asking if she could go with him to earn money. Bringing a child along when taking on a case is obviously impractical. While Ellie and Lilith are quite capable and protecting another child might not be difficult, the consequences of an accident outside would be unbearable for either of them. Ryan touched Myra's ear and gently refused, saying it was too dangerous outside and that she should stay upstairs in the tavern and read a book, and that he would take her out when she grew up. Myra's ears drooped immediately, her little face full of grievance, and she said it would take a long time. Evelyn had lost her patience, frowned and told her to let go, then directly grabbed the little fox and took it upstairs, ignoring Myra's crying. Maeve stood behind Ryan and sighed, saying that Myra was really pitiful. She also mentioned that when her sister got married, she cried very sadly, but her father slapped her twice, and she immediately stopped crying. Ryan paused for a moment, then asked when that was. Maeve thought for a moment, and said it was just 2 years ago. Ryan raised an eyebrow. She was already quite grown up then, and her father had still hit her. Maeve seemed used to it, laughing as she said that her father wasn't as good-tempered as Ryan. He drank every day and would beat her mother when he was drunk. She originally had 3 mothers, one of whom was beaten to death when she was a child. Ryan frowned as he listened. He finally understood why Maeve had thought being a slave wasn't so bad. It turned out her past had been so miserable. Maeve is 18 this year, and she was 16 2 years ago. Although Ryan was also beaten when he was a child, his parents basically stopped hitting him after he started elementary school, at most giving him verbal reprimands, which is completely different from Maeve's experience. He couldn't help but ask how her father could have 3 women. Maeve explained that it was because he was strong and owned a large piece of land on the mountainside, and many women in the village wanted to live with him. In this era, many people use domestic violence as a means for husbands to discipline their wives, even taking it for granted. But Ryan, who is educated, simply cannot condone this behavior of treating people like punching bags. He waved his hand, not want to talk about these heavy things anymore, and told Maeve to go back and wait for Evelyn to come downstairs. They would take on some jobs later and then go out of town to work. The group sat in the corner for a while. Not long after, Ryan suddenly saw a familiar figure enter the tavern. The man had blonde hair, a haughty chin, and a disdainful air about him. He was also wearing exquisitely crafted plate armor. The newcomer was none other than young Masterwit. He entered with several servants, glanced at the counter, but couldn't find Evelyn, then looked around before finally fixing his gaze on Ryan. Ryan had thought that Wit would need a rest for a while after breaking his leg, but to his surprise, he walked over as if nothing had happened after only 2 days. Under the watchful eyes of numerous mercenaries, Wit remained arrogant and directly ordered Ryan to go underground with them again. Ryan did not immediately agree, saying that the underground was too dangerous and he did not want to go down for the time being, and that he had not prepared supplies. A slovenly servant next to Wit immediately called him a country bumpkin, saying that Lord Wit wasn't asking for his opinion and that he should just obediently follow along. Wit turned and glared at the servant, reminding him that Ryan had saved his life underground, and he'd better think carefully before he spoke. The servant immediately shut up, not daring to utter another word. Wit cleared his throat and offered Ryan a new price, for gold coins a day, half a day to consider, and they would set off that afternoon. For gold coins a day, Ryan was indeed tempted. He nudged Ellie beside him and asked if she'd take the job. Ellie shrugged, looking indifferent. Wit, watching this scene, was somewhat confused and asked Ellie, "Isn't Ellie a slave? Why are you asking her?" Ryan replied seriously, "She's my wife. Of course I need to ask her opinion." Although Wit had heard it once before, he still couldn't understand it. The servants behind him exchanged glances, seemingly wanting to say something, but not daring to speak. Ryan was already used to people's dislike of animal-eared girls and didn't take it to heart. He finally nodded in agreement and asked where to find Vid in the afternoon, which simply told him to go to the usual place, reminding him of the past, before leaving with his servants. Once they were gone, the mercenaries in the tavern all turned their attention to Ryan. Just then, Evelyn came downstairs and casually asked if Victor had arrived. Ryan nodded and said that the other party was going underground again, and the reward was 4 gold coins a day. Evelyn looked at him, half with emotion and half with a joke, and said that he was now able to bypass her and take jobs directly, which meant he was becoming more and more famous. She seemed to have something else to say, but hesitated to speak. After a moment of silence, Evelyn sat back down at the counter and asked Ryan in a half-joking tone, "If I wanted to support you, how much money would it cost?" Chapter 45, Ellie's Past. Maeve's expression was originally solemn, but as if she suddenly thought of something, her face changed and she revealed a lewd smile. Several mercenaries nearby immediately started to cheer, with one of them raising his wine glass and waving it around like a monkey, instantly making the atmosphere lively. Although Evelyn is a beast human, she is so beautiful that it's easy to overlook that. Even with Mira, her little burden, by her side, she remains the object of many mercenaries' secret desires. More importantly, Evelyn is rich. Those magic books upstairs are simply unavailable in a small place like Kaeldorn. They're usually only found in bustling cities, and even then, each one costs 10 or 20 gold coins. Ryan roughly estimated that there were at least 100 or 200 books of that kind in her study. Her wealth was undeniable, given her ability to afford so many magic books. Ryan was genuinely tempted for a moment. After all, he had a weak stomach since childhood, making him quite suitable for living off a woman. But then he thought, how could a true man, standing between heaven and earth, remain subservient to others for long? He was still thinking about collecting 100 beast-eared girls, and he absolutely could not be misled by the comfort he was in front of him. Then Ryan grabbed Evelyn's small hand and said affectionately, "Ms. Evelyn, although you are beautiful and charming, I have other missions to fulfill and cannot delay your future. I am very sorry." The moment those words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. The mercenaries who had been excitedly jeering moments before all deflated, returning to their seats and lamenting that he hadn't even seized such a good opportunity. Evelyn didn't say much, but silently withdrew her hand and sat back down at the counter to look through the ledgers. Ryan leaned over and whispered to her if she was angry. Evelyn didn't even look up, simply stating that she was just joking and told him not to take it to heart. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a joke after all, which put his mind at ease. After the 4 of them sat back down, Maeve suddenly nudged Ryan with her elbow, but the force was completely blocked by the hard leather armor. Ryan asked her what she was doing, and Maeve blinked, saying earnestly, "Why didn't you agree earlier? She's the tavern owner. If she had, we'd have meat to eat." Ryan squinted, as if looking into the distant future, and said, "I can't stop yet. I have other wives waiting for me." Maeve licked her lips, clearly still missing the stew from earlier, and muttered to herself, "Instead of thinking about that, I should just make more food." Ryan then bought supplies for the 4 of them from Evelyn. After preparing the supplies, with nothing else to do, he went upstairs to play with Mira. Mira was squatting at the top of the stairs. As soon as she saw him coming up, she puffed out her cheeks and ran over to him, giving him a good beating. The little girl wasn't very strong. The beatings were more like her whining. After she finished hitting him, Mira asked in her childish voice, "I heard everything just now. Why won't you be my dad?" Ryan affectionately stroked her fox ears, coughed twice, and then began to coax her. "Silly child, if I become your father, how can I be your man in the future?" Myra's brain visibly froze for a moment. After a brief pause, she released her grip and said seriously, "That's more like it. I'll definitely be prettier than Mom in 10 years. Ryan warned her not to tell Evelyn this. It was their little secret. Mira obediently nodded and gently hugged Ryan's leg. Maeve, who was standing nearby, frowned and couldn't help but mutter, "This person is simply inhuman." Afterwards, the 4 of them went into the study to kill time. Ryan and Mira read books. Lilith and Ellie sat in a corner with their eyes closed, and Maeve played rock, paper, scissors by herself. After a while, Ryan grew tired of reading and glanced at the two people in the corner. They occasionally opened their eyes, then turned the pages over and over again, clearly bored as well. Ryan put Mira down from his arms and sat down next to Lilith and Ellie, asking casually, "You two are both from White Mist Island. Who's stronger?" Judging from the stats, Lilith's strength is 2 levels higher than Ellie's, but her agility and intelligence are slightly lower, while the other attributes are similar. However, their quality is different. One is legendary, and the other is epic. Ellie stared at the ceiling, silent, as if deep in thought or lost in thought. Lilith glanced at her and answered without hesitation, her. Ryan pressed for the reason. Lilith said that Ellie was very strong, capable of taking on 3 opponents at once, and the adults on the island all said she was a female warrior who appeared only once in a century. Lilith seemed more outgoing than Ellie and spoke more fluently. Ryan narrowed his eyes, sizing up Ellie, who was pretending to be asleep beside him. It seemed she hadn't been exaggerating. Just then, Ellie suddenly turned her back to the two of them, clearly not wanting to listen any further. Ryan then asked Lilith how she knew Ellie. Lilith flicked her tongue and said that Ellie was very famous on the island. Ryan subconsciously assumed it was because of her strength and casually touched Ellie's cat ears. Ellie pretended very well and didn't react at all, but Lilith said it wasn't because of that. Ryan was immediately filled with doubt. Was Ellie a negative example on the island? However, it wasn't appropriate to press Lilith for an answer in front of Ellie, so he decided to ask her about it at a later opportunity. At that moment, Lilith yawned, looking a little sleepy. Ryan asked her if she had been sleeping well these past 2 days, and she shook her head, saying she hadn't been sleeping soundly. She pointed to her head and said that when she was a child, the island's big slave owner had made her drink a potion, and ever since then, she had never been able to sleep peacefully. Ellie also mentioned this, saying that the potion was the root cause of their chronic sleep deprivation. Ryan sat down cross-legged, patted his thigh, and said he had a trick to get Lilith to rest her head on his side. Without hesitation, Lilith gently leaned against Ryan's lap and closed her eyes. Ryan massaged her scalp to soothe her tense nerves. A few minutes later, Lilith felt a long-lost drowsiness and murmured that it was amazing that she could sleep for only a little while, just a little while. Ryan then realized that Lilith had a very low body temperature and cold skin, which explained why she liked to sunbathe like a snake. Just then, Ellie suddenly turned around and stared intently at Ryan with her blue eyes. Then, she got up, walked to the other side, and deliberately rested her head on Ryan's other thigh. Ryan thought Ellie would fall asleep soon, but she suddenly spoke up and said that she used to have a friend. But for slaves, friendship was not allowed. After being captured by the powerful slave owner, they were forced to fight each other. In the end, Ellie won. The price she paid for her victory was that she personally executed her friend in front of everyone. Ellie's voice was soft, but it carried a heavy burden of pain. She told Ryan not to ask about the things on the island anymore. She didn't want to remember them, nor did she want to go through that pain again. Chapter 46, Please Let Me Serve You in Bed. In the afternoon, Ryan woke up Ellie and Lilith, and they left the tavern with supplies. Mira said goodbye with red eyes, and Evelyn, just like last time, accompanied him all the way to the meeting point. All 4 of them had changed into hard leather armor, finally looking somewhat like mercenaries. However, the weather was hot and humid, and Ryan felt uncomfortable being wrapped up in the leather armor, so he could only adjust it as he walked to give himself a little fresh air. He whispered to Evelyn beside him, "You don't have to drive me every time." Evelyn replied casually, "This is only the 2nd time." She glanced at Victor in the distance, walked over and whispered a few words to him, then returned to Ryan's side, her tone unusually serious. "Be careful. I don't want Mira to be sad." Ryan nodded in agreement and loosened the leather armor straps a little, finally letting the wind slip in through the gaps. Maeve, who had been watching the two of them the whole time, rested her chin on her hand, her eyes full of amusement. Seeing that Evelyn was still lingering, Ryan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Is there anything else, beautiful lady?" Evelyn didn't answer, but instead took out a pendant from somewhere and handed it to him. The pendant was engraved with a blood-red rose and looked more like a woman's accessory. Ryan took it and examined it carefully, then asked what it was. Evelyn's voice was much gentler than usual. "It's an amulet I made. It can protect you in a pinch." Ryan had known her for so long, and this was the first time he'd heard her speak in such a tone. He leaned closer, half jokingly, and said, "Really? This thing isn't cheap, is it? You're not secretly trying to scam me, are you?" Before she could finish speaking, Evelyn snatched the amulet back. Her expression instantly turned cold. "Never mind if you don't want it." With that, she turned and left. Ryan quickly caught up and hurriedly changed his tune. Yes. How could I possibly refuse something given by Ms. Evelyn?" Evelyn stopped, squinted at him for a few seconds, and finally handed the amulet back. "Be careful. This is borrowed from you. Return it to me, personally, when you come back." Ryan accepted the amulet and thanked her with a smile. Evelyn, however, reminded him that he could just call her Evelyn from now on. With that, she turned and left without looking back, her steps even faster than before. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Ryan's ear. Evelyn's favorability level had increased to level 3, and the related rewards had also increased accordingly, with strength, stamina, and agility each increasing by 60%. Ryan hadn't expected her favorability rating to rise so quickly, even catching up with and surpassing Ellie's. However, the two had known each other for almost a month, while Ellie had only been back from being bought for 9 days. He couldn't help but ask the system, "Didn't you say it had to be said by the other person themselves for it to count?" The system simply replied, "There are always exceptions," which made him secretly happy. When Ryan returned to the group, he found Maeve looking at him strangely. As he put the pendant back on, he asked her what was wrong. Maeve chuckled and said that Ms. Evelyn really liked him, giving him little gifts again. Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked her if she was jealous. Maeve immediately denied it, saying it was a good thing. She suddenly smiled lewdly, fantasizing that once Ryan and Evelyn got together, she would have an endless supply of meat to steal. Looking at her like that, Ryan teased her on purpose. "What if Evelyn finds you annoying and makes me sell you?" Maeve paused, her smile vanishing instantly, and she muttered to herself, feeling wronged. "What am I doing that's annoying? If that's really the case, then they shouldn't be together." Ryan reached out and patted her head, reassuring her that it was just a joke and that Maeve would always be his good friend. Just then, the crisp sound of horses' hooves came from ahead. Young Master Vit rode up, his gaze falling on Lilith, and asked if she was also a slave from White Mist Island. After Ryan admitted it, Wit was somewhat surprised, saying that he looked so wealthy that even his father didn't buy slaves as often as he did. Several attendants followed. Ryan glanced at the group and noticed that there were far fewer people this time than last time, only 30 or 40 including the slaves. Wit said that last time, half of them died underground, and not many people dared to go down with them this time. He looked around, his tone full of disdain, and called those people cowards. Ryan didn't see the big guy with the hammer who had been with Wit last time, so he asked. Wit said that the man's name was Sock, and he was already dead underground. Ryan paused, stunned. That guy had been wielding a war hammer and was virtually unstoppable among the goblins. He found it hard to imagine anything could kill him. Wit noticed his confusion and continued. Even strength has its limits. Sock, trying to save him, was pinned down by dozens of goblins and ultimately swallowed whole by the demonic insects. At this point, Wit shook his head, as if in regret. He said that Sock was a slave he had bought at a high price, who was utterly loyal to him and only wished for the goddess's blessing. Then he left with his servants. Ryan turned to look at Ellie and Lilith, feeling somewhat worried. Fortunately, the two had rested for a while and were in good spirits. Lilith, in particular, slept soundly, even snoring away with her head on Ryan's lap. Ryan had to call her several times to wake her before they were about to leave. Ryan asked her how she rested. Lilith nodded and said she was fine, adding earnestly that she liked the warmth of her master's body and that it made her feel relaxed. Ryan looked at Ellie again. Ellie remained as cold as ever, simply replying with a curt, "It's all right." At this moment, Lilith suddenly crossed her arms and looked at Ryan, calmly saying, "Master, I have a request." Ryan told her to be direct. Lilith then said in front of everyone that if he didn't mind her status, he should allow her to sleep with him after they returned. She liked the warmth of his body. It made her feel relaxed. Upon hearing this, several mercenaries nearby immediately cast strange glances at her. Ryan was immediately embarrassed, and even Maeve blushed, reminding her with disdain not to talk nonsense in the street. Lilith, however, remained unfazed, simply stating that she was conveying a request and didn't see anything wrong with it. Maeve, embarrassed, hid behind Ryan, complaining that she couldn't have gone home to say it instead of choosing a crowded place. Ellie stood to the side, listening to their conversation without saying a word. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 47 Dark Elves are all mature women. Ryan followed the group out of the city, taking the same route as before. The entrance to the underground cave was now guarded by 5 or 6 soldiers in plate armor, and a round red pottery jar sat nearby. Maeve, thinking there was food in the bucket, was about to sneak a peek when Ryan pulled her back. She said seriously that it looked like food, so Ryan had to explain that it was a kerosene can, not food. If a large number of goblins rush out of the cave entrance, the guards only need to smash a few cans of oil to set the entrance on fire. This kind of thing is common when defending a city, and there are quite a few on the walls of Kaeldorn. Maeve scratched her head and mumbled something, as if she understood. Ryan guessed she was probably hungry, so he took out a piece of black bread and stuffed it into her mouth, silencing her at the same time. Several mercenaries nearby, witnessing this, couldn't help but mock, saying that there was no need to explain so much to slaves. 2 slaps would naturally make them behave. Maeve's ears immediately drooped, and she fearfully hid behind Ryan. Whit tied up the horse, looked up, and called Ryan over. He took off his mask, pointed to the dark cave entrance, and said that the scouts had already gone down, and they should go ahead while the others followed. Having said that, Whit drew his knight's sword, bent down, and crawled into the cave. Several servants followed closely behind, carrying torches. Ryan glanced at Ellie and Lilith, then led his men after them. Not long after they started walking, Victor suddenly reminded them that if they encountered that giant worm again, they absolutely had to find a way to kill it. They couldn't let the greenskin ride it around digging holes. If it crawled into Kaeldorn, it would be a huge problem. One of the servants whispered his doubts about their ability to do it, and was immediately scolded by his companion. Ryan then lowered his voice and asked Ellie and Lilith if, now that Lilith was with them, they could defeat the burrowing worm. Ellie and Lilith exchanged a glance. Ellie replied that it was possible. Lilith's poison could kill the burrowing worm. Ryan stroked his chin, somewhat skeptical. After all, snake venom might not be suitable for dealing with such a monster. Lilith, however, was quite certain that she had once hunted a burrowing worm alone, and that she could kill it if given a weapon capable of piercing its skin. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone handed her a long spear. Lilith waved her hand twice and nodded in satisfaction. A burly servant carrying a long axe looked her over, his tone full of disbelief, thinking that such a woman couldn't possibly kill the insect. Lilith merely glanced at him and didn't argue. She knew perfectly well that if a fight broke out, she could kill this seemingly strong man in an instant. Whit told the servant to keep quiet. He said that although the slaves from White Mist Island were women, they were far stronger than ordinary soldiers. When he was a child, his family had a female slave from White Mist Island whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The other servants were curious whether there were any human slaves on the island. Victor shook his head, saying that those slaves had to drink many magical but highly poisonous potions when they were young, and that human bodies simply couldn't withstand the first hurdle. He added that his father had mentioned that before he was born, the kingdom had sent many prisoners to the island, but none of them had ever returned alive. So, he couldn't even imagine such a thing happening. After speaking, Whit silenced everyone. Ryan seized the opportunity to ask if the mission would be complete once the demonic worm was killed. Whit replied that it would be even better if they could destroy a few goblin camps while they were at it. The underground was teeming with disgusting green swarms of goblins. The group continued deeper into the cave and soon encountered returning scouts. The men were dressed in black, their faces smeared with soot, and in the dim cave, Ryan could barely see their eyes and white teeth. The scout reported to Whit that there were many undead creatures ahead, probably dozens, including ghouls, the mercenaries who had died last time, goblins, and dark elves. He dared not approach any further, lest he be discovered. Upon hearing the words dark elves, Ryan's eyes lit up. He'd been in this world for so long and had never seen an elf before. He couldn't help but fantasize about whether dark elves were dark-skinned, busty, mature women. He nudged Ellie with his elbow and whispered that he had never seen a dark elf. Ellie said she had, that there were many deep underground, and that those creatures took pleasure in killing. Ryan's expectations instantly dwindled by half, but he still asked them if they were pretty. Ellie glanced at him sideways with a strange look in her eyes, and simply said that he would probably like them. Ryan immediately understood that this was probably exactly what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Wit removed his mask, frowned at him, and could hardly believe that he even liked dark elves, wondering if he wanted to marry one. Ryan was frank, saying he would indeed like to try if given the chance. Victor shook his head helplessly, feeling that this man was beyond saving. The group continued deeper into the area. Before long, Ryan heard strange rustling sounds and a low, murmuring noise coming from ahead. Lilith suddenly pulled him into her arms and whispered a warning that there were ghouls ahead. Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately hid behind Lilith. At the same time, the rustling sound ahead grew more urgent, and a dark figure suddenly darted out of the darkness, rushing straight at Wit. The knight's sword in Wit's hand instantly burst into flames, and with a single strike, he decapitated the charging ghoul. Even after being severed, the monster's remains continued to writhe. Wit kicked the corpse aside and shouted a warning to the others that the undead had their eyes on them. The servants immediately raised their shields to protect his sides, and hordes of corpses poured out of the darkness. Ryan told Lilith to go up and help. Lilith raised her spear, and whenever an extremely fast undead creature pounced, she would thrust it out, accurately piercing its head. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Ryan noticed a faint light appearing in the depths of the darkness. Before he could even see what it was, Ellie had already raised her hand and unleashed a windblade. Once the undead creatures in front of him were cleared away, Ryan stepped forward and finally saw half a body lying on the ground. It was a dark-skinned creature with long white hair and pointed ears, which was now writhing on the ground. Chapter 48, The Unrestrained and Bold European and American Ellie. This must be the dark elf everyone was talking about. Ryan glanced at the mangled body on the ground and could only make out that her upper body was well-proportioned, but her lower body was nowhere to be seen. Her face was completely disfigured, as if it had been repeatedly struck with a spiked club, leaving only a mass of flesh and blood. Ryan couldn't tell what this dark elf had looked like in life. Seeing him staring at the corpse, Wit couldn't help but shake his head. Surely it's not that serious? Even after all this, you still won't let it go. Ryan was speechless. He explained that it was just his first time seeing dark elves, and he was curious about what they looked like. He didn't have any strange ideas. Maeve, not wanting him to continue watching, pulled him forward, muttering under her breath that dark elves were nowhere near as pretty as her and Ellie. The situation underground is much stranger than when we were escaping a few days ago. Back then, we didn't see many undead, but now we bump into a wandering corpse every few steps. What's more troublesome is that most of these corpses are still very fresh, with bloodstains not even completely congealed. Some have their heads smashed flat, and some have their limbs mutilated, yet they still stagger and lunge at the living. The servant named Charlie couldn't help but complain that he had never seen so many ghosts when he was here last time. As Wit swung his sword and cut down the approaching skeletons, he reminded everyone that they must burn the goblins immediately after killing them. Otherwise, the corpses would soon become undead. After rummaging underground for a long time, the group finally arrived at the first goblin camp they had cleared last time. However, the corpses that had been piled up by the roadside were all gone, and they had obviously become the undead. The few servants were already drenched in sweat from just clearing out the undead. The mercenaries behind them had to take turns filling in, and before they could find a new goblin camp, the team's morale was already low. Seeing that everyone's strength was waning, Wit led his men back a short distance and found a relatively safe spot to rest. Ryan took out a piece of black bread and started eating it. He guessed that it must be night outside, since they had set off in the afternoon and had been working underground for so long. It was almost evening by now. Maeve grabbed a piece of cured meat and stuffed it in her mouth, marveling at how good it was to have lived another day. Ryan reminded her to eat less, as there wasn't much water, lest she complain of being thirsty again soon. Maeve gave a perfunctory agreement, then shoved a piece of pungent, salty cured meat into Ryan's mouth. Ryan couldn't understand why she would like this taste. After eating, Ellie yawned and habitually leaned on Ryan's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. Victor also rested nearby, learning from his previous mistake of not having time to put on his armor. This time, he didn't even take off his plate armor while sleeping. At this moment, Lilith hugged Ryan from behind, nuzzled his cheek affectionately, and whispered that she would let her master sleep first and that she would hug him from behind. This snake girl usually has a cold face, just like Ellie, but her personality is actually quite outgoing, similar to Maeve's, and she always goes out of her way to act cute towards Ryan. Ryan said he wasn't sleepy yet, since he was just the team's mascot anyway, and let the two main players go to sleep first. He casually patted Ellie and Lilith's heads. One had fluffy ears, and the other had smooth hair. Lilith immediately sat down next to him, gesturing for him to lean back, and then unceremoniously rested her head on his lap. Seeing this, Ellie also moved to the other side to sleep. Seeing that both good spots were taken, Maeve could only ask dejectedly where she would sleep. Ryan pointed to the rock wall, indicating that she should take off her hard leather armor and use it as a cushion for him once again. Maeve reluctantly complied. After leaning against him, Ryan had to admit that it was indeed a comfortable cushion. The ground was uneven, and Lilith couldn't seem to sleep soundly. After tossing and turning for a long time, she propped herself up slightly and asked if she could sit on Ryan's lap to sleep, emphasizing that she was very light. Before Ryan could refuse, Lilith had already sat in his lap, and then took off her armor, pressing her whole body against him. Ryan, sandwiched between the two, twitched at the corner of his mouth, his mind reeling. Lilith, however, laughed even harder, saying that her master was so cute and that she liked him more and more. Ryan was a little embarrassed and could only threaten her in a low voice, saying that she would be in trouble when they got home. Just then, Ellie suddenly sat up and stared at the two of them with a strange look. Ryan felt uneasy under her gaze, and the atmosphere around them instantly became tense. Ryan asked her what was wrong. Ellie said expressionlessly that she couldn't sleep and wanted to find something to do, then ordered Lilith to keep an eye on Maeve as she was leaving for a while. Before Ryan could understand what she was trying to do, Ellie looked at him and said in a tone that left no room for refusal, "Come with me." Ryan looked bewildered and reminded her that there were undead everywhere around. Ellie calmly replied that she would protect him and then find a place to be alone for a while. Upon hearing this, Ryan almost lost his mind. Maeve was also stunned and quickly called for a halt, asking Ellie what nonsense she was spouting. Ellie ignored her completely, urging Ryan to hurry up, saying that those who can't resist a woman's temptation are the easiest to deceive. Seeing that Ryan didn't move, she pushed Lilith aside, pulled him up, and grabbed a burning torch. Ryan couldn't help but ask her if she was serious. Ellie, who was walking ahead, simply replied with one word, "Yes." The two left the group and walked for more than 20 meters in the darkness. Ellie raised her hand to touch the rock wall, and the hard stone wall split open to the sides, revealing a narrow gap. She led Ryan inside and planted torches in the rock wall. Then, with a wave of her hand, the rocks behind her began to deform, quickly blocking the entrance and leaving only a narrow crack for ventilation. Ellie unfastened her leather armor and tossed it aside, then loosened the drawstrings on her skirt. Before Ryan could react, she whispered to him whether he wanted her to do it himself or help him. She took a step forward, and when she met Ryan's gaze, her eyes lowered slightly. Ryan could tell that beneath her calm tone lay a barely perceptible tension. Ryan reached out and stroked her soft cat ears, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned down to kiss her. In the darkness, two shadows drew closer. A gust of cold wind gently extinguished the torch stuck in the rock wall. Chapter 49, Wanting a Child. This experience was quite good. Ellie truly is a near-perfect woman. There are hardly any flaws in her from head to toe. Her reaction was too calm. After the intimacy, there was little ripple, at most a slight blush on her neck and cheeks. Ryan knew that he was partly too hasty, like Pigsy eating ginseng fruit, only concerned with enjoying it and not having time to savor it properly. He secretly vowed that when he got back, he would study Ellie's weaknesses carefully and make sure that cold face showed some heart-fluttering expression. When the two returned to the group, Maeve and Lilith, who were leaning against the stone wall, were looking at them with strange eyes. Maeve, in particular, had her cheeks slightly puffed out, clearly somewhat unhappy. Ryan asked her what was wrong, and Maeve said nothing was wrong, but after he sat down, she leaned closer and smelled him. Her face turned red, and she muttered something vulgar under her breath. Lilith also moved closer, her cool tongue brushing against Ryan's neck twice before she stretched comfortably and lay down, lazily saying that it would be her turn when they got back. Ellie ignored them, casually put the hard leather armor she hadn't put on yet aside, and then rested her head on Ryan's other leg, letting him touch her ears and cheeks. Maeve picked up a small stone and drew circles on the ground, muttering that the two of them were inhuman. Ryan looked at her, and their eyes met. Maeve pouted and cursed him along with her. Ryan didn't have time to pay attention to her. He was already mentally asking the system for a reward. Logically speaking, given how far his relationship with Ellie had progressed, his favorability level should have reached level 4 at least. The system quickly responded that the favorability rating wouldn't increase so quickly. Everything would have to proceed gradually, and it was currently still at level 3. Ellie's current character profile progress included acquaintance, friend, and close friend statuses, as well as a romantic relationship, though the system had specifically marked it as unhealthy. The current reward is a 70% increase in strength, endurance, and agility. Ryan paused, not understanding what unhealthy meant. Did it mean they were just running buddies? He couldn't help but curse the system in his mind, and the system retorted just as rudely. The two exchanged a few more insults before Ryan came to his senses and clenched his fist. This time, the bonus is only 10% higher than before, so the change isn't significant. To truly achieve a qualitative leap, it's likely that more slaves will need to be purchased. The road to becoming stronger remains long and arduous. He looked down at Ellie and Lilith, and seeing that they were both fast asleep, he took out Evelyn's spellbook and continued studying by the dim light of the fire. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding mercenaries gradually awoke. Ellie's cat ears twitched slightly, and she slowly sat up. Lilith yawned, waking from her sleep. Ryan asked them how they slept, and Lilith nodded, saying she slept soundly. Ellie, still a little drowsy, nodded as well, telling Ryan to rest for a while so she could hold him while she slept. Ryan shook his head in refusal. Everyone would be awake soon, and it wouldn't be good to sleep now anyway, so he might as well sit up and stretch to clear his head. After all, before he transmigrated, he often stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights straight in internet cafes, so this little bit of staying up all night was nothing to him. Ellie took out a piece of black bread and slowly munched on it, her cat ears twitching, which made Ryan's lips curl into a smile. He coughed twice and suddenly asked Ellie if she could kiss him. Ellie paused, glanced at him furtively, but didn't respond immediately. Ryan assumed her silence meant rejection, but after swallowing her bread, she simply said 2 words, no. Lilith, who was about to eat, immediately put down her bread upon hearing this, and said with great interest that it was no problem, and that she could teach her. But Ellie reacted quickly, grabbing her shoulder and shoving her aside, coldly asking, "Who needs your guidance?" Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Lilith was indeed a bit wicked. Not only did she look like a bad woman, but her words and actions were also similar. Ellie moved slightly closer to Ryan, her lips lightly brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. But Ryan was clearly not satisfied, pointing to his own mouth and telling her to kiss there. Ellie blushed slightly, clearly reluctant. But with Lilith watching intently from the side, she finally kissed her, her face still flushed. The system immediately notified that Ellie's loyalty had increased, currently standing at 70%. Ryan grinned from ear to ear, feeling that he, the fisherman, had profited immensely from this conflict between the two. Veter, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and teased him, saying that he was being affectionate with his beastman wife again, and couldn't he wait until they got home? Ryan waved his hand, indicating that it was just a kiss, and it was nothing. Ellie stood up, her face still expressionless, though the blush hadn't completely faded. Whit put on his helmet and reminded the group to continue deeper into the area to see if they could find the insect. After speaking, he walked over to several servants and briefly explained the arrangements for the next step. Maeve brushed the breadcrumbs off her clothes, then suddenly nudged Ryan with her elbow, her expression unusually serious. Ryan asked her if she hadn't slept well, noting her furrowed brow. Maeve hesitated for a moment before whispering, "What if he and Ellie slept together and Ellie got pregnant?" Ryan blinked, glancing instinctively at Ellie beside him. To be honest, he hadn't even thought about this before. He was just enjoying himself so much that he'd completely forgotten about it. Looking back now, it really was a problem. After all, he was penniless and far from the right time to have children, but there was no easy solution in the world. Just then, Lilith suddenly spoke up, telling them not to worry. Her trainer had said that it was very difficult for beast men and humans to conceive, and even after being used for more than 10 years, they might not be able to have a child. So she told Ryan and Ellie to do whatever they wanted, as long as they felt comfortable, and added that she wanted to try it herself when they got back. Ryan narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought to himself, wouldn't that be incredibly pleasurable? Maeve lowered her head after hearing this, seemingly disappointed. Ryan sensed something was wrong and asked her if she wanted to have children. Maeve glanced at him furtively and asked in a low voice, if I have a child with him in the future, will Master raise it? Ryan nodded without hesitation, saying that of course he would raise his child. However, looking at Maeve's exaggerated size, he wasn't worried that the child would go hungry, but rather that she would pass on her intelligence to the next generation. Upon hearing Ryan's answer, Maeve bent down to pick up the hard leather armor and put on. As she tied the ropes, she whispered that the thing she wanted to do most when she was a child was to become a mother, because chubby little children are the cutest. Chapter 50. Former allies, now enemies. Got it. I'll fire back at you as soon as we get back. Ryan looked at Maeve, his eyes filled with ill intent. Maeve panicked immediately, punching him first before blushing and muttering, no way. You're just teasing me. You're so mean. As the two were playfully bickering, Wit, at the front of the group, suddenly shouted, Ryan. Ryan pushed past the mercenaries to his side and asked what was wrong. Wit kicked away a skeleton blocking his way and said in a deep voice, there are too many undead ahead. Have your slaves clear them out. Lilith flicked her tongue and stepped forward, saying, let me do it. As soon as she finished speaking, two ghouls pounced out of the darkness. She flicked her spear, piercing their heads one after another, and casually flicked away the black blood from the spear tip. Her movements were clean and elegant. The attendant beside her was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This slave really knew how to use a gun. Soon, Lilith was cutting her way ahead, undead creatures falling in droves, their mangled corpses kicked off the cliff beside the road. Ryan watched her retreating figure and reminded her, take a rest if you're tired. After all, they might still need her to deal with the burrowing worms, and it wouldn't be worthwhile to exhaust her strength now. Lilith replied that she could continue fighting, and that there were fewer and fewer undead ahead, so there was likely a goblin camp nearby. Ryan asked her how she judged this. Lilith explained that there are intelligent beings among goblins. They use necromancy to create undead creatures to keep humans away. The decrease in the number of undead indicates that they are approaching the goblins' true territory. Wit lifted his mask, his tone somewhat doubtful. Are you sure? Goblins with magic abilities are quite rare. Goblins mostly come from underground and can be roughly divided into two categories. One type lives deep in the Earth's core. Although they are cunning, they are not bloodthirsty. They have developed civilization, know magic, and can create complex machines, but they usually do not want to come into contact with humans. The other type is the evil goblin, which is the kind Ryan sees most often. They are ferocious and bloodthirsty, and were driven out of their kind long ago. They roam like rats in caves near the surface, occasionally attacking human villages and towns. They have almost no civilization to speak of. Lilith wasn't entirely sure, but she had seen goblins who could use magic in the north before, and the current situation seemed similar. As she spoke, she pierced the neck of another undead creature, lifting the corpse to show Ryan. Master, this is a dark elf. Ryan looked up and saw a corpse with dark skin, white hair, a beautiful figure, and milky white eyes filled with death, clearly having been dead for a long time. Just as some improper thoughts crossed his mind, Lilith threw the body into the abyss. The system suddenly asked him if he only liked women of other races. Ryan was speechless for a moment. Of course, he also liked beautiful human women, but so far, few of the women he had met matched his aesthetic standards. On the contrary, the Beastgirl and the dark elf from earlier were quite pleasing to the eye. He muttered to himself that he could give it a try as long as it was a beautiful humanoid woman. The system immediately called him out, asking if he really meant gritting his teeth. Ryan smiled knowingly and didn't reply. Wit took a sip of water and continued, "Those goblins are raising a demonic insect, which ate many of their people last time." Lilith nodded, which confirmed her judgment. Only clever goblins would know how to tame magical insects. Those things must have come from underground. Just then a cold wind blew by. Maeve's nose twitched, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. "Master, there's a strong smell of goblins ahead." Lilith slowed her pace and flicked her tongue, saying, "I saw them too." Ryan was somewhat surprised. Even with Ellie's sharp eyes, she hadn't noticed. He then asked Lilith where she was. Lilith explained that she was different from Ellie. She was better at underground combat because she could see the temperature through stone walls. Ryan immediately thought of Snake's ability to sense heat, like innate thermal imaging. He asked Lilith how far she could see, and Lilith replied that her senses had been enhanced, allowing her to see hundreds of meters underground without any problem. This ability is truly insidious. If Ellie has built-in low-light night vision, then Lilith has built-in thermal imaging. She could spot a robber hiding in the grass with just a glance. Just as Ryan was about to sigh, the sharp, noisy cries of goblins suddenly came from afar. Soon, a large group of goblins, carrying torches, surged out from around the corner and walked towards the mercenary group, clearly already aware that they had entered the underground. Ryan glanced around and saw at least a couple hundred of these densely packed green-skinned beasts. In terms of numbers, goblins had a clear advantage, but in terms of combat quality, they were nowhere near the mercenaries' level. Wit removed his mask and turned to order his men to prepare for battle. Just then, a servant shouted, "Sir, they have slingshots." The goblins in the front row held spiked clubs and spiked wooden shields, while almost everyone in the back row had a slingshot. The next second, a rain of stones came crashing down from the sky. Ellie raised her hand and waved, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent all the flying rocks flying back. The ear-piercing buzzing made Ryan's eardrums ache, while the mercenaries who had raised their shields to defend were stunned for a long time, not seeing the attack land. Wit roared, pulling them back to reality. "What are you all standing there for? Don't just stand there like targets. Charge with me." Wit and his attendants charged out first, and the mercenaries followed suit, their battle cries echoing underground as they pressed forward, closely following Ryan's footsteps. Maeve grabbed Ryan's sleeve and asked nervously, "Should we charge into?" Before Ryan could answer, a burly figure suddenly burst out from behind the rock wall. It violently shoved aside the goblins blocking its path, raised its warhammer high, and slammed it into the ground. With a deafening roar, the shockwave swept across. Ryan's legs went numb, and he staggered uncontrollably to the ground. The mercenaries in the front row were blasted away, and several unlucky ones fell directly off the cliff. Ellie reacted swiftly, catching a mercenary who was about to fall and tossing him to safety. Ryan struggled to his feet, his legs still weak. The shockwave extinguished many torches, plunging the surroundings into darkness. It wasn't until the knight's sword in Wit's hand burst into flames that the group could finally see the enemy's face. Vitter was so frightened that he took a half step back, his voice trembling, and gritted his teeth, cursing, "What the hell?" Chapter 51 praises Maeve for not wetting her pants. Ryan had seen a monster that stood in front of the mercenaries before. That was the beast man named Sock, the slave from White Mist Island who had been following Vitter. His neck seemed to be broken, and his head hung upside down in front of his chest at an extremely bizarre angle, with a dark green magical power surging through his broken body. Another wave of stones came, and Ellie once again raised her hand to deflect the attack. Relying on her for defense isn't a long-term solution. Ryan estimates that her magic will run out after 4 or 5 more uses. Several servants stared intently ahead, not daring to be careless in the slightest. "Young master, what do we do next?" Before Wit could give the order, the last mercenaries had already begun to flee. "Damn it, everyone retreat." The ground began to tremble as soon as he finished speaking, and a giant demonic insect burst out of the earth, cutting off the mercenaries' escape route. Several of the fastest escapees were swallowed whole. Seeing the goblins draw their daggers and charge, Maeve clung to Ryan's leg and cried out, "Damn it!" Ryan looked at Wit, who had already engaged the enemy, and broke out in a cold sweat. "Bruce, stop hugging my leg. Let go." Maeve turned and ran. then bent over and laid down in an inconspicuous corner, where she began to tremble. Ryan also rushed forward, trying his best to kill the goblins in front of him. He had no special skills, relying solely on the buffs from the encyclopedia to unleash his full power, and almost no goblin could withstand his sword strike. Ellie and Lilith looked at each other and exchanged a brief glance. Lilith then opened her mouth, sprayed the venom on her hand, and then smeared it all over the gun barrel. "Master, protect yourself. I'll be right back." "Where are you going?" Lilith didn't reply to him, and turned to rush towards the burrowing worm. At the same time, gravel flew up from beneath Sock's feet, and he charged towards them like a raging bull, sending goblins flying into the air. "I'll handle him," Ellie said expressionlessly. Before Ryan could speak, she leaped up, stepping on the goblin's head as she charged through the air towards Sock. She nimbly dodged the swinging warhammer, then fiercely lashed out with 2 wind blades in retaliation. Sock was hit in the left rib, his plate armor was cleanly cut open, and his internal organs and dark blood sprayed everywhere. The guy seemed to find the warhammer in his hand too heavy to reach the agile Ellie, so he swung the weapon at the mercenary with all his might. A buzzing sound filled Ryan's ears as he watched several mercenaries around him smash their flesh and blood to pieces. Just then, a bloody arm fell right next to Maeve, scaring her half to death. Sock punched Ellie, but in the process, Ellie dislocated both of his arms, then his legs, and in the blink of an eye, he was completely incapacitated. Several goblins tried to ambush Ellie, but she snatched her spike club and cracked their skulls open one by one. Hearing the loud noise, Ryan turned around and looked back. The burrowing worm crashed to the ground, writhing and rolling around. Its body was covered in wounds, and the black blood flowing out was boiling, emitting an extremely foul odor. Lilith returned to Ryan's side unhurriedly, her spear already embedded in the burrowing worm's body. "Go help Ellie quickly." Ryan handed the sword at his waist to Lilith. "Okowo." She charged forward swiftly, wielding a dagger in her left hand and a long sword in her right. The two of them wreaked havoc among the goblins, limbs flying everywhere. Ellie killed a goblin with a single blow, then straightened up and looked ahead. She seemed to notice something, then stepped on the goblin's head and jumped over it. Maeve returned to Ryan's side and asked hesitantly, "Where is Ellie?" "I don't know." Ryan shook his head. The remaining mercenaries and Lilith had cleared out most of the goblins in the area, and the green corpses were piled up like small mountains on the already narrow path. The battle was basically over. The goblins suffered heavy casualties. The ground was littered with green corpses. The team situation is also not optimistic. The original team of more than 30 people has now been reduced to less than half. It's unclear whether the mercenary who was swallowed by the demonic insect is dead or not, but those who fell off the cliff and were hit by the hammer are probably dead. The mercenaries were working together to cut open the monster's belly, and Ryan also stepped forward to help. The insect skin was thick and tough, and for some reason, it was slightly hot to the touch. As the skin was cut open, a stream of dark blood gushed out. Ryan, quick-witted and agile, managed to dodge it, but the mercenaries weren't so lucky. They were drenched in blood. Although the mercenaries who were eaten by the worms were all intact, they were all dead without exception. Not one of them survived. A few minutes later, Ellie returned, carrying a bright green goblin in her hand. This guy was quite noisy, constantly chattering in a language that no one could understand. Seeing that the goblin was still struggling, Ellie slapped her to sleep. Maeve muttered, "Why don't we just kill them if they're so scary?" Ellie ignored Maeve and continued. "This seems to be the goblin leader. Not only can she use magic, but she was also hiding in the back and spying on us. What should we do with her?" After saying that, she raised her head slightly, looking like a child waiting for praise. "Leader?" Ryan took a closer look and felt that it was no different from other goblins, all with round heads. "Ryan, come help." Wick called out from the side, clutching a linen cloth as he tried to stop the servant's bleeding. This unfortunate fellow had just been struck by Sock's war hammer. Half of his body was completely shattered, and what's worse, he was still alive and pleading with Wit to save him in agony. This kind of injury, let alone now, would be extremely dangerous even with the medical conditions before the time travel. Half of his body is shattered, and his internal organs are probably in pieces. Sure enough, just as Ryan was about to go over, the servant breathed his last, and there was no response no matter how much Wit called out to him. Another servant said, "Charlie is dead." Wit got up, rubbed his eyes, took a breath, looked at the goblin in Ellie's hand, and then raised his sword to strike. Ryan reached out to stop him. "This looks like the leader. Are you sure you want to kill him? Then he deserves to die even more. Get out of the way." Wit's eyes were red. Ellie casually tossed the goblin leader aside, and without hesitation, Wit stabbed it in the heart. Ryan didn't forget to praise her, saying, "Ellie is amazing. Get her a bonus." If her hands weren't a little dirty, Ryan would definitely have played with her cat ears quite a bit. Lilith glanced at Ryan, but said nothing. "What? You want to be praised too?" "No need. I just did what I was supposed to do." Lilith refused without even thinking. Maeve nudged Ryan, then puffed out her cheeks and asked, "What about me?" "You? How do you want me to praise you?" "Praise you for not wetting your pants just now." Chapter 52, Arresting a Chocolate Cake. The mercenaries quickly cleared out the goblin camp, then left the underground with the wounded and any corpses they could find. The squad was more than half dead or wounded, and they were basically unable to explore the underground anymore. They couldn't possibly fight the goblins while dragging the wounded along. On the way back, Lilith kept looking back, and it was unclear what she was looking at. They returned to the ground in the dark, thinking that not much time had passed, until they asked the soldiers guarding the cave entrance and learned that a day and a night had passed. "So many people died this time," a soldier remarked casually. Wit sat on the wooden stake, looking somewhat dejected. "It's better than last time. This guy's slave killed the demonic insect. Sock couldn't kill that monster even after several hammer blows, but in the end, he fell into her hands." Lilith stood with her arms crossed, coldly to the side without saying a word. It wasn't too far from here to Kaeldorn. Seeing mercenaries leaving in groups of 3 or 5, Ryan pointed in the direction of the city and said, "Lord Wit, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest too." After saying that, he yawned. He was exhausted from having sex last night, so he needs to catch up on his sleep tonight. "Let's go. I'll have Evelyn give you the payment." Wit lowered his head. Ryan nodded, then turned and left with the others. Lilith kept looking back along the way, which made Ryan quite curious. "What's wrong? Is someone following us? Are they bandits?" Ellie turned around and glanced back when she heard this. Maeve clung to Ryan's leg, trembling. "Could it be that we're being followed by goblins?" Lilith flicked her tongue. "It seems so, but I don't know if it's a goblin or a bandit." Ellie ducked into the bushes and lay in ambush. "You guys go first. I'll catch up." Ryan always trusted Ellie, so he pretended nothing had happened and continued walking. Before they had gone far, they heard ghostly wails and howls behind them. Ellie returned dragging something, then tossed it in front of Ryan. It's a dark elf. Dark skin, white hair, and red eyes. Its appearance was almost identical to the dark elf corpse seen before. Its youthful face suggested it was only a teenager, but its chest was also annoying. Isn't this making Ryan make a mistake? She was clearly frightened, sitting on the ground, waving her hands frantically and babbling in a language Ryan couldn't understand. Lilith crouched down, pulled out a dagger, and brandished it in front of the dark elf. What did Master say? Is he going to kill her? Dark elves are no good. The dark elf was terrified at the sight. Tears streamed down her face as she began to kowtow and beg for mercy, though Ryan couldn't understand her babbling. What language is this? It must be geocentric language. Can you two do it? Ryan asked. Ellie and Lilith shook their heads in unison. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Translation system upgraded. Geocentric language access now unlocked. Instantly, the Dark Elf's language was translated into Mandarin that Ryan could understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any harm. Please don't kill me, sob sob sob. Ryan cleared his throat and tried speaking in the Earth's language. What's your name? These words stunned everyone, but the Dark Elf reacted the most, instantly seeing Lion as her savior. My name is Narama Sinesa. Please don't kill me. I mean you no harm. Ryan decisively used his identification. Name, Narama Sinesa. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, Dark Elf. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Endurance, D. Agile, D. Intelligence, C. Perception, D. Luck, A. Overall quality, rare. Current loyalty level, none. Ryan exclaimed that he had seen a ghost. This is actually a huge, stupid pig, almost as stupid as Maeve. Why are you following us? What's your purpose? I got curious after seeing you kill all those goblins, so I wanted to follow you and take a look, and then I got caught. Narima cried so hard that snot bubbled from her nose, and Ellie pulled out several strands of her beautiful long white hair. Maeve asked in confusion, Master, what are you two talking about? I can't understand a word. Did you secretly curse at me? Do I need to sneak around to scold you? Ryan originally wanted to catch Maeve's rabbit, but she was wearing hard leather armor, and he couldn't reach it, so he could only settle for grabbing her, which made her scream repeatedly. Narima continued to plead, Let me go, please. I meant no harm. Ryan's lips curled up in a smile. Dark elves? Now that they've fallen into Ryan's hands, she's no longer in his control. Rare varieties shouldn't be wasted. Who wouldn't want to eagerly take a bite of dark chocolate cake? Narima, I have some bad news for you. From now on, you are my slave. Be obedient. The woman was terrified. She shook her head vigorously. I want to go back downstairs. Ryan turned to Lilith. How long do dark elves live? Several hundred years, I suppose. Elves are long-lived creatures. They live much longer than us, Lilith replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Ryan took Lilith's dagger, squatted down in front of Narima, and waved it around. Either be my slave or die. You choose. Narima looked up at Lion, her body trembling slightly. I want to go home. Sure, be my slave. I'll let you go after I die of old age. You'll live longer than me, right? Narima swallowed hard, her eyes filled with fear. But under Ryan's tyranny, she was forced to submit. Then how many more years do you have left to live? Ryan paused for a moment, then began to estimate in his mind. The average lifespan in this world is only 40 or 50 years. Even if his living conditions are better, living another 50 years is the maximum. I might die in 50 years. Narima breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I won't live long. I'm so unlucky. I should have known better than to chase after them. Ryan was speechless for a moment. However, what they said wasn't wrong. Compared to elves who can live for hundreds of years, 50 years is indeed not a particularly long time. Where did you come from? I remember there were guards at the cave entrance. Narima replied, her voice trembling with tears. Another cave. There are many caves that lead out. I know where you came from. Ryan didn't ask any more questions. He pulled Narima up from the ground and said, Wipe your tears, then come home with me. Tomorrow we'll go to the slave market and get a magic brand. You're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? I'm after your looks, not your life. Just be honest with me. Seeing that Ryan didn't seem to intend to kill her, Lilith couldn't help but ask, Master, aren't you going to make your move? Are you planning to enjoy yourself before you do it? I can keep watch for you. No. Lane pulled Narima to the front and introduced her to them. This is your new sister, Narima. She will be living with us for the time being. Chapter 53, I need to relax properly. After bringing Narima to the vicinity of the city, Ryan became troubled. Watching the soldiers come and go, he rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, Narima is a dark elf, which is basically the opposite of the human race in terms of their faction. Bringing her into the city is not difficult. At worst, you can just put a sack over her head and carry her away. But what will you do after that? You can't just wander around the city with her. Ryan looked at Narima beside him, who was gazing absently at Carrie Dorn in the distance. Why don't you just leave? Narima didn't run away immediately. She looked at Lion with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Aren't you going to run? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Narima's pointed ears drooped slightly as she muttered, I have nowhere to go. Can't you go back underground? I was banished by my mother, and I dare not go back. Narima shook her head and said very solemnly, Can I stay because I know healing magic? Reversing the heavenly stems. She was unwilling to be a slave just now, but now she's begging Ryan to let her stay. The main problem is that you can't enter our city. The soldiers at the gate will stop you. I have a way I know disguise magic. Narima raised her hand and began to chant a spell. Then her skin color began to change. Her pointed ears transformed into human ears, and her red pupils gradually turned black. She used magic to transform into a young and beautiful human girl. Apart from her somewhat tattered black cloak, there was basically no suspicious about her. How long can you keep this up? I should be fine for a few days until I run out of mana. Narima blinked. since she insisted on becoming a slave. Ryan had no reason to stop her and simply continued walking forward with her. Maeve lightly punched Ryan, completely oblivious to their conversation. What are you two talking about? How can this elf transform into someone like a human? It's nothing. She can't get in unless she transforms into a human. Maeve walked up to Nerima and blocked her path, then leaned closer to examine her closely. The two looked at each other, and Nerima lowered her head timidly, seemingly somewhat introverted. A moment later, Maeve used a soul-searching question. Master, are you sure you want to bring the dark elf home? What if she kills us tonight? Nerima probably doesn't have that ability, since her stats are worse than Maeve's. Her only advantage is that she's slightly smarter than Maeve. But just in case, Ryan still checked her loyalty. Test complete. Nerimar's current loyalty is 60%. It's acceptable, almost the same as when I first bought Maeve. It's like I got a foreign slave for free, but it's not very convenient to have her with me. Ryan looked at the adorable Maeve and couldn't resist teasing her a little. After thinking for a moment, he replied with a sly grin, I have a brilliant idea. Have her sleep in the same room as you. If she tries to kill you, just yell and you'll be fine. Maeve was taken aback at first, then her eyes gradually filled with grievance. Isn't my life a life too? Wah. Just kidding, don't cry. I saw you were bored, so I found you a companion. From now on, you're boss. Her name is Nerima. Take good care of her. Ryan ruffled Maeve's hair twice, offering a perfunctory consolation. Maeve sniffled. I can't understand a word she's saying. What good is knowing her name is Nerima? Lilith, who had been silent all along, volunteered. I will keep a close eye on her. Ryan nodded, then glanced at Ellie. The Catgirl seemed a little tired. She needed to get a good night's sleep tonight. Nerima used magic to change her appearance and easily blended into the city. She followed closely behind Ryan, her dark eyes scanning the surroundings. Every now and then, soldiers carrying torches would pass by them. Ryan whispered in the Earth's language, try not to talk. It's curfew now. If the patrolling guards hear you speaking in a language they don't understand, they might stop us and question us. Nerima nodded heavily, obediently remaining silent. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when he got home. After closing the doors and windows tightly, he took off his hard leather armor and said to Nerima, all right, you can turn back now. This is where I live. Nerima instantly transformed back into a dark elf, standing awkwardly at the doorway, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Ellie took off her armor and headed straight to the bathroom to start taking a shower. Maeve and Lilith sat at the table, stuffing black bread into their mouths like starving ghosts. You can sit down too, Ryan said, gesturing to the stool next to him. Nerima immediately sat down and continued to look around the room. What are you looking at? Nerima looked at Ryan, lowered her voice, and said cautiously, this is my first time in the outside world. Your houses are nothing like ours. What do you think of human cities? Ryan asked casually. Upon hearing this, Nerima secretly observed Lion's expression. Seeing a smile on his face, she dared to reply, just as Mother said, filthy and barbaric, there's even excrement on the streets. Ryan was extremely embarrassed. There's simply no way to refute that. After all, that's the reality of the environment here. People just dump their excrement on the street and rely entirely on natural decomposition. Rats are also everywhere. A black death would have silenced them all. Nerima looked at the black bread in Maeve's hand and asked curiously, what kind of food is this? She seems to enjoy it. This is black bread. What do you dark elves usually eat? Lion took a piece of black bread and handed it to Nerima so she could try it. She took a small bite, and judging from her expression, she clearly didn't like it. Mushroom, cave frog, stone lizard, bat mouse. Nerima rattled off a long list of strange foods, most of which he could understand, but bats and rats were included. These two creatures carry a lot of germs, so it seems that life isn't so easy for the dark elves. You'll sleep there tonight, is that all right? Ryan pointed to the empty room next to the kitchen. There wasn't even a bed inside, so Nerima would have to make do there for the time being. The lovely dark elf didn't find fault at all. She nodded. Just then, Ellie finished changing her clothes and taking a shower, and looked like she was about to go upstairs to rest. Ryan quickly stepped forward to stop her, then said meaningfully, Wife, why don't you sleep in my room tonight? I'd like to have a chat with you. Is that all right? Ellie looked at Ryan, her eyes slightly narrowed. But I'm a little tired today, and want to go to bed early. Then I must give you a proper massage. Chapter 54, The Exile of Narima. The next morning, Ryan woke up from his sleep and stretched comfortably. He looked down at Ellie nestled beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. This was the first time he had seen Ellie sleeping so soundly since he brought her home. When she was still living in the slums, even the slightest noise would wake her up. Now that she was finally getting a good night's sleep, Ryan couldn't bear to wake her, so he cuddled her again and lay down to continue sleeping. Ellie's cat ears finally twitched when the sun was shining brightly on her bottom. She squirmed on the bed, then stretched and yawned, holding on to Ryan's shoulder. "Awake," Ryan said softly to her. Ellie responded softly. Their eyes met, and her face flushed delicately again. "Why don't you get up early for breakfast? You only ate some bread last night. You must be starving by now," Ryan said softly. Ellie didn't speak. She just silently shook her head. She nestled back in Ryan's arms, making a soft gurgling sound in her throat. Both of them were enjoying the tranquility of the early morning. Ellie is so cute. Even though she was trained to be a cold-blooded killing machine, she's still a lovely woman at heart. Ryan stroked Ellie's cat ears again. He was in a great mood today. After a while, Ellie left Ryan's side, dressed, and then sat at the foot of the bed, hugging her knees. Her tail, held high, betrayed her true feelings. She was happy too. "Come here, let me touch your ears again." Ellie hesitated for a moment with her back to Ryan, then turned around, climbed to Ryan's side, and rubbed her cat ears against his cheek. "Want to try again?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Ellie stopped what she was doing, her mouth slightly open and her throat tight, as if she was seriously considering it. Ryan saw a hint of cuteness on her face that didn't suit her personality. "Oh, Ellie is just a kid. She just seems aloof." "Want it?" Ellie nodded cautiously. Just as the two were having a great time, the system's voice came again. "Congratulations, host. Ellie has fallen completely in love. Ellie's affection level was 4 before, and you have successfully developed a healthy relationship between the male and female characters. The rewards for the character encyclopedia have been greatly increased. The current reward for completing the character encyclopedia is a 150% increase in strength, endurance, and agility." Ryan completely ignored the system, focusing all his energy on Ellie. After the battle, Ryan dressed contentedly, while Ellie lay in bed recovering her strength. Ryan opened the encyclopedia and took a look. He didn't expect that the difference between level 4 and level 3 in terms of favorability was so big. The 100% bonus was almost 5 times higher. This illustration also seems to emphasize his kidneys. He used to enter a state of saintly composure after just one takeoff, but now he's full of fighting spirit again after just 5 minutes of rest. "If I could win over all the people around me, I don't know how much my kidney strength would increase." As he was thinking, he suddenly opened the door, and Maeve, who had been eavesdropping on him, fell right onto him. "What are you doing?" Maeve jerked away, her voice slightly flustered. I wanted to call you to eat something. Lilith and I cooked some rye porridge. You were probably eavesdropping just now, weren't you?" Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. Maeve blushed completely after being exposed, and her tail swayed from side to side. No, I was just about to knock." Maeve took 2 steps back and started grinning foolishly, trying to get away with it. Ryan didn't pursue the matter further. Sooner or later, it would be that bastard's turn anyway. He went downstairs, where someone had already served him a bowl of sticky rye porridge, topped with a handful of chopped smoked meat. It looked quite appetizing. Lilith and Narima sat on either side of Lion, their bowls empty, as if they had already finished eating. "Master, how are you feeling?" "It's a secret." Ryan waved his hand, feeling a little strange, asking the question directly. Lilith continued. "Ellie's voice is very loud. Just hearing it makes me feel hot all over. You're amazing. Trying to tempt me again?" Ryan was a little embarrassed. He was probably too engrossed in the conversation and hadn't noticed the sound they were making. Lilith flicked her tongue, her eyes fixed on Ryan. "No." To hide his embarrassment, Ryan lowered his head and ate 2 mouthfuls of porridge. Narima sat quietly to the side, seemingly unconcerned about the ongoing conflict at home. "How did you sleep last night?" Ryan asked casually in the Earth's language, trying to make conversation. Narima nodded. "Very good. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time." There are so many goblins underground that I don't dare to sleep. You said yesterday that your mother kicked you out. Why? Narima was taken aback at first, then lowered her head slightly. I failed the adulthood trial. My mother thought I was a good for nothing, so she expelled me from the family. Nowhere else was willing to take me in, so I could only wander underground. Ryan turned to Maeve, who was standing at the top of the stairs, and said, Maeve, she's just like you. What's the same? Ryan chose a more tactful way of putting it. Just as beautiful. Your mother is very capable. Yes, she's the matriarch. All the big and small matters in the family are decided by her. Narima's tone revealed a subtle admiration, but she quickly lowered her head in disappointment. If I were half as capable as her, I wouldn't have been banished. She said I was like a man. Mun? Narima's delicate appearance hardly resembled that of a man. Her fair and tender face seemed to be able to squeeze water out of it. And what about your father? My father? I don't know who my father is. I have many fathers, and many people want to marry my mother. Narima shook her head, etc. Ryan suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned to Lilith beside him and asked, Are dark elves a matriarchal society? What does matriarchal society mean? The family is centered around women, and men are only in a subordinate position. All social decisions are made by women. Lilith shook her head. She didn't seem to know. They just kill without a second thought. The slave traders won't go into detail about the social structure of the Dark Elves. But based on what Narimus said, Lion felt that this must be the case. Just as he was lost in thought, Narimus squinted at Lion and said, I want to ask you something. Ask. Will I do it with you from now on? Ryan licked his lips. He really wanted to try the chocolate cake. But he's not familiar with Narima yet, and he's too embarrassed to even take off her pants. Narima lowered her head, speaking hesitantly. You're the first man to have ever liked me. I swear I'll treat you well from now on. Chapter 55, Work-Life Balance. After breakfast, Ryan went to the tavern. He planned to rest for the day and take a break from work. Ellie was now keeping up closer than anyone else. She was practically glued to Ryan's back, and if she walked even a little faster, she would be rear-ended. Lilith followed at the back of the group. Although both she and Ellie were expressionless, Ryan could sense that she was very interested in Ellie's behavior at this moment. This girl was a complete entertainer. Seeing that she was too idle, Ryan gave her a task. Lilith, keep an eye on Narima and don't let her get lost. Narima looked around, sometimes observing the beggars on the street or staring intently at the midday sun. Yes, master. Lilith grabbed Narima in front of her and gently pushed her forward with both hands on her shoulders. The accommodation was very close to the tavern. It was just a short walk away. The moment Ryan entered, Evelyn raised her head, glanced at him quickly, and then lowered her head to continue calculating the accounts. Maeve, already familiar with the procedure, sat down in a corner and said to Ryan, Master, I am hungry. What are you starving for? Didn't you just eat at home? Ryan asked Maeve, then looked at Narima, who was strolling around the tavern. The dark elf was curious about everything on the ground. She looked around the tavern and was eventually caught by Ryan and made to sit in a chair. Maeve tugged at Ryan's pants and said coquettishly, That was breakfast. This is lunch. It's different. I strongly demand another bowl of stew. Ryan looked helpless, but following the principle of sharing equally, he ordered a bowl for everyone and then naturally struck up a conversation with Evelyn. Beautiful proprietress. Are you worried about me again? When I came in just now, your eyes seemed a little flustered. Evelyn didn't even look up. She casually replied, Really? How come I didn't know about that? Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Then maybe I saw it wrong. After saying that, he handed the pendant to Evelyn and said softly, I'm back safely. Here you go. Evelyn glanced at the pendant, then raised an eyebrow at Ryan with a strange expression. It's yours. You can wear it. Could this pendant be a token of love from Ms. Evelyn? Think what you want. Evelyn flipped through the ledger a little faster, and Ryan suspected she wasn't even reading the words on it. So I guessed right. Evelyn put down the ledger and said to Ryan with some annoyance, TSK, give it back if you don't want it. Ryan promptly hung the pendant around his neck, then returned to his seat with a grin. The maid served stewed meat, and although Ryan wasn't hungry, he ate the meal with great relish. Narima picked up the wooden spoon, lowered her head, and took a bite of the stew in her bowl. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, is this a piglet? Shoo. Ryan frantically signaled to Narima, who inadvertently spoke her native language again. Suddenly speaking a language that others don't understand is very likely to attract attention in this small place. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, it's better for her to speak less when she's out. Narima quickly shut her mouth, hanging her head like a child who had done something wrong. Ryan switched places with Maeve, then lowered his voice and replied in Earth language. It's pork, so what? Narima lowered her voice as well, whispering in Lion's ear. You humans are so lucky. Where I'm from, only nobles can afford pork. Ryan explained, it's pretty much the same. Only the wealthier people can afford meat. Most people just eat that sticky rye porridge. Things are valued for their rarity. Although it is unknown whether pigs can be raised underground, pork should be very rare for dark elves, whose diet consists mostly of plants and animals that can grow naturally underground. Ryan continued, How long did you wander after you were expelled? I don't know for sure, maybe 10 days, because my mother only gave me 5 days worth of food, and I finished it all early on. After that, I had to wander around picking mushrooms. Narima shook her head, took a bite of stewed meat, and then let out a satisfied whimper. Just as the two were chatting quietly, Maeve suddenly reached out and patted his thigh. Master, could you give me the spoon? Ryan took the spoon. Maeve then lifted the bowl and glanced at the bottom of it, looking completely bewildered. What are you doing? Ryan asked, puzzled. Maeve took the spoon away again and gently shook her head. It's nothing. I was just looking. As soon as she finished speaking, Evelyn got up and came out from behind the counter. She handed Ryan a bag and said, This is the reward that young Master Wit sent this morning. I heard you killed the digging demon worm. Usually, the work done by slaves is attributed to their masters. In fact, he killed several goblins underground. Ryan coughed twice and corrected. To be precise, it was my slave Lilith who killed the burrowing worm. After saying that, he took the bag, opened it, and took a look. 8 gleaming gold tree coins lay in the bag. Wit was quite generous. Although they only worked for 1 day, he still paid them for 2 days. Maeve and Lilith's clothes were tattered, and their shoes were worn-out straw sandals. They needed new clothes. Evelyn stood by the dining table with her arms crossed, showing no intention of leaving. She turned her gaze to Narima, seemingly wanting to take the opportunity to chat with Ryan a bit more. Is this your friend? Yes, we just met. Her name is Narima. Narima? That's not a common name. Evelyn narrowed her eyes and began to examine Narima closely. But from any angle, this girl is just an ordinary woman who is a little young and cute. This name is indeed a bit strange. After a moment, Evelyn finally looked away from her and turned to Ryan, saying, If you have time today, could you come upstairs and keep Mira company? Ryan looked at Narima beside him. It's possible, but just in case, we should explain the situation to Evelyn first. In this ruthless world, she had been quite kind to Ryan, so telling her wouldn't hurt. Come here for a second. I want to talk to you about something. Evelyn was taken aback at first, then followed Ryan into the kitchen. The maid who was busy at the hearth noticed that the two seemed to have some secret, and she left the kitchen on her own initiative. Evelyn covered her chest with her hands, glanced away, and said in a slightly trembling voice, Go ahead and say it. I'm listening. Why does she look so expectant? Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not planning on proposing to you right now. Evelyn bit her lower lip, seemingly a little embarrassed. But to cover her embarrassment, she asked in a somewhat impatient tone, So what do you want to say? Ryan pointed to Narima, who was sitting at the dining table, and said softly, That girl is actually a dark elf. Can I take her to find Mira? Chapter 56, Be My Man. Change back. Evelyn pulled Narimar into an empty storage room and spoke to her in fluent Earthling. Narima was taken aback at first, then looked at Lion beside her. Change, she won't hurt you. Once she received permission, she instantly reverted to her original form. Humans have their own rules. Don't even think about messing around with me, or I'll kill you, understand? Evelyn muttered, staring at her. Narima waved her hand forcefully. I mean no harm. Please don't hurt me. Evelyn glanced at the other 3 beast-eared girls, finally fixing her gaze on Ryan. Why are you even bringing dark elves home? Is that not okay? She seems quite pitiful to me. The beggars on the street are pitiful too. Why don't you bring them home? Evelyn retorted. Narima couldn't understand their conversation. She thought she had done something wrong again, so she silently lowered her head. Ryan put his hands on his hips and smiled smugly. Because it's beautiful. Dark elves are even more warlike and bloodthirsty than you humans. You dare bring them home just because they're pretty. That's right. Ryan nodded. He was completely under the control of the little head. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you want to enjoy a fragrant and soft chocolate cake, you naturally need to be a little braver. Evelyn seemed somewhat speechless. She glanced at Narima again and continued. You can speak telepathy? Yes. Evelyn raised an eyebrow, her curiosity about Ryan growing. Where did you learn that? It's a secret. Ryan didn't want to reveal anything about the system. Even if he told her the truth, she might not believe him. Evelyn looked at Ryan, but didn't press further. She changed the subject. Are you sure she's not in danger? Ryan examined Narima again. Test complete. Narima's current loyalty is 80%. The loyalty level is already at 80, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ryan shrugged. She's honest. I'll have Lilith keep an eye on her. Narima's gaze darted back and forth between the two of them, looking pitiful. Ryan couldn't bear to leave her alone downstairs. Evelyn sighed. Then take her up with you, but don't let her get close to Mira. Good. Ryan led the group upstairs. Mira heard a series of footsteps and immediately ran out of the room. The moment she saw Ryan, she leaped up and hugged his head like a facehugger. Brother, you finally came to play with me. This little girl smells so sweet and milky. I'm taking a day off today, so I came to find you. Ryan took Mira off his body. Mira caught a glimpse of the unfamiliar Narima out of the corner of her eye, and her ears immediately drooped. She thought for a moment, then posed the probing question, Brother, why is there always a new woman with you whenever you come to play with me? I can't help it. I'm just too charming. Lion pulled Narima in front of him and introduced her to Mira. Her name is Narima. She doesn't speak common. Just pretend she doesn't exist. Narima blinked, then raised her hand in a daze to greet Mira. After a brief chat with Mira, everyone went into the study. Ellie and Lilith found a place to sit down, while Maeve kept bothering Ellie, seemingly asking her something, but Ellie only responded to her occasionally. Their voices were too soft for Ryan to hear what they were saying. Narima looked at Lion, who was holding Mira, and cautiously asked her, Master, have I caused trouble again? What's wrong? Why would you say that? Narima shifted her body slightly. That woman downstairs seems to dislike me. You didn't cause any trouble, so don't overthink it. My mother said I was a piece of trash and that everyone would hate me. Why? Ryan closed the book in his hand and looked up at her. Because I'm useless and I make people angry all the time. Narima's ears pointed down and she seemed a little disappointed. During the adult trial, I saw monsters so scared that their legs went weak. I was the only one who didn't pass the trial. What monster? Beholder. Ryan was taken aback. These were monsters he had never heard of before. Ellie, what is the eye demon? She was whispering to Maeve, and the two seemed to have hit it off. A dangerous monster, resembling a giant, floating eyeball, with skin that resists magical attacks and can shoot deadly magical rays. Ellie replied. Can you defeat this monster? I thought she would casually say, as before, I will win. But this time, she shook her head, a rare occurrence for her. I can't beat him. It seems the Dark Elf's adult trials are indeed difficult. Monsters that even Ellie couldn't defeat must be very dangerous. Just you alone? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Narima doesn't seem to have any particularly amazing skills. She just has a very impressive-looking body. Letting her fight that kind of monster one-on-one would be tantamount to sending her to commit suicide. Narima shook her head. No, it's all brothers and sisters in the family together, at most 5 people together. At this point, she became dejected again. I was so scared at the time that I didn't dare to move. I brought shame to my mother and the family. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and suddenly mustered her courage to stammer. But if you're willing to be my man, I promise I won't let you down. I'll work hard to become stronger and protect you. Reversing the heavenly stems. This guy seems to have a problem distinguishing between the king and queen. Ryan pointed to Ellie, who was whispering, and said softly, I don't need your protection. See that blonde beauty? She's the most capable person in our family. If anyone needs protection, it'll be her. Narima blinked and asked, Is she the head of the household? To be precise, it's me, although she's indeed much better than me. Ryan does not deny this. To become stronger than Ellie, he'll He'll probably need to get to know several more women. So far, he can only hide behind Ellie and Lilith. Isn't she the mistress? Narima scratched her head, somewhat confused. What mistress or lord? We humans are different from you dark elves. Ryan shook his head. In this era, the power of speech in the family is basically in the hands of men. Narima suddenly remembered something and realized. I heard my grandmother say that humans are predominantly male. That's about right. She looked down at Ryan, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. It's okay. As long as you're willing to be my man, I'll listen to you from now on. Anyway, I'm pretty useless. Mira turned to look at the two of them with a strange expression and asked in confusion, What are you two talking about? All that chatter. Chapter 57, The Clingy Cat. Maeve was unusually annoying today. She kept coming over to bother Ryan, who was learning magic for no reason at all. One minute he'd have someone scratch him here, the next he'd have someone grab him there, and occasionally he'd even arrogantly order Ryan around. It was practically a reversal of the natural order. Maeve grabbed Ryan's shoulder and mumbled, Master, I'm thirsty. Could you come downstairs and get me some water? Ryan closed the book slightly, raised an eyebrow at her, and said, Can't you just go drink it yourself? Do I have to serve you water? Maeve's lips curled into a smile, which was ambiguous. Then I'm not thirsty anymore. Ryan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Are you trying to provoke me? No. Maeve took 2 steps back and then began to hop around the study. She seemed to think that as long as she maintained this distance, Ryan wouldn't be able to catch her. Ryan put Mira down from his arms and quickly stood up. Seeing that things were going wrong, Maeve turned and ran, begging for mercy as she ran. I was wrong. I was wrong. Her short legs were no match for Ryan, and the two chased each other until they were finally caught in Myra's room. Still trying to provoke me? Ryan laid her down on the carpet, pinning her hands down with his knee while tickling her. Maeve was so itchy she couldn't stand it anymore, and her legs kept kicking. After struggling for a while, Maeve was out of breath, and Ryan let go of her hand. She slowly sat up, brushed the strands of hair stuck to her forehead behind her ear, and then explained, You told me before that if you want to build a relationship, you shouldn't be afraid to bother others. I want to build a relationship with you, so I'm bothering you. Maeve's words were reasonable and well-founded, and her eyes were exceptionally serious. What Ryan meant by bothering others was essentially creating more opportunities to chat. Maeve's actions were less about bothering others and more about creating trouble for herself. However, given her intelligence, Ryan didn't intend to explain in detail, because even if she did, she wouldn't understand the difference. Ryan narrowed his eyes and reached out to wipe the sweat from Maeve's forehead. So what kind of relationship do you want to establish with me? Maeve suddenly became coy. It's that kind of relationship where men and women are together. Ryan suddenly realized, and then said meaningfully, I see. So you're a little glutton too? In that case. No, it's not time yet. Maeve shook her head vigorously, glanced at Ryan, and then stammered, You should let Ellie help you for now. I'll come find you when I'm ready. She's just making empty promises again. But now that Ellie has something to satisfy his cravings, Ryan isn't in a hurry at all. Looking at Maeve sitting beside him, he continued, So, what were you two talking about just now? You two were whispering to each other for a while. Maeve scratched her head and turned to look away. We didn't talk about much, just some women's issues. So what did Ellie say to you? Nonsense. Don't let her serious demeanor fool you. She's actually the worst. Maeve replied, arms crossed and puffing out her cheeks. Ryan suddenly felt a strong gaze, turned around, and found Ellie standing in the doorway. After their eyes met, she quickly walked over to Ryan, sat down on his right, and began to nuzzle her head against his shoulder. Maeve glanced at the two of them, muttered a few complaints about Ellie, and then went downstairs to get some water. Seeing that the third wheel had left, Ellie stopped restraining herself and started acting more and more affectionate towards him. Those two fluffy golden cat ears repeatedly attracted Ryan to play with them. Ellie's loyalty has been gradually increasing. Current loyalty level, 80%. Her loyalty is increasing and shows no signs of slowing down. It won't be long before Ryan gets a Catgirl wife with full loyalty and affection. Ryan touched her ear and quickly relaxed. The fatigue from learning magic soon vanished. Ellie did not resist at all and just obediently leaned against him in his arms, occasionally twisting her body slightly. Do you like it? Ryan whispered in her ear. Ellie blushed and didn't reply. She doesn't seem to like talking much to Ryan. She tends to express her happiness or unhappiness through body language. I like someone who squirms in my arms but doesn't leave. Just as the two were having a great time, a childish voice came from behind them. Brother Ryan, what are you doing? Ellie's body stiffened for a moment. Then she remained motionless. Ryan wasn't intimidated by the pressure. He naturally took his hand out of his clothes and then said in a serious tone, There was a bug in her clothes, and I'm helping her catch it. Myra's ears drooped, and she looked somewhat innocent. There are bugs in my room? I hate bugs. It was just a bee. It crawled into Ellie's clothes and stung her. Now I don't know where it is. It's probably flown away. The naive Mira didn't think much of it. She hugged the magic book, lay down next to Ryan, and continued reading. With this little third wheel watching over them, Ryan couldn't do whatever he wanted, so the two had no choice but to give up. Ryan reopened the spell book and continued memorizing the complex incantations. Ellie got up, walked behind Ryan, hugged him from behind, and gently closed her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ryan felt he had memorized the incantation quite well, and then began to try chanting it section by section. Upon hearing the noise, Maeve and Nerima also entered Myra's room, where they stood by, watching with great interest like fools. As he finished uttering the last word, Ryan felt all the blood rush to his right hand, and his body felt hot and his head was spinning, making it hard to keep his eyelids open. This might be the side effect of this magic. He forced himself to look around, finally fixing his gaze on Maeve. What are you doing? Maeve shielded Nerima in front of her, a bad feeling creeping over her. Since there's no suitable target, I'll use you as a practice subject. You used Ellie as a guinea pig. Maeve dodged left and right, finally choosing to rush out the door. But as soon as he stepped out of the room, Ryan's voice came from behind him. Don't move. His voice was amplified by magic, and even Ryan himself found it somewhat sharp and piercing. Maeve froze instantly, and due to inertia, she leaned forward. Just then, Lilith was about to come in, and she was lucky enough to fall onto Lilith's airbag and bounce lightly twice. Myra's ears drooped, and she muttered, That's how my mom is, it's awful. At the same time, Ryan felt a wave of dizziness, which gradually subsided after a few seconds. That magic is really powerful. Although Maeve couldn't move her body, her mouth was still functioning normally. She complained in a tearful, indistinct voice, Wow, master, you're bullying me again. Ryan was extremely satisfied. He turned to look at Ellie, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Chapter 58 almost reopened. Where's this? Ryan felt a splitting headache, and his body felt as if it were being soaked in an icy lake. He struggled to open his eyes, only to see complete darkness. Indistinct sounds kept coming from afar. It seemed to be Maeve's voice. I don't know, it just suddenly happened like this. He was just bullying me. Then came Narima's voice. Will he be all right? Then Evelyn answered Narima in Centaurus. I don't know. Maybe our magic is depleted. Ryan rubbed his eyes. He didn't know what was going on. He only remembered running to the tavern to find Evelyn at noon, and then he couldn't remember anything after that. He didn't know how much time had passed when a rope woven from holy light appeared in the darkness. He desperately tried to reach out and grab it, and the sounds around him became clearer at that moment. She's awake. She's awake. Very good. Ryan forced open his sore eyes. The room was dimly lit, and the first thing that caught the eye was Evelyn's face. Her expression was a little strange, as if she wanted to beat him up. At first, Ryan was a little confused, but when he looked down slightly, he realized that he hadn't grabbed a rope, but something much softer. To be honest, she's just as well endowed as Ellie. Evelyn slapped his hand away and took a few steps back. Maeve and Nerima leaned closer, observing Lion on either side of him with worried expressions. Just then, Ryan felt his head throb even more. He squeezed his eyes shut and muttered to himself, My head hurts so much. Maeve, did you knock me out? Maeve touched Ryan's forehead. Huh? Don't wrong an innocent person. I was so worried about you just now. After pausing for a moment, Ryan continued, What happened? Evelyn's voice came through. Mira said you just used the command spell. It worked fine when you used it on Maeve, but then you tried it on Ellie, and she started bleeding from her nose, and then her eyes rolled back and she passed out. As Ryan listened to her recount the events, he finally remembered some of what had just happened. but she had no recollection of using the command spell on Maeve. My last memory is of taking advantage of Ellie. He began to wonder if Ellie had knocked him unconscious. The stronger the target of the command spell, the stronger the backlash. Maeve is relatively useless, so she's fine, but Ellie is very strong. Your proficiency is not enough to control her with a command spell. Ryan was in a daze. His mind was a complete mess, but he was remembering more and more things. He tried to control Ellie, but it backfired, as if the power had been cut off. Okay, I think I understand. Ryan reopened his eyes and slowly sat up with the help of Maeve and Nerima. He had been lying on Myra's bed. Ellie and Lilith stood guard at the door like doormen. It's already dark outside, and I don't know what time it is. Ryan rubbed his forehead and asked Evelyn, "What time is it now?" "The tavern is closed, and there's a curfew outside. Mira and I would usually be asleep by this time." Ryan then noticed that Evelyn was wearing a thin nightgown, and the curves of her body were faintly visible in the dim firelight. No wonder it was so soft just now. "Sorry to bother you." "It's nothing." Evelyn's amber eyes were scrutinizing Ryan. "I noticed you were learning this magic before, and I was planning to tell you the precautions in a few days, but I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. You're lucky you didn't die just now." "Yeah, I read this magic book whenever I have free time. As long as I can memorize the spell, I can just chant it. It's not that difficult." Ryan shook his head. Now his head hurts whenever he moves it. Evelyn stared at him in silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "Then you have a lot of talent. It took me 2 years to learn command spells." "How long did it take you?" 3 days? "For days." "I forgot too. It hasn't been long anyway," Ryan replied casually, not really wanting to talk right now. Evelyn continued. "Are you perhaps a descendant of some archmage? Leonard? Seraphim? Meredith? Who are these people? I've never heard of them." As far as Ryan knew, there shouldn't have been any great mages in his family. His father is a deity driver, and his mother is a supermarket saleswoman. They are both ordinary people. After saying that, he felt a throbbing pain in his head again. "Headache, I'll stop talking now." Nerima caught the key information. She quickly sat down beside him and began chanting a spell while holding Lane's forehead. A warm, holy light descended from her hand, easing Ryan's tense nerves considerably, and the pain subsided considerably. "Thank you. I feel much better now." Nerima was slightly taken aback. Then a bright smile bloomed on her face. "It's nothing. I'm so glad I could help you." Ellie, who was standing at the door, also walked towards Ryan. She pushed Maeve aside with her bottom, then sat down next to Ryan and hugged him tightly. Evelyn sized up the group, then suddenly said meaningfully, "Your slaves seem to have a good relationship with you." "Yes, they become my wives." Ryan pointed to Ellie beside him and continued, "She's my first wife." She then pointed to Lilith and Maeve respectively. "This is the second wife, and this is the third wife." Maeve spotted the blind spot and immediately started yelling, "Wait, I was here first. Why am I third?" Ryan said meaningfully, "First come, first served." "And what about me, master?" Nerima asked cautiously, addressing him directly as master. "You're the fourth one." Ryan promptly assigned her a position. Nerima rubbed her eyes happily. "Great. I don't have to be a bachelor anymore." Evelyn narrowed her eyes, her expression gradually turning serious. "They are slaves, unlike you." Ryan hugged the 3 people beside him. "It doesn't matter. I just want to give them a warm home." If Lilith hadn't been standing a bit far away, he would have even wanted to hug her as well. Evelyn's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words back in the end. "What's wrong?" Ryan asked, puzzled, seeing her hesitate. Evelyn shook her head. "It's nothing. I should go back to my room to sleep. Mira is sleeping with me tonight. You can stay in Myra's room, but don't do anything else, understand?" "May I?" "If you want to go back, I won't stop you," Evelyn said, turning back to Ryan as she stood in the doorway. "I'll sleep here tonight. You go and get some rest." Ryan was feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Even if he wanted to have sex, he was too weak to do so. Chapter 59, Bring Mira Along. The next morning, Ryan woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Mira riding on top of him, her soft little hands gently pinching his cheeks. Finally awake, Brother Ryan is such a lazy pig. Mira scolded in her childish voice, a cute smile on her face. "Hurry up and get up to eat something. I brought your food up." All right. Ryan stood up and looked around. Only Lilith and Mira were in the room. Ellie and the others were nowhere to be found. He was clearly sleeping in bed last night, but when he woke up, he found himself lying on the carpet for some reason. Where are Ellie and the others? Lilith sat to the side, flicking her long, thin tongue. Eat downstairs, and I'll keep an eye on you. She spoke with a blank expression, appearing quite serious. Mira got up, hugged the bowl to her chest, and then used a spoon to scoop up the stewed meat, feeding it to him bite by bite. Open your mouth. The little girl is so cute, especially the way she's feeding someone right now. She's absolutely adorable. Thank you, Mira, but I can eat by myself. Ryan touched her fox ears, then took the wooden bowl and began to eat heartily. He didn't eat anything last night, just drank a few glasses of water, and he was already very hungry. Just as he was eating heartily, Ellie and the others finished their meal and went upstairs one after another. Maeve saw that Ryan was awake, so she went over and patted his shoulder. Awake? How are you feeling? Does your head still hurt? Ryan nodded. It's much better now. I'll leave after I finish eating. I'm going to buy some clothes today. Narima was only wearing a tattered cloth. She looked so pitiful. Great. I have new clothes to wear again. Maeve hugged Ryan and started to whine, her tail wagging vigorously behind her. Ryan sees Maeve wagging her tail every day. She's probably being tamed from a wolf-like creature into a dog-like one. Ellie sat down next to Ryan and nuzzled him with her cheek. Little cat, give me a kiss. Ellie raised an eyebrow at him, but neither spoke nor kissed him. Clearly this guy is still shy. If it were just the two of them in the room, Ellie would definitely pout and kiss him right away. Just then, Mira, who was standing nearby, said sadly, Can't you play with me today? Ryan nodded. Yes, I'll come and keep you company another time. Today we're going to buy clothes. Look at that dark-skinned girl next to me. She doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing. We should at least buy her some clothes. Mira clung to Ryan's arm like a sloth, hanging on him completely, making gurgling sounds like a small animal, and her pink lips pouting slightly. The little girl is so cute. If Ryan hadn't only been attracted to mature women, he might have fallen for her immediately. I don't want you to leave. Please play with me, please. Maeve scratched her head in embarrassment. She loved playing with children, but the allure of new clothes and shoes was greater for her. I'll definitely do it next time. Look, I even stayed here last night. No. Mira pouted, tucking her tail between her legs. If persuasion didn't work, she'd try force, her expression becoming stubborn. Unless you take me with you. Take Mila with you? Evelyn could beat Ryan to death if she got angry. Mira wouldn't let go, and Ryan had no choice but to say helplessly, Then come downstairs with me and tell your mother yourself. Good. Mira hung on Ryan's shoulder and went downstairs with the others. Evelyn was sitting at the counter discussing business with a mercenary when she heard footsteps behind her. She unilaterally interrupted the conversation and turned to look at Ryan. Seeing Mira in her arms, she asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is she making a fuss again? Not letting you leave? Pretty much. Ryan nodded. This little girl was too clingy. However, after thinking about it carefully, Ryan realized that he was similar to Mira when he was a child. His parents often had to go out to work and left him alone at home to look after the house. He would make a fuss like Mira every time they separated. For an innocent and carefree child, staying at home alone can be quite boring. Mira mumbled, Mommy, I want to go out and play with Ryan. Evelyn glared fiercely at Mira and retorted gruffly, I think your butt's itchy again. Oh, Brother Ryan will protect me. Please let me out. No. Evelyn grabbed Myra's leg, trying to pull her off Ryan, but Mira was holding on too tightly, and it took her a while to get her off. Mira pouted and burst into tears, feeling wronged. Seeing this, Ryan sighed helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he said to Evelyn, How about I take Mira with me? I'm just going to the market to buy clothes and shoes today, and I'll be back by noon. Let her spend more time with me. I agree. Mira clung to the door frame, refusing to leave. Evelyn narrowed her eyes as if in thought, then shook her head after a few seconds. Never mind. What? Are you afraid I'll kidnap Mira? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. When Mira went missing, Evelyn was terrified. Upon hearing that her beloved daughter was to be taken away from her, she inevitably had some reservations. But Evelyn remained defiant. That's not the reason. Don't you trust me? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Evelyn glanced away and muttered under her breath. Men aren't very trustworthy. Since you've said that, I'm leaving. Ryan sighed. Seeing this, Evelyn grabbed Ryan's arm. She said anxiously, "Don't go yet. Take Mira out to play. Don't let that dark elf touch her, and bring her back at noon." Ryan's lips curled up, and then the smile moved to Myra's face. She broke free from Evelyn's grasp and clung tightly to Ryan's leg. Maeve slowly squatted down and pinched her cheek. Hee. Kid, I'm going to sell you later. Hee. Mira made a face at her. The group left the tavern. Holding Ryan in her arms, Mira looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the street and suddenly said, "Brother Ryan, are you going to be my dad or not? I'm so anxious." Ryan was both amused and exasperated. "Why are you in such a hurry? You're just a kid." Evelyn is such a beautiful young woman, and she is so wary of men. It is unrealistic to think that you can win her over in a short time. You have to take it one step at a time. Maeve chimed in, "Exactly. What's the rush for a little kid like you? Your most important task right now is to grow up strong and healthy." Mira muttered, "Of course I'm anxious. I'm so bored in the study every day. There's no one to play with. Besides, my mother is so beautiful. Don't you like her?" Chapter 60, I feel at ease with you by my side. Maeve and Lilith were very pleased with their new clothes and shoes. This vain girl bought a long dress that really showed off her figure, based on Ryan's recommendation. Lilith picked out a pair of pants for herself, saying that she relied more on melee combat and that wearing a skirt was not suitable for fighting, so she chose a pair of long pants. With her supermodel figure, she looks dashing in anything she wears. They had already bought the clothes and shoes and were now taking Mira back to the tavern. "Human clothes are so rough," Narima muttered softly, touching her new dress. Ryan nodded upon hearing Narima's words. The clothes were made of either linen or wool, both of which were quite rough in this era. When he first transmigrated, he wasn't used to the clothes Evelyn gave him. They were nowhere near as comfortable as modern cotton shirts. However, someone like Maeve, who has never worn any decent clothes since childhood, is very satisfied with just one new dress, and she doesn't care what material it is made of. Ryan looked at Narima with some curiosity. "What are your dark elf clothes like? It's so light and comfortable. I don't even feel it when I wear it." Narima looked up and pointed to the clusters of white clouds in the sky. "It's like wearing clouds, so comfortable. It sounds very lightweight. What material is it made of?" Narima scratched her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "Magic spider silk. It's very lightweight and can provide protection for the body, but will naturally dissolve when exposed to sunlight. This drawback is nothing to dark elves." According to her, the vast majority of dark elves live their entire lives underground and never see sunlight. "And where's your cloak?" Lion touched the cloak that Narima had taken off. She folded it neatly and held it in her arms. The fabric feels nice to the touch, very similar to modern cotton shirts. Narima glanced down and said, "This is hard spider silk. It's a bit rough, but can withstand sunlight and is fireproof. It's also quite comfortable to wear." At this point, Narima suddenly lowered her head, seemingly somewhat dejected. "I'm sorry, I'm a useless woman." "What's wrong now? Why are you suddenly scolding yourself?" Ryan was completely bewildered. Her mood shifted far too quickly. "After I was deported, I couldn't even buy a comfortable and nice piece of clothing." Ryan shrugged indifferently. "It's okay. Humans also have comfortable and beautiful clothes. They're just more expensive. We can buy them every day when we make money in the future. Besides, I don't need you to be particularly useful, because I will take care of you." Narima's eyes lit up. She gently clutched Ryan's clothes and said sweetly, "It's so great that you could be my man. Thank you." Ryan scratched his cheek. He felt there was something odd about the way Narima was described. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Narima, what is our relationship now?" You are my man," Narima stammered. "Then there's no problem." Ryan cursed the system in his mind. "Damn system. Where did my bonus go? Did you embezzle it again?" "I just forgot, don't worry." Name, Narima. Current favorability level is 3. Met with Narima. Achieved. Become friends with Narima. Achieved. Become close friends with Narima. Achieved. Developing a healthy romantic relationship with Narima. Not yet achieved. The current reward for completing the character encyclopedia is a 170% increase in strength, endurance, and agility. Ryan didn't sense any change. He was used to it. Just find a suitable opportunity to try it out. Brother Ryan, hurry up and be with my mom. Mira squirmed in his arms. You're pressuring me again. What if I really become your father, and then give you a little sister and stop loving you? Mira narrowed her eyes and said fiercely, Then I'll bite you. But she quickly lowered her ears and asked anxiously, You wouldn't do that, would you? Just kidding. Ryan touched her ear and said softly, Don't meddle in adult matters. You're just a child and you don't understand. I understand. Mira pouted and said seriously, I know Mom is just shy. She actually likes you a lot. Every time I talk to her about you, she just keeps smiling. You're lying again. Your mom will give you a couple of smacks and you'll behave. Ryan chuckled. In the blink of an eye, the group had arrived at the tavern entrance. Evelyn stood behind the counter, looking somewhat restless. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Ryan holding Mira, she rushed over and quickly took Mira away. She said worriedly, Why did you come so late? It's already afternoon. I was delayed a bit while buying shoes. Ryan raised an eyebrow at Evelyn, giving her a meaningful smile. What? Afraid I'll kidnap Mira? No, not at all. Evelyn denied it without the slightest hesitation. Mira showed off her new dress and said to Evelyn with a smile, Mom, Ryan bought me a new dress. Isn't it pretty? How much is this dress? I'll pay you. It's not expensive. It's just a small gift from Mira. Ryan shook his head. Evelyn walked back to the counter, bent down to put Mira down, and then handed her a bowl of steaming stew. Take this bowl upstairs and eat. You've been playing all morning. You should study properly this afternoon. Okay. Mira turned to Ryan and politely said goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Ryan. Ryan smiled and said goodbye. Remember to come visit me next time. Okay. You'd better go upstairs now, or your mom will beat you up. Mira went upstairs happily under Evelyn's watchful gaze. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at Ryan, her gaze seemingly evasive. Mira hasn't been this happy in a long time. It's not good for her to stay cooped up in the study every day. If you're not too busy, you can take her out more often. What? Aren't you worried I'll sell her? Evelyn understood Ryan's implication and lowered her head slightly. I'm sorry. I promised someone I would take good care of Mira. It's nothing, Ryan replied casually. I understand. When I was little, I went out to play with a neighbor's older sister once and didn't come back until night. My mom was also very worried. That's good. Evelyn lowered her head. Both of them felt the atmosphere was a little awkward. After Evelyn returned to the counter, she coughed twice and said, You haven't eaten anything, have you? Why don't you eat something first? Same as before, 1 piece of bread and 1 bowl of stew for each person. Okay. Evelyn lowered her head and said softly in her usual tone, If you're free this afternoon, go and keep Mira company. I'll pay for it. I feel at ease with you by her side. Chapter 61 Lilith, who loves to snuggle under the covers. The next morning, in his hazy state, Ryan felt Ellie moving around his arms. He was so tired. He had played with Ellie until late last night after returning from the tavern. This Catgirl was just too amazing. Her flawless body was simply irresistible. Ellie snuggled against him, but he felt that she was a little chilly today. It's summer now, and normally they would be sweating buckets after doing this. But today Ryan feels unusually cool. Stop messing around. Let's sleep a little longer and then go to Evelyn's place to find work at noon. Ryan slightly opened his eyelids and happened to see Ellie sitting to the side, her face expressionless, seemingly somewhat displeased. Etc.? Ryan's brain went blank for a moment. If Ellie is sitting next to her, then who is that thing in her arms? Ryan opened his eyes wide and looked down, only to find his eyes meeting Lilith's. She lay naked on top of Ryan, her arms around his neck, her gaze quite suggestive. Ryan had no recollection of when a guy crawled in. He only remembered that when he went to sleep last night, there were only the 2 of them in the room, but this morning there was a snake inexplicably in his bed. What are you doing? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. To warm up. Master, your bed is very warm, so I came over. Lilith's tone was somewhat serious, and she flicked her cool tongue against Ryan's chest. It's just lying together. Do you mind, Master? Ryan scratched his head. I don't mind. Lilith lowered her head, continuing to hug Ryan and wriggling from side to side. That's good. I'll sleep with you from now on. I really like your body temperature. It makes me feel warm. Just then, Ellie, who was sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up. The bed isn't big enough. If you dare to come in, I'll throw you out. It's all right. I could just sleep on Master's body. I shouldn't be too heavy. Lilith slowly closed her eyes, her slender tail gently patting Ryan's thigh, looking quite content. Master chest is really strong, not bad. Actually, she's quite heavy. Although she looks slim and slender, she weighs at least 200 pounds. Ellie is the same. Despite having such a perfect figure, she feels very heavy. On the other hand, Maeve, although she was also chubby, didn't feel heavy when Ryan hugged her. She weighed at most 100 pounds. Perhaps Ellie and Lilith's bone density or muscle fibers are different from those of ordinary people, giving them superhuman strength and weight. Fortunately, Ryan's body was also strengthened, otherwise he would definitely have been overwhelmed by Lilith. Ellie didn't say anything. She just sat quietly to the side, hugging her knees. They would usually have already started their morning exercises by this time. Lilith narrowed her eyes, sat up slightly, and asked Ryan, "Master, may I kiss you?" Looking at Lilith's two faintly visible fangs, Ryan hesitated briefly. "You're not going to poison me, are you?" Ryan had witnessed the power of this venom before. When she pierced the burrowing worm, its blood boiled, and it died a particularly gruesome death. Honestly, Ryan was too afraid to kiss her. "No, I can control it. Kissing is safe." Lilith licked her lips and kissed Ryan with her eyes closed before Ryan could speak. Her tongue was long, strange, and delicious. After a long while, the two reluctantly parted ways. A glistening drop of saliva still clung to Lilith's lips, her eyes glazed over as if savoring the memory. "Honestly, I love this feeling. No wonder Ellie kisses you every day." Ellie didn't say anything, but her gaze was so intense it almost killed Lilith. "Are you spying on us all the time?" Ryan asked casually. Lilith regained her usual seriousness and nodded. "It's hard not to peep. I can see what you're doing through the wall." As soon as the door closes, you two are piled on top of each other. At first, you were in a hurry, but Ellie was even more anxious than you. She didn't even close the door properly. Ellie suddenly got angry, and she transformed into airplane ears, glaring at Lilith and saying fiercely, "Get away." Seeing that the game was almost over, Lilith turned to pick up her clothes from the ground and said softly, Okay, I'm leaving. Otherwise, someone will get angry." Without even glancing at Ellie, she left the room without putting on her clothes and closed the door behind her. Ellie watched her leave and muttered, seemingly out of nowhere, "Utterly boring." Lilith is really boring. She spends all her time teasing Ellie or Maeve, and sometimes she even teases Ryan. "Honey, let's sleep a little longer. I want to get up." "No, let me take another nap." Ryan was so sleepy. Ellie sighed. She couldn't do anything about Ryan and could only obediently lie down. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. Ryan wolfed down the breakfast Maeve had prepared and then stretched comfortably. Seeing that he had finished eating, Maeve pulled up a chair and sat down next to Ryan, then secretly inquired about what had just happened. "You and Lilith, did that?" "Which one is that?" Ryan asked, a slight smirk playing on his lips, feigning ignorance. Maeve blushed, lightly punched Ryan twice with her small hands, and shamelessly asked him, "Did you do it?" Lilith sat upright beside her, occasionally stealing a glance at Maeve. "I just knocked on the door. I didn't go in to visit." But Ryan, wanting to tease Maeve, said meaningfully, "Guess." "Oh, hurry up and tell me." Maeve was getting impatient. She hugged Ryan and bit him hard, leaving a ring of teeth marks on his face. Ryan wiped the drool from his face and said with disgust, "Maeve, you're such a dog. You even bite. Who told you to tease me on purpose? You knew I was anxious, yet you still did it." Maeve's tail swayed vigorously behind her, showing that she was quite excited. Ryan seized the opportunity and bit Maeve, making her scream in pain. Seeing the two of them playfully fighting, Narima came over. "What are you doing here? You can't understand anyway." Ryan poked Narima's cheek. The dark elf seemed quite docile. She grabbed Ryan's arm and said shyly, "Could you teach me the human language? I want to talk to them too. I'll teach you when I get the chance, but if you can't learn it, I'll punish you severely." "No, it's okay. I'll take any punishment. I'm not afraid." She puffed out her chest, her earnest expression making her look exceptionally adorable. Ryan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Chapter 62, The Correct Use of Command Techniques. After washing the dishes, Maeve wiped the water on her clothes and then asked Ryan with a hint of resentment, "Is it really that exciting in broad daylight? Are we really going to go out and make money today. It's a bit late to look for work now, but Ryan doesn't want to stay at home doing nothing. After much deliberation, he finally led everyone out of the city and they strolled around in the open fields outside the city. Maeve wiped the sweat from her brow and asked in confusion, "We haven't even gotten any work yet. How come we're already leaving the city?" Ryan glanced at her and casually replied, "Didn't I learn a spell a couple of days ago? I'm planning to find a few bandits around here to practice on." "Your nose bled so much back then, it almost scared me to death. And you still dare to use that magic." Maeve muttered softly, reaching out to pinch Ryan's shoulder, seemingly a little worried. Ellie and Lilith also cast concerned glances at Ryan. Only Narima, who couldn't understand the conversation, was kicking pebbles on the road with her head down, humming a strange, dark elf nursery rhyme. "That was just an accident. No need to worry." Ryan shrugged dismissively, then grabbed Maeve's hand and kissed it. Ellie's physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Not being able to control her does not mean that ordinary people cannot be controlled. Hiding behind his wife all the time isn't a solution. As a man, he also wants to become as strong as Ellie. "Fine, just don't kill yourself. I haven't lived enough yet, and I don't want to be buried with you." Maeve nudged Ryan with her head. Just then, Lilith flicked her tongue, as if she had discovered something. "Good luck. There are 5 suspicious men hiding in the bushes ahead. You might be able to use them as practice targets, Master." Suspicious behavior? Most of the people who like to hide in the bushes in this desolate wilderness are bandits. They enjoy attacking passing travelers this way. "Got it," Ryan replied casually, pretending he knew nothing and continuing to lead the group forward. As soon as I got close to the bushes, a short-handled axe flew out from them. He could clearly see the trajectory of the axe in the air, and Ryan easily dodged it by slightly shifting his body to the side. He felt that his reaction speed had become much faster. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a sneak attack, they would probably be split open before they even had a chance to react. Finally, the axe landed near Maeve's legs, startling her so much that she quickly hid behind Ellie, muttering, "These people are so rude. Why throw an axe the moment they see someone?" No sooner had he finished speaking than 5 burly men wearing tattered armor emerged from the bushes, each wielding a short knife and glaring menacingly. The leader, gripping a pickaxe, grinned coldly. "Brothers, we've been waiting here all day, and finally we've found someone fearless enough to come out of town with a bunch of women. They really don't take us seriously." To avoid interfering with Ryan's performance, Maeve decisively moved to the side with Narima, while Ellie and Lilith stood on either side of Ryan. "Honey, if I can't beat them, then you can help me." Ryan ignored their nagging and turned to Ellie to cover for him. "Okay," Ellie and Lilith replied in unison. Ryan drew his long sword from his waist and began chanting a spell. At the same time, several robbers slashed at him. Ryan can now instantly see through the attack trajectories of ordinary people and dodge them. He easily dodged the attacks of several bandits while chanting incantations. He has now memorized the incantation on Changda's page perfectly, and he can chant it even while dodging the bandits' attacks. As the last word escaped his lips, Ryan felt that weakness return. But he didn't think much of it and spoke up directly. "Get out of here." In an instant, an invisible force sent the bandits flying, sending them rolling several times on the ground, their weapons scattered everywhere. The bandit leader struggled to his feet, his expression bewildered. "What the hell is this?" The other robbers were confused and didn't know what was going on, but they vaguely sensed that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have. After giving the command, Ryan felt a slight throbbing in his head, but the sensation was much milder than when he was controlling Maeve. He seemed to be gradually adapting to the backlash from the command spell. Ryan pointed at the bandit leader and gave another order. "You should commit suicide." The next second, the bandit leader's body began to tremble. He then knelt on the ground, picked up a dagger lying nearby, and struggled to put it to his own neck. "Bastard, you!" Before he could finish speaking, he uncontrollably plunged the dagger in his neck, and then pulled it sharply to the side. Red blood spurted out, he clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, and finally collapsed to the ground, convulsing. At the same time, Ryan felt his head hurt even more. He felt like a drill was churning inside his head, and the pain was so bad that he couldn't even open his eyes. The side effects are too severe. It seems that the more complex the instructions, the more my head hurts when I execute them. Seeing that Ryan seemed unable to stand, Ellie quickly went to support him and frowned as she advised, "Don't do anything reckless." The remaining 4 bandits realized they had messed with the wrong person, and when Ryan fell, they turned and ran. Ryan watched their retreating figures, and after a brief moment of thought, he spoke. Testicular torsion. Urethral stones. Incontinence. The moment the command was given, Ryan felt a splitting headache, but it didn't make him faint. The 4 robbers ran a few steps before they ran out of strength. They clutched their waists with one hand and touched their testicles with the other, finally collapsing to the ground in agony, vomiting up soup and water, completely losing their ability to resist. It's clear that this trick works well. The backlash isn't severe, but it can completely render a person incapable of resisting. Maeve's nose twitched, then she frowned in disgust. Ugh, how come all these people pooped in their pants? That's disgusting. Ryan had a terrible headache, and she said to Lilith behind her, "Kill them." Lilith took out the throwing knife hidden at her waist and pierced their throats with perfect accuracy. He rested in Ellie's arms for a while, and finally managed to stand up from the ground with difficulty. Maeve ran up to Ryan and asked with great concern, "Are you all right? You didn't have a nosebleed this time, did you?" Ryan rubbed his nose and found that his fingers were still clean, without a drop of blood. "Aside from the headache, I'm fine. I've found the correct way to use this magic." Narima walked over from the side, placed her hand on Lane's forehead, and chanted a spell to heal him. Ellie only picked up a few shirts and their weapons from the 5 robbers. After all, they had soiled their pants, and Ryan was too disgusted to even bother searching them. Exhausted, he took Ellie back to the city, intending to spend some time studying this magic. Chapter 63, Buying a Military General. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ryan went to the tavern almost every day to find work, just like always. He also went to the underground with Wit twice. He had already saved up more than 60 gold coins. At the same time, his command spells, which he had been practicing, became more and more proficient, and the backlash on his body was much less. Now, even if he had nothing to do, he could control Maeve without feeling any discomfort. Everything is moving in a positive direction. "Master, can we rest for a few days?" Maeve asked softly, supporting Ryan's shoulder from behind. They were on their way to the slave market, where Ryan planned to use his savings to buy another slave. "Today is a day off. I'll buy you a sister, and then we'll go to the tavern." Ryan casually ruffled Ellie's cat ears. Lilith glanced at the people around her and said meaningfully, "There will be new sisters again." Narima muttered awkwardly in common, "There are going to be more rivals." This month, whenever she had free time, she would pester Ryan to teach her common tongue. Now she can understand what other people are saying and can even say some simple sentences. Maeve pouted and lightly punched Ryan in the kidneys. "Isn't having Ellie enough? You two are always causing trouble as soon as you get home. Don't you get tired?" As she spoke, Ellie's face gradually flushed. Ryan scoffed. "It's all your fault. You wouldn't let me fire even after all this time. Otherwise, would I have gone to buy new slaves? I really should have kept a better eye on you." Maeve blushed and began to argue. I'm just not ready yet. I'll come to you when I'm ready." As she spoke, she became shy and hesitant. "You've been preparing for a month already. If this keeps dragging on, Ellie and I'll be having a baby by now," Ryan complained. Ryan hasn't even managed to sleep with a single wolf hair in the past month. Although there was a lot of physical contact, Maeve would shyly run away from the room whenever they were about to have a real fight, leaving Ellie to deal with the mess alone. Ellie was also very happy about it. Perhaps knowing she was in the wrong, Maeve's rebuttal lacked conviction when Ryan said that, "I don't believe you. If it were that easy to create a child, we would have done it already. I think you're just a lecher. Don't try to frame me. I bought slaves purely for work. Don't you want to earn more money so you can eat your favorite stewed chicken every day?" Ryan said seriously. A glint of intelligence flashed in Maeve's eyes. She scratched her head and said, "Okay, I misunderstood you." Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Of course, it would be best if one could have a pleasing appearance without affecting their work. In the blink of an eye, Ryan arrived at the entrance of the slave market. The market was bustling with activity today, with many merchants selecting their favorite slaves. The robed slave trader caught a glimpse of Ryan out of the corner of his eye. He immediately handed over his customer to someone else and strode towards Ryan. "Damn it, I thought you weren't coming." The slave trader stroked his beard and continued. You still owe me 5 gold coins. Here I am, don't rush me. Ryan swaggered into the slave market, then waved to him. Are there any slaves from White Mist Island? If so, take me there quickly. Come with me. The slave trader led Ryan toward the hut, saying as they walked, but I guess you might not like this guy very much. How so? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. You'll find out soon enough. The slave trader shook his head, insisting that Ryan meet her in person. Ryan immediately conjured up an ugly face in his mind, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He has been in this world for 2 months now, and has yet to see any particularly ugly beastmen. These furry creatures seem to have excellent genes. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. They're all very good-looking. Could it be that she has a flat chest? He glanced back at the group of people behind him. Each of them possessed a magnificent presence. Let's be even. Anyway, there are already enough big shots at home. Although none of them, except Ellie, got to eat, it's only a matter of time. As the wooden door opened, Ryan immediately spotted the female slave standing in the middle of the house. This guy has short white hair with gray stripes and a thick, long tail with the same stripes. She is strong, though not quite to the level of a muscle Barbie, but the muscle definition in her arms is clearly visible. Besides, her eyes were particularly fierce, flashing a faint red light in the darkness, which looked somewhat eerie, similar to the eyes of a dark elf. It's pretty good. I like it very much. You like this? Look at her muscles. She has no femininity at all. The slave trader shook his head. Ryan bluntly stated, she has big breasts. The slave trader looked at Ryan with a complicated expression, and finally sighed helplessly. If you like it, that's fine. This guy sells it for 50 gold coins, plus the 5 you owe, for a total of 55. No rush. Let me take a closer look first. Ryan looked at the beast-eared girl in front of him and immediately used his appraisal skill. Name none. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, beastman, tiger clan, different color. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, S. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Intelligence, D. Perception, A. Luck, A. Overall quality, legendary. Current favorability level, level 1. Current loyalty level, none. Another D-rank intelligence character. This tigress is a pure warrior. Based on the principle that birds of a feather flock together, she and Maeve should get along very well. I'll take this one. Ryan took a few gold coins out of his money bag and handed over the whole bag of money. The magical branding was done quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, everyone was standing at the market entrance. Ryan turned around and looked her over carefully. The tiger woman had cloth bandages wrapped around her fists. Her skin was dark, and her body looked sturdy. In addition, she was only a few centimeters shorter than Ryan, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, and her furrowed brows made her look particularly intimidating. Even the outgoing Maeve didn't dare to speak to her rashly, and only dared to stand aside and observe secretly. To be honest, the little white tiger is quite pretty, and Ryan, who is a fan of white fur, fell in love with it immediately. Her loyalty level has increased, current loyalty level, 95%. The slaves on White Mist Island are indeed top-notch. When Lilith was bought, her loyalty was so high that there was basically no need to worry about betrayal. Now all I need to think about is how to make this guy my wife too. Come with me. Let's go to the tavern for a bite to eat first. I'll give you a name first, and then I'll introduce you to your future sisters one by one. Chapter 64, First Solo Exploration Underground. You bought another new slave? Just as Ryan sat down in the corner, Evelyn came over. She looked at the tiger girl standing to the side and casually asked Ryan a question. Yes, let's expand the team a bit more so that we won't have to go down into the underground with the others in the future. Ryan nodded, then personally pulled over a stool. You can sit down. You don't have to stand like everyone else. Tiger girl nodded and obediently sat down at the dining table. With a new member joining, he tried to make today's meal more luxurious, with everyone getting a stewed chicken in addition to stewed meat. Ryan looked around and then went through the motions with practiced ease. My name is Ryan, and I am your future master. I'm going to name you now. Do you have a name in mind? If not, I will just pick one randomly. The tiger girl shook her head. She kept staring at Ellie. Ryan winked at Maeve, who quickly came up with a name. Luna. Her hair color is beautiful. I want to call her that. Are you praising yourself? Ryan glanced at Maeve, who also had a head of white hair. Maeve quickly shook her head. No. My hair color isn't as pretty as hers. My hair is grayish white, a bit like frizzy hair, while her hair is pure white, dazzling and beautiful in the sunlight. Ryan shrugged. He didn't have a better name anyway. I hope it's okay to call you Luna from now on. Luna nodded. She was quiet, just like Ellie. Perhaps she'll talk a little more once she gets to know everyone. Ryan pointed to Ellie and Lilith and continued. These two are your seniors. They also come from White Mist Island. You may know them. The blonde one is called Ellie, and the black-haired one is called Lilith. If you have any questions, you can ask them, or you can ask me directly. Luna nodded, but remained silent. Ryan then pointed to the remaining two. The gray-haired idiot on the left is called Maeve, and the girl on the right is called Narima. You should get to know each other sometime. Luna nodded, and this time she finally responded with, okay. Maeve nudged Ryan under the table with her leg and pouted, muttering, I've told you so many times. I'm not stupid. Ryan shrugged. The tavern waitresses served food to the group one by one, and Ryan lowered his head and began to eat. He had exhausted a lot of energy fighting Ellie until late last night, so he needed to replenish it now. Everyone started eating heartily, except for Luna, who sat upright to the side, still waiting for Ryan's order to start the meal. His honest appearance was almost identical to that of Ellie and Lilith when they first arrived. From now on, when you see others doing something, just do it too. You don't have to wait on the sidelines all the time. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Ryan called out, Luna, did you hear what I said? She stared at Ryan for a moment, then nodded blankly. Clearly, she hasn't adapted yet, but after a while she should be about the same as Lilith. Eat up, don't overthink it. Lilith flicked her tongue and suddenly said, Luna, you're lucky, he's a good person. You know her. Ryan raised an eyebrow. We know each other, we used to train in groups of 3 on the island, and Luna often trained with me. I never expected to run into her here. Lilith said expressionlessly, then swallowed a whole chicken leg. What is she good at? She knows earth magic, fights with her fists, and is good at dealing with enemies head-on, Lilith said while eating. Ryan had no doubt about her strength, because she was a legendary slave, just like Ellie. But she doesn't use any weapons and relies entirely on her fists to deal damage. Is that really feasible? He didn't know much about this world, but in some games, the monk's strength was astonishingly high. Pick the tavern brawler feat and unleash a flurry of attacks right from the start. We need to find an opportunity to take her underground to try. Ryan didn't disturb Luna while she was eating. He carried the stew to the counter and greeted Evelyn. Beautiful lady, you seem to have a lot of free time. Evelyn closed the ledger, rested her chin on her hand, and looked up slightly at Ryan. Get to the point. Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and he lowered his voice a few decibels. Then, will you go on a date with me? Evelyn kicked him as soon as she finished speaking, but Ryan nimbly dodged it. He continued jokingly, you have quite the temper. Their relationship grew better and better. Now, whenever Ryan has free time, he takes Mira out with him. For some less dangerous missions, Ryan even takes Mira along. Evelyn narrowed her eyes and continued to threaten. Don't get cocky. You're finished once I catch you. If you dare pinch me, I'll tell Mira and let her make things difficult for you. Evelyn snorted and then rolled her eyes in disdain. Only Ryan could tease the landlady like that. If any other mercenary dared to do that, Evelyn would have gone to the kitchen to get a cleaver as soon as she opened her mouth. Ryan coughed twice, moved slightly closer to Evelyn, and continued. By the way, are there any requests that would suit me? As long as you don't mind wasting time, you can take on any kind of commission. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. What's the most expensive commission right now? Evelyn said without looking up, go upstairs and play with Mira. I'll give you 10 silver coins a day, and dinner will be provided free of charge. As time went by and their relationship deepened, the cold and aloof proprietress began to joke with Ryan. If the landlady is willing to go on a date with me tonight, I'll go. Evelyn raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Based on Ryan's understanding of her, if he dared to say another word, she would disregard everyone's gaze and beat him up. I was just kidding. Who would dare to mess with you if you're that fierce? Ryan waved his hand and continued. Help me prepare some supplies. I'm going to explore the underground again and see if I can find anything valuable. Just a few of you? Are you sure? It's quite dangerous underground. Evelyn turned to look at Luna, who was sitting at the dining table. She had finished eating and was now lost in thought. Nerima is more familiar with the underground, and now they've bought a slave from White Mist Island, so the few of us are enough. I've already gone down there 4 times, so I have a rough understanding of the underground conditions. Going down again shouldn't be a problem. Evelyn didn't speak. She lowered her head and opened a ledger, pretending to be very busy. Ryan lowered his head slightly and asked, "What? Are you worried about me?" "Of course not." Evelyn didn't look Ryan in the eye. She got up and hurried towards the kitchen. Chapter 65, 2 Dark Elves. After taking the supplies for the group, Ryan left the city. Several soldiers were on guard at the entrance to the underground cave. When they saw Ryan about to go in, they didn't stop him much and let him pass. Lilith and Luna walked at the front, responsible for scouting and clearing out monsters. Ellie followed Ryan in the middle of the group, where she was responsible for using fire magic to provide light for everyone. Maeve and Nerima were at the back of the group. They had almost no combat ability, and the only thing they could do was carry heavy supplies for everyone. "I'm sleepy. I feel sleepy." Maeve yawned, her steps unsteady. "Eat your fill and then sleep? Are you a pig?" Ryan glanced back at her. Maeve began to argue. "That's because I didn't sleep well last night. It's all your and Ellie's fault. You keep me up every night. You can blame me for this." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Maeve blushed as she spoke. "Of course. You guys are always making all sorts of noises. How can anyone sleep? Can't you take a break for a couple of days? If you don't believe me, ask Nerima. She's downstairs and she definitely can't sleep either." Nerima transformed back into her dark elf form, her pointed ears twitching slightly. I don't mind. I'll have to go through this sooner or later anyway, so I'll just consider it getting used to in advance." Dark elves seem to be quite open-minded. Nerima said they usually don't suppress their desires and do whatever they want whenever they want, without even considering the occasion. Although Lionel was quite lecherous, he simply couldn't accept this level of openness, and he wondered what would happen in Nerima. Lilith, who was walking at the front, suddenly slowed down. She flicked her tongue and turned back to say, "Master, there are some ghouls ahead." "Ghoul?" "Luna, go ahead. Let me see your strength." Luna nodded, and then Ryan heard a rustling sound. The pebbles beneath everyone's feet seemed to come alive, rapidly converging towards Luna's feet and then climbing up her body inch by inch. Finally, the pebbles began to merge together, gradually forming a set of dark gray stone armor. Lilith explained from the side. "This is stone armor, Luna's most proficient magic. Its defense surpasses that of ordinary plate armor, but its drawback is that it is extremely heavy." Ghouls burst out of the darkness, attacking the group with both hands and feet. Luna slightly bent her knees, and then the rubble beneath her feet flew up. She suddenly lunged at a ghoul, and her enhanced stone fist shattered the ghoul's upper body. With a flick of her fist, the ghoul beside her instantly crashed into the rock wall. Luna's power is astonishing. She seems to be almost on par with the slave Vitter had before. In less than 2 seconds, Luna had wiped out the goblins. She shook off the bits of flesh from her fists and returned to the middle of the group. They happen to be lacking a strong frontline tank, and Luna seems to be good at both offense and defense, so she's sure to be able to fill that role. "Not bad, really impressive. Let me touch your ears." Ryan was extremely satisfied. Luna's helmet gradually crumbled, revealing a pair of fluffy, round ears. Ryan reached out and stroked it. This guy had a lot of hair, and his ears felt particularly thick and tough like cowhide. Having gotten used to touching Ellie's soft cat ears, it's quite a treat to occasionally touch her sturdier animal ears. Luna remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned that Ryan was touching her ear. Maeve couldn't help but complain. "Why do you want to touch everyone's ears? She was just bought, and you're already trying to touch them." Ryan decisively threatened, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chisel you out." Upon hearing this, Maeve hid behind Ellie and muttered a few words in a low voice. Ryan not only wanted to touch Luna's ears, but also her big tail. Before he time-traveled, he had never touched a tiger's tail at the zoo. Now that he had time-traveled, he felt he should at least make this dream a reality. Ryan turned sideways to look behind Luna and discovered that the creature's tail was gone. "Luna, where did you hide your tail?" Maeve shook her head helplessly. Here we go again. The stones in Luna's lumbar spine began to crumble, and a furry tiger's tail emerged from them. When she uses the stone helmet technique, she hides her tail close to her lumbar spine, which is indeed a good method. Ryan's lips curled up slightly as he grabbed Luna's tail and started stroking it. She seemed to have muscles all over her tail, as hard as an iron whip, but it didn't feel as good to the touch as Ellie's or Maeve's. Luna remained expressionless, as if touching her tail meant nothing to her. Ryan petted her for a while and then suddenly got bored, so he helped her put her tail back in. Previously, touching Ellie's tail always elicited a good response, either from shyness or begging for mercy. In contrast, Luna was expressionless, like a piece of wood, and didn't react no matter how much you touched her. It was really not fun at all. Lilith had been secretly observing from the side, and finally she couldn't help but ask, "Master, why have I never seen you touch my tail?" "Your tail?" "Yes, mine," Lilith said, scratching her tail in confusion. Her troubled expression looked especially cute. She didn't seem like the type of person who would show such an expression. Ryan had caught snakes a few times before, but their tails were always cold, slippery, and not nearly as interesting as their furry tails. He grabbed Lilith's snake tail and gently played with it in his hand. "It's not as fun as a fluffy tail, but I really like having my tail touched by my owner because my tail is very sensitive and even a slight touch makes me feel hot all over." I always felt that Lilith's words were a bit strange. In any case, we must study this carefully when we get back. If anyone dares to lie, Lilith must be punished. "What are you talking about?" "We're all still here," Maeve muttered from the side. "Just chatting." Lion waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Narima and said, "You know the underground best. Can you lead us to the treasure?" "Well, I can't find it either, but I'll try my best." Narima blinked, her face full of seriousness. "Maeve has found a lot of money here before." Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately became smug. She crossed her arms and hummed happily. "It's all right. Not particularly amazing. She's a fool, but she's lucky. You're the stupid one." Maeve punched Ryan twice in anger, then puffed out her cheeks. "Don't ever call me stupid again." Ryan narrowed his eyes, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Let me chisel a couple of times, and I won't tell." Maeve lowered her head and began to mutter softly, "You're so annoying." Just as the two were playing around, Lilith, who was at the front of the group, stopped again. "What's wrong?" She flicked her tongue and answered softly, "There are 2 dark elves and a spider ahead." Chapter 66, Ryan's Thunderous Methods. "Narima, there are your companions ahead. Would you like to go up and say hello?" Narima shook her head, then awkwardly hid behind Maeve, seemingly shy and bashful. "Master, perhaps we should take another route? My people aren't very friendly towards humans." "Unfriendly?" Ryan whispered to Ellie beside him. "Are dark elves difficult to deal with?" Ellie replied expressionlessly, "Most of them aren't particularly difficult. What else is there to say? If they dare to cause trouble, we'll slaughter them all." "Be careful," Lilith suddenly said. A cold glint flashed in the darkness. Ellie casually caught the arrow that was aimed at Maeve and then tossed it off the cliff. Maeve swallowed hard, breaking out in a cold sweat from fright. This way of greeting is quite novel, and it's clear that they're not exactly friendly towards humans. Just then, 2 dark elves, a male and a female, emerged from the darkness. The man held a round shield in his left hand and a long spear in his right. He appeared to be a handsome and reserved young man. The woman rode a huge black spider, holding a dark purple longbow in her left hand and carrying a greatsword on her back. The muscles on her arms were particularly prominent, making her look as fierce as Luna. They were somewhat arrogant, seemingly only caring about Narima hiding behind Maeve. "Is this how dark elves greet others?" "How rude," Ryan casually remarked to them in the Earth's language. "TCH, who gave you permission to stand in that guy's way?" The female dark elf was arrogant and domineering, her crimson eyes filled with intense hostility. "You clearly have the noble blood of Sinasa flowing through your veins, yet you stoop to the level of a slave just to survive. You're a disgrace to your family." Lane looked at Narima, who was carrying a lot of supplies, which seemed rather embarrassing for a dark elf living in a matriarchal society. He lowered his voice and asked cautiously, "You two know each other?" Narima's voice was barely audible. She seemed hesitant to speak. "Yes, they're my older sister and brother, Vincent and Kyle." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the female dark elf's eyes. "What a disgrace. I should have strangled you when you were little. You piece of trash. Are these my older brother and sister? If Narima hadn't told me, Lion would have thought they were enemies. He shot Narima with his bow the moment they met, wishing he could just kill her. No matter what, the Dark Elves are a bit too fierce in their customs. Just as Ryan was stunned, Viz San threw a silver dagger in front of Narima and said coldly, Narima, kill yourself. This is your only chance to prove your courage. Narima trembled as she stared at the dagger on the ground. Hurry up, the dark elf in front of him urged sharply. Narima choked back tears, picked up the dagger, and held it to her own neck. Ryan was dumbfounded. The Naramar designation also has some issues. He snatched the dagger from the cliff and tossed it over the edge. Narima, from now on you only need to listen to me. Ignore everything else. Narima looked at Lion with pleading eyes, then lowered her head. Okay. This action seemed to anger the two dark elves. Visen's eyes flashed with ferocity as she said viciously, You're asking for death. Stop barking like a dog. I'll beat the shit out of you today. Ryan pointed at the two dark elves in front of him. Luna, teach them a lesson. Just as Viz San raised her bow, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Luna's punch was thunderous, piercing through the black spider's body. Blue-green blood splattered everywhere, and the two dark elves were thrown several meters away by the impact before they staggered and regained their footing. Before they could react, Luna's attacks came one after another. Facing the round shield blocking her way, she used her hand as a spear to pierce through it in an instant, then slammed Kyle against the stone wall, knocking him unconscious. Viz San drew her great sword from behind her, but before she could strike, Luna punched her in the abdomen, sending her flying far away and vomiting bile. Dark elves are generally not very strong. They might only be slightly stronger than ordinary mercenaries. Ryan thought they were tough guys because they were so arrogant just now, but they didn't even last 2 rounds against Luna. That's enough. If we keep fighting, they'll both be dead. Luna obediently lowered her fist and then turned to leave. Ryan swaggered up to Viz San with Narima in tow, then said expressionlessly, I thought you guys were something special, but you're just average. Viz San wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, struggled to her feet, and glared fiercely at Ryan. You're not convinced? Forgive me for being blunt, but you can't even beat me. You can only bully the cute Narima. What's there to be arrogant about? With that, Ryan pinched Narima's cheek. He has been exercising every day for the past month, and with his increasingly proficient command skills, dealing with a dark elf should be no problem. Do you dare to duel? Coward, Vizen said viciously. Since she couldn't beat Luna, she started picking on Ryan, who was easy prey. Ryan smiled without saying a word. He was determined to help Narima vent her anger. No problem. He took a few steps back, then bent down to pick up the greatsword that had fallen to the ground. After swinging it a few times, he found that the weapon was quite heavy. After trying it out, he tossed the greatsword to Viz San in front of him. Take your weapon, the duel can begin at any time. Viz San caught the sword, spat rudely, and then swung it around twice in the air. Despite her injuries, she still wielded her greatsword with incredible skill. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He would show no mercy now. Viz San moved, and she was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Ryan's side. With the added strength of his body, Ryan dodged her slash by sidestepping, then used a few backflips to create distance before quickly unleashing a command spell. Spray water. The moment the order was given, Viz San, who was charging forward, suddenly froze and fell to the ground, rolling several times before she regained her balance and got up. Ryan, feigning ignorance and with a sly grin on his face, asked, How did you fall? Vivian's legs went weak, and she couldn't even stand up from the ground. Her face quickly turned red. Seeing that her body wouldn't obey her commands, her voice became broken and intermittent. What kind of magic is this? Guess. Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and he gradually became smug. Enraged, Viz San wanted to punch Ryan in the nose, but Ryan nimbly dodged it by stepping back. You still dare to launch a sneak attack? Vivian's tone was urgent. She seemed to be breaking down. Bastard. I'll personally take you down. Ryan shook his head. So arrogant? You might not even be able to beat me. You wouldn't last a single round. He stood in front of Viz San with his hands on his hips, looking like a victor. In any case, the final result is that we won. The process is not important. Ultimately, under Ryan's continued pressure, Viz-san reluctantly conceded defeat. Chapter 67 can help me relax. It took a long time for Wei Shan to recover from her pain. She glared fiercely at Ryan, her eyes both menacing and terrifying. Kale, the older brother in Narima, hit his head after being knocked away by Luna, but he has now awakened from his coma. He limped over to Vivian and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Wei Shan was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. She yelled, "Get away from me! Stay away from me!" Poor Kyle was startled and took 2 steps back, standing there helplessly with tears welling up in his eyes. Ryan watched this scene with interest, then shook his head helplessly. These dark elves are strange. The women are like men, and the men are like women. It looks really odd. Maeve suddenly punched Ryan, muttering with disdain, "How could you be so mean? Is this how you use magic? I'm the boss, what I say goes." Ryan's lips curled slightly as he sized up Maeve and continued, "I suddenly feel like trying this trick on you too." Upon hearing this, Maeve was so frightened that she wanted to kneel down before Ryan immediately, begging for mercy. "I was wrong, master. Please don't bully me. Just teasing you. I'm not an animal." Ryan shook his head. After having Ellie, he was no longer the same man he was a year ago. Ryan looked at Narima, who seemed somewhat remorseful, her head drooping as if lost in thought. He coughed twice and said somewhat seriously, "Narima, I'll protect you from now on. Don't listen to what others say. Just ignore them like they're farting." Narima looked at Lion and muttered to herself, "Don't you think I'm useless?" These adorable creatures could become the team's second mascot. So how could Ryan find them useless? Although she's not really helpful in combat, she's good at carrying supplies. Ryan shook his head. "Of course not. You just need to give me a shoulder massage every now and then." Narima seemed lost in thought and murmured to herself, "A shoulder massage." Ryan looked at Viz-san, and their eyes met again. She glared at Ryan, then suddenly lowered her head. "Kill me." Kyle paused, thinking he'd misheard. "Vizen, don't do this. It'll make Mom sad." Ignoring Kyle, Viz-san urged again, "Hurry up and do it. It's a disgrace that I lost to you like this." Her tone was serious, and she seemed genuinely unafraid of death. Ryan shrugged. "For the sake of Narima, let's just let it go. I'll pretend I never saw you today, and I won't tell anyone what happened. You can go now." Regardless, these were, after all, Narima's older brothers and sisters, and he didn't particularly want to kill them. But just to be on the safe side, Ryan still asked Narima for her opinion. "What do you think?" As expected, Narima nodded. "My older brother and sister were very kind to me when I was little, and I don't want to hurt them." Although Lion had never seen other dark elves, compared to them, Narima was practically a spirit orb. Vizen rolled her eyes, seemingly dismissing Narima's words with disdain. "Tisish, who asked you to plead for me?" Ryan frowned and threatened. "If you say another word, I guarantee you'll spray as much water as you want." Vizen was clearly startled by these words. She stood up abruptly, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the last words. "We will meet again. Then I will avenge myself." Ryan didn't care at all. If there's a next time, he'll definitely let Vivian spray him to her heart's content. After they walked away, Ryan touched Luna's ear again. "You did a good job just now. You deserve praise. You'll get a bonus when we get back." Luna remained expressionless, standing there like a wooden statue, offering no response whatsoever. "Is your city far from here?" Ryan asked Narima casually. He walked over to the giant spider that Luna had killed with a single punch, and a pungent smell filled the air. "It's not far, it's just below the forest. It'll take 2 or 3 days to walk there," Narima replied softly, taking Ryan's arm. Seeing this, Ellie quickly took his other hand. "The forest?" "That great forest west of Calydorn." To the west of Calydorn lies a primeval forest covering approximately 60,000 square kilometers, known as the Green Heart of the Kingdom of Arisia. It is home to countless monsters and legendary elves. "I never expected that the Dark Elf City would be there too." "Yes." Narima nodded. "That place is more than 100 kilometers away from here." "What is your sister doing here?" "I don't know. Maybe they came to scout ahead. Before I was banished, goblins always harassed the city, and they killed quite a few people." "Are goblins really that rampant?" "Yeah, there are goblins everywhere underground. I've encountered a lot before, but luckily I didn't get caught." Narima's pointed ears twitched up and down, and she seemed a little proud. Narima is so cute. I don't know what her mother was thinking. How could she bear to drive away such a lovely daughter? How are your dark elf cities? It's beautiful, huge, and very clean. If I could, I would definitely take you to see it. As she spoke, Narima silently lowered her head. Ryan nodded. He was also curious about what the city where the dark elves lived looked like, and he had to see it before he died, and also try a few chocolate cakes. What are you laughing at again? Maeve muttered from the side. She particularly liked to keep an eye on Ryan and would come to see what he was doing whenever she had time. I wasn't laughing at anything. Ryan reached out and pulled Maeve in front of him, then took her by the tail. All right, let's get back to making money. Maeve, you go first. Why? Maeve looked at the pitch-black road ahead, clearly showing some resistance. Because you're the luckiest, you can go wherever you want, and being ahead of the pack guarantees you'll make money. Maeve's ears drooped, and her eyes welled up with tears, as if she were about to cry. Nonsense. You're just trying to bully me. Hurry up. Do you still want to eat stewed chicken? Maeve nodded, glanced at Ellie, and then muttered, I'm fine leading the way, but everyone's a bit tired. How about we find a place to rest? Ryan was speechless for a moment. That cunning, lazy, and greedy scoundrel. He'll slack off whenever he gets the chance. We left the city at noon, so it must be dark outside by now. We should eat something and then go to sleep. Maeve got excited as soon as she mentioned food, and it was clear that she was already very hungry. Ryan sighed, finally convinced by Maeve. All right. Let's sleep here for a bit, and when we wake up we'll get back to work and see if we can find anything valuable. Chapter 68 Lilith in full automated mode. The group found an abandoned goblin outpost. After exploring the surrounding area, they found a clean spot to rest under a wooden wall. Lilith's snake tail kept swaying. Although she was expressionless, Ryan sensed that she seemed somewhat excited, and he wondered what she had discovered. Goblins stink. That house reeks of goblin urine and sweat, and there's nowhere to live, Maeve complained as she munched on her bread, occasionally stuffing a few pieces of cured meat into her mouth. Ellie, Lilith, and Luna remained silent. Resting at the abandoned goblin outpost was nothing to them. They had survived in far worse places. We're underground now. We're lucky to have a place to hide. We can't ask for more. Ryan didn't have much of an appetite. He was full after eating half a piece of black bread. All right. Maeve put away her supplies, stretched comfortably, and then lay down on the linen. I'm full. Time to sleep. Eat your fill and then sleep? Are you a pig? Ryan couldn't help but complain. Maeve chuckled a few times, then rubbed her white belly. Ellie had finished eating, and, as usual, she lay down next to Ryan, nuzzling her cheek against him. Since he had nothing better to do, Ryan hugged Ellie to his chest, holding her ear in his left hand and her tail in his right, and began a sport he called petting a cat. Ellie has completely let loose now. Whenever she has time, she will act cute with Ryan and want to stick to him all the time. After touching her ears for a while, Ellie raised her head slightly to look at Ryan, her red lips opening and closing as if hinting at something. From then on, the two developed a healthy relationship, and Ellie seemed to be addicted to it, wanting to kiss Ryan every day. Kiss me when I wake up, kiss me before I go to sleep, kiss me while I play games, and kiss me while I take a shower. In short, whenever she had free time, she would look at Ryan and try to kiss him in this way. If she has enough time and no one is around, Ellie will do some even bolder things. You little glutton. Ryan and Ellie embraced and kissed, only separating after a long while. After they separated, Ryan noticed that several people around him were staring at him. Even Luna's expression looked a little strange. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. What? You want to kiss too? Luna shook her head and turned her back to Ryan. Narima raised her hand. Master, I want to kiss you too. Sure. Ryan picked up Narima and kissed her cheek. But Narima seemed unsatisfied. She pointed her lips and asked, Can I kiss here? You're a little glutton too. Ryan gave Narima a light, fleeting kiss. Although the kiss was somewhat perfunctory, she seemed particularly happy. Ryan sniffed Ellie, then happily rolled over. Okay, get some rest. Ellie, Luna, and I will rest first. Lilith, you will keep watch, and the three of you will take turns on guard duty. We will continue our exploration after we are all rested. Ellie responded softly, then snuggled into Ryan's arms. Just as Ryan was about to close his eyes to rest, Lilith suddenly spoke up. Master, before that, I'd like to take you somewhere. Where? Ryan blinked, paused slightly, and continued. You found something valuable? Lilith kept everyone in suspense. You'll find out when you come with me. I'll come too. Ellie's ears turned into airplane ears. No, Lilith said coldly, making it clear that there was no room for negotiation. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. The two women locked eyes, and the tension between them was palpable. Even Maeve, who had just wanted to sleep, started watching the excitement. Ellie retorted decisively. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Ryan's brain went blank for a moment. Lilith's voice grew colder as she said, Of course, he is my master, so it's normal for him to have this feeling of gratitude. And you've monopolized your master for a month, stopping me every time I try to make a move. Anyway, it's time for me and Narima to have our turn. Narima looked innocent. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. After all, she can live for hundreds of years, so a month is just a blink of an eye for her. She has plenty of time to outlast Ellie and the others. Lilith crossed her arms and continued. From now on, we'll take turns. You can't be so selfish. As for who the master will like more, we'll each rely on our own abilities. Ellie clenched her fists and said nothing. She closed her eyes and went straight to sleep. Lilith smiled victoriously, took Ryan's hand, and whispered, Master, come with me. I've just found a suitable place to sit. Let me serve you today. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Ryan said, feigning politeness. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm your slave. Serving my master is my duty, and I've wanted to do this for a long time. Lilith kissed Ryan, but quickly released his mouth. We'll take it slow. There's plenty of time. Lilith led the way with the torch. She led Ryan into the wooden hut that reeked of goblins, and then pulled out a wooden chair from it. This is the good place you were talking about. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He had absolutely no interest in it. I lied to Ellie. Lilith handed the torch to Ryan, then led him to the open space behind the cabin, where the ground was covered with ashes. It seems the goblins burned something here. Lilith placed the stool down here, and then began to help Ryan remove his hard leather armor. It's clear that she wants to start a war here. No way, it's really here. Lilith paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Master, wait for me here. I'll be right back. She turned and ran, bringing Luna back half a minute later. Could it be a trip for two? Ryan's lips curled up slightly, his smile carrying a hint of meaning. Lilith seemed to have guessed what Ryan was thinking, and she poked the tip of his nose. If Master likes it, it's not impossible. Luna quickly built a small, boxy house and turned to leave, seemingly not intending to join the two. If she's not coming, then so be it. Lilith, her eyes filled with tenderness, pulled Ryan into the cabin. Their clothes were scattered everywhere. Her skin was smooth and without any unwanted hair. Just looking at it was enough to make one's blood boil. Master, you're so cute. Lilith's lips curled up slightly, her smile sweet. All right, close your eyes. You must be tired from walking all afternoon. Let's take a break. Chapter 69 Dungeon. About an hour later, Ryan returned with Lilith. You're back so soon? Maeve said sullenly, hugging her knees tightly, only her big, round eyes showing. Ryan shrugged meaningfully. Lilith shook her head, a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. I had no experience this time. I'll try harder next time. The two sat down on a mat to rest. That bastard, Maeve started harassing Lilith, sniffing around her without any sense of boundaries. What are you doing? Hurry up and rest. Lilith pushed her little face away. I'm just smelling it. I'm not doing anything. Ellie wasn't asleep either. She leaned against the wooden wall with her arms crossed, first giving Ryan a strange look, then slowly shifting her hips, and finally launching a sneak attack with her airplane ears, biting Ryan's arm, making him scream in pain. Color correct, behavior correct, identification complete. Ellie is actually a round-headed old woman. What? Why did you suddenly bite me? Ryan looked at the teeth marks on his arm with a wronged expression. As a seasoned cat lover, he had no idea what he had done to offend Ellie. Ellie looked away, a little guilty, and said, There was a mosquito on your arm. I was just trying to get rid of it for you. Ryan was speechless for a moment. During this time, he often used this excuse to attack Ellie, but in the end, she actually learned this trick. Ryan narrowed his eyes and then pounced on Ellie. There's a mosquito on your butt. Let me catch it for you. Ellie wasn't going to back down either. She struggled and yelled, You have a burrowing bug in your pants. The two rolled around on the mat, waking up Narima, who had been fast asleep. She stared blankly at the two of them, then changed her position and continued sleeping. Maeve and Luna watched the whole time, and whenever the two rolled next to them, they would get up and make way. After a fierce battle with Lilith, Ryan was completely exhausted. After playing with Ellie for a while, he was so sleepy that his eyelids were drooping. He closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. When Ryan woke up again, he found himself on top of 4 people. Ellie was fast asleep, lying on top of him. Lilith rested her head on his left leg, while her right leg was wrapped around her snake tail. Maeve and Nerima each grabbed one of his arms. He was completely unable to move, just like he was being paralyzed by a ghost. Luna was on guard duty when she heard the commotion. She turned and glanced at Ryan, whose red eyes looked somewhat frightening in the dim firelight. Ryan lowered his voice and asked, "Luna, are you resting?" "Not yet." Luna shook her head. Although her face was expressionless, she looked fierce. Upon hearing this, Ryan reached into Ellie's clothes and rummaged around for a moment before promptly waking her up. "Get up. It's our turn to stand guard." Ellie rubbed her sleepy eyes and rolled to the side. Luna yawned, curled up into a ball, and lay on her side on the mat. Ryan carefully removed the rest of the body parts, then sat down next to Ellie. She got up and looked around, making sure there was nothing unusual before sitting down again. Ryan yawned. He hadn't slept well. After fishing for a while, he noticed that Ellie was carving something on the ground with a stone. Ryan didn't have Ellie's night vision. He squinted for a while before he could make out the words on the ground. "Between me and Lilith, who is better?" Ryan looked at Ellie beside him. She had her head drooping and her cheeks were flushed. Ryan looked around, and finding no stones, he pulled out the dagger from his waist and began carving on the ground. "Does it matter?" Ellie nodded vigorously, her blue eyes fixed on Ryan. He glanced back at the sleeping Lilith, and without the slightest hesitation pointed at Ellie. Ellie tossed the pebble in her hand away and looked away. I don't know if she was satisfied with this answer. Just then, the system's voice appeared again. "Congratulations, host. Lilith has fallen completely in love. Lilith's current affection level is 4. You have successfully developed a healthy relationship between the male and female characters, and the rewards for completing the character encyclopedia have been greatly increased. The current reward for completing the character encyclopedia is a 250% increase in strength, endurance, and agility." What about Luna's buff? Name, Luna. Current favorability level is 1. Met Luna, achieved. Become friends with Luna, not yet achieved. Become close friends with Luna, not yet achieved. Developing a healthy romantic relationship with Luna, not yet achieved. The reward for completing the encyclopedia is a 255% increase in strength, endurance, and agility. Luna's affection level is only level 1. I need to find an opportunity to get her to acknowledge their friendship through her own words. Thinking of this, Ryan clenched his fists. He couldn't feel any changes in his body during each improvement. He had to undergo actual testing to see any effects. As soon as Ryan reached out his hand, Ellie grabbed it tightly. Testing grip strength is the simplest experimental method. Unfortunately, Ellie's strength was still far superior to his, and Ryan would wince in pain with the slightest exertion. After the test was completed, she took the dagger and carved a few words on the ground. "It's gotten a little stronger." Ryan nodded. To become stronger than Ellie, he needs to win over even more wives. After a long while, seeing that everyone had gotten enough sleep, Ryan tidied up briefly and began wandering underground again. After resting, the blush on Lilith's face had faded. She and Maeve walked at the front of the group, discussing something in hushed tones. Ryan pricked up his ears and began eavesdropping on the two women's conversation like a pervert. "Does it hurt? You'll see once you try it yourself. Please." Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and Ryan couldn't hear what they were talking about at all. Maeve would occasionally glance back at Ryan, looking rather sly. Finally, Ryan couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "What are you two talking about?" Lilith's lips curled up slightly, and without thinking, she said directly, "Maeve also wants to do it, but she's afraid of the pain, and she kept asking me if it hurt last night." Maeve's cheeks flushed. She punched Lilith and then tried to argue. "You're lying." "I didn't." Lilith seemed about to say something, but Maeve covered her mouth with her hand before she could speak, then began to beg for mercy. "Please, Lilith, don't bully me anymore. I'll listen to you from now on." Ryan gazed at Lilith, lost in thought. What has this guy done to Maeve? Just then, Lilith seemed to discover something. She suddenly stopped, and her body stiffened. Maeve rubbed her eyes hard, then looked into the darkness. What's wrong? Lilith lowered her voice and said, There's a narrow passage ahead, and behind it are many houses. It looks like an underground city. Chapter 70 Dark Elves Who Can Use Holy Magic. The dungeon? Where is it? Ryan sensed the presence of treasure. There's a small opening 100 meters ahead. I can see the house inside. Lilith drew her dagger from her waist and stepped forward to scout. Don't come any closer. I need to check if there are any traps near the opening. Lilith walked into the endless darkness. Ryan, who had no night vision, had no idea what was happening ahead of her. While waiting, Ryan pulled Ellie in front of him and teased her a couple of times. Akemi was still very jealous. She glared at someone else, her cheeks flushed. Lilith returned a few minutes later. It's safe. It looks like a passage dug by goblins. There's a tomb inside. We can go in and take a look. She flicked her tongue, her gaze lingering on Ryan for a moment, seemingly concerned. Maeve drooped her ears and muttered, The tomb of the tomb? Won't there be lots of skeletons there? Ryan patted Maeve's ear to reassure her. There's nothing to be afraid of about skeletons. Even you can handle few. Lilith nodded. The monster we need to worry about most is the ghost. Those monsters have no physical form and are quite dangerous. Neither Luna nor I can deal with them. Where's Ellie? Ryan put his hand on her cat ears. I can only drive them away, but I can't kill them, Ellie replied. Yes, fire can drive them away, but only a silver sword or holy magic can kill them completely. Silver sword? That thing is expensive and not very useful. It only works against special monsters. Hearing him say that, Ryan immediately had the idea of giving up. Although the bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish, he couldn't risk his wives' lives. The underground is a maze of crisscrossing paths. I don't know if I'll be able to find it again next time. Forget it. Let's look around some more. Gold and silver jewelry are nothing compared to your lives. Just then, Nerima reached out and tugged at Lion's pants, saying cautiously, I know holy magic. I can deal with ghosts. Ryan stared at her, lost in thought. Lilith and Ellie looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you sure? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Ellie told me before that dark elves are more skilled in black magic. Nerima scratched her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. I'm a bit special, so my mother dislikes me. After you fainted from mana depletion, I used holy light on you. Have you forgotten? Ryan touched his chin. He didn't remember doing that. Maeve suddenly realized, and she danced around excitedly, saying, Isn't it that glowing magic? I remember. Ellie nodded beside her. I remember too. Nerima began chanting a spell, her eyes gleaming with holy light. If any spirits approach, I will dispel them with holy light. Could you demonstrate for me? Ryan's lips curled up slightly. A beam of holy light appeared in Nerima's hand, shining warmly on Lane's face, yet also somewhat dazzling. Maeve's ears drooped, and she muttered to herself, Isn't this the same healing spell from last time? Will it really work? Nerima nodded. Yes, while lay on hands doesn't harm the living, it can easily kill the undead. It seems a bit unreliable, Master. Maybe we should forget about it. Maeve tugged at Ryan's sleeve, having second thoughts. Seeing this, Nerima became anxious. Trust me, I can't help. Ryan looked at her, half believing, and said, Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Honestly, even though I'm pretty useless, I can still help with this little thing. Nerima's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked like she was about to cry. All right, I believe you. Let's go down and take a look together. Ryan ruffled her hair. The group continued walking forward. The deeper they went, the narrower the passage became. Ryan and Luna, who were nearly 2 meters tall, had to crouch to squeeze through. Ellie extinguished the flames, and Ryan couldn't see what was ahead at all, so he could only follow them by the tail. How much further? Ryan asked casually, already able to smell the damp, musty air. We've arrived. Ellie lit the fire, and Ryan could see what was happening in front of him. The passage ended at a cliff, and the hazy mist made it impossible for him to see anything in the distance. Lilith's eyes are truly amazing. She could see things in a mist even from that far away. Ellie picked up a stone and threw it forward, then listened carefully to the sound. It's about 20 meters above the ground. I'll take Master and the others down first. After saying that, she grabbed Ryan and crawled out of the cave, then slowly descended. There are many dark caves down there, and no one knows what's hidden inside. There are also many strange humanoid stone statues nearby, their limbs twisted and their faces marked with fear. What's with these statues? Ryan squinted. Ellie shook her head. I've never seen it. In ancient times, besides humans, there were many unknown civilizations underground. Luna and Lilith jumped down from above and began to look around. Finally, Ellie flew up and brought Maeve and Irma down with her. The moment that bastard landed, he started undermining morale. Master, it's so eerie in here. Could there be some monsters? Mira said there might be powerful gargoyles and skeleton knights in the catacombs. Ryan quickly covered her dog's mouth. Can you stop jinxing me? From now on, you're forbidden to speak. Maeve was on the verge of tears, and she decisively hid behind Ellie. Ryan lit a fireball in his hand for illumination, then mustered his courage and peered into the cave. Inside was a stone coffin. The coffin lid is still there. It has not been opened. Let me do it. Ellie told everyone to step back, then carefully crawled inside. She looked around and then carefully lifted the coffin lid. Green gas emerged from it, and Ellie instantly released a wind field to disperse it before retreating. Ellie whispered, There's miasma in the sarcophagus, Master. Be careful. Lilith and I were fine after smelling it, but you will die if you inhale too much. Maeve muttered, I want to go back. Besides the miasma, is there anything else inside? Ellie continued, There's another skeleton, but I didn't see any burial goods. Lilith chimed in, Perhaps this tomb has already been explored. The hole we just walked through was dug by goblins. Ryan lowered his voice. So, does that mean there's still treasure inside? Lilith looked around and said, That depends on how powerful the guardians here are. Just then, a swarm of bats flew overhead, their piercing cries echoing through the tomb. Ellie gripped Ryan's hand tightly. Her ears perked up. Shoo, keep your voice down. Ryan nodded, then, rather untimely, kissed Ellie on the cheek. Chapter 71 Strange. Ellie's casual remark made everyone tense. The bats' echoes faded away, and the tomb fell silent once more. Maeve clung tightly to Ryan's waist, trembling. She even uttered her last words. I hid half a piece of black bread in the bedside table. If I die, Master, remember to eat it. Don't waste it. Ryan chuckled inexplicably. Aren't you afraid of attracting bugs by putting food in the cupboard? I'm always hungry at night, Maeve said, sounding aggrieved, then continued. And also, you're the best person to me. Thank you for being so good to me. In that case, when are you going to give me a couple of chisels? Ryan patted her head and comforted her. Maeve shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not ready yet. Lilith and Luna searched for the target, but after a while they found nothing unusual. They didn't even see the skeletons that are most common underground. Narima muttered, Could we be overthinking it? Maybe there aren't any monsters in this tomb at all. Ellie looked up and around, but didn't say anything more. Ryan patted Narima's head. Just to be safe, we should be careful. Who knows what's down there? The group continued deeper into the tomb, encountering more and more caves, each containing a stone coffin. It appeared that at least several thousand people were buried here. Seeing that so much time had passed without anything happening, the timid Maeve grew a little bolder. Holding a torch, she began searching for treasure in the tomb, occasionally turning over things here and there. Lilith glanced at her and casually reminded her, Be careful. These kinds of places usually have a lot of traps. Maeve muttered softly, It should be all right, hee-hee. She seemed to have discovered something and suddenly darted into one of the caves. Ryan quickly raised a fireball and rushed over. Don't run around, or you'll get lost and no one will even know. Maeve didn't return to Ryan. The coffin lid in the cave had been opened, and Maeve, standing on tiptoe and sticking half her head into the stone coffin, seemed to be searching for something. Ryan was terrified that the coffin lid would suddenly close and cut Maeve in half. A moment later, Maeve emerged. She couldn't climb out of the cave on her own and had to ask Ryan to help her. In the end, she ended up covered in dirt and grime, with lots of white cobwebs stuck to her hair. Hee. Seeing Maeve smiling sweetly, Ryan reached out to remove the spider silk from her hair. What's wrong? Why are you smiling so lewdly? Maeve reached into her chest and pulled out a piece of gleaming, prismatic metal. She actually shipped the goods. It looked like some kind of gold coin with unreadable runes printed on it. It felt heavy in my hand and still carried the warmth of Maeve's chest. Maeve raised her head, her smug expression practically screaming smugness. Master, am I amazing? Ryan patted her head. Good dog, steamed clam. Having said that, he decisively pocketed the spoils that Maeve had found. Ellie and Lilith exchanged a glance, then began exploring the surrounding caves, leaving Luna alone to protect Ryan. Unfortunately, they were unlucky, and after all their efforts, they didn't find anything valuable, and they also kept encountering magical traps. On the contrary, Maeve had a smooth journey, not only avoiding any traps, but also reaping a lot of leftover gold coins. What bad luck! So many of the sarcophagi have been disturbed, and there's nothing left inside, Maeve complained, brushing the dust off her knees. Ryan looked at the 20-odd ancient gold coins in the bag and couldn't help but smile. You're unlucky? Ellie and the others haven't found anything and keep running into all sorts of traps. What? There's a trap? Maeve blinked, completely unaware of this. As soon as she finished speaking, Ellie and Lilith crawled out of the cave. Ellie was covered in dust, while a lock of Lilith's hair was singed. It's clear they still haven't achieved anything. Seeing the two of them choosing a new cave again, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed them. Forget it, you two stop looking. It'll be troublesome if you get hurt. Let Maeve look. She's lucky. She shouldn't die. Ellie and Lilith nodded simultaneously, standing guard on either side of Ryan. I'm tired too. I need to rest for a while. Maeve put her hands on her hips, and her ears drooped. She tiptoed and peeked into the bag, then looked up at Ryan. By the way, are these gold coins valuable? I don't know, but it should have collectible value. I believe that those nobles who have so much money they don't know what to do with it would like to collect these strange and unusual things. Ryan first thought of Wit, who would probably like this kind of thing. Then we definitely won't have to worry about selling the products. He took out one of the gold coins and handed it to Narima. Do you recognize this? Narima took the ancient gold coin, examined it carefully in her palm, and finally shook her head. I've never seen it before, but it looks very beautiful. Even the native dark elves of Naramar don't recognize it. So when we get back, we'll have to ask the knowledgeable Evelyn. Maeve scratched her ear and continued to ask Ryan. Master, what are we going to do next? Keep exploring. This tomb looks incredibly large. Look around and see if you can find anything of value. Okay. Maeve nodded. The group continued to explore forward. Ryan noticed that there were more stone statues around them. They stood there, stunned, their foreheads slightly raised, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Humans, dark elves, goblins, and some monsters that Ryan had never seen before. Maeve wasn't watching where she was going, and she accidentally bumped into a goblin statue. Her arm was cut by the edge of a petrified spike club, and blood quickly gushed out, dripping down her elbow to the ground. Ouch! That hurts! Maeve winced in pain, glancing at her elbow. I'm done for. The smell of blood was particularly pungent in this deathly tomb. A swarm of bats swept over Maeve's head, startling her as she dodged and weaved around Ryan. Only after the bats had flown far away did everyone slowly stand up. Can't you look where you're going when you're walking? Ryan called Narima over and asked her to use light healing to treat Maeve, but the wound was a little deep and it took a long time to heal. However, she still has a very shallow scar on her arm. Maeve glanced down at the scar and muttered, Bad luck. Then she angrily kicked the stone statue. Consider it a lesson learned. Remember to watch where you're going next time. Ryan tugged at Maeve's soft cheek. Just then, he caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Woman Who Was Summoned. Maeve's blood did not immediately seep into the soil. They seemed to have been given life, turning into red beads of blood, moving forward little by little. Ryan slowly squatted down, then looked up at Ellie and asked, Honey, look, what's going on? Ellie shook her head. Never seen it before. Maeve touched her arm and muttered, That really hurt. Seeing that Ryan didn't react, she repeated, It hurts. Ryan was speechless. He grabbed Maeve's arm and said, I know it hurts. Come here and let your husband see. A kiss will make it stop hurting. As soon as he pouted, Maeve quickly pulled her hand away, muttering, If I could eat his stewed chicken after we get out, I wouldn't feel any pain anymore. After saying that, she began to give frantic hints with her eyes. Ryan nodded. Want to eat chicken, huh? I'll give you a good treat once we get out. Just as the two were flirting, a dull thud came from behind them. Thump. It sounded like the sound of a coffin lid falling to the ground. The group of people suddenly raised their heads and looked in unison toward the source of the sound. The thick fog around them began to dissipate, allowing Ryan to see the general appearance of the tomb. There are at least tens of thousands of caves scattered around them. Especially on those steep rock walls, the caves are as dense as a sieve, one after another, which is enough to make one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. In the darkness, Ryan felt eyes watching him. Ellie's hair stood on end, and she suddenly said, "Master, I have a bad feeling. Should we hurry up and get out of this awful place?" Lilith nodded in agreement. At that moment, thousands of caves began to glow with a vibrant green light. Then, wisps of something magical floated out of the cave like melting jade. Narima clutched at Lane's sleeve, seemingly nervous. "Master, the corpses in this tomb are all sacrifices, and those green things are souls. I've seen them before." Before she finished speaking, the stone statues beside her began to tremble slightly, their souls flying out of their chests, and then turning into a pile of fragments. As his soul swept past Ryan, he felt a chill run down his spine. Maeve tucked her tail between her legs and hid behind Ryan. What do they want to do? These souls seemed to share the same goal, and they flew forward along the passage, creating a somewhat eerie scene. Ryan shook his head. This is bad. The group exchanged glances, then turned and ran away simultaneously. Ryan guessed that Maeve had unknowingly alerted a dungeon boss, and now whoever runs the slowest will be in the front row. At the same time, the ground began to shake, a piercing roar filled the air, and dust filled the sky. And pebbles kept falling from above, making the tomb seem like it was about to collapse. Wait for me. Maeve was left behind. Ellie turned around, picked her up, and continued running. As she passed Ryan, she grabbed him as well, and then flew the two of them into the narrow entrance. After a few seconds, Lilith and Luna also climbed up with Narima, and the six of them hurriedly left the tunnel dug by the goblins. Narima was at the back of the group. Just as her buttocks emerged, the passage behind her collapsed, nearly burying her. "Don't stop. Keep running," Ryan urged. "Just in case a boss comes out, everyone gets up and sprints for 100 meters again." After an unknown amount of time, Ryan was completely unable to run anymore. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and every additional step was a test for him. Maeve was leaning on Luna's shoulder, panting with her tongue lolling out. They were all covered in dust and dirt. Ellie seemed a little uneasy. She would look behind her every now and then, as if something was following her. Ryan asked cautiously, "Have they caught up with us?" "They have run at least 2 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Lilith and Luna turned around to look, but they didn't find anything unusual. Ellie shook her head as well. "No, but I seem to have sensed a powerful presence. I hope it's just my imagination." Maeve, breathless, said, "What just happened? Such a nice place just collapsed like that. It scared me to death." "I don't know." Ryan shook his head and patted Maeve's bottom reassuringly. He had only been underground a few times, and many things in the underground world were still unknown to him. Ellie or Narima might know. "I've never seen anything like it either. I've seen underground tombs a few times before, but none of them are like this." Ellie shook her head, then continued. "No skeletons, no ghouls, and no ghosts." Narima dusted off her clothes and continued. "I've never seen anything like it before. There were so many rocks just now. I almost got hit, but it was so exciting. I wish there were more ghosts." She had a smile on her face and seemed somewhat excited. Ryan shook his head. "What a strange request. Narima must be a masochist. Forget it. I want to live a few more years. Ryan doesn't want to die until he has collected 100 beast-eared girls." Maeve muttered again. "You were the fastest runner just now. I almost got crushed to death, and you didn't even look back at me." Ryan shrugged. Maeve might be the illegitimate daughter of Lady Luck. In any case, he didn't believe for a second that this bastard would be unlucky. "If you're really not happy, then kick me." Ryan stuck his butt out in front of Maeve. But just as Maeve was about to kick him, he nimbly dodged it again. "All right, lead the way. We've been messing around underground for so long, it's time to go back." Ryan stretched, then took out the bag of ancient gold coins. Not a single one was missing. After putting the gold coins away, he stole a glance at Lilith beside him. The guy was brushing the dust off his body. Perhaps sensing Ryan's gaze, she slowly raised her head, and their eyes met. This snake girl is more and more beautiful the more you look at her. I'm leading the way again, okay? I can't do anything with you. Maeve shook her head and tail vigorously, dust billowing around. I want to eat stewed chicken when we get out. Okay, hurry up. Ryan patted Maeve's bouncy bottom. At the same time, a slender figure crawled out of the ruins of the tomb. She stretched out her membranous wings, then crossed her legs and sat on the pile of stones, looking around at this unfamiliar world. Then she hooked her hand, and Maeve's blood flew out from the rubble and condensed in her hand. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the direction the group had fled in and slowly stood up. Chapter 73, Jealousy and Rivalry. I have to say, the Maeve navigation system is pretty good. After walking underground for a long time, they finally emerged from another passage late at night. They weren't particularly far from Kael Dorn. The city's flames were clearly visible in the distance, probably only about a kilometer away. They arrived home half an hour later. Maeve was so tired that she collapsed into a corner like a dead dog and fell fast asleep without even changing her clothes. Ryan was a little tired, so he asked Nerma to go to the bathroom to take a shower first, planning to go after she finished. Luna stood somewhat awkwardly at the door, like a conscientious security guard. Come here. Ryan beckoned to her with his finger. Luna's ears twitched, and she quickly walked towards Ryan, a look of confusion in her eyes. Ryan pointed to the room on the left side of the stairwell and said, You'll sleep there tonight, but you need to take a shower first. Luna nodded. Ryan went upstairs, grabbed a set of his own clothes, and handed them to Luna. The two are not much different in height. Luna is just a bit bigger in the butt, chest, and shoulders. She should be able to fit into the clothes. I'll take you shopping for clothes tomorrow. Wear this for today. Okay. Luna nodded, standing beside Ryan like a wooden statue. Lilith drank a glass of water and then said, Luna doesn't care about that. She's happy as long as she has food, clothes, and can survive. Ryan looked them over and casually asked, Are you friends? Lilith said expressionlessly, You can't make friends on the island, but you can now. Who knows, you might even become best friends who share a tube in the future, right? Luna ignored Lilith, her head drooping as she stared blankly, seemingly oblivious to what anyone was saying. She was a woman of few words and always gave the impression of being thoughtful and somewhat intelligent. If it weren't for being able to see her stats directly, Ryan wouldn't have guessed that her intelligence was D-level. Just then, Nerima came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Ryan yawned listlessly, then turned to Ellie and said, Honey, I want to take a hot bath. Run the water for me. He went into the bathroom, casually took off his clothes, and sat down to wait. Ellie held one hand in flames and the other in water, continuously releasing warm hot water. Ryan immersed his body in warm water, and his fatigue instantly disappeared. It would be so much more comfortable if someone came over to give me a massage at a time like this. Seeing that Ellie was watching from the side and hadn't left, Ryan joked, What? You want to shower with me too? Ellie's tail wagged and then stood straight up. She then quickly took off her clothes and jumped into the bathtub. The space wasn't very spacious to begin with, and this made Ryan feel even more cramped. The two looked at each other. After a brief silence, Ellie suddenly narrowed her eyes. What's wrong? Ryan asked, puzzled. He didn't know what Ellie was planning to do. Before he could even think about it, Ellie gave him the answer. She pounced on Ryan and started biting him. This time, however, she didn't bite hard. She was just gently nibbling, clearly trying to be affectionate. He has such a mature face, but his behavior is clearly like that of a child. What's wrong? Ryan stroked Ellie's cat ears and asked softly. Although Ellie didn't speak, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. She then increased the pressure slightly, but it was still within Ryan's tolerance. After gently nibbling for a while, she finally spoke. From now on, you can't be with Lilith. You can be with anyone else, but not her. Is it only possessive of its food from Lilith? That's a good cat. I need a reason. Ryan carefully scrubbed the stains off her chest. Ellie looked away, appearing somewhat guilty. Because I don't like her. Why? Even if you don't like it, there should be a reason, right? Ryan was washing Ellie's fluffy cat tail, which made her wriggle her body. Or perhaps the water was a bit too hot, because Ellie's cheeks gradually turn a little red. She's annoying. Just then there was a knock on the bathroom door. Lilith shouted from outside. Ellie, I can hear you. It's wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. Ellie closed her ears, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Upon seeing this, Lilith pushed the door open, took off her clothes as she walked towards the two of them, and finally nimbly slipped into the bathtub. She sat down directly in front of Ryan, exchanging glances with Ellie. Master, let's shower together. The bathtub was already at its limit for 2 people, and with Lilith joining them, the 3 of them were practically pressed together. Ryan could feel Lilith's tail gently sliding along his legs. Master's chest is so sturdy. I like it very much. Lilith flicked her tongue and used the tip of her nimble tail to lift Ryan's chin. Ellie's ears turned into airplane ears, and she suddenly stood up and left the bathtub. Seeing this, Lilith smiled smugly. She wriggled behind Ryan and began massaging his shoulders. Master, I'll serve you tonight and help you relax. No, I'm too tired today. Let's fight again tomorrow. Ryan shook his head. Having shed his identity as Xiao Chunan, driving no longer held as much allure for him. Master, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to massage your legs and help you relax. Lilith narrowed her eyes and gently pressed her fingertips against Ryan's lips. She spoke as if it were the truth. She's quite fickle. Ellie had intended to leave the bathroom, but seeing the two of them so intimate, she couldn't stand it and turned back to argue with Lilith. She laid the other bathtub flat and then filled it with hot water again. Master, come here. Ryan also wanted to get up and go over since the water had gotten a bit cold after soaking for so long. But Lilith pinned him down on his legs, rendering him unable to move. Seeing this, Ellie ran over, grabbed Ryan's arm, and tried to drag him out. Come on, this water isn't hot anymore. Lilith casually said, Master is almost finished washing. You can wash yourself now. We'll dry off and go upstairs to sleep. Get away from me. Ellie hissed angrily, startling Lilith into dodging to the side, but she didn't move her, but off Ryan. Lilith was somewhat surprised. Are you a beast? How could you treat a human like that? What's it to you? Ryan was helpless as the tension between the two grew increasingly intense. He waved his hand helplessly. Quiet down. You two stop arguing. Ryan sighed. It looks like I won't be able to get a good rest tonight. This can't go on. The principle of the Queen Mother of the West is to ensure that all women receive equal treatment. There is only one way to end the war. Chapter 74, Our Rumors. The next morning, Ryan opened his tired eyes. A pretty little bluebird was perched on the windowsill. It watched Ryan flap its wings a few times, then turned and flew away. Ryan rubbed his aching back and sighed helplessly. He suddenly felt that if things continued like this, he would be nearing the end of his life. I'm not working today. I need to find an excuse to sleep in Myra's room for a while after I go to the tavern. Otherwise I'll die of overwork sooner or later. Just then, Lilith beside him stirred. She yawned and then said, Good morning to Ryan. Just then, Ellie suddenly kicked Lilith off the bed. Thump, is that how you greet people? Lilith got up from the ground, her voice carrying a hint of anger. Ellie covered her ears with her scalp, pretending not to hear Lilith speaking. She pulled Ryan up and then kneaded and cuddled in his arms like a kitten. Lilith rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, Back on the island, I thought you were a tough character, but it turns out you're just like everyone else. Ellie glared at her fiercely. How much better are you than me? Seeing the tense atmosphere early in the morning, Ryan felt that they were bound to fight sooner or later. These two guys, one kills with deadly poison, the other uses magic to decapitate. If they fight, it's either you or me. We must force them to shake hands and make peace and never be jealous of each other again. Promise me that if you two ever fight, neither of you will kill the other. Don't worry, I can't beat her, Lilith said expressionlessly, arms crossed. Ellie looked away and replied angrily, She may be annoying, but I wouldn't kill her. Ryan got dressed and led the two downstairs. Maeve sat at the dining table and yawned, looking somewhat tired. She looked at Ryan and rubbed her eyes. Master, you guys are so noisy. Feeling guilty, Ryan looked away, which was entirely his fault. Ryan glanced at Luna, who was standing at the doorway and didn't seem to have slept well either. She already suffers from severe insomnia, so she must not be feeling well. If only there were sleeping pills in this world, Ellie and the other slaves from White Mist Island wouldn't be plagued by insomnia anymore. Ryan shook his head, then looked at Narima. She slept soundly, showing no signs of fatigue on her face. Are you all right? It's all right. It makes me feel at home. Narima nodded seriously. The feeling of home? Ryan was happy that she said that, but the sentence was so vague that Ryan didn't understand a word of it. Why do you say that? Narima scratched her white hair. Before we were banished, my fathers would call out like that every night. Ryan seemed to hear something strange. He shook his head vigorously, trying to forget those words as soon as possible. At the same time, he began to wonder what kind of dark elf Narima's mother was. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get out of here. Ryan put on his shoes and walked towards the door. Before long, the group arrived at the tavern. Evelyn quickly looked up when she saw someone enter, but when she saw it was Ryan, she quickly lowered her head again. Evelyn always does this when she goes underground. Although she never says it out loud, Ryan knows that she's actually always worried. After all, if she were to die accidentally underground, her tavern would lose a few regular customers who could be Myra's playmates. Beautiful Lady Evelyn, have you missed me again after 3 days? Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. Evelyn remained silent, simply flipping through the ledgers to create the illusion that she was very busy. Just then, Maeve spoke up, "Boss. 6 bowls of stewed meat and 6 stewed chickens. My master will pay." She's quite self-aware. "We're out of stewed chicken. You only order that many each time. There aren't enough for you to eat." Evelyn stopped what she was doing and looked up. Maeve's ears drooped, and she cried out, on the verge of tears, "No." But she was only sad for 2.5 seconds. "Then let's just have whatever meat we have. I'm not picky." Evelyn got up, went into the kitchen, said a few words to the maid, and then sat back down at the counter. She raised her head, no longer ignoring Ryan. "How was the trip underground?" "Not bad. We found some treasures that looked quite valuable." Ryan nodded, wondering how much those ancient gold coins were worth. Maeve emphasized from his side, "I found it." Yes, she found it." Ryan nodded. "Maeve has something to say about the sugar popcorn drink. But I've never seen anything like this before, so I'd like you to take a look at it for me." Ryan placed a money bag in front of Evelyn. Her gaze lingered on Ryan for a moment before she opened the bag and took out an ancient gold coin. Evelyn, who had been quite relaxed, frowned the moment she saw the ancient gold coin. She stood up and gestured for Ryan to follow her into the kitchen, then handed the bag back. "Where did you find this?" Ryan answered truthfully, "Right underground. Lilith found an underground city that looked like a tomb, containing thousands of caves, each with a sarcophagus. These ancient gold coins were found by Maeve when she crawled into the sarcophagus." Evelyn shook her head and muttered to herself, "You guys are really bold. What is this? Is it valuable?" These rhomboid gold coins are called taels. They were a type of currency held by a subterranean people in ancient times, and they are quite rare, Evelyn said after thinking for a moment. "These are worth a lot of money, and some nobles in the north like to collect them." "You still haven't answered my question. How much is this actually worth?" "In Arikia, it would probably be worth around 200 gold coins, but that's just my estimate. You might not be able to find a buyer." Evelyn shook her head. "How much?" Ryan's eyes widened. "They've really struck it rich. Maeve has done a great job." "Don't get excited yet. You might not be able to sell them." Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Evelyn meaningfully and said, "Beautiful Ms. Evelyn, you have a wide network of connections. Could I trouble you to help me find a suitable buyer? We can split the profits 20/20ths. How about that?" Evelyn crossed her arms and looked at Ryan softly. "Aren't you afraid I'll lie to you?" Ryan shrugged indifferently. "I believe you. You've admired me for so long. You wouldn't lie to me." Evelyn's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said fiercely, "There are rumors about us everywhere in the tavern now. If you dare to spread any more nonsense, I'll beat you up. I'll get Evelyn eventually anyway. If I get tricked, I'll definitely make her pay after I succeed." Chapter 75, Sleeping with Mira. Why is there another woman here? After breakfast, Ryan led the group upstairs to play with Mira. The child excitedly rushed towards Ryan the moment she saw him. But when she noticed Luna, a complete stranger, following behind, her joy vanished almost instantly. "She looks so fierce." Really, it's more accurate to say that the slaves from White Mist Island all had this numb and cold-blooded expression. Ellie was like that before, but now that she's been hanging out with Ryan for a month, Her eyes have a light in them, and she's no longer as lifeless as before. Lilith changed very quickly. To be precise, she seemed to have been like this since she was first bought, except now she talks a little more. I believe Luna will return to normal soon. Ryan pulled her to his side, then rubbed her thick tiger ears and began to introduce her. Her name is Luna, the maid I bought a few days ago. Although she looks fierce, she is actually quite docile. Myra's ears drooped, and she shrank back in Ryan's arms, saying timidly, "I feel like she's glaring at me." Luna only glanced at Mira, but her eyes carried a murderous aura of the king of beasts, which did look rather intimidating. "You're overthinking it. You can reach out and touch her ears." Ryan pinched Myra's cheek. The little girl was getting cuter and cuter. "Is it really okay? My mom said I shouldn't touch other people's ears." Mira muttered softly. Ever since she was kidnapped, she had become a little shy. Ryan closed his eyes and started spouting nonsense. "Your mother is talking nonsense. Touching ears is a basic etiquette for beastmen. Don't listen to her." Mira carefully reached out and gently rubbed and scratched Luna's head. Luna even closed her eyes slightly in a very cooperative manner, looking quite adorable. The child happily perked up his ears. "Wow, her ears feel so nice. They feel so comfortable to touch. Not bad, right?" Ryan nodded in satisfaction. He also really enjoyed touching Luna's thick ears. Very good." Mira grabbed one ear in each hand and laughed very happily. Maeve muttered from the side, "How could you be so mean? You corrupted Mira." "Mira, don't be like this. Your mother is right. Ryan is a bad guy." Ryan quickly covered Maeve's mouth. Lilith watched the group from the side, touched her head, and sighed, seemingly regretting that she didn't have animal ears. If you only look at her upper body, Lilith is almost indistinguishable from a human. Only her lower body has a flexible snake tail. The group went into the study. Ellie and Lilith habitually sat down in a corner and picked up a book from the bookshelf to read, while Maeve and Nerima whispered to each other. Seeing Luna standing quietly at the door, Ryan winked at her. "Just follow Ellie and the others. You don't need me to tell you what to do. You can have your own ideas." "Okay," Luna replied softly, then sat down cross-legged beside the two of them. "Can you read?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "I know some of them." It must be said that the slaves of White Mist Island are indeed amazing. Not only are they excellent in combat, but they also have not neglected basic functions such as literacy and arithmetic. In contrast, Maeve had only been a slave for 2 or 3 months, yet she was illiterate, unable to read or do arithmetic. Then you could take a look at a book too. It's always a good thing to learn more, but be careful not to damage the book. We're just borrowing it. Okay. Luna turned around, pulled a book from the bookshelf, and began to read. She was very serious, and her furry ears would twitch every now and then, which looked rather cute. As he watched, Ryan yawned. He didn't feel anything a moment ago, but now that he sat down, he feels a bit sleepy. He hadn't slept well last night, so he wanted to catch up on his sleep now and recharge his energy to teach them a lesson later that night. Seeing that Mira was engrossed in reading, he asked hesitantly out of politeness, "Mira, can I borrow your bed to sleep in?" The little fox raised its head and said without hesitation, "Sure, Brother Ryan, you go ahead." "What about me? What about me? I didn't sleep well last night either." Maeve poked her head out from outside the door, then walked over to Ryan, grinned, and patted his shoulder. "Master, you sleep in the morning, I'll sleep in the afternoon. It's a deal." Mira looked at her, pouting as if she was reluctant. "Mom said we can't let strangers sleep in the bed." Upon hearing this, Maeve's ears drooped. How could Ryan do that? He is not an outsider. Maeve put her hands on her hips and said seriously, "I'm not an outsider either. We're good friends." Mira refused, saying, "Even good friends aren't allowed. Only Ryan can sleep in the bed." Ryan couldn't help but smile. "Fine, Maeve. You can sleep on the carpet. The floor is quite comfortable too." Maeve said pitifully, "Mira is so stingy." Ryan put Mira down and then stretched comfortably. "I'm going to sleep now. Don't wake me up at noon." As a result, Maeve stretched out her hand and tugged at Ryan's pants. "I want to sleep together too. Can we sleep together?" Upon hearing this, Ryan scratched his head sheepishly. Although he didn't reject Mila, the little girl, he always felt that something was off. Although Mila is still young, she is not yet at the age where she needs to pay attention to the differences between boys and girls. But just in case, he still admonished her. If any strange uncle says something like that to you in the future, you must tell your mother. Mira pouted and muttered, I only sleep with Ryan and Mom. All right, since you said so. Ryan picked up Mira and left the study, heading towards the bedroom. He was so tired that he put Mila on the bed first, and then lay down himself. The little girl's bed smells so good. Even the pillows have a faint milky scent. To be honest, Ryan likes it. Myra's face beamed with a smile. Brother, hug me. Okay. Didn't you get enough rest last night? You already want to sleep in this morning. No, I just want to stay with Brother Ryan. What about you, brother? Mira called him brother so sweetly that it was comforting. Ryan coughed twice and started rambling. I was bullied by two thugs. They took turns demanding protection money from me and threatened to beat me if I didn't pay. Mira muttered, liar. With Ellie and Lilith around, who would dare? Coincidentally, these two women are the murderers who hurt Ryan. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's rest. I'm really sleepy. Ryan gently pulled Mira into his arms and kissed her forehead. Chapter 76 successfully touched Evelyn's ear. He didn't know how much time had passed when Ryan, who was fast asleep, felt something biting his chin. He slowly opened his eyes and found that it was Mira attacking him. Brother Ryan, it's time to get up. We've been sleeping until noon. It's time to get up and have lunch. I'm not hungry. You can go eat by yourself. Ryan shook his head and loosened his grip on Mira. He noticed Evelyn standing in the doorway, a slight smile playing on her lips. She seemed quite pleased. Mira got out of bed and scurried towards the door, saying, It's okay. I'll bring it up for you. We'll go back to sleep after you finish eating. No, you need to read a book this afternoon. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight, Evelyn said to Mira, but Mira ignored her. Ryan yawned and saw Evelyn standing in the doorway watching him. Feeling embarrassed to continue sleeping like that, he sat up. Seeing that Ellie and the others were nowhere to be seen, Ryan casually asked, Where did they go? Are they all downstairs eating? Yes, that girl named Maeve goes downstairs with a few people every time it's mealtime. It's obvious you treat her well. Ryan shrugged. His love of food was a minor thing. Did you sleep well? Evelyn crossed her arms and slowly walked to the bedside. Ryan rubbed his eyes, picked up the water pouch on the bedside table, and took a sip. It's all right. This bed is quite comfortable. How much did it cost? I'll buy one when I have the money. A few gold coins, not expensive at all. Evelyn's ears twitched as she continued. Mira is always so happy when you come over. She's a poor girl. She's never had a father. Ryan narrowed his eyes and said half-jokingly, How about considering me? Evelyn was taken aback at first, then glared at Ryan angrily for 2 seconds before looking away. She wandered around the room, the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Just as Ryan was about to change the subject, Evelyn suddenly spoke up. Should I consider it? Ryan nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. The role of a father is indispensable in a child's growth, and I am willing to accompany Mira as she grows up. Evelyn silently observed Ryan, her thoughts a mystery. What do you think? Evelyn said irritably. In my opinion, no man is any good. You practically have ill-intentioned written all over your face. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's hard not to like such a smart and kind lady. So when would you like to go on a date with me? Why do you keep saying such nonsensical things? If you dare say that again, you'll regret it. Evelyn gave Ryan a killer look. She was like a Hakimi, always breathing out air, which was quite a unique sight. But perhaps realizing that her words were a bit harsh, she didn't say the second half of her sentence. After a brief moment of thought, Evelyn sat down on the edge of the bed, the first time she had ever taken the initiative to sit with Ryan. Ryan coughed twice and continued, forcing a smile. Ms. Evelyn, since we can't go on a date, may I touch your ear? Don't blame me for being rude if you say that again. Evelyn turned to look out the window. Not even once. Ryan persisted. Evelyn hung her head and didn't say anything more. The atmosphere in the room became awkward again. After a few seconds, Evelyn urged impatiently, Are you going to touch my ear or not? So bowing your head means you agree. Without any hesitation, Ryan reached out and grabbed Evelyn's fox ears. The sudden stimulation made her body tremble violently, and she let out an incredibly cute sound. Ooh. The next second, Evelyn's fists rained down on Ryan like a storm. yelling as she punched him like Star Platinum. Can't you go a little easier? Is she being coquettish? Although Ryan was in some pain from the beating, he was secretly delighted. I never expected Evelyn to have such a feminine side. After venting her anger, Evelyn's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she got up to leave the room. Seeing this, Ryan quickly grabbed her hand. I was wrong. Let me touch it again. I promise I'll touch it gently this time. Evelyn pulled her hand away, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to sit down. Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile as he reached for Evelyn's animal ears. As a member of the Animal Protection Association, Ryan has loved all kinds of furry little animals since he was a child. The fox's ears are thin and warm, with very short fur inside. You have to admit they feel really nice to the touch. Why don't you sit on my lap? It'll be easier to touch you that way, Ryan began, using a combination of coaxing and cajoling. Evelyn's face was already red, but her mind was still clear. If you dare to push your luck again, I'm leaving. Then let's touch it like this. It feels pretty good, right? Ryan used his hand to find Evelyn's weak spot on her ear. After finding the most sensitive spot, he first circled it slightly and then began to gently tease it. Evelyn squeezed her legs together, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. She asked Ryan impatiently, "Haven't you had enough? Myra's coming up." "No, your ears are really beautiful, and they feel so nice to touch," Ryan complimented. Evelyn suddenly grabbed Ryan's right hand, her eyes darting away awkwardly. "There's no need to tell me that." Just then, a series of heavy footsteps broke the silence. Evelyn stood up instantly, patted her burning cheeks, and paced nervously around the room. It was Luna. She rushed upstairs, still clutching a piece of black bread in her hand, seemingly not having had time to eat it yet. She glanced at Ryan and then went back to her study. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Ryan couldn't help but tease, "Why are you so nervous? It's just touching an ear. Is it really that big of a deal?" Evelyn glared at Ryan, the blush on her face still lingering. Mira followed shortly after, carrying 2 bowls of stewed meat. She walked towards Ryan with small, quick steps, saying, "Brother Ryan, this is for you. Eat it quickly, or it will get cold." The clever child quickly noticed that something was wrong with Evelyn. She scratched her head, looking puzzled, and asked, "Mommy, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Evelyn seemed somewhat embarrassed. Looking at the stew Mira had brought over, she changed the subject. "I told you to try not to eat in the room. You'll attract mice. I was just catching some." Myra's ears drooped, and she muttered pitifully, "They won't let me eat in the study, and they won't let me eat in my room. So where am I supposed to eat?" Evelyn paused for a moment, seemingly realizing that her tone might have been a bit harsh. "Ask your brother, Ryan. I'm going downstairs to work." Chapter 77. Using an epic lung attack on a succubus. Evening. Energetic Ryan led everyone happily toward home. Recalling Evelyn's shy and bashful appearance, Ryan felt a little smug. Maeve observed Ryan's every move from the side, then began to tattle to Ellie beside her. "Look at the way Master is smiling. He's so happy." Ellie glanced at Ryan, but didn't say anything more. "Why don't you give him a beating? He's always messing around with Myra's mother." Lilith suddenly asked, "Why do you care so much?" For the beast men, regardless of gender, as long as they are capable enough, they can find as many partners as they want. "Because," Maeve suddenly stammered, stammering for a long time without being able to get a coherent explanation. "Anyway, it's all Ryan's fault for bullying me every day." "Got it. I'm going to keep bullying you tonight." Maeve's ears drooped, and she hesitated, seemingly a little embarrassed. "No, that's not up to you." Ryan walked to the door and was about to take out his keys to open it when Ellie grabbed his arm. Her hair stood on end, her ears perked up, and her eyes were fixed on the door as if something terrifying lay behind it. "What's wrong?" Ryan withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Lilith and Luna also began to look around the house, but neither of them raised an alarm. Ellie swallowed hard, then said, "I don't know, it's just terrifying. I've had this feeling whenever I faced extremely dangerous enemies in the past." "You're overthinking it, aren't you? I didn't see anything." Lilith flicked her tongue. Ellie didn't answer. She took the key and held it in front of Ryan before carefully opening the wooden door. The entryway was empty, and the living room looked exactly the same as when I left in the morning, so it seemed like a false alarm. "That was scary," Maeve muttered from behind Ryan. I thought we'd been robbed. Ryan shrugged indifferently. There was nothing of value in the house, so he wasn't worried about being robbed. He had already returned the books he borrowed from Evelyn, and he usually carried money with him at all times, so even if he were robbed, they wouldn't be able to steal anything of value. Ellie went into the house first and looked around, but she didn't seem to find anything suspicious. Seeing this, Ryan also entered the house, gently rubbing her furry animal ears. Is your intuition very accurate? It's very accurate, almost never wrong. Now I'm a little scared. I feel like there's a pair of eyes watching me. Ellie let out a long sigh, trying to calm herself down. She picked up the water glass on the table, glanced at it, took a small sip, and then went upstairs. Narima transformed back into a dark elf and gently tugged at Ryan's clothes. I'm going to take a shower now. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Do you want me to help you? Having known the Narima chocolate cake for so long, their relationship has never progressed further. It's time to warm things up and create a few little dark elves. Maeve shouted from the side, No, Narima. If you agree, we'll be on the verge of falling. Narima ignored Maeve. Her mind went blank for a few seconds before she said hesitantly, Sure, let's shower together then. Let me scrub your back. She seemed a little shy. She could listen to symphonies every day without being moved, but when the same scenario happened to her, she would become embarrassed. In exchange, I'll give you a thorough cleaning as well. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Okay, let's go in together. Narima reached out her little hand and tugged at Ryan's pants. Just as the two were getting intimate, Ryan suddenly heard Ellie's breath. The people in the living room looked at each other in bewilderment, and then all went upstairs. Ellie was standing hunched over in the doorway, her fur standing on end, her eyes fixed intently on something. Ryan leaned closer and saw a sexy woman with long, dark red hair sitting on the bed with her legs crossed. To be precise, this thing doesn't seem to be a woman because she has two crested ram horns on her head, golden eyes with deep red vertical pupils, a pair of dark black bat wings behind her, and a long, thin tail covered with barbs. She was squinting, smiling gently. The moment Luna saw her, her ears perked up, and AV-8 engine roared from her throat. Lilith then pulled out a dagger. Maeve, supporting Ryan's shoulder, peeked into the house through the crack. Frog. Thief. My black bread. She turned and ran into the room, searching everywhere. The woman laughed out loud, and as she put her legs down, she inadvertently let Ryan see her private area. I've been waiting for you for so long. You summoned me and then ran away so fast. Were you worried I'd eat you? Ryan fell into deep thought. This guy seemed to be a succubus, but he wondered where he came from and whether he was dangerous. When Ellie was bought, the system would have given a warning if she was hostile towards Ryan, but this time the system gave no warning at all. In other words, the succubus did not intend to kill him. Since that's the case, the brave ones enjoy the world first. Ignoring Ellie's attempt to stop him, Ryan squeezed into the room and grabbed the succubus's small hand. Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Her skin was smooth and delicate but cold, and her fingernails were very sharp and long. Madam, a slight smile played on her lips. Then she scrutinized Ryan carefully. An interesting human, an interesting way of addressing people. She then looked up at Ellie, a smile still on her face. You can call me Velast. Ms. Velast, are you a succubus? I've loved succubi since I was a child. Ryan scrutinized her carefully. With her delicate features, hourglass figure, curvaceous body, long, flowing hair, and alluring voice, he liked her more and more the more he looked at her. A succubus? You could say that. Velastra, who smelled of roses and honey, touched Ryan's chin with her fingertips and whispered, Aren't you afraid of me? Don't worry. Succubi are so beautiful. Who wouldn't like them? Ryan swallowed hard and continued to ask. Velast slowly stood up, her height gradually changing until she almost touched the ceiling, becoming much taller than Ryan. Then her snow-white skin turned deep red and was covered with fine scales. Her lower limbs turned into goat hooves. Her chest would flash with light in rhythm with her breathing, and her whole body was filled with a pungent sulfur smell. Ryan looked up at Velast's face. Her face was exquisite, with high cheekbones, full lips, and sharp lines, resembling a European or American porn star from a porn movie. Ryan's gaze shifted slightly downwards, and his eyes widened instantly. Good heavens, what a colossal thing this is. When Ellie and Luna saw that she had revealed her true form, they breathed on her and prepared to cast a spell to attack. Velast ignored them and instead looked down at Ryan, asking, "And now? Do you still like it?" Ha ha ha. The next second, Ryan buried his head in her chest and then gave an epic lung-filled speech. "I like it even more. It'd be even better if I could take a shower to get rid of the sulfur smell. May I ask, Lady Velast, do you have a partner in hell?" Chapter 78, The Succubus's 3 Wishes. Velast suppressed her smile. She stared at the human writhing on her chest, speechless for a moment despite having lived for millions of years. His heartbeat was normal, and he wasn't afraid of the devil. Just then, Maeve came out of her room, clutching a piece of black bread, and skipped toward Ryan's room. "Master, what are you having for dinner tonight?" She saw Velastra revert to her original form, and her body froze instantly. Then she rolled her eyes and was immediately lulled to sleep. For Velast, reactions like Maeve's and Ellie's are the normal ones. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" Velast asked expressionlessly, though she was slightly annoyed. Ryan's mouth watered. "Why should I be afraid of you? You're the kind of beauty that's rare to see." Velastra transformed back into human form, but she still couldn't understand why Ryan wasn't afraid of her. Based on past experience, as long as she reveals her true form to the world, she will surely terrify everyone, and everyone will be afraid of her. Revealing their true form only resulted in them being taken advantage of, a first in thousands of years. Interesting. I thought it was just those boring Scortas summoning me again, but I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. Velast's lips curled up again. "Can you transform into other beautiful women?" "Of course, I can conjure up almost anything you want." Velastra wrapped her long tail around Ryan's waist, then closed her eyes and began to sniff his neck carefully. "Interesting. Your scent is very interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a delicious human." Ellie seized the opportunity and slashed at Velast's neck with a wind blade, but it didn't even break through her defense. "Ellie doesn't need to be so nervous. She doesn't seem to be in any danger," Ryan said seriously as he turned around. But these words had no effect. Ellie was so frightened that her fur stood on end, and she couldn't even speak clearly. "Master, stay away from her. She's dangerous." The next second, the system's voice appeared in Ryan's ear. "They don't even spare the devil. What can I say? Host, you win. Since that's the case, congratulations, Host. You have encountered a legendary unit. System is currently identifying it." Immediately afterwards, Velast's attribute panel appeared quickly in front of Ryan. Name, Velast. Age, gender, female. Race, high demon, succubus. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Agility, S. Intelligence, D. Perception, S. Luck, S. Overall quality, legendary. Current favorability level, level 2. Current loyalty level, none. Ryan ignored the system's chatter in his ear and continued. "Ms. Velast, you haven't answered my question yet. Do you have a partner? Devils are different from you humans. In that case, I shall begin to woo you." Velast said with a smile. "If you dare to put anything in my body, I will kill you." "Oh ho, still a proud and arrogant one." Ryan started to coax and cajole. "How will you know you don't like it if you don't try? As the saying goes, you can't leave a multiple choice question blank. We can't have everything, but we could try as many things as possible. Even a bad experience is more interesting than nothing." Velast looked her up and down, then suddenly retorted, "You should know I'm the devil, shouldn't you? So what? How about we do it for 10 minutes first? If you still don't want to continue after 10 minutes, I won't stop you. We should be brave enough to try. So what if it's uncomfortable? At worst, you just won't do it anymore. You're not losing anything. You've lived so long without ever having a human companion. Don't you think that's a real shame?" Ellie's ears drooped. Although she was still afraid of Velast, Ryan's actions left her speechless. Velast frowned and said, "What's the point of trying? I won't let humans vent their desires on my noble body." Ryan pursed his lips. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly don't feel so keen on playing games with you anymore." He looked at Velastra and continued, "But if you're not going to carve it for me, what are you doing squatting in my house? You summoned me using the souls of 20,000 Skoltas, which enhance my power. To be precise, it wasn't Ryan who summoned it, but Maeve. Are you sure it's me? Ryan asked in a low voice. Velis raised an eyebrow at Maeve, who was lying on the ground, and continued, "Of course, wasn't that guy a slave? The things a slave does are also attributed to the master. The devil never takes what belongs to others for nothing. In return, I will do my best to grant you 3 wishes." As she said this, Velas held up 3 fingers. There were actually 3 wishes. In an instant, Ryan went through all his wishes in the ghost's mind. Countless beautiful beast-eared female wives. No. This wish isn't particularly difficult to fulfill in this world. An inexhaustible fortune? Forget it. Although money is important, it's not enough to make Ryan waste a precious wishing opportunity. Eternal lifespan and health? No. I need to think about it some more. After much deliberation, Ryan finally set his sights on Belast. The devil must be a rare thing in this world. Although people often talk about the devil, they rarely hear of anyone actually seeing one. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, he cautiously spoke. "My first wish is, please give me 3 more chances to make a wish." Velas chuckled. Then her expression turned serious. "Don't try to pull any tricks on me. The contract is serious. You've made me make 3 wishes right now. I really can't think of any." Ryan sighed. Belast shook her head. "It's all right. You can think about it slowly. As long as you call my name, I will appear by your side. I won't leave you until you've made your wish," etc. Ryan seems to have discovered a blind spot. All right. Ryan sighed. After some internal struggle, he made a decision that went against his own desires. "My first wish is that you become my partner, stay by my side every day, protect me, my women, and my children until I die of old age." Velis shrugged. "Human lifespan is only 100 years, but that's still too long. No way." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. "Then let's change it to you becoming my partner before I make my wish, staying by my side every day, protecting me, my woman, and my children." Velis smiled. "No problem. What is your second wish?" "A second wish?" Ryan scratched his head and started to act all sweet. "Second wish? I need to think about the second wish slowly. I'll tell you when I think of it." Chapter 79, Strange Dreams. That night, the entire Ryan family of 6 squeezed into a small room. Although Velast has disappeared without a trace, the fear of the beast-eared girls still exists. Maeve, in particular, has been babbling incoherently since she fainted from fright and is currently curled up in Ryan's arms. "I'll stand guard first, then you're next, and Luna is last," Ellie said to Lilith beside her, hugging a pillow. Lilith nodded, unusually not refuting Ellie's words. Ryan and the other 2 couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it a bit much? Do we have to keep watch at home?" "The devil is dangerous," Ellie replied curtly, staring intently at Ryan with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Clearly, she was quite unhappy with Ryan's action of hugging the succubus as soon as he saw her. Lilith chimed in, "Master, you're really brave. I'm so scared I can't move, but you're still able to go up and take advantage of her." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. When he bought Ellie, the system alerted him as soon as she was attacked. So, if the system didn't say there was danger, then there was no danger. The brave will be the first to enjoy the succubus. Nestled in Ryan's arms, Maeve succinctly revealed the truth. He's simply a womanizer. "You're not allowed to slander me." Ryan pinched Maeve's lips and whispered, "Are you feeling better? If you're not dizzy anymore, go back to sleep. There's not enough room for so many people." Maeve was on the verge of tears, sobbing uncontrollably in Ryan's arms. "Wah, Master, do you really want me to die?" "Why would I want you to die?" Maeve clung tightly to Ryan's leg. "What if that demon comes back?" "Then come back. What else can we do? Even if we all come together, we probably can't beat her, right?" After all, she stood still and took Ellie's attack with her face without getting hurt at all. Velastra's talent stats are almost maxed out. Her only weakness is probably her intelligence. Since things have come to this, let's go back to sleep. Ryan yawned. He had been conserving his energy today, intending to teach Ellie and Lilith a lesson when it was quiet night. But now that the house was full of people, he couldn't exert his strength and had to save his ammunition for tomorrow. "No, I want to sleep here tonight too." Maeve shook her head vigorously, then hugged Ryan's arm tightly. "Even if we die, we'll die together, sob, sob, sob." Ryan looked at Narima, who was in the corner with her back to everyone, seemingly fiddling with something. "Chocolate cake, what are you making?" Ryan asked her. At first, Nerima didn't realize that Lion was calling her. When no one responded, she turned around and looked at Lion. "Are you calling me, master?" Ryan nodded. "Of course, what have you been doing? I've seen you fiddling around in the corner since just now." I'm trying to remember the holy magic that can exorcise demons. I've accidentally forgotten the incantation, and I'm trying hard to recall it now." As she spoke, Nerima's eyes lit up, and she said seriously, "Wait, I think I remember. You banished her, so she won't come back?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "They won't be coming back for now. The book says that after a demon's physical body is destroyed, it temporarily returns to hell. If no one calls it back, it will not return to this world." Nerima walked quickly to Ryan, tilting her head back, expecting his praise. "Let's forget about it then. Who knows what might happen if we anger her?" Ryan patted Nerima's head and then kissed her cheek. "Wah, we're possessed by the devil." Maeve sobbed again. "My first wish was for her to protect me and you all," and she agreed. She shouldn't go back on her word. After all, legend has it that devils are very trustworthy, though some like to exploit loopholes. Velas's intelligence is comparable to that of a mature banana. She shouldn't have enough IQ to exploit any loopholes. "Really?" Maeve blinked, snot bubbles coming out of her nose, looking pitiful. "I don't know, probably." Ryan took a handkerchief and wiped her nose. Even if Ryan talked until his lips were sore, Maeve still wouldn't go back to her room to sleep. She's afraid of the devil. After all that fuss, everyone finally decided to sleep in the same room. Ryan, Lilith, and Ellie slept in the bed, while the others huddled together on the floor. "I'll talk to Evelyn about this tomorrow and ask for her opinion. If there's nothing wrong, I'm going to fire on her." Ryan yawned, buried his face in Ellie Lilith's chest, and then closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ryan slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had slept for a very long time, and his head was a little dizzy. After lying in bed for a while, he was startled to realize that this didn't seem to be his house. This rough wooden hut was far worse than the house he rented in Caledon. He sat up abruptly and looked around. The room was small, with a bed, a wooden chest, and a warm fire pit opposite. A few pieces of black bread were in a basket next to it, and brown sausages hung from the rafters. He looked out the window again. Several wet clothes were drying inside the fence, while outside the fence was a lush, green forest. The place exudes the atmosphere of daily life. He has clearly lived here for a long time. A warm breeze, carrying the scent of lavender, brushed against Ryan's face, making him feel very comfortable. "Ellie, are you there?" Ryan tried calling out, but there was no response. He paused for a moment, then continued calling out, "Maeve, Lilith." He called out everyone's name, but received no response. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, which was then slowly pushed open. Velastra stood in the doorway, her long, flowing, deep red hair fluttering in the wind. Her demon horns, wings, and tail had all disappeared. She was holding a basin of washed clothes in her arms and smiled at Ryan, saying, "How are you?" "Feeling better." "Where's Ellie?" "What, Ellie? Are you still half asleep?" Velast walked to the dining table, put down the laundry tub, and then quickly walked towards Ryan, touching his cheek with a hint of concern. "Are you all right? Your face isn't hot." "I am fine." "That's good. That herbalist is really amazing." He was fine after just one night's sleep. Velas closed her eyes and kissed Ryan. "You were delirious with fever back then. I was so worried about you." As they kissed, Velas gently pushed Ryan down, a tender smile on her face. Ryan intended to refuse, but his willpower was not strong enough. Velas looked down, smiled shyly, and then tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear. Chapter 80. The Obedience Test of Velastra. Woof, 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 woof. Just as Ryan was enjoying himself, a piercing bark suddenly reached his ears. Damn it, where did these stray dogs come from in this desolate wilderness? He shook his head and opened his eyes in frustration. The dog's barking became clearer and clearer. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as Ryan opened his eyes, he saw several buttocks. Ellie and the others cornered him, while Maeve barked loudly like a dog, trembling with fear. "What's wrong? Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Move your butts a bit. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." Ryan rubbed his eyes and then tried to sit up. He felt extremely tired. Hearing Ryan's voice, Maeve felt as if she had found a savior. She turned around and threw herself into Ryan's arms, then cried out, Master, she's here again. Who's here? That red-haired female devil. Ryan looked closely and saw that Velast was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at everyone with great interest. She greeted me with a smile, her tone exactly the same as in my dream. Hi. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Not good. I'm exhausted. Ryan yawned. In short, I'll need to change my pants later. So what are you doing here? Of course, I'll ask about your second wish. Velast looked at Ryan's face and smiled meaningfully. No rush. I haven't thought of it yet. I'll summon you as soon as I do. All right then. Vela stretched, then got up and strode out of the room. The moment she left, the several beast-eared girls breathed a sigh of relief. Maeve in particular collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Wah, I hate the devil." I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Ryan feels like Velast really likes Maeve. But she's really cute. You always want to tease her. When did she arrive? Ryan clicked his tongue and asked casually. Lilith put the dagger away. When she first arrived, she could appear in the house out of thin air, like some kind of teleportation magic. We couldn't stop her. This succubus is interesting. She can actually use teleportation magic? If Ryan can learn it too, then he won't have to rely on his 2 legs to go out of town to do quests anymore. Just then, Maeve suddenly sniffed around, as if she had smelled something. Finally, her gaze fell on Ryan's pants, and she blushed. You were so scared you peed your pants. Upon hearing this, Ellie also turned around and glanced back. She's putting on a show of sweetness again. Ryan had been under constant bombardment for over a month, and he really didn't believe she couldn't smell what it was. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you. Hurry up and give me a new pair of pants, Ryan commanded decisively. Maeve stared at the doorway, unmoved. Clearly, she was still wary of Velastra, fearing that this devil might suddenly turn around and launch a surprise attack. Seeing this, Ryan had no choice but to get up and get it himself. As soon as she sat up, she saw Velastra walk into the room. She held a piece of black bread that she'd somehow gotten her hands on, took a bite, and then casually tossed it away. Ugh, this is awful. Maeve's ears perked up, and she suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, scrambling and rolling to Velast's feet, grabbing the black bread and running away, finally retreating back to Ryan's side. Waste food. You're a bad person. Maeve dusted herself off and then took small bites, looking rather pitiful. Food is precious and shouldn't be wasted. Velastra was taken aback at first, then looked at the ruffled Maeve and smiled slightly. Wow, what an adorable dog. I like you. From now on, I'll save all my leftovers for you, okay? Maeve didn't reply. Perhaps she was a little nervous, as she kept stuffing black bread into her mouth. Ryan pointed to his waistband and began to interrogate. Verast, look what you've done. Didn't you say you wouldn't hurt me? What are you doing? I only ingested a little of your magic. It's hardly harmful. Velast licked her lips. Her tongue was long and thin, similar to Lilith's, except it wasn't forked. I must say, your magic is truly delicious, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Really? Will this harm me? Ryan asked, half believing, half doubting. He planned to go to the tavern later to ask Evelyn. It's not like it sucked your soul. It'll be fine in a bit, don't worry. Varys shrugged nonchalantly. Then who will wash my pants? Boring. You have so many slaves, why don't you just pick one? Velas rolled her eyes, then pulled out a red apple from somewhere and started taking small bites of it. She looks very sexy when she eats. Ryan shook his head and insisted, no, whoever caused it should wash it. My wife is innocent. We can't let them have an unnecessary burden of housework. They're already very tired. Don't even think about it, Velas replied coldly, turning and walking out of the room, cutting off any possibility of negotiation. Ryan coughed twice, then used his ultimate move, bringing up old grievances and using reverse psychology. Wish number 1. Before I make my wish, you must become my partner, stay by my side every day, and protect me, my woman, and my children. I used to think devils were a noble and trustworthy bunch, but now they seem to be nothing more than that, because you broke your promise and refused to fulfill your responsibilities as a partner. Velast returned, squinted at Ryan, and said seriously, I'd rather die than have to wash your slimy undergarments. Ryan shrugged. The devil doesn't keep his word. Velastra crossed her arms and revealed her true form. She looked down at Ryan, her eyes devoid of any smile. Ellie and Luna, those 2 Hakimi, were scared out of their wits again. Maeve was even more extreme. She hadn't even finished chewing the bread in her mouth when she rolled her eyes and fainted. Valastra's tone was quite serious. I keep my promises and despise those who break their word. Then wash my underwear. Ryan continued his obedience test. Velast seemed angry. She glared at Ryan without saying a word. But she quickly reached out her hand. Ryan happily shook off his wet pants and placed them in Varys' hands. It seems the devil is still a man of his word. I misunderstood you before. Velast didn't say anything more, and the next second she disappeared from the spot. I don't know where she took the pants. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ryan took a new pair of pants out of the closet. Narima swallowed hard, muttering shyly, "It looks just like the burrowing bug's master. We didn't wash yesterday. Let's wash together tonight." Chapter 81, The Sudden Appearance of Velast. Ryan quickly packed his things and headed to the tavern. He walked to the window and glanced inside. Evelyn was sitting at the counter, as usual, looking down at the ledgers. Suddenly, Evelyn seemed to remember something, and she actually smiled for the first time ever, then leaned over the ledger, her long legs swinging back and forth. Maeve muttered from the side, "Master, how could you do this? You were hiding by the window, secretly watching people. I was just looking around. Look at you, so jealous. Jealousy has made you unrecognizable." Ryan turned and glanced at Maeve. Her hair was disheveled, as if she had just recovered from the shock. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person." Maeve muttered, feigning disgust. Ryan pinched Maeve's bottom with his little hand, making her blush, and then went into the tavern satisfied. Evelyn raised her head as soon as she heard someone enter the tavern, but her expression had changed. Ryan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. It must have been caused by being drained dry by Varast. "What's wrong? You glared at me the moment I walked in. Are you not welcoming me?" Ryan couldn't help but tease. "Didn't you sleep well last night? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" Ryan rubbed his eyes. "You actually care about people? That really touches me." Evelyn crossed her arms, still trying to appear aloof. "Get to the point. No small talk." But as soon as she finished speaking, she smelled a strange odor. She leaned slightly towards Ryan and sniffed him gently. Then her expression became increasingly strange. "What's that smell on you? What's that smell?" Ryan sniffed around. He had clearly changed his clothes, so how could he still smell? Seeing Evelyn's puzzled look, he couldn't help but confess. "Actually, I wet the bed last night, and it's kind of embarrassing to say it out loud." Evelyn stared at Ryan, speechless for a moment. She seemed a little angry. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll get rough with you." Ryan gently took Evelyn's small hand and pulled her towards the kitchen. "Ms. Evelyn, come with me for a moment. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please help me." Once inside the kitchen, Evelyn quickly pulled her hand away and then held it protectively in front of her chest. "What's wrong?" Ryan coughed twice and said seriously, "I've been possessed by a female devil. She said she can grant me 3 wishes. Does that mean it's dangerous for me to keep this thing with me?" Evelyn rolled her eyes and turned to leave the kitchen. Clearly, she didn't believe Ryan's nonsense. "Really? I'm not lying to you," Ryan said seriously. Evelyn glared at Ryan, then said fiercely, "If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for being rude to you." As soon as she finished speaking, she began chanting a spell, and as the magic circle was formed, her eyes flashed with dazzling golden light. "What kind of magic is this?" Ryan pulled up a stool and asked casually. "Divine vision can see." Evelyn froze mid-sentence, her eyes widening as if she'd seen something unbelievable. "This is unbelievable." Ellie, Maeve, and Narima all poked their heads out, peeking at the 2 people chattering away in the kitchen. Evelyn's gaze shifted slightly downwards, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Where's the necklace I gave you?" "It's hidden at home. I have to keep the treasure my wife gave me safe." "I gave it to you so you could wear it. Why are you hiding it?" Evelyn said, suddenly punching Ryan, almost breaking his back. "And who is your wife?" Ryan muttered, "I was just making this up. Look at you getting angry again." Maeve puffed out her cheeks and muttered, "How come you're all so fast?" "I was here first," Narima abruptly corrected. "My master said he knew Evelyn even earlier." Maeve retorted angrily, "But we spend far more time together. I definitely know master better than she does." Narima was about to say something more when Maeve covered her mouth. I'm your senior. You're not allowed to argue with me. Ryan didn't hear the animal's whispers because he was busy discussing a plan with Evelyn. The book says that devils are different from demons. They can communicate and are usually very trustworthy. They prefer to tempt your soul to fall rather than destroy your body, Evelyn said seriously. However, once a contract is established, they're mostly safe. So, she'll keep her promise, right? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Evelyn nodded. Yes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because I didn't know either. I only found out yesterday when she came to my door, and then I came to see you as soon as possible this morning. Ryan shrugged. According to Evelyn, he should be out of immediate danger. But who knows what will happen in the long run? After all, she's a succubus. It's possible for her to drain a person dry. Speaking of which, are demons really that powerful? I saw her take Ellie's attack with her face, and she was completely unharmed. Their strength varies greatly. Ordinary demons are said to be easy to deal with. Ordinary holy magic can kill them. Evelyn paused slightly before continuing. But the greater demons, Ryan asserted, that guy is a great devil. How did you know? Ryan was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. I can't just tell her that I have a system, can I? That's what it says in her profile anyway. The great devil, the succubus. Anyway, I just know. Ryan shrugged. Evelyn said expressionlessly, if it's true, then there's no need to consider killing her. Ryan wondered why Evelyn's expression had suddenly changed. Just as he was about to turn around, a pair of warm pants was placed over his head. Suddenly, Vilaz appeared out of nowhere and said with a dark face, "You're done washing. Don't say I don't keep my word again." Ellie immediately breathed out a puff of air, while Maeve trembled as she watched her retreating figure. Evelyn stared at Velastra, who pulled a ruby from her bosom and clutched it tightly in her hand. Ryan took off his pants, folded them, and stuffed them into his pocket. How rude. Who throws their pants at someone's head like that? What an interesting joke. Velast was also sizing up Evelyn, then casually asked Ryan, "Is this also your woman? You can tell that. Don't we look like a married couple?" "No." Evelyn turned and left, hurrying upstairs as if worried about Mira. Perhaps because Valastra's aura was too frightening, a few of the bolder mercenaries glanced into the kitchen, but quickly fled. Chapter 82, Ellie wants to learn holy magic. Don't show up in public like that next time. Look how scared you scared everyone. All the customers left. Ryan poked his head out and peeked outside, complaining, "You're affecting other people's business." At least half of the mercenaries in the tavern were seated just now. As soon as Velast appeared, the mercenaries seemed to have seen a ghost, and almost all of them ran away. To be honest, Ryan was a little curious. Velast concealed her demonic features very well. Her demonic horns, tail, wings, and other such features were not visible. At that moment, she looked like a young and beautiful redhead. But the mercenaries seemed to avoid her instinctively, like mice seeing a cat. Ellie and the others were the same. They would hiss whenever they saw Velastra, just like an animal in a state of stress. Maeve, in particular, was so frightened that she almost lost control of her bladder and bowels. Ryan felt almost nothing about Velast except for the fact that she would get an erection. I don't care about the opinions of ants. It's already merciful of me not to kill them all, Velast said dismissively. Ryan narrowed his eyes. How could this woman be so wicked? She looked up and around, a slight smile playing on her lips. I have to say, this place is practically a fortress. What? Velast said unhurriedly. There are holy barriers everywhere upstairs, and your woman has a lot of defensive magic stones on her. She's practically armed to the teeth. Don't you dare have designs on other people. Velast scoffed. Boring. She turned to look at Maeve, a slight smile playing on her lips. Ellie took a half step back, breathing out air along with Luna, her expression somewhat ferocious. Woof, woof, woof. Maeve yelped in fright, tucking her tail between her legs. As Velastra's hand drew ever closer, her screams gradually turned into wails. Wah, don't kill me. Velast's lips curled up slightly. She simply patted Maeve's head and praised. Good dog, good dog. I have a Cerberus, but it's not as small and cute as you. After saying that, she looked down at Nerima, who was sitting on the ground. The dark elf didn't run away when she saw Velastra. Instead, she obediently sat on the ground without moving. According to Ryan's observations, Although Narima is usually timid and seems like she doesn't have much courage, she doesn't seem to be afraid of Alastra, and her expression doesn't change much. She did the same yesterday. All the little animals were panting, but she stood there motionless like a log, occasionally scratching her head. Virastar placed her hand on Narima's head and gently stroked it. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Should I be afraid?" Narima hugged her knees, only showing half of her face, looking adorable. Velas said with a smile, "No, because I don't kill people without reason, so you don't need to be afraid of me." Maeve clearly doesn't think so. She was so frightened that she couldn't use her legs and could only crawl on the ground with difficulty using her arms. Velas then turned her gaze to Ellie, who seemed very interested in the small animal's ears and reached out to touch them. But Ellie and Luna reacted quickly, dodging backwards almost simultaneously. Some mercenaries were still in the tavern, but after seeing this scene, they all got up and left. The last pouted, seemingly a little unhappy. What a miser. What's there to hide over just touching an ear? Ellie's expression was somewhat ferocious. This was her response to Velastra. Ryan shooed Velast away with a look of disdain. "You'd better leave now. I'll call you when I want to make a wish." "TCH." She shrugged, then snapped her fingers and vanished from the tavern in an instant. After Velast left, Maeve breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained away. Ryan stepped forward and took a look, nodding with great satisfaction. "Not bad. We didn't faint this time." "Wah! I've been targeted by a demon. I'm doomed." Maeve sobbed as she clung to Ryan's leg. Ryan shook his head. Maeve is practically the underlying logic of this other world. She can make any casual remark come true, and she can even dig up treasures from under her, but while she's resting. Even Velastra was summoned by her by chance, and without much thought. With S-level luck, as long as you don't deliberately court death, you should be able to survive. Don't worry, you're still a long life ahead of you. You should live for at least 100 years before you die. Ryan gave Maeve's buttocks a thorough look to make sure she hadn't wet herself in fear before pulling her up from the ground. "All right, Ellie, Luna, you two come over here. Let's go upstairs to find Evelyn." Their ears were still a little frizzy, clearly still very afraid of Arast. "Why do you all react like this when you see Velast? She looks no different from an ordinary person, right?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Ellie lowered her head and swallowed hard. "It's just a feeling that I think she's a dangerous person. Even the aura she exudes is terrifying." "And you?" Ryan asked Lilith. Although she didn't get angry, she kept emitting a scary hissing sound to warn enemies. "I don't know. I feel uneasy when I see that face. I always feel like she's dangerous." Luna nodded in agreement with Lilith's statement. Ryan picked up Narima and carried her upstairs. Evelyn was holding Myra's hand, waiting at the top of the stairs. "Brother Ryan, who is that woman?" Myra's ears drooped. She seemed quite frightened as well. "Just a bad woman. Don't bother with her." Ryan shrugged. "I'm worried she'll ruin our relationship," Myra said seriously, as if the child suddenly sensed something strange. "What nonsense are you talking about, child?" Ryan gently rubbed her cheeks, then looked up at Evelyn. The two locked eyes. "She's gone," Evelyn asked softly. "I just left. Sorry to have disturbed your business," Ryan said softly. Velast seems to possess some kind of teleportation magic. She can appear directly next to Ryan without making a sound. "It's nothing," Evelyn replied casually, then looked at Mira. "If possible, I hope she doesn't show up at the tavern, after all." Ryan looked at Mira and nodded understandingly. "I'll talk to her, but I don't know if she'll listen to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Ellie spoke up from the side. "Ms. Evelyn, may I learn the magic to kill demons from you? I want to protect my master." Evelyn glanced at her, then turned her gaze to Ryan. "I can't teach you anything, but you can read the books in the study as you like. Just don't damage them." "Okay, thank you." Ellie quickly walked into the study. Chapter 83, Once a Saintess. Ellie went straight into the study and started rummaging through everything, eventually finding a snow-white magic book. She then sat down in a corner and began reading the book intently. Lilith also leaned over for a look, then shook her head. "I really admire you people who can learn magic." "You don't know any magic?" Ryan asked, holding Mira in his arms. Thinking about it carefully, he had bought Lilith a month ago, and he still hadn't seen her use magic. This guy's fighting style basically involves using venom or relying on his insane base stats to launch massive attacks. Lilith shrugged. No, I've never been able to learn it since I was little. The whip made me spin around and around, but I still couldn't learn it. Maeve and Nerima joined in, standing on either side of Ellie, wanting to learn some holy magic for self-defense, but Ellie dodged them. Without looking up, she said coldly, "Don't bother me. There are other books on a shelf." Stingy, Maeve muttered, then started rummaging through Nerima. Luna was very easygoing. She sat quietly in the corner, neither competing nor fighting, just daydreaming peacefully. Mira looked at them, raised her head and asked Ryan, "Brother, what happened?" Sister Maeve, who can't even read, has started reading books. Ryan looked at the innocent Mira, raised his head and replied, "We've been entangled by a powerful demon." Maeve was so scared she wet her pants, so she decided to learn some holy magic to fight back. But Ryan guessed that the magic Maeve could now learn was no different from the thug's excitement punch to Velastra. "No way! Don't slander me!" Maeve blushed and shouted as soon as she heard someone talking bad about her. Mira blinked, her little legs dangling slightly. "That bad woman?" "Yes." Ryan nodded with a smile. Just then, a strange sound came from behind them. Sizzle. Ryan turned around and found that Velastra had appeared in the room at some point. She was trapped by colorful magical threads, and her skin was being burned, with wisps of smoke rising up, emitting an unpleasant odor. Ellie bristled, hunching over with her books in her arms. Maeve was so frightened that she fell to the ground and scrambled out of the study, her screams sounding utterly horrific. Mira only glanced at Velastra before she trembled with fear, clinging tightly to Ryan. "Brother, I'm scared." Ryan glanced sideways and asked, "What are you doing here again?" "I didn't summon you. I had nothing better to do, so I came to see you." Varist ripped at the flesh with all her might, leaving the floor covered in blood. It finally managed to break free from their restraints. She took a step forward and stepped into a trap. Her entire right leg was shattered by the holy light and turned into a cloud of black mist that began to dissipate. Velas complained, "How annoying. Why set up so many traps?" Apart from that, her face was almost expressionless. "It's as if I don't feel pain." She looked at Mira and was about to reach out to touch her when the pendant around Myra's neck flashed red, instantly burning Velast's outstretched right hand. The closer you get, the stronger the effect becomes. Eventually, the entire arm turned into black mist. Evelyn suddenly appeared in the doorway. She strode towards Mira, grabbed her, and sternly said, "You're not welcome here. Don't come back again. I'm just here to see my master." Velas shrugged. Her recently disappeared arms and legs began to regenerate at an incredible speed, quickly growing flesh and blood. Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly. "Why are you calling me master now?" The succubus called out to her master in a coquettish manner. "We have a contract, and you will be my master until the contract ends," Velas said with a smile. She steps into traps with every step, but her mutilated body regenerates rapidly, seemingly causing her no harm. "In that case, I forbid you from entering the tavern. You can only wait at the entrance," Ryan said seriously. Maeve poked out her furry ears, eavesdropping on the conversation. Velas narrowed her eyes, her tone displeased. "You mean you want me to wait on the roadside like a prostitute?" Ryan shook his head. "There's no need to put it so harshly. Just don't come in and interfere with other people's business." Velas sat down on the table and said dismissively, "Although you are my master, it doesn't mean I will always obey you. But if you can make me happy, it's not impossible for me to listen to you occasionally." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "What would make you happy?" "I don't know. Let me think about it. I'll tell you when I've thought it through." Velas looked at Maeve, who was eavesdropping, and then, despite being subjected to various forms of holy magic, went up to her and touched her dog ears. You stay away from me." Maeve was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She was wailing and howling in the corridor, as if she had been subjected to some kind of inhumane persecution. "Am I that scary?" "Don't run away." Velas's voice was somewhat cheerful. A moment later, she returned to the study, sobbing and snot bubbles still coming out of her nose. "I'm doomed." "Where did Velas go?" Ryan asked, puzzled. "I don't know if it just disappeared with a snap of its fingers." Maeve rubbed her red, tear-filled eyes. "It's clear they get along very well." Evelyn carried Mira into the study. The little fox pouted and said, "I don't know why, but when I see that wicked woman, I just can't move." "That's normal." Ellie and the others are the same. Even the mighty Astartes of another world could only gasp in disbelief when faced with Velastra. Throughout the entire ordeal, it seems that only Ellie overcame her fear and launched a tentative wind blade attack on Velast. But that time, Varys didn't dodge or flinch at all. She didn't even get scratched. Evelyn placed Mira back on Ryan's lap and whispered, "Demons can release an aura that instills fear in people. Any living being will inevitably feel fear upon seeing them." Ryan looked Evelyn over, as if he had discovered something. Evelyn's reaction was completely different from the others. She barely reacted when she first saw Velast. In this respect, she is almost no different from Ryan. Ryan asked Evelyn, "Why do I feel like you're not afraid at all?" "Me? I'm a little special." Evelyn touched Myra's ear and said softly to comfort her. "How so?" Evelyn pulled a red pendant from her chest and waved it in front of Ryan. "I was once a saintess of the Holy Fire cult. Nothing tainted by evil has any effect on me." Chapter 84. Naramar mustered her courage. "Master, what is the Holy Fire cult?" After Evelyn came downstairs, Maeve asked cautiously. How would I know? Ryan had only been in this world for less than 2 months, and there were many things he was completely unaware of. "I should be asking you that. Haven't you heard of it?" Maeve said pitifully. "I don't know. Can I join them?" Wah! All he knew was that God seemed to actually exist in this world. The gods worshipped by ordinary people are also diverse. There are benevolent gods who bring bountiful harvests, and there are also evil gods who spread blood and fear. Ellie's perked up cat ears gradually drooped, and she said softly, "The Holy Fire cult is more common in the north. They worship the fire god Enixa, who is said to be a very powerful deity, representing the sun, light, and fire." Listening to Ellie's detailed and seemingly plausible account, Ryan fell into deep thought. Evelyn was once a saint. The kingdom of Alithia is 1,000 or 2 kilometers away from the northern border, and no one knows why Evelyn would travel all this way to open a tavern to make a living. I must find an opportunity to ask him when I have time. Since she's a potential romantic interest, checking her background occasionally is crucial. Ryan casually asked, "What about you? Do you have a god you worship?" Ellie, Lilith, and Luna looked at each other and shook their heads. It seems that the slaves on White Mist Island do not believe in God. Maeve, standing nearby, said in a serious tone, "I believe in the god of black bread who can feed me." Ryan was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly. "There are such strange and bizarre gods?" "No, I was just making that up," Maeve said cheekily. Ryan grabbed her ear and began to rub it. Just then, Narima raised her hand and muttered, "I believe in Lady Sinesa, and she will bless every dark elf who believes in her." "Really?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. This was yet another thing he had never heard of before. Narima's eyes darted around, and she nodded, muttering, "Yeah, it's true. It's just that she doesn't really like me." For some reason, Narima always gave Lion a pitiful and unfortunate feeling. "It's okay. She doesn't like you. There are plenty of other people who do." Ryan shrugged, then waved to Narima. She was taken aback at first, then happily ran over and stretched her head out for Ryan to touch. Narima is so well-behaved and cute. Mira stepped aside and whispered to Ryan, "Brother Ryan, you seem to get along very well with this dark elf sister. My mom says dark elves are really mean." "She's different from other dark elves. She's special," Ryan said seriously. Narima repeated softly, "Special. Yes, you are my woman." "What?" Myra's eyes widened. She turned to look at Ryan, her face full of disbelief. "She's your woman? What am I supposed to do?" Seeing her surprise, Ryan coughed twice and replied somewhat awkwardly, "You're still a child. In another 10 or 20 years, you'll be just like us." Mira covered her ears with her fingers and suddenly started yelling, "I don't want to hear it. I want to be Ryan's woman too." Just as Lion was comforting Mira, no one noticed that Narima was muttering to herself, "Woman." She quickly made a bold decision. That night, after taking a shower, Ryan lay down on the bed to rest, waiting for Ellie and Lilith to come to the room and punish him. The last seemed to have vanished. He didn't show his face for almost the entire day, and no one knew where he had gone. Thinking of this guy, Ryan got up and rummaged through the closet for the pants he had given to Velas to wash. I wanted to put them on to check them out, but I found that there was a big hole in the crotch of my pants. It was clearly torn open by something violently. That damn Velastra. How dare she retaliate against him like this? These pants are definitely not wearable anymore. At most, they can only be used as pajamas at home. Just as Ryan was sighing, there was a knock on the bedroom door. The voice was very soft, with a hint of probing. "Come on in, I didn't lock the door." The door was gently pushed open, and Narima stepped into the room with small, quick steps. She was wearing a beautiful long dress, with the neckline deliberately pulled down a bit, clearly revealing her formidable strength. "I wonder where I can buy the black semi-transparent nightgown that Evelyn wore before. Once I have money, I'll definitely get one for each of them." She glanced up at Ryan, then quickly lowered her head, stammering, "Master, I came. Ryan folded the pants back up and put them in the closet, then put his hands on his hips and asked Narima, "What are you doing here?" Narima seemed a little uncomfortable, and her speech was somewhat hesitant. Come on. Her brain went blank, and she couldn't utter a single fluent sentence for a long time. "Take a deep breath and speak slowly. Don't be nervous," Ryan said, patting her head to comfort her. Narima obediently took a deep breath, then took the opportunity to steal a glance at Lion, and said with courage, "Master, no one has ever truly liked me before you." "Surely not. You're so cute." Ryan gently wiggled Narima's pointed ears. "It's true that many men have approached me, but I know it's only because I was born into a prestigious family. If I were just an ordinary woman, they wouldn't even give me a second glance." At this point, Narima's tone grew increasingly sorrowful. "At my age, my sisters were no longer virgins, but I'm the only one who can't find a man who truly loves me." As they were talking, Narima suddenly closed the doors and windows tightly and gestured for Ryan to lie down on the bed. The faint candlelight made her eyes gleam red in the darkness. She carefully walked to the bedside and then slowly sat down. Her nervous little hands were fidgeting with her skirt. "Master, I just told Ellie that she won't bother us today." Narima stammered again. "So, let's rest together tonight. No one will disturb us." Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and he said meaningfully, "Is it really a rest?" Narima's skin changed color, and she lowered her head, softly replying, Her shyness was particularly amusing. After hesitating for a while, Narima finally mustered up her courage again. She blew out the candle by the bedside and carefully lay down next to Ryan, her restless little hands groping around aimlessly. 10 minutes later, the two figures in the darkness were completely pressed together. Chapter 85, Shy Narima. The next morning, Ryan was gently shaken awake by Narima, who had a sweet smile on her face. Master, I've made breakfast. Get up and have breakfast." Ryan yawned and looked Narima up and down. She was dressed completely covered up, without even the slightest bit of perk. This chocolate cake woke up way too early. Ryan was planning to do some morning exercise, to get some exercise. Ryan lazily rolled over, turning his back to her. "Can you bring me some Narima to eat?" Ryan thought she would readily agree, but the result was unexpected. Narima rejected Ryan's request almost without hesitation. "No, at least not today. This guy wasn't like this yesterday. Could it be because he cleared QQ's memory? Why? You were so obedient to me yesterday." Ryan turned to look at the soft and cute Narima, and finally hugged her and gave her a couple of kisses. "It has a faint mushroom scent, which smells quite nice." Narima quickly and shyly looked away, muttering softly, "No reason. Just get up. Okay? I made my best mushroom and meat porridge. Go try it." Although Ryan didn't want to leave his warm bed, Narima was too insistent, and in the end he reluctantly left. As soon as he moved away, Narima impatiently ripped the bedsheet off. Ryan, with his sharp eyes, spotted a bright red stain on the bedsheet. He looked at Narima and smiled meaningfully. "I'm so sorry I've soiled the sheets. I'll wash them right away and hang them out to dry." Narima bowed deeply to Ryan. So that's why Ryan was insisted on coming downstairs for breakfast. A cunning chocolate cake. "Don't leave yet. Let me give you a kiss." Narima carried the bedsheet to Ryan. Seeing that she couldn't reach Ryan's mouth even on tiptoe, she took off her shoes and stood on the bed. This time she could reach Ryan's mouth. A few minutes later, the two parted reluctantly. Narima said sweetly, You'd better hurry up and eat breakfast, or Maeve will steal some. All right, do you need my help? Ryan glanced down at the bed sheet in Narima's arms. She shook her head vigorously, put on her shoes, and pushed Ryan's butt out of the room. After going downstairs, she went straight into the bathroom, and before washing the sheets, she made sure to tell Ryan, "I love you." Ryan sat down at the table. He looked at the brown mushroom soup in the bowl, leaned closer to smell it, and the mushrooms looked like a type of porcini mushroom. How come he doesn't remember buying mushrooms at home? Just then, Ryan heard a dry cough. Cough, cough. Ryan looked up and found that Ellie, Lilith, and Maeve were staring at him. Luna, meanwhile, was diligently picking her teeth with her nails. She had no intention of getting involved in this gossip. What's wrong? Ryan asked, puzzled. He probably knew the reason, but it was better to play dumb at this point. Otherwise, Ellie might pounce on him and bite him again. But this time, Ellie was clearly exceptionally forgiving. She held the spoon without saying a word and continued to drink the mushroom soup. It seems her jealousy is directed only at Lilith. She didn't care about the Narima thing at all. Lilith just smiled meaningfully. She looked like a bad woman. Maeve was the only one staring at Ryan with a pout, muttering to herself in a voice so soft it was like a mosquito buzzing in someone's ear. What's wrong? You look like you're going to eat me alive. Ryan lowered his head and took a sip of the mushroom soup. It was indeed incredibly delicious. Maeve crossed her arms and muttered, "Master, how could you be so mean? You even bully Narima." "What do you mean by bullying? We're just in love and destined to be together," Ryan retorted seriously. Maeve raised an eyebrow and continued muttering, "Don't you think you have a bit too many familiars?" Ryan stroked his chin, feeling there was still room for further development. "In that case, I'll stop here and not look for it anymore." Ryan shook his head. Maeve was quite satisfied with the answer, and she hummed happily, "Great. Master, you made the right decision." Lilith's eyes darted around, and she quickly whispered something in Maeve's ear. At first, the dog didn't care, but soon its eyes widened as if it realized it had overlooked something. Maeve coughed twice and continued, "Cough, cough. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you find one more. We already have so many. One more won't hurt." "No, I'm not looking anymore." Ryan was a master of playing dumb. He said while eating, "I can't handle any more." "Nonsense. Lilith said you're amazing," Maeve said, glaring at him. She eventually discovered this little secret. Lilith immediately shut her greasy mouth. "I wonder what these animal ear girls talk about in private." Ryan sighed. "All right, then I'll reluctantly accept Luna." Luna heard Ryan call her and looked up. She twitched her ears and looked blank. It was clear that she had no idea what had happened. "No," Maeve exclaimed anxiously, gesturing wildly. "You can't subdue Luna, but anything else is fine. You've turned against the heavenly gang. You're even giving me orders now." Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile. As the head of the household, little Maeve was only entitled to be ordered around. Maeve puffed out her cheeks. Though she didn't say anything, she was on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Ryan quickly calmed down a bit. He actually pinched Maeve's cheek and said, "I was just teasing you. Why are you crying? Wipe your tears. You're so mean." Maeve snapped angrily. After breakfast, Ryan went to the tavern as usual. Narima clung tightly to Lion's arm, unwilling to let go. Ellie followed behind Ryan, clutching his clothes like a child. Before entering the tavern, Ryan even peeked through the window for a while. Evelyn wasn't chuckling today. She seemed to have something on her mind, probably worrying about Velast. Ryan walked into the tavern, and as soon as he put his leg in, Evelyn looked up, and their eyes met. "What's wrong, Miss Evelyn? You seem to have something on your mind." Evelyn straightened up and then gently shook her head. "It's okay." Ryan casually pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the counter. "In that case, do you have any good commissions? You've rested for 3 days straight. It's time to make some money. There's a job that suits you, but it's a long way away and might require me to leave Kaeldorn for a few days. Would you accept it?" Chapter 86, This is Your Second Wish. Ryan and Evelyn accepted a commission. They were to travel to the primeval forest 100 kilometers west of Kaeldorn to pluck a leaf from the world tree. Viscount Pavel, Wit's father, planned to forge a magic wand from the leaves of the world tree and present it to the archmage who had come from the capital. He is currently sending people around to gather materials. If he can complete this commission, Ryan will receive a reward of 10 gold coins. Wow, how pleasant. We even got to ride in a carriage. Maeve and Ryan sat in the back of the carriage, their faces beaming with smiles. Ellie and Lilith sat on horseback, occasionally glancing back at Ryan. The Great Forest is more than 100 kilometers away from Calydorn. If they relied solely on their own two legs, it would take them 5 or 6 days to travel there and back. So Ryan also borrowed a wagon from Evelyn to haul goods, which would reduce the round trip to about 3 days. Maeve watched Ellie riding her horse looking incredibly cool and called out from behind, "Ellie, can I ride ahead for a bit?" Ryan looked at Maeve with a puzzled expression and asked, "Have you ever ridden a horse?" "No, but I did ride a pig, and then my dad kicked me off," Maeve said seriously. "Forget it then. Can pigs and horses be the same thing? The 4 of us will just sit quietly in the back," Ryan replied, listlessly. Actually, there was nothing wrong with letting Maeve ride a horse. He was just afraid that she would lead the carriage into a ditch. Since the carriage was only borrowed from Evelyn, it would be best to return it to her intact. Ryan tilted his body slightly and then rested his head on Narima's lap. The thighs of this chocolate cake are so soft and comfortable to use as a pillow. And he also had a faint seafood smell on him. Maeve narrowed her eyes slightly as she watched this scene, then crossed her arms and said, "Humph, you lazy pig, I really don't know what Narima sees in you." "Shut up. No matter how lazy you are, you're still my master. If you keep slandering me, I'll take control of you." Ryan yawned. Narima gently stroked Ryan's hair and whispered, "Because Ryan is so good to me, he doesn't mind that I'm useless." Maeve saw right through him. "He's just a womanizer. I know this guy too well." Narima replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. "So what if he's lustful? At least he'll like me." As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice rang in her ears. "Name, Narima Sinesa. Current favorability level is 4. Met with Narima. Achieved. Become friends with Narima. Achieved. Become close friends with Narima. Achieved. A healthy romantic relationship has been developed with Narima. Achieved. The current reward for completing the character encyclopedia is a 335% increase in strength, endurance, and agility. The system reward may be late, but it has arrived." Ryan sat up and kissed Narima on the cheek, then said to Luna, sitting opposite him, "Come on, let's have a strength contest." Luna was taken aback at first. She stared at Ryan's outstretched hand, lost in thought, clearly not understanding what he meant. But she still obediently extended her hand and gently shook it. Well, the tiger woman's hands were rough and strong, with many calluses on them. They hardly looked like a woman's hands. Just as Ryan was about to express his feelings, Luna suddenly unleashed her power. Ouch, 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 ouch. In an instant, Ryan felt like he was competing with a hydraulic press, and his bones were almost crushed. Fortunately, Luna let go as soon as she heard the pain. Lilith turned around and said, "Master, don't do that to Luna. She's very straightforward and will do whatever you say. You might accidentally break your hand." Luna blinked. He didn't seem to mean any harm. "I'm sorry." "It's okay." Ryan patted Luna's head. "Just be a little gentler next time. Don't pinch me to death." Luna nodded. Just then, a familiar voice rang in Ryan's ear. "Who strangled you to death?" "Oh." Luna instantly bristled, letting out a low growl that made Ryan's eardrums ache. Maeve was so frightened that she clung to Ryan's leg. The two horses were startled and reared up, trying to throw Ellie and Lilith off. Vela said with a smile, "Quiet, quiet. Am I that scary?" The aura emanating from her instantly subsided, and the frightened horses quickly regained their composure, turning to look at Velast. Maeve drooped her ears and hid behind Ryan. She seemed less afraid now. Luna, who had just been furious, stopped growling, but her eyes remained wary. Ryan looked around and then looked at Velast beside him in confusion. "Goodness, you can control your killing intent so well." Velast smiled and said, "Of course, I can take it or let it go as I please. It all depends on my mood." Ryan looked her over. "This devil is always smiling. I have no idea what she's really feeling. But it's easy to tell from her words that she was in a good mood. What made you so happy?" Velast still smiled. "I've slaughtered several people. It's so exhilarating it makes me tremble. I love this world." Ryan was speechless. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Maeve seems to have unleashed a bloodthirsty demon. Didn't you say that devils don't kill people randomly?" Ryan narrowed his eyes. "Ha ha, I can kill whoever I want, and do whatever I want. Velastra crossed her legs and waved to Ellie and Lilith, who were riding on horseback. Why did you stop? Keep going. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to get rid of Velast in the future. Look at the way you're looking at me, as if I've done something wrong. Velast closed her eyes, looking quite content. Ryan shrugged. I don't think killing people indiscriminately is a good thing. Velast laughed again, this time so hard she could barely breathe, tears welling in her eyes. Just kidding. I only killed people who deserve to die. Oh, Velast replied casually. Just a few bandits. I was wandering outside the city when some vicious and terrifying fellows stopped me, weak and helpless. I was all alone at the time, and I was almost crying from fear. In the end, I accidentally pulled out their intestines, tied them in a tight knot, and led them away for a long time. Ryan thought about it carefully and realized that he had probably practiced on bandits quite a bit as well. Both suffered from testicular torsion and incontinence, seemingly similar to each other, except that in the end he gave the robber a quick death. Can you promise me one thing? I'll allow you to kill, but only when someone poses a threat to our safety, like a robber we encounter on the street. Velastra rested her chin on her hand and slowly moved closer to Ryan. Is this your second wish? Chapter 87 Secret. That tree is so tall. It seems even taller than the ones I've seen before. Maeve leaned on the carriage armrest, straightened up, and gazed into the distance. A towering, lush green tree rises from the horizon, standing tall between heaven and earth like a giant, unfurled green umbrella. Although Ryan had been in this world for so long, and had long heard that there was a world tree several thousand meters tall in the kingdom of Alithia, and that even the currency had an image of the world tree printed on it, this was the first time he had ever seen it in person. Have you seen the world tree? Yes. After I was captured, the slave traders put me on the ship, and when I got off, I could see that tree right away. Maeve nodded. She comes from the far north. There is an ocean between the north and the kingdom of Alithia. Land transport would take at least 2,000 kilometers, while sea transport could reduce the distance by nearly half. Slaves could be delivered to the port in about 10 days and then distributed throughout the kingdom. Thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that Maeve could see the world tree from afar. Velas sat to the side, watching Maeve with interest and a smile on her face. A day has passed since they set off from Calydorn. The succubus has followed Ryan the whole way. Because of her presence, Ellie doesn't dare to sleep peacefully at night and has to get up every now and then to keep watch. Don't you have anything to do? Ryan raised an eyebrow at Velast, who always had a grin on her face and looked carefree. Maeve turned and sat down, looking at Velast as well, and then gently took Ryan's arm. Although Velastra restrained her murderous intent, Maeve remained wary of this wicked woman. Velas shrugged, then relaxed and lay down on the carriage. What could possibly happen to me? You won't allow me to kill people indiscriminately, so I guess I'll just have to come with you. Ryan waved his hand. Go ahead. I'll allow you to kill robbers and bandits. This desolate wilderness is full of bandits. Velas chuckled, her tail swaying gently behind her. I refuse. Right now, I just want to lie here and take a nap. Du devils is sleepy. Vera squinted as she replied, Of course, you can't just kill people randomly. When you're bored, you always need a way to kill time. At this point, she turned to Ellie, who was riding a horse in front of her, and said, By the way, that cat human, stop messing around with your holy magic. Although this kind of attack can indeed hurt me, it's far from killing me. You'd be better off using that energy to do something enjoyable with your master. Ellie glanced back at Velast, her expression cold. Upon hearing Velast's words, Ryan subconsciously activated his demonic brain and began to let his mind wander. After a month of constant warfare, Ellie didn't dare to act cute yesterday because of Velast's presence, and she lost the gentle Catgirl's care, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Velas looked at Ryan, her smile somewhat meaningful. Since you're just idling around anyway, why don't you want to do something fun? After saying that, she deliberately stuck out her pink and slender tongue. Ryan's demonic brain had been shut down, but it was activated again after Velast said that. Trying to seduce me? You succeeded. So, when... Before Ryan could finish speaking, Maeve covered his mouth. The dog had its ears drooping and its cheeks slightly puffed out. It muttered to itself, Those who don't give to the devil are all bad people. Master, don't be bewitched. Velis looked at Maeve meaningfully, then quickly sat up. She slowly approached Maeve, who froze, terrified. What are you doing? Don't bully me. Velastra sat back down, crossed her legs, and smiled without saying a word. It looks cheap and sleazy. What's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so lewdly? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Velis pointed to her heart. The one next to you is something else. She has an immaculate soul and looks delicious. Upon hearing this, Maeve became even more frightened and shielded Ryan in front of her. Velis looked at Maeve and continued, I will lend you my power, but after death your soul will belong to me. How about it? I don't want you to be a bad person. Maeve shook her head vigorously. Can you see a person's soul? Of course. Don't humans know that devils are keen on trading souls? Velas smiled and continued. Souls are also divided into different classes. Some people's souls are valuable, while other souls I wouldn't even bother to take even if they were given to me for free. The wider the better, right? Velas nodded. The wider the better for me. The darker the better for demons. So, Maeve is a kind woman? Ryan countered. Although Maeve often pickpockets, she only targets people who are already wealthy, and apart from that, she doesn't seem to have done anything else wrong. Thinking about it carefully, it seems she has never actually killed anyone with her own hands. Velis shook her head. That's not necessarily true. A pure soul only means that the person is relatively pure, while a turbid soul may mean that they have experienced unbearable suffering. Ryan volunteered. Then look at our souls. Who's a little whiter? Varys looked around and nodded in satisfaction. That dark elf is not bad either. The tomboy next to you is also good, and the cat human and snake human are also acceptable. They are all of high quality. Seeing that Velast had commented on everyone else, but not him, Ryan asked in confusion, What about me? What about my soul? Velastra rested her chin on her hand, glanced at Ryan's heart, and smiled enigmatically. I'm not telling you. He's deliberately keeping us in suspense. This guy is incredibly dog-like. She liked to tease Ryan whenever she had a chance, just like Ryan liked to tease Maeve. Ryan curled his lip, and true to Velast's personality, he once again used reverse psychology on her. I think you can't see it, can you? Velastra straightened her back, stretched, and spread her wings. So how did you do that? You really can't see it? Ryan raised an eyebrow. He was just saying it casually. What don't you know? Velastra still had a smile on her face. I've never seen an invisible soul like yours before. How did you manage to do that? Ryan didn't know either, maybe because there was a system hidden inside his body. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the system's voice came from beside him. Correct answer. Hearing the system's cheerful voice, he subconsciously asked in his mind, System, what exactly are you? This is a secret. You'll find out later. Chapter 88 Narima evolves into a personal maid. The group walked for another half a day. The Great Forest is not far from here, only a few kilometers away. Ryan plans to rest here for the day and then venture into the forest to explore when it gets light. All right, that's enough for today. Let's find a place to park the carriage and rest for the night. Ellie nodded, found a tree by the roadside, tied the rope casually to the trunk, and then bent down to gather firewood. Velis stretched out her body and then walked leisurely into the grove by the roadside. No one knew what she was up to. Perhaps another robber is going to be in trouble. Finally gone. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Maeve yawned. She said that, but actually slept like a log last night. By morning, Ryan couldn't wake her up no matter what he tried. In the end, they had to touch her tail to wake her up. I saw you slept really well last night. You started snoring as soon as you lay down, like a pig. No way. That's nonsense. Maeve refused to admit it. If there were a tape recorder in this world, Ryan would definitely record her pig squeals and then take her to court. Just as the two were arguing, Narima spread a mat on the ground, then looked up at Lion and said, Master, sit down and rest. I've laid it out for you. Thank you. Narima, you're so kind. Ryan patted her soft bottom. As soon as Ryan sat down, Narima ran off to do something else. She put some black bread on the campfire to toast, and then brought over a water pouch. Here, have some water. Then, while Ryan was drinking water, she cut up the warm black bread and handed it to him. Eat. This girl has been busy like this since yesterday. She seems to know exactly what Ryan is going to do and comes to help him. She wouldn't even let Ryan do anything himself when he changed clothes. She served him the whole time. Having lived for so long, Ryan was a little unaccustomed to suddenly having a personal maid by his side. Just as he was lost in thought, Nerima offered the roasted rabbit to Lion's mouth. Ellie hunted this rabbit last night. I can eat by myself. Don't just take care of me. Eat some too. Ryan broke the rabbit apart and distributed the rabbit meat to everyone. Nerima responded and then walked behind Lion to massage his shoulders. Maeve, her mouth greasy from eating, happily said, Nerima, give me a massage too. Nerima glanced at Maeve, but neither spoke nor went over to her, completely ignoring her. You should eat too, otherwise it'll get cold. Ryan washed his hands with soap, and Nerima followed him wherever he went. Nerima insisted, I'll eat after you've finished. I want to be a good husband. What? Ryan was stunned. But then I thought, if she were to say it in human terms, it would be, I want to be a good wife. You don't need to do that. I have my own hands. I don't need others to serve me everything. Go on, go on. Urged on by Ryan, she finally walked to the campfire, picked up the wooden bowl, and began to eat in small bites. Looking at the adorable Nerima, Lion couldn't help but smile. He suddenly had a whimsical idea and said in a serious tone, Nerima, can you give me a kiss? Nerima was taken back at first, then quickly put the bowl down. She climbed into Ryan's arms, held his shoulders, closed her eyes, and kissed him. Not bad, not bad. It has a faint bread flavor. After a long while, the two separated, and Nerima's face was flushed. Ryan leaned close to her pointed ear and whispered something in his ear. Nerima awkwardly got up, then placed another mat on the carriage, and sat quietly, waiting for Ryan to come over. She was completely obedient to Ryan, doing whatever he said without question. Maeve, eavesdropping nearby, saw that Nerima was preparing for war and couldn't help but scold Lion. Master, you're so mean. You bully Nerima every day. How could you even think of doing something like this in the middle of nowhere? It's all right. I'm willing to do this. I want to have a child with my master, Nerima said, blushing. Ryan looked at Maeve and smiled maliciously. In that case, I'll bully you a little. Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately clutched her chest. I'm not ready yet. Let's wait a while longer. Nerima replied softly, Master, I'm ready. Ryan smiled slightly and said to Maeve, You should learn from her. She's a role model. Maeve pouted and muttered, I'm not going to learn that kind of thing. Just then Lilith suddenly raised her hand. Master, when will it be my turn? I miss you too. Ellie glanced at her and replied coldly, You're behind me in line. As the tension grew stronger, Ryan suddenly felt a pang of regret. I should have known better than to tease Nerima. All right, stop arguing. I was just joking with Nerima. Ryan put down the bowl and walked towards the carriage. He got into the car and hugged the petite Nerima. This guy has an extremely cute face, but his figure is so voluptuous it's almost unfair. He's so soft and comfortable to hold in your arms. All right, you three take turns keeping watch. I'm going to rest now. Ryan kissed Nerima, then gently laid down with her in his arms. The chocolate cake murmured softly in Ryan's arms. Isn't Master going to make it? Of course not. Let's talk about it when we get home. I'm a little embarrassed to do it here. Nerima squirmed in his arms, and Ryan opened his eyes at her. What, you want to? Nerima lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and then softly replied, The contrast in her appearance is quite striking. Despite being so cute, she actually takes the initiative to ask for this kind of thing. Oh ho, I didn't know you were so lecherous. Nerima muttered, I just want to have your child. Ryan was skeptical of this. Looking at the starry sky and the few people sitting around the campfire, Ryan felt a little embarrassed to speak. But adhering to the principle of always granting requests, Ryan said to Luna, who was yawning, Luna, build me a square little house over here. Luna blinked, then clapped her hands on the ground, and a square matchbox figure quickly appeared beside the carriage. This size is just right for 2 people to rest. Ryan first put the mat inside, then carried the soft, squishy Nerima inside. Seeing this, Maeve started whispering to Ellie and the others again. However, the distance was too far, and Ryan couldn't hear a word she said. Master, Nerima called softly, lying on the mat, her red eyes fixed intently on Lion. Chapter 89 11. The next morning, Ryan got up early and continued walking in the back of the carriage. The lass didn't return home all night, and no one knew where she went. Seeing that there was no road ahead, Ellie gently pulled on the reins to stop the horse, then turned to Ryan and said, "Master, the carriage can't go any further. Where should we park the carriage?" Ryan looked around. Letting them roam freely was definitely not an option. Someone could just walk by and take them away. Tying it to a tree won't work either. If you encounter a monster, you won't even be able to run away. After thinking it over, Ryan turned his gaze to Maeve. "Bruce, I have a difficult task for you." "Huh? What mission?" Maeve blinked, her mouth slightly open, looking rather dim-witted. "You stay here and watch the carriage. We'll be back after we pick the leaves." Ryan picked up Narima, who was curled up beside him, and jumped off the carriage. As soon as she finished speaking, Maeve refused outright. She said pitifully, "No, I don't want to stay in this desolate place alone. I want to go with you. Or you could leave Ellie and the others behind, but leave one of them with me. How could you bear to leave me here alone?" Ryan looked at Maeve and nodded. He was quite heartless. Most importantly, she's incredibly lucky. She should be fine staying here. Maeve pouted and jumped off the carriage. Clinging to Ryan's arm, she pleaded pitifully, "Please take me with you, please." Her eyes are round and adorable, and no one can resist her when she acts cute. I really don't know how Maeve's dad could bear to throw away such an adorable creature. All right, if the horse is gone, it's your fault." Ryan put Narima down, then untied the reins from the horse, and with a gentle pat, it rode off, leaving behind only a simple wooden carriage. Maeve nodded, grinning broadly. The forest was dense with trees, and Ryan could barely make out the world tree in the distance through the gaps in the trees. Looking at the towering tree, Ryan wondered how he could pluck the leaves from it. He turned to look at Ellie, who was genuinely looking around, and immediately knew the answer. "Wife, you can fly, right? Then the task of picking leaves will be yours." Ellie looked at Ryan, then glanced at the world tree through the gaps in the trees. "It's too high for me to fly up, but I should be able to climb up little by little. This world tree is thousands of meters tall. If you fall, you'll be a pile of minced meat. To be honest, the reward of 10 gold coins for picking a leaf from it is a bit too little. If possible, he would like the last to pick it. That guy's wings are so big, he should have no trouble flying to the top of the tree." Just as Ryan was lost in thought, a hopping doe appeared before them. Luna excitedly wagged her tail. After entering the great forest, her genes as the queen of the forest began to stir, as if she wanted to hunt fiercely here. There are deer or wild boars in the woods outside the city, but usually only local nobles are allowed to hunt them. Anyone else who hunts them is considered a poacher, and commoners can only hunt wild rabbits, which are not very valuable. But now they're in the deep forest, a place rarely visited by people. So even if they secretly catch a deer, no one should notice. "Luna, can you catch it?" Luna didn't speak. She lowered her body and ears, sneaking closer to the doe. The beastmen look strange when they hunt. The deer didn't seem afraid of people. Luna was only 5 meters away from it, but it showed no sign of running away and was still leisurely grazing with its head down. Seeing that the distance was sufficient, Luna suddenly exerted her strength and shot out like a cannonball, grabbing the doe in one swift motion. She gripped the deer's neck tightly with both hands, preventing it from escaping. The deer could only struggle and cry out in anguish. Alas! Maeve blinked, a smile creeping on her lips. "Master, are we going to have meat to eat?" "It seems so. I've never had venison before." Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Having been transported to another world, I'm finally able to eat wild game. Thinking about it carefully, this commission is actually quite good. Going out for a stroll is like taking a vacation. Maeve's mouth was practically watering. Hee, I ate it once when I was little. She then ran to the deer and slapped its bottom hard. "Little deer, I'm sorry. I'll have a good taste of you later." "Eek, eek." The fawn struggled desperately. Just as Luna was about to snap its neck, a blonde, blue-eyed young woman appeared out of nowhere in the woods. She was dressed in a white robe. Her long, pointed ears were adorned with various gold and silver ornaments, and she held a somewhat rough wooden staff in her left hand. Luna stopped what she was doing and looked at her warily. Ryan scrutinized the woman. Could it be that? "Ellie, is this an elf?" "Yes." Ellie nodded. This elf's appearance is somewhat similar to Ellie's, both being blonde with blue eyes and tall figures. However, Compared to Ellie, Ellie has a larger bust and softer facial features, which is more in line with Chinese aesthetic standards. This elf, on the other hand, has a more Western appearance, with high brow bones, deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and somewhat thin lips. Although she may not be as beautiful as Ellie, she has her own unique charm. Narima hugged Lion's arm tightly, gazing at the elf and whispering, "If you like her, I'll support you." Ryan waved his hand, saying insincerely, "I'm just taking a look." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elf opposite him spoke up. "What do you intend to do to my sister?" It is a very standard common language in mainland China. "Sister." Ryan narrowed his eyes, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the fawn. "Is it your sister?" The elf nodded, his eyes sharp. "Luna, let go." Although Luna was somewhat reluctant, she obediently let go of his hand. The little deer took off running, hiding behind the female elf, and then quickly transformed into human form. Wow, it's a blonde, blue-eyed little girl. No, although it looks rather petite, there's one part that is unusually large. This elf is incredibly talented. She was wearing a white robe, and her eyes looked at Luna with a hint of grievance. "Oh, it wasn't a deer. I thought we'd get to eat meat again." Maeve returned to Ryan's side dejectedly, clearly hungry. Ryan stepped forward and said softly, "I'm sorry. We didn't know this was your sister." Fortunately, Luna didn't snap anyone's neck immediately. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. "Hunting is forbidden here," the elf continued. "This is my first time here, but I've remembered it now." The elf nodded, her gaze falling on Narima, before continuing, "Dark elves are also forbidden from entering." Chapter 90, You Have to Promise Me One Thing. Ryan looked at Narima, the chocolate cake looking completely innocent. Narima didn't know what she had done wrong, but she was quite understanding and would never cause trouble for Ryan. "Then I'll go back and watch the carriage. I'll find a place to wait for you to come out." Lane caught Narima as she was about to leave, gently pinched her cheek, and then asked the elf in front of him, "Why?" "She is my wife." The elf looked Narima up and down, then asked with a hint of disbelief, "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Ryan pursed his lips. They were making love just yesterday. How could it be fake? Seeing Ryan say this, the elf did not continue to make things difficult for him, and turned to disappear into the dense forest with her sister in tow. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't be able to eat any wild game on this trip. "Luna, let's not go hunting anymore. Who knows if those little animals are actually elves in disguise?" "Okay," Luna replied obediently, her ears twitching slightly. Seeing that she was still holding her tail up, Ryan used his hand to help her press it down. "I still want to eat deer leg. I hate elves," Maeve said with a mournful face, her ears drooping. Ryan patted Maeve's head. "It's okay. I'll ask when we get back, and see if I can buy half of venison from him." "Master is so good." Maeve hugged Ryan tightly with both arms and rubbed against him gently. "Oh dear, back when I was in the slave market, I kept thinking about whether I would be abused in the future. It seems I'm pretty lucky now." As Lilith spoke, she suddenly winked at Ryan. "Let's keep going. We're still a long way from the World Tree." Ryan slapped her shapely buttocks. According to the map, the World Tree is located in the western part of the middle of the Great Forest, nearly 100 kilometers away from their current location. It would take at least 2 days to walk there. Although Evelyn has no time limit, it would be best to complete the mission and return as soon as possible. The road ahead was clear. There seemed to be no monsters in this great forest. Ryan and his companions walked all day without encountering any. However, along the way, many squirrels threw pine cones at Luna, and she would get hit every few steps. Annoyed, she yelled, and the little animal ran away at lightning speed, but it would come back and continue to attack her after a while. Luna, who is usually good-tempered, was extremely annoyed. Maeve asked in bewilderment, "Why do these squirrels keep hitting you on the head with pine cones?" Ryan glanced at Luna and couldn't help but smile. Maybe they're helping that little elf vent its anger. "Let's make do here for the night. We should reach the World Tree by tomorrow evening." Luna nodded. The first thing she did after stopping was to use magic to create a stone protective umbrella for herself to protect herself from pine cone attacks. Ellie and Narima gathered firewood and then lit a campfire. Just as Ryan was about to take a sip from the water pouch, Lilith poked his kidney with her long, thin tail. "It itches, so let's skip it for today and play again when we get back." Lilith shook her head. That was clearly not what she meant. Ryan looked in the direction her tail was pointing, and his body trembled violently in fright. An elf stood in the darkness, silently watching Ryan without saying a word, like a ghost. This seems to be the same elf that transformed into a deer this morning. Luna arrested at once, yet it still dares to come looking for her. Suck, suck, suck. Although Ryan wasn't a lolicon, he still liked to tease cute things. Little elf, come here and let your big brother pat your head. The little elf slowly hid behind a tree, then peeked out with half its head to secretly observe Ryan. That wary look was so cute. Come here, I won't hurt you. Ryan's lips curled up into a wild smile. Maeve muttered from the side, Master, you don't look like a good person. Your eyes are lecherous, like a pervert. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll chisel you. Maeve turned around, her head drooping, and began to mutter to herself in a voice that no one but herself could hear. The little sprite seemed to have determined that Ryan posed no threat. She cautiously peeked out from behind the tree and then carefully walked towards him. Perhaps because she had a psychological trauma from Luna, her eyes were constantly fixed on Luna throughout the process. Finally, she sat down next to Ryan and joined the others to warm themselves by the fire. Looking at her long, smooth, golden hair, Ryan wanted to secretly touch it. As a result, the moment he raised his hand, he scared away the socially anxious little sprite. She didn't run far. She hid behind a tree and occasionally peeked out to spy on Ryan. I meant no harm. I just wanted to pat your head. Upon hearing this, Maeve seemed to have caught Ryan red-handed and started whispering behind Ellie's back again. Look, look, Master's starting again. Hearing Ryan say this, the little elf finally emerged from behind the tree. She sat down next to Ryan and then asked somewhat shyly, What's your name? Ryan, what about you? Ryan reached out and touched her head, feeling how soft and smooth her hair was. She still had a tuft of hair sticking up on her head, which she couldn't smooth out no matter how hard she tried. My name is Hillary. That babyish voice is so cute. I wonder how old this little sprite is. Identification complete. Name, Hillia. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, self. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agile, C. Intelligence, C. Perception, D. Luck, C. Overall quality, good. Current favorability level, level 1. Current loyalty level, none. Is this little elf 20 years old? Ryan's eyes widened. Judging by its size, it is indeed adult size, but its soft face still looks quite childish. Narima was only 2 years younger than her, but she looked much older than her. Ryan thought to himself, System, are you all right? This is 20. Don't believe me? Elves live much longer than dark elves. Their ages are generally measured in thousands. They looked like this when they were 20. Ryan sighed. Since that's the case, I guess I have no choice but to become a lolicon for once. Do you eat black bread? Ryan held up a steaming piece of black bread and waved it in front of Elia. The little elf shook its head and replied softly, I came out after I finished eating, and this doesn't taste good either. What? You've eaten there? Elia nodded. Yes, someone gave me some before. It was sour and astringent, not tasty. Seeing Ryan constantly rubbing his hair, she continued, What are you doing in the forest? Ryan replied, I want to pluck a leaf from the world tree. Following Ryan's pointing finger, Elia shook her head. No, there are many guardians around the tree, and they won't let you pick leaves randomly. Just one piece. They won't give you a single leaf. Elia pouted slightly. However, I can pick a leaf for you. Real? Elia nodded, her smug expression quite adorable. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Chapter 91, Let's Go See Our Homeland, Narima. Elia hugged her knees, looked up at Ryan, and whispered, Can you take me to see the outside world? I don't want to stay in the forest anymore. Ryan scratched his ear, wondering if he had misheard. But looking at the little guy in front of her, her expression clearly wasn't joking. Are you sure you want to come with me? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Elia nodded obediently. Do your parents know? Ryan stroked her long, soft hair and continued. And your sister, does she know? He dared not leave with the elf. If the elves mistook him for a human trafficker, he would be finished. Of course I know. I told them before I left, so don't worry about it. Elia nodded, then looked at Luna sitting to the side, seemingly with some resentment towards her. Ryan also looked at Luna, who was huddled under the stone umbrella, dodging the pinecone's attack. Tell your animal companion to stop. Her name is Luna. She's usually very peaceful, but she just likes hunting. Hilaya waved to the squirrels in the tree, and the little animals hopped and skipped away. Luna peeked out of the tree and looked up, then stretched out and sat down in front of the campfire. Hilaya then turned her attention to Narima. The chocolate cake had been nestled next to Ryan since the beginning, making it hard to miss. Are you and this dark elf partners? Ryan nodded, cradling the petite Narima in his arms and gently kneading her. That's right. This dark elf won't attack you. Hilaya blinked, her expression unusually serious. I've seen dark elves come out of the ground before. They're ferocious and terrifying, destroying trees and slaughtering animals. Upon hearing this, Narima seemed somewhat embarrassed. She mumbled softly, I'm sorry. Ryan pointed to Narima in his arms and said seriously, she is different from other dark elves. She is special. She didn't speak. She gently swung her legs, then quickly got up and walked into the dark woods. Ryan quickly called out to her, Where are you going? Go home. I'll come find you later. Hilaya turned around and glanced at Ryan with her hands behind her back, then transformed into a cute little deer and skipped away into the depths of the forest. Lilith suddenly remarked from the side, We've gained another sister. The master is really wicked. He doesn't forget to look for women even when he comes here. And he doesn't even spare such a cute child. You two stop accusing me. I just think she's cute, Ryan said seriously. Right, Ellie? You have to believe me. Ellie was reading a spell book by the light of the fire. She simply nodded and didn't reply to Ryan. Maeve pouted and muttered, I bet you just want to change of pace. Ryan shrugged. He was already used to Maeve's slander. Just then, Ryan heard the sound of branches scraping against each other. He looked toward the source of the sound, and just then saw Velastra emerge from the woods. Ellie put the book down and immediately became alert. Velast raised her hand with a smile. Wow. Calm down, cutie. I'm not a bad person. Where did you go yesterday? I couldn't see anyone. Ryan picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Velast deliberately sat down next to Ellie, looking relaxed. I just wandered around in the forest and even went underground. Seeing Ellie begin to breathe, Velas nodded with satisfaction. Underground? Ryan mumbled. There's a dark elf city beneath this forest, Velast explained. Ryan had heard a little about this. He had heard Nerimar mention it once before, and he was quite curious about what the dark elf cities looked like. What? You want to go too? Velast narrowed her eyes, a smile on her face. Yes. Ryan nodded. This is where Nerima grew up. Maybe she's homesick and can come back for a visit. Velastra crossed her legs, her long, slender tail swaying gently behind her. There's a cave entrance nearby. I can go down with you. Maeve warned from the side. Master, be careful she doesn't trick us into going down there and eating us. Velas reached out and ruffled her hair. You can rest assured, the devil doesn't eat people. So, do you want to go back and take a look? Ryan ruffled Narima's hair. The chocolate cake first glanced at Velast, then its gaze fell on Ryan. She hesitated. What's wrong? I'm going to be killed, Narima muttered. Ryan looked at Velast, and their eyes met. The succubus immediately understood and waved her hand. That girl will protect you. After all, she promised me, right? Velast nodded. Yes, although I was reluctant, I did agree. See, what about the commission? Nerima asked cautiously. There's plenty of time. No need to rush. Ryan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. The next morning, Ryan followed Velast to a small hillside where they found a passage leading to the underground. The tunnel is circular, and it's obvious that the burrowing worms used their heads to create it. Several male elven guards sat on tree branches nearby, but they merely watched and did not stop Ryan and his companions from entering the underground. About how far? Ryan entered the passage, and a damp, earthy smell hit him. Not far, about half a day's journey, Velast replied, having transformed into a dark elf. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Narima also used magic to disguise the others as dark elves. Leon took out a mirror and examined himself in the dim firelight. Dark brown skin, snow-white hair, and pointed ears. This magic is truly amazing. Am I handsome? Yes, if a woman whistles at you. Just ignore her. Nerima nodded. She got up especially early today and even changed into a clean and pretty outfit before leaving. Even though Maeve has become a dark elf, she's still as sleazy as ever. The greedy girl kept whispering in Ryan's ear, "Master, when we get down there, if there's anything delicious, you must buy some to try. Otherwise, once we leave the Dark Elf City, we won't be able to eat it anymore." Ryan glanced at her, then fell into thought. What's wrong with this girl? Her IQ jumps a whole level whenever food is involved. The abacus beads were practically hitting Ryan's face. I understand. I'll buy it if conditions allow. Ryan nodded. He nudged Narima beside him. Do the Dark Elves have anything good to eat? Narima scratched his head and muttered under his breath, "Roasted bats, dried lizards, dried rats. You humans probably wouldn't be used to these." Chapter 92, Let Me See Your Koan. Maeve had initially been somewhat looking forward to the Dark Elves' food, but Narima's casual remark immediately dampened her appetite. Maeve deflated, muttering, "Roasted lizard, just hearing about it sound a bit." Ryan pinched Maeve's ear and said seriously, "We must respect the food culture of other races. After all, there's no sunlight underground, so it's normal for Dark Elves to catch bats and gather mushrooms to eat." Lilith chimed in. "What's wrong with that? When there's nothing else to eat, this is already considered pretty good food." Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at Lilith. Could there be another expert among them? Lilith continued, "I've eaten not only bats and lizards, but also all sorts of insects. As long as they're cooked, they're all pretty tasty. What I hate most is eating it raw. You can feel the insect legs wriggling around in your mouth, and after you bite into it, there's a fishy and bitter taste." Lilith continued her incessant chatter, while Maeve frowned as she listened. "You don't need to go into so much detail. It's making me feel nauseous." Ryan looked at Ellie and Luna and shook his head. "You two trained in survival skills on the island?" "We weren't trained on the island. Those slave traders dumped us in the desert on the east side of the mainland and made us survive there for a month. Back then, I ate whatever I could find to survive, even scorpions." Velis listened with great interest and then commented, "Humans are really interesting." The group walked and talked, and there was only one way down the narrow passage to the underground. According to Velast, if they keep going down like this, they will eventually reach the underground city. Not long after, Narima suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Master, let's speak Earth's language from now on. Speaking your language might attract attention." "Okay." Ryan turned around and caught Maeve's lips, signaling her not to speak. Velastra smiled to herself, completely ignoring Narima's words. After walking a little further, Ryan noticed that there were more glowing mushrooms in the passage. Even if they extinguished the flames in their hands, it would no longer stop them from continuing to move forward. "Hey, Master, these mushrooms are huge. Can we eat them?" Maeve licked her lips, seemingly a little hungry. "Didn't we say this when we came to Naramar underground? These mushrooms are poisonous. One bite can kill you." Maeve gazed at the juicy mushrooms and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Really? I forgot. Yes, Maeve, you big glutton." Ryan wanted to pinch her ear, but after being disguised by Narima, his ear was nowhere to be found. When he reached for the original spot, he only touched air. At that moment, the voice of a dark elf came from directly ahead on the road. Ryan quickly covered Maeve's mouth and winked at the others. 4 dark elf soldiers emerged from the darkness, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was of higher status. She rode a large spider, and a dark gray cloak hung from the back of her leather armor. She was surprised, seemingly not expecting to encounter other dark elves on this path. Velis smiled gently, then raised her hand to greet them, but did not speak. The dark elves did not question Ryan and his companions. The two groups simply passed each other. Naramar's disguise magic is truly amazing. The group looks exactly like native dark elves. "Let's keep going," Ryan said in a low voice, turning back to the group. After walking a while longer, the passage became wider and wider. Ryan hadn't even left the passage yet when he already saw a corner of the underground city. The houses, piled up densely together, formed a small mountain, which from a distance looked like a beehive full of holes. As Ryan stepped out of the passage, his view became increasingly expansive. The city was much larger than he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, there were densely packed houses. The roads here are also very wide, enough to accommodate about 10 carriages at the same time, and at the end stands a magnificent milky white palace. Ryan muttered to himself, "This is much bigger than Calydorn." Ellie and Luna were probably visiting for the first time as well, their heads held high as they looked around in amazement. After I finish work, I'm going to the tavern for a drink. I can't get through these tough days without alcohol. Don't oversleep, or Oathmaster Veza will whip your bottom. Several dark dwarves carrying pickaxes passed by Ryan, who stared at them lost in thought. Across the street, there seemed to be a market, and Ryan saw several green goblins busy at the stalls. Some mushroom-covered mushroom people were carrying a giant lizard, which would most likely be their future food. I thought this dungeon was only inhabited by you dark elves, but I didn't expect there to be so many different kinds. Ryan turned and glanced at Narima. The chocolate cake's expression was complex, a mix of happiness and sadness. Dark elves are the most numerous, but dwarves, goblins, minotaurs, and murlocs are also plentiful. She gripped Ryan's hand tightly and mustered her courage to say, "Master, let's go to the tavern and get something to eat. It's been so long since we've had a decent meal." "Wait, do you have money?" "Money." Narima blinked. "Yeah, money. Or, do you mean the tree coins of Calydorn can be used underground too?" Ryan asked, puzzled. The currency of the dark elves should be different from that of humans. Narima blushed, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I had no money, and it was confiscated when I was banished." "I'm so sorry, Master." Ryan turned to look at Velast, hoping that the guy could lend a hand at a crucial moment. "What are you doing?" Velastra asked with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. "Lend me some money to buy something to eat." Velas feigned shock and asked Ryan, "What? You need to pay for food? I usually just get up and leave after I finish eating." Ryan sighed. This succubus was truly a godlike being. Narima suddenly remembered something. She tugged at Ryan's sleeve and said, "Oh, right, Master. There are currency merchants in the tavern. You might be able to exchange some money with them, but I heard it's not a good deal." Ryan shrugged dismissively. "Money is just an external thing. We're money to spend it. If I lose money, I can earn more." Although he doesn't have much money in his pocket right now, it's enough for him to have a few decent meals. As a gourmet from another world, he must take Maeve to taste the saltiness today. "Lead the way, this is my first time here." "Yes, yes." Narima nodded emphatically. As the crowd crossed the street, Ryan suddenly heard some rather lewd whistles. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw a female dark elf wearing crop top. The guy said in a nonchalant tone, "Not bad looking. Let me see your chicken." Chapter 93, Dark Elf Cuisine. This is truly a reversal of the natural order. On his way to the tavern with Narum, Lion was often harassed by passing dark elves. Although he wasn't panicked at all despite having a gun, he felt strange being constantly stared at by a group of hungry dark elves. From this perspective, the gentle and polite Narima are indeed a gem among the dark elves. "Master, don't pay attention to them. They're all bad people. I will protect you," Narima muttered timidly, looking like a helpless wife. Ryan's lips curled up slightly as he stroked Narima's long hair and couldn't help but say, "My dear wife, you're so cute." Then Ryan saw a row of streetwalkers in the alley. Their races are diverse, including both men and women. Dark elves are mostly male, while lizard men or black dwarves are usually female. When Maeve saw that Ryan's gaze was fixed on the black dwarves, she widened her eyes in fright. "Master, are you really hungry? You won't even let these go." These female dwarves were all cube-shaped ladies with elephant legs, barrel waists, and particularly broad shoulders. Ryan wasn't interested in them. He was just curious about these aliens. "Stop slandering me. I was just looking." Ryan touched Maeve's head, finally managing to catch her hidden ears. "When can you let me eat something so I won't be hungry anymore?" "I was wrong, Master. I was wrong." Maeve immediately began to beg for mercy when she saw that things were not going well. Just as the two were playfully bickering, Narima had already led Lion and his group to the tavern entrance. "We're here." She turned back to Ryan from the tavern entrance and said this, then quickly went inside. This tavern is located in a busy alley. The tavern owner is a rather strong-looking red lizard man who is carefully wiping the empty wine glasses that have just been brought out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Ryan and his group enter, he promptly asked Luna, "What would you like to eat?" Dark elves are all women who run the household, and Luna is the tallest of all the women, so she was naturally regarded as the head of the family. But she couldn't understand the Earth's whispers. When the lizard man boss spoke to her, she would just stare blankly. Ryan patted Narima on the shoulder, gesturing for her to order some food. He then walked toward a goblin sitting in the corner. The guy was counting money. He had small glasses clipped to his nose and looked quite refined, unlike the previous barbaric goblins who only knew how to shout. Seeing a furry bear goblin henchman standing behind him, Ryan thought that this was probably the currency merchant that Nerma had mentioned. Before Ryan could even sit down, the goblin spoke up. "What money do you have?" Ryan took out a money pouch from his waist and placed it on the table. The money merchant opened the money bag and glanced at it. With his extensive knowledge, he casually remarked, "Golden tree coins from the kingdom of Alithia? How much do you want to exchange?" "How much can I exchange?" 4 gold coins, and some silver and copper coins can only be exchanged for this much at most. The money merchant first grabbed a handful of silver coins, counted them carefully, and then pushed the money to Ryan. This pile of silver coins, roughly calculated, amounted to more than 100. Just then, Nerima walked over and peeked at the table. Ryan looked at her and said, "4 Erithian gold coins can be exchanged for this money. Do you want to exchange it?" Nerima understood what Ryan meant. She counted on her fingers and then nodded quickly. Ryan exchanged the money and then led everyone to sit down at an empty table. Seeing that there weren't enough chairs, Nerima pulled 2 more from the side. Ryan counted the money. There were a total of 120 silver coins, all of which were round and had a spider pattern printed on them. Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked Nerima, "We didn't get ripped off, did we? 4 gold coins are worth 128 silver coins on the ground." "I'm not really sure either. I've never heard of it before. I just heard my older brother and sister say that there are currency merchants in the tavern who can exchange money," Nerima muttered softly, seemingly a little guilty. She didn't know that either. "How much did this meal cost?" 7 people and 15 silver coins. "How much does it usually cost to find a hotel to rest for the night here?" I've never lived outside, so I'm not really sure." Nerima scratched her head and continued. "It seems to be a few silver coins." Good heavens, she knows absolutely nothing about Nerima. She turned out to be a noble lady who was detached from worldly affairs. Ryan sighed. "If I get ripped off, I guess I'll just accept it. It's my first time here, so I don't have much experience. I'll just consider it a learning experience." Before long, the food that Nerima ordered was served to the table one by the lizard man owner. First came 7 servings of mushroom soup, followed by some chilled, delicious beer with a malty aroma. Next came a plate of dry, roasted lizards and 2 roasted snakes curled up together. For some reason, even a glutton like Maeve was at a loss when faced with the culinary disaster in front of her. Finally, she lowered her head and ate the bowl of perfectly normal mushroom soup, while secretly observing Ryan's every move. But soon she scooped half a dead bat out of the bowl. "What? You're going to use me as a test subject?" Ryan suspected that Maeve wasn't stupid at all, but that all her intelligence was focused on other things. In contrast, Luna is consistently foolish. Except when she is decisive in battle, she is always a step behind others. Maeve placed the bat into the Nerima bowl, then explained in a serious tone, "No, I just don't know how to eat this, so I'm observing you first." Ryan sighed, then picked up a hard, roasted lizard from the plate. He imitated Nerima, biting off its head before carefully savoring the food. At first, his expression was somewhat ferocious, but the more he chewed the roasted lizard, the more delicious it became. The roasted lizard has a strong spice flavor, which is a bit pungent at first, but after you get used to it, it feels like you're chewing spiced beef jerky, except you have to spit out the bones. It tastes good. You should try it too. Ellie and Lilith simultaneously put the roasted lizard into their mouths and chewed it. One of them has a strong bite, and the other is used to swallowing directly, so they basically don't need to spit out the bones. "Is it good? Then I'll try some too." Maeve lowered her head and started eating, and it was easy to tell from her expression that she really liked it. Although the roasted lizard looked rather exotic, it tasted far better than the cured meat at Evelyn's tavern, so it's no wonder she liked it. Seeing that everyone seemed to be enjoying their meal, Nerima smiled with satisfaction. Little did she know that 2 dark elves were observing her from the side before leaving the tavern one after the other. Chapter 94 Nerima is number 1. Wow, dark elf food is really delicious. It looks a bit strange, but it tastes quite good. Maeve licked her lips, looking very excited. The last didn't seem to like the food, giving all her food to Maeve, and she spent the rest of the time looking around in her seat. Maeve licked her lips and continued, "Especially those bats. At first, I was afraid to eat them, but they were so tender and fragrant. The meat on the bones fell right off with a suck. They were so tender and fragrant, even better than stewed chicken. Ryan covered Maeve's mouth, signaling her to speak a little quieter. She chattered away the whole way, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Of the group, only Narima was a dark elf, but she was an undocumented person who had been expelled and was theoretically prohibited from entering the city. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he felt it was better to keep a low profile. Seeing that Maeve had shut her mouth, Ryan continued, "Narima, where is your home?" Narima looked around and then shook her head. "You can't see in the alley, but you can see it when you get to the street." On the street, Ryan turned and walked into the street, then turned back to Narima and asked where. Narima pointed to the milky white palace at the end of the road. "I used to live there." "Really?" "It's true. Our family name is Synesa, and the city is also called Synesa. My mother is the matriarch of our family, and she governs this city. In your human terms, before I was banished, I should be considered royalty." "Do a lot of people here know you?" Ryan patted her head. "No. I don't usually go out unless my older siblings take me," Narima replied honestly. Maeve asked suspiciously, "What are you two chattering about? Did you secretly hurl insults at me?" "Narima is considered royalty." "Really? That's awesome. The royal family will never have to worry about food." Maeve nodded, looking quite envious. Ryan yawned. He didn't know what time it was outside, but he felt sleepy after eating. "Narima, what do you usually tell time underground?" "Distinguished time?" Narima scratched her head, then pointed to the glowing mushrooms that were everywhere. "These bluish-green fungi look slightly eerie. These mushrooms will darken over time, and when they lighten again, a day has passed." Narima squatted down in front of a mushroom and began to examine it closely. "It should be dark outside now, because this mushroom is very bright. But I don't know. Are you really a dark elf?" Ryan bent down and ruffled Narima's hair. "I am, but I don't go out much." Velastra suddenly teased from the side. "Haha, how could you not know if she's a dark elf? Aren't you always exploring?" Ryan rolled his eyes at her. "Look at you, you're so vulgar. We love each other so much, but it all sounds so awful in your mouth." He gently rubbed Narima's cheeks, then continued. "So, are there any hotels nearby where I can stay? I like to get some rest." Narima nodded vigorously. "I think there's one. I'll lead the way." She led everyone back into the alley. The inn was diagonally opposite the tavern. It looked rather shabby, and the owner was a short, dark-skinned woman with her hair tied up. Ryan rented a double room for 2 silver coins. There were still 3 beds, and the rest of the people slept on the floor. Ryan lay in bed, contemplating life. Narima huddled beside him, her eyes looking rather strange. Although she didn't say anything, she kept deliberately rubbing against Ryan with her calf. "You little glutton, you can't hold back anymore." Ryan rolled over and kissed Narima. He didn't dare to pull out his gun and shoot her under these circumstances. Narima responded in a coquettish tone, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I never expected her to be so obsessed with this kind of thing, even more greedy than Ellie. The kitten would at most whine and ask Ryan to rub its ears a little more. It almost never asked to do such a thing on its own initiative. In contrast, Narima would give Lion a barrage of suggestive remarks whenever she had the chance. Maeve sat on the mat, blushing. "Here we go again. Can't you guys hold back for a second? I'm still here." Velastra sat back in her chair with her legs crossed, and she bluntly called out Maeve. "I think your desires seem to be quite inflated as well." "Stop talking nonsense." Maeve yelled at Velast, but she seemed a little unsure of herself. Velastra's lips curled up slightly as she continued. "You should know I'm a succubus, right? I can see not only people's souls, but also their desires." At this point, she began to indiscriminately comment on everyone. "The most honest one among you is that tomboy, followed by Lilith, and then Ellie. That dark elf is utterly lustful. He's the most lecherous of you all." Ellie rolled her eyes and ignored her. Ryan poked Narima's cheek and asked with a mischievous grin, "Really? You look so honest. What's going on in your head?" Narima explained in a low voice, I've never been with a man before, so I'm a little susceptible to temptation. I'm sorry. I will change this bad habit." "No need. You're perfect as you are to me." Ryan nodded in satisfaction. He just loved Narima's adorable, submissive nature. Velastra suddenly looked at Maeve with a smile. "Do you know who the second color is?" Maeve's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked away. That must be Ryan. Second is you. You're just as good as that dark elf. You've endured so much. It must have been tough. If you sell your soul to me, I'll let you have a complete release. Maeve's face turned as red as an apple. She lay on the ground, cursing. Get out. That damn devil is tempting me to fall again. After saying all that, what about Ryan? Where does he rank? The last narrowed her eyes, then smiled and said, It's a secret. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Why pretend? I'm too lazy to expose you. Ryan curled his lip. He was an extraterrestrial demon protected by a system. Velas seemed annoyed by what Ryan said, and she replied with a cold laugh. For what I've observed, his lust is definitely greater than yours. He is the #1 succubus in this world. You succubus, how dare you talk about others? I think you're the one who's guilty. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were arguing, a sudden banging came from outside the door. Chapter 95, Troublesome Matters. Lilith flicked her long, thin tongue and looked at the banging door, saying, Master, there are dark elves all outside the door. We are surrounded. Ellie got up, opened the window, poked her head out to look downstairs, and then shook her head. The alley is full of them too, and there are 2 burrowing worms blocking the alley entrance. Should we fight our way out? The last was swinging her legs to the side, seemingly quite happy. This guy just loves watching the excitement. Ryan pulled up his pants and calmly went to open the door. No rush. Let's see how things go first. The last is in the room. What can these dark elves do? Wait, let me turn you into dark elves first. Ryan waved his hand. No need. Since they've come to our door, they're definitely here to arrest you. There's no need to make things so complicated. Ellie concealed the dagger behind her back and silently followed Ryan. When the door opened, Ryan saw that the room was filled with female dark elves, all of them with white hair, red eyes, and dark skin. He spotted Viz San in the line immediately. She was at the very back. The moment their eyes met, she lowered her head guiltily. The next second, the leading female dark elf raised her hand and grabbed at Ryan's collar. But Ellie was faster and stronger. She quickly pulled the dark elf in her arms, knocked her unconscious with a punch, and then held her hostage with a dagger. If she dares to take a step forward, I'll slit her throat. Her movements were so practiced, but the dark elves couldn't understand the common language of the continent and didn't know what Ellie was saying. Seeing this, the other dark elves drew their weapons, their blood-red eyes fixed on Ellie. Put down your weapons. Ryan raised his hand and replied in the Earth's language. We're just tourists and don't want any trouble. How about we go our separate ways? Narima ran over too, clutching Lane's clothes tightly. Master! The other dark elves stared wide-eyed at Narima. One female dark elf widened her eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, It really is you. You piece of trash. You've brought shame to the family, and you still dare to come back. Narima lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, offering no rebuttal. I'm sorry, I just wanted to come back and take one last look. The female dark elf said viciously, Shut up. You have no right to come back. Ryan looked her over, then whispered to Narima, Is this also your sister? Narima nodded. Ryan narrowed his eyes and continued, These people, they wouldn't all be your sister, would they? There were at least a dozen dark elves blocking the stairwell. The Narima clan was quite large. The female dark elf in front of him made no attempt to hide her disgust. What a disgrace. So what if Narima didn't pass the adulthood trial? Do you have to be so harsh on her? Lion gently pinched Narima's cheek and said seriously, Look, isn't she quite cute? And who are you? She frowned slightly and looked Ryan up and down. She has brought shame to the family in front of so many people. This is simply unforgivable. And who are you? Ryan repeated, mimicking her impatient tone. She frowned slightly, glancing at Lilith and Luna behind Ryan, Seraphia, Sinesa. I am Lane of Kaeldorn, and also the husband of Narima. A hint of disgust flashed in Seraphina's eyes. Well, Narima, after being banished you actually found human partner. How could you do that? He loves me so much. I love him too, Narima said, her voice rising slightly as she became a little anxious. Shut up. Seraphina glared at her, then said to Ellie, If you release her and leave Narima here, I'll let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, I don't want to cause trouble, but I won't leave Nerima here either. You let us go, and we'll let her go. With the situation at a stalemate, several dark elves drew their daggers, ready to fight at any moment. The last watched from the sidelines, seemingly anticipating a fight between Ryan and the dark elves. The room was small, and although there were many people on the other side, they all seemed to be grunts. If a fight broke out, Ellie and her group might not be at a disadvantage, especially with Velast there to cover for them. Verast, get them all out of the way, Ryan shouted. The succubus sighed, her smile vanished, and she looked completely dejected. She reluctantly walked over to Ryan and muttered, "Boring. I want to see rivers of blood." The next second, the dark elves seemed to see something indescribable. They were startled at first, then their eyes gradually became blank, and finally, like puppets on strings, they turned around and obediently walked downstairs. "What did you do to them?" Nerima looked up slightly at Velast. The succubus's lips curled slightly upwards. She seemed to find Nerima amusing. "They treat you like this, and you're still worried about their safety?" Nerima muttered, "My sisters loved me a lot when I was little." "How pathetic." Velast shook her head with a smile, then continued, "I let them do what they were supposed to do." Ryan walked to the window and peered downstairs. The alley was completely blocked, but the dark elf named Seraphina said something to the other dark elves, then mounted the burrowing worm and quickly left the alley. Ryan exclaimed, "They've all left." "Velast, what kind of magic is that?" "It's amazing. I want to learn it too. I wonder if they'll come back to cause trouble for Nerima once they've regained their senses." "Telling you won't help. You won't learn it." Velast sat back down at the table, her legs still crossed. Ellie pointed to the unconscious dark elf in her arms and asked Ryan, "Master, what should we do with this guy? Kill him or let him go?" Before Ryan could speak, Nerima said anxiously, "Let it go, she's my aunt." "Your aunt?" Ryan leaned closer to the dark elf for a closer look. "She doesn't look very old, only in her early 30s, which could be considered a mature woman." "Tie him up. We'll talk about it later." Ellie took out a rope and quickly tied the guy up like a crab, then casually tossed him into a corner. "Master, what should we do next? Should we go back?" Ellie continued to ask. Ryan glanced at Velast, then yawned listlessly. "It's come to this. Let's go to sleep. With Velast around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ellie, Nerima, come tuck me into your arms. I'm so sleepy. Let's take a nap." Chapter 96, The Punishment for Insolence. Ryan didn't know how long he had slept. He was awakened by the dark elf shouts and curses. Nerima's aunt had woken up and was sitting on the ground, cursing at Nerima. "You piece of trash! How dare you come back? If I had known this would happen, I should have strangled you when you were little," she cursed. Maeve rolled over and covered the wolf's ears, choosing to continue sleeping. Nerima didn't seem to be asleep. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, obediently taking the beating. Ellie yawned. She didn't seem to have slept well either. Lilith shook her fist and asked Ryan, "Master, should we let her sleep a little longer?" Ryan waved his hand. He was thinking of using command spells to torture this guy and see if he could make him sick. He yawned and walked towards him, casually mocking. "You're a prisoner now, and you're still so arrogant. What's your name?" "Calisanassa," she said proudly, raising her head. "You'll be begging for mercy then." She was the one who led the team that came to capture Nerima. She was wearing fine black leather armor and had a beautiful cloak, clearly indicating that she held a high position among the dark elves. Seeing her so arrogant, Ryan gradually lost his patience. "This is too outrageous, Lilith Luna. You two spread her legs apart. I'm going to teach her a lesson." The female dark elf couldn't understand Ryan's words until the two men pried her legs apart, at which point she realized something and her expression changed. She stared intently at Ryan, looking as if she would rather die than submit. Nerima quickly grabbed Ryan's leg and began begging for mercy. "Master doesn't want you. Please let her go." Her eyes widened when she heard Nerima's words. "Master, you have a noble blood of Synesa flowing through your veins, yet you call a human master? I will kill you with my own hands." The last chuckled and said dismissively, "What is Synesa? Is she that powerful? I've never heard of her before." "You lowly creature are not worthy to know Synasha's name." Velastra wasn't angry. She swaggered toward Kale, revealing her true form with a smile. "If I wanted, I could wipe out this city completely. leaving your family with only one dark elf, Naramar. Although Ellie had spent several days with Velastra, she was still terrified the moment she saw her turn back into a demon. Kaylee wasn't in much better shape. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her breathing became rapid. You're a devil. Be thankful you're still alive, because I'm in a good mood today. Velas transformed back into human form, sat back in her chair, and comfortably crossed her legs. Kareem glared at Narima, her voice no longer carrying the confidence she had before. You actually colluded with the devil. I didn't. She's my master's devil. Narima waved her hand forcefully, then hid behind Lion. Kaylee glared at Ryan, still looking menacing. Ryan pulled Narima close and kissed her forehead. Narima doesn't need to be particularly strong, because I will protect her from now on. Narima blinked, her eyes filled with affection, and said, Thank you, master. Maeve slowly sat up, looking at Ryan with a strange expression, then muttered, Here we go again. Tisich, only a piece of trash would rely on a man. No matter what, Narima is a disgrace to the family, and she should be ashamed of herself. Kale continued to curse, but with Velast sitting next to her, her tone was not as harsh as before. Narima lowered her head and seemed somewhat disappointed when she heard her aunt say that. It's clear that despite being expelled, she still longs for the family's approval. Ryan didn't know why he had such a deep obsession with Narima. How can I gain recognition for Narima? Acknowledge her? At this point, the only way she can prove her courage is by dying. By committing suicide in front of everyone, she can prove herself. Ryan frowned. What was this guy talking about? He glanced back at Narima, had her use a disguise spell, and then told everyone to get dressed and wait outside. Master, what do you want to do? Maeve asked in a low voice, looking at Ryan. She had transformed back into her dark elf form. Don't ask me that. Just pack your things and get out of here. I have my own plans. Ryan waved his hand, intending to give this woman who had spoken rudely to his wife a good thrashing. After everyone left the house, Ryan looked down at Kaylee and gave her a meaningful smile. He recited the same incantation dozens of times before finally leaving the room, satisfied. As soon as they stepped outside, Narima grabbed Ryan's arm tightly, seemingly worried. It's nothing, I just taught her a lesson. She'll just feel a little uncomfortable. She won't die. Ryan couldn't help but smile. Narima asked indirectly, Didn't you do anything else? Maeve pretended not to care, but she had already perked up her ears. If it weren't for the obviousness of sniffing directly, she would have just used her nose. What are you thinking? I'm not interested in old women. Ryan shrugged. Maeve seized the opportunity and spoke up. What about Myra's mother? Don't you like her too? How can that be the same? Evelyn is a young married woman in her late 20s, while her Aunt Narima is practically a mature woman who knows how many hundreds of years old she is. Narima lowered her head, picking at her fingers as she muttered, I'm afraid you'll fall for my aunt and won't like me anymore. Ryan was speechless. So that's why she intervened earlier? You can rest assured, I prefer someone as young and tender as you. Narima nodded emphatically. Yes, I understand. I won't worry anymore. Once downstairs, Velast asked, somewhat bored. So what are you going to do next? If there's nothing particularly important, I'm leaving. No, I don't feel safe without you by my side. Ryan grabbed Velast's hand. Outside, she can go wherever she wants, and Ryan will never interfere. But underground, Velast must be by his side at all times. After all, she had just humiliated a dark elf. Vila sighed and urged, Then hurry up and do what you need to do. It's getting a bit boring around you. Ryan turned to look at Ellie and Lilith. They both spoke almost simultaneously. What? Ryan smiled broadly. I'm thinking of going to the slave market here. Maybe I can buy you another sister. Chapter 97, The Unruly Mermaid Girl. Lane followed Narima as he wandered through the market, searching for slave traders. It must be said that the dark elf cities, at least in terms of sanitation, are far superior to those of Caledon. Not only are the streets spotless, but there's also very little litter in front of stalls. Everyone here seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness, making sure their surroundings are spotless. In contrast, in Caledon, Ryan often sees people urinating and defecating indiscriminately. The streets reek of urine and feces, and if you accidentally slip and fall on a rainy day, you'll be covered in excrement. Ryan could tolerate seeing someone urinate, but seeing someone walking their bird and pooping in the street made him feel both disgusted and helpless. Your city is so clean. To be honest, I really like it here. Ryan patted Narima's head and praised softly. Narima nodded, then explained to Lion, yes, littering and getting caught by the guards will result in punishment. Women will be tied to pillars and whipped, and men will be castrated. No wonder it's so clean, Ryan remarked. The Dark Elves are truly a fierce bunch. Littering will get you sterilized. Soon, Narima found a slave trader in the market. He was a brown lizard man, tall and slender, whose gender was indiscernible. Beside him was a stone cage, where 20 or 30 slaves were crammed together like poultry, yet the surroundings were still very clean. Seeing Ryan observing in front of the cage, he casually asked, "Want to buy slaves? These are all very cheap. The most expensive is no more than 100 silver coins." It was a somewhat rough male voice, and Ryan thought it was a woman. After having a meal and finding an inn to rest, Ryan happened to have only 100 silver coins left. To be honest, Dark Elves' money doesn't last long. A meal costs more than 10 silver coins, and a night at an ordinary inn costs 2 silver coins. You go about your business, I'll just take a look around. Ryan walked up to the cages and circled them, examining each one. Although there are only 20 or 30 slaves, there are more than 10 different kinds of them. Black dwarves, lizard men, beast men, goblins, and even an elf. The most common type is the black dwarf, which takes up nearly half of the space. Ryan also saw a human sitting in a corner with his head drooping, and he didn't know how he had been captured and brought there. To be honest, these slaves weren't in good spirits, and Ryan wasn't very satisfied with them. After much deliberation, he decided to use the identification system directly for selection. Assessment complete. A total of 28 slaves, including 23 with common talents, for with good talents, none with rare talents, 1 with epic talents, and none with legendary talents. Slaves with epic level talents? Where are they? In Ryan's line of sight, a girl with long blue hair was marked by the system. Then, detailed data was presented to us one by one. Name, Naraya. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, beast-like, fish-like. Current status, hunger, minor injuries. Talent details. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Intelligence, B. Perception, A. Luck, C. Overall quality, epic. Current favorability level, level 1. Perhaps sensing Ryan's gaze, the beast human named Naria slightly raised her head, and the two met eyes. Her eyes were fierce, as if she wished she could tear Ryan to pieces. Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself, "Interesting. Now he likes girls who seem rebellious. I want this guy." Ryan pointed at her. Seeing this, the slave trader opened the cage and let Naria out. The guy had no clothes on his upper body, with strips of cloth wrapped around his chest, while he was wearing pants on his lower body. She has a pretty face, but she looks a bit fierce. She has a slender figure, and her breasts are not very large, about the size of 2 apples. Ryan began to examine her closely, noticing the numerous wounds on her back, her skin torn and bleeding from the whipping. In addition, this guy has a blue fishtail hanging down from his butt, and the row of translucent dorsal fins on his spine are somewhat damaged for being whipped. I wonder if they can ever heal properly. Maeve watched from the side, frowning as if she felt sorry for her. "How did you manage to beat her like this?" Ryan asked the slave trader. It's obvious that this guy gets whipped around like a spinning top all the time. The lizard man's slave trader scoffed. She deserved to be beaten. This girl is always trying to escape. She's lucky to be alive. Ryan couldn't help but interrupt. How much did she cost? 100 silver coins. The most expensive of them all is hers. I bought it from a human on the beach. Give me a discount. Look what you've done to her. There's not a single clean spot on her back. These guys are quite resilient. She'll be fully recovered in a month. The slave trader shrugged dismissively. 95 silver coins. That's the lowest I can offer. Ryan took 5 silver coins out of the bag and handed it over along with the bag. Now she's yours. With that, she suddenly pulled out something that looked like a conductor's baton from behind her and handed it to Ryan. She doesn't understand words, so you can only control her with this. What about the magical brand? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. The slave trader flicked his long, thin tail. Magic branding? I don't know how. Just use this stick to control her. We all use this. What if he tries to kill me in the middle of the night? Can't you just lock her out? Or are you going to sleep with her? That's right. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Nobody usually sleeps with beastmen anyway, the slave trader shrugged. These lizard men are like wild boars that can't stomach fine food. Can you make it cheaper? The lizard man clicked his tongue impatiently, took out 5 silver coins and handed them to Ryan, then waved him away. You're so troublesome. Take her and go. Ryan left the slave market satisfied. Having just woken up from a nap and feeling a bit hungry, Ryan happened to take his newly purchased slave to a nearby tavern for a meal. Maeve grinned from ear to ear. I can feel my stomach again. The last nodded, staring intently at Maeve, and remarked, what an adorable little puppy. Maeve pouted and muttered, you're the dog. She's recovered now and even dares to argue with Varist. Nerea looked at Maeve and whispered, you speak common? You're not dark elves. Yes, look how well we disguised ourselves. Maeve nodded, pointing at Ryan with a smile. Let me tell you, he's actually a good person. You're really lucky to have been bought by him. I used to struggle to even fill my stomach, but now I have meat with every meal. I'm so happy. Nerea looked at the happy Maeve without saying a word. Even after chapter 98, I wouldn't agree no matter how much I begged. Ordering food in Narima is the same old thing. Mushroom soup with a large plate of roasted lizard. This meal cost Ryan his last penny. Maeve looked down and rummaged through the bowl, finally muttering, where are the bats? Why aren't there any bats? Narima lowered her head and muttered sadly, I didn't have enough money, so I didn't order any. Okay, I actually quite like eating bats, Maeve said seriously, as she scooped up a large spoonful of mushrooms and put it in her mouth. Ellie and Lilith didn't pick and choose. While the two were still talking, they had already finished all the mushrooms in their bowls. Ryan also took a sip of the delicious mushroom soup, then looked up at Nerea and said, you should eat too. There's no need to glare at me like that. Nerea swallowed hard, then hugged the bowl and began to wolf down her food. Judging from her appearance, she probably hasn't eaten anything for a while. Velast pushed her bowl towards Ryan, and she always had a smile on her face. Aren't you going to eat? Velast shook her head, staring intently at Ryan. Demons don't need to eat. This sticky food looks like snot, and I don't like it at all. Fisk, if you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Why make it sound so disgusting? Maeve patted her ample bosom. Master, you definitely can't eat 2 bowls, but I can reluctantly help you. Before she could finish speaking, Ryan pushed a bowl of mushroom soup to Nerea. Maeve pouted, looking aggrieved. You used to give me food, but you don't like me anymore. Take care of the newbie. Do you really need another meal? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Nerea ate without any hesitation, finishing one bowl after another, seemingly starving. Maeve sighed, seemingly a little saddened. All right, then let her have it. After finishing her meal, Nerea let out a burp and stared at Ryan without saying a word. The system's voice suddenly appeared. Nerea's loyalty has increased. Current loyalty is 10%. 10%? With such low initial loyalty, this guy and Ellie are both exceptional talents. Previously, Ryan was afraid of being stabbed by Ellie, but now that he has made the reliable Ellie his wife, he is not afraid of Nerea at all. May I have your name? Nerea stared at Ryan without saying a word, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Lilith suddenly said, what? You have a problem with my master? He's a rare good man in the world. You should be grateful that you were able to buy him. I'm also a beast man. Before he bought me, I had heard many rumors and thought I would be tortured to death. But he never treated me like that. On the contrary, he was very gentle. Nerea glanced at Lilith and said coldly, traitor to the beastmen, this is nothing but a sugar-coated bullet for them. Then, she turned her gaze to Ryan. Cunning human. Ryan scratched his head, not taking it to heart. What you think of me is not important. In short, I will be your master from now on. But if you behave well, I will set you free in 5 years. At that time, it is up to you whether you stay or leave. You think I believe your nonsense? Nerea raised an eyebrow. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. If you work honestly, I'll let you go sooner. If you're not going to listen to reason, then I'll have to use force. Ryan waved the baton the slave trader had given him. Maeve raised her head and said seriously, what? There's such a thing? If I behave well, can I leave too? What? You want to leave too? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Maeve scratched her head. If I follow you, I'll get to eat meat, wear pretty clothes, and even have my own little room to sleep in. Only a fool would leave. Right, Ellie? Ellie suddenly took Ryan's arm, making her stance clear. You've all been domesticated by humans. Neria's face turned red with anger. Lilith continued, I don't care what you think, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. If you dare to do anything reckless, I will kill you without hesitation. You may be able to force me, but I will never yield, Neria said to Lilith. This guy definitely seems tough. No wonder the slave traders used him like a spinning top. Valastra's foot lightly brushed against Ryan's calf under the table as she chuckled. I can keep this beast man quiet, but only at a small price. What? All you need to do is make a wish. Never mind then. It's not worth using up my precious wish attempts. I'd like to spend more time with the beautiful Lady Velast. Velast seemed to see through Ryan's little scheme, and she replied with a smile. It's fine in dreams, but not in reality. I can't tolerate you putting something inside me. Why? That's part of a partner's job. Ryan narrowed his eyes. There's no reason why. Don't even think about it. Velast's tone became serious, but she still had a smile on her face. What's wrong with this succubus? She won't even let me chisel her. Ryan covered his nose in disgust. I don't eat seafood that smells of sulfur. Just then, Nerima poked Lion's mouth with the roasted lizard, reminding him, Master, if you don't eat soon, Maeve, that glutton, will eat it all. Ryan glanced at the lizard and noticed that she had already removed all the bones and bitten off its head. Nerima noticed Ryan's gaze and quickly put another untreated lizard into Ryan's bowl. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have handled it myself. No need to apologize, you handled it very well. I want to eat that one. Ryan pointed to the roasted lizard in the bowl in Nerima. As she handed over the bowl, she muttered under her breath, There's my saliva on it. So what? Let alone saliva. I've tasted other kinds of water too. Nerima lowered her head shyly and said nothing more. Maeve frowned as she listened and said disdainfully, Master, you're talking about Velast, but I think you're pretty much the same as her. Lilith cast an envious glance at Nerima, then her eyes darted around, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Just then, Ryan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was Ellie pinching his arm. The guy twisted it while pretending nothing was wrong. She tormented Ryan for quite a while before letting go of his hand. Ryan silently kept this grudge in mind, preparing to punish her severely when the opportunity arose. Seeing that Neria was still staring at him, Ryan casually said, What, you want it too? I can do things for you, but if you dare treat me like this, I'll take you down with me even if it costs me my life. Neria glared at Ryan. Don't worry, I'm allergic to seafood. Even if you beg me, I won't play with you. Ryan pouted. Chapter 99, The Special Attributes of Dark Elves. After Ryan had eaten and drunk his fill, he led everyone back to the passage leading to the surface. When we left the cave, the sun was shining brightly all around. After being in the darkness for so long, seeing the sun again made my eyes sting a little. Neria squinted and began to look around furtively, her furtive expression suggesting she wanted to escape. Ryan glanced down at her slender legs and casually said, Don't run away, or you'll be in big trouble if I catch you. Neria pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Maeve rubbed her eyes and chattered on the side. I wanted to run away back then, but he just beckoned me, and I came back. Looking back now, I'm so glad I didn't run away, otherwise I wouldn't be living such a good life now. Neria's disdain was undisguised. What a loyal dog of humans. Maeve glared angrily at Nelia, then turned around and gently shook her large tail. You're the dog, I'm the wolf, and I howl when the moon is full. Ryan looked at Maeve and couldn't help but smile. I've had her for so long since I bought her, and she hasn't barked loudly yet, but she often barks like a dog. Seeing that he was trying not to laugh, Maeve quickly covered his mouth. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. You won't even let me laugh? Ryan grabbed Maeve and slapped her twice on the bottom. Vela stretched and then leisurely walked into the depths of the woods. Where are you going again? Ryan released Maeve and turned to ask her retreating figure. Oh, you're so reluctant to let me go? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Velas glanced back at Ryan. Who's going to miss you? I need your help. Ryan pointed to the world tree soaring into the sky in the distance and continued. Could you pluck a leaf for me? If it were you, it should be easy for you, right? Although the little fairy, Helaya, has already agreed to Ryan's request, it would be best to have Velast as a backup, just in case. She stopped and smiled as she stepped back to Ryan's side. Is this your second wish? Ryan grabbed her arm. Of course not. We've known each other for so long. Can't you even offer a little help as a friend? What a heartless woman. No, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Velastra quickly pulled her hand away, and this time she walked into the forest without looking back. Ryan sighed and then looked at Nerea beside him. He noticed a wound on the guy's back. Nerima, please heal her. All right. Nerima walked behind Nerea and began chanting a spell. Soon, her bloody wound began to heal, eventually leaving a light-colored scar. It is estimated that in another 10 days or so, the scars on her body will completely disappear. Ryan also wants to learn this healing magic. Suppose I were to get sick someday. Could you cure me? Ryan asked casually. Nerima lowered her hand and looked up at Ryan. If it's just a minor illness, I can indeed cure you quickly, but if it's a very serious disease, doing this will only hasten your death. Why? That's how light therapy works. Whether you can survive it depends mainly on yourself. If a person is physically weak and can't even get through a headache or fever, using light therapy will only hasten their death. However, this situation is very rare. If what she says is true, then light therapy is not a cure-all, and it's not even as effective as people imagine. Ryan continued to follow the others toward the World Tree. After nearly 2 days of tinkering underground, it was time to get back to work. He was also thinking about going back to Evelyn as soon as possible so he could tease that vixen woman again. Whether it was his imagination or not, Ryan felt that Nerima was deliberately hanging around in front of him. That round, smooth bottom was wiggling back and forth. At first, it was all right. Ryan could barely suppress his inner impulses, but after a while, he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Finally, he casually slapped her. Smack! Nerima stopped in her tracks, blushing as she looked at Lion, seemingly embarrassed. She asked hesitantly, Master, is there something you need? No, I just want to tease you a little, Ryan said bluntly. Seeing you hanging around in front of me made me want to slap you. Ellie, who was walking at the front of the group, also stopped, glanced back at Ryan, but didn't say anything. Nerima clutched the hem of her clothes tightly and replied softly, Then go ahead and bully me. I won't fight back. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice appeared in her ear. Increased loyalty detected in Nerima. Current loyalty, 99%. Ryan narrowed his eyes, staring at Nerima, whose cheeks were flushed, lost in thought. Wow, this guy actually is a masochist. Looks like things are going to get interesting from here on out. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. She attacked Nerima whenever she had the chance along the way. The crisp sounds continued to ring out. During the lunch break, Maeve muttered, Master, why are you like this? You've been hitting Nerima the whole way. What did she do wrong? At this point, she suddenly became even more enthusiastic, putting her hands on her hips and continuing, You can't bully her like that. She's so cute. How could you bear to do that? Upon hearing this, Nerima immediately lowered her head, feeling utterly ashamed. Her voice was barely audible. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt, Maeve. Please stop talking. Lilith said while munching on black bread. Why do you care about others? Mind your own business. Nerima is clearly enjoying herself. Can't you see that? Maeve asked in confusion. What? Isn't it only when you do something wrong that you get a spanking? Why is Nerima enjoying it? Clearly, her tiny brain couldn't comprehend their flirting. Lilith continued munching on her black bread. No wonder that devil said your soul was pure and spotless. Never mind that. Go away. Ryan waved his hand, trying to shoo the bastard away. Maeve sat down next to Nerima and patted her twice, just like Ryan had done. Nerima clearly disliked it. She immediately stood up and moved away, asking somewhat unhappily, Why did you hit me? Look, she dodged it, Maeve said seriously. Lilith succinctly revealed the truth. It's a matter of people. If you let the master do it, she will definitely not dodge. On the contrary, she will enjoy it very much. Just you wait and see. This will be how they always are. Lion will bully Nerima every day, and Nerima will enjoy it. It's their little game. Ryan slowly narrowed his eyes. It has to be said that Lilith is quite shrewd. When I first bought her, I thought she was a quiet type like Ellie, but it turns out she seems to know a little bit about everything. She even knows things she shouldn't know. Chapter 100 The Punishment for Running Away. Ever since Lion slapped Nerimars, but the Dark Elf seems to have awakened some incredible switch. She didn't sleep that night, just snuggled up to Ryan and kept making strange requests. Spanking was too lenient. She also liked Ryan to pinch her thighs or bite her hard. The next morning, both of them looked listless, but Narima clearly had it all figured out. Even with dark circles under her eyes, she would still occasionally let out a silly grin. "What's wrong? You've been laughing since this morning," Ryan asked knowingly. Narima blushed and said shyly, "Master, I'm an idiot. I always mess things up for no reason. You can punish me any time you want, and I won't complain." Ryan slapped Narima's bottom. "You're such a little glutton." Naria watched the two of them from the side, her face flushed with embarrassment, looking both awkward and disgusted. "What? You want to join too?" Ryan invited him to team up. Without a second thought, Nilia refused outright. "I'd rather die than accept that." Ryan shrugged indifferently and continued walking forward with the group. The world tree was getting closer and closer to them, probably only 10 or 20 kilometers away. They might reach their destination by evening. Just then, Ellie suddenly said something to Luna, and the two switched places. Ellie deliberately slowed her pace and followed beside Ryan. She remained silent, and Ryan had no idea what she was up to. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Ellie remained silent. She gently took Ryan's arm and then pinched it lightly. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Ellie slightly eased her grip, turned her head to look at Ryan, and gave him a fierce look. Ryan coughed twice, then scratched his head. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Ellie looked away. Although she neither admitted nor denied it, Ryan knew that he must have guessed correctly. Ryan could barely contain his smirk as he brought up old grievances again. "Didn't you say before that you were only jealous of Lilith?" Upon hearing this, Ellie angrily pinched him again. Lilith had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and she spoke up decisively. "Master, you're too naive." Despite Ellie's height, she's still a child who craves attention. She'll definitely get jealous if you keep focusing all your attention on Narima. Ellie glared at Lilith fiercely, but didn't say anything. Clearly, she was somewhat annoyed after being exposed. Ryan thought about it carefully and realized that he had indeed neglected Ellie a bit these past 2 days. He needs to find some time to pet the cat today. Coincidentally, they passed by a shimmering forest lake. Maeve pleaded with Ryan, saying she wanted to eat there and then take a nap. "I really want to take a shower. I haven't showered for days, and I feel so uncomfortable." Maeve stretched. "A couple of days ago, when we were still underground, I told you to take a shower before you went to sleep, but you refused." Maeve lazily lay down on the mat and began to snore. "I was full and just wanted to sleep, so I didn't want to take a shower." Lilith crossed her arms and gazed at the lake, muttering to herself, "I wonder if there are any fish in the lake. I wish I could catch a few." As she was speaking, she suddenly looked at Ellie, and their eyes met. Lilith pointed to the lake. "Go down and catch a couple of fish. You're definitely good at that." If Ryan remembers correctly, the ancestors of cats seem to have lived in the desert, so they weren't good at catching fish. Cats have keen hearing. Their large, furry ears can detect the faintest sounds in the desert, helping them locate rodent prey. Cats are more active at night because their desert ancestors prefer to hunt at dawn and dusk to avoid the extreme heat of the day. As Ryan expected, Ellie refused without hesitation. "I don't like catching fish." Maeve, lying on her side, suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you afraid that the fish in the lake are also elves in disguise?" Ryan shook his head. To be honest, he didn't think the elves would want to soak in a cold lake. Moreover, he had heard that elves actually eat fish. Just then, Nilia suddenly volunteered. "I can catch fish, I can go down." Ryan narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He was so rebellious just a moment ago, but now he suddenly becomes so obedient. Ryan handed the dagger from his waist to Nilia, saying deliberately, "You can't go fishing without a tool." Nyria swallowed hard as she looked at the dagger, then took it with both hands. "Okay." She turned and walked towards the lake. When the water reached her waist, she plunged in head first, her fish tail splashing up a spray of water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A large fish leaped out of the water and landed on the muddy shore. Luna, quick-witted and agile, caught it and then used magic to create a stone base and hold it. Ryan peeked out. This fish is quite big. It looks like it weighs at least 10 pounds. Every now and then, fish would jump out of the water and fall onto the shore. It seemed that Nilia had chased them up from the bottom of the lake. But not long after, there was no movement at all on the water. Maeve scratched her head and muttered, "Did she drown? A fish-like being can drown?" Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at Ellie. He didn't seem to have seen Nerea peek out to breathe. Ellie shook her head decisively. "No, she can breathe directly underwater." As soon as she finished speaking, Nerea leaped out of the water and ran ashore. Of course, it's on the other side. The guy, soaking wet, plunged into the forest on the opposite bank, seemingly trying to escape. Lilith said seriously, "She's trying to run away. I'm not a fast swimmer, so let Ellie fly over and chase after her." Ryan shook his head and pulled out his baton from behind him. "There's no need for that." With just 2 light swings of the stick, Nilia stiffened as she walked out of the forest, finally plunging into the icy lake and obediently swimming back to Ryan's side. She glared at Ryan through gritted teeth. "How can you be as stupid as Maeve? Didn't you see this baton that the slave trader gave me? You have to come back obediently the moment I set my mind on something." "I'm not stupid. I just want to test if this thing would work." Maeve pouted and argued. Ryan, too lazy to expose Maeve, continued. She wanted to test the magical brand. "What do you want to test?" Nerea remained silent. Her clothes were soaked. Ryan sighed and said, feigning sadness, "Neri, I'm very disappointed in you. Look how much I trusted you. And how did you treat me? All right, now you can pry it open yourself. I don't want to control you anymore." Chapter 101, Using Chopsticks. "What are you doing?" A childish voice came from behind Ryan. Ryan slowly turned his head and found that the little elf, Salaya, was hiding behind a tree and peeking at him, her face full of doubt. At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Ryan put away his baton, then coughed twice and said seriously, "This girl is a slave I bought from underground. She tried to escape just now, and I was training her." Nerea let out a blood-curdling scream, clamping her legs together and yelling, "He wants to fuck me." Ryan glanced at her and retorted decisively, "Who are you accusing? Am I that abnormal? Besides, I'm allergic to seafood. I'd run away from this stinky, pickled fish like the plague." Nerea sat up quickly and glared fiercely at Ryan. It's clear that after this, she'll behave herself for a while, and at least she definitely won't run away again. Nerea stood up and quickly walked to the campfire, then sat down with her knees drawn up to her chest. She was clearly frightened. Ryan continued to ask the little elf, "Why are you here?" "I was just wondering how to find you." Halaya pointed to the squirrels in the tree and answered very seriously, "They told me." No sooner had she finished speaking than Luna, who was watching the fish, was hit on the head by a pine cone falling from the sky. She remained calm and simply glanced up at the few squirrels without saying anything. These little animals are so vengeful. They're still attacking Luna even after several days. "So, have you prepared everything?" Ryan asked, hands on his hips, a slight smile playing on his lips. Looking at the adorable Halaya, he couldn't help but reach out his little hand and pat her head. "No, but we can go pick them this afternoon." Halaya swayed gently as she continued. Then, as promised, "You have to take me to see the outside world." Ryan ruffled her long, golden hair, making a mess. "You're so eager to go out with me. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off?" "I'm not afraid," Halaya muttered, dodging Ryan's grasp and then fixing her hair. "All right then, you'll come with me from now on. We'll rest for a while at noon and then go pick some leaves." Ryan looked at the fish that Nerea had caught from the lake. They were quite large, enough for the group to have a good meal. Halaya nodded, then walked over and sat down next to Maeve, looking exceptionally well behaved. "Ellie, do you know how to handle these fish?" "I've never killed fish before," Ryan said, turning to Ellie, who was staring blankly at a lake. Lilith bent down to pick up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, washed it by the water, and then volunteered, "Master, I know how to do this." She walked quickly to Luna and spotted a big, fat fish. "It looks delicious." She grabbed the fish by the gills and lifted it up with one hand. She cut open the fish's belly by the water's edge, took out all the internal organs, and casually threw them aside. Her movements were very skilled. She cut the fish into several fillets and then began processing the next one. In the blink of an eye, she had cleaned all the fish and then had Luna make a thin stone slab, which she placed over the fire to slowly roast the fish, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. Maeve swallowed hard and urged, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. Let's grill it a little longer. The meat isn't fully cooked yet. Fish can be eaten raw. Maeve muttered, "Aren't you afraid of parasites from eating raw, freshwater fish?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "What worm?" Maeve squinted, examining the sizzling, oily fish. "Where's the worm? I can't see it. Anyway, just wait a little longer. No one's going to take it from you, so don't rush." Ryan rubbed Maeve's head. Just then, he noticed that Hillary was staring intently at the bloody fish entrails on the lake shore. "What's wrong?" Halia looked at Ryan and said very seriously, "You can't litter in the forest. You have to clean it up. Can't they degrade naturally? The small animals in the forest will carry them away." Halia shook her head vigorously. "That won't work either. It's summer now. It'll stink in a little while." Ryan said helplessly, All right. Let's throw these things into the lake. The other little fish will definitely be happy to take care of them. After all, this is the territory of the elves. On the beautiful lake shore, there's a pile of stinking animal entrails surrounded by flies. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed a bit inappropriate. "Honey, please help me." Ryan pointed to the pile of entrails. Ellie raised her hand, and a strong gust of wind exploded, sending her internal organs mixed with the silt from the shore flying into the lake. "Is that all?" Halia nodded. "I can't wait any longer." Luna used magic to create several stone bowls and then handed them out to everyone. I have to say, this earth magic is really convenient. It feels like you can create anything. Luna crafted a lot of things along the way, and sometimes when they couldn't find a suitable shelter, she would help build a small, boxy hut. Maeve held a bowl in one hand and grabbed fish with the other, stuffing it into her mouth like a wild woman. Ryan felt a little uncomfortable looking at her. "Luna, why don't you make another spoon?" "No need. It's more convenient to hold it with my hands." Maeve shook her head. Everyone was using their hands to eat, but only Halia asked for a spoon. In reality, most people in this world prefer to eat with their hands. Only those who are a little more particular use utensils. At home, they would eat with their hands unless Ryan insisted that they use a spoon. Ryan sighed, got up, found a tree branch of suitable size nearby, washed it clean, and broke it in two to use as temporary chopsticks. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Maeve asked in confusion, "Master, why do you always use these two sticks to eat?" "Because I don't like to get my hands too oily when I eat." Ryan deftly picked up a piece of fish. "These are chopsticks, a type of utensil from my hometown. They don't get your hands dirty when you eat." "That's so fancy. Let me try it too." Seeing Maeve trying to grab the chopsticks, Ryan quickly dodged to the side. "Your hands are all oily right now. I'll teach you another time." Maeve muttered, "Stingy." Ryan looked at Nerea and saw her sitting to the side with an empty bowl. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Did you poison it?" "You're not eating a single bite." Upon hearing this, Lilith pondered the matter carefully before speaking. "I can taste the poison. She probably didn't poison me." Nerea pursed her lips, her gaze towards Ryan still carrying a hint of wariness. "Surely it's not that serious. I didn't actually do anything to you, so why are you threatening me with a hunger strike?" "I'm not on a hunger strike," Nerea said angrily, biting her lower lip. "Then why aren't you eating? You caught this fish yourself. Eat more." Ryan decisively picked up 2 large fish fillets and stuffed them into Nerea's bowl. Chapter 102 World Tree Leaves. After a short rest at noon, the group continued their journey toward the World Tree. The towering tree, reaching straight into the sky, now completely filled everyone's field of vision. The number of elves around them also increased. Ryan would occasionally see these blonde, blue-eyed handsome men and beautiful women strolling through the woods. They would only watch silently when strangers arrived, and none of the elves would come up to talk to them, as if they were born with a sense of alienation. Nerea seemed to have accepted her fate as a slave. After being punished at noon, she became much more obedient and no longer sneakily looked for opportunities to escape. "Master, please teach me. How do you use those 2 little sticks?" Maeve held 2 sticks of different lengths and pestered Ryan to teach her. "I've told you so many times that thing is called chopsticks." "Okay, chopsticks. I got it." Maeve took Ryan's arm and continued, Teach me. Ryan sighed, broke off a section of the longer branch to make them the same length, and then held the branch in his hand. "Hold the lower chopstick and pinch the upper chopstick. The lower chopstick is held between your thumb and forefinger, and your ring finger is used to support it from the side. This chopstick is fixed in place on your hand. Then, pinch the upper chopstick with your thumb, index finger, and middle finger, simultaneously pressing down on the upper chopstick and supporting the lower chopstick. Just like that for now. Ryan demonstrated for Maeve, then picked up a stone and gently tossed it into the distance. Have you learned it? Ryan raised an eyebrow at Maeve. The idiot frowned, his fingers almost knotted together. I don't understand. Try it again. Ellie took the 2 branches away and started using chopsticks, just like Ryan did. She used them quite skillfully. It was hardly like she was using chopsticks for the first time. Ryan remembered that he used a spoon when he was a child and only started using chopsticks when he got a little older. It took him a few meals to learn how to use them, but Ellie was much faster than him. Have you used it before? No, I'll learn it in one look. Ellie shook her head, her cat ears swaying as she did so. That's pretty impressive, Ryan praised. Let me try again. Maeve picked up the chopsticks and continued to try carefully. But this guy's hands didn't seem very dexterous. He struggled for a long time, but still couldn't learn it. Intelligence D is starting to take effect. Maeve was a little discouraged. My God, how can there be something so difficult to use in the world? It's much harder than a spoon. After saying that, she handed the chopsticks to Nerima, seemingly wanting to prove that she wasn't the only one who couldn't learn it. Nerima didn't know how to use it at first either. She held one chopstick between her thumb and forefinger and another between her middle and ring fingers, making her hand look like a crab. Ellie only gave her a few simple pointers, and she learned it easily, though she wasn't very skilled yet and kept dropping the stones when trying to pick them up. What? Maeve cried out. Ryan patted her head and comforted her. It's okay, it's not hard. You can learn it eventually, don't worry. Maeve rubbed her eyes, on the verge of tears. Seeing the group playing together, the little elf, Helaya, suddenly spoke up. You all need to be careful here. Look up often, as leaves often fall down. Be careful not to get hit. Leaves? What's so scary about leaves? Maeve handed the chopsticks to Ryan. She was almost losing faith. Ryan sighed and looked up at the sky. Where were you when I was doing business with Evelyn? The leaf stalks and veins of the world tree can be made into a staff, which is thicker than your wrist. If it falls from a height of several thousand meters, it can kill a person. Maeve muttered, Can that still be called a leaf? As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan saw a small black dot appear in the sky. He dodged left and right, and finally pulled everyone to hide under a pine tree. Smack! Leaves from the world tree fell in the distance, kicking up a large patch of black mud. Ryan quickly went over to take a look. This leaf is withered and yellow, and its size is almost the size of a bed. The petiole is indeed thicker than an adult male's wrist. Maeve carefully picked the leaf from the ground and lifted it with great effort. So heavy. Ryan tried it too. He didn't find it too heavy, but his strength was 3 times that of a normal person. So he roughly estimated that the leaf weighed at least 40 or 50 pounds. If this thing hit someone, they'd probably be turned into mincemeat. Can we go back now? We've collected all the leaves. Maeve blinked. Looking at the withered yellow leaves, Ryan shook his head. Evelyn said she wanted green ones. These naturally fallen leaves can't be used to make a staff. All right. Ryan looked at Celaya beside him and said softly, Go, little fairy. It's your turn to make your appearance. Okay, then you guys catch me down there. Helaya leaped up and transformed into a fawn, skipping and hopping as she ran into the depths of the forest. Nerea was stunned by what she saw. She seemed not to have expected that this little elf could actually turn into a deer. Let's rest here for a while and look up a bit more often so we don't get hit by falling leaves. The group of people just stood there with their heads held high, swaying back and forth below. Ryan looked at Nerea and casually asked, You still won't tell me your name? Nerea glanced at Ryan and pouted. I thought she was going to pretend she couldn't hear me, but to my surprise, she spoke up this time. Neriaye, that's my name. I am Ryan of Kaeldorn. Nerea looked away without saying a word. What was expected to be a long silence turned into a surprise when Nilia spoke up first. Was what you said before true? What did you say? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning ignorance. If I work hard for you, you let me go in 5 years. Ryan chuckled. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? As expected, they realized they couldn't escape and then behave themselves. Nerea pointed to the baton at Ryan's waist and muttered, Do I have any other choice? Ryan nodded in satisfaction. A wise choice. I swear if you work hard for 5 years, I'll give you some travel expenses and let you go when the agreed time comes. But whether you'll be willing to leave then is another matter. Nereith said seriously, "You're overthinking it. I have loving parents, a doting older sister, and a lovely younger sister. I'm different from them." All right, think what you want. Just focus on getting the job done." Just then, Ellie suddenly spoke up. "Master, more leaves have fallen." She raised her hand, preparing to release some magic to cushion the blow. Just then, a figure emerged from the forest, raising her staff to slow the falling leaves of the world tree. Ryan recognized her. She was Celia's sister. The group had met once before when Luna arrested Celia. She gently placed the leaf on the ground without a word, and then walked away without looking back. Chapter 103 Evelyn, whom I haven't seen in a long time. After collecting the world tree leaves, Ryan led everyone out of the forest in 2 days and 1 night. After wandering in the forest for nearly 7 days, the hidden carriage was still in the same place, but the 2 ponies had long since disappeared. Finally, relying on Maeve's nose, Ryan successfully found 2 ponies by a creek. The area was lush and green, and they even seemed to have gotten a little fatter. As Ryan approached, they nudged him affectionately with their mouths. "We should go back now." Ryan patted them gently on the back and then put the ropes back on. Perhaps because there were 2 more people and a leaf weighing 40 or 50 pounds, the carriage was much slower than it had been on the way there. As Elia looked back, the lush green forest seemed to recede into the distance. Ryan stroked her long hair and looked towards the forest. "It's not too late to regret it now. Don't end up crying alone later." Elia shook her head, sat obediently next to Ryan, and said very seriously, "I'm not a child, I won't cry." "Really?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although Hylia was already an adult, in the eyes of an elf who could live for thousands of years, she was at most a little girl. Human cities are very different from your forests. There are no picturesque landscapes. I'm afraid you won't be able to adapt. "No." Hylia pouted slightly and said in a huff, "I'm not delicate at all." Ryan didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. After another day and a half on the road, it was already night when they arrived in Kaeldorn. Looking at the city lights, Hylia rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked, "Have we arrived?" Ryan was also quite exhausted. The carriage was so bumpy that his butt was sore. "We're here. Let's go to the tavern first. Do you want to change your appearance? Your ears are too long and a bit eye-catching." Actually, it doesn't matter if he doesn't disguise himself. Now, he often goes out with Lane without disguising himself. If anyone asks him, Lane just says that he bought a rare slave in the north, and it seems that no one will cause him any trouble. Hylia's pointed ears twitched up and down, and she gently shook her head. "No, this is fine." Ryan shrugged. The group rode in the back of the carriage into the city. Hylia looked around like a curious child. Nerea, meanwhile, observed her every move from the opposite side, then suddenly asked, "When do you plan to sell her to slave traders?" Hylia blinked, then looked at Ryan. Ryan shook his head. "Why would I sell her? What do you take me for? I'd rather sell you than sell her." Nerea pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. According to Lilith's description, she was relatively well-behaved along the way, knowing how to hunt and make fire, and helping others while they were busy. It seems that she has settled down. As the carriage moved along, Hylia suddenly smelled a strange odor, and then frowned slightly. "Oh my God, what's that stinky smell?" Ryan also sniffed. "It smells like Ollie Gay, a popular karaoke brand." He's gotten used to the smell, and now he can't smell it at all unless he sniffs it carefully. Human cities are different from your forests. Many people defecate and urinate by the roadside. You'll get used to it. Hylia made an incredulous face. "Oh my God." The square was very quiet at night, and Evelyn's tavern had already closed, though the lights were still on inside. The tavern door opened as soon as the carriage stopped. Evelyn heard the sound of the carriage and went out to investigate. She was still beautiful and charming even after 10 days, but she seemed a little worried. "Long time no see, Ms. Evelyn. How have you been? Have you missed me?" Evelyn glanced at the people in the carriage and changed the subject. "Curfew is coming. Come in quickly." Ryan had Ellie park the carriage back in its original spot, then carried the world tree leaf into the tavern. "The commission is done." Evelyn glanced down at it, then said, "The leaves are intact. They'll like them." After saying that, she took out 10 gold coins from her purse and handed them to Ryan. That devil didn't follow us? No, I haven't seen her for days. Who knows where she went? Ryan put the money away. The last has disappeared since leaving the underground. Even in his dreams, Ryan didn't see her. Evelyn's gaze fell on Nerea and Celaya. After this trip, Ryan found himself with two more unfamiliar faces. Is this an elf? Evelyn leaned closer to examine it more closely. Celaya seemed a little shy, and they quietly hid behind Ryan. Yes, we met in the forest. She said she wanted to come out with me to see the human world, so I brought her out. Evelyn didn't say anything more. Instead, she turned her gaze to Nerea. This is... Ryan looked at her and replied, we also went to a dark elf city. We bought it from a lizard slave trader. Evelyn glared at Ryan, her tone somewhat awkward. You dare to go to a place like this? You really aren't afraid of death. Maeve sat down in her usual spot, swung her legs, and began to shout, Master, I am hungry. Eat, eat, eat. Are you a pig? Ryan yelled, turning around, then asked Evelyn, is there any food left in the tavern? Yes, please sit down and rest for a while. Evelyn turned and walked into the kitchen. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the ceiling. Ryan knew, without even thinking, that a little one was about to come down. Half a minute later, the petite Mira rushed out of the kitchen and leaped into Ryan's arms. She was crying sadly, wah. Ryan smiled knowingly and asked, do you miss me that much? Of course I want to. I don't know who to hang out with when you're not here. Reading books all day is so boring. Mira gave Ryan a kiss on the shoulder. Don't bite me. These clothes are so dirty. I haven't showered for days. With a cute little girl squirming in his arms, Ryan's fatigue had lessened somewhat. Unhygienic. There's no other way. Unless you come across a small lake or stream, there's nowhere to wash along the way. Ryan shook his head. Just then, Mira seemed to notice something. She stared intently at Celia and Nerea, her ears perking up. Brother Ryan. Just then, Evelyn brought out several bowls of sticky rye porridge from the kitchen. As Ryan ate, he asked Mira, what's wrong? Why were you shouting so loudly? Why is there a new woman by your side again? Mira clenched her fists. Maeve teased from his side. So possessive of food at such a young age. What will she be like when she grows up? Because your brother Ryan is a big pervert. Don't be fooled by his thick eyebrows and big eyes. His head is actually full of... Ryan quickly covered Maeve's mouth. Chapter 104, forming a beast-eared girl mercenary group. After playing with Mira for a while, Ryan finished eating what was in his bowl. He looked around for Evelyn, intending to tease the landlady he hadn't seen in a long time. After a while, Evelyn came out of the kitchen carrying a small box. She placed the box in front of Ryan. What's wrong? What's in here? Ryan asked, puzzled. You'll see when you open it. Ryan carefully opened the box, nearly blinded by the golden light. It was a whole box of gold coins from the kingdom of Arikia. That's so much. Maeve's eyes lit up, and the porridge in her bowl lost its flavor. How much black bread could that buy? Ellie and Maeve reacted in completely opposite ways. Ellie stared at the money in the box without any expression on her face and continued to eat. So much money? Did they sell those ancient gold coins? Evelyn nodded. Yes, I found a buyer for you a few days ago. He offered a good price, and there are 220 gold coins in here. Okay, as agreed, you get 20% and I get 80%. Evelyn shook her head and took a gold coin from the box. I only want this one. The rest are yours. Ryan's eyes widened. What else is there to say? Ms. Evelyn, I love you. Mira paused slightly, her ears drooping. In the end, Mom still comes out on top. There's nothing I can do, kid. That's just how the world is. Your mother has money, so it's hard for me not to be tempted. Ryan sighed. He had a bad stomach since he was a child, and was only suited to living off his wife. Evelyn clutched the gold coins tightly, her face flushing red. If you dare to talk nonsense to Mira again, don't blame me for being impolite. Ryan promptly shut his mouth. The fox-like young woman is shy. Slow and steady wins the race. Haste makes waste. Ryan stared at the box in front of him, lost in thought once again. Now that I suddenly have so much money, how should I spend it? Upgrade your equipment? No. Having equipment alone isn't enough. Ryan's appetite is growing, and his current rate of making money is no longer enough to satisfy him. We need to buy some more powerful slaves. The next morning, Ryan took Naria to the slave market early and branded her with a magic mark. This guy struggled the whole time. Even pigs in a farm aren't that hard to hold down. Finally, Luna pressed her legs, Ellie and Lilith pressed her legs, and they finally forced her to be branded with a magic mark. After being branded, she seemed to have lost her soul and looked listless. What's wrong? It's just a brand. It can't be that serious, right? You're not going to run away. Having a brand won't make a difference. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, decisively seeing through her little scheme. Or are you planning to pretend to be well-behaved for a few days, then steal the baton when I'm not looking and run away? Naria looked away without saying a word. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. You're still up to no good. Naria stammered. 5 years is too long. I can't wait that long. What? Don't tell me you have a seriously ill relative waiting for you to come back. I'm not buying it. Naria glared at Ryan, but didn't say anything. Ryan waved his hand. Just do your job well, and don't try anything funny. If you do well, I might release you early. Naria fell silent, biting her lower lip, seemingly lost in thought. So many days have passed, and her loyalty hasn't increased much. She's only in her early 20s at the moment, so we still need to slowly cultivate our relationship. The bearded slave trader said from the side, "Where did you buy this slave from? Disobedient ones like this are only inferior goods to me." "It's a secret." Ryan waved his hand mysteriously, then looked at Hilaya beside him. The little elf was terrified when she saw the pile of beast-human corpses in the corner. Her brain was completely blank. She regretted bringing her along. Seeing Ryan looking at her, Hilaya asked timidly, "What are you doing?" Ryan wanted to tease him, so he smiled but said nothing. This frightened Hilaya even more. She took a few steps back and hid behind Maeve. "Don't hurt me, or my sister won't let you get away with it." "Just kidding, don't take it seriously." Ryan ruffled her long hair. He asked the slave trader beside him, "Do you still have slaves from White Mist Island? Give me a few to use, but not the men." The slave trader waved his hand. "Men? You wish. There was a batch a few days ago, but the noble lords bought them all. Now there aren't even any men left." "Which nobleman has such a grand gesture?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "There were probably only 3 or 4 slaves on White Mist Island. Women are cheaper, usually around 50 gold coins, but men are more expensive, starting at 100. Buying them all would cost at least 200 or 300 gold coins. This sum of money was not a small amount for most nobles, unless..." The slave trader shrugged, young masterwit. "Oh, it's him. Then it's all right." Ryan sighed. Presumably, he was impressed by Ellie's strength, which is why he started buying slaves like crazy. "Could you save 2 for me in the next batch?" "The next batch? This is the last batch this year. We produce less than 100 of these animals each year, and I usually only get a dozen or so. If we miss this one, we'll have to wait until next year." The slave trader shrugged. "Damn it, so little?" Ryan couldn't help but swear. "How long will it take to wait? Why don't you look at something else? We don't necessarily only need slaves from White Mist Island, right? There are other capable ones too." The slave trader pointed to the iron cage beside him. "To put it bluntly, the other slaves are only slightly more powerful than ordinary people, but they can't compare to the slaves of White Mist Island." The slave trader shook his head. "There's nothing I can do then. You could try looking in other cities. The capital might still have some for sale, but you'll have to be quick. These are hot commodities. They usually sell out in just a few days." "Can I go to White Mist Island?" The slave trader sized up Ryan and shook his head. "You? No. I don't want my regular customer to die. Although I do business with those Sylvadinians, I have to admit, those guys are a bunch of lunatics. Don't think you can run rampant just because you bought a few slaves from White Mist Island. That island is full of slaves like that. If you go there, you'll be torn to pieces. I advise you to give up that idea as soon as possible." Ryan scratched his head, then suddenly had a whim and whispered a name, Verast. The next second, a familiar voice came from beside my ear. "I am here." The slave trader was startled by the sudden appearance of Alastra and instinctively began to back away. "What's going on with this woman?" Ignoring the slave traders, Velas smiled and asked Ryan, "So, have you decided on your second wish? Chapter 105 is about to begin. Are you really going to White Mist Island?" Evelyn stood behind the counter, arms crossed, her expression somewhat serious. Mira, the socially awkward little girl, ran downstairs, quite unusually, and was now clinging to Ryan's waist, pleading, "Don't go, Ryan. You just got back, and you're leaving again. I'm so bored here all by myself." Maeve, holding Luna's tail, also chimed in, Yeah, just rest for a few days. Running around every day is exhausting." Ryan stroked Myra's fox ears, then whispered to Evelyn, "I plan to buy some more powerful slaves and form a small mercenary group. Making money is too inefficient now. Sometimes I only get a few dozen silver coins a day." Evelyn sighed and shook her head gently. "Your funds are not enough. You need money for everything, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. 200 gold coins are not enough to build a decent mercenary group. Furthermore, while the slaves on White Mist Island are formidable, they can also be killed. Mercenaries live on the edge. If anything goes wrong, you'll suffer a terrible loss." Ryan understood what she meant, but everything has risks, and it's hard to make big money if you're too timid. As long as you've determined the right direction, focusing on one area is the right approach. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. "Let's take it one step at a time. How will we know if we don't try? If we choose the right path, I'll be glad. If we choose the wrong path, I'll learn something." Evelyn crossed her arms and continued, "What if you encounter danger on the island? You'll be all alone." Ryan narrowed his eyes and gave Evelyn a meaningful wink. "Would Miss Evelyn be willing to come with me?" "I don't want to." Her refusal was decisive, which was entirely within Ryan's expectations. Evelyn's gaze darted away, but she finally looked at Mira. When Mira was only a few months old, I was also a mercenary for a while. At that time, I secretly vowed to make sure that this child could live such a peaceful life as she does now. I can't destroy this kind of life with my own hands. I hope you can understand me. I'm sorry." Mira looked up at Evelyn and blinked innocently. "I was just kidding, don't mind it. I know you can't leave." Ryan nudged Evelyn with his shoulder. "If we get into danger, I'll call the last. She's always there when I call her." Evelyn narrowed her eyes. "She might kill everyone on the entire island. Legend has it that demons do not like to kill indiscriminately, but Velast seems to be an exception." From her words, Ryan senses that she seems to enjoy killing. Ryan shrugged. "I just want to protect my own people. I'll give them a chance before summoning Velastra. If they don't obey, they have only themselves to blame." Evelyn looked at Ryan without saying a word. Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile as he nudged Evelyn. "By the way, could you ask me out before I leave?" Evelyn suddenly punched Ryan in the kidneys. This vixen woman's punches were quite painful. If he hadn't been physically strong enough, that punch would probably have broken his kidneys. "Stop talking nonsense, or I'll get rough with you." Ryan, still grinning, said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I just want to give Mira a complete family. Please don't hit me." Evelyn bit her lower lip and started pinching Ryan to shoo him away. "Is there anything else? If not, get out of here." Ryan was kicked out, and he sat back down at the table with Mira. Nyria still looked distraught. She had been in this state ever since she was branded with a magical mark. Don't cry. Don't worry. I keep my word and I will never bully you." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Nyria glared at Ryan without saying a word. Hilaya nibbled on her bread across from them, occasionally glancing at the other mercenaries in the tavern. "How are you doing? Are you getting used to life here?" Ryan asked Celia casually. The little elf nodded somewhat reservedly. "Although it's a bit different, I still find this place very interesting." She is a very picky eater and almost exclusively eats vegetarian food. She doesn't eat chicken or pork, and at most she eats fish or eggs. Ryan was really afraid that she would suddenly start clamoring to go back. At this point, Ilaria suddenly blushed. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and said again, "It would be even better if you could keep your voices down a little tonight." Ryan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Lilith is a wicked woman. She deliberately makes loud noises to provoke Ellie, and sometimes Ellie can even call it self-defense if she stabs her twice. And she has a really sharp tongue. I'm afraid she might lick her lips and poison herself one day. The innocent Mira didn't know what the adults were talking about. She squirmed in Ryan's arms and muttered, "Is this older sister an elf? She's so pretty." "Yes, I brought them from the forest. Aren't they beautiful?" Ryan's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. To be honest, Celia doesn't look much older than Mira. She also looks like a little girl. "Yes, her hair is just like Ellie's. It's golden and I love it." Mira nodded vigorously. Ellie twitched her ears at Myra's words, but she continued to eat meat heartily. Maeve pointed to her hair and asked, "What about mine? What about mine? Does it look good?" Mira looked at her and shook her head in disgust. "It's ugly. It looks like an old lady's hair." Maeve's smile froze. She was struck dumb. Finally, she grumbled angrily. "Your hair isn't nice either. It's so red like the devil's." Velas's hair is red. Ryan rolled his eyes at Maeve and couldn't help but retort. "Why are you arguing with a child? I like the color of your hair. That's all that matters." "Really?" Maeve blinked, seemingly pleased. "If you're lying to me, I won't talk to you anymore." "Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? You're talking like a 3-year-old. Ryan chuckled. Maeve is mainly good-looking and has a great figure. With her, as the model, she would still look good even if she dyed her hair green. In addition, Luna and Nerma also have gray hair. Personally, Lionel actually prefers white hair. Especially the dark elf from Narima. Her hair isn't just white. "Have you all finished eating?" Ellie looked around and then nodded slightly. "Let's go then." "Leaving now? So soon? Let's rest for a few more days." Maeve quickly walked up to Ryan and said coquettishly, "Let's head to the market to buy some daily necessities and also a few clothes for you." Mira hugged Ryan and whispered, "Brother, I want to go too." "All right, I'll show you around a bit while I'm at it. You're getting moldy from staying in the study all day." Chapter 106, heading to White Mist Island. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. With Evelyn's help, Ryan left Kaeldorn with a caravan. It was a long journey. They traveled nearly 800 kilometers westward before finally arriving at Black Pearl Port, located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Elysia. According to the slave traders, there was a chieftain from White Mist Island in the port, and one had to take his sailboat to get to the island. "We've arrived. Let's part ways here. Thank you all for your help along the way," the mustachioed merchant said to Ryan. The carriage was parked in the square next to the dock. The area was full of fishmongers and laborers carrying goods, and the ground was covered with muddy water. Hilaya gazed intently at the rows of sailboats bobbing up and down in the distance, lost in thought. Maeve squatted in front of the stall, staring at the lively little fish, her mouth watering with envy. "It's all right. Is there a tavern nearby?" Ryan looked around, looking for a place to rest. He hadn't showered for several days and had a strong smell of sweat on him. In the sweltering summer, just sunbathing makes you sweat a lot every day. "There's a small tavern over there where you can stay. You can go check it out." Ryan looked in the direction the merchant was pointing. There is a small tavern in the corner of the square. The signboard was shabby, and the entrance was crowded with prostitutes. Ryan had absolutely no desire to stay there. "Are there any other taverns?" "Yes, but it's a bit far. Since you're only staying for one day, just make do with whatever you have." The merchant shrugged and continued, "Don't let the shabby exterior fool you. The rooms are actually quite nice." All right. Ryan changed his mind because he saw a bathhouse next to the tavern. It's a good time to take everyone for a nice, relaxing bath. They were all quite tired after the bumpy ride, so it was a good time for them to relax. Upon entering the bathhouse, Ryan ordered a deluxe set meal from the proprietress and was eventually led into a small tent. 8 people in 4 bathtubs, washing and scrubbing each other. "Let go together." Before Lilith and Nerima could get close, Ellie took Ryan's hand first. Lilith sighed first, then looked at Maeve. "Then let's do it together. I'll help you wash carefully." Maeve tucked her tail between her legs and said timidly, "I'll get angry if you do anything reckless." Finally, Nerima and Luna were together, and the little elf Salaya and Naria were together. Ryan went into the tub first, then turned around to look at the others who were changing clothes. Maeve clutched her chest, her face flushed, and shouted, "You're not allowed to look." What's wrong with looking? It was bound to happen sooner or later. Ryan couldn't help but smile. Anyway, it's not possible right now. Maeve, bent over and hiding behind the bathtub, poked her head out and cursed at Ryan. In contrast, Luna was quite generous. She took off her skirt and then untied the strips of cloth wrapped around her body without any hesitation. Her body, honed by countless trials, was incredibly strong, yet retained a certain femininity. Before leaving Kaeldorn, Ryan took them to the market to buy clothes, thinking that Luna would prefer pants like Lilith. After all, most of their attack methods are close combat, and wearing pants makes it easier for them to move around. Luna's choice, however, was unexpected by Ryan. She actually chose a light brown long dress. But she was too tall, and there were no dresses that fit her, so Ryan had a tailor make one for her. Through this incident, Ryan realized that perhaps Luna only appeared rugged and tough, but was actually just an ordinary woman who liked pretty dresses. "Why are you still staring at Luna? You pervert," Maeve cursed. But Luna herself seemed completely unconcerned. As soon as she entered the tub, she lowered her head and began to dive. Ryan chuckled meaningfully. Naria and Helaya were also very shy, and seeing Ryan's lecherous gaze, they didn't dare to change their clothes. Especially Ilaria, who pouted and cursed, "You bad guy." "Just kidding, I'm not watching anymore." Ryan turned around and began to focus on scrubbing his body. He only turned himself back around after everyone had entered the bathtub. Seeing Ellie carefully washing her body, Ryan hugged her tightly. "How can I let you do it yourself? You've had a long journey. Let me do it." Ellie pursed her lips, but did not refuse. She squinted her eyes, relaxed her body, and began to focus on enjoying herself. Maeve was still grumbling on the side. "Ryan is such a pervert. He's always eyeing other people. If you bark like that again, I'm coming over." Ryan stood up slightly, pretending to walk towards Maeve. The bastard was terrified and immediately began to beg for mercy. "I was wrong. I was just joking. You take it so seriously." Nerima was rubbing Luna's back, muttering to herself, "If only I were as strong as you, maybe Mom and the others wouldn't hate me." In the society of the Dark Elves, this chocolate cake is equivalent to a effeminate man among humans, and therefore she is disliked by other Dark Elves. But for humans, Nerima is an extremely rare find, a once-in-a-century treasure. Still thinking about these things? You're great as you are, especially feminine. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Nerima scratched her flushed cheeks and muttered softly, "If you like it, I'll have a lot more kids for you." Ryan stroked his chin, wondering if humans and elves in this world could have children. The corner might be suitable for Muley, but the world might not. "Can we have children?" Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. "It should be possible if we just put in a little effort," Nerima nodded. Ryan continued, "Is there any precedent?" Nerima shook her head. "Never heard of it." Ellie turned to look at Ryan and suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" Without hesitation, Ryan replied, Girls are cute. Boys are too noisy." After all, he was a notorious troublemaker when he was young, causing chaos and destruction in the neighborhood every day, much to the dismay of his neighbors. If the child inherited even 10% of Ryan's skills, there would be a huge uproar in the family. "Actually, it's fine either way. As long as it's your child, I'll love it whether it's a boy or a girl." Ellie pouted slightly. "I understand." Just then, Lilith grinned mischievously and circled behind Maeve. "All right, now it's my turn to wash you." Maeve had a bad feeling. She struggled and said, "No, I can wash myself." But this bastard was no match for Lilith at all, and was subdued in no time. "Where are you rubbing?" I don't know what Lilith was washing, but Maeve's face immediately turned red, and she didn't even struggle. Chapter 107 Naraya's Request. The next morning, Ryan woke up in the hotel's large bed. Ellie and Nerima beside her were still fast asleep, clearly exhausted from the journey, yet they slept so soundly. Ryan teased them a couple of times, then got out of bed, walked to the table, took out paper and pen, and began writing a letter to Evelyn. As they parted, she subtly hinted to Ryan that he must write her a letter to let her know he had arrived safely at his destination. Ryan briefly wrote down what he had seen and heard along the way, and at the end of the letter, as usual, he teased Evelyn a bit. Just imagining Evelyn blushing after reading the letter, Ryan couldn't help but smile. The big ones are taken care of, but the small ones cannot be ignored either. He also wrote a letter to Mira, hoping that she wouldn't be too bored during this time with no one to play with. When they parted outside the city, the little guy cried his eyes out, begging Ryan not to leave and promising to bring him some small gifts as compensation when he returned. After writing the letter, Ryan folded it and prepared to find a post station to deliver it when he left. It's nearly 800 kilometers from here to Calydorn. The Magic Eagle should be able to reach its destination in a day or two. Ryan stretched and then looked back. Ellie and Nerima were still asleep, and with Ryan out of the way, they were embracing each other tightly. Maeve and the others slept on makeshift beds in a corner. Except for Nilia, who was awake, everyone else was still asleep. The little fisherman was standing by the window, with an endless coastline outside. She hung her head, seemingly preoccupied. Ryan tore off a small piece of paper and hit Nilia on the head. She turned to look at Ryan, and their eyes met. "Why are you up so early?" Ryan asked in a low voice. Nilia didn't say anything. She got up and walked to Ryan, staring straight at him. "What are you doing?" Ryan asked unhurriedly. Lilith, who had just been sleeping, suddenly sat up and looked at Nilia with great vigilance. If she dares to make any rash move, the dagger will fly over in the next second. Just as Ryan was wondering what was going on, Nilia suddenly knelt down. She lowered her head slightly, the ferocity in her eyes completely gone, her voice now filled with pleading. "Master, please, let me go." Ryan stroked his chin. "If I remember correctly, it's been about 20 days since I bought Nilia, and this is the first time I've heard her call me master. Normally she would call Ryan by names like hey you, or bastard, but today she called him master in a humble tone. I'll let you go in 5 years. Ryan's lips curled up as he held up 5 fingers. "That's taken too long." Nilia shook her head. Ryan shrugged. "There's no room for negotiation." Nilia looked out the window, and after a moment's thought, she continued. "Could you let me leave for a few days? I'll be back soon." "A few days? You probably disappeared by now, haven't you?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lilith yawned and stood behind Ryan, massaging his shoulders. Nilia glanced at Lilith and continued. "I have a magical mark on me. I will come back as soon as you give the order." Ryan smiled knowingly. "So, you're asking me to give you a few days off? What do you want to do?" Nilia swallowed hard, then answered decisively. "I have a friend here. We've known each other for many years. I'm going to go see her." Ryan knew immediately that Nilia was bragging. He waved his hand and refused decisively. "Since you lied to me, there's no way I'll let you go. You have one more chance. If you want to move me, please tell me the real reason." Nilia looked at Ryan, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She went back to the corner, hugged her knees, and sat down, seemingly considering whether or not to believe Ryan. Their conversation seemed to wake Ellie, who turned over, hugged her pillow, and continued to sleep soundly. After a while, Nilia got up and walked towards Ryan again. She had a constipated expression and seemed to be struggling with something. "What's wrong? Am I some kind of bad person? You don't even want to tell me your little secrets." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Nilia nodded. After much internal struggle, she couldn't help but reveal the whole story. "My home is nearby, and I want to go home to let them know I'm safe." Nilia carefully observed Ryan's micro-expressions and continued. "I've been captured by slave traders for a month now, and I don't want them to continue to worry." Ryan narrowed his eyes and decisively denied it. "You're lying again. You don't tell the truth, a single word of it." "I'm not lying." Seeing that she was getting a little anxious, Ryan's lips curled up slightly. "All right, I'll reluctantly believe you this time. So where do you live? There shouldn't be any beast-demon villages around here, right?" Nilia bit her lower lip, secretly observing Ryan's expression. "I can't say." Ryan pulled Lilith from behind him to the front and made her sit on his lap. "Then I won't let you go back." The snake woman also cooperated by using her tail to nudge Ryan's chin. Nilia pleaded in a low voice. "Please don't do this. I beg you." "What? Are you afraid I'll arrest everyone in your village?" Ryan chuckled. Nilia didn't speak, which clearly meant she agreed. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in ordinary beastmen. I'm only interested in powerful ones, like Ellie and Lilith." "What about Naramar?" "She's not a beastman. She's a dark elf." Ryan shrugged. Nilia looked around and then fixed her gaze on someone. "What about Maeve? All she does is eat." Upon hearing the word eat, Maeve, who had just been fast asleep, instantly sprang to life. She sat bolt upright and asked Ryan, "Is breakfast starting?" Ryan coughed twice and continued to explain. "Don't let Maeve's seemingly silly appearance fool you. She's incredibly lucky. She can find money just by walking around. She's the team's mascot." Seeing that Nilia still didn't believe him, Ryan raised his hand and began to swear. "I swear I will never be interested in your family." Nilia looked at Ryan, seemingly still hesitant about whether to trust the man in front of her. After struggling for a moment, she finally spoke helplessly. "Our village is deep in the ocean and we need to dive to the bottom." It turned out to be underwater. Ryan scratched his head. He was a complete non-swimmer. "I wonder if Nilia knows any scuba magic." "Got it. I approve your leave. but on the condition that you take me with you, Ryan said seriously. You should know a way to let me breathe underwater, right? Seeing that Naria seemed about to refuse, Ryan continued. Hey, don't worry. I just want to travel and experience the customs and culture of the Beastmen. I don't have any other ill intentions. You can't refuse me. Chapter 108 Nilia's Home. Naria gave in. She reluctantly agreed to Ryan's request. I want to go with you too, Ellie suddenly said as everyone stood on the dock. I'm worried about you going down with her alone. Naria crossed her arms and resolutely refused. No, we agreed that one person means one person. I have a magical mark on me now, so I dare not do anything to him. Ellie stared at her. That won't work either. I don't agree. There are 3 of us in total, including you. I can't swim fast. Naria flicked her fishtail behind her. Actually, Ryan also wanted to bring Ellie along. On land, he could easily defeat Nilia in a single battle, but the water is her domain, and upon closer reflection, he was indeed a little worried. Ellie said expressionlessly, slow down if you want. I can swim by myself. Magic allows me to breathe underwater. You just need to give me a rope to hold me. They stared at each other, their eyes blazing with tension, as if they were about to fight. Ryan quickly stepped between them. It won't hurt to have another Ellie. Let's take her with us. Naria didn't say anything more, but she was clearly somewhat reluctant. Maeve muttered from the side. Master, what do we do? The little sprite, Celaya, tugged at Ryan's sleeve. I want to go underwater too. Ryan looked at Lilith and said, You are not allowed to go anywhere from the hotel. Lilith will be in charge while I'm away. No problem. Lilith nodded. I will take good care of them for my master. After saying that, he squatted down in front of Alaya and gently pinched her cheek. Next time, I'll take you next time I have the chance. Alaya puffed out her cheeks. Okay. Naria leaped into the water, and as she floated on the surface, she said to Ryan, Hurry up. Let's go. It's clear she's eager to go home. Ellie hugged Ryan tightly. Master, hold on tight to me after we get in the water. Whatever you do, don't let go. Ryan nodded, then hugged her tightly around the waist. Immediately afterwards, Ellie released a gust of wind centered on herself, and then jumped into the water with Ryan. Although the azure seawater couldn't get any closer to their bodies, it was as if a transparent glass dome was covering them. Ryan's legs had no support, so he could only hold Ellie tightly in his arms. He grabbed the strip of cloth tied to Nilia's wrist and said, All right, you can start swimming now. Naria snorted, then plunged in suddenly. She swims incredibly fast. All that's in front of her is white bubbles, making it almost impossible to see anything. Inside the wind farm, Ryan can breathe freely and see the surrounding scenery through the gaps in the bubbles. Under the azure waters are colorful corals, and many small fish swim around the wind, but anyone who gets too close will be instantly blown away. At first, when they were close to the surface, the visibility was clear, but as they went deeper into the sea, the surrounding light became dimmer and dimmer. Ryan could see almost nothing except for Ellie's sparkling blue eyes. Do you still have enough magic? Don't let it suddenly run out. He didn't know how deep underwater it was, and he was afraid that if the wind suddenly disappeared, the water pressure would kill him. There's still plenty. The consumption of magic depends on the intensity of the attack. If it's an attack like blocking arrows, I can't cast it many times in a row, but the pressure is relatively stable underwater, so the consumption isn't particularly high. Actually, it's fine even without magic. I can dive to very deep places on my own. Ellie twitched her ears. The wind seemed to be getting weaker as the water pressure increased. I can't. Ryan can't swim, and although his physical strength far exceeds that of an average adult male, he can still drown. Ellie said with a serious expression, I know, so I'm using magic now. Just then, Naria's swimming speed slowed down. She swam up to Ryan and gestured with her hands through the wind, but it was unclear what she was trying to say. In the darkness, her face looked somewhat terrifying. What is she doing? Ryan pondered. I don't know. Ellie shook her head, staring at her. Naria sighed, exhaling many bubbles from her mouth, then turned and continued swimming. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Ryan suddenly saw a light on the seabed. There are some bioluminescent aquatic plants, and they seem to have reached the seabed. A blurry, flickering light appeared in the distance, like the light emitted by an incandescent bulb. Have we arrived? Maybe, Ellie nodded. Just as Ryan was wondering what was going on, he suddenly plummeted down. Ellie helped him up, then looked around and said, "We're here." They entered a magical barrier that completely shut out the seawater. Ryan felt exceptionally good as he stood on solid ground. He looked up and saw Nilia wringing out her hair, and a dozen or so houses scattered around. These houses all seem to have been built using earth magic, and they're almost all egg-shaped, somewhat like the houses of SpongeBob and Patrick. The doors of these houses have only a single curtain made of seashells strung together. In addition, many green plants grow among these houses, and their fruits glow, providing ample lighting for the underwater village. "What is this? Is it edible?" Ryan approached one of the plants and examined it closely. Nyria whispered, "You all need to stay close to me and not wander off. We hate humans, but most of our people are out hunting at this time. Come here quickly." "Is this edible?" Ryan repeated. Nilia clicked her tongue impatiently, then explained, "This is a pearl fruit. You humans call it a fluorescent fruit, and it's edible." After saying that, she casually picked 3 fruits, one for herself and one for Ryan and Ellie. When Ryan saw Nyria take a bite, he took one too. The taste was a bit strange. It was salty, very watery, and had a soft, mushy texture. It wasn't exactly bad, but it certainly wasn't delicious either. He picked a few more and stuffed them into his pocket, intending to take them back for everyone to try. "Hey, stop picking them. Let's go." Nyria grabbed Ryan and Ellie and quickly walked into one of the rooms. The curtain made of seashells scratched my skin and hurt a little. Seeing that the room was empty, Nilia seemed a little flustered. "Mom, little sister, are you home?" she shouted. Ryan led Ellie around and began to look around. The house was cramped, with most of the furniture made of stone and a few woven baskets piled in the corner, with a few pickled fish hanging next to them. There was a faint fishy smell in Nilia's house. Just as Ryan was looking around, a gentle, mature female voice came from the bedroom. "Nyria? Nyria." Tears welled up in Nyria's eyes, and without hesitation, she ran straight into the bedroom. Chapter 109, I will definitely bring her back. Ryan peeked into the bedroom. A middle-aged woman with long blue hair was lying on the bed. Her face was sallow, and she looked somewhat haggard. Her left leg was injured, wrapped in layers of bandages, and some greenish dressing was seeping out. "I thought you'd never come back. Nip said those humans captured you. Don't do anything dangerous like that again," she couldn't help but scold. "Yes, I won't do that again." Seeing Nyria hugging her and crying loudly, Ryan and Ellie looked at each other and finally decided not to disturb her for the time being, to give the two more time for their mother-daughter bond. "Don't cry, I'm fine. I'll be able to get out of bed soon." As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Ryan standing at the door, and his eyes sharpened instantly. A human. Most beastmen seem to be hostile towards humans, so her reaction was exactly what Ryan expected. After all, having been enslaved as a tool for so long, it's impossible not to feel hatred. When I bought the slaves, the dealer said that if I didn't have a magical mark, the beastmen would try to kill me, even if there was only a slight chance. On the way back to Calydorn from the Great Forest, if Lilith hadn't been keeping an eye on things, she probably would have already made her move. Nyria's crying stopped abruptly. She choked back tears and turned to look at Ryan, unsure how to explain herself. Ryan looked at her and decisively used his appraisal. After learning her name through identification, she coughed twice and stopped pretending. "Hello, Ms. Alun. I am a friend of Nilia, and we are currently traveling together." Upon hearing this, Nilia was taken aback at first, then continued. "After being captured by the Sylvetin, I was sold to the underground. He rescued me from the slave traders." Alun asked, somewhat skeptical, "Him? A human?" Nyria replied awkwardly, "Yes, he can be considered my savior." Upon hearing this, Alun's hostility lessened somewhat, and she slowly closed her eyes. Clearly, although she knew Ryan was a friend, her hostility wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. Nyria rubbed her eyes and took the opportunity to change the subject. "Mom, what happened to your leg? Did you cut yourself on the rocks?" Lady Alun seemed to recall something painful. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "After you were captured, those humans ambushed and attacked us in the places where we often fished." "How could this be?" Nilia frowned slightly and cursed. "These damned bastards didn't leave us any way out." After venting her anger, She noticed the house was empty, as if several people were missing. So she continued to ask, "Where's my little sister? Did she go out to sea to fish with Dad and my eldest sister?" Upon hearing this, Ryan, who was listening in, suddenly had a bad feeling. Elun remained silent. Seeing that she had stopped talking, Nyria seemed to have guessed what was going on. She shook her head, incredulous, and said, "No way, Mom. You're not lying to me." Elun looked pained, tears welling in her eyes, before finally looking away. "Your sister insisted on coming out with us that day, and in the end, those guys kidnapped her too. Your older sister and I were both injured, and even though your father protected us, there was nothing we could do. I'm so sorry, little sister." Nyria lowered her head silently and said nothing more. Ellie suddenly asked Nyria, "How old is your sister?" Nyria's voice trembled. "She's only 8 years old. How could those cold-blooded beasts be so cruel?" Ellie remained expressionless. 8-year-old children will be sent to the island. An island? Nyria was taken aback. She seemed unaware of the existence of White Mist Island. White Mist Island, that place is a den of killers. It's quite far from here. It takes about 6 days to get there from the port. Ellie nodded. Nyria lowered her head and muttered to herself, "It's over. It's completely over." Ellie continued, "How long has she been held captive?" Elun looked Ellie up and down and answered softly, "Just 5 days ago." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. There was indeed still a chance. If they had arrived a few days later, Nyria's sister would probably be dead by now. Ellie stroked her chin and continued. "After the children are captured, they will first be sent to the port, and within a few days they will be sent to White Mist Island. It will take several more days of sailing at sea. If we're lucky, we might make it in time. If we're unlucky, they'll probably already be on the island. Whether they live or die after taking the potion depends on luck." "What potion? I don't understand," Nyria asked, puzzled. "The Slovedan people have a potion that can enhance our bodies, but that potion also contains a deadly poison. If you're lucky, you can survive. If you're unlucky, you'll just become fish food. Usually, the medicine is given on the same day after arriving on the island, so your sister might still be alive." "Real?" Ellie looked at her and continued, "Really, but it might be 2 days later." Nyria suddenly knelt before Ryan, pleading, "Ryan, please save her, please." Ryan shrugged. "I'll try my best. Let's see if we can buy your sister once we get to the island." Nyria hugged Ryan's leg gratefully. "Then let's go now. I'll swim you across." Ellie shook her head beside her. "You can't swim there. The corpses they threw into the sea have fattened up the monsters in the water. You'll be eaten by the monsters before you even get to the island. The only way to get to the island is by flying or by taking their heavy sailing ships." Ryan did the math. The journey takes 6 days and is estimated to be around 400 kilometers. It would take Nyria a long time to swim there by herself, let alone with the two of them in tow. Now the only option is to go back to the port and find someone to take a boat across. Nyria stammered. "Then let's go back to the port now and find that slave trader." Elun looked at Nyria and suddenly whispered, "Let it go." "What do you mean, forget it?" Nyria was slightly taken aback. Elun gasped, her gaze darting away from Nyria's. "Don't go. Your father and I have already lost your little sister. We can't lose you too." Nyria panicked. She jumped up and shouted, "Our little sister is definitely still waiting for us. How can we abandon her?" Seeing that she was getting agitated, Ryan quickly patted her on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Elun lowered her head, 2 tears sliding down her cheeks, and she said nothing more. Nyria choked up as well. She knelt down again before the bed and whispered to her mother, "Mom, I promise you my little sister and I will definitely come back." Chapter 110, Taking a Boat to the Island. When Ryan rushed back to the port inn, he opened the door to find Maeve and the Elfalaria having a sweaty pillow fight on the bed, which they had made a complete mess of. When Maeve saw Ryan return, she was taken aback for a moment, then put down her pillow. "Why are you back so soon? I thought you were going to be gone all day. How was it? Was it fun underwater?" Lilith and Luna were sleeping in each other's arms. They would go into hibernation mode whenever they had nothing to do. They opened their eyes almost simultaneously after the door opened. "We're back after just one stroll. Hurry up and put your shoes on. We need to get going," Ryan urged. "What? So soon? We haven't even had lunch yet." Maeve blinked and muttered seriously. Hurry up, it's urgent. Just grab some white bread and call it a day. Ryan suddenly remembered something, and while everyone was changing clothes, he stuffed a pearl fruit into each of their hands. Try it. It's a local specialty from Milia village. Within hours of being picked, the fruit had become dull and no longer emitted any light. Maeve stopped what she was doing, and the gluttonous girl decisively stuffed the fruit into her mouth, savoring it carefully. What a strange taste, salty and not tasty. Even this guy thinks it's strange, so the fruit must not taste very good. It seems that its main function is lighting. You ate the cured meat with great relish. This is different from cured meat. It doesn't taste like anything in your mouth. It's just not tasty, Maeve mumbled. While waiting, Ryan subconsciously glanced at Naria beside him. The little mermaid was very anxious. Looking at everyone packing their luggage, she took out a pearl fruit and started eating it to calm her anxiety. The two locked eyes. Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and he asked with a mischievous grin, "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Naria choked and coughed up a few milky white fragments, but she still didn't seem to be in the mood to joke with Ryan. "As long as you can rescue my sister, I will not refuse any request you make from now on." "What about the dirty stuff?" Maeve, having already put on her shoes, pouted and asked Naria. This stumped Naria. She bit her lip lightly, leaving faint teeth marks. "Whatever, I accept my fate." Ryan couldn't help but smile. His seafood allergy suddenly disappeared, so we must have a seafood feast then. The group packed their bags within half an hour and then left the hotel to search the port. The sun here was scorching hot, and Ryan had to ask several people before he finally found the chieftain at the dock. He slept on the wooden floor of the dock, using a hat to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. If he turned over even slightly, he would fall into the water and drown. Ryan leaned closer and took a sniff and couldn't help but frown. It reeked of alcohol. He glanced at the sailboat beside him, where several shirtless, bald sailors were sprawled on the deck, still holding wine glasses in their hands. Oh my God, drinking on a boat should also be considered drunk driving, right? "What are you muttering, master?" Maeve asked, perking up her ears in confusion. Ryan shook his head, squatted down in front of the chieftain, and nudged his shoulder. "Wake up, get up and get to business." He clicked his tongue impatiently, then picked up his hat and glanced at Ryan. This guy also had a big beard, and his face had skin as rough as rhinoceros hide. "Who are you?" he asked, frowning. As soon as he spoke, Ryan could smell a mixture of alcohol and bad breath. "Line of Caledorn." He lay back down and went back to sleep. Okay, Ryan of Caledorn, get the hell out of here before I throw you in the water." "I'm going to White Mist Island," Ryan continued patiently. "The slave haven't been delivered yet. We'll talk about it once the ship is full." "How long?" "A few days." "Why do you talk so much?" He impatiently rolled over, turning his backside towards everyone, his genitals showing. He really should find a gay man to penetrate him. If we wait a few more days, little Naria's corpse will probably rot. "Go now. How much should I pay you?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I wouldn't go no matter how much money it costs." Naria pulled out her knife. She seemed ready to stab someone. Ryan quickly stopped her. After all, he was the only one who traveled to and from White Mist Island from this port. If he were killed now, there probably wouldn't be anyone to take them there. Seeing that Ryan was still there, the guy rolled over, his gaze somewhat questioning. "Are you serious?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Nonsense. Just name a number." The man put his hat to his chest and shook his head impatiently. 500? 500 copper coins. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you kidding me?" Ryan pursed his lips. "You were the one who joked first. What's your name?" He yawned. "Quiven." "Slovenians?" Quiven slowly sat up, shaking his head. "That's right. Half of her. My mom is a hot-tempered Sylvadan." Ryan looked up at the azure ocean. "Quiven, name your price. I don't want to come to the island crammed with a bunch of slaves. They're filthy and smelly. I've never seen you before. Are you from the island?" Kwon smacked his head and complained. "Tisk, the brothers just got here yesterday, and we haven't even had a chance to find some women to have fun before we have to go back to work. We need a rest for a few days, no matter what. 20 gold coins. That should be enough for you to have your fill of women, right?" Ryan's lips curled slightly as he began his manipulative tactics. "You're still young. It's the time for you to take risks. Comfort is for the dead. You can't take all that money with you when you die, so you should spend what you earn. Besides, 20 gold coins aren't enough. I have about 10 brothers, and there's not much money left if you divide it up. Moreover, I like to have 5 brothers at the same time. What? Ryan thought he had misheard. Where did these singing masters come from? You found 5 of them at once. Ryan didn't even dare to think about such a difficult challenge. He was afraid he'd die in bed later. 30 coins, that's the most we'll pay. You can keep the extra 10 coins. Cuban glanced at the sleeping sailors, a sly glint in his eyes. In my line of work, everyone's a brother. I wouldn't stoop to secretly skimming profits behind their backs. Stop bragging. If you can leave, then leave. If you can't, I'll just wait here for a few days. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. If that doesn't work, Ryan will have to use command spells to control them severely. Quiven's lips curled into a smile. He swayed as he stood up and held out his hand to Ryan. Pay first, then we'll set sail? I guarantee I'll get you safely to the island. I have the money. I can pay later when I get to the island. Chapter 1:11 The Apostle of the Beast God. How did you know my mother's name? Today is the 4th day of our voyage at sea, and we are still some distance from Baiwu Island. Ryan and his companions were currently in a cabin. He was feeling a little seasick. Medieval sailing ships were completely different from modern ferries. The sailing ships rocked and swayed on the sea, making it difficult for people to even walk steadily. In just 3 days, Ryan had vomited several times, and his stomach would churn every time he ate even a little bit. Of course, Maeve and the others weren't much better off either. They all experienced seasickness to varying degrees and would often stick their heads out to vomit. But Ellie and the other superheroes remained as steady as ever. They sat calmly, their bottoms seemingly glued to the deck, unmoved even when the ship rocked violently. Ryan looked at Nerea, still somewhat dazed, not having heard the little Murloc's words clearly. Nerea hugged her knees and repeated, I've never told you my mother's name. How did you know? This one. Of course, it all depends on identification. The name comes out at a glance. Ryan thought for a moment and casually said, I guessed. You're lying. Nerea spoke without hesitation. I'm not Maeve. I'm not stupid. Maeve, lying down, was also caught in the crossfire. She mumbled weakly, What? I'm not stupid at all. Ryan curled his lip. This did indeed seem a bit insulting to someone's intelligence. He quickly changed his mind and made up another lie. Okay. Actually, I overheard you talking in your sleep earlier. Nerea lowered her head, seemingly believing Ryan. But she quickly looked at Ryan again. Liar. Even when I talk in my sleep, I only call for Mom. How could I possibly call her by her name directly? Even if I did call her name, how would you know who that name is? Nerea narrowed her eyes slightly. This guy isn't easy to fool. If only everyone were as smart as Maeve. Fine, I'll confess everything. I'm actually an apostle of the Beastman God. My existence is to save the Beastmen from their misery. Ryan started gagging again halfway through his sentence, the acid rising in his throat, but he forced it back down with sheer willpower. The apostle of the Beastman God is a human? Yeah, maybe it's because I like Beastmen. Ryan started talking nonsense. He stood up unsteadily, then pushed open the wooden door and walked outside. I'm going outside for some fresh air. I'm going to throw up again. Narima and Salaya, the 2 little elves, accompanied Lion on either side, their stomachs also churning. Before this, one of them had never left the underground, and the other had never left the forest, and both of them also experienced seasickness. Siwin was on the stern deck, drinking and directing the sailors. The wind was not blowing in the right direction, so the sailors furled the sails and rowed hard. Although the speed of movement was much slower, the boat was still just as bumpy. Ryan leaned over the hull and poked his head out, vomiting all the vomit into the azure sea, then rinsed his mouth with magical water. He had to admit that although he was still feeling unwell, breathing in some fresh air made him feel much better. The cabin reeked of sweat and vomit, and even had a faint stench of decay, making Ryan, who was already feeling unwell, feel even more miserable. Wow, isn't this our boss? You made progress today, but didn't throw up in the cabin. Cohen shouted drunkenly, holding up a bottle of liquor. The wind at sea was a bit strong, and his voice was muffled. Even though they were nearly 10 meters apart and facing the wind, Ryan could still smell the strong smell of alcohol on him. Ryan turned back to look at him, wiped his mouth, and then casually said, Could you please stop drinking? I'm afraid your ship has gone to the wrong place. Are you kidding me? I've been following this route for 10 years. I could walk it with my eyes closed and never get lost. That's just bragging. Ryan was speechless. Quiven, gripping the helm, looked at the highlight and asked indistinctly, "Are these elves?" "Huh? Yes." Ryan nodded. "Where's that piece of charcoal?" "A dark elf from the depths, and also my slave, so what?" Lion looked at Narima. Calling her a dark elf was a bit of an exaggeration. Although she was dark-skinned, she wasn't quite a black person. Quiven continued, "What a coincidence, you can just resell them. Those arrogant guys are searching everywhere for elves. You can make a fortune." "Never mind then, I don't plan to sell them." Ryan shook his head. He felt nauseous again after only a few words with Quiven. As soon as he finished speaking, Kawewun collapsed, pulled his hat over his face, and began to snore loudly. Ryan shook his head helplessly, silently praying that the ship would head to the right place. Seeing that Narima and Salaya had also started vomiting, he gently patted their backs. He didn't plan to go back to his cabin anytime soon. He needed to air out on the deck first. Just then, Ellie also emerged. She walked on the swaying deck as if it were flat ground, as if the sea had no effect on her whatsoever. Ellie looked at Ryan with a slightly awkward expression. "What's wrong? Are you constipated?" Ryan was punched as soon as he finished speaking, even though Ellie hadn't used much strength at all. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. "Are you feeling better?" She was actually showing concern for someone. I'd never seen her like this before. This was the first time. Ryan couldn't help but smile. He put his arm around Ellie's waist and teased her. "I would feel much better if my wife could kiss me." A nearby sailor overheard Ryan's words, turned around, and said in surprise, "Are you kidding me? A slave is a slave. Who would take a beast man as a wife? What a weirdo." Ryan waved his hand. "You don't understand. You'll understand when you get to my age." The sailor shook his head. "That's true. You look young, but I was like that when I was young, too. I could just find a hole on the ship and use it." Ellie ignored their conversation and said expressionlessly, "You smell like vomit. I don't like it." Despite saying that, Ellie still kissed Ryan on the cheek. Ryan gazed at the ocean with a contented look and suddenly felt much better. At the same time, he noticed many dark brown floating objects in the distance, drifting with the current, and he didn't know what they were. "Is that dark mass seaweed?" Ryan pointed. Ellie glanced at them, then gently shook her head. "No, those are all corpses. They died after taking the medicine and were thrown into the sea. At first, they sink, but after a few days, the corpses that weren't eaten by the fish float to the surface, gathering together like that." Chapter 1:12 The Return of Alastra. Ryan was stunned. "Are those dark masses on the sea corpses? There must be at least several thousand corpses." Ellie continued, "There aren't that many here. The closer you get to the island, the more corpses there will be. This is considered a small number. So, according to you, 100,000 slaves die on the island every year? Yes, if the boat goes a little further ahead, you should be able to see the body-dumping ship." Just then, Ryan heard a muffled thud. Looking down, he saw that a rotting corpse had crashed into the ship, but it was quickly left far behind. The body was swollen from being soaked in seawater, and its ears stood up on its head like two balls. Ellie continued, "These are all children." Just as Ryan was lamenting, a familiar voice came from behind him. "What a pity for those delicious souls. They died just like that." Ryan turned around and saw that it was Velast who had returned. The succubus has been missing for over 10 days. She won't show up unless Ryan calls her. At this moment, she was covered in wounds, looked weak and exhausted, and a piece of her demon horn was missing. Ellie's ears turned into airplane ears. She was clearly not happy about the sudden appearance of the succubus. Seeing her, Halaya was also a little scared and instinctively hid behind Ryan. I'll go back to the cabin to find Lilith first." After saying that, she fled back to the cabin in a flash. The little elf was also very afraid of this devil. Narima, the chocolate cake, stood upright, seemingly unmoved. "Where'd you been all these days? You look so disheveled," Ryan asked, puzzled. Velast always did this, disappearing without a word, and then suddenly reappearing one day. "And why's the horn on your head broken? Did you lose to the bandits on the roadside?" Seeking revenge, and then getting beaten up, Velast replied with a laugh, making no attempt to hide her defeat, her tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. "Is there anyone in this world who can beat you?" Ryan asked. holding Ellie and Nerima in his arms. Not this world. Velas shrugged and continued. I also have many enemies in hell. I absorbed so many souls this time and killed several of them, but there are still some I can't beat. As she spoke, she waved her hand and then sat down relaxed on the edge of the sailboat. Let's not talk about such unpleasant things anymore. I need a rest for a few days. Having wings means you can do whatever you want. An ordinary person would fall into the sea if they just tilted their back. Just then, Maeve also ran out of the cabin. She was startled by Velas and felt nauseous with fear. She found a place nearby to vomit, and then carefully walked over to Ryan. Velas still had a smile on her face. What? Do I look disgusting? Many people have been scared to death when they saw me, but this is the first time I've seen someone vomit. Maeve hid behind Ryan and cautiously asked him for water to rinse her mouth. Seeing this, Velas grabbed Maeve and, ignoring Maeve's screams, gave her wolf ears a hard rub. Ignoring me? Then I'll ravage you. Maeve muttered pitifully. Why did you do this? Wah! Ellie's gaze remained wary as she looked at Velastra, and she shielded Ryan behind her. You're cute too, little kitten. Let me pat your ears. Ellie slapped Velas' hand away and started breathing on it. Ryan quickly moved his body between them, separating them with himself. All right, stop arguing. Velas patted Ryan's head dismissively, then asked, And you? Have you thought about your second wish? A second wish? What second wish? I almost forgot about it, if you hadn't mentioned it. Ryan pretended to be still thinking. Let's wait a bit. I still don't know what to wish for right now. Anyway, my time is just a blink of an eye for you, so you shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Norus. Velas looked around, finally fixing her gaze on the dozen or so sailors. So what are you doing now? Ryan replied decisively. Go to a place called White Mist Island and buy some slaves. Looking at Velastra's wings, he suddenly thought of something. Could you take us to the island? She smiled, raised an eyebrow, and asked Ryan, Is this one of your wishes? No. Velas smiled and refused. That won't do. Can't you even help me as a friend? Ryan hugged Velas, who had a faint smell of sulfur about her. I'd agree if I were in a good mood, but I'm not in a good mood right now. You'll have to pay a price. Velas began sniffing Ryan, then spoke. You smell like vomit. Just then, a sailor noticed the sudden appearance of Velas. As he rowed, he turned back and asked, Hey, that guy, what kind of demi-human is that? Velas turned to look at him, a sweet smile on her face. Guess. Ryan looked at the bat wings behind her and replied, She is a beast-like being from the bat tribe, an animal that lives in caves. I understand, but why does she have horns on her head? I remember bats don't look like that. This really stumped Ryan. If we had to say something, Velastra had a tail, but bats don't. Because, Velas took over the conversation and said to the sailor, Because I am actually a devil. She revealed her true form as soon as she finished speaking. In an instant, screams echoed across the sailboat, and several quick-thinking sailors jumped into the water as if their lives depended on it. Hearing their splashes as they fell into the water, Velastra's expression grew even more delighted. Fear. Utter fear. Delicious. Startled, Maeve rolled her eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Ryan immediately delivered a powerful punch to Velas big, but, making her groan, How rude of you. Is this how you treat a lady who's in the mood for playing around? Fisk, can you stop messing around? We have an emergency. Ryan pointed to the cabin and continued. That mermaid she bought from underground is going to rescue her sister. Velas shrugged dismissively. Let them swim a little longer if they're too tired. I'll just pull them out and push the boat a bit. Won't that solve the problem? Waking up, Tsuin threw a bottle onto the deck and grumbled. What are you all shouting about? Can you let me get some sleep? He slowly sat up, his eyes meeting those of Velastra, who had revealed her true form. His body jolted violently and then froze completely, sobering him up considerably. What the hell kind of monster is this? Chapter 1, 13 Landing on the Island. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and White Mist Island was now within reach. This place is located deep in the North Sea. The island is surrounded by floating corpses of beastmen and is shrouded in thick white fog all day long. Black crows fly and circle in the fog. The sun was shining brightly when we were at sea, but the scenery changed drastically as soon as we got closer to the island. Nerea clenched her fists. Along the way, She had seen many beastmen corpses on the sea, and she wished she could tear everyone on the island to pieces. These children have done nothing wrong, yet they are subjected to such persecution. They could have lived peaceful and quiet lives. Ryan had listened to Ellie's expressionless description and felt that the beastmen on the island were miserable, but he couldn't truly experience what it was like there. It wasn't until he saw crows disembowel the carcass and hang the intestines from a withered tree that he truly felt the cruelty of this hell on earth. Just then, a sailboat came sailing towards them, and they threw piles of beast-demon corpses into the sea. These beast-human children died with their eyes wide open, their pupils grayish-white, their bodies purple, and their dark blood vessels clearly visible on their skin. Their expressions were extremely ferocious, as if they had suffered inhuman torture before their deaths. Maeve hugged Ryan, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. With a trembling voice, suppressing her anger and fear, Naraya asked Velastra beside her, "If I sell you my soul, will you help me kill all the beasts on the island?" "You? My dear, one soul is far from enough," Velastra replied with a laugh. Naraya shut her mouth. Ellie watched this scene calmly. To them, it seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. Velastra shook her head slightly, a hint of regret in her voice. What a pity for their souls. Immediately afterwards, the fish leaped out of the sea in a frenzy, and seabirds also descended from the sky. Together they enjoyed this feast, and the scarlet blood had already stained the surrounding sea red. Naraya couldn't bear to watch any longer. Perhaps thinking that such an ending might happen to her own sister, she covered her ears and hid in a corner. The little elves, Hilaya and Maeve, were also terrified and hid behind Ryan. I want to go home," Hilaya said, her voice trembling with tears. Ryan glanced at the little one, then picked her up and held her in his arms. The little elf's mental resilience is still too poor. When they left Kaeldorn, Ryan and his companions passed through a great forest. At that time, Ryan noticed that she seemed to dislike everything, so he suggested that Celia go home, but the little elf politely declined. Now, terrified by the piles of corpses, she really wanted to go home. Ryan comforted her. It's okay. Don't look at these things. Close your eyes and get some sleep, okay?" Hilaya nodded and gently closed her eyes. In contrast, Narima, being a dark elf, was much bolder. She peered into the sea and said, "There seems to be something else in the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, several tentacles with suckers emerged from the seabed, grabbing many corpses and dragging them into the water. Lilith said, "These are sea monsters from the North Sea. That's what the Sylvaden people call them. They were all raised on these corpses. If outsiders try to sail into the island, their ships will be capsized by them." Velas scoffed. "You make it sound so scary. It's just a giant octopus. Do you want me to catch it and let you play with it? I heard it's delicious roasted." As soon as she opened her mouth, Ryan couldn't hold back any longer. He shook his head and said, "I don't eat things that grow up to be cannibals." Velas shrugged. As Quiven listened to Velast and Ryan chatting, he subconsciously swallowed. These past few days, Verast has been threatening the sailors at every turn, and she won't stop until they're so frightened they lose control of their bladder and bowels. No normal person dares to look her in the eye for more than 2 seconds. Ellie looked at the island gradually appearing in the white mist and gasped. Lilith murmured to herself, "I didn't expect her to actually come back." The sailors brought the ship to a safe stop in the harbor, and Quiven then nervously said to Velast and Ryan, "We've arrived. You two should leave now. I don't want the money." "How can that be? We keep our promise. You deliver me, and I'll pay you." Ryan nodded, tossed the agreed-upon money to Quiven, and then called out to Naraya, who was squatting in the corner, "Stop peeing. Come here." After Naraya got up and came over, Ryan led Ellie and the others off the ship. Seeing this, Velast nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. I admire people who keep their contracts." "Then would you like me to kiss you?" Ryan shrugged. Anyway, Tuin hadn't done anything bad on the way, except for drinking. Ryan wasn't some kind of psychopathic killer, so there was no need for him to avoid beef. "Of course, just a kiss. You can do it any time," Velas replied with a smile, giving Ryan a flirtatious wink. The island was a bit chilly, so Ryan rubbed his arms and then started a fire to keep warm. Naraya gritted her teeth and said, "These Sylvadinians should all be killed. They're monsters. They don't even spare children." Velas chuckled. Oh, let me correct you. The devil doesn't like killing children. Maeve followed beside Ryan, trembling slightly. Master, please slow down. Don't leave me behind. Ryan asked Ellie, where can I buy slaves? Nerea gently grasped Ryan's clothes, cautiously reminding him, my sister. I haven't forgotten. Now is the time to buy your sister back, Ryan replied. Thank you, Nerea said pitifully, clenching her fists. Ellie looked at the two of them and said, let's keep going forward. Someone will come out and stop us. After walking for a while, several figures soon appeared in the thick white fog. The leader was a burly man with a bullhorn hat, a red beard, and a muscular build. Behind him were several tall, strong slave guards dressed in leather armor. The guards' eyes were almost identical to those when Ellie first arrived. They were clearly the same type of combat slaves as Ellie, Lilith, and Luna. They lined up and stopped the crowd. Stop. You should know where you are, right? Ryan mimicked the last tone, spreading his hands towards the group in front of him and saying, oh, don't be nervous. We're just here on the island to buy a few slaves. A slave trader said he can buy slaves from you. The burly man stared at Ryan without saying a word, while Lilith had already placed her hand on the dagger at her waist. After a moment, he spoke, come with me. Ryan and Ellie exchanged glances, then led the others to follow. Chapter 114, Araya's Little Sister. Ryan hadn't walked far with them when he heard the cracking sound of whips being lashed out and the cries of children mixed together. The silhouettes of several slave traders wielding long whips emerged from the mist. A seemingly refined, middle-aged merchant from Sylvaden was having these men drive away a group of ragged, beast-like children. The last had maintained her human form from the beginning, and she remained keenly interested in everything around her. The guard who had led the way stepped forward and said a few words to him. He quickly turned back to look at Ryan and his group, then opened his arms and called out in a very familiar manner, hey, friend, you want to buy slaves, right? Nerea glared fiercely at the man in front of her, her back teeth practically grinding to powder, as if she wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Yes. Ryan nodded. He reached out and shook Ryan's hand firmly. My name is Alkin. There are not only these children here, but also trained slave warriors. It depends on what you want. He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Ellie thoughtfully. They looked into each other's eyes. Ryan had never seen Ellie look like that before. Killing intent. Intense killing intent. If Ryan gave the order, she would definitely pounce on him and tear him to pieces without hesitation. What? You know her? Alkin. Of course, this beast is a genius among geniuses. She is the fastest adapting and the fiercest among her slaves. No one can beat her. She always manages to create miracles that surprise everyone. But as her master, to have managed to reach the island alive, you must be quite capable. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten within a meter of her. While the two were talking, Velastra had completely let loose and, ignoring the slave trader's attempts to stop her, insisted on running off to play with the children. How so? Alkin shook his head, seemingly feeling a little regretful. It just has some flaws. Otherwise, it could have been sold to the royal family of Alicia and made into a personal bodyguard for a princess. Ryan didn't press further. He went straight to the point. I plan to buy a few slave warriors, but before that, I want to buy a child first. Likes children? There are plenty of nobles who like children. I know. Ryan gestured. An 8-year-old merfolk girl, blue hair, about waist-high to me. Her name is... At this point, Ryan suddenly paused. He had only heard Nerea mention her little sister every day, but he still didn't know her little sister's name. What's her name again? Ryan gave her a wink, signaling her to tone down her hostility. Nerea glanced at Ryan, then slowly lowered her head. Terasha. Her name is Terasha. Do you remember her? Alkin looked at the beast-like children and shook his head. Terasha? Who cares? Dozens of fish-like people are sent here every day. They all have blue hair. I can't remember them all. Is she that important? There are beastmen everywhere in the north. These tenacious beasts are impossible to catch completely. If you really can't find another child, you can always get another one. We have plenty of beastmen children here. Just as Nilia reached for the dagger at her waist, Lilith pressed down on her shoulder. The snake girl had been observing her the whole time. Just then, a slave trader leaned close to Alkin's ear and whispered something. Then he nodded. Oh, it's that little beast. I remember now. Despite her young age, she was the most troublesome of that group of beasts. I heard that while she was still on the ship, she somehow managed to break off a sharp plank and stab several sailors, almost allowing her to escape. Naria was breathing rapidly. Although she was glaring at Alkin, she did not shout or yell out of turn. Ryan quickly asked, "Is she still alive?" Alkin nodded. "She just took the potion yesterday, and she's the only one of that batch of slaves who survived. In terms of adaptation speed, she's about the same as that beast behind you. She's incredibly resilient and has a lot of potential. Sell her to me," Ryan said decisively. Alkin smiled and directly refused Ryan. "No, we have an agreement with the Kingdom of Elysia, and we will not sell to anyone." At this point, he suddenly turned his gaze to the two elves, Salaya and Nerima. "You actually have two elven slaves. Perhaps we can make a deal. We could talk about that later, but before that, you have to take me to see that girl named Teresha." Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. Alkin gave some instructions to the slave traders beside him, and then led the way for Ryan. Seeing that Ellie was still staring intently at his back, Ryan lowered his voice and asked, "You hate him? I wish I could tear him to pieces, because it was because of him that Amy died." Ellie clenched her fists, her sharp nails piercing the skin of her palms, and drops of bright red blood dripped down. "Amy?" Ryan was taken aback at first. She was Ellie's first and only friend on the island. "Calm down a bit." Ryan winked at Lilith, signaling her to keep an eye on Ellie. The snake girl was exhausted. She had to keep an eye on Naria and Ellie. Seeing this, Velas smiled and hugged Ellie. "Don't be angry, little kitty. Let me pat your head." "Ah." Ellie tilted her head back and began to breathe on her. Along the way, many carriages were transporting the corpses of beastmen. Maeve looked at the truckloads of corpses and clung tightly to Ryan's arm. "Master, these children are so young. Can we save them?" Before Ryan could speak, Velas said with a smile, "The little puppy is so cute. These children are all dead. Their bodies are almost rotting. How can we save them?" Maeve's ears drooped, and she followed Ryan around, wiping away tears, looking quite pitiful as she sobbed. Soon Ryan and his group were taken to a white house located deep inside the island. Unlike the clean and tidy interior of the house, the outside was piled with many beast-like corpses surrounded by flies. "Come in," Alkin said, turning around to the group with his hands behind his back. The room resembled an employee dormitory, filled with menacing-looking Sylvadan men who stared intently at Ryan with a hint of hostility in their eyes. Alkin led everyone into the basement, and after walking about 100 meters down a musty underground corridor, he pushed open a heavy iron door. "This is it." Ryan entered a room, and the first thing he saw was a row of iron beds connected end to end. Countless beastmen were firmly tied to the beds, struggling frantically in despair. Several women pried open the children's mouths and slowly poured the murky medicine into them. Among the hundreds of beds, Nilia immediately spotted a little blue-haired girl. Just as she was about to run away, Lilith grabbed her. Unable to break free, she began to shout excitedly, "Master! Master! That's my little sister, Teresha!" Chapter 115, Lord of Kirishima. Nilia's sister, Teresha, was tightly chained to an iron bed. She was very weak and only opened her eyes slowly when she heard the familiar call. "Sister." Teresha looked closely at the woman before her, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice trembling with sobs, she said, "I thought I'd never see you again." Nyria hugged her tightly and whispered, "I'm sorry." Alkin watched the two figures walk away, then suddenly turned to Ryan and asked, "Are they sisters?" "Yes." Ryan nodded. "I have a suggestion. Sell this female slave to me, and I'll give you 20 gold coins." Alkin looked at Nyria and continued, "Her sister adapted quickly, and although she's a bit older, she might be worth a try." Before she could finish speaking, Nilia glared at him fiercely. Alkin's guards, who had just reached for the dagger, blocked their way. "Hey, keep your slaves in check," Alkin said, turning back to Ryan. Ryan nodded, then continued, "Sell her sister to me." "No, this is non-negotiable." He turned to look at Salaya and Nerima, who were hiding behind Ryan, and continued, "It's not entirely non-negotiable. If you're willing to sell these two elves to me, perhaps we can talk." Ryan put his hand on Velas's shoulder and asked in confusion, Why are you all so interested in elves? Rare and long-lived. If a warrior could be trained, nobles would definitely be willing to pay a high price to buy him. Furthermore, elves are incredibly resilient, in no way inferior to these beastmen. Even if they're cut in half at the waist, they can survive for several days. Experimenting on them might be more successful. At this point, Alkin paced back and forth between the beds, observing carefully, look, more than 100 beasts have died, and in the end, only that guy will probably survive. If it were an elf, the situation might be much better. Given the choice between an elf who can live for 1,000 years and a beast-like human who can live for 60 years, wealthy nobles would definitely choose the former. As he spoke, he stepped over a dead beast-human child. Have you tried to catch it? Ryan shook his head. Alkin shook his head with a wry smile. I've tried before. Dark elves live underground, and just going down there is difficult. Moreover, these guys are too fierce. Once captured, they will commit suicide at the first opportunity. They have plenty of ways to kill themselves. As for the spirits of the great forest, frankly, we don't want to offend those guys. As he spoke, Alkin shouted at the Sylvdin women who were administering drugs. Throw these beasts' corpses out. The stench of their bodies is wafting out. It's disgusting. The women stopped what they were doing and began to carry the bodies out. Looking at these young children, Ryan couldn't help but ask, in Alicia, a male slave can be sold for 100 gold coins, and a female slave for 40 or 50 gold coins. After all that effort, killing so many children, and nearly 10 years of this, is it worth it for this little bit of money? Is there even a profit? Alkin shrugged. It's just making use of waste. If you catch a beast man, you can sell him. Of course, you can make a lot of money. But children are useless. They can't be used for farming or warming beds. Raising them would waste a lot of food, so using them to create these killing machines is a waste of resources. The cost of these potions is negligible. They can take care of their own food. When they reach adolescence, they can be taken out to work as mercenaries to earn money, and then sold after they reach adulthood. Let me put it this way. Those dead children were worthless to begin with, but these surviving children, after deducting costs, can earn at least 150 to 200 gold coins per child. Scum. Degenerates. Beasts. Demons. Nerea couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Alkin. They deserved a happy life. Alkin spread his hands and said with a smile, Happiness? Are you happy? Born in the cold and barren north? Every winter, tens of thousands of beastmen starve and freeze to death on the wasteland, becoming food for monsters. It is our mercy to end their suffering as soon as possible. Nerea glared at him and continued to berate him. What a vicious demon. One day you will die in pain and despair, just like these children. Alkin shrugged nonchalantly. He clearly had been cursed by the beastmen quite a bit, but he didn't care. Just then, a Sylvdin came up from behind and whispered a few words in Alkin's ear. He nodded, then looked at Ryan and slowly said, Excuse me, come with us. The Lord wants to see you. It seems you can reach some kind of agreement. Lord. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. So, we could buy Talassa, right? Of course, I think that's probably why he called you upstairs. Alkin smiled and pointed to Nerea, continuing, but before that, get your slaves out of here. I need to close this door for now. Nerea, having somehow learned this, began to hiss menacingly at Alkin after hearing those words, then shielded Tara Shah with her body. Wow, that's fierce. Where did you buy this inferior slave? Didn't you discipline her with a whip? Biting someone is no good. Alkin pulled out a pair of pliers from somewhere and waved them in front of Ryan. Do you need me to pull her teeth? It's free, no money required. Ryan ignored Alkin, stepped forward, patted Nilly on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, Let go and listen to me. Nerea looked at her sister, then at Ryan, completely unmoved. She was completely unable to walk. Hurry up, Ryan urged, giving her a wink at the same time. Nerea bit her lower lip and whispered in Tarash's ear, I will come back to you. After saying that, he got up and followed Ryan out of the basement. Alkin led Ryan and the others upstairs step by step. Upon reaching the top floor, the group stopped in front of a room at the end of the corridor. Looking at the mahogany double doors in front of him, Ryan scratched his head. Alkin stepped forward and knocked on the door. Two slaves, one on each side, slowly opened the door. Ryan immediately spotted the genuine leather mahogany sofa, an extremely rare find in this era. An elderly man with white hair was sitting on the sofa reading a book, with a small pair of glasses clipped to his nose. Seeing Ryan and the others standing at the door, he slowly closed the book and placed it on his lap. Seeing Ryan still standing at the door, Alkin whispered, "Go in, the Lord is waiting for you." Chapter 116, The Only Person You Can Desperately Beg Is Me. Ryan was the first to enter the room. He sat down unhurriedly in front of the old man. The mahogany sofa was indeed quite nice. His buttocks sank right in. This was the first time Ryan had experienced such a sensation since his transmigration. Although he liked the furniture, he didn't intend to be polite and went straight to the point. "What do you want to talk to me about?" The old man smiled kindly, then turned to look at Halaya and Narima, who were still standing at the door, and said softly, "I'm used to introducing myself before discussing business. My name is Orion, and I come from Sildin. I am a master of this slave island." Ryan replied briefly, "I am Ryan of Kaeldorn. Is it the verdant city of Kaeldorn, west of the Great Forest? I visited there when I was young, and I must say it's a beautiful city. I could barely call Viscount Pavel, the lord there, a friend." Ryan shook his head. He had no idea what was so great about that godforsaken place. The streets were filled with excrement and urine. There wasn't even a place to step. 90% of his affection for Kaeldorn came from the sexy and charming Evelyn. Ryan felt nothing for anything else. "Let's get straight to the point." "No problem." Orion smiled, and then summoned a beast-like maid. She brought over the tea set and poured some dark brown beverage into the cup. Even without Ryan getting close, he could smell the aroma of cloves and cinnamon. There were also a few pieces of white bread next to it. Seeing Maeve swallowing hard beside him, Ryan handed her the cup. "That bastard is lucky. Even if she was poisoned, it probably won't kill her." Maeve's intellect didn't allow her to think too much. She picked up the glass and drank it down in 2 seconds. Orion looked at Maeve and smiled meaningfully. This beast-like creature is quite likable." Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately reached for the white bread on the plate, picked up a piece, and took a big bite. Orion nodded, then turned his gaze back to Ryan. "How much are those 2 elves worth? I can buy them from you." Ryan turned to look at Narima and Salaya, who had followed him, and said helplessly, "So that's why? I won't sell these 2 elves. Don't rush to refuse. You can name your price." Orion looked at Ellie and Lilith and continued, "There are several female slaves like them on the island. I can trade them for these 2 elves." Ryan refused expressionlessly, saying, "This dark elf is my wife, and the cute little elf next to her is someone I raise as my daughter. I will not sell them. It was a pleasure discussing business with you, but unfortunately we couldn't reach an agreement, so..." As soon as Orion finished speaking, a blinding white light flashed across the floor of the room, enveloping everyone in it. Ryan felt as if a piece of his heart was empty, as if some kind of power had been lost. He opened his palm and tried to cast a fireball, but the fireball did not appear as expected. Only a few small sparks jumped out and then went out completely. Seeing this, Ellie also tried to condense a wind blade, but she failed just like Ryan. Ryan yawned, then said, "If we can't reach a consensus, we have to resort to force. I advise you not to do that. Although I'm weak as a chicken." He glanced at Velastra beside him. The guy was sitting up straight with a smile on his face. Whether it was a misperception or not, Ryan felt that there was a hint of doting in her eyes when she looked at the old man, Orion. The old man slowly stood up and said with a smile, I have to admire your courage and your childlike innocence. From the moment you came to the island, you had no choice but to either die or do business with me. You had to choose one." As soon as he finished speaking, several beastmen wielding weapons pushed open the mahogany door. One stood guard at the door, while the others stood on either side of Orion. Orion ordered, "Spare this man's life, capture all those beastmen, and treat those 2 elves with care." Maeve froze, still clutching a delicate piece of white bread in her hand. 2.5 seconds later, she made her choice and stuffed the bread into her mouth as if she were treating it as her last meal. Luna growled, smashing a vase beside her with one hand and picking up a sharp shard from it. Ellie drew her dagger and shielded Ryan behind her. The 2 groups were on the verge of exchanging blows when a mesmerizing laugh drew everyone's attention. For some reason, Velast was like a sinister mastermind, covering her mouth and giggling incessantly. The white-haired Orion, leaning on his cane, stood by the window, gazing at Velast in deep thought. That chilling laughter was enough to send shivers down your spine just by hearing it. Ryan leaned back slightly, raised an eyebrow at Velast, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What's so funny that it's making you laugh like this?" Velas wiped away her tears, looked around at everyone in the room, and slowly stood up. "Don't you think this is ridiculous?" Before anyone could react, Velast appeared directly behind Orion. Her speed was unbelievable. Ryan had no idea how she got there. It's like a video where the beginning and end are still there, but the middle part is abruptly cut off, making it feel abrupt and eerie. The beastmen beside them were also inexplicably paralyzed, their weapons raised and unable to move, seemingly only their eyeballs able to move slightly. Velastra gently lifted Orion's chin with her fingertips, looking down at the white-haired head, and said in a seductive voice, "Hey, old man, let's play a game." Orion froze, stiffly turning his head to force a twisted smile at Velastra. "Are you a devil?" Velast didn't answer him, but said to herself, "I will kill all the Sylvadinians on the island within 10 seconds. If anyone survives even one more second, I will resurrect all of you. How about that?" Orion shook his head and began to struggle, trying to break free from the devil's grasp. "God, help me." Velastra gently covered his mouth, her expression of enjoyment bordering on ecstasy. "No, no, no. There is no mercy, no forgiveness, and certainly no God as you claim. The only person in heaven who can grant your desperate pleas is me." No sooner had he finished speaking than Orion's eyes bulged out, and he burst into pieces like an inflated balloon. Bang! Ryan was splattered with warm blood, and the whole room looked as if it had been painted red, turning a blood-red color. Velastra's eyes shone like lava, and she laughed wildly like a madwoman before smashing through a window and leaping out. Maeve, covered in blood, stared at a plate of white bread stained red with blood, lost in thought. Chapter 117: Children Who Love Furry Things. Ryan used water magic to wash everyone's bodies. Blood seeped into every crevice of the room, and a foul, fishy smell permeated the air. I wonder how Velast is doing. More than 10 minutes have passed, and she still hasn't returned. Having known her for almost a month, this was the first time Ryan had witnessed her in action. He breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that Velast was not his enemy. The little fairy, Ilaria, seemed to be terrified. She was covered in blood and trembling uncontrollably. As Ryan washed her, she cautiously said, I want to go home. "I'll take you back when we pass through the great forest," Ryan said softly, helping Celaya wash her hair. Naria was also startled. She swallowed hard, her breathing becoming erratic. In contrast, Ellie and the others had clearly seen a lot in life. They simply wiped the blood off their faces without any change in expression. Ellie spoke up from the side. "Master, Velast is too dangerous. We can't control her power. It would be dangerous if we became enemies. For now, there's nothing to worry about." Ryan shook his head. He looked at the other beastmen in the room. They had been immobilized by some kind of magic from Velast, but they were not dead. These guys definitely have magical marks on them. The fact that they didn't die immediately after their master's death means that Velast must have removed the marks from them. Although this succubus has a D-level intelligence, she is quite clever in this respect. "Let's go out." Ryan patted Maeve on the shoulder and led everyone out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw several splatters of minced meat in the corridor, not even a human figure. Ellie stared coldly at the pile of minced meat, standing in front of it for a long time. "What's wrong?" "This is Alkin." Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can still tell he's like this. I could still recognize you even if you turned to ash." Ellie nodded. "The further down you go, the worse things get. The Sylvadan people practically cover every corner of the house, turning it into a bloody pulp." As Ryan walked into the underground passage, he saw several beasts like children lying in pools of blood. It is not hard to tell from the remaining clothing that the previous Sylvadan women were killed instantly by Velast. The heavy iron gate in front of us was ajar. Ryan strode forward and pushed open the iron door. The basement contained several piles of minced meat, but otherwise it was no different from before. Nyria ran to her sister Tarash's bedside and gently stroked her forehead. But the child gently twisted his head as if he was in pain. Ellie bent down and used a wire to pry open the iron lock binding Tarasha, then said, "Don't disturb her now. It's best to let her lie like this. Her senses will be very sensitive right after it's over, and even a gentle touch will be extremely painful for her. Upon hearing this, Nilia quickly removed her hand and knelt quietly to the side, as if she were going to stay and guard the place. She looked up at Ryan, then slowly lowered her head. "Thank you, Master." Thank goodness for the last. She was right to be cautious. Ellie walked over to the other children and checked on them one by one. Seeing her shake her head repeatedly, Ryan knew the situation was not optimistic. "What's wrong?" Ellie pointed to several children who were tied to the bed and struggling violently. "They've been given drugs, and their reaction is very strong. Most of them won't make it through." "Is there any hope for these children? Can they survive if they induce vomiting?" Ellie shook her head helplessly. "Spitting it out won't work now. It's either a successful mutation or death." Ryan looked around and said to Lilith and Luna beside him, "You two stay here with Nerea. Ellie and I will go out and take a look." "Okay." Lilith nodded, then found an empty bed and sat down. She tilted her head back and looked around. This place seemed to have stirred up a memory for her. Ryan patted her head, then led Ellie away from the basement. Wait for me." Maeve hurriedly chased after him, with Nerima and Salaya following behind. Ryan left the basement and searched around the house for any trace of Alastra, wondering where the succubus had gone. Many blood-covered beast-like slaves were still wandering around nearby. They didn't know what had happened, only that their master had suddenly turned into a pile of minced meat. They immediately became alert the moment they saw Ryan, this stranger. To become a slave guarding the island, one must be at least at Lilith's level. Wandering around aimlessly now doesn't seem like a good option. Ellie said from the side, "We are not your enemies. It's all over now. The slave traders on the island have all been killed." Ryan nodded. "That's right. You will no longer be enslaved." These beast-like slaves looked at each other blankly, and then began to wander aimlessly. Having been bossed around their whole lives, they felt somewhat out of place without anyone controlling them, behaving like neutral NPCs. Ryan looked at Ellie, who immediately understood and said, "Bring the children who are still alive on the island here. It's more meaningful than letting them run around." The slaves glanced at Ellie, then numbly walked off in all directions. "I wonder if they'll listen to Ellie." Looking at the truckloads of corpses, Maeve cautiously asked, "Master, what will happen to these children? They're so pitiful." Ryan asked Ellie beside him, "Are there any cemeteries or anything like that on the island?" "No, if they die, they're just thrown into the sea." Looking at the young children, Ryan shook his head. He had no intention of throwing them into the sea. To be eaten by fish and shrimp after death is a truly tragic thought. "Once we find the last, let's dig a big hole and bury them. They're all poor children." Ryan shook his head. Ryan continued onward and encountered many more slain Sylvanan people. There were many scattered beast-like children around, who hid behind trees as soon as they saw Ryan appear, their faces full of fear. Ellie gazed at the thick fog ahead and suddenly said, "We've found her." A few steps further on, several children appeared in the mist, seemingly watching something. Immediately afterwards, the last, covered in blood, emerged from the mist. She sat on the ground, embracing two beast-like children on either side, stroking their heads and muttering, good dog. So cute." Seeing Ryan approaching, she raised her head and said seriously, "I love these furry children." The children all turned around, and upon seeing Ryan, they scattered and fled in fear, hiding nearby. Chapter 118. This island has been taken over by us. Ryan had been busy all day and was still confused about the situation on the island. Ellie, with Ryan by her side, found several hundred boys training in the woods on the island. There are about 1,400 slaves being trained on the island. They are all children in their early teens. There were also over 1,000 slaves serving as mercenaries throughout the continent, gaining combat experience while earning money for slave traders before being sold off upon reaching adulthood. "So, you spent 5 out of the last 10 years working as mercenaries." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. No wonder they recognize all sorts of monsters. They're veterans. "Yes." Ellie nodded. Ryan peeked out of the matchbox and saw that the Beastmen slaves were sitting in small groups around the campfire, resting. Maeve rubbed her stomach and mumbled pitifully, "Master, I'm hungry." "Didn't you just eat white bread yesterday afternoon?" Ryan asked, puzzled. That was in the afternoon. Almost a whole day has passed, Maeve said with a frown, tracing circles on Ryan's body with her finger. I was so tired last night, and my stomach has been growling ever since. Then you can eat a small piece of black bread. If you dare to eat more, I'll have Ellie beat you up. Ryan squinted at Maeve. The dog happily took a big piece of black bread from the bag and put it in its mouth to chew. A few seconds later, she asked again, her voice muffled, "What are we going to do with the money in the house?" Yesterday, when Maeve ran up to the top floor of the house looking for white bread, she accidentally opened a secret door. Inside, there was a mountain of all kinds of gold coins. Ryan didn't count them carefully, but he was sure he wouldn't have to worry about money for the time being. If you have a chance, let's buy some food first. There are too many children, and there isn't enough food on the island right now. Aside from the slaves who could survive in the forest and wilderness, there were also more than 300 animal children who had been sent to the island just yesterday. They had not yet been given the potion by the Sylvadan people and had no survival skills whatsoever. The island's food reserves are only enough to feed these children for a few days, and food is a major problem right now. Ryan asked Ellie, "What do those slave traders feed these children?" "A big piece of black bread. Anyway, most children would take the medicine that day and not see the sun the next day." Ryan looked helpless. This was truly hellish. "Let's go out and give the children some bread. They must be scared and hungry right now." He slowly got up, led Ellie out of the matchbox hut, and then began distributing bread from a cart with a large bag of bread. The beast-human children sat up as soon as they saw Ryan. Although they were a little scared, hunger eventually overcame their fear, and the children got up and moved closer to him. "Half a loaf of black bread per person. Everyone line up and take your turn," Ryan shouted at the top of her lungs like a cafeteria lady. The children were in a chaotic frenzy, all trying to squeeze to the front to get their bread. Ellie glared at them and snapped, "Line up now, or we won't give you anything." The children looked at each other, and after Ellie's shout, they obediently lined up in front of Ryan, stuffing the bread they had received into their mouths. It was clear that they were starving. Just as Ryan was feeding the beast-human children, Lilith came running from a distance. She cried out, "Master, another Sylvadan is sending children to the island. We've caught him. What do we do now? Should the children be sent back or kept here?" "Stay," Ryan answered without hesitation. "These beast-like children are usually not bought by anyone. Only the island is willing to take them. If the Sylvadan people were to send them back, the children would most likely just be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." As a member of the Animal Protection Association, Ryan couldn't stand seeing this kind of thing happen. However, food is now severely scarce on the island, and with so many children arriving, everyone's situation is even more difficult. He gave some instructions to Luna beside him, and then followed Lilith over. There is also a pier on the north shore of White Mist Island, from which children captured from the north are sent to the island. After riding in the carriage for 3 or 4 kilometers, Ryan arrived at the North Shore dock. Dozens of adult slaves stood on the beach, and about a dozen Sylvadan knelt beside them. Lilith somehow became their leader, directing these slaves to unload the children from the ship. Ryan walked up to them and sized up the Sylvadinians. "Which of you is the captain?" A one-eyed man stretched out his hooked hand and waved it. Finally, someone who can manage things has arrived. "What's going on?" "These damn slaves made us kneel down as soon as they boarded the ship. This has never happened before. I'm going to complain to Alkin." At this point, the one-eyed captain said to Ryan, "Where is he? I need to see him." Ryan scratched his head. "Alkin? Part of it's in the cracks in the floor, and part of it's in the ceiling and walls." The one-eyed captain didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Ryan sighed and answered bluntly, "Alkin is dead. It was an accident." "What a joke. That calculating, stingy bastard is dead." The one-eyed man squinted his remaining eye, incredulous. "Where's that old bastard Orion? Where is he?" Ryan lowered his head and thought for a moment, then replied, "Most of it seeped into the carpet and ended up on the walls." "Also dead." "Yes, we've taken over the island." Ryan nodded, then continued, "How much do you pay you for a child, Alkin?" It was originally agreed that it would be 3 silver coins, but in recent years there have been fewer and fewer children, so it has increased to 4. Ryan looked at the children lining up to disembark and roughly counted them. There were about 100 of them. In monetary terms, that means you can earn about 10 gold coins per trip to the island. The northern border is much farther than Black Pearl Harbor in Alithia, and the sea journey usually takes 2 weeks. In other words, each sailor's monthly salary was approximately 2 gold coins. From now on, the island will no longer purchase slaves. I can give you the payment this time, but I hope the next shipment will be a boatload of food. Ryan handed a bag of money to One-Eye Dragon. Wow, really? I've spent half my life transporting slaves, and now I'm going to start transporting bread? But you know what I mean? The pay will have to be a bit higher. Ryan nodded, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had a brilliant idea. No problem, but we need to establish some kind of contract between us. Contract? The one-eyed man looked puzzled as he pondered the word. That's right. Ryan nodded, then turned to Ellie beside him and said, Honey, do you know how to apply a magic brand? Chapter 119, Wanting to Establish an Island Nation. In the blink of an eye, Ryan had been on the island for a week, and almost every day people from Slovedon would send children to the island. To prevent the children from starving, Ryan led the way into the woods to practice wilderness survival. He ate whatever he could find, including berries, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and insects, just to avoid starvation. While on the boat, Ryan could see fish in the sea, but there were sea monsters in the sea. Ryan dared not let everyone go into the sea rashly, and only dared to wait for the tide to recede to pick up some small animals, such as snails, clams, and crabs on the shore to eat. After a week of this, everyone was still alive, but this couldn't go on forever. The berries are almost all picked, and the wild vegetables are becoming increasingly scarce. Maeve sat down next to Ryan, popped a small handful of white berries in her mouth, and then clapped her hands. These berries are sweet. They're not like the ones I've had before. She had just eaten seaweed fruit, which has a slightly sweet taste and is very common on the beach. This girl is incredibly optimistic. Despite the lack of food and clothing on the island, she still smiles with her teeth showing every day. Master, what are you looking at? You're always staring at this little map. Maeve put her hands on Ryan's shoulders and peeked out from the side. Are you still worried about food? If you ask me, we should just have Elastra kill the sea monster. That would be enough to feed us for a long time, and we'd never have to worry about food again. Ryan looked at the map and shook his head, pretty much. I'm still thinking about how to establish an island nation. What? Maeve exclaimed, then muttered, just a few of us, plus this bunch of kids. This week of wilderness survival has given Ryan a pretty good grasp of the island situation. There are currently about 1,000 children on the island, all of whom were sent there by the Slovedon people in the past few days, as well as nearly 100 beast-human warriors of similar strength to Lilith. The largest group consisted of over 1,400 beast-human warriors around 10 years old. Don't let their baby faces fool you. These kids are actually quite formidable in combat. Their strength far surpasses that of adults. At least in sparring, Nerea cannot defeat most of the children here. She can only narrowly defeat those 7- or 8-year-old children who have just undergone mutation and have been training for less than a year. Yes. Ryan nodded, poked the map Maeve had found with a stick, and continued. This island is less than 100 square kilometers in area. It is poor in natural resources. The soil is barren and unsuitable for cultivation, and freshwater resources rely on underground well water and rainfall. At this point, Ryan sighed deeply. Putting aside the talented kids, this is a hellish start. Maeve blinked, looking puzzled. What are you babbling about? I didn't understand a word you said. Ryan waved his hand, trying to shoo Maeve away. All you need to know is that the island is poor. Won't someone come looking for trouble with us? The last killed so many people that day. Maeve wouldn't leave. She clung to Ryan's arm and asked. Someone might come seeking revenge, but no kingdom would come specifically to rob it. After all, there are almost no resources on the island, so no one should be interested in this godforsaken place. Ryan said with a helpless smile, the island is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The ocean is a natural barrier, and there are sea monsters active in the surrounding waters. No one should be so foolish as to come here to cause trouble. Their biggest problem right now is food, and their second biggest concern is the fear of being targeted for revenge. There are now patrols and guards on all sides of the island. As long as there is the slightest disturbance, the beastmen will run here to report to Ryan. There is no need to worry for the time being. As Ryan was thinking, he suddenly felt a little hungry, so he picked up a piece of black bread and started eating it. When he first transmigrated to this world, He utterly despised the sour and bitter black bread, but now he's gotten used to it. Go and let Luna rest for a while, and give the children some bread. We can't let them go hungry at mealtime. Luna has been staying at the Beastman Children's Matchbox house for the past few days, so busy that she's never seen from anyone all day long. Maeve looked at the bread in the bag and shook her head. This is the last bag of bread. There are too many children. What will we do if we don't have enough to eat? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Didn't we pick a lot of berries and mushrooms yesterday? And didn't Nilia and the others collect a lot of sea snails when they were beachcombing? They made food for the children. We finished the berries and mushrooms last night. Maeve pouted slightly. Ryan's eyes widened. You stole and ate all of that thunder pig? I seem to remember there were several bags. How could that be? What do you take me for? Maeve said angrily, hands on her hips. There are so many children on the island. They can all be eaten in one meal. It's not that much. Ryan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. The berries weren't filling. Ellie's rye porridge was what kept her full. Looks like I'll be going into the forest for wilderness survival again this afternoon. Just then, a beast-like creature with rabbit ears slowly pushed open the door and poked its head in. Master, a ship has arrived at the dock on the east bank, saying it has brought food. Ryan was overjoyed. It seemed that food was temporarily secured. You don't need to call me Master. Just call me by my name, Ryan. Lilith told us to shout it. The bunny-eared girl said seriously, following behind Ryan. The weather is nice today. The island is sunny, and the thick fog has dissipated considerably, especially on the beach. Ryan spotted Quiven on the beach from a distance, with several beastmen holding them captive. Upon seeing Ryan, he was overjoyed, almost jumping for joy. Hey, you there. I brought all the food as promised. A whole ship full of rye. 7 days ago, Velis disappeared after petting the small animals. When she reappeared, she was carrying Quiven, who had been dragged from the sea by the demon. When Ryan disembarked, he sensed something was wrong and called on his sailors to flee in panic, not daring to stay on the dock for even a moment. It was in this way that he managed to escape with his life from Velast. However, he was caught and brought back shortly after escaping. However, Ryan was not the kind of person who would kill innocent people indiscriminately. After giving him some instructions, he had Velast send him back. That's pretty fast. It only took 7 days to deliver. Ryan boarded the ship and looked around. Sure enough, the cabin was filled with sacks of food. He randomly opened a few bags for inspection and found that the rye was of good quality. Tsuin did not interfere. We had a smooth journey here, so it was a little faster than usual. Kwon swallowed hard, and the sailors were also quite nervous. Ryan patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not a murderer. You can rest here at the dock for a while, and then set sail again. I'll pay you." After saying that, he stuffed a bag of gold coins into Tsuin's hand. Chapter 1, 20 Naraya's Weakness. Ryan joined the others in transporting the entire ship's worth of food back to the base. The mansion storage room couldn't hold all the food, so Ryan had to store it in other vacant rooms. The children stood by the roadside, curiously observing as so many sacks were carried back one by one. Ryan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Despite the large quantity of rye on this boat, it's only enough to feed the island's inhabitants for 5 or 6 days. They couldn't be self-sufficient in food for the time being and could only rely on maritime trade. Ryan needed to continue to find a solution. As he was thinking, Ryan noticed several beast-like children staring at him. I tried to beckon them over, but all the children ran away in fright. They remained wary of Ryan, this human. With his hands on his hips, Ryan addressed the children hiding behind the tree. "I'm not from Sylvaden. Come here and let me touch your ears." Just then, Maeve walked over dragging an empty sack. She yelled, "What's wrong, Master? I could hear you about touching these children's ears from far away. You're a pervert. Then let me touch yours." Ryan reached out and grabbed Maeve's wolf ears, vigorously playing with them from both sides, which made her let out a coquettish sigh. Seeing the children peeking from behind the tree, Maeve first pretended to be serious and pushed Ryan away, then coughed twice with a red face. "Kids, he's a good man. You can let him touch your ears occasionally, but not anywhere else." Ryan tapped Maeve on the head. "That's just how it is. You don't even spare children? You pervert. You don't need to emphasize that last sentence." Ryan tugged at Maeve's cheek. "I don't know if it's just my imagination." Ryan had a feeling that Maeve was getting fatter and fatter. Everyone had lost weight since arriving on the island, except for this pig-like creature who had gained some weight. Thinking of this, Ryan reached out and touched Maeve's stomach, only to grab a layer of soft fat. She shifted slightly to the side, pouting and muttering, "What are you doing? You still say you didn't sneak any food. How come you have so much fat on your belly? If you get any fatter, you'll be a tank." "What tank? That's just how I am. I can gain weight even from drinking water," Maeve retorted confidently. Ryan curled his lip. "Do you think I believe that? If that were true, then you'd be the one being raised in the pigsty." Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the mansion. It was Nerea, who led her sister Teresha out. The little mermaid spends all her time with her sister, and you can only see her when they are eating or going beachcombing. Teresha, that little guy, has just undergone a mutation and is still trying to control her power. She could easily pinch and hurt Nerea's hand, but even so, Nerea always stayed by her side. Ellie said that after taking the potion and undergoing the mutation, the first lesson was to control her power, and only then did she begin training. All right, this is none of your business. Go play." Ryan patted Maeve's bottom and shooed her aside. Nerea and Ryan locked eyes. Then Nerea looked away, somewhat embarrassed. But after thinking for a moment, she squatted down and said to her younger sister, "Teresha, why don't you go back and rest? I have some things to do." The little girl, Teresha, was very well behaved. She glanced at Ryan first, then turned and walked towards the camp. Nerea slowly stood up, walked towards Ryan with her hands behind her back, and quickly said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen my family again. Didn't I already thank you?" Nerea kicked the small stone away, her voice barely audible. "Your kindness is beyond repayment. Thank you again. How is your sister? Is she all right? I see you all resting in the house every day." Nerea smiled happily. "Fortunately, she's recovering well. She can run and jump now, and it's almost no longer a problem. It's just that she's too strong, and she still can't control herself very well." As she spoke, Nerea began to express her gratitude again. "You are a kind human being. I apologize for the harsh words I said to you before." Ryan couldn't help but smile. He said meaningfully, "So, in order to compensate me, you'll agree to do whatever I want now." Upon hearing this, Nilia's face immediately turned red. She gripped her trouser leg tightly, as if she had been humiliated. What do you want to do?" Ryan countered, "What do you think?" Nerea swallowed hard and lowered her voice, saying, "I did promise to risk my life for you, but I didn't promise you anything else. Besides, you already have that other person. Why are you still thinking about me? You're such a lecher. Kindness and lust are not mutually exclusive." Ryan replied seriously, hand on his hips. "Seafood is expensive in our inland city, and I sometimes want to try it. You never said I couldn't eat seafood." Nerea blushed and glared at Ryan, saying angrily, "I'll keep my promise and come back to see you tonight." After saying that, she turned to leave. Ryan quickly called out to her, "Wait, where are you going? Can't you keep your promise now?" Nerea looked at the children around her, then glanced up at the sun behind the white mist and muttered under her breath, "Disgusting. What's so vulgar? How is touching your fishtail vulgar?" Ryan narrowed his eyes, suddenly turning the tables. "Oh, I see. You must have been thinking about other things, right?" Nerea's face turned even redder, and she said angrily, "Don't give me that crap. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." "Then tell me what I'm thinking." Nerea clenched her fists, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Ryan waved his hand. "There's no point in saying more. Come inside with me and let me examine your fishtail." "Let's go in." Ryan put his arm around Nerea's shoulder and walked toward the camp. Ryan drew the curtain as soon as he entered the house. Luna built a tiny matchbox-like room that could barely fit 2 stone beds and a bedside table. Nerea chose a stone bed near the exit, and as soon as she sat down, she swung her big tail at Ryan. This guy's fishtail is thick and powerful. If it hit Kuiner, he would be sterilized instantly. What's there to get angry about just touching a tail? "Hurry up and touch it," Nerea urged impatiently. Ryan sighed, then sat down next to Nerea and hugged her fishtail. Her tail was connected to her coccyx, and it felt almost identical to Lilith's snake tail, cool, slippery, and covered with hard scales. It didn't feel very pleasant to touch. Ryan's fingertips moved gently along the tail, trying to find the mysterious switch on it, but after touching it for a long time, nothing happened. Just as Ryan was about to give up, his fingers touched the small fin on Neria's tail fin. Neria, who had been looking aloof, suddenly shuddered. Ryan's lips curled into a smile, which grew increasingly wicked. Chapter 121, I Did It Voluntarily. Name, Neria. Current favorability level is 3. Mednileya, achieved. Become friends with Neria, achieved. Become close friends with Neria, achieved. Developing a healthy romantic relationship with Neria, not yet achieved. The current reward for completing the character encyclopedia is a 365% increase in strength, endurance, and agility. At this moment, Ryan's hand was gently swimming on Neria's fishtail, occasionally lightly touching her switch. This fish is particularly sensitive around its fins. If you touch it even slightly, its body will shudder violently. Ryan liked to run his fingers down her neck to the tip of her tail, making her tremble. You've humiliated me so many times. Isn't that enough? Neria asked Ryan. Her face flushed, her heart filled with conflict. She clearly hated this strange feeling, but for some reason, she didn't want to resist it at all. Seeing Ryan's lewd smile, she only uttered a few symbolic curses. Touching your back is humiliating you? I didn't touch anywhere else, don't you think? Ryan said seriously. Seeing Neria's loyalty level rising rapidly, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Petting cats and slacking off is definitely the right way to go. If you want to quickly increase their loyalty, you have to pet them a lot. Neria squirmed for a moment after being touched, but finally she couldn't resist anymore. Her face flushed, she quickly got up and walked outside, saying, I'm leaving, my sister is waiting for me. Won't you sit a little longer? Ryan hurriedly grabbed her fishtail. Neria reluctantly sat down next to Ryan again, her eyes shyly glancing away. Then I'll let you touch me a little longer. Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile as he examined the white bandage wrapped around Neria's chest and asked in confusion, Speaking of which, why have I never seen you wear a shirt? You just wander around with a few pieces of cloth wrapped around your neck every day. Neria pouted, pointed to her dorsal fin, and explained, I get scratched when I wear clothes, which is uncomfortable, so I don't like it. So that's how it is. I thought you were a pervert. Ryan nodded. He had barely finished speaking when he was elbowed by the shy Neria. This little murloc could actually hit pretty hard. It's all right now that it's summer, but in 3 or 4 months it will be winter. What will you do then? Neria crossed her arms and said helplessly, Then I'll just wear it. It's just a little uncomfortable. What else can I do? Her tail twitched lightly on Ryan's leg a few times, quite energetically. While stroking his tail, Ryan continued to ask, So what's going to happen to your sister now? Send her home. Neria regained some composure and said softly, Let her live with me for a while, and then send her back when the time is right. Ryan nodded. Just then, the curtain trembled slightly. A girl walked into the hut. Like Neria, she also had long blue hair. Neria quickly pulled the tail away from her hand and stood up abruptly, looking somewhat nervous. Terasha, what are you doing here? Didn't your sister tell you to go back and rest? Why did you follow me here? Terasha didn't speak. She glanced at each of them like a judge. Neria looked shy, while Ryan looked lewd, and she made her judgment in less than half a second. You bullied my sister, you bad person. After saying that, she pulled out a sharpened wooden stick from behind her back and quickly walked towards Ryan. At the critical moment, Ryan spoke decisively. Don't move. Terasha was frozen in place, unable to move or even make sound. Wah! Ryan now frequently practices his command spells on Maeve and Lilith, and he's becoming increasingly proficient. He doesn't even need to chant anymore, and his speed is approaching that of the murderous magic Ellie uses. This child is terrifying. No wonder Alkin said she was fierce. When Ryan was 8 years old, he was still watching SpongeBob SquarePants, and this little guy was already daring to poke people with things. Neria quickly took the stick from the child's hand. Terasha, you mustn't do that. This brother is a good person. He saved us. After saying that, she turned to Ryan and lowered her voice, saying, Master, please let her go. I will teach her a lesson, please. Ryan sighed and then deactivated the command. As soon as Terasha was able to move, she lunged at Ryan with her claws outstretched. But fortunately, Nerea was always in front of her to stop her. This little guy is practically a piranha in disguise. Tara Shah, he is our benefactor. You're not allowed to do this. Nerea's tone became stern. Ryan nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm half a good person after all. For the sake of saving your sister, don't stab me in the kidneys. You forced my sister. Tara Shah gritted her teeth so hard they almost broke. Although she was young, her angry demeanor was almost identical to Nilia's. In her desperation, Nerea disregarded any embarrassment and shouted, I did it voluntarily. Thalassa stopped what she was doing, squinted at Nerea, and seemed quite skeptical. After a moment's thought, she slowly asked, Really? Really? And he didn't do anything bad to me. He just patted my tail. Nerea nodded shyly, her hands behind her back. But he's human. Tara Shah pouted, seemingly still prejudiced against Ryan. Humans are like us. There are good people and bad people. These past few days he has worked tirelessly, helping the children being abused by the Sylvaden. Moreover, he saved our lives. There is no doubt that he is a good person, Tara Shah. I will not allow you to hurt him. Tara Shah puffed out her cheeks and turned to look at Ryan. I wonder what this little girl is thinking. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. So it was you who helped my sister? Your sister didn't tell you before? I'm so sad. Nerea hurriedly explained. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. With that, she bent down slightly and gently pushed Tara Shah out, saying, All right, you should go back inside and rest. You don't need to meddle in adult matters. Nerea returned soon after. The two looked at each other, and she was the first to look away. I'm sorry. I'll tell her everything that happened during this time when I get back. Ryan narrowed his eyes and continued. It's disheartening to be wronged for doing a good deed. She just misunderstood. Don't take a child's words seriously, Nerea quickly explained. No, I can't vent my anger without punishing you. Ryan turned a blind eye and looked at the two rabbits tightly wrapped in bandages. Nerea followed Ryan's gaze, swallowed hard, and said, No way. Don't even think about it. Not even allowed to think about it? That's too domineering of you. Just as the two were flirting, Ellie walked into the room. She glanced at the two entangled in their intimate moment and said seriously, Master, everything is ready. We can begin now. Chapter 122 is getting more and more numerous. Not long after Ryan left the camp, he saw Maeve cooking a thick rye porridge with a large spoon next to several large pots. The beastmen waiting for their meal formed a long line, each holding a light brown bowl made of coconut shells. Ryan sat at the wooden table in the group, intending to get to know the beastmen on the island while Maeve served him food, hoping to gain an encyclopedia boost and improve his strength. If you could get to know all 2,000 or 3,000 people on the island, the boost to your stats would be quite considerable. Even if everyone has a level 1 affinity rating, which means they've just met and aren't even friends yet, the system only provides a 5% bonus, which is still far greater than the value provided by Ellie and the others. Just as Ryan was lost in his daydreams, Ellie bent down slightly and asked, There are so many people. Can you remember every single one of them? I might be working on this until late at night. Even if each person only interacts for 10 seconds, it would still take 2,000 or 3,000 people more than 7 or 8 hours to complete the interaction. It seems that we have indeed wasted some time. Ryan nodded, agreeing with her thoughtfulness. That's right. You and Luna can distribute the food together. Let everyone come here to find me after they've finished eating, so they can get to know each other before going back. All right then. Seeing this, Ellie stopped trying to persuade them. She turned around and said a few words to the others, then had the large group divide into several rows and begin eating in an orderly manner. He moved the table to the side, and after a while, people gradually came to register. Ryan recognized the first guy who came over. He was a rabbit-like creature who worked as a guard under Lilith. She had just come of age and returned to White Mist Island after ending her mercenary career outside the island. She was among the first batch of beast human slaves to be sold tomorrow, but Ryan and his group intercepted her at the last minute. The bunny-eared girl was holding a coconut bowl in both hands, her little mouth slowly chewing. She looked harmless and very cute. However, a closer look reveals that his gaze is exactly the same as when he first bought Ellie, cold and terrifying. Hello, my name is Ryan, and I will be the administrator of this island from now on. I will fight for the freedom of the Beastmen for the rest of my life. May I ask your name? The rabbit girl swayed back and forth like a roly-poly toy, seemingly doing nothing, while other slaves lined up behind her. Ryan thought to himself that she seemed to be able to speak. He had clearly seen her speak that afternoon. Why aren't you saying anything? I don't know how to answer. I don't have a name. The rabbit girl blinked, her tone innocent. How old were you when those Sylvadan people captured you and brought you to the island? Ryan continued to ask, while using his aptitude test on her. Name, Xiao Hui. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, beast-like rabbit. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Intelligence, C. Perception, A. Luck, B. Overall quality, epic. Current favorability level, level 1. Current loyalty level, none. Little Gray? Ryan murmured the name to himself. The name sounds like that of a small pet. I don't know. I'm an orphan. A nun in the church raised me. She called me Little Gray. If I had a name, Little Gray would be it. Little Gray blinked and answered very seriously. Ryan nodded and silently wrote down the name on a piece of paper. All right, Little Gray, I've got you. You can go about your business now. Next, Little Gray tilted its head and walked over to Ryan, then plopped down on the edge of the stool. What's wrong? Lilith said you're the boss. I was on guard duty yesterday, and I'm off today. I don't know what to do anyway, so I'll sit with you for a while. Ryan narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. This rabbit-eared girl is different from other beast-human slaves. She has her own thoughts and is not just a machine that only obeys orders, which is quite good. Then you can stay here with me and take a rest. Ryan repeated the same words countless times throughout the night. This was the first time he had experienced how difficult customer service was. He realized how tiring it could be to talk to people. His voice even became a little hoarse. The most troublesome ones were the beastmen who returned from outside the island. For some reason, most of them had forgotten their childhood names and even needed Ryan to help them come up with new ones on the spot. The beast-human children were much better off. Although they were somewhat afraid of Ryan, they could still speak fluently and remember their names. I'm so tired, so incredibly tired. But seeing the numbers soaring all the way up, all the hard work and exhaustion was worth it. Late into the night, after Ryan finished asking the last child, Ellie and Nerima, who had been waiting by his side, promptly approached him with water glasses. The dark elf felt sorry for Ryan and whispered a complaint. Have some water. It's so late. Why aren't you resting? What will you do if you get tired? It's nothing, just a day. You won't die if you don't sleep for a day. Ryan shook his head, cleared his throat, and immediately felt much better. The noise woke up Little Gray next to her. This girl said she was keeping Ryan company, but she ended up sleeping on Ryan's shoulder all night, drooling all over his shoulder. She had absolutely no sense of boundaries. She sat up abruptly, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled, "How amazing!" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice a little hoarse. Impressive, isn't it? Ellie and Lilith used to have trouble sleeping, but they could fall asleep as soon as they had my pillow. That's really impressive. I didn't have high hopes. Little Gray stretched and continued. Lilith said that if I can't sleep, I can come to you, and if you don't refuse, I can sleep with you. That's really good. She slowly got up and hopped around a few times playfully. I'm going to the forest to find something to eat. It'll be my turn to stand guard tomorrow morning. After saying that, she plunged into the woods. Ellie watched her retreating figure and whispered, I should tear Lilith's mouth off. Never mind, it's just a nap. It's no big deal. Ryan shook his head indifferently. Nerima nodded in agreement. Master, I support your decision, but you can't overwork yourself. Don't worry, I'm strong. He just wants to go back and rest as soon as possible, and then try to see how his body is changing in the morning. Ellie pouted, gave Ryan's arm a light pinch, and said sullenly, No, that's too much. What were you and Aria doing in the room this afternoon? Looking at the Catgirl beside him, Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Jealous? If I did something, wouldn't you be able to smell it with your nose? The scent of jealousy emanating from that cat-like demi-human had already drifted over. Ellie suddenly grabbed Ryan's arm and bit him, then ran quickly into the camp. Chapter 123, Suppressing Luna with One Hand. The next morning, Ryan woke up in Ellie's arms and stretched comfortably. Nerima was sleeping on another bed, hugging her knees and looking at Lion, looking all alone and somewhat pitiful. Ryan got up, moved to another bed, and lay down next to Nerima. He turned to her and asked, "Dear chocolate cake, what's wrong?" Nariman nestled against Lionel and hugged him tightly. "We haven't whispered anything since we came to the island." Ryan couldn't help but smile. "I've been a bit busy lately. Let's find some time to sneak in some snacks." Narima's pointed ears turned red, and she obediently nodded. "Is it okay today? I'm planning to take a shower first." "No problem." Ryan nodded. This chocolate cake was such a little glutton. "But now we can have a little chat." Upon hearing this, Narima willingly laid down on the bed. Just as Ryan was getting ready for his morning exercise, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. Luna poked her head out from outside and said to Lion, who was pressing down on Narima, "Master, the rye porridge is ready. Maeve asked me to bring it over for you." The tiger girl blinked, looking at Ryan with his bare bottom, seemingly not finding anything wrong with it. Disturbed by Luna, the burrowing worm instantly lost its fighting spirit. "Just leave it here. I'll eat it later." Luna went into the cabin, placed the bowl on the bedside table, and then turned and left as if nothing had happened. Narima's face flushed, and she stammered, "Let's do it tonight, Master. I'm a little shy during the day. The main problem is that this matchbox-shaped hut doesn't even have a door, making it inconvenient to do bad things. We need to find some time to build some real houses." The only place on the island that could be called a house was the mansion where Orion had previously lived. However, since Velas suddenly killed so many people, the place has become a haunted house. The ketchup on the walls hasn't been cleaned up yet, and Ryan doesn't really want to live there anymore. Thinking of this, Ryan pinched Narima's cheek, then got dressed and went outside, ready to test his increased strength. The current character encyclopedia reward is Strength, Endurance, and Agility, each increased by 13,435%. During the break with Ellie last night, Ryan took the opportunity to glance at the stats, which had increased to a level he couldn't even imagine. However, he clenched his fists and did not feel any different from before. Seeing that Luna was still wandering around the camp, Ryan promptly called her over. Upon hearing Ryan's voice, the tiger girl strode over. She blinked but didn't speak, looking like a human robot. "Luna, hit me." Luna on the other side was stunned for a moment. Then her pair of round ears perked up. She doubted she had heard correctly. A dozen or so children watched the spectacle from the sidelines, sitting on the ground with their bowls in their hands, eating porridge while watching the two of them. Even Nylea's sister, Tara Shah, was among them. She squinted and looked fierce. Maeve, who had just finished serving the children's food, happened to pass by. She wagged her tail and came over. "What are you two doing? Didn't Luna bring you breakfast?" She squinted and leaned closer to examine Luna. "Did you sneak a bite on the way? You're such a little glutton." Ryan rubbed Maeve's ears twice and said on Luna's behalf, "Do you think she's like you? Breakfast has been delivered, but it's a bit hot, so I'll wait for it to cool down before eating." Luna was clearly still reeling from Ryan's command. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Really?" Maeve jumped up, hooked her arm around Ryan's shoulder, and asked, "What really?" Luna answered honestly, "My master told me to beat him up." Her dazed look was kind of cute. Maeve's eyes widened. She reached out and touched Ryan's forehead, then quickly stepped aside. "What a strange request. Luna, you should beat him up." Ryan coughed twice, then corrected. "To be precise, it should be a friendly spar." Luna tilted her head, then assumed a horse stance, clenching her fists tightly. One hand blocked in front of her, and the pebbles beneath her feet quickly climbed up her arm, transforming into a shield. Her other hand was hidden behind her back, turning into a stone gauntlet. "Here, I come." Luna moved as soon as she finished speaking. She strode towards Ryan. In that instant, Ryan felt her movements slowed down 100-fold, running as slowly as a snail. The sound that reached my ears also changed, becoming deep and heavy, with a strange and eerie feeling. Ryan tried to move his body and found that he could move normally, while the speed of other objects seemed to have slowed down, as if he had entered bullet time. As Luna moved in front of him, Ryan easily dodged her thrusting fist. "Call out." Seeing this, Luna used her hand as a knife and slashed at Ryan, but this time he dodged it again. She clenched her fist, seemingly somewhat surprised. Maeve rubbed her eyes hard, staring at them wide-eyed. "Wait, how did you get here so fast?" Ryan held up a finger and shook it lightly. "Fast isn't a compliment for a man. You can say I'm handsome." Luna looked at Ryan and scratched her cheek. Master, you're very agile. I can't hit you. I know you're holding back, so let's try with all our might again. As soon as she finished speaking, Luna moved again. This time, the flying pebbles beneath her feet were at least 3 times faster than before. Even so, in Ryan's eyes, her movements were only a little faster than before, without any significant changes. Ryan dodged Luna's attack again. He looked at the cute little white tiger and wanted to playfully pet her, but he found that Luna's eyes slowly turned towards him. The next second, the ground beneath his feet began to sink, and at the same time, 2 spikes shot out from both sides, attempting to strangle him from 3 directions. But Ryan was faster. He quickly escaped as soon as he noticed, and Luna ended up catching nothing but air. She dispelled the spell, and the stone fist quickly crumbled. I can't beat you. I've already given it my all. If this were a real fight, I would be dead. Maeve and the children exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God. Ryan's lips curled into a wide grin as he watched their astonished expressions. The system's boost was just too amazing. Maeve rushed towards Ryan and grabbed him, exclaiming, Master, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Is this really you? It's a secret. Ryan grinned, showing his teeth. He had finally made it through and no longer had to hide behind Ellie every day. Teach me, teach me. Maeve shook Ryan's shoulder, her voice urgent. Okay, we'll start your training tonight. Maeve pouted. You're saying that again. Luna walked up to Ryan, seemingly unwilling to admit defeat, and interrupted the two who were chatting. Can I test my strength with you? Chapter 124 received the Tiger Girl's favor. Whether in speed or strength, Ryan completely overwhelms Luna. Even in a contest of strength, which Luna excels at, she is not even 1/10 as strong as Ryan. She would be crushed if Ryan got even slightly serious. After struggling for a while, Luna seemed to be exhausted. She was sitting on a tree stump to rest, occasionally glancing up at Ryan with a puzzled expression. The sparring between the two then attracted Lilith's attention. This snake girl was weaker than Luna in terms of raw strength and couldn't use magic, so she was no match for Ryan and was subdued in no time. Unlike Luna, however, she became even more excited after realizing she was being completely outmatched. Clutching Ryan, she blurted out in front of everyone, Master, let's sleep together tonight. You haven't taken care of me since we arrived on the island. I want it. Ryan quickly covered her mouth and said in a low voice, There are children here, so you should behave yourself. Besides, tonight isn't a rima, so you can only wait until tomorrow. Okay. Lilith nudged Ryan's chin with her tail and smiled happily. Maeve observed and compared Ryan and Lilith's bodies, finally muttering, You two have skinny arms and legs about the same as me, so why are you so strong? Lilith flicked her tongue and replied, I survived the mutation by sheer luck, which makes me stronger than ordinary people. As for my master, I don't know. Maeve rested her chin on her hand, her expression somewhat wise. Something's definitely wrong. Just then, Ellie came out dressed. She spotted Lilith immediately, whom she considered a thorn in her side, and quickly walked over to Ryan and chased her away. What happened? When Maeve saw Ellie asking, she promptly tackled on him. Master is so powerful now. Luna and Lilith can't beat him. He's so fast. He runs around everywhere so fast that you can't even see his movements. Ellie perked up her ears, her cat tail forming a question mark behind her. Actually, I noticed his body was hard last night. Ellie paused for a moment, then quickly corrected herself. They've gotten much stronger. Seeing Ryan's wicked grin, Ellie blushed slightly and lowered her head. She reached out and pinched Ryan's arm, then asked, Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Ryan shook his head. He felt the force was quite weak. Ellie pressed harder. And now? You don't feel anything? Still no feeling? Ellie looked up slightly, half believing and half doubting. The muscles on Ellie's arms became more defined, and she continued, Now? Tell me if you can't take it. It stings a little, but it's nothing really, not as painful as when you bit me before. Hearing Ryan say that, Ellie promptly punched him. The power I just used could crush a person's head. It's unbelievable. Maeve put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, See, I didn't lie to you. He was tough at first, but I don't know how that happened. Now I can beat him up as hard as I want. It's truly a reversal of the heavenly gang. Ellie looked at Ryan and said, I'd like to spar with you too. Okay. Ryan nodded. Maeve quickly dispersed the surrounding children, leaving the two a suitable place to spar. Ellie was much faster than Luna. Instead of engaging in close combat, she first created distance and probed with her wind blades. Ryan couldn't see Ellie's attacks at all before, and the enemy's head would always be inexplicably sliced off. Now Ryan can finally see her attacks clearly. The wind blade was indeed fast, much faster than Luna's thrust. He had to be careful of these almost transparent attacks, or his clothes would be torn by the wind blades. Ellie blinked hard and said, "Apart from that demon, I haven't seen anyone who can evade my magic. The last is not only fast, but also tough and thick-skinned." She had previously taken a wind blade from Ellie with her face and was unharmed. "I'm going to continue." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan saw Ellie slightly bend down and suddenly thrust in front of him. Her movement speed was incredibly fast. Even Ryan felt it was fast now. Then Ellie put two fingers together and made a gesture. Two wind blades came from the left, rising from below towards Ryan. This kind of close-range, instantaneous magic is very difficult to dodge. Ryan twisted his waist to barely avoid it, and a lock of his hair was cut off by Ellie. That was close. Ellie stopped attacking, refrained from further assaults, and directly admitted, "You're much stronger than me now." Maeve blinked, puzzled. "That's it? What did you two do? You only exchanged 2 sentences?" Not only her, but the other children were also unaware of what had happened. In their eyes, Ellie only said 2 sentences, then suddenly stabbed in front of Ryan, and then nothing happened. Ellie nodded, puffing out her cheeks slightly. "He's faster than me. I know I can't beat him. There's no need for a sparring match." Maeve narrowed her eyes, sizing up Ryan. "That's it. Now nobody can control him." "So what's going on? Is it some kind of magic I've never heard of before?" Ellie asked. Ryan shook his head and explained vaguely to the two of them, "I don't know either. It just happened suddenly." Maeve pouted and muttered, "You're not being honest. You won't even tell us this." Sud. "Oh, don't think about it. It's not a big deal." Ryan grabbed Maeve with one hand and Ellie with the other, and they walked away from the crowd toward the beach. He was in a great mood. He had been busy like a spinning top these past few days and wanted to take a day off. As Ryan was walking, he suddenly heard a sound behind him, so he turned around and looked back. Luna followed furtively behind, her round ears twitching, and her large gray and white tail standing upright behind her like a lightning rod. "What's wrong? You want to come for a walk too?" Ryan asked, puzzled. Luna nodded and reached out to grab Ryan's sleeve. "I've finished building the houses. Everyone has a place to live, and now there's nothing to do." No wonder she seemed so free today. After breakfast, she was actually wandering around the campsite. Usually, you can't even see her, but it's good to have some free time. I heard that she often ran out of magic power in the past few days because she was building the house. It's good to take a break when you have time. Just then, Luna suddenly put her hand on Ryan's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Ryan asked, puzzled. But he quickly realized that Luna's favorability rating had already reached level 3. Luna's ears twitched again, and she repeated like a machine, "Nothing to do." Ellie seemed to realize something. She first glanced at Luna, then locked eyes with Maeve. Chapter 125 Potato Planning Plan. As boatloads of food were delivered to the island, the food shortage situation on the island has been temporarily alleviated. Maeve, along with 5 or 6 slightly older children, cleared land in a forest clearing and planted potatoes that the Sylvaden had brought from the north. "Before I traveled through time, this stuff was brought from South America to Europe after the age of exploration. But in this other world, the northern region had crops like cassava and potatoes long ago. However, these potatoes were clearly not improved varieties. They were all very small, even smaller than a child's fist. Ryan and Lilith discussed it and decided to plant potatoes, a drought-resistant, cold-resistant, and salt-tolerant crop for now, and use rye bought from the north as a transitional crop. Once the potatoes are ripe, they will be used as a staple food, while strategic reserve grains like rye, which can be stored for several years, will be stored away in a safe place for unforeseen circumstances. Ryan, carrying the shovel, let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had never done farm work before transmigrating, he became a master at plowing after his body was strengthened, and he almost ruined the fields with his plowing. Master, help me start a fire." Maeve cried out from the side. Ryan glanced at her. The woman was covered in sweat, squatting in front of a pile of dry leaves to rest. As soon as the fire was lit, Maeve, that wretch, couldn't wait to throw 2 potatoes into it. These are the seeds we bought, and you've stolen them again. Ryan threw down the shovel, walked behind her, and pinched her cheek. If you dare to steal them again, I'm going to have to take better control of you. Maeve said with a grin. Are you hungry? I'll share one with you later. Fine, I'll spare your life. If Ryan's stomach hadn't started rumbling after all that work, he wouldn't have accepted Maeve's offer at all. Just then, Nilia's sister, Tarisha, walked up to Ryan carrying an iron rake. She squinted and asked in confusion, Hey, can't we go fishing in the sea? Why do we have to farm? Ryan looked at her and reached out to pat her head. My name is Ryan, not Hay. Although she's only 8 years old, she doesn't act like a child at all. She does whatever others do, trying her best to prove that she's different from other children. He followed Ryan around almost every day, yelling and shouting. Tarisha struggled to get away, pouting and muttering, Don't touch me. I hate it when people touch my head. Go ahead and touch me. Ryan looked at the smug little girl and couldn't resist teasing her. Enraged, Tarisha opened her mouth wide and lunged at Ryan, but missed every bite. The two chased each other for a while, but when she realized she couldn't catch Ryan, she gave up and went back to plowing the field. You're bullying the kids again, Maeve muttered as she sat in front of the fire, turning the potatoes in the flames with a stick. Ryan nodded. Then I'll tease you a little later. Maeve was on the verge of tears, regretting her actions and standing up for Taraza. No. Ryan stood aside, resting for a long time. Seeing that the potatoes were charred black, he used his ruthless iron hand to scoop them out. He broke open the potato and saw that it was all roasted soft inside, and a fragrant aroma was coming out. It should be edible. Maeve swallowed hard and reminded him, The other one is mine. Ryan's lips curled into a wide smile. He looked at Maeve and thought she was so cute that he couldn't resist teasing her. No way. She's all mine now. How could you be so mean, Wah? Seeing that Maeve was about to cry for being bullied, Ryan quickly stuffed the potato into her hands. Here you go. Maeve pouted slightly, placed the potato on her clothes, and carefully blew on it. She kept stealing glances at Ryan, looking rather sly. Seeing Ryan laughing incessantly, she couldn't help but ask, What are you laughing at? You bully me every day, is that so funny? It reminds me of my childhood. Whenever I went back to the village, the animals would suffer. The neighbor's dog would run away as soon as it saw me, and the villagers would come to my mother to complain every few days. Ryan shook his head. He was completely a demon when he was a child. Maeve pouted and muttered, I knew it. You're the worst. After she finished speaking, she inexplicably smiled. What's wrong? What's so funny? Ryan asked, puzzled. I suddenly remembered that when I was a child, my sister and I went to the field to steal potatoes. We were caught while roasting the potatoes, and my mother beat us with a stick. Your mother hits people? Maeve nodded. I was actually naughty when I was little, and my mom would beat me if she couldn't control me, but I stopped doing that when I grew up. Ryan blew the ash off the potato skin, stuffed the half-eaten potato into his mouth, and then wolfed it down, calling out to Tarisha, who was working hard, Tarisha, come here for a moment. The child planted the shovel in the field, then squinted as he walked towards Ryan. As he got closer, he said irritably, What? Ryan waved the half-eaten potato in his hand. Want some, kid? Although Tarisha didn't speak, she obediently opened her mouth. As Ryan reached out, she opened her mouth wide and bit down hard. It doesn't hurt. Tarisha snorted and rolled her eyes. Humph, suddenly being so kind as to feed me? Tell me, what do you want? I didn't intend to do anything. Can't I even feed my friend's sister? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, then continued. As for why we can't go fishing, there are sirens in the waters near the island. You'll get eaten if you go down there and... Tarisha retorted impatiently. I know that, but don't we have a boat? Ryan covered her mouth. I haven't finished yet. I'm asking you, what do the fish in this sea eat to grow up? Tarisha paused for a moment, then shut her mouth. She must have seen what was happening in the sea when she arrived on the island. Corpses were floating everywhere on the water. The people of Sylvaden had been dumping corpses around the island for decades, and the fish had been fed to fatten them up. Ryan had previously considered fishing by casting nets from a boat, but the thought that these fish grew up eating human flesh made him immediately dismiss the idea. We'll wait at least 5 years before we start fishing again. It's not a life or death situation yet. Farming and maritime trade can temporarily meet everyone's food needs. Let's take it slow. Okay. Terasha put her hands on her hips and walked towards a field. Just then, a figure appeared in the forest. Luna carried 2 bowls of rye porridge and walked towards Ryan and the others. Master, lunch in the dining hall is ready. Her tail swished gently behind her. Ryan quickly went to meet him. You come at the right time. I'm hungry too. He took the bowl and called out to the children in the field, Go have lunch, kids, rest for a while, and come back in the afternoon. The beast-like children put away their tools and then headed towards the cafeteria. Luna didn't leave with them. Instead, she stood there staring intently at Ryan. Chapter 126 Find some time to treat Luna. A month has passed since we arrived on the island. The situation on the island has basically stabilized. Food is being transported in steadily from outside the island, and land reclamation activities are proceeding in an orderly manner. Lilith seems to be very capable. She manages all the big and small affairs on the island, running around every day like a local governor who likes to do things personally. These past few days, she's been worrying about how to irrigate her crops. The island lacks freshwater resources. Groundwater and rainwater are barely enough for drinking, let alone for other purposes. Magic water is made entirely of magic and disappears on its own after a short time. It can only be used for bathing and cannot be used for drinking or irrigated crops. However, distilling seawater is too slow, and its efficiency is surprisingly low when it is not scaled up. After much thought, Ryan finally remembered Evelyn. He had seen a special magic book in Evelyn's study, which contained a spell that could purify salty, bitter seawater into drinkable fresh water. When he first saw this magic, he wondered what use this useless magic could possibly have, since there were several crisscrossing rivers near Calydorn, providing a plentiful water source. But now that I think about it, for an island kingdom with extremely scarce freshwater resources, this is simply a divine miracle. If we could borrow that book and teach the magically gifted beastmen on the Isle of Magic, the freshwater problem would be easily solved. Including the journey here, almost a month and a half has passed, and it's time to go back and visit her. Even if it's for no other reason, he still needs to say a proper goodbye to the fox sister who helped him, since he'll probably be spending most of his time on the island building infrastructure from now on, and won't be going back to Calydorn. Ryan was quite comfortable letting Lilith manage White Mist Island. At this moment, he was already taking Ellie and the others on Quiven's sailboat, preparing to return to Black Pearl Harbor and visit Evelyn in Calydorn. Vomit! The cabin rocked back and forth, and Maeve beside me kept gagging. She was still seasick. Let me help you out. You'll feel better after throwing up. Ryan gently covered her mouth. After getting to know 2,000 or 3,000 beast-human slaves, Ryan's body was greatly strengthened, and he is no longer seasick at all, just like Ellie and the others. No need, I'll be fine after a bit. Maeve lay back on Ryan's lap, her face looking rather pale. I'm really afraid she'll vomit all over the place like a fountain. Nerima moved closer little by little. Although she was also in pain, she still tried to comfort Maeve. Let me hold you. My chest is soft, and you might feel better. This dark elf is practically an angel. Maeve was helped up, and she leaned against Nerima's chest, giving a strange smile. Neria held Terasha and Halaya, silently watching the group from the side. Just then, Luna noticed an empty seat next to Ryan and immediately squeezed in, their butts pressed tightly together. That's right, Luna also left the island with Ryan. The night before he left, Ryan saw Luna sneaking into Lilith's little house, and the two seemed to be plotting something unspeakable. What's wrong, little kitten? Want her tail to be grabbed again? Ryan looked at Luna and gently grabbed her big tail from behind. The tiger's tail was hard and sturdy, and it felt strange to hold it in my hand. Luna blinked, but didn't answer. She seemed unsure how to express her thoughts. Ellie, sitting with her knees drawn up, slowly said, She's been really clingy to you lately. Whenever she has time, she follows you around like a little shadow. Even when you're taking a shower, she'll linger behind the curtain. Let her stick it on, as long as she likes it. Ryan nodded in satisfaction, his little hands restlessly kneading Luna's shoulders. She's very strong and healthy. She's not afraid of hurting herself at all. On the other hand, Maeve was so soft and squishy that Ryan was always afraid he might accidentally crush her death. Upon hearing this, Ellie gently nudged Ryan's buttocks with the tip of her shoe, while her ears drooped down. Just then, Luna gently nuzzled Ryan with her head, her eyes closed as if she were being affectionate. Luna, do you like me? You've been following me around every day lately. She tilted her head slightly, her red eyes flashing in the darkness. What is liking? When you come into contact with something, it makes you feel good. That's what liking is. Ryan was afraid she wouldn't understand, so he started with food as an example. For example, the feeling you have when you see stewed chicken. That's liking, except that this liking is for food. Luna blinked and asked expressionlessly, what about the other couple? That explains it. Let me give you a few typical examples. First, you will unconsciously think of the other person, pay attention to their every move, and look forward to meeting or contacting them. 2. Heart racing when meeting someone, feeling nervous or excited, easily swayed by others, happy to receive praise, and feeling somewhat lost if there is no interaction for a period of time. Third, take the initiative to find excuses to approach or chat with others, and try to show your best side. Fourth, be tolerant of the other person's shortcomings and have a strong curiosity about everything about them. Before Ryan could finish speaking, Luna interrupted impatiently. Then I just like Master. Really? You can understand what I'm saying. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, still worried that he might have spoken too quickly. Talassa couldn't help but mutter, you really know how to talk a good game, one line after another. Only this guy could be fooled by you. Luna nodded and said, I understand. Lilith said that my reproductive period has arrived, and I will be fine after being treated by my master. Ryan was ashamed. The snake girl really dared to say anything. Upon hearing this, Ellie complained, Lilith is going too far. I suggest we punish her when we get back. Hakimi is framing loyal officials again. Lilith was clearly telling the absolute truth. If we don't treat Luna, it will be a huge loss if it affects our combat efficiency in the future. For everyone's future, Ryan can reluctantly sacrifice himself. Ryan sighed, forget it. Let's let her off this time. After all, what she said makes sense. Ellie looked at Ryan, puffing out her cheeks slightly, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Just then, Luna moved a little closer to Ryan, blinked, and asked in confusion, when can the treatment begin? Whenever I have time. Ryan nodded, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Luna's ears twitched, but she remained expressionless. Okay, tell me when you have time. Any time is fine. Chapter 127 First Come, First Served. After drifting at sea for several days, Kawewin's sailboat finally reached the shore. Ryan swaggered off the ship and then strolled around the dock. Seeing Quiven and the sailors peeking out to observe, Ryan casually said, you can rest here for 2 days and then buy food to transport to the island. After we return from Kaeldorn, we will take a ship to the island. Yes, sir. Quiven nodded slightly and answered very seriously. That demon wasn't with you? The devil. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure appeared behind Cohen. It was Velast who appeared. She wore her hair down and remained silent. Several burly sailors sensed a terrifying aura, turned around, and screamed like little girls. Why are you all yelling at me the moment you see me? Shut up. Velaz gave the order, and the sailors immediately shut their mouths. She swaggered off the ship, walked over to Ryan, and pointed at the sailors hiding on the ship, saying, their reaction is normal. I've never seen a human hug me the first time we met. Ellie and Luna activated their airplane ear mode, while Maeve and the fairy Salaya crouched down and hid behind Ryan. Although the mermaid's sister Teresa is usually loud and boisterous, she shrank back in fear when she saw Velast. Where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you in ages. I didn't go anywhere, just wandered around, occasionally checking to see if you were dead. As she spoke, Velast seemed to suddenly notice something. She narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Ryan, examining him closely. You've gotten a lot stronger. How did you do that? How do you know that? Who told you that? Ryan was also sizing up Velast. This girl liked to walk with a cat-like gait, swaying back and forth in a flirtatious way. I feel it. My intuition is quite accurate. As she spoke, Velast squeezed Ryan's shoulder with her small hand. You've gotten stronger, not bad. Seeing this, Ryan also placed his hand on Velast's big buttocks and squeezed it. She was quite firm, too. I'm not talking to you anymore. I've finally gotten off the ship. I'm going to rest at an inn for a day, and then tomorrow I'll buy a horse and head to Kaeldorn. Ryan turned to look at Naria, paused slightly, and continued, "When are you taking your sister back?" "Right now." Naria cupped her hands in front of her and bowed slightly to Ryan, saying, "Thank you." Ryan shook his head. "It's okay. I'll find a way to let you know when I get back." "Okay, I understand. Goodbye." Naria pulled Teresa into the water. They swam in the water like fish, disappearing without a trace with a flick of their tails. Ryan led the group into the tavern, ordered some meat, and began to eat and drink heartily. During this time on the island, we ate mostly black bread and rye porridge, and hardly any meat. My mouth was practically tasteless. Looking at the table full of grilled seafood, Maeve swallowed hard, then took out her chopsticks and picked some up. During this time, she would learn to use chopsticks whenever she had free time, and now she can use them very skillfully. Picking up a pebble the size of a peanut is no problem for her. Hooray! I'm getting better and better. Maeve picked up one of the strips and put it in her mouth, eating it with great difficulty. Ryan looked at her, somewhat confused. The fish were all skewered with wooden sticks, so you could just eat them with your hands. There was no need for chopsticks at all. Velas watched with interest, neither eating nor speaking. Ryan picked up a fish and took a small bite. Even without any seasoning, simply drying the fish makes it exceptionally delicious. Even Hillary praised it, saying, "It tastes pretty good." I haven't had fish in a long time. Living in the Great Forest, the only meat she knew how to eat was fish. As Ryan was eating, he suddenly noticed that Luna, who was sitting opposite him, was staring straight at him. "What's wrong?" Ellie stopped what she was doing, her eyes darting around as she glanced at Luna. Maeve chewed on the dry, crispy fish and looked curiously at Luna. The tiger woman supported herself on her knees with her hands, her body swaying gently back and forth. Although she was tall and strong, she behaved somewhat childishly. Ellie could be a bit childish sometimes, and she wonders if all the slaves on White Mist Island are like them. "It's nothing," Luna replied coldly. Ryan didn't ask any more questions and continued to enjoy the grilled fish. After a while, Luna spoke up first. "When can we take a shower?" "Do you want to take a shower?" Ryan put down the grilled fish and sniffed himself. "I haven't showered for several days, and I smell of sweat." He planned to eat first and then take a bath, since the bathhouse was right next to the hotel, less than 10 meters to the left after he left. Luna nodded and said seriously, "Lilith said we need to take a shower beforehand and make sure our genitals are clean and odor-free." Cough, cough, cough. Ryan choked, almost spitting out the fish. "We don't talk about this at the dinner table." The last touched Luna's ear. Little animals are so cute. Maeve chewed on her grilled fish, muttering under her breath, "What's wrong with you all? You're all lecherous bastards." Everyone finished lunch quickly. Ryan went to the bathhouse next door to take a bath. He ignored the few scantily clad bath girls and asked the proprietress for an empty tent. Inside were 3 bathtubs that could accommodate 2 people at the same time, as well as a small single bathtub. "Same as always, you're not allowed to peek when you turn around," Maeve muttered softly, peeking out from behind the curtain. Velas didn't care about anything else. She snapped her fingers, and her clothes disappeared instantly, revealing her near-perfect body to Ryan. She put her hands on her hips and confidently showed herself off. "Does it look good?" "My eyes have been staring at it." Ryan nodded honestly. "It looks nice. I've always liked round things since I was little." Velas gave a wicked smile and slowly walked up to Ryan. "I like your honesty. Say a few more compliments, and maybe I can grant you a small wish." Before she could finish speaking, Luna hurriedly climbed into Ryan's bathtub, becoming completely honest with him, and then glanced back at Velas. Velas raised her hands, her smile somewhat sly. "Oh, this spot is yours. Don't worry, I'm not going to fight you for it." After saying that, she picked a wooden tub next to Ryan and started taking a bath by herself. Ah, humans really know how to enjoy themselves. Ellie stepped out from behind the curtain, clutching her chest. Seeing that Ryan's bathtub was full, she said, "That spot is mine." Luna gently rubbed her shoulders, then said without turning her head, "Whoever gets it keeps it." Chapter 128, A Fist-to-Flesh Battle. In the end, Luna and Ryan showered together, while Celia and Ellie did the same. Seeing that she only had 2 choices, to bathe with Velastra or to bathe alone, Maeve decisively jumped into the small bathtub. "Sorry, Nerima." Nerima didn't fight or grab anything. She covered her chest, glanced at Velastra, and then carefully climbed into the bathtub. For some reason, She's a bit special. Like Ryan, she's not afraid of a last. Come here, little cutie. Let me give you a good scrub, Velaz said with a smile. I'll wash myself. Narima shook her head, immersing herself in the water, looking like a hippopotamus diving. Luna and Ryan looked at each other, her tiger tail gently slapping the water, her hands rubbing something in the water. Ryan leaned closer and smelled her. Luna also had a faint smell of sweat, indicating that her sweat glands were quite developed. Not done washing yet. Why do you insist on being with me this time? Ryan scooped up some water with his hand and sprinkled it on her ears, gently rubbing them clean. Her hair looked completely white, but some of the color faded after rinsing it with water. Luna blushed and muttered softly, I don't know. Maeve secretly observed the two from her bathtub, muttering, even Luna has been corrupted. She used to be so innocent. All she does is eat and sleep all day. It's all your fault. Ryan squinted at Maeve and said seriously, You're the one who only knows how to eat and sleep, aren't you? You even have to sneak a bite while planting potatoes. I'm hungry. Maeve buried half her face in the water, bubbling away. Besides, I've been working on the island. I cook porridge for the children every day. So much work, my arms are sore and aching. It's not easy at all. Okay, I misunderstood you. When we get to Calydorn, I'll reward you with all the stewed chicken you can eat. Really? Maeve suddenly raised her head, her face beaming with joy. Ryan shook his head. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Maeve was on the verge of tears. How could you be so mean? Teasing this guy has become an integral part of Ryan's life. Every time he saw Maeve, the thought of bullying her would flash through his mind, and he would only leave satisfied after being scolded. Velas looked at her meaningfully and said, The puppy is so cute, much cuter than the Cerberus. As the person involved, Maeve was not happy at all to be praised like that. Based on Velas' description, she imagined a monstrous monster with 3 heads and magma flowing all over its body. It's not really something to be proud of if something is cuter than this. All right, don't be sad. I'll give you something to eat, Ryan said to Maeve while rubbing Luna's ears. That's good. Maeve then went back to diving. It was already afternoon when everyone returned to the tavern. Luna smelled wonderful after the bath, and there wasn't a single stain on her body. Ryan even scrubbed the soles of her feet clean for her. Ryan booked 2 rooms this time, otherwise it would have been too crowded for all 7 people to sleep together. I'll sleep in another room, Maeve said hurriedly, blinking her eyes. Clearly, she preferred eavesdropping next door to being a third wheel. Ryan shrugged. Whatever, just don't run around. Hillary took Maeve's arm, blushing as she muttered, I live next door too. She had a premonition of a major battle, so she decisively chose to take emergency evasive action. If they come at her with swords, spears, and clubs all at once, it won't do her any good even if she covers her ears. Narima glanced at everyone, and the well-behaved and sensible girl chose to give Ryan some private space. Then I'll stay next door too. You can call me over if you need anything. Just then, Ellie grabbed Ryan's arm tightly. We live together and haven't played together in a long time. Let's catch up while we're resting here today. Because of Luna's comment during the shower, whoever gets it keeps it, Ellie immediately took the initiative. Before Luna could even speak, she had already reserved the spot. As expected, compared to the cunning and shrewd Hakimi, Luna's IQD is still a bit too low. But Luna didn't just sit idly by. She took Ryan's other arm and said, I'll join you too. Ellie shook her head. There's no room available. You'll only be able to sleep on the floor if you come to the room. Seeing this, Ryan quickly waved his hand. Actually, the bed is quite big. There's still room. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan felt something pinching his thigh. Fortunately, he was enhanced by the system and is now quite tough. Otherwise, he would have definitely jumped up. When Ellie realized she couldn't squeeze Ryan, she finally lost her temper and punched him in the kidneys. What's wrong, honey? Why did you hit me again? I'm swatting mosquitoes. Ellie walked into the room without looking back and lay down on her side on the corner of the bed. Ryan and Luna exchanged glances, then went inside and closed the door. Luna let go of his hand after entering the room. She wandered around the room, seemingly a little uncomfortable. Master, where should we begin? Ryan chuckled, then countered with, How did Lilith teach you? She made me lie in bed and pretend to be dead. Lilith is also a genius. She used to be so knowledgeable, but when she tried to teach others, she made them lie in bed and pretend to be dead. Ryan sat down on the bed and beckoned to her. That's not how it is. Come here. Luna obediently sat down next to Ryan and leaned against him. This guy is really sturdy. Close your eyes. Ryan touched Luna's ear. The guy closed his eyes but sat very upright. Relax. Take a deep breath. Relax, Ryan instructed, gently patting the base of her tail. Luna let out a breath, then opened her eyes and peeked at Ryan. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Don't peek. I don't know how. Nobody taught me on the island. Luna's tone was tinged with grievance. Does this even need to be taught? It's something ingrained in your instincts. You'll understand it all once you start exploring. Ryan patted his chest and continued. Plus, with me as your top-notch teacher, you could just relax. Luna swallowed hard. She stood up and looked out the window, seemingly lost in thought. A moment later, she suddenly stripped off all her clothes, walked past Ryan, and lay down on the bed. I don't like beating around the bush, Master. Just get straight to the point. I'm ready. Ellie acted like an incompetent wife the whole time, lying silently to the side. Seeing this, Ryan sighed helplessly. At this point, all his skills were useless. What followed was a brutal hand-to-hand combat, a battle of sheer endurance. Chapter 129 time is like water in a sponge. In the blink of an eye, Ryan had left Black Pearl Harbor and arrived at the western side of the Great Forest. Horse riding wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. With Ellie's patient guidance, he learned quickly. The forest in front of me stretches as far as the eye can see, and lively little animals can be seen everywhere. If you look up slightly, you can see the towering tree of life in the distance. Just then, a pine cone exploded on Luna's head. Several squirrels attacked her as soon as they saw her. Elias sat behind Ellie, greeted the animals, and then said softly, "Don't throw her anymore. I've already forgiven her." Upon hearing this, the squirrels perched on the branches all fled. Ryan turned around and patted her head. "All right, I've taken you where you are. Be careful on your way home. Don't get carried off by wolves." Upon hearing this, Helia suddenly became shy and hesitant. She hugged Ryan tightly around the waist and mumbled, "I suddenly don't want to go back. Can I stay with you?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, puzzled, and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you suddenly change your mind? It's more fun to be with you than to be bored in the forest. Anything's fine with me. I'd love to show you around." Ryan shrugged. How adorable is Celia, a blonde, blue-eyed little girl. Having her around would just mean another mouth to feed, which Ryan can afford. But now that we're already at home, aren't you going back to see your parents and sister? Helia shook her head and muttered softly, "I'll go back later." Ryan didn't know how long the later the little elf was talking about was, since their species' lifespan was measured in thousands of years, much longer than the hundreds of years of lifespan in Narima. "It's up to you. I'm just worried about your family, since you're only a child." "I'm not a child anymore. I've grown up." Helia tapped him on the waist. Ryan smiled without saying a word. From any perspective, Helia's setup was clearly childish. But to avoid being beaten up by the little girl, he didn't tell the truth. "What are you laughing at? I'm serious." Helia pouted and gently pinched Ryan. Okay. Ryan suppressed his laughter, then turned to the others and said, "Let's rest here for a while at noon, and then find a stream to take a bath. Everyone's been tired from the journey." Upon hearing this, Luna quickly dismounted, tied the rope to a tree, and then found a clearing in the forest to begin building a matchbox-shaped hut using earth magic. Having built houses on the island for so long, she is now becoming more and more skilled. With a pad on the ground, the little house rises directly from the ground. Then, she glanced back at Ryan, and even though her face was expressionless, Ryan could read her meaning. Luna's playstyle is too Western. Ever since the battle at Black Pearl Harbor, Luna has been coming to get chiseled every night without fail. If she has enough time during her lunch break, she won't even let it slip by. Maeve, with her short legs, tried to dismount, then fell flat on her backside. "Honestly, you guys can't even spare a moment. Can't you be a little more reserved like me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared from the woods. Velastra was holding a file and carefully polishing the crown horn on her head, making it extremely sharp. "Are you being reserved? I can't tell at all." She looked at Maeve, smiled, and shook her head. "Of course. Isn't that something everyone agrees on?" Maeve's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pouted her lips a little. Velas teased. Then why do you always put your hands on your stomach when you sleep at night? Maeve, not even bothering to brush the mud off her backside, screamed and ran toward Velastra, hurriedly covering Velastra's mouth. If you dare say it out loud, I'll hate you. Velas twisted her body, her smile looking smug. Fine, fine, sell me your soul, and I won't say anything. No way. You evil bastard. You're always swindling and cheating people. You're the worst. Maeve didn't dare to say anything harsh, afraid that Velas would reveal all her little secrets. Ryan scratched his chin. It's just a water spell without chanting, right? Lilith had already secretly told Ryan about it. Maeve occasionally plays happy beans before bed. It seemed she thought Ryan didn't know. Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile as he began to tease Maeve as usual. Does Velas have something on you? You seem quite nervous. No, this girl is just annoying. Don't pay any attention to her. Maeve blushed and used her body to separate the two of them. Just as Ryan was about to speak again, Maeve covered his mouth with her hand. You're not allowed to beg me anymore. Maeve stared stubbornly at Ryan, as if she was about to cry. Velas narrowed her eyes, gazing at Maeve's wolf ears, and muttered under her breath. Interesting. You're always bullying me. I hate you. Maeve sniffed and turned to scold Velas. Don't be sad, okay? I'll keep it a secret for you, all right? I promise I won't tell anyone. Velastra gently hugged Maeve and rubbed her cheek against her head. It's clear that this devil also likes furry little animals, and Maeve, who looks cute, is her absolute favorite. Just as the two of them were taking turns bullying Maeve, Nerima nimbly jumped off her horse, walked quickly to Lion's side, and said with her head held high and a serious expression, I can join in too, master. Would you like to? Such a good thing. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly and gently picked her up. Yes, I'm willing to do anything as long as master is happy. Nerima nodded, her expression serious. Ryan kissed her. Want to go home and visit? Which house? The one in Calydorn? Or? Ryan shook his head and lightly stomped his foot. This is your hometown. Nerima's pointed ears drooped slightly, and she seemed somewhat disappointed. I'm not welcome there. So, do you want to go back and take a look? Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Nerima nodded. I want to see the place where I lived as a child. Ryan shrugged. Then let's go back and take a look. Luna peeked out from behind the stone wall and looked at Ryan, seemingly wondering why he hadn't come in yet after so long. Ellie slowly tied the horse up, then lightly punched Ryan. She was gathering firewood. It would be wonderful if she could have a hot meal as soon as Ryan finishes game. Helia muttered from the side. Are you two going to start again? Can't you ever stop for a moment? You can't even spare a little time on the road. Ryan said in a serious tone, Time is like water in a sponge. If you keep squeezing, water will always come out. Chapter 130, I'll Only Like You. Compared to his previous cover-up, Ryan was much more confident this time, and he led everyone directly and swaggered into the underground. He didn't even bother with the disguise magic of Naramar, and went on a trip underground in his original form. Are you sure you don't need to change your expression? What if my mother finds out? Narima followed behind Lion with small, quick steps, repeating herself softly every so often, her mannerisms like a broken record. She just had a big battle at noon, and her legs were still a little weak. No need. Isn't Velas here? Even if she's gone, I'm still here, aren't I? Ryan shrugged indifferently. Indeed, confidence stems from strength. Previously, when Ryan went down there, he was always timid and hesitant, fearing that he would be arrested by the Dark Elves. But after receiving the system's enhancements, he could do whatever he wanted without any fear. Nerima muttered weakly. Then could you please not kill my mother? This startled Ryan. He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in confusion, Why would I kill your mother? We have no grudge against each other. Nerima scratched her cheek and slowly lowered her head. I was afraid you would kill her. Although my mother was ashamed of me, she doted on me before I learned holy magic. Okay, I just wanted to go shopping with you, and maybe buy a few more clothes. Ryan shook his head. I've heard that the Dark Elf spider silk pajamas are light and beautiful, and when you wear them, it's like you're not wearing anything at all. It is both wear-resistant and dirt-resistant, and has almost no drawbacks except that it will dissolve after being exposed to sunlight. Ryan wanted to get a dozen or so sets as a reward for Ellie and the others. After all, they've worked hard these past few months, so they should be able to sleep in cool clothes from now on. As he thought about it, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Maeve glanced at Ryan and started tattling to Ellie. Look at how lewd Master's smile is. He must be thinking about something weird again. Ellie, you should beat him up. Why don't you beat them up? Ellie asked, raising an eyebrow. I can't beat him. He pinned me down in just 2 moves. Maeve was on the verge of tears. She was full of weaknesses. Ellie's tail wagged behind her. Me too. I'm no match for him right now. Maeve nudged Luna beside her and started rallying her supporters. Let's beat him up together. Luna was in a daze. Although her body was still around everyone, her soul had vanished. Maeve spoke to her, but she didn't react at all. Luna. Maeve nudged Luna again, bringing her back to her senses. She first twitched her ears, then looked at Maeve with some confusion. The tiger girl seemed a little dazed, as if she was still reliving what happened at noon. Then she held Ryan's hand tightly, behaving very affectionately. Seeing this, Maeve couldn't help but mutter, Luna isn't with us. She's completely hooked up with Ryan. Ryan turned around and ruffled Maeve's ear, complaining, Can you guys avoid me when you're forming cliques? I'm still here. What does it matter? Maeve grabbed Ryan's finger and gently bit it. The group walked and joked, and after a long time, they were finally almost at the underground. Ellie spoke up. A group of dark elves is coming from ahead. Ryan stared at the dark road ahead. He saw nothing. Although his body had been enhanced in all aspects, his night vision is still poor and cannot compare with Ellie's living low-light night vision device. But soon several dark elves emerged from the darkness, carrying great swords. The leading dark elf female knight said in geocentric language, Oh, there are even humans and elves here. It's been a long time since I've seen them. She had neither a spider mount nor a purple cloak. She was just an ordinary patrol knight. Ryan didn't take her seriously and continued walking forward with a smile. Hello, I'm here to buy some things underground and take a trip while I'm at it. Seeing that Ryan showed no sign of stopping, she shouted, Stop. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. This dark elf was clearly a moderate among her race. Instead of attacking immediately, she merely issued a warning. Ryan didn't care about any of that. He sped up instantly. Excuse me, let me through. Several dark elves flew up in unison, like bowling pins, and were knocked unconscious against the stone wall. Ryan slowed his pace, waiting for the others to approach. Wait for me. Maeve came running up, panting, and whispered reproachfully. How could you be so mean? You knocked them all over the place. What else can we do if they don't allow it? Do you expect me to reason with them one by one? Ryan teased, pinching Maeve's cheek. Maeve smiled and said, All right, you're the boss. I'll listen to you. Ellie and the others quickly followed. Narima looked up at Lion's retreating figure and whispered, Master is so amazing now, getting more and more powerful. Do you like it? Ryan reached out and patted her head. Narima looked away and said pitifully, I'm afraid I'm not the only one who likes it. Ryan paused for a moment. What's wrong? You seem a little unhappy. Narima gently gripped the hem of Ryan's clothes. You're so amazing. What if my sisters start pursuing you? Pursue me? Ryan's brain went blank. Don't your sisters all have men? We dark elves believe that a woman can have many men. Don't worry, I have no interest in sharing dark elves. Ryan waved his hand. He wasn't interested in dark elves, except for exceptions like Narima, who had a softer, more gentle personality. Then they'll definitely kick my brother-in-law out and continue pursuing you. I know them. Are you kidding me? Ryan wondered if he had misheard. But, judging from Narima's expression, she was clearly not joking. No, all my sisters are like that. They're like strong men and want to have children with men like you. Narima shook her head, then suddenly changed the subject. But if you like them, Master, I can accept that. I love you, and only you'll be good to me. Ryan was speechless for a moment. He looked at Maeve, who was also hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring herself to say it. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Ryan hugged Narima tightly, then buried his face in her chest and took a deep breath. Don't worry, Narima, I'll only like you, this dark elf. I won't even give a second glance to any other guy. You can't even do that, can't you, my mother? Ryan fell completely silent. Although he didn't know what Narima's mother looked like, he was pretty sure he wouldn't like that guy. Chapter 131, I Admit Defeat. Ryan and his group caused a riot as soon as they entered the dungeon. The residents peered curiously through their windows at Ryan, this special visitor. He was currently in a tailor shop in the market, carefully selecting pajamas woven from magical spider silk. Several unconscious dark elf soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. These guys had just tried to attack Ryan, but he had taken them down with a single hand in the blink of an eye. How much are these pajamas? The shopkeeper was a petite female dwarf. She looked at the dark elf soldier lying on the ground, then glanced up at Ryan. She was terrified of Ryan, but dared not leave her shop. 35 silver coins per piece. So expensive? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although he was not short of money at the moment, with gold coins and bars on the island filling an entire room, he still had to be frugal and spend money wisely. He couldn't squander money recklessly. These are all top-quality fabrics, beautiful and durable. Under normal circumstances, a dark elf could wear them for a lifetime. A lifetime? Dark elves live for hundreds of years. Can they really wear these light, airy clothes for that long? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. He folded one of his pajamas so neatly that it was only the size of a matchbox. You can ask that dark elf, the black dwarf tailor said, looking toward Narima. Real? Narima nodded. Yes, as long as you don't tear it. You can wear it for a very long time. She looked down at the dark elf lying on the ground, seemingly concerned. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to spend this money. Pack all these pajamas together. I want them all. With that, Ryan handed a bag of gold coins to the tailor. These are all gold coins from Alicia and Sylvaden. Go and exchange them with a currency merchant when you have time. She opened the bag, glanced inside, and then roughly counted the contents, not daring to say anything more. Velis clapped her hands, quite pleased with Ryan's actions. Wow, you actually paid? I thought you'd do whatever you wanted. You don't know me at all. Am I the kind of person you're making things up? Didn't I still pay for the boat ride last time? Ryan glanced at Velast, then started imagining what she would look like in a spider silk nightgown. Yes, that's commendable. Velast narrowed her eyes and met Ryan's gaze. Maeve picked up a pair of pajamas and began to examine them closely, then muttered, This is pajamas? It's so thin. Won't you freeze to death wearing it in winter? Then we can build a big house ourselves and then build a fireplace so the house can be warm in winter. Maeve held the clothes in her hands. Noticing the outline of her fingers was crystal clear. But what's the difference between wearing these pajamas and wearing nothing at all? When the topic of this came up, Velis became quite animated. She laughed and said, Don't you understand? What he wants is this tantalizing, ambiguous feeling that gets a man's blood pumping. Maeve quickly put down her pajamas, muttering, I'm not wearing them. I didn't intend for you to wear this. It's for Ellie and the others, Ryan said seriously, hands on his hips. Seeing his words, Maeve pouted slightly and said nothing more. Ellie looked at Ryan with a meaningful expression, then gently punched him. Without a doubt, this little cat is arrogant. Although it may act like it doesn't like it, it will definitely wear it for him to see every day. The wooden cup the tailor had placed on the table was swaying gently. The residents who had been spying on him scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Ryan quickly put away the clothes and then left the tailor shop without a word. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw dozens of dark elves jump off the burrowing worms and head towards the tailor shop. The leader was immediately recognized by Ryan. He recognized her as Narima's aunt, Calisanassa. I really suspect this guy has some masochistic tendencies. He was just tortured by Ryan's command spells before, and now he's come running over here like a puppy. She walked towards Ryan, carrying a great sword, her brows furrowed in anger. As soon as he got close to her, he raised his hand and slashed down hard. Whoosh! Ryan neither dodged nor evaded, easily catching the greatsword that came slashing down on him with 3 fingers, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink slightly as a result. Actually, she's quite powerful. Her strength seems to be only slightly inferior to Ellie's, but far behind Ryan's. Kaylee stared at the scene in disbelief, biting her red lips as she continued to exert force on the greatsword, but Ryan's movements remained unchanged. Have you made enough trouble? You came up and tried to attack me right away. Am I that hated? You know what you did? Kaylee glared at Ryan, unable to even pull the greatsword away at that moment. Ryan's fingers, like steel clamps, had firmly gripped the sword. Your own lack of willpower. How can you blame me? Who just spouts insults like that? Upon hearing this, Kareem's face changed color. Don't just stand there. Kill him, she shouted angrily at the other dark elves, her heart filled with rage as she turned around. These guys raised their staffs and magic bows, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Ryan. Roll. The moment the words left their mouths, an invisible force disintegrated them all, and several dark elves that were nearby were sent flying. Ryan casually tossed the greatsword aside and picked at his ear in boredom, seeing two dark elves hiding on the rooftops in the distance. Gathering their magic, he casually uttered a mysterious word. Asterisk, asterisk. The next second, the two dark elves screamed and fell to the ground, and the magic circle they had just formed vanished without a trace. Kale glanced back at the other dark elves, then got up from the ground, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed at Ryan's neck, but was captured as soon as she made the move. Here we go again. I don't usually hit women. If you don't want to be embarrassed in front of the other dark elves, I suggest you get lost and stop bothering us. Ryan grabbed her by the throat. Nerima had somehow appeared and was watching from the side, seemingly somewhat worried. Ryan reassured him, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Kaylee mumbled something incoherently as she tried to break free, but the difference in strength between them was too great, and she eventually fainted. Then several more dark elves charged toward Ryan. They were like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, insisting on going up one by one. Ryan knocked them to the ground with just a few punches and kicks. Several dark elves stood in the distance, raising their swords at Ryan. The guy leading the group, Ryan knew her. She was also Narima's sister. I think her name was Viz-san. The first time they met, she made Narima prove her courage by committing suicide. What? Are the three of you going to get beaten up too? Ryan narrowed his eyes. She thought this guy was just as eager for a beating, but the next second she made the other dark elves put down their weapons and surrender. I admit I'm no match for you, I concede. Chapter 132, Wanting to Become Partners. Viz-san put down her weapon, then pulled away the several fallen dark elves and cautiously approached Ryan. What? You're going to ambush me? I advise you to give up that idea. Ryan's reaction speed is now fast enough to react to bullets. This statement is not an exaggeration, because he can now even see every flap of a fly's wings. If Viz-san makes even the slightest rash move, Ryan can react and subdue her within a millisecond. No, I'm not that ungrateful. Vivian shook her head. Kaylee got up from the ground. This girl was stubborn. She charged at Ryan again and threw a Russian hook punch right at him. Unfortunately, she was just too slow. Ryan dodged to the side, then grabbed her shoulder with one hand and delivered a 10-hit combo to her buttocks with the other. Slap, slap, slap. A series of rapid, snapping sounds rang out all around. Kaylee covered her bottom and hid to the side, her face completely red. Although she was filled with hatred, she seemed to have been subdued and no longer dared to attack. TCH, getting carried away. He's just an ordinary man. Seeing that she was still talking nonsense, Ryan lowered his gaze slightly and said with a hint of amusement, If you dare to say another word, don't blame me for not giving you face. The last watched the commotion from the sidelines, nodding in satisfaction. It has to be you. Even in a fight, you don't forget to take advantage of others. How about it? Soft, Ryan retorted. Stop stirring things up. When have I ever gained an advantage? When adults discipline children, isn't it just spanking? Narima hugged Lion from the side, muttering, Never mind, master, don't hurt them. Kale glared fiercely at Narima, but didn't dare to say anything more. Maeve carried a bag of neatly folded pajamas on her back and followed Ellie and the others out of the Black Dwarf tailor's shop. She stared at the burrowing worm that was hovering in the distance and made a strange sound. Ugh, it's huge. That thing looks disgusting. Master, can you kill it? I have no interest in that stuff. Ryan shook his head. He was clean now and had no desire to get covered in blood by this thick, large worm. Ryan patted the chocolate cake's head and said softly, All right, Narima, take us home. I'd also like to visit your palace. Just then, Kaylee said from his side, Go ahead, my sister will kill you all. Your sister? Who is your sister? Ryan asked doubtfully, but she quickly remembered that this guy was Narima's aunt, so her sister must be Narima's mother. Kaylee crossed her arms and resumed her arrogant demeanor. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Ellie glanced at her, not even bothering to say a word. Ryan shrugged nonchalantly and gently pinched Narima's cheek. My wife will lead the way, and I can also go see my mother-in-law. Narima raised her head, asking in confusion, "What is a mother-in-law?" "It means your mother. In my hometown, men call their partner's mother-in-law." Upon hearing his words, Narima silently clenched her clothes, seemingly somewhat worried. "Master, you wouldn't harm my mother, would you? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Ryan was speechless. Although he was indeed lecherous, he didn't eat just anything. The old dark elf, who had given birth to countless children, held no interest for her whatsoever. He prefers pink and delicate colors. Just then, Narima's sister, Viz-san, spoke up. "I can lead the way." Ryan looked at her, suddenly puzzled. This change is too fast. The last time they met, she was fighting Ryan to the death, but this time she's already acting as a guide? What kind of scheme are you plotting? Ryan looked her up and down. "It's just showing you the way, it's nothing." Viz-san mustered her courage and walked to Ryan's side, then patted him on the shoulder. "You've gotten stronger, much stronger than when we last met. How did you do that? Your body is even stronger than mine, a woman's body." Ellie stared at her warily, seemingly already preparing to breathe on her. "It's a secret." Ryan walked past Kaylee, ignoring her. Viz-san put her hand on Ryan's shoulder and said seriously, "I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "No interest. You better lead the way." Ryan shook his head. Viz-san glanced left and right, then said to herself, "I have a suggestion. How about kicking Narima aside and letting me be your partner? I am taller than her, prettier than her, and stronger than her. I completed the trial and am many times stronger than her. You and I will surely be able to produce incredibly powerful offspring." As Viz-san tried to seduce Ryan, Narima stood by with her head down the whole time, like an incompetent wife. "Don't you have a partner?" "No, I don't look down on ordinary men." Viz-san sized up Ryan, seemingly quite satisfied. "Although you're a human and you defeated me with shameless means, I must admit, you're very attractive to me now. I get excited just seeing you." Viz-san rattled on, and Ryan was sick of hearing it. He never expected this guy to be so proactive. Unfortunately, Ryan only likes soft and fragrant little cakes like Narima. Ryan shook his head decisively and said bluntly, "No offense, but I don't like you because you're too ugly." Upon hearing this, the air seemed to fall silent. Vivian blinked, her voice trembling as she spoke. I'm ugly. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife." Seeing her expression change, Ryan used a more tactful way of putting it. "She's not ugly, but she doesn't quite fit my aesthetic, you know what I mean." "Narima isn't ugly? In what way is she better than me?" Viz-san stopped in her tracks, seemingly a little vulnerable. Ryan picked up Narima and poked her cheek. "She's different. She's cute. I like this kind of soft, cute, and good-tempered girl. Look at you, you get all worked up over just a few words." If I said that to Narima, she definitely wouldn't react like this. With tears welling in her eyes, Narima gazed at Lion and said, "Thank you, Master, for liking me despite my utter uselessness." Viz-san yelled, "What's the use of a weak and powerless woman? How can anyone like such a slut? I've had enough. I hate you humans the most. I was just joking with you. I never intended to be with you at all, ugh." She turned and left, cursing as she disappeared into the alley. Face changing, Ryan watched her retreating figure and asked in confusion, "Where are you going? Aren't you going to continue leading the way?" "I was just joking." Upon hearing this, Viz-san quickly returned to Ryan's side and obediently led the way. Chapter 133, The Palace of the Underground City. Led by Viz-san, the group drew closer and closer to the milky white palace at the end of the street. Viz-san showed Ryan a map of the underground city. The city layout resembled a spider web, a cold and magnificent giant net, with more than a dozen main roads leading to the Dark Elf Palace. The outermost houses are mostly dilapidated, stacked like building blocks, and are inhabited mostly by poor commoners, who are mostly alien races such as black dwarves, lizard men, and goblins, who make a living by working hard. The houses closer to the center are the most exquisite. Most of them are dark elves who hold a high position in the city. The vast majority of them have been well off since birth and have never had to worry about food or drink. Of course, this is on the premise that the adult trials have been completed. Dark elves like those in Naramar who failed the trial would be mercilessly expelled from the city. This is why you often encounter dark elf corpses underground. They're all wanderers who have been driven out of the city. Vis-Sin crossed her arms, glanced at Narima, and said sourly, "Consider yourself lucky to have found a capable man, otherwise you could forget about ever setting foot in this city again." Hearing her say that, Narima's pointed ears drooped. Ryan glared at Visham and casually threatened, "If you dare to say anything more, I'll make you lie here and host a banquet for everyone." Upon hearing this, Vivian immediately shut her mouth. After all, she had experienced it firsthand and knew that Ryan wasn't just talking nonsense. Balastra smiled and picked up Narima, saying, "How could you say that? Narima is such a cute little thing. Everyone loves her." Vivian pursed her lips and didn't say anything. White stone sculptures appeared one after another on both sides of the street, most of which were various kinds of spiders. Further ahead are exquisite statues of dark elves. The statues appear to be hand-carved. They are all different in form and weapon, and most notably, they all have very large breasts. "Who are these guys?" Ryan continued to ask Vis-San the guide. "The 13 mistresses come from 13 families that have existed here since ancient times. They are the guardians of the city, and my mother is one of them." "Does your family rule this city?" Ryan leaned closer to examine one of the statues. She was holding a bow, but the bow had no string. "This must be the kind of magic bow we just saw. It can shoot magical arrows made of magic power without relying on external force. It looks really awesome." Vivian nodded. "To be precise, my mother is in charge of this city, but what you said is also correct because our family is the largest in this city." "So where's your statue?" "Old foam. Let me see it." "It's still ahead. Just keep walking and you'll see it," Vivian said confidently, leading the way. Ryan glanced back at Velastra and took Narima from her arms. "This is my wife. Why are you always holding her?" Velast's lips curled up slightly. "Everyone likes cute things, and I'm no exception." Vis-San had witnessed Velast's actions firsthand. She still remembered that Velast had merely glanced at them, and they had uncontrollably returned home, lying on the bed like dolls for a day and a night without eating or drinking. Seeing how much she liked Narima, Vis-San was even more confused. "Why you all like her? What is it about her that you all like?" After being threatened by Ryan, her words became much less aggressive. "She did nothing wrong. Weakness is a capital offense for you dark elves, but to me, Narima is simply wonderful. She will definitely be a good mother in the future." Vivian crossed her arms, her face full of disdain. "I don't believe it. Look at her. She's a grown woman and still needs to be carried. Her child must be a weakling who can only cry." Seeing this smug dark elf, Ryan hardened his fist. "I didn't want to hit a woman, but it seems I have to today. Since you can't understand human language, I know a little bit about fighting." Seeing this, Vis-Sin quickly distanced herself from Ryan and pointed to the statue in the distance to change the subject. Look, that's my mother's statue." Ryan temporarily abandoned the idea of hitting her and glanced in the direction she was pointing. Narima's mother had very long hair, almost reaching her legs, and she held a staff in her hand. The bear was the most majestic of all the dark elves. It's clear that Narima was never hungry as a child. "I have a question. Why is your mother carrying a staff, while most of you guys are carrying greatswords?" "Magical talent is a gift from our ancestors. Our magical talent is average, so greatswords are more suitable for us." Vane shrugged. At this point, she looked at Narima again. "Narima is lucky. She has magical talent. But ironically, she is a dark elf, yet she can only use light magic, which is a disgrace to her family." Ryan shrugged indifferently. As soon as they approached, several dark elf guards came to meet them. "Stop! Don't come any closer." Velastra snapped her fingers and easily charmed them, then swaggered onward. The group entered the palace. After walking only a few meters, Ryan felt a chilling aura. The dim light made him uneasy, so he lit a fireball for illumination. The palace corridors were lined with murals, and upon closer inspection, Ryan discovered they were all game tutorials for dark elves, including one featuring a asterisk yin, which seemed a bit obscure. "You dark elves just carved this thing on the wall." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Vis-Sin seemed to think Ryan was praising her, so she proudly raised her head. "How is it? Beautiful, isn't it?" Ryan nodded. The inhabitants of this world were still too open-minded. The further you go, the more appalling the content of the murals becomes. even including scenes of hundreds of people competing in the same arena. As he walked, a chilling rustling sound reached Ryan's ears. He looked up toward the source of the sound and saw a large spider overhead, spinning silk from its abdomen as if it were weaving something. You dark elves really admire spiders. You even keep them in your palaces. Vivian casually said, "It doesn't bite. You can touch it as much as you want." While Ryan didn't dislike insects, he certainly didn't like a large spider covered in bristles. "Forget it, I can't handle this stuff." Just then, a group of dark elf children came running towards them, and they noticed Ryan. I have to say, these kids are really strong. The muscle lines on their arms are clearly visible. They're all muscle monsters. The two little girls in the lead glanced at him first, then focused their attention on Narima. Chapter 134. Use the command spell on the mistress. Is this Sister Narima? Upon hearing the childish voice, Narima struggled to get out of Ryan's arms and stood firmly on the ground. Looking at the children in front of her, she happily walked towards them. "Rose, Daisy, it's been so long since I've seen you. You seem to have grown taller." The taller one was called Rose, and the shorter one was called Daisy. They were both staring at Narima, looking rather cunning. "How have you been lately? Have you been causing trouble at home again?" Narima's smile quickly froze. When the two children saw her reach out, they quickly backed away. Rose, with her hands behind her back, muttered seriously, "Mother said I'm not allowed to talk to you anymore." Daisy chimed in, "Mother said you got weak in the knees when you saw monsters during the trial. You're so useless." "Exactly, you're useless. I'll never be like you again." Narima didn't argue. She listened quietly, her little pearl almost falling off her cheek. Vivian frantically winked at the two children, but they didn't seem to be old enough to understand how to read people's expressions. Ryan squinted at the two of them, and finally spoke. "Children, come here for a moment. I brought you a little gift." They looked at Ryan and curled their lips in disdain. "I don't talk to humans." The two children sat on the ground wailing, while the culprit, Lion, carried Narima away. Vissen glanced at Ryan and retorted, "You're not even sparing the kids?" "I didn't do anything. I just gave him 2 roasted chestnuts as a reward." Ryan shrugged. He was teaching his child that words can be dangerous and that one should never speak carelessly or he might get a beating. "All right, we're almost at Narima's room. Do you want to go take a look?" Vissen said, pointing ahead. Ryan glanced back at the long corridor and asked in confusion, "So close to the entrance?" "Yes, you should know even if I don't explain in detail. She was fine when she was little, but after she learned light magic, no one liked her. Her mother had her aunt move her to a room further out, so that it would be easier to get rid of her later." Lion was exasperated. This was truly treating Narima like Ricky himself. He was about to shake his head in refusal when Vivian spoke up. "We've arrived." Following the direction of her finger, Ryan saw a tiny room filled with all sorts of odds and ends. Turning to the side, Ryan saw a bed. It looked like the room hadn't been cleaned in a long time and had been completely turned into a storage room. He kicked the debris on the ground aside and peeked inside. The small room contained only a stone bed and a wooden bookshelf, with the books having fallen to the floor. There isn't even a small window here that can let in some air. It's less of a place to sleep and more of a solitary confinement cell. "Are all your rooms like this? Or is it just a room?" "That must only be the room she and the servants share," Vivian said with a smile, hands on her hips. "Let me show you around my room." "No need then. I'm not interested." Ryan shook his head and continued. "If you're not going to tour, could you take me to find your old phone? At this time, my mother should be offering sacrifices to the gods." "Gods?" "Yes, Lady Sinesa, the creator of this city and our ancestor. She became the goddess of darkness after her death." Vissen's tone was respectful, completely different from the teasing tone she used when mentioning Narima. Ryan shrugged. "Take me to see. Come with me." Vissen led the way, while the others looked around. Maeve patted Ryan's bottom and muttered, "So many valuable things. Look, this candlestick is pure silver. It seems like nobody wants these things. I want to pick some up and take them home." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you call picking it up? I don't even want to call you out on it." Maeve, hands on her hips, declared confidently, "What's wrong with being thrifty and frugal?" After walking deeper into the palace for a while, the corridor gradually widened and the obscure murals on the walls all disappeared. At the end was something that resembled an altar topped with a dark elf statue cast in gold, which shimmered brightly in the dim firelight. Ryan couldn't tell the difference between these dark elves, only that the statue's chest wasn't very big. Kneeling beneath the altar was a woman with very long hair. Her figure clearly indicated that she was a woman. Visin lowered her voice and said, "This is our mother, Arachne Senna. She is very beautiful. Let's not disturb her yet." Arachne's silky, smooth, silver hair cascaded down the ground like a waterfall. Hearing a sound behind her, she picked up the silver moon staff that was lying flat on the ground and slowly stood up. This guy was about the same height as Ryan. Ryan had never seen such a tall dark elf before. She slowly turned her head and looked at everyone with her bright red eyes. The lady looked so gloomy and damp. Her makeup was heavy, with bluish-green eyeshadow and lips. Even from dozens of meters away, Ryan could smell the strange fragrance emanating from her. "Mother." Nerima looked at her, and the word slipped out involuntarily. Visin lowered her head, behaving like a subordinate who would absolutely obey her orders. Ryan always felt that the atmosphere at the Dark Elf's house was strange. Arachne turned around and fixed her gaze on Nerima. After a brief silence, she slowly raised her hand. "Come here, my good daughter." Nerima was taken aback at first, then walked slowly toward Arachne uncontrollably. Ryan grabbed him and pulled him back to his side. "Don't go over there." He sensed a subtle murderous intent emanating from Arachne's calm demeanor. Nerima clenched her fists, then took Ryan's arm and introduced him in a trembling voice. "Mother, this is my mate I found on the ground. He's very good to me, and I love him very much. I wanted to come back to say goodbye to you, because I may never see him again." Before Nerima could finish speaking, Arachne on the opposite side began chanting a spell, and a bottomless black sphere appeared at the top of his staff, constantly devouring the surrounding light. "It's over." Vivian was so frightened that she backed away and turned to run outside. The last clapped happily, while Maeve, the clever little devil, hid behind her. Ryan didn't know what kind of magic Arachne was chanting, so he tentatively used a command spell. Invalid. A sharp pain shot through his forehead, and at the same time, Arachne's magic instantly crumbled, turning into clumps of particles that dissipated in all directions. Ryan rubbed his head, reliving the pain he felt when he first learned command spells. Arachne's combat power should be quite high. Even with the enhancement of his body, Ryan couldn't withstand the backlash from this thing. If it were Luna, he could control her however he wanted. Arachne reached out and grabbed a clump of particles, then gently blew them away. "What kind of trick is this?" "Command spell." Ryan nodded and said, "Since you attacked me without explanation, then—" He coughed twice to clear his throat. ***. Chapter 135, Teaching the Mistress a Lesson. Oh ho 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 ho. Arachne's feet were slightly arched, and he kept twisting on the ground. Ryan squinted slightly and rubbed his head, which was throbbing with a dull ache. Nerima quickly covered her eyes, not daring to look any longer. Maeve gently patted Ryan twice, unable to resist complaining. "You're so mean. Why do you always use such weird and strange tricks to deal with people?" "I'm clearly rewarding you. Don't you dare slander me," Ryan shrugged. Just as the two were talking, Arachne slowly sat up from the ground. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were unfocused, and her breathing was rapid. She looked delicate and frail. This mother-in-law is really amazing. She recovered so quickly. Vivian struggled on the ground for quite a while back then, but she recovered so quickly. Seeing this, Ryan used his command spell on her again. Arachne collapsed to the ground again. Ellie, who had been watching silently, suddenly spoke up. "Should we take this opportunity to kill her? She doesn't seem to be able to resist right now." "No." Nerima hurriedly hugged Lane, shaking her head violently. "Don't kill my mother, please. Let's just leave." "Fine. I'm not interested in her anyway, and there's nothing fun here." Ryan shrugged and then took Narima's hand. Ryan swaggered away. As soon as Ryan reached the corridor, he saw Visin running towards him from a distance. "How did it go? Mother just let you go like that?" "I thought she would be furious. A long time ago, Mother got angry once, and she tore down half of the palace, which took 200 years to repair." Ryan nodded. "The thunder didn't see it, but the flood did." WH. Visin had a bad feeling when she heard Ryan say that. "That's all. Nerima and I are going back. Don't follow us. Ryan waved his hand, trying to shoo her away. Vivian froze for a moment, then stood dumbfounded in the corridor. Seeing that Ryan had already gone far away, she hurriedly chased after him. You're leaving so soon? There are still so many places here you haven't been to yet. You should at least stay a few more days, shouldn't you? Ryan shook his head. There's nothing fun here. The food is nothing more than bats and lizards. To be honest, I don't like it. Actually, I only came down here to accompany Narima and maybe buy her some clothes. Since these guys, young and old, aren't exactly welcoming to Narima, I'm not going to bother making a fuss. Visin grabbed Ryan's clothes and continued to press. That matter. What you thought about it? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly suffering from some amnesia. Which one? Vivian crossed her arms, paused for a few seconds, and then said, It's about you becoming my man. If you agree, I could go live with you on Earth. Ryan looked her over and decisively refused. I really don't like you. Looking at you, I don't even have the interest to give you a back massage. Visin asked impatiently. What exactly makes me worse than Narima? Ryan scratched his cheek. He just loved the soft and delicious chocolate cake. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his gaze slightly and casually replied, Her breasts aren't as big as hers. Visin took a deep breath and then glared fiercely at Ryan, as if she was furious at his words. What's so good about fat? It's inconvenient for you to walk. If I were like her, eating all day long and not moving at all in the house, I could grow that big too. Go away. I don't have time to chat with you. I need to go find my beast-eared girl. Ryan shooed her away. Vivian kicked over the shelf next to her and stormed off in a huff. Ryan swaggered out of the palace, the guards at the door standing motionless as they had come, until the last snapped her fingers again, and their charm was broken. Should we buy something to take back as a souvenir? It's a rare opportunity to bring you back. We might never come here again. Ryan glanced down at Narima. She shook her head, then gripped Ryan's hand tightly. I only want my master. Nothing else matters. With a craving for food, Maeve held up a finger and suggested, How about we go to the tavern and have a big meal first? We haven't eaten anything since we came all this way. Before Ryan could answer, Celia shook her head vigorously. No way. I just saw someone eating bats in the tavern. I don't want to eat them. Ryan pulled a piece of black bread from the bag and gently stuffed it into Maeve's mouth. This will have to do. We'll eat something better when we get to Kaeldorn. When they were at Black Pearl Harbor, Maeve insisted on buying a lot of salted fish, and they still haven't finished eating it. Ryan slowly walked back, and soon found the cave entrance he had come from. Narima held his hand tightly beside him, seemingly preoccupied. Seeing this, Ryan casually asked, What's wrong? The chocolate cake glanced at Ryan, then shook its head vigorously. Nothing, master. Thank you for loving me. I'm so lucky to have met you. Really? Then after we get out, could you wear that nightgown and come find me tonight? Narima shook her head and said without hesitation, You can do it now if you want. Ryan smiled meaningfully. Once he gets out, he'll definitely savor this chocolate cake. Just then, Ryan sensed a terrifying aura. He turned to look behind him, and there was this source. The last smiled and teased. You actually caught up with us. Your mother, Narima, can't bear to part with you. Upon hearing this, everyone wisely moved away to keep their distance, determined not to hinder the process even if they couldn't help. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan saw a shadow. He almost instinctively parried the attack, the impact of which was like a thunderclap. Arachne used his staff like a hammer and smashed it down. At this moment, her eyes were red, and her smooth, flowing silver-white hair made her look like a female ghost. Don't be fooled by this guy's wasp waist and slender hips, and his seemingly weak and effeminate appearance. He's actually incredibly strong, only slightly weaker than Ryan. You think you can just leave after you've toyed with me? Not so easy. Arachne flew up, and black holes appeared on both sides of Ryan, from which dark green tentacles reached out and wrapped around his legs. I was going to let you go for Narima's sake, but now it seems I have no choice but to be ruthless. With a sudden burst of strength, Lion ripped off the tentacle and sent Arachne flying several meters. Before she could regain her balance in midair, he grabbed her slender ankles and then slammed her against the stone wall repeatedly, sending shards of rock flying everywhere. Chapter 136 Being Eyed. After a major battle, the entire passage was in ruins, with cracks all over the rock walls and loose rocks falling down from time to time, as if it could collapse at any moment. Arachne was lying on the ground, with a lot of her hair pulled out by Ryan and many small scratches on her face. It has to be said that she's quite resilient. An ordinary person would have been turned into a meatball by Ryan's beating, but apart from scratches, she was completely unharmed. Aren't you a mage? Why do you have to be so foolish as to fight me in close combat? Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly in confusion. He squatted down and poked the octopus tentacle that he had just torn off, wondering if this thing was edible. Arachne slowly sat up, rubbing her ankle which Ryan had pinched so hard, and muttered, "He really doesn't know how to treat a woman with any tenderness." Ryan felt that this guy spoke in a rather effeminate way, unlike Vishan, a fierce and combative female dark elf. She had a womanly quality about her. Seeing that the battle was over, Narima ran to Lion's side and hugged him tightly around the waist. Ryan glanced down at Narima, then looked at Arachne, and was 100% certain that they were mother and daughter, because her size is almost the same. In terms of body proportions, Narima is even better. Just then, the black hole reappeared, and a tentacle quickly extended from it. Ryan chopped him off with a single chop, the purple slime splattering all over him. Want to get beaten up again? Ryan clenched his fists. Although he doesn't like hitting women, he will still resort to violence when necessary. Arachne shook his head vigorously, a cryptic smile on his face. "You're very strong, stronger than any man I've ever seen. You're far stronger than me. If you pin me down on the bed, I definitely wouldn't be able to move. To be honest, I haven't been this excited in a long time. Ever since I became the mistress of the house, those men have practically treated me like a goddess, groveling, utterly lacking in self-respect, and incredibly cowardly. Just looking at them is disgusting." Ryan narrowed his eyes, his face full of doubt. This plot is not going quite right. It seems she didn't come here for revenge. On the other hand, you're very manly. I like that you can handle me. Arachne nodded in satisfaction, and a masculine scent wafted into Ryan's nostrils. Sultry. Arachne slowly stood up, a smile on her face, and moved closer to Ryan, the distance between them no more than half a meter. "Come with me, and you'll get everything you want, whether it's money, status, or women." Arachne kept tempting Lane. "We can have children while enjoying life here." Ryan glanced down at Narima, and their eyes met. She said in a voice barely above a whisper, "I have no objection. If you like it, then go ahead. I will always support your decision. It would be amazing if the Dark Elves acted in a family drama. Look at what nonsense this little chocolate cake, Narima, is spouting." Belastra clapped her hands and cheered. "That's how it should be. Finally, something interesting is happening. I love watching this kind of plot. Can you grant my wish? Why are you meddling in this? Don't stir up trouble." Ryan decisively reached out and covered Velas's mouth. Arachne continued, "You just gave me a taste of being dominated, something I haven't experienced in a long time. If we lived together, we could do this every day." They even share the same hobbies. Narima likes to tie herself up and let him bully her until she's exhausted. Ryan couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, "I like young women. Go back. You're too old." Arachne bent down to pick up the Silver Moon staff and continued, "What's so good about being young? I've lived for nearly 1,000 years. I'm experienced, I know how to please men, and I've had countless children. You won't regret coming with me." Hearing her say that, Ryan lost even more interest. With private cars, who would still take the bus? Still not interested. Ryan turned and left with Narima. Arachne didn't chase after her. She called out from behind, "I won't give up. I'll go to the ground to find you and find a way to win you over. You are my man, Arachne, Sinash's man. I'm not your father. Don't look for me." Ryan quickened his pace. Dark elves and humans have very different values, and for now he only plans to take on Arima. He can't handle too much trouble. Narima turned and waved goodbye to Arachne. Maeve bounced around, puzzled. Master, what are you two talking about? I couldn't understand a word you said." Ryan sighed and told Maeve everything without missing a single detail. This scoundrel's first reaction was actually regret. "Why didn't you agree? Wouldn't we have endless money? We could eat stewed chicken every day. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." He. Ryan patted Maeve's ear. "You big glutton, if I go, how can I bring you guys along? Can't you just fool me first? Scam all the money before you leave. Maeve stuck out her tongue. This guy even knows the $1,000,000 evacuation technique. I need to find some time to properly control her. After walking a few dozen meters forward, he looked back and found that Arachne had disappeared into the thick darkness and had not followed. Ellie looked down and kicked away a small pebble at her feet, then muttered, "You resisted the temptation. That's commendable." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. This isn't even a temptation. After all, most normal people would be wary of buses. If you're greedy for momentary pleasure, you'll be completely ruined if you find small cauliflower flowers growing on the cow's head afterwards. So, honey, how are you planning to reward me? Ryan's lips curled up slightly as he began to give suggestive hints. Ellie didn't speak. She took a neatly folded magical spider silk nightgown from Maeve's bag, unfolded it, glanced at it, and then looked at Ryan. Could it be? Ryan swallowed hard. There was still some distance from the ground, and he was indeed a bit tired. He wanted Luna to build a small, boxy house so he could rest for a while. Ellie pouted and muttered, "Sorry to disappoint you. I plan to wash it before wearing it, so you'll have to bear with it for now." Ryan sighed in disappointment. All he wanted was seafood. When he gets to Calydorn, he'll eat his fill. Luna remained a bystander throughout, occasionally twitching her ears. Maeve then asked, "Where are we going after we get out? Your brain is only focused on food. Of course you should go find Evelyn. You've forgotten all that." As he spoke, Ryan fell into deep thought. Almost 2 months have passed, and I wonder how Evelyn is doing now. Chapter 137, The Missing Evelyn. Another week has passed. Seeing that Calydorn had already appeared in the distance, Ryan began to think about how to tease Evelyn, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, after they met. He had planned to buy some gifts for Evelyn and Mira, but he forgot in his haste to leave. It seems the only thing I can do is give them dark elf spider silk pajamas. Putting aside aesthetics, based on Ellie's description, these pajamas are exceptionally comfortable to wear. I could give one to each of them. But the thought that Mira might burst into tears when they parted ways made Ryan feel troubled. I wish they would both agree to come to the island with me. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Maeve, sitting behind Ellie, pointed to Kaladin in the distance and said, "Hey, why is there a big hole in the wall? I don't remember it being there when we left." Ryan looked in the direction she was pointing. A breach appeared in the walls of Calydorn, and wooden scaffolding was erected around it. Workers stood on the scaffolding and used earth magic to repair the damaged wall. "I don't know." Ryan shrugged and continued riding forward. Soon the group arrived at the city gate. As soon as Ryan entered, he saw a dilapidated house on one side of the street. It was an inn, and it was very convenient for people to come and go from the city. Many merchants would choose to stay here for a short time. At that moment, the roof of the inn was blown off, forming a straight line with the damaged city wall, as if it had been pierced by something powerful. A few houses were destroyed, leaving only ruins. Ryan looked around and casually remarked, "Looks like the city's been quite lively while we were gone." "Did the goblins attack?" Maeve exclaimed, gesturing wildly. "They smashed through the walls with catapults and then poured in all at once." She twisted and turned in the back, which annoyed Ellie. "Don't move around. Sit still in the back." Ryan glanced into the ruins of the house, but didn't see any slingshots. That's unlikely. The goblins underground are only big enough to harass trade routes at most. They shouldn't be able to attack a city. Maeve yawned, put her arm around Ellie's slender waist, and mumbled, "How about we go home and get some sleep first, and then go to the tavern for stewed chicken after we wake up? I ate a bit too much this morning, and I'm not hungry yet." "How can that be? Let's go to the tavern and show our faces first. It's been a long time since I've seen Lady Evelyn, and I miss her." Ryan shook his head and decisively refused. The group made their way to the square, but Ryan was soon shocked by what he saw. He dismounted and stopped in front of a pile of ruins. He bent down and searched through the ruins, eventually finding half a charred tavern sign. Maeve's eyes widened, her expression blank. Where did the tavern go? Oh no, we'll never get to eat stewed chicken again. This guy's first reaction was that there was no food left. Evelyn's tavern was destroyed. There are still traces of the fire. Ryan looked around, then grabbed a familiar mercenary and pointed to the ruins of the tavern, asking in confusion, "What happened here?" The mercenary sized up Ryan and exclaimed, "It's you, the guy who's always flirting with Evelyn. How could you not know about something this big?" "I'm asking you, aren't I? Stop keeping me in suspense and just tell me." Ryan casually tossed him a gold tree coin. Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. The mercenary put the money away, then coughed twice. It all started about 2 weeks ago. It was an ordinary morning. My brothers and I just finished our work, and we're heading to the tavern to collect our pay from Evelyn and have a couple of good Alicia pale beers to cleanse our mouths. I had just finished eating when a tavern door was pushed open, and 2 knights clad in thick wolf skins and full plate armor entered. As he spoke, he added, "They're really crazy. Even though it's already autumn, they must be sweltering in that kind of outfit." Ryan raised his hand to interrupt him. "I'm not paying you to listen to your stories. I want to hear the important points." The mercenary lowered his head and muttered under his breath, "Isn't this to make you feel like the money was well spent?" He cleared his throat and continued. "In short, those 2 guys are beastmen from the north, and Evelyn ignored them and pretended not to know them. As soon as they left, she ran into the kitchen. I waited at the door to receive my reward and go sing, but after a long time, she still didn't come out. The 2 knights then arrived with other men, one of whom was a mage. They went straight into the kitchen. Then, for some reason, a fight suddenly broke out, and the whole tavern shook violently. Just as I escaped, the tavern collapsed. Evelyn is really fierce. I only knew she was fierce before, but I didn't know she was so powerful. She fought those 2 plate-armored knights with her bare hands, from the sky to the ground. Fireballs the size of her head flew everywhere and blew up a lot of houses. Finally, the mage made his move. He struck Evelyn with a spear-like spell. "Look there," the mercenary pointed to the breach in the city wall and continued. "That's where they made it. A fireball blasted it open." "Don't stop. What happened to Evelyn?" Ryan clicked his tongue. "I don't know. My pants are all wet. I was running around with my head covered. Who knew that it was just a few knights from the north who were wanted? They fought, and a lot of people died in the city. It was really scary." Ryan sighed, then waved his hand at him. "You can go now." The mercenary nodded and happily walked towards the delicatessen across the street. Ryan sighed in annoyance. Nana left for 2 months, and her house was burgled. He had originally thought that Mira would happily run out to greet him, but in the end, the tavern was gone. Ellie asked from the side, "What do we do next?" "Go find them." Ryan nodded, then patted Maeve's thigh. "You bastard, use your nose to find their scent." Maeve blinked, shook her head, and muttered, "Didn't that mercenary say it's been a month? The smell should have dissipated long ago. All I can smell is poop. Anyway, I wish them safety. I quite like Mira." Ryan sighed. "If Maeve doesn't work, then we'll have to try our luck with Wit and see if we can find any clues. He is the future lord of this city, and may know the ins and outs of this matter." Just then, the little fairy Celaya, sitting behind Luna, raised her hand. "That Ryan, maybe I can give him a try?" "You? Try what?" Ryan looked her up and down, puzzled. "Didn't that mercenary just say they fought their way outside the city? There are lots of small animals in the woods outside the city. Perhaps I can ask them." Chapter 138, Not Her Biological Daughter. Ryan followed Helaya out of the city, asking questions along the way, and ran several kilometers back and forth. This little elf only needs to stretch out its hand, and countless small animals will peek out from the bushes, the most common of which are squirrels and rabbits. Helaya held them in her arms, chattering softly, then turned and looked into the depths of the woods. "So do they know?" Ryan waited on horseback for a long time before finally asking. Helaya nodded and pointed to the grove of trees by the roadside. The squirrel said that Evelyn was injured and ran into the woods. "Do they know exactly where they are hiding?" Helaya shook her head and released the little squirrel in her arms. "They don't know, but word has spread among the animals. Evelyn burned a lot of trees, so other animals must know." Ryan looked around. "In this desolate wilderness, I have no idea how Evelyn and Mira are doing now. At this point, all I can do is search for them slowly, hoping they are still alive." "Let's keep looking," Ryan said, turning to Ellie and the others. "You guys wait here by the roadside. I'm going into the forest with Celia." Ellie dismounted decisively, then led the horse to Luna's side, letting her lead it. "I'll go with you." Ryan shook his head. No need. You can stay here. I can protect myself now, Velast." As soon as Ryan uttered the name, Velast appeared instantly. She looked around and said to Ryan in a playful and cute way, "Did you miss me?" "No, I just called you out to keep an eye on my wife." Seeing Ryan's response, Velas shrugged. "Boring." Ellie walked over to him, angrily punched Ryan twice, and then remounted her horse. She seems angry. We'll comfort Evelyn once we find her. Ryan and Celia walked hand in hand into the grove. They had walked quite a distance when another hare jumped out of the bushes and squeaked twice. Ryan couldn't understand what the little animals were saying. What is it saying? Talia listened for a while, resting her chin on her hand, and then said, "The rabbit said that a beast man has been harming his people lately and asked me if I could help it drive that guy away." Beast-like beings? Upon hearing those 3 words, Ryan immediately thought of Evelyn. But those guys from the north were also beastmen. Ask it if it's a red-haired woman. Talia crouched down next to the hare and whispered in its ear. After a moment, she spoke again. "It says so." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. Lead the way and tell her I'll take that woman away." It's almost certainly Evelyn. The hare hopped and skipped ahead, with Ryan picking up Celia and following closely behind. The two ventured deeper into the forest and arrived at an abandoned mine. It is said that during the mining period, mining accidents frequently occurred here, and workers would often be buried underground, causing a lot of resentment to accumulate here, and skeletons would naturally appear from time to time. Ryan and Ellie came here this time to fulfill Evelyn's request. This place is hidden. It took them ages to find it the first time they came here, and they even complained to Evelyn about it when they got back. Would Evelyn be hiding here with Mira? Ryan said in a low voice, the pebbles on the ground making a crisp sound with each step he took. Talia shook her head, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered, "I don't know. That's what the little rabbit said." The hopping rabbit stopped what it was doing, glanced back at Celia, then raised its paw and pointed towards the depths of the mine before running away between Ryan's legs and heading outside. The little rabbit said, "They're hiding inside," Talia said softly, blinking her eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a flickering point of light appeared in the darkness. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He felt it resembled a fireball spell. He shouted, "Evelyn!" Since he heard no response, he led Talia a few more steps forward. As they drew closer to the fireball, they gradually came into view a blurry face. At the same time, a familiar voice came over. "Don't come any closer." "It's Evelyn." Hearing her voice, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're all right. We haven't seen each other for so long, and the first thing you do when we meet is throw a fireball at me." Evelyn continued, "Who sent you?" "No one sent me. I just came back from White Mist Island. When I got to Cali Dorn, I found your tavern was destroyed. I asked a mercenary, and he said that you fought with some beast men from the north half a month ago and then ran away. I'm very worried about you." At this point, Ryan pointed to the little elf Ilaria beside him and continued, "You've seen this one before. She can talk to animals. Some animals said you harmed their people, so they brought us here. Don't get agitated, okay?" Ryan lit a fireball for illumination, and at that moment, he could finally see Evelyn clearly. Her clothes were tattered, and her shoulders and thighs were wrapped in blood-soaked gauze. Her former elegance and pride were gone. She was now a sorry sight. Seeing Ryan step forward, Evelyn continued, "Don't move. I know Emile sent you." "Emile? I've never even heard of that name. Why are you so suspicious? You don't even trust me? That's disheartening." Ryan put his hands on his hips and sighed helplessly. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't trust anyone. You'll only attract them by doing this." "Who? The Emile you just mentioned? I can help you." Evelyn refused firmly. "No need. You're still worried I'd hurt you? When I first came to Cali Dorn, I was penniless. You not only gave me food, but also a place to stay. It's no exaggeration to say you're my savior. No matter how beastly I am, I would never lay a hand on you." Evelyn stared at Ryan, seemingly deep in thought. A moment later, she chose to trust Ryan and extinguished the fireball in her hand. "I'm coming over here, don't hit me." Ryan slowly approached Evelyn. Ryan led Celia to Evelyn. She looked much more haggard, and even had dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she hadn't had a proper rest lately. Furthermore, she was clearly still wary of Ryan, her eyes filled with vigilance, and her ears still pressed tightly against her scalp. "What's wrong? I can't beat you. Why are you so nervous?" Ryan narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Evelyn relaxed slightly. Ryan tried to pat her head, but she dodged away. Evelyn said softly, "Sorry, I'm not in the mood right now." All right, what about Mira? Is she all right?" Ryan casually placed his hand on Celia's head and gently stroked it. Evelyn nodded. "She's all right. Who is this Emil you just mentioned? Evelyn observed Ryan's expression before slowly saying, my sister's husband. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. What's your sister's husband doing here? And he's going to beat you up. Evelyn sighed, then replied somewhat awkwardly, Mira is actually my sister's daughter. Chapter 139 Myra's background. Mira isn't your biological daughter? Ryan scratched his ear hard, as if he had heard something terrible. Evelyn nodded at Ryan and continued, my sister was weak and had a difficult labor when she gave birth to Mira. Blood stained half of the delivery bed, and even the 2 doctors couldn't help. Before she passed away, she entrusted Mira to me. Ryan sat on a rock, holding Celia in his arms. And then you ran off with Mira? Evelyn nodded. I don't want to end up like my sister, marrying a man I don't love and dying on the delivery bed. I abandoned almost everything, money, reputation, family, and fled to the kingdom of Elysia. I started over as a mercenary with Mira, earning money for a new beginning. Those are the hardest days of my life. Ryan continued. What kind of person is this Emil you just mentioned? He's a scumbag, a complete scumbag. He doesn't love my sister at all. All he loves is our family's wealth. He coaxed and tricked my sister into accepting him. But while she was pregnant, he had several lovers and ignored her for 6 whole months. He didn't even come back to see her when she died on the delivery bed. Emil is a ruthless, suspicious bastard. Our woman can also be the heir to the territory. So no matter how many mistresses she has outside, the only legitimate heir is Mira. Unless Evelyn did not continue speaking. So Mira has a legitimate right to inherit, and he's afraid Mira will take away his territory in the future. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Evelyn nodded. Then I understand. Where is that Emil? He has been trying to find us around this grove of trees for some time now, and I have put in a lot of effort to avoid being discovered by them. Ryan glanced down at Celia. When it came to finding people, small animals were definitely more convenient. So can you take me to Mira? Evelyn didn't speak. She stared at Ryan silently, still seemingly doubtful. In my opinion, you seem to be quite suspicious as well. If you were me, you would do the same, Evelyn said slowly. We're practically inseparable. You're still so suspicious, like a hedgehog. Ryan was speechless. Evelyn looked at Ryan and muttered, no man can be trusted. Ugh, just take me to Mira already, Ryan sighed, exasperated. It's really disheartening to hear someone say something like that. Evelyn looked at Ryan without saying a word. After a moment of silence, she still chose to believe Ryan. I hope you can keep Myra's background a secret for me. She is still young, and we cannot tell her. No. Evelyn turned slightly and pointed towards the depths of the mine. You guys go first. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Are you afraid I'll ambush you? Or are you planning to ambush me? Enough with the nonsense. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. I'll go ahead if you let me touch your ear. Evelyn secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Ryan was still as annoying as ever, and punched him as usual. Run! Ryan led the way, holding Celia's hand. The mine is a maze of paths with many forks in a road. People unfamiliar with the area can easily get lost, and the further you go in, the narrower the passage becomes. After wandering around underground for a long time, Ryan finally saw a faint light coming from ahead. A rabbit girl peeked half her face out from behind the wall, and Ryan recognized her glance. They were Evelyn's slaves. They usually worked as waitresses in the tavern. It's clear they haven't been eating properly lately. They've lost a lot of weight. Master, thank goodness you're finally back. We were all planning to run away with Mira. The rabbit girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Evelyn return. Mommy! Mira ran out from behind the wall. She was startled at first when she saw Ryan, but then her worry turned to joy, and she rushed into her arms. Brother Ryan, you're finally back. Wah! The little guy's face was filthy, like a lump of coal. If it weren't for his striking fox ears, Ryan might not have recognized him. I encountered some issues that delayed me for a while, but I'm basically fine now. Mira rubbed her eyes and continued muttering, Brother Ryan, some bad guys are bullying me and Mom. Mom was injured and bled a lot. Can you protect us? Of course, they're doomed if I touch them. Ryan nodded. The rabbit girl first looked down at Ryan, then said to Evelyn, Master, we're out of food. There's not a single piece of bread left. What do we do now? Before Evelyn could speak, Ryan interrupted. Let's go out together. We don't need to hide in this mine anymore. Let's go back to town and find a tavern to get something to eat. It's too dangerous now. Where are Ellie and Lilith? I can't see them. Evelyn shook her head. Ellie is outside the woods, and Lilith is on White Mist Island. You sold her? Evelyn's eyes widened. She seemed somewhat surprised. Ryan shook his head. No, it's a long story, but in short, White Mist Island is now my territory. Besides, it's okay now that they're not around. I've become much stronger. Amir has 2 knights and an archmage with him. You can't beat him. Evelyn sighed. It would be better to bring Ellie and the others along. A knight? Like wit? Something like a sword that can catch fire. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Evelyn chuckled, then continued. Much better than wit. Ryan thought for a moment, then gave another example. How does it compare to Ellie? Who's better? Ellie is now a very good combat unit, quite suitable for estimating the strength of the enemy. Slightly stronger than the slaves of White Mist Island. Ryan continued. Where is the archmage? Stronger than most White Mist Island slaves, probably equivalent to 2 or 3 Ellies. Although Ryan had never seen Evelyn fight, judging for what she said, her strength should be far superior to Ellie's, as she was able to escape unscathed even when surrounded by 3 people. That's all right then. Ryan shrugged, finally feeling relieved. They can't beat me. Evelyn shook her head and sighed. Now is not the time to brag. Helaya scratched her head, looking very obedient, and spoke up for Ryan, saying, Ryan is really good now. Even Ellie can't beat him. Ellie is giving in to him. Evelyn shook her head again. Helaya shook her head, her long golden hair swaying as she spoke. No, Ellie said she didn't let him win. Even if several of them attacked together, they couldn't defeat him. Chapter 140, A Way to Die, has been established. Evelyn, holding Myra's hand with one hand and clutching Ryan's clothes with the other, carefully walked out of the abandoned mine. Perhaps because she hadn't seen the sun for so long, Mira was momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Several wild rabbits were crouching at the entrance of the burrow, but as soon as they saw Evelyn come out, they fled in panic. They were terrified. Ryan joked, How many rabbits have you eaten lately? The little animals seemed to have complained to Celia quite a bit. I don't know, maybe a dozen or so. They only took bread with them when they escaped. I occasionally leave the mine to catch a few. Evelyn wasn't in the mood for jokes with Ryan. She was looking around, seemingly very nervous. Are you afraid I'll sell you? Ryan glanced back at her. Evelyn didn't answer directly, but urged, Where are Ellie and the others? It's just a short walk along the path outside the woods, Ryan said softly, trying to calm Evelyn down. After walking for a while, they left the forest. Maeve was doing something else entirely. She was squatting by the roadside like an idiot, carefully observing something. When she saw Ryan emerge from the woods, she turned around and yelled. Ryan rubbed her head. Okay, don't get so excited. Let's go back to Kaeldorn. Evelyn and the others have been hiding here for half a month, and they're starving. Maeve hopped around playfully, then waved to Mira. Hey, why is your face all dirty, little one? Come here and let me wipe it off for you. Mira pulled her hand away from Evelyn's and ran towards Maeve with a wide grin. After living in fear for half a month, she seemed happy to see her familiar friend. When Ryan saw how close the two were, he had a bad feeling. If Maeve, that gluttonous pig, corrupts Mira, then everything will be over. Seeing that Evelyn was still a little nervous, Ryan continued to reassure her. It's all right, don't be so nervous. At this point, Ryan's gaze shifted slightly downwards, glancing at the dirty bandage on Evelyn's leg. How's your injury? It's all right, it's almost healed, don't worry, Evelyn said expressionlessly. Ryan's lips curled slightly as he continued to tease her. Want me to carry you on my back? Evelyn shook her head again. Looking at her tattered clothes, Ryan continued. After we get back to the city, I'll settle you in first, and then I'll go buy you some clothes. Evelyn bowed slightly. Thank you for your help. Ryan shrugged. No need to be so polite. We're friends, and you've taken good care of me before. He gazed at Evelyn's reddish-brown fox ears and said without hesitation, But I would be very happy if you would let me touch your ears. Evelyn glanced at Ryan, seemingly somewhat helpless. We'll talk about it later. Velis looked at Ryan and Evelyn and let out a cryptic laugh. Ryan ignored the devil, picked up Mira and put her on the horse, letting her ride with Nerima, while he led the horse in front, walking with Evelyn and 2 maids. He glanced at Ellie, stealing a moment, and their eyes met. The Catgirl puffed out her cheeks, as if she were sad. Just find some time to comfort her. The group had just walked a short distance when they heard a rustling sound from the bushes beside them. Ellie pricked up her ears and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon, a knight clad in plate armor emerged from the bushes. His breastplate was engraved with a wolf pattern, and his neck was covered with wolf fur. If it weren't for the dents in the plate armor, he would have looked quite dashing. Next came the second knight, with a few green leaves stuck in his hair, who was slowly putting on his helmet and drawing his knight's sword from his waist. Finally, a piercing explosion came from the sky, and an elderly beast man, leaning on a staff, descended from the heavens, dressed in white robes with a solemn expression. Evelyn reacted immediately upon seeing these people. Her tail stood up like a fan behind her. Without any communication, based on Evelyn's reaction, Ryan immediately realized that the three guys in front of him were enemies. He handed the reins to Evelyn, then stepped forward. You bunch of stray dog were quite arrogant while I was away. Luna moved with the group very quickly. She dismounted swiftly, ready to engage in battle. The old man at the head of the group shook his head, his voice aged and deep. Hand over the child, and we won't make things difficult for you. Evelyn glared at them. You'll kill me to cover your tracks. As long as you swear you will never return to the north, we will not make things difficult for you. The old man squinted, sizing up the group in front of him, and finally fixed his gaze on the nonchalant Velast. Ryan asked them, Where's that bastard Emil? Where is he? Lord Emir is quite busy and has already returned to the north, the old mage replied. Ryan nodded. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue the discussion. He turned around and said, Chocolate cake, cover Myra's eyes, and you, Celia, close your eyes and don't peek. Kalaya obediently pressed her face against Ellie's back. Evelyn looked at Ryan, seemingly puzzled. The two knights sensed Ryan's murderous aura. They chanted incantations, and their plate armor flashed with a blinding white light. In an instant, everyone's movements were slowed down 100-fold, except for Ryan, whose movements remained unchanged. He rushed up to one of the knights, clenched his fists, and suddenly threw a punch at the knight's shocked gaze. The sturdy magic plate armor was as brittle as paper in front of him, and was pierced straight through, with metal fragments mixed with blood flying everywhere. Ryan withdrew his hand and looked at the mage beside him who had not yet reacted, his gaze sharpening. The next moment, the old mage's head was crushed with a single hand, as easily as crushing a piece of tofu. Ryan looked at the other knight, who had already swung his sword at him, but the speed was too slow to hit him. In the end, he was slapped away and smashed through an entire tree. After the dust settled, the headless mage and the knight who had been pierced through the chest fell to the ground simultaneously, completely still. The stench of blood filled the air, and Ryan disgustedly shook the brain matter off his hands. Honestly, I didn't feel anything when he first pierced through the plate armor, but now his fist hurts quite a bit. Seeing this, Maeve closed her eyes in fear. Master, please tell me before you do it. I haven't covered my eyes yet. Didn't I tell you? You big glutton. Ryan bent down and wiped his hands with the mage's white robe, then walked towards the knight lying under the tree. He lifted the blood-soaked man with one hand, and seeing that he was still alive, slowly said, I'll spare your life. When you get back, tell that beast Emil that I'll kill him like a dog. Chapter 141, Come With Me. Ryan, how did you become so strong? Evelyn asked Ryan casually from her bed in her bedroom. Evelyn was a little tired, so Ryan bought some food at a nearby deli and took them home. The house had been uninhabited for 2 months and was covered in fine dust. Ryan tidied it up briefly and settled the mother and daughter in Lilith's room, while the two maids rested in a corner of the living room on the first floor. Before we knew it, it was evening. Mira was clearly starving. She was wolfing down her food, stuffing one piece after another into her mouth. I was afraid she would choke. It's a secret, Ryan replied mysteriously, then patted Myra's head. Eat slowly, don't choke. Mira nodded. She was wearing the clothes that Ryan had bought for Celia. The two women are not much different in size. As for Evelyn, on her way back, she went to a tailor shop and bought 2 corsets. Now, after taking a shower, she looks just as beautiful as before. After Mira finished eating and drinking, she stretched and then sat in Evelyn's lap. It was so delicious. I'm always sleepy after eating. I'm going to sleep now, Ryan. Okay, get some rest. Ryan patted Myra's head, then sat down next to Evelyn. The two sat quietly for a while, until Mira started snoring before they dared to start talking. Ryan reached out and stroked the fluffy fox ears. So, what are your plans for the future? Open another tavern? Or are you thinking of moving somewhere else? Evelyn blushed, looking at Mira sleeping soundly in her arms with a somewhat bewildered expression. I don't know. I've saved up some money running a tavern in Caledorn over the years. The winters here are too cold, and Mira shivers every year. I'm thinking of taking her to the south of the continent, where it might be warmer and safer. I might stay in Caledorn for a while, sell the house, and then head south with Mira to avoid any more trouble from Emil. Didn't the tavern collapse? Ryan asked, puzzled. Evelyn shook her head, then pointed to the ceiling. Actually, this house is mine. I originally planned to stop after a few years when I had made enough money, sell the tavern, and start living a peaceful and stable life. But to my surprise, Emil's dog nose was so sharp that it actually found this. Wait, is this house yours? Ryan raised an eyebrow. Evelyn nodded. Otherwise, where do you think I got such a cheap house from? She didn't even live in the new house herself. She rented it out to Ryan. Thank you. Ryan nuzzled Evelyn with his head, then took her hand and said in a low voice, Why don't you come with me? Where to? Evelyn stared at Ryan, her chest heaving. In the candlelight, her cheeks appeared somewhat rosy. Let's go to the island. We've taken White Mist Island. You can come with me. I'll protect you and Mira from now on. Ryan gently rubbed her fox ears, and the only sound in the large room was the rustling of fur against fur. Are you kidding me? Ryan shook his head. No. As you guessed, the last killed all the Sylvadan people on the island, and then we took over the island. Now Lilith is in charge, and she has a great talent for management. I came to Caledorn partly to see you all, and partly to learn magic from you. The island lacks fresh water, making irrigation difficult. I need a spell that can convert seawater into fresh water. Evelyn lowered her head slowly, seemingly hesitant. I can teach you the spell, but I need to think about coming to the island. Can you give me some time? Sure, no problem. Whatever your final decision, I will respect it. Ryan touched Evelyn's ears again. The fox fur was a bit tangled. She probably hadn't combed it properly in a while. Ryan leaned back slightly and looked at Evelyn's large tail. The fox's tail looked so soft and fluffy, like a soft cushion. He really wanted to reach out and touch it. Can I touch your tail? Evelyn blushed and squeezed her thighs together. Go touch someone else's. Your tail is the biggest. No one else's is as pretty as yours. Evelyn reached out and pinched Ryan's thigh. Don't talk nonsense. Real. Evelyn glared at Ryan, seemingly somewhat helpless. She lowered her head and kissed Myra's forehead, whispering, The baby's still here. Don't do anything rash. Myra's asleep. Can I touch her, just for a moment? Evelyn bit her lower lip, then pinched Ryan twice, her voice involuntarily rising. No. But after Ryan's persistent pleading, she finally relented. Just touch me once, and then you can leave. It's too late now, Mira, and I need to go to sleep. Okowo. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryan placed his hand directly on Evelyn's tail. After stroking it a couple of times, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this fur is so soft. Do you usually take good care of it? The fox's tail only looks big because it's fluffy. In reality, it's about the same size as Maeve's tail. Touch me if you want. Don't ask any questions. Evelyn held Mira with one arm and Ryan's thigh with the other. She leaned forward, her expression somewhat strange. It was hard to tell whether she was uncomfortable or too comfortable. Ryan, who often pets cats, has developed a bad habit. Whenever he touches a cat's tail, he instinctively looks for a switch. He was now stroking Evelyn's tail, carefully observing her expression, trying to find the fox's weakness. Finally, Ryan found her switch near the tailbone. With just a gentle touch, she would involuntarily bend over slightly. Ellie's weakness is also there. It seems that area is slightly sensitive. Are you done yet? Hurry up. Don't wake Mira up. Evelyn urged softly, placing her hands on her waist and giving a strange look. Right away. Ryan's lips curled up. Seeing how cute Evelyn was, he suddenly wanted to do something mischievous. Taking advantage of Evelyn's momentary lapse in attention, he applied a little force and quickly flicked Evelyn's switch. Iya! Evelyn squirmed and yelped, then, realizing what was happening, threw a heavy punch at Ryan. You're asking for it. She seemed angry. Ryan turned and ran away, closing the door behind him. Evelyn chased after him into the corridor and pointed sharply at Ryan, who was grinning and running away. Don't be angry, I was just kidding. Ryan poked his head out from behind the stairs. Evelyn blushed and beckoned to Ryan with her finger. Come here, let me hit you. I'll come over if you let me kiss you. Get out. Evelyn's face turned even redder. She turned and went into the room, gently closing the door behind her. Ryan was still somewhat unsatisfied when he suddenly felt a strong gaze upon him. He turned his head and saw Ellie hiding in Maeve's room, spying on him with an extremely resentful look. Chapter 142. Evelyn makes a decision. Ryan was pulled into the room by Ellie. The kitten pouted, looking like it was about to hit someone. Maeve was sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, holding a piece of black bread in her hand, as if she were watching a play. Narima was there too. She sat quietly in the corner without saying a word. What's wrong, honey? Why are you so fierce? Ryan put his hands on his hips, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Ellie didn't say anything. She just stared straight at Ryan. Maeve chewed on her black bread in a small bite and revealed the truth in a second. I think Ellie is jealous. She has a strange smell about her now. I used to smell it a lot when she was with Lilith. Ellie turned and glared at Maeve. The bastard immediately raised his hands in surrender. I won't say anything more. Please don't hit me. Jealous. Ryan narrowed his eyes, then pulled Ellie to sit on the bed and kissed her cheek. Narima shifted her position and sat down next to Lion. Like a cute little dark elf puppy, she gently nibbled on Ryan's ear and then hugged his waist. Ellie looked away, her voice tinged with disappointment and grievance. Now you won't let me follow you anymore. Is that all? You used to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Honey, don't mind it. Ryan hugged Ellie and rubbed her fluffy cat ears. Are you feeling better now? Ellie nodded, her little hands gripping Ryan's pants tightly, and continued. You just said Evelyn's tail is pretty. Whose tail do you like more? Mine or hers? Ryan tugged at her cheek. You naughty little cat. You were eavesdropping on our conversation. Ellie wasn't buying into the attempt to change the subject, and she continued, Whose tail do you prefer? Ryan grabbed Ellie's tail and stroked it a couple of times. Not knowing if Evelyn had super hearing, he chose a more moderate answer just to be on the safe side. Your tails are each unique. Evelyn's are fluffy and soft, while yours are long and slender. Ryan, who had long struggled to survive in the cracks, had become completely accustomed to this. But Ellie didn't seem satisfied with the answer. She opened her little mouth and bit Ryan on the cheek, then muttered, You used to just pick me. The smell of vinegar is too strong. Ryan loved her jealous look. Ellie glared at Ryan. You're still laughing? Just then, Velastra suddenly appeared in the room. She casually sat down next to Maeve, stroked her head, and then began to fan the flames. Look at him. He clearly doesn't take this seriously. I suggest you teach him a lesson. This is none of your business. Get out of the way. Ryan waved his hand at Velast. She insisted on joining in the fun. I'm just watching you guys do your thing. Varys shrugged dismissively. Ellie suddenly stood up and looked at Ryan, as if she had made up her mind. Ryan saw her grab something black in her hand. This is a dark elf's magical spider silk pajama set, so light and thin that it can be folded up to the size of a matchbox. Ellie blushed and muttered softly, Go to sleep quickly, it's getting late. We need to rest. After saying that, she pushed the door open and left the room. As a cat lover, Ryan had long since figured out Ellie's behavioral logic. There's no doubt there will be some fun backstomping exercises later. Ellie has only tried on these pajamas once since we bought them, and they are indeed very beautiful. That elusive, ambiguous feeling really resonated with Ryan. However, because he had been traveling all this time, he hadn't had a chance to properly savor Ellie. Now that he's home, Ryan plans to have a good time and, incidentally, thoroughly feed his jealous, gluttonous cat. Thinking about it carefully, it seems they haven't been exercising much these past few days. Luna and Narima dominated most of the time. Luna's lunch break is all about quick battles. She doesn't care about fancy tricks. In contrast, Narima prefers to play slowly, tying herself up like a crab every day, then saying cryptic things before engaging in a fierce battle. Just as Ryan was about to catch up with Ellie, Narima grabbed his shoulder. The dark elf nibbled on Ryan's ear again, then took a nightgown with it. Master, please wait a moment. Give me some time to prepare before you come into the room, okay? Ryan's eyes widened. Could it be that? Oh dear, this is terrible. Narima shook her head and said sweetly, I'm willing to do anything for you. There's nothing wrong with that. The main problem is that Evelyn and Mira are sleeping next door, and making too much noise would be disruptive. Narima understood immediately and gently covered her mouth. Master, I will cover my mouth. If I make a sound, please punish me severely, however severe the punishment may be. The last nodded repeatedly and gave a lewd smile. Maeve stared at the black bread in her hand and immediately lost her appetite. What you're saying gives me goosebumps. You're always so unrestrained. What if you ruin your health? Don't worry about that. I'm strong and healthy. It won't happen. Lionel put his arm around Narima and walked out, his smile slightly lewd. Let's go together. I'll watch you get dressed later. Ryan woke up from his sleep the next morning. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt someone tormenting him. That soft, flexible little tongue. It's definitely Narima. Half an hour later, everything became dull and uninteresting. Narima nestled in Ryan's arms, gently rubbing her cheek against his chest. Maeve has made breakfast. I can already smell the aroma. Master, I'll take it upstairs for you. Thank you for your hard work. Ryan slowly opened his eyes and then rubbed her chocolate pudding. Narima got dressed and left the room. Ellie is exhausted and is still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. She's sleeping soundly now, and even if Ryan plays with her cattail, it won't wake her. Just as Ryan was happily petting the cat, a figure appeared behind the crack in the door. Evelyn glanced inside quickly, then gently knocked on the door. This time, Ellie was woken up. She put up her cat ears and then covered her snow-white body with the blanket. Please come in. Evelyn slowly pushed open the door, covered her eyes, and said irritably, Are you dressed yet? See? I don't mind. Ryan showed off his digger bug. Evelyn peeked through her fingers slightly before quickly closing them again. Hurry up and get dressed. Without a doubt, she had already seen the dragon's true form. Ryan pulled up his pants and sat up. All right, you can open your eyes now. What's wrong, gentle, beautiful, and kind Ms. Evelyn? Evelyn swallowed hard, lowered her hand, but didn't dare meet Ryan's gaze. Looking out the window, she said shyly, After a night of careful consideration, I've decided. Mira and I will go with you. Chapter 143, The Right Person. Evelyn had hidden a lot of money in the tavern cellar. Ryan and his team cleared a path through the ruins, then accompanied Evelyn down to look for money. The moment the cellar door opened, a mixture of dust and a faint musty smell rushed out. Evelyn stored some rye and a dozen barrels of ale here. Maeve, that bastard, dashed inside in a flash and started looking around, seemingly searching for food. Don't bother. There's no food you like here. Evelyn picked up the shovel by the door, moved the heavy bag aside, and began digging in the corner. Maeve sighed and began to look at the oak barrels. Mira followed beside her, the mischievous child holding Maeve's tail, grinning and showing her teeth. Perhaps because she had been cooped up in the mine for too long, she started to let loose as soon as she came out. After finishing breakfast, Ryan wanted to sleep a little longer with Ellie, but the child was knocking on the door, urging Ryan to come out and play with her. Ryan took the shovel from Evelyn's hand and began to help. You had all the money here? He was strong and could dig things up much faster. Keep some of the money upstairs and bury some in the cellar, Evelyn nodded. After a few shovelfuls, Ryan felt like he had poked something hard. He carefully dug away the sand and found several earthenware jars. Because he had dug too hard, Ryan had already chiseled several cracks into the surface. Ryan carefully pulled it out of the ground and then blew away the sand on it. That's all. Evelyn nodded, then lifted the lid. Several jars of gleaming Erythian tree coins were displayed before the crowd. Ryan estimated that there were probably 400 or 500 gold coins, which showed Evelyn's economic strength. Evelyn looked at the money inside. What a pity that a room full of books was burned to ashes. How much are those books worth approximately? I've spent most of my income on magic books, with only a small amount left for emergencies. 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. I've learned most of them anyway, and there are only a few left that I haven't had time to read. Evelyn shrugged and continued. Oh well, I've basically learned them all anyway, and there are just a few left that I haven't had time to read yet. Ryan gasped. Just hearing about it made him feel the pinch. Books are precious in this era. Even after you've finished reading them, you can still sell them. You've learned it all? Evelyn nodded. I like to read when I have free time. People always need to find something to do. Evelyn has read all those books. She should be considered a doctor of magic. Since that's the case, I should bother her whenever I have time, so I can learn magic and deepen our relationship at the same time. Ryan looked around and pointed to the ale and several bags of rye in the cellar. What are you going to do with these? If we sell to merchants, I can't possibly eat all of it. We can't just leave it here to go to waste, Evelyn sighed. Ryan glanced at the oak barrel containing the wine and suddenly had a bold idea. Can I have some? I'm a little thirsty. Of course. Evelyn shrugged indifferently. Ryan stretched out his hand, and Luna immediately used earth magic to mold a cup. Remove the stopper from the wooden bucket, then tilt the bucket slightly and pour the pale yellow liquid into the cup. The fine foam quickly disappeared, and the ale in the glass resembled melting amber. Ryan took the glass, took a small sip, and frowned slightly. This beer has a slightly sweet and sour taste, but contains quite a few impurities and isn't very palatable. Seeing this, Maeve quickly hugged Ryan's leg and pitifully cried out, Master, master, let me have a little bit. You gluttonous pig, you want to try everything. Ryan handed the wine glass to Maeve. She took the glass and drank it all in one gulp, then exclaimed with satisfaction, Delicious! Seeing this, Ryan handed Maeve another glass. She drank it happily. Her cheeks flushed slightly after she became a little tipsy. I want to drink more. That's enough. You'll get drunk if you drink any more. We have important business to attend to. Ryan rubbed Maeve's ear. Maeve shook her head. I'll have one last drink. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Okay, I'll sneakily poke you a couple of times when you're drunk. Anyway, you're sleeping soundly, so you definitely won't know. Evelyn plugged Myra's little ears. Although she didn't know what it meant, she guessed it probably wasn't a good thing. Hearing Ryan say that, Maeve puffed out her cheeks slightly. You're such a bad guy. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, she handed the wine glass back to Ryan. Evelyn led everyone to the merchant guild and then sold the food and drinks to the merchants at extremely low prices. After a busy day, Ryan and his friends returned home in the evening. They were sitting in the living room, having just finished eating and preparing to chat, take a shower, and rest. Everything's ready. We can set off tomorrow. Evelyn stretched, her ample bosom swaying in front of Ryan. Ryan yawned and asked in confusion, Didn't you say yesterday that you were planning to sell the house? I remember you had a small house in the slums. Evelyn shook her head. Forget it. Let's keep it. We might need it someday. Anyway, the house won't disappear just because it's here. Ryan shrugged indifferently. All right, let's set off tomorrow and build a bigger house when we get to the island. Just then, Mira sat on Ryan's lap, clutching a hard piece of black bread in her hand. Brother, play rock, paper, scissors with me after your bath. No problem, but you should still get some rest early tonight, since we're leaving very early tomorrow morning. Ryan gently stroked Myra's head. Go take a shower. No, I want to sit for a while after I finish eating. Let me hug you. Mira put the bread into Ryan's bowl, then hugged him tightly. Tell me, have you missed me since we left? I missed you so much and looked forward to your letters every day, but in the end you only sent one. Of course I want to, but I can't send messages on the island, sorry. Ryan rubbed her fox ears. To make it up to you, let's play a little longer tonight. Mira shouted excitedly. Let's sleep together. I've never slept with Ryan before. Children speak without thinking. Her words were literal and did not imply anything negative. Ryan glanced at Ellie instinctively, and their eyes met. The kitten pouted, its pouty expression making it all the more adorable. It seems we can't cultivate today. We'll dig along the road another time if we have a chance. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, but don't move around too much while you're sleeping, or I'll kick you off the bed. Ryan pinched Myra's cheek. Evelyn, resting her chin on her hand, gave Ryan a meaningful smile. Chapter 144 will not refuse. The next morning, everyone appeared at the door carrying large and small bags. After Ryan locked the door, he led everyone into the carriage. Because he was carrying a lot of things, Ryan bought 2 carriages yesterday. Once we reach the port, we'll have Sewin transport the carriage to the island as well. Mira stayed up very late last night in Ryan's room, so she couldn't get up this morning and stayed in Ryan's arms the whole time. Evelyn sat opposite Ryan and whispered to him. From now on, Mira should get some rest earlier. The child needs to grow, and she can't stay up all night all the time. I know it was just once. Kids are playful, so it's okay for them to stay up late occasionally. Ryan is full of energy now, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep all night. Ellie is the same. She can also go several days without sleep, although she usually doesn't do that unless there are special circumstances. But Narima couldn't take it anymore. Since Mira was in the room at night, she couldn't drive with Ryan. She could only tell Mira stories about her family when she was a child. Staying up too late made her listless, and she spent the whole way fishing. The little head wobbled, occasionally plunging down suddenly, only to be startled awake and quickly lifting itself back up. Ryan was really afraid she might accidentally fall off the carriage. Chocolate cake, you can sleep here. Ryan moved his butt to the outside, then patted the wooden board next to him and his own thigh. Narima nodded, moved away from Evelyn, and sat down next to Lane. She first gently kissed his cheek, then rested her head on his lap, and fell into a deep sleep. Evelyn raised an eyebrow at the sight, as if she wanted to ask Ryan something, but was too embarrassed to speak. What's wrong? You look like you want to say something but can't, Ryan asked. Evelyn looked out the window, her gaze somewhat unfocused. This dark elf and that Ellie, your relationship seems a bit unusual. You even sleep together. The night before last, Ellie was whimpering, and Evelyn must have heard some strange noises, otherwise her cheeks wouldn't have been flushed when she came to see Ryan this morning. The kitten riding ahead heard Evelyn talking about it, and its fluffy ears immediately turned back. Yes, they're my partners, Ryan nodded, readily admitting it. Both of them. Evelyn narrowed her eyes. Ryan nodded, then started counting on his fingers. Ellie, Lilith, Narima, Luna, they are all. I love them very much. Evelyn seemed somewhat shocked. So much? Can you handle it? Of course, I'm strong and healthy. Ryan nodded. Even when facing multiple opponents, he can hold his own. Evelyn pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. Ryan had no idea what she was thinking. He added, I won't neglect them. I'll keep them with me whenever possible. After a while, Evelyn asked again, were they there voluntarily? Of course, I can't force them. Ryan nodded. Not now. But before, even the slightest bit of Ellie's reluctance could have been enough to crush him like a hydraulic press. Evelyn crossed her legs and said somewhat awkwardly, in the North, commoners can do whatever they want, but nobles usually only have one wife, and the others are just mistresses. So which one counts as your wife? Ryan puffed out his chest and said seriously, that won't do. They're all my wings. They are all my wives. Evelyn clutched her skirt and didn't say anything more. After traveling all morning, the group stopped the carriage by the roadside to rest at noon. Ryan was about to go to the nearby woods to gather some branches to start a fire when Mira, who had just woken up, followed him briskly. The child, like a crab, kept circling around Ryan with his body facing him. Let's play a game. Rock, scissors. The loser has to reveal a secret. Wait a minute. You go back and play with Maeve first. I'll be back as soon as I finish gathering firewood. Ryan stroked his fox ears. Mira shook her head. He clung to Ryan's leg, begging and fussing, insisting on playing with Ryan. Under her persistent pleading, Ryan finally had no choice but to bend down and pick up twigs while playing with Mira, and the game was decided in a single round. Ryan scissors Mira, Ryan wins. Mira, with her hands behind her back, opened one eye and asked Ryan, well, you're lucky. You can ask me a secret now, anything you want. Ryan smiled. What secret could a 6- or 7-year-old child possibly have? Okay, what's your favorite food? He asked casually. Mira, who had been excited, deflated instantly upon hearing this question. With a bitter face, she sighed and said, oh dear, what kind of secret is this? It's pointless. I like my mom's stewed meat. It's not a secret at all. Let's try again. Ryan smiled helplessly, then once again gave a perfunctory scissor strike. However, having learned from her previous experience, Mira punched with one fist, and a smug smile appeared on her face. I won. Now it's my turn to ask. Ryan glanced at her. Why does this child smile look so lewd? He must have been corrupted by Maeve. Ask away, little guy. Ryan shrugged. Mira coughed twice, then asked, do you like my mother? Ryan was taken aback at first, then squatted down in front of Mira. Didn't I answer this question to you before? Of course I like it. This child, why is his head full of questions about love and romance? At her age, Ryan was still sitting on the floor drooling while playing with Lego. Mira smiled and continued, "Again." Another clash, and Ryan lost again. The firewood was all gathered, and Mira asked as they walked back, "So when are you planning to win over my mom? I want you to be my dad." The little thing was carefully observing Ryan's expression as it asked him the question. She's so young, yet already knows how to read people's expressions. Ryan's lips curled up, and he lowered his voice, saying, "Did your mother send you to gather military intelligence?" Mira pouted and muttered, "No way. I just wanted to ask. You have to choose one anyway, either my mom or me 10 years from now." Ryan was ashamed. He felt like he was about to be electrocuted. Does this sound like something a child would say? These things can't be forced. The decision is your mother's. What I think is not important. Who said that? Ryan, if you take the initiative and keep pestering my mom, she'll definitely agree. Ryan's eyes widened. Wow. You know quite a lot, kid. Isn't this what I'm like now? Not enough. Mira shook her head again. You're too young to understand. If you keep bothering your mother, she'll get annoyed. I plan to learn one spell from her, at most, each day. Ryan waved his hand. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, and slow and steady wins the race. Mila stood with her hands on her hips, speaking like a little adult. Who said that? My mom actually likes you a lot. She's just a bit shy. She definitely won't refuse if you pursue her. Chapter 145. Consider it. Beautiful and kind Lady Evelyn. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. In the blink of an eye, the group was back in the great forest. During the rest time after dinner, Ryan would use the excuse of learning magic to go and bother her. Evelyn glanced up at Ryan, feigning disgust. I'm sleepy, don't bother me. How could I ask you to teach me magic when I'm going to be torturing you? Ryan nudged her waist. Ellie, who was just tidying up her clothes, rushed over to guard the house when she saw this. She hugged Ryan's neck and rested her head on his. It's getting late, we should rest. You can sleep later. Go to your room and chat with Narima first. Ellie shook her head, puffed out her cheeks, and clung to Ryan. Let's go together. Just then, Ryan's reinforcements finally arrived. Mira, perched on Maeve's head, called out to Ellie, Ellie, come here for a second. I need to talk to you. Ellie glanced at Mira, then angrily tapped Ryan on the head before silently walking away. Seeing that only Ryan was left by the campfire, Evelyn finally spoke up. Sigh, I just can't do anything with you. Just tell me what you want to learn. Actually, I was just looking for an excuse to chat with you. Ryan's smile grew even more wicked. Upon hearing this, Evelyn promptly kicked him. That's when Ryan had a sudden inspiration. He quickly ran towards the carriage, saying, Wait for me. I'll give you a present. After saying that, he began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Evelyn sat by the campfire, watching expressionlessly, but a barely perceptible glint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. A moment later, Ryan found the treasure, clutched it in his hand, and strode over to Evelyn. She raised her head, her furry ears twitching. What is that? It's all so mysterious. Ryan opened his palm, and a black spider silk nightgown unfolded on its own. Evelyn carefully took it and then looked at it in front of her. She could even see Ryan grinning maliciously through the unidentified object. What is this? A veil. Where would I find such a large veil? This is a nightgown. It's for you, Ryan said meaningfully. Evelyn fell into thought. Her eyes narrowed, and she remained silent. A moment later, a ball of flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Ryan quickly snatched the pajamas away. What do you want to do with these clothes? It was burned. Is this how you treat the gift I gave you? I'm heartbroken. Ryan sighed, clutching his pajamas. Evelyn clenched her fists and kept punching Ryan's shoulder, her face turning slightly pale. Who would give something like this as a gift? You're so annoying. Before he finished speaking, he punched Ryan in the waist several times. To be honest, the pressure is quite comfortable. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I just won't send it. Evelyn glared at Ryan, sat back down on the tree stump without a word, then stretched out her hand to him and said in an extremely haughty tone, Give it to me. Ryan handed the pajamas back to her. Evelyn spread the almost transparent dress out in front of her, then muttered, Is this even meant for a human to wear? When will you wear it so I can see it? It will look absolutely gorgeous. Evelyn's face turned bright red. She glanced at Ryan slightly, then punched him. Shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I'll shove this thing into your mouth. Ryan laughed and grabbed Evelyn's tail. He touches that big, fluffy tail all the time now. At first, Evelyn would angrily punch him a couple of times, then she would just curse him a couple of times, but now she would just helplessly close her eyes as if she had gotten used to being touched. Ryan coaxed. Why don't you sit on my lap? I don't mean anything by it. I just want to touch your ears and tail at the same time. It's not very convenient this way. Evelyn slightly opened one eye and glanced sideways at Ryan. Don't push your luck. Hurry up, Ryan urged. Evelyn snapped. Get lost. She's just shy and afraid of being seen by others. If there were a more secluded place, she might agree. Then can you give me a kiss? TSK. Why are you so annoying? Evelyn punched Ryan in the kidneys. Before she could react, Ryan swiftly kissed her on the cheek and then began to run away. Eek! Evelyn cried out and took flight, beginning her chase of Ryan through the woods. However, Ryan was too fast, leaping and bounding through the woods like a monkey. She chased him for a while, but couldn't catch him. Finally, she could only angrily utter a threat. If I catch you, you're dead. Don't be angry. I'll let you hit me. I'll let you hit me. Ryan shamelessly moved closer. Evelyn had just made a lot of harsh remarks, but now that Ryan had delivered himself to her, she could only kick him twice in anger. Disgusting. Seeing that they were some distance from the camp, Ryan became mischievous again. He grabbed Evelyn's hand and coaxed. Don't go back yet. It's so quiet here. Let's chat. What are we talking about? There's nothing to talk about. Evelyn glared at Ryan and tried to pull her hand away. Seeing this, Ryan gently hugged her. Don't go, beautiful, generous, and kind Ms. Evelyn. Let go. Evelyn slapped Ryan on the head and urged. After Ryan released her hand, she stood still, turned her body slightly, and raised an eyebrow, asking, What do you want to talk about? Without the slightest hesitation, Ryan launched into a zero-frame attack. Can you be my woman? Evelyn's eyes widened, and she glared at Ryan, her face flushed. She stammered. What nonsense are you spouting? I think you've gone mad. After saying that, she grabbed Ryan's shoulders and punched him twice. No, I'm serious. Ryan's expression turned serious as he said earnestly. Evelyn closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. After a moment, she opened her mouth slightly. Don't you think you have a lot of women? Although this is not uncommon in my hometown, I find it somewhat hard to accept. Ryan rubbed her fox ears. I swear I will love you all equally and will never neglect any of you. I will spend the rest of my life fighting to protect you. Evelyn curled her lip. TCH, I've heard plenty of lies. Don't try to fool me. You men are all the same, saying one thing and doing another, and then you show a completely different face after you get what you want. Who said that? Ryan straightened his back. With his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he exuded righteousness and would never do such a despicable thing. My sister told me. Evelyn narrowed her eyes and punched Ryan. She turned and slowly walked away, saying, You keep spouting nonsense. Let me calm down and think about this carefully. Chapter 146, Evelyn's Answer. Another week passed in the blink of an eye, and the group successfully arrived at Black Pearl Port. During this time, Kuewin's boat remained docked at the pier. As soon as Ryan entered the port, he saw him chatting and bragging with a prostitute on the street. He decisively captured Kuewin, then together with Luna, put the carriage on the sailboat, and then went to meet up with Ellie and the others near the tavern. Mira seemed to really enjoy it. Standing on the pier, feeling the sea breeze blowing in her face, she gently sniffed. Wow, the wind is so salty, and the sea is so beautiful, just like the description in the book. As she spoke, she looked up at Ryan and said, Brother, shall we live here from now on? I love it. The sea is so beautiful. Ryan shook his head and pointed to the other side of the sea. To be precise, we'll be living on the island from here, and we'll have to take a boat there. An island? Mira blinked. Ryan nodded, bent down, picked it up, and placed it on his shoulder. Yes, you'll see when we get there. Myra's view suddenly broadened considerably, and she let out another exclamation. Evelyn watched all this with a smile. They've been gone for almost a month now, and they don't know how Naria and her sister are doing. In short, the holiday is over, and now she should go back to work. You must be tired from your journey. Go inside and get a room to rest. I'll stay here with Mira and let her look at the sea, Ryan said, turning to the group. Maeve grinned and reached out to Ryan, rummaging around. Master, give me the money. The money is with Ellie. You can ask her for it later. Ryan shooed Maeve away with a look of disgust. Evelyn coughed twice and said, I'll go with them. Is it all right to leave Mira in your care? Ryan shrugged. What's the problem? Go ahead. Evelyn nodded, then led Maeve into the tavern. Ellie didn't go with them. She's been very clingy lately, always clinging to Ryan's arm whenever she has a chance. During her nighttime rest, she would always try to find a way to have a real fight with Ryan. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Ellie tiptoed and bit Ryan's chin. What's wrong, honey? Why are you attacking me again? There was a bug just now. I'll shoo her away for you. Ellie pouted and gently pinched the flesh on Ryan's arm. It seems she wants to eat the burrowing worm again. It's just that Mira isn't very convenient here, as the little one often interrupts Ryan's good time. But fortunately, she's still young and can be easily fooled. Once he gets to the island, he's determined to build a bigger house this time. Ryan doesn't have any other requirements, as long as it's sturdy enough and soundproof. Mira bent down and touched Ryan's nose with the tip of her nose. Brother Ryan, can you take me swimming? No, I can agree to anything else, but this is the only thing I can't agree to. Besides, the weather is getting colder and colder now, so let's wait until summer to play. The main problem is that Ryan himself can't swim. He's a complete landlubber, let alone taking Mira into the water with him. Although his body has been strengthened, he can hold his breath underwater for several hours, but he is afraid that he will sink into the sea as soon as he enters the water. Okay, Mira muttered, gazing at the azure ocean, seemingly somewhat disappointed. Ryan patted her thigh and quickly comforted her. But there are fish people on the island. They are very good at swimming. We can ask them to teach you when we have the chance. Speaking of this, Ryan immediately thought of Naria. He used a magical brand to briefly control her remotely, then released the control, thus informing her to return as soon as possible to report back. Want to go for a walk on the beach? Ryan patted Myra's leg. Yes. Mira nodded excitedly, then struggled to get off Ryan's head and ran down the wooden slope toward the beach. Slow down, slow down. Ryan shouted as he chased after them. Ellie followed Ryan with small, quick steps, saying, Master, I can teach you to swim. Didn't you say you couldn't do it? I didn't say that. I just said I didn't want to go into the water to catch fish, but I didn't say I couldn't. Ellie said seriously to Ryan, then took his hand tightly. All right, once we get to the island, we'll play on the shallows. Ryan kissed Ellie's cheek, then quickly caught up with Mira. The child threw off his shoes and walked into the water, his trouser legs getting soaked. Roll up your pants a little. You can only play near the water's edge, and you mustn't go into deeper water. Sea monsters will snatch away disobedient children, Ryan said softly, holding her hand. Mira nodded. I understand. Autumn has arrived, and the temperature is getting lower and lower. Ryan has to cover himself tightly with the blanket when he goes to sleep at night, otherwise he will wake up from the cold. The icy seawater washed over Myra's little feet, but the child didn't seem to mind the cold at all. Don't catch a cold, or your mom will definitely scold me if you get sick. No, it won't. Mira bent down and picked up a strange, unusual seashell. She held it up to the sun and examined it carefully. Ryan crouched down beside her and looked up at her. The seashell shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. So beautiful. Ryan patted her head. You're lucky. Keep it as a souvenir. Mira clutched the seashell tightly, then continued searching with her head down. I need to find another one for my mother. Just then, several small, grayish-brown creatures were running on the beach, moving very fast. Mira jumped up in fright. Wow, there are bugs on the beach. I hate bugs the most. What bugs? These are sand crabs. Ryan patted Ellie's bottom. Honey, catch one for Mira to see. Ellie nodded, ran a short distance forward, and then crouched down like a hunter. After locking on her target, she lunged forward, easily grabbing a sand crab. Then, she excitedly ran to Ryan and Mira, a genuine smile spreading across her face. She's like a child when she's happy. Look, she held the sand crab with 2 fingers and waved it in front of Mira. Poor Mr. Krabs is attacking her fingers with his little pincers, but doesn't hurt Ellie at all. Mira squinted and examined it closely. It really isn't a bug. It looks like a shrimp. Do they look alike? Shrimp is shrimp, and crab is crab. There are many seafood vendors at the pier. I'll take you to see them later. The book says crabs are edible, but how can you eat something this small? Mira blinked. Nobody usually eats sand crabs. The ones that are edible are river crabs and sea crabs, which are much bigger than these. You'll see in a bit. Can I touch it? It's best not to. Don't be fooled by its small size. It can actually trap people. As he spoke, Ryan casually glanced back and happened to see Evelyn standing on the dock. She watched the three of them with smiles on their faces. The sea breeze tousled her long, reddish-brown hair. Looking at the happy Mira, she already knew the answer in her heart. Chapter 147, Harassed by a Dark Elf. Ryan took Mira for a stroll on the beach and helped her collect seashells. Just as the three were having a great time, a figure suddenly darted out of the azure sea. She walked towards Ryan with some difficulty, her feet sinking into the sand. It was Nilia. She was soaking wet, and her blue hair was stuck to her cheeks. Her younger sister, Terasha, followed behind. The child always pouted, looking sullen. "You're here? How was your holiday?" Ryan's lips curled up slightly. It had been almost a month since I last saw her, and Naria looked much more energetic. Her long blue hair even shimmered in the sunlight. "Same as always, but no more Suldins are bothering the village." Nilia shook the water off her tail, then looked at Mira beside Ryan. "Who is this child?" "You've met her, the tavern owner's daughter." Ryan shrugged, then rubbed Myra's fox ears. The little guy rubbed his cheek against Ryan's abs with enjoyment. Naria continued, "Seeing that you haven't come back for so long, I thought you didn't need me anymore." "Dream on. Having one more person do the work is definitely a good thing." Ryan turned to examine her fishtail, planning to find a time to give it a good rub. Seeing Terasha wringing her wet hair, Ryan pointed at her and asked in confusion, "Why did you bring this little brat along?" "You're the little brat." Terasha pouted and yelled. She strode over to Ryan and punched him twice in frustration. Seeing this, Mira quickly hugged Ryan's leg and spoke up for him, saying, "Don't bully Ryan." Terasha stopped and then carefully examined Mira. These two kids are 6 and 8 years old. They might become good friends. But when Ryan thought that Terasha, who had undergone the mutation, might unintentionally harm Mira, he quickly abandoned the idea. Naria put her hands on her hips and said helplessly, "This child is always causing trouble in the village and fighting with others every day. Don't underestimate her just because she's only 8 years old. Several people can't hold her back. I've thought about it, and it's best to keep her by my side. She can do some things she can on the island now." "Wow, this kid's pretty good." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although this child only experienced a mutation without any training, his abnormal physical abilities make him someone that ordinary people can't easily fake an accident with. "You're the little brat." Terasha pouted and scolded. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. Naria, could you go into the sea and catch a shrimp and a crab for me?" "Are you hungry?" "No, this child can't tell the difference between shrimp and crab." Ryan pointed to the adorable Mira. Naria didn't ask any more questions. She plunged into the water, flicked her tail, and disappeared without a trace. Talassa sized up Mira, then turned to Ryan, who was grinning foolishly, and asked, "Hey, what's this kid's name?" "I'm your savior, after all. You keep calling me hey. So, it's not too much to call me Brother Ryan, is it?" Terasha pouted, muttering with a hint of disdain. What a cheesy way to address someone. After saying that, she pursed her lips and forced herself to whisper, "What's Ryan's name?" Ryan shrugged and said seriously, "Mira from Kaeldorn is only 2 years younger than you. Don't bully her, or I'll beat you up." Mira looked at Terasha cautiously. She had never interacted with children her age before, so she seemed a little reserved. Terasha put her hands on her hips and retorted, "TCH, I'm not like you." "Master," Ellie called out from the side. She was staring intently at the distant beach. Ryan followed her gaze and saw a woman in a long black robe standing in the distance, a strand of silver hair gently swaying beside her brown face. Hide this hair. She is Arachne Sinesa, the mother of Narima and the lord of the dungeons." She had said they would meet again, but Ryan took it all as nonsense and didn't pay any attention. Unexpectedly, she actually came looking for him. How could it be this guy? Terasha followed Ryan's gaze and asked in confusion, "Do you know this woman? Why is she as black as charcoal?" Ryan pinched Terasha's little mouth. "Hey, you can't say anything like that. She's the leader of the Dark Elves. Be careful she doesn't beat you to death." "Can she beat me? Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. It's likely that Narimar lowered her overall image of Dark Elves. In reality, these guys are not weak at all. Even the most ordinary dark elf is much stronger than the mercenaries in the tavern. Arachne, on the other hand, is the pinnacle of the dark elves, capable of turning Tereshah into a fishball in no time. Arachne smiled from a distance, then slowly walked up to Ryan. She looked at the young Mira and Tereshah and said in the common language of the continent, "Are these two your offspring? I don't know this blue-haired one, but this red-haired little fox is my daughter." Ryan hugged Mira and kissed her, then warned, "I suggest you don't get any funny ideas." Arachne shrugged and said in a very puzzled tone, "I'm just here to find a man I like. Why would I do this? I'm not interested in assassins who are weak and helpless, because it's a very shameful thing." Ryan was speechless. She looked at Arachne and continued, "So how did you find me? Isn't that simple? There are only a handful of men this tall and strong on the entire continent. Just ask around in the cities around here." Arachne lowered his hood, revealing a head of long, silver-white hair. Her lips and eyeshadow were blue, making her look like a cool, ethereal fairy. Arachne placed his fingers on Ryan's shoulder and gently stroked his strong arm. What a perfect body. So perfect, our offspring will surely be the strongest. Ellie, who was watching this scene, started to breathe again. She glared fiercely at Arachne and then pulled Ryan aside. But Arachne persisted, moving closer and groping Ryan, saying, "Let me see how big your thing is. Can you please stop bothering me? I'll just take a look. I won't touch it." Arachne bent slightly, her soft breasts trembling gently. Ryan's lips twitched. He put Mira aside and then grabbed Arachne's arms. The silver-haired, infatuated woman eagerly awaited Ryan's next move and slowly closed her eyes. Ryan's body sank slightly. Then he suddenly exerted force and spun like a top. When the speed reached its limit, he suddenly let go, throwing Arachne more than 100 meters away. A beautiful white splash erupted on the calm sea surface. Chapter 148, Prerequisites for Conquering Evelyn. "Was that dark elf your friend? Why did you throw her into the sea?" Nerea asked Ryan as she climbed ashore. She held a crab leg in one hand and a small shrimp in the other, placing them in front of Mira for her to examine closely. Ryan shook his head. "I don't know him. Ignore that guy." Mira looked up at Ryan and then muttered, "Ryan is so popular, so many older sisters are surrounding you." Ryan quickly shook his head. No, that wasn't my older sister. She was my grandmother. Who knows how long this thing has lived? Anyway, she has a whole bunch of children." Mira continued to observe the crab in front of her, then slowly spoke. "Speaking of which, this crab is really big. I wonder what it tastes like." "The taste is not bad, but this thing has little meat and a lot of shell, and it's particularly troublesome to eat. In our village, unless we can't catch any fish, we would never eat this." Nerea shook her head. "Oh, I see." Mira reached out to touch it, but Ryan quickly grabbed her hand. "Don't touch it. See these big pincers? They hurt when they pinch." "Oh, okay." Mira blinked and nodded gently. A sea breeze blew by, and she suddenly leaned back, letting out an adorable sneeze, with snot bubbles popping out her nose. Achoo. Ryan sensed something was wrong, and quickly picked Mira up, then rinsed her sand-covered feet with water. "Let's go back to the hotel to find your mother." "Huh, I haven't had enough fun yet. It's cold now, and you're still soaking your bare feet in the water. You'll get sick if you keep playing like this. Come back in the summer." Ryan rubbed Myra's ear. Tereshah asked from the side, "Is this really your daughter? You don't seem that much older than my sister, but your child is already 6 years old." Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Not yet, to be precise, but it will be soon." Thalassa fell into deep thought. Mira wrapped her arms around Ryan's neck, her legs tightly pressed against his waist, and asked in confusion, "Brother Ryan, how are things between you and my mother? Are you together?" "Not yet. Your mother bullies me. She beats me all the time." Ryan shook his head. Evelyn is rather wary of men, always feeling that the kind-hearted Ryan has ulterior motives. Mira squirmed against him and whispered, "Hurry up. It's been so long. Why aren't we together yet?" "Child, you seem to be overestimating my abilities." Ryan sighed helplessly. Ryan was starting to regret it. If only I had explored more remote corners before time traveling. Mira shook her head. "It's okay, Ryan. Although you're a lecher and mischievous person, you're also a good person. My mom will like you. Look at what you're saying. The first half is completely fabricated. Ryan said seriously. Ryan led the group toward the inn. As Evelyn passed by the dock, she strolled over unsteadily. She crossed her arms and asked Mira, who was in Ryan's arms, "How was it? Was the beach fun?" Mira took out the seashell she had just found and excitedly showed it to Evelyn. "It's so much fun. Mom, look at this. It's so pretty." Ryan handed Mira over, saying, "Let's find a place to warm up by the fire when we get back to the inn. This child just sneezed. We mustn't let her get sick." Evelyn raised an eyebrow slightly and pinched Myra's cheek. "Are you feeling all right? Don't get sick easily in winter." Mira suddenly rolled her eyes and stuck out her pink little tongue. "Mommy, I'm going to die. I wish I could see you and Ryan together before I die." Evelyn slapped her forehead hard. "If you dare to talk nonsense like that again, I'll beat you up." Mira covered her head and mumbled pitifully, "It hurts, wah." I have to say, this kid can be quite mischievous at times. There are no soap operas in this world, and I don't know where she learned that from. Just as Ryan was pondering, Evelyn asked her, "Do you know that dark elf from earlier?" Ryan was taken aback at first, then realized that she must have been referring to Arachne. "I know her. She's Narima's mother, a dungeon lord. She came all the way from the great forest to harass me." Lion curled his lip. "What kind of relationship do you have?" Evelyn paused slightly before asking Ryan. "You're overthinking it. I admit I'm a bit lecherous, but I wouldn't eat just anything," Ryan replied seriously. Evelyn pouted and carried Mira toward the inn. "Ryan, come over here later. I need to talk to you." When they arrived at the inn, Evelyn helped Mira put on her shoes, then had Ellie take the child into the room, while she took Ryan to the next room. She gently closed the door, then leaned against the wall next to the wardrobe, staring at Ryan without saying a word. That strange look in his eyes sent chills down my spine. "What's wrong? Why are you glaring at me like that?" Ryan couldn't help but ask. Evelyn bit her lower lip, looking hesitant, as if there was something she wanted to say, but couldn't bring herself to say it. After struggling for a while, blushing, she chose to back down. "Fine, just go. Pretend I didn't come looking for you." "Wait, what's wrong? Are you going to confess your feelings to me?" Upon hearing this, Evelyn's face turned red at a visible speed. She strode towards Ryan and stammered as she punched him twice. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're asking for it." Ryan sighed. "You look so constipated. I thought you were really going to confess." What a miscalculation. Evelyn hit even harder. She suddenly grabbed Ryan by the neck and shook him gently twice. "What happened that night?" "I agreed." "What do you mean by agree?" Evelyn, her face flushed, muttered, "Playing dumb, huh? You deserve a beating. I should have punched you a few more times back then." Ryan couldn't help but smile. He then put his arm around Evelyn's slender waist and pinched her buttocks. "Hey, where are you grabbing? I'll strangle you." Evelyn grabbed Ryan by the neck and shook him violently, almost giving him a concussion. "We won't arrest him anymore." Evelyn released her hand and quickly took a few steps back. Like a restless fox, she paced back and forth in the room with her tail held high. "But I have two more conditions." "Say it, wife." Upon hearing those two words, Evelyn felt embarrassed again. She looked out the window, her voice slightly hurried. "First, you must treat Mira as your own daughter, and you must not neglect her from now on. Don't worry, there's no problem at all. I like that girl." Ryan nodded. Evelyn glanced at Ryan, swallowed hard, and continued. "From now on, no matter what, you can't lie to me. I'd rather hear the harsh truth than any lie. You don't have to tell me, but you absolutely cannot lie to me. Can you do that?" Chapter 149, My Daughter. In the blink of an eye, the group had been adrift at sea for 4 days. Mila, who had never been on a boat before, suffered from severe seasickness and would vomit incessantly after eating even a little bit of food. She was curled up in Ryan's arms, still smelling faintly of sourness, and asked pitifully, "How much longer until we get to the island?" "Wah, I feel like I'm going to die. We should arrive in about 2 more days. I'll take you outside for some fresh air." Ryan gently picked up Mira and strode outside. After taking the boat 3 times, Ryan no longer gets seasick, and Maeve and the others are basically the same. There are fewer corpses floating in the sea now. Ryan hasn't seen more than 10 corpses in the past few days. The sea view is beautiful during the day, so you can bring Mira out to see it. As soon as he left the cabin, Quiven, who was hiding on the stern, waved to Ryan in a low voice. "Hey, boss." Ryan glanced at him. "What's wrong?" That demon didn't come with you? Ryan shook his head. I don't know where she went. The last has disappeared again. She would always disappear inexplicably, and then suddenly reappear one morning, sitting cross-legged on the edge of Ryan's bed, perhaps holding a red apple in her hand. Upon hearing this, Kewin began to sigh. Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly. What's wrong? Since no more ships have been dumping bodies into the sea, those beasts now attack boats. After you left, I transported food to the island again, and it almost capsized the boat. Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly. A siren? That's the beast. Siwa nodded. Ryan clicked his tongue. They intended to treat the siren as an elite monster guarding the island, but they overlooked the fact that this creature grows by eating corpses. Suddenly losing its food source might cause a drastic change in its temperament, thus threatening passing ships. Currently, the island's food supply mainly relies on maritime trade, and self-sufficiency is still a long way off. Then let me think of a way to kill the sea monster. Ryan shook his head and walked back and forth on the deck with Mira. Ryan began to think about how to kill this thing, which was enormous and still in the water, and there seemed to be several more nearby. Fighting it hand-to-hand underwater is definitely out of the question. The resistance in the water makes it hard to even throw a punch quickly. I wonder if command spells could take down this thing instantly. What are you thinking about? Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Evelyn's voice came from beside him. She stood with her hands behind her back, leaning slightly towards Ryan. Evelyn is now his wife, but the two haven't taken their relationship any further for the time being. After all, the cabin was so small, and Evelyn was too embarrassed to kiss Ryan in front of everyone, so she could only make some subtle physical gestures at most. Ryan looked at her, his skin suddenly itching, so he pointed to his cheek. Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Without hesitation, Evelyn punched Ryan in the waist and then glared at him fiercely. Feels good. When Mira is around, she will put on a very serious demeanor, but she will only show her womanly side when they are alone. Stop talking nonsense and be serious. Evelyn pouted and gently pinched Ryan's thigh. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. No ruse. Once we get to the island, we'll have plenty of time to savor it. There are sea monsters in this sea, and I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of them. Evelyn poked her head out and glanced into the water, then continued. So you've come up with a solution? Not yet. I don't know what to do for now. Evelyn's fox ears twitched. I can help you. How can I help? I possess many blessing spells. Underwater breathing, increased strength, and enhanced senses. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. An idea just flashed through his mind. Ryan asked with a smile, Can you use these spells on yourself? Yes, but the effect will be reduced somewhat. Evelyn nodded. Upon hearing this, Ryan promptly leaned close to Evelyn's ear and whispered something. As the fox girl listened, her face suddenly turned red, and she started chasing Ryan around on the deck, beating him up. After beating her for a while, she got tired and went back to the cabin in a huff. Mira suddenly looked up, squinting at Ryan. Brother, how are things going with you and Mom? Ryan nodded. It's moving in a good direction. It'll be over soon. After saying that, he suddenly became curious about why Mira was in such a hurry, asking Ryan almost every day to check on their latest progress. You seem to be in a hurry. Ryan poked Mira's cheek. Mira, suppressing her discomfort, beckoned Ryan with her finger, signaling him to bring his ear closer. Actually, I want my mom to give me a younger brother or sister. I was so bored being home alone before. What? Ryan had to reevaluate Mira. To have such foresight at such a young age, he will surely grow up to be a genius. Just as Ryan was marveling at the sight, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The surrounding sailors began to stir uncontrollably, and even Mira felt an invisible chill. Velastra appeared next to Ryan before she even had a chance to change her form. Another of her crown horns was broken off. Her wings behind her seemed to have been broken off by something, and her clothes were tattered, making her look extremely disheveled. Ryan looked her over and asked suspiciously, You got beaten up again? She was also beaten up for no reason last time, but the situation was nowhere near as bad as this time. Velas tossed her long hair with both hands, and her entire body gradually transformed into human form from head to toe. Having witnessed this, Tsuin immediately found a place to hide. Who could beat you up like this? Velastra broke off the wings on her back and casually tossed them into the sea. That's another devil, of course. She sighed softly, then continued. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things anymore. I need a rest for a while. Ryan shrugged, indicating that she could do as she pleased. Velast focused her gaze on Mira, then reached out to touch her. Isn't this the cutie? Let me touch her. Upon hearing this, Mira rolled her eyes and began to play dead. Seeing this, Ryan quickly moved aside and complained, You should tone down your murderous aura first. I really can't do anything with you. Velaz breathed a sigh of relief, and the murderous aura around her gradually dissipated. Come on, come to your sister. Mira glanced back at her, then hugged Ryan even tighter. No, I don't like you. Seeing this, Ryan hugged Mira and dodged away, saying, My daughter says she doesn't like you. You can just look from the side, but you're not allowed to touch her. Daughter? Velast narrowed her eyes slowly, a hint of doubt in her voice. That's right, Evelyn is now my wife, so Mira is naturally my daughter. Chapter 150, there's another date coming up. In the blink of an eye, the sailboat had been sailing at sea for another 2 days, and White Mist Island was now within reach. For some unknown reason, ever since Ryan claimed the island for himself, the thick white fog surrounding the island has gradually dissipated, and even the rows of withered trees on the coast have begun to come back to life, sprouting lush green leaves. Mira hugged Ryan's leg, gazing at White Mist Island with admiration, and her seasickness seemed to improve considerably. She tilted her head back and asked again and again, Brother Ryan, will we be living here from now on? That's right. Once we get to the island, we'll build you a place to stay. Ryan nodded. Maeve muttered to herself, You guys are lucky to have arrived at the right time. When we first arrived on the island, it was terrible. We couldn't even fill our stomachs. We had to go to the forest every day to pick mushrooms and wild fruits. We were so pitiful, and many of the children couldn't even take a bath often. Why? Isn't the sea all water? Mira blinked, looking adorably silly. Maeve shook her head vigorously. No. Bathing in seawater is so uncomfortable. After bathing, my body feels sticky, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just uncomfortable. I can only bathe with magic water. There are many children your age on the island. You can go and play with them when the time comes. Ryan rubbed Myra's fox ears. Mira, holding Ryan, stared intently at the distant White Mist Island, muttering, I can't wait any longer. While everyone was chatting, Velaz was looking down at the calm sea. Ryan noticed her odd behavior and nudged her breast with his elbow. What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed. Velaz said expressionlessly. There's a giant octopus swimming towards us in the water. I suggest you hold on tight to the handrails. A sense of foreboding rose in Ryan's heart. Wife, take everyone back to the cabin. Hurry up. Upon receiving the order, Ellie did not hesitate at all and carried Mira away, while also grabbing Maeve and Salaya's clothes. The two sisters, Naria and Tara Shah, looked bewildered, but obediently hid in the cabin. The sailors were understandably alarmed by Ryan's actions. From his stern castle, Quiven shouted at Ryan, Is the siren back again? The sailboat jolted violently as soon as he finished speaking, followed by a sharp cracking sound, as if some part of the boat had been broken. Several sailors fell to the ground on the deck, and several ponies were whining in the cabin. Siwan hurriedly grabbed the rope beside him and stood up from the stern in a panic. Here we go again. These sirens are never going to stop. Several tentacles covered in suckers pierced the surface of the sea and swayed around the sailboat. Velastra's lips curled up slightly. Want to make a wish? I can help you deal with it. No need for that. Ryan looked at Evelyn beside him. Wife, try your blessing spell. Evelyn closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. Immediately, a golden flame appeared between her eyebrows, and 2 white magic circles were generated in her hands. Multicolored runes flew out of the magic circle and rushed into Ryan's body. With each rune he penetrated, Ryan felt his strength increase. Time seemed to slow down, and the heartbeats of everyone around could be clearly heard. The siren's movements even left several clearly visible afterimages. A temporary external buff has been detected. The current quantity is 71. Underwater breathing 3, Sanus's blessing V, shield 3, magic enhancement 3, stamina enhancement 2, strength enhancement 4, swiftness 3, alertness 3, eagle eye 4, future vision eye, blade protection 2, feather fall 2, Divine Holy Light V, Mind Barrier 4, Fear Aura 2. Looking at the dense array of buffs on the panel, Ryan felt his scalp tingle. So Evelyn's class is support? Bringing her from Callan was definitely the right decision. The siren's tentacles gripped the ship and shook it violently, while a piercing scream echoed across the sea. Several sailors jumped into the sea in a panic and swam desperately to distant shores. Evelyn enhanced his hearing, and at that moment Ryan found the sound incredibly grating, almost unbearable. The siren poked its enormous head, covered in black spots, out of the water. This monster didn't look like an octopus, but rather like a bald human head, with a pair of protruding eyeballs hanging out of their sockets like lanterns, and a large, sharp, grayish-white beak that looked like a bird's beak. Ryan took a deep breath and spoke. "Let explode." As soon as the words were spoken, the siren's body stiffened abruptly, then began to collapse inward little by little, with a crisp cracking sound reaching everyone's ears. Cohen leaned against the stern guard, staring at the siren. His legs went weak, and he didn't even have the strength to run away. My God, this is fucking terrible. The next second, the siren's body exploded, and white slime mixed with bits of flesh splattered on Quiven's face. The sails of this heavy sailing ship were not taken down. After being hit by this powerful force, it tilted rapidly and almost overturned. Ryan's ears were filled with the clattering sound of minced meat hitting the hull. Velas stood on the deck like a statue, wiping the sticky substance off her face in disgust, then shaking her hand violently. "It's fishy and smelly. Isn't there a cleaner way to fight? My abilities are limited, so please bear with me." Ryan shrugged. Just like Hakimi with her speed, if she really didn't like it, she would definitely just dodge it. If they don't dodge, it means everything is fine. Ryan glanced back at Evelyn, who protected him from getting splattered with slime. Perhaps due to excessive magic consumption, Evelyn appeared somewhat exhausted. At the same time, Ryan felt the various buffs on his body gradually disappearing, indicating that she had dispelled the magic. "Are you alright?" Ryan asked with concern. "It's alright, I'll go check on the child first." To avoid stepping on the slime and entrails on the floor, Evelyn flew towards the cabin and carefully opened the wooden door. Ryan glanced back at Kavan on the stern, who had become one with the slime. "Are you still alive?" Cohen moved, then wiped the sticky substance off his face. "I'm barely clinging to life. Today was absolutely terrible. At least we're still alive." Ryan looked at the sailors struggling in the sea. Back on the ship, several sailors were lifted up by an invisible force and thrown onto the slimy deck, howling in pain. Ryan counted them one by one. These sailors were lucky. None of them were missing. They were just a little frightened, but not seriously injured. "All right, you guys take a break. Take a shower later, clean the sails, and then keep going. Let's get to the island as soon as possible. I have a date with my wife." Chapter 151, Lilith's Surprise. It would take a long time to clean the siren slime off the sails, so after thinking about it, Ryan decided to have the sailors row the ship slowly toward the island. By evening, the ship had finally come to a steady stop at the harbor. Lilith spotted Ryan early on, and she and a few others stood at the port waiting for a long time. As soon as she stepped off the ship, she strode towards Ryan, her tongue flicking out, and hugged him. "Master, you're finally back." Ryan took the opportunity to touch her snake tail. "How was it? Did anything major happen on the island while I was away?" Ellie pouted slightly, her eyes full of concern. "No, everything is almost exactly the same as before Master left. We don't lack food for now, but we are still very short of water." Lilith shook her head and continued. "After Master left, it only rained once on the island." Ryan glanced back at Evelyn. The freshwater problem should be solved soon. Maeve clutched her stomach and muttered, "I'm hungry. When can I eat something?" As if she had expected it, Lilith pulled out a piece of black bread with a strong, milky aroma from her chest and casually stuffed it into Maeve's mouth. To be honest, Ryan also really wants to eat this. Just as he was lost in thought, Lilith took his hand and continued walking forward. "Oh, right, Master. I also have a surprise for you." Although Lilith's face remained expressionless, Ryan detected a hint of excitement in her voice. "Surprise." "Yes, Master, come with me quickly." Lilith took Ryan's hand and led her toward the island. Evelyn and Mira, mother and daughter, were looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, seemingly somewhat uneasy. Ryan turned back and beckoned to them with his finger, signaling them to stay close. Mira glanced at the beastmen around Lilith and muttered softly, "Mom, there's so many people here who are just like us." Ryan stroked her ear and replied, "The residents of this island, apart from me, are almost all beastmen. There are more than 2,600 residents in total, but nearly half of them are children under the age of 10, and adults are only a minority. Life in this world is quite tough. Most children have to start doing simple chores, such as washing clothes and gathering firewood, when they're 7 or 8 years old. When they get a little older, they'll go out to pick berries or feed poultry. At the age of 12 or 13, children should be able to undertake physical labor and begin to strive for survival. They're not flowers in a greenhouse." Maeve worked in the fields before being captured by slave traders, but she was always beaten for stealing food. Lilith patted Ryan's thigh with her tail. "To be precise, there are now 3,000 residents on the island. After you left, 3 more ships brought children to the island." Ryan plans to find some time to get to know her and improve his skills. "So many furry ears. I love this place so much." The last grabbed the beastman next to her and stroked it for a while, grinning from ear to ear. You could tell she really likes these furry creatures. Lilith looked at her, then turned to Ryan and asked, "What do we do?" "Let her touch it. As long as she doesn't hurt anyone, she'll be fine." Ryan shrugged. The group walked for a long time until they reached the center of the island. Ryan suddenly noticed that a 3-story hut had appeared out of nowhere in the former Matchbox camp. He squinted and looked at it carefully, feeling that it looked somewhat familiar. This looks a lot like the house in Calydorn, almost exactly the same, except the original house was 2 stories. This one is 3 stories, and it seems to have been enlarged proportionally. Looking at the bare tree stumps in the woods, it seemed that Lilith had cut down quite a few trees to build this house. "Could this be the surprise you were talking about?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, looking puzzled. Lilith nodded. "Yes. I replicated it exactly as I remember it. Master, would you like to go in and take a look?" She tiptoed slightly and whispered in Ryan's ear, "I also thickened the walls, so the house is very soundproof. No matter how loud the noise is, it's hard for people outside to hear it." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Clearly, the second half of the sentence is the key point. The soundproofing problem had been bothering Ryan for a long time. Ilaria had hinted more than once that the sound of everyone playing games and typing on their keyboards at night was too loud, making it difficult for her sleep. Now I can finally stay up all night playing games without any worries. "Yes, I'm very happy." Ryan nodded. Lilith's lips curved slightly, and she smiled. "Master, let me take you inside for another look." As soon as he entered the camp, many beast-human children came out and greeted Ryan, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Several little girls even ran over to hug him, their soft little faces rubbing against Ryan. It was the first time Mira had ever seen so many people her age, and she shyly nestled into Evelyn's arms. "Are you that popular?" Evelyn asked Ryan. "When I was on the island, I would play with these kids whenever I had free time, and that's how we got to know each other." As he said this, Ryan shooed the children away. "Don't stop me. Let me go back now. I'll come back to play tomorrow." Ryan finally squeezed into the house, then looked back at Evelyn and breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked around and found that the layout of the house was basically the same as that of Calydorn, with a dining table, kitchen, bathroom, and fireplace. However, there are 2 extra small rooms on both sides of the entrance hall, and I don't know what they are used for. Lilith followed Ryan's gaze and then whispered, "There are more and more women in the house, so I've decided to add 2 rooms on each floor. Is that okay?" Ryan shrugged. The difference wasn't significant. It didn't matter to him at all. Maeve was the first to jump the gun, dashing upstairs in a flash. "Master, I want my old room." "Okay, no one's going to take it from you." Ellie glanced at Ryan and said meaningfully, "I'm going to tidy up the room." Narima glanced at the 2 of them, then eagerly followed, calling out, "Ellie, wait for me." Everyone scattered and began tidying up their own rooms. Lilith glanced at Evelyn, then slowly walked towards the door with her hands behind her back. "Oh dear, I'm going to grab something to eat first. I'll be back later." Seeing that there was no one else in the entryway, Evelyn cautiously asked Ryan, "Do Mira and I have a place to stay?" "Of course, come with me." Ryan took Evelyn's hand and led her toward the stairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, Ryan slowly stopped. "You can use this floor as you like. If you want, you can arrange it like a tavern." You can stay in one of the two innermost rooms, and Mira can stay in the other. One of the two rooms closer to the outside can be used as a study, and the other can be used as a room for your maid. What do you think? Evelyn gazed at the small window at the end of the corridor and slowly said, "Okay, thank you, Ryan, for being so accommodating." Chapter 152, Evelyn's Secret. Evelyn tidied up her and Myra's room. The thoughtful Lilith had already prepared simple furniture and clean bedding for each room. Ryan moved Evelyn's bed from the room next door to another room so that the two maids could live together. The empty room will be given to Evelyn to use as a study in the future. Mira stood by the window, watching the children playing in the camp, and muttered softly, "There are so many people down there. With Mom's permission, you can go out and make friends with them from now on." Mira pouted and tilted her head slightly. "Really? Will they hate me?" "Why would I hate you? You're so cute. Don't be so insecure." Ryan patted Myra's little ear and continued, "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Maeve cooked a midnight snack. I can smell the aroma." Mira shook her head. "My stomach just started to feel better. I don't want to eat anything yet." Just then, Evelyn came out from the stairwell, carrying a dirty piece of clothing in her arms. She looked at Mira and finally fixed her gaze on Ryan. "I'm done showering. It's your turn, Ryan." "Okay, I'm going to take a shower now. You stay in the room and wait for me." Evelyn immediately became angry. She chased after Ryan a few steps, yelling, "Dare to say anything out of line, and I'll tear your mouth apart." "Night." Ryan knocked on Evelyn's door. He darted into the room as soon as the door opened a crack. The little fox girl crossed her arms, still wearing that red-belted dress. She looked up at Ryan, feigning impatience, and asked, "What are you doing here so late at night? Aren't you going to keep your Ellie company?" Ryan lowered his voice and asked, "Is Mira asleep?" Evelyn glanced at him. "Asleep? What do you want?" "Of course it's a date with my wife." Ryan couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. "Mira has finally fallen asleep. The opportunity has arrived." Evelyn's face flushed instantly, and she decisively refused. "No way." Ryan put his arm around her shoulder and said meaningfully, "Just kidding. I want to touch her ears and tail." "Stop touching me. Go away. Go back to sleep." "Touch my, but it's fine too. I'm not picky." Ryan nodded, surprised that they could take things a step further so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Ryan got hit again. Evelyn glared at her fiercely, then put her tail in front of her and said helplessly, "Hurry up and finish petting me before going back to sleep. I'm tired today and want to go to bed early." Ryan grabbed the large, fluffy tail and placed it on his lap. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. "Why don't you sit on my lap? It'll be more convenient that way," Ryan tempted. Evelyn got impatient again and said irritably, "Don't push your luck." "How is this pushing your luck? You're my woman now. This is just a loving little game between husband and wife." Evelyn's slender, fair neck turned red, and she looked at Ryan beside her before suddenly standing up. "Keep your legs together. You're dead if you dare do anything reckless." Evelyn reluctantly sat on Ryan's lap. It has to be said that a woman's body is really soft, warm, and cozy. Just having her sit on his lap made Ryan feel a little aroused. Besides, Evelyn smells wonderful. She doesn't use any perfume or shower gel. It's just her natural scent. "Why aren't you touching your tail yet?" "I'm really sleepy," Evelyn urged softly. Ryan stopped overthinking and grabbed Evelyn's ear with one hand and her tail with the other, and began to work both at once. This time, he will show no mercy. He will use all his skills to completely subdue Evelyn. This might be a bit exciting, so try to bear with it. If you dare to do anything reckless, I'll start whining. Evelyn accidentally made a cute sound, and she quickly covered her mouth and twisted her body sharply. "What are you doing? Is it really necessary to touch a tail?" Ryan said this, but he actually started to increase the pressure of touching the tail. Evelyn instinctively squeezed her legs together, then suddenly stood up, turned around, and pointed fiercely at Ryan. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You touched me because you felt uncomfortable." Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked meaningfully, "Are you really uncomfortable?" Evelyn bit her lower lip, then punched Ryan a few times in a fit of embarrassment and anger, before pushing his shoulder forcefully. "All right, you've touched me enough. Shouldn't we go back to sleep?" Ryan shook his head, smiling without saying a word. "What else do you want?" Evelyn tapped her fingertips lightly on her arm, appearing somewhat anxious. Although she also liked Ryan, whenever she was about to take things further, her deep-seated wariness of men would suddenly be triggered. Ryan, shameless as ever, pointed to his cheek. "You haven't given me a good night kiss yet. Are you a child? You want a good night kiss too? Look at what you're saying. Only children can ask for good night kisses. We're husband and wife. A kiss won't hurt us, will it?" Evelyn clenched her fists, took a half step forward, and forced herself to kiss Ryan on the cheek. To be precise, it wasn't a kiss. It was just a light touch of my lips on his cheek. "Are you satisfied now? Can you go back to sleep?" Evelyn was like a red-hot pressure cooker. Her little heart was about to reach its limit. Ryan shook his head again, pointing to his lips. "Only children kiss each other on the cheek. Married couples kiss each other here. You're pushing your luck. Hurry up. Honey, just give me a kiss, and I'm leaving." Evelyn glared at Ryan, then sat down next to him, gently touched his cheek, and quickly gave him a somewhat clumsy first kiss. Just as she was about to pull away, Ryan pressed his advantage and kissed her again. Wah! After a long while, the two slowly separated. Evelyn blushed and lowered her head, her slightly trembling eyes not daring to make even the slightest contact with Ryan. "One kiss is enough? Why aren't you leaving? What do you want?" Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile as he shoved Evelyn onto the bed, his fingers lightly sliding between her ribs, eliciting coquettish complaints from her. "What do you think? We were doing what you do on a date." The room was filled with Evelyn's panting. With her last bit of strength, she pushed Ryan away and then clutched her chest tightly. She glanced at Ryan, saw the iron gun was already cocked, quickly looked away, and pleaded, "It's too early now, and besides, Her voice was as delicate as an orchid, and the candlelight in the room flickered gently. "What's wrong with you?" Ryan narrowed his eyes, sizing up the delectable red fox in front of him. Evelyn swallowed hard, her voice barely audible. "I'm actually still a virgin." Chapter 153, Wanting a Cute Child. The next day, Ryan sailed around the island in Quiven's ship, killing sirens. In less than half a day, he had killed dozens of monsters. These hungry creatures would surface as soon as they spotted the outline of a sailboat on the seabed and begin intercepting passing ships. But Ryan surfaced and immediately ordered the siren to self-destruct upon seeing it rise to the surface. Looking at the corpses floating on the sea, Quiven sighed. "Finally, we don't have to live in fear anymore. I must say, you're really amazing. What kind of witchcraft is this? These monsters died just by opening your mouth. This is called magic." Ryan turned and glanced at Evelyn. For the past half day, he had this little fox girl acting as a buff generator for him from behind. This time, Ryan only needed magic damage-increasing buffs, which greatly reduced Evelyn's magic consumption, allowing her to stay on him all day without any problems. Their eyes met, and without a word, she punched Ryan, then narrowed her eyes. Last night, she absolutely refused Ryan's request to join her team, and in the end, she could only let innocent Lilith take the brunt of the criticism. Ryan looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was about to set. He told Cavan to dock the boat at the pier and then prepare to go back to rest. As soon as he got off the ship, Ryan started being mischievous. He pointed to his cheek, turned back to Evelyn with a cheeky grin, and said, "Wife, give me a kiss." "Kiss you my foot. You're asking for it." Evelyn squinted and scolded, but to Ryan it sounded like she was being coquettish. "Give her a kiss. There's no one else around anyway," Ryan urged, linking his arm with Evelyn's. After much coaxing and pleading, Evelyn finally stood on tiptoe and kissed Ryan on the cheek. Just like that, her cheeks were already as red as blooming peach blossoms. "Give me another kiss." Evelyn walked ahead of Ryan, saying without turning her head, "Don't push your luck. Just one more kiss, just one more." Ryan continued. Evelyn couldn't resist Ryan's persistence, and she finally turned back and kissed him. After a while, the two slowly separated. Evelyn's eyes were glazed over, her ears drooping on her scalp, as if she were extremely shy. "Are you satisfied now?" Ryan coughed twice and said to her somewhat tactfully, "I want to wake up in the same bed as you." "Wake up my foot." Evelyn kicked Ryan twice angrily, then sped off towards the camp. "This little fox girl is still a bit shy and needs desensitization training. We can kiss now, and maybe in a couple of days we can even have a delicious meal together." Evelyn had barely left when a familiar figure appeared from behind the tree. Ellie, cheeks puffed out, was peeking at him from behind a tree. "What's wrong, little cat? Are you trying to ambush me?" Ellie didn't reply. She took small steps to Ryan, jumped up, and bit him on the chin. "It hurts, it hurts." Ellie left him with a row of teeth marks, then muttered somewhat resentfully, "You didn't take me with you. Shall we kiss together? Evelyn will be shy. I'm gonna take me out to sea," Ellie said angrily, punching Ryan lightly before quickly taking his arm. "Let's go home. Aren't you going to the camp to get something to eat?" "Maeve did at home," Ellie said, pulling Ryan forward. "Let's go back too. I need to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, picked up Ellie and put her on his shoulder, her two long white legs swaying against his chest. Ellie bent down slightly and pressed the rabbit onto Ryan's head. "Have a baby." "What?" Ellie continued, but this time her voice was a little softer. "I want to have a child for you, like Myra's, so we can walk together on the beach and live a simple, happy life every day." Ryan imagined the scene she described and couldn't help but smile. "Haven't we been building them all along? That's not enough. We need to work harder to have children. Beast men and humans, it's difficult." Goodness, is he actually going to play the quantitative change leads to qualitative change game? What a little glutton. Ryan gazed at the grove of trees on either side of the path and said meaningfully, "In my opinion, perhaps." Ellie's ears drooped. She gently tapped Ryan on the head. "Anything is fine as long as it's discreet. There are plenty of lookouts on the island now." Ryan had originally wanted to join the field army, but this sentence immediately made him give up the idea. It seems it's better to do things indoors. Ryan carried Ellie back to the camp. As soon as I arrived at my doorstep, I saw Evelyn and Lilith standing in front of a bucket of water, talking quietly. Mira was also nearby. As soon as she saw Ryan, she rushed over and affectionately rubbed her cheek against him. "Brother Ryan, I miss you so much." She looked up at Ellie, a hint of jealousy filling the air. This used to be Myra's special spot, where she would ride on Ryan's shoulders whenever she had free time, but now Ellie has taken away. Mira suddenly asked, "When will it be my turn? I want to ride too." "Tonight," Ryan replied vaguely. He hadn't even started playing games with Ellie when Mira, this obstacle, appeared in his way. Lilith pulled Ryan to her side, pointed to the water in the wooden tub, and invited, "Master, please have a taste." Ryan glanced at her, then dipped his finger in the mixture and put it in his mouth. "Is fresh water. Did Evelyn make this?" Ryan scooped up some water and took a sip. It was indeed fresh water, and it didn't have the sweetness of well water. Yes, this water was just drawn from the sea. Evelyn helped convert it, and you really can't taste any saltiness at all. We can now irrigate our crops. Lilith was very excited. Ryan nodded. He planned to build a magical desalination plant on the island to save everyone's water resources. "Wife, quickly teach me this magic," Ryan said to Evelyn in a serious tone. Mira perked up her ears at the mention of those two words, sensing a hint of gossip. She slowly narrowed her eyes, discreetly observing the two people. Evelyn crossed her arms and pouted. "I'll tell you tonight. Right now, I'm taking Mira out to get something to eat." Ryan patted Ellie's thigh and said meaningfully, "In that case, let's go get something to eat. We need to be full to have the energy to play games." She clamped her legs around Ryan's neck, then threatened angrily, "Don't you dare run away later. We're going to take this long today." "Escape?" Ryan chuckled twice. He was a dignified 9-foot-tall man, with the burrowing worms alone taking up 8 feet of his body. Even if he only used 1/10 of his power, he could make Ellie run away with her tail between her legs. Chapter 154, Progress of Development. "Tell me, how far have things progressed between you and my mother?" Ryan had just finished eating when he was dragged into the room by the cute and cuddly Mira, forcing him to stand Ellie up. Recalling Hakimi's gaze just now, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. "Brother Ryan, answer me quickly." Seeing that Ryan didn't speak, the little fox stood in front of him with her hands on her hips and questioned him in a childish voice. Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled wickedly. "It's about the couple's part. Don't ask about the specifics. Evelyn is easily embarrassed. Mira might get angry if she finds out." Mira then asked, "When can you give me a younger brother or sister?" "It won't be that fast. You can play with me or the other kids first. Kids are so cute when they talk." Ryan smiled and shook his head. "Even if you win Evelyn's heart as quickly as possible and then have sex with her in one go, Childbirth takes at least 10 months, so it's not possible to do it that fast. Mira gently wriggled her body, then blushed and asked Ryan, so, did you two start kissing? This little guy even asks about this. Whether or not they are related is a serious matter that involves privacy. Ryan closed his eyes and shook his head. Well, that's a secret between us adults. I can't tell you. Mira immediately became furious, feeling betrayed. Ah, we're best friends. Best friends shouldn't have secrets between them. You're lying to me again. You said the same thing back in Kaldorn, and as soon as I told you my little secret, you told your mom. Ryan poked Myra's little belly. He learned from his mistakes and would never fall into the same trap twice. She coughed twice, blushing as she argued. I was trying to bring you and my mother together. If it weren't for me, you would have had to take a lot of detours. At this point, Mira suddenly bumped into Ryan's arms, wagging her little tail and pleading, Please tell me. Please, Ryan. I'll do anything if you tell me. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Ryan sighed. In the end, she couldn't resist the little animal's affection. She was just too adorable. Fine. I'll tell you secretly, okay? But if you dare betray me again. Mira leaned her ear over. Then she exclaimed happily, So you've already kissed. Does that mean you'll have a baby soon? Mira, rubbing her cheeks, said cutely, Mommy told me that if two people in love touch each other's tails and ears and then kiss, the goddess will put the baby into Mommy's tummy, and it will be born in a few months. Seeing her so innocent, Ryan couldn't help but think of his own childhood. Before being led astray by his classmates in elementary school, he genuinely believed that kissing between a boy and a girl would result in a baby, until he opened a pornographic website and suddenly realized the truth. Don't tell anyone, or your mother will definitely beat me up, Ryan emphasized repeatedly. Mira patted her flat chest and replied in a childish voice, Don't worry, brother Ryan. You can trust Mira to keep his secret. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. He thought for a moment, then asked, By the way, does your mother have any favorite things? Something you like? Mira paused for a moment, then asked, Do you count? Ryan nodded. I definitely count, but is there anything else? I'd like to buy her some gifts in the future. Mira fell into thought. She sat on Ryan's lap and began to scratch her head. My mom always says that she's happy as long as I grow up healthy. She's never said anything else. I need to think about it carefully. Wait a minute. A few minutes later, she muttered somewhat helplessly, I really can't believe my mom never told me this, but she often buys books, so she probably likes books. Ryan started his persuasive tactics. I'm giving you a task. Quickly find out what your mother likes, so I might be able to give you a younger brother or sister sooner. Real. Of course, would I lie to you? Ryan nodded. Mom said all men are smooth talkers, and we should be wary of them. We can't believe everything even if it's Ryan. Ryan chuckled and ruffled her ear. You two are just alike. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's go downstairs and take a shower. We're all sticky. No sooner had she finished speaking than Myra's door was pushed open. Evelyn walked straight in without knocking, and when she saw Ryan, she feigned surprise. What are you doing in Myra's room? Having spent so much time with Evelyn, Ryan knew she wasn't good at lying. Evelyn is either completely silent or speaks only the truth. Her straightforwardness is one of the reasons why many mercenaries like to do business with her. She would only stubbornly tell a little lie under certain circumstances, but it was easy for people to see through her. Mira just forced me to chat. Now I'm going to take a shower. You two chat. After saying that, Ryan turned sideways and walked past Mira, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. 10 seconds later, Ryan vaguely heard Myra's wails and Evelyn's questioning. Tell him what he just told you. This is our little secret, Mom. You can't force me. I wonder if Mira can withstand the torture. It was just a kiss. Mira will find out sooner or later, and it doesn't really matter even if she tells her. As soon as Ryan came downstairs, he felt a strong gaze. Ellie sat at the dining table, staring intently at him. Mira just contacted me, and I had no choice, Ryan said helplessly. Velis, with her legs crossed, watched the spectacle with amusement, saying, If you ask me, Ellie, you should punch him a couple of times, then suck him dry. Nerima hugged her knees and muttered something under her breath, hoping Ellie would leave her some. Luna licked the rye residue from the corner of her mouth. She didn't really care about it. She would eat what was left, and she didn't have to eat what wasn't. Ryan, clutching his change of clothes, slunk into the bathroom. He has now learned the most basic water magic and could take a hot bath by himself without relying on Ellie. Before the wooden door could be closed, a blonde-haired old man slipped into the bathroom. She put her hands on Ryan's shoulders and said angrily, "Master, I'll run the water for you and wash you carefully. Actually, I can do it myself." Before she could finish speaking, Ellie used Wolf's grip on Ryan's burrowing worm. She squinted her eyes and whispered, "It'll get cleaner if someone helps." Chapter 155 Seawater Desalination Plant. Ryan stood in front of the completed seawater desalination plant and nodded in satisfaction. To be precise, this is actually a giant matchbox built on the seaside. In the center are two round stone containers, one large and one small. The smaller one is used to hold unpurified seawater, while the other is used to hold purified fresh water. It can hold about 10 tons of water. If all goes well, the island's residents will be able to come here directly to fetch water whenever they need it, making things much more convenient. Ryan turned to Lilith and asked, "How many water plants has the construction team built so far?" Reporting to Master, as you requested, the goal is to build 8 water plants, and 5 have already been built. Lilith replied, standing to the side with her hands behind her back, looking troubled. "However, it's difficult to find suitable water purification workers. We can only temporarily spare some from the guards for training, and it may take some time before they can start working." Ryan scratched his head. This water purification magic is indeed quite complex. Although Ryan learned it in one night, Evelyn said it took her at least a month to learn it. She wondered how long it would take other beastmen. Ryan scratched his head, suddenly realizing that there were very few people who could use magic. In a world of swords and magic, magic is the primary productive force. However, the usage rate of magic among ordinary people in this world is almost zero. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lilith beside him and said, "We need to gather those young children together and teach them magic." Lilith paused for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Master, are you planning to create an army?" "No, I believe that the future of magic is inseparable from us. If even ordinary people can learn magic, then our productivity will be greatly improved. Imagine, an ordinary person can fertilize, irrigate, and care for hundreds of acres of farmland. Isn't that amazing? With skillful use of magic, traversing hundreds of acres is entirely within reach. Although the planting space on the island is limited, it doesn't mean they will stay on the island forever. Having more skills is never a bad thing. It's always good to learn more." Lilith fell into thought, then nodded. "But who can teach those children?" Ryan immediately thought of Evelyn. This guy knows a lot of magic, and he used to be a nobleman, so he must have systematically studied magic. However, we need to ask her what she wants to do first. "You must have studied magic on the island before, right?" Lilith shook her head and said seriously, "Some people can learn it, some people can't. Ellie has a talent for magic, so those guys will teach her. I'm better at using poison, so those guys will teach me how to kill people with poison." Ryan turned to look at Ellie, and their eyes met. These past 2 days, Hakimi has been pestering Ryan whenever he has a spare moment, to the point that he now always smells warm and cuddly like a cat. Seeing that Ryan and Lilith were discussing important matters, she observed them secretly from the side without making a sound. "What are you looking at, kitten? How are they teaching you magic?" Ryan rubbed her cat ears. Ellie squinted her eyes, seemingly enjoying it. "They just tell us the spells, and then we have to learn them ourselves before they give us food." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "So, would you be a good teacher?" Ellie twitched her ears, then mumbled, head down, "I'm not sure. Although this kitten wants to have kittens with Ryan, she doesn't seem to like children that much. At least, she hasn't spoken to Mira on her own initiative. I wonder if she can actually be a teacher. By the way, have you learned that seawater purification technique?" The night before last, Ryan went to Evelyn to learn magic spells right after dinner. After a period of sweet nothings, he returned to the bedroom, only to find Ellie pestering Ryan for the spell and also learning the seawater desalination technique. Ellie raised her head, looking somewhat smug. "I've almost learned it." "You're bragging. You've only been learning for 2 days, and you're almost there?" Evelyn said it took her a month to learn it. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, half believing and half doubting. Ellie crossed her arms and said very seriously, "I'm better than her, and I learned faster too." Ryan scratched his head. He didn't know what numerical values were related to learning ability. If we're looking at intelligence, both of them are S rank, so their learning speed should be about the same. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Ellie walked straight to the container, holding the seawater, and skillfully began chanting a spell. The water surface quickly underwent a subtle change, with a layer of translucent substance floating up. "Try it," Ellie said. Ryan glanced at her, then stepped forward, dipped his finger in the mixture, and put it in his mouth. Pa pa pa. The water was extremely salty, clearly still undrinkable seawater, and nothing had changed at all. "You clearly haven't learned it." Ryan patted Ellie's ear as if punishing her, and continued. "You learned your bragging skills from Maeve, didn't you?" Ellie remained expressionless. She chanted the spell over the container again, and continued speaking to Ryan. "Try it again." Ryan shook his head. "I won't fall into the same trap twice." "Hurry up," Ellie muttered, hugging Ryan and then snuggling into his arms. Ryan had no choice but to dip his finger in seawater and put it in his mouth. However, this time it was different from the last time. The saltiness had almost completely disappeared, and the water was ready to drink as soon as it was boiled. "You really know how?" "Yes, but I'm still a little unskilled." Ellie nodded and continued. "The first time was just me teasing you. I wasn't serious at all. This little cat can actually joke around now. She used to be a very serious person. Things are going in a good direction, and you can tell she's very happy now." Lilith also dipped her finger in the water and tasted it, finally nodding in satisfaction. "It really works. In that case, Ellie will become the first employee of this factory. I really hope I can learn magic too." Ellie refused without hesitation. "No, I'll go wherever Master goes. I don't want to stay here all the time." Ryan shrugged. "Let the employees learn on their own." He looked out the window. It was getting late. "All right, let's go home together." Lilith nodded and quickly followed behind Ryan. She gently swayed her shoulders, then began to speak frankly. "I've been running around a lot lately, and I wonder if my master can make me feel comfortable at night. If so, it would definitely relieve a lot of my fatigue." "Of course, no problem. I'll massage your shoulders after I finish eating." Ryan nodded. It was nothing to him. If he had time in the evening, he wanted to talk to Evelyn about teaching magic, but he didn't know if she would agree. Chapter 156, Achieving a Happy Ending with Evelyn. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, Ryan went upstairs to harass Evelyn. Before, he needed to go to a bar to harass her, but now he can go upstairs anytime he wants, which is incredibly convenient. As soon as Ryan pushed the door open, he saw Evelyn sitting on the bed, tying Myra's hair. When Ryan entered, she first glanced up at him, then pretended not to see him. But Mira rushed over and snuggled into Ryan's arms, saying sweetly, "Brother Ryan." The two fox spirits, one large and one small, created a striking contrast. "Wife, you're so cold. You didn't even say hello to me." Ryan put his hands on his hips, feeling a little sad. Evelyn glanced at him again, then said to Mira, "Come back. Your hair isn't tied up yet. It's getting colder. Don't wash your hair every day." "Wait a minute. I haven't hugged Ryan today. When I grow up, I'm going to find a man who looks exactly like Ryan." Mira closed her eyes and gently rubbed her cheek against Ryan's abs. Evelyn remained silent and did not say anything more. Seeing that Ryan hadn't left, she couldn't help but ask, "So what are you doing in my room? Is there something you need? Can I come and chat with you if I have nothing to do?" Ryan sat down next to Evelyn with Mira in his arms, then deliberately nudged her with his bottom. "How's today? Are you settling in well on the island?" Evelyn's cheeks flushed slightly. She did not resist the physical contact. These past 2 days, Ryan has been teasing her whenever he has free time, touching her ears, touching her tail, and finally kissing her on the lips. At first she was a bit arrogant, but now she seems to have completely adapted. Even if someone takes advantage of her, they will only get a few scoldings. I guess it won't be long before she gets her share. It's all right, but life on the island is too leisurely. Having nothing to do makes me bored. Evelyn shook her head, then gently tugged at Myra's cheek and continued. "It would be nice to have books to read." Ryan caught the key words and decisively said, "Next time we go off the island, I'll buy you more books to help you relax." Evelyn was taken aback at first, then said, "Okay, tell me how much it costs after you buy it, and I'll pay you." "What are you saying? You're my wife now. Why are you talking about giving me money?" Evelyn's cheeks flushed even more. She punched Ryan, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter in front of Mira. "That being said, I don't like taking advantage of others. It's all right. You can repay me with something else. Ryan's gaze shifted slightly downwards. Evelyn stiffened, seemingly a little angry. I think you're just asking for a beating. I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're referring to, Ryan said meaningfully. Yeah, you know exactly what you mean. Evelyn crossed her arms and lightly stepped on Ryan's foot. Mira secretly observed the two of them, then struggled to get out of Ryan's arms. Mom, I'm going to take a shower. I'll go straight to sleep after my shower. Good night. Evelyn blinked, startled at first, then reacted after a few seconds. Go ahead, but be careful not to catch a cold. Let Ellie help you draw water. Okay. Mira quietly closed the door. She was deliberately giving Ryan and Evelyn some alone time. What a sensible child. Seeing this, Ryan quickly coughed twice and changed the subject. By the way, beautiful and kind Ms. Evelyn, I sincerely invite you to become the children's magic enlightenment teacher. What do you mean? Evelyn raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled. Ryan reiterated his thoughts to her from beginning to end. You've received systematic training, and your basic knowledge of magic is solid and comprehensive. You're a good candidate. What do you think of this idea? Evelyn listened attentively, and after some thought, slowly spoke. In the North, generally only nobles and soldiers are qualified to learn magic. Your idea seems like a bold attempt to me, although it may be fraught with difficulties in execution, but it certainly sounds very tempting. After a moment, she slowly said, I think I can give it a try. If I succeed, it might change the situation of this island. Actually, I've been observing these children for the past few days. They're orphans with no one to rely on. Learning magic might help them become useful. Then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll select a few children and let you try teaching them to see how it goes. Okay, I promise you. Evelyn nodded. As the matter was settled, the room fell silent. Evelyn straightened her clothes, feigning nonchalance. Is there anything else? Yes. I want to go on a date with you. Evelyn punched him. What nonsense are you talking about? She clutched her chest tightly, her snow-white skin gradually turning a wine red, looking exceptionally alluring in the candlelight. Ryan swallowed hard, his mouth watering, and cocked his spear. This corset dress suits you so well. It's beautiful. Do you want my praise? I'm going to rest now, so you should leave too. Evelyn turned and walked to the bed, then lay down facing the wall with her back to Ryan. Make sure you close the door when you leave. The curves of her body are absolutely breathtaking. Unlike Ellie and Lilith, who are slender yet have abundant offspring, Evelyn is slim when dressed, but muscular when undressed, with plump thighs. She's the kind of slightly chubby beauty whose fat is all in the right places. Ryan sat carefully on the bed, then lay down behind her. Did you lie down on purpose to seduce me? Who seduced you? Get out of here. Evelyn's voice trembled as she cursed. Her skin was frighteningly hot. Let's rest together. I'll give you a good shoulder massage tonight to relieve your fatigue. Evelyn swallowed hard and didn't say anything more. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Evelyn clutched her chest, turned around, and glared at Ryan, her expression suggesting nervousness. Just once. What do you mean just once? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm only talking to you this once. You're always bothering me. It's driving me crazy. Just seeing you gives me a headache. Ryan's lips curled into a wild smile. He had already seen through this shy little fox. This was just an excuse she used to convince herself. Once? This is just the beginning. No way. You're my wife. I'm going to pester you every day and make you give me a few little foxes. Evelyn, clutching the bedsheet, scolded Ryan coquettishly. You shameless scoundrel. Who would want to have a little fox with you? Don't talk nonsense. Ryan pulled her delicate body into his arms and began to savor it. She had just finished showering. Her mature body was soft and delicious. Wait, go out first and come back after Mira falls asleep. No need. This room is very soundproof, and I can't wait any longer. Ryan clenched his fist tightly. Evelyn kept her eyes tightly shut and said haltingly, You're not allowed to tell Mira about us, or else I'll sobs. How about you with the pajamas I gave you? Ryan suggested shamelessly. Don't push your luck, and don't use so much force. Before Evelyn could finish speaking, the candle was extinguished. In the darkness, two figures were intertwined, their heavy breathing echoing in the room. Chapter 157, The Shy Fox. The next morning, Ryan was awakened by a faint sound. He lay on a messy bed, clutching a pillow in his arms. He tossed and turned several times before slowly opening his slightly sore eyelids. Evelyn sat on the edge of the bed, combing her long red hair. Their eyes met for less than half a second before Evelyn shyly looked away, saying, "You're awake." Seeing her conflicted expression, Ryan's smile grew even more wicked. "Come here. Let me hug you." Evelyn closed her eyes and pretended to be impatient. "Hold my head. If you're awake, hurry up and go downstairs to eat something." Ryan shook his head. "It would be a shame not to get some serious morning exercise this early in the morning. Just give me a hug. I'll be right back. Hurry up," Ryan urged in a low voice. Evelyn couldn't resist Ryan's persistent pleading. She intended to give him a quick hug and then let go, but he clearly wasn't going to let go of this golden opportunity. "Give me another kiss." Ryan pressed his advantage. Evelyn narrowed her eyes, and without thinking, she threw a punch. "Get lost. Let go of me, or I won't be polite." Ryan ignored Evelyn's words completely, letting them go in one ear and out the other, while his little hands continued to roam over her body. At first, Evelyn offered only token resistance, but she soon gave in half-heartedly, her body language betraying her even though her face showed a refusal to comply. Ryan suggested, "We can have breakfast later. Let's play for a while first." "Don't even think about it. We agreed yesterday, just once. Don't push your luck." Evelyn gripped the sheet with one hand and used the other to shield Ryan's body, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. "Just one more time, please." Evelyn was at her wit's end. She covered her face in shame, her voice barely audible. "You filthy bastard. Hurry up. Myra's about to wake up." A moment later, Evelyn sat on the edge of the bed, tidying her clothes, while Ryan lay sprawled on the bed, grinning from ear to ear. Evelyn tried to regulate her breathing, but her body was trembling uncontrollably. She grew angrier the more she thought about it, and finally punched Ryan twice hard. "Disgusting. What's wrong with being lewd to your wife?" "Right, honey." Ryan grabbed her slender wrist and pulled her into his arms. Evelyn nestled in Ryan's arms like a spoiled little animal. "You bastard, I don't want a baby yet." "You can't be that lucky. What are you thinking? What if?" Evelyn suddenly bit Ryan, her behavior at that moment like that of a little woman. "Then let's have them." Ryan was already imagining having a bunch of little animals at home. "I already told you I don't want children," Evelyn said coquettishly. "Why? Are you afraid I'll abandon you later?" Evelyn pursed her lips. Although she didn't admit it directly, that was clearly what she meant. Her sister's story had a profound impact on her, to the point that she was always wary of men and suffered from a severe lack of security. "Although I am indeed a bit of a womanizer, I swear I will not abandon you." Ryan carelessly pinched Evelyn's fox ears, then kissed her. After they separated, Evelyn bit her lower lip and muttered with some resentment. "Who taught you to rub my ears all the time and then try to coax me into a kiss? That trick doesn't work on me. Who lied to you?" "This is the truth." Ryan rubbed her body again. Just as he was having a great time, there was a knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Evelyn stiffened, abruptly broke free from Ryan's embrace, and then obediently sat up. Ryan put on his clothes and pants in a second, looking no different from usual. "Mom, are you still asleep? Let's go downstairs for breakfast together." Evelyn swallowed hard, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "I'm not hungry yet. You can go down first." Mira was gently pushing the door open, but Ryan had locked it the night before. "Mommy, open the door quickly," Mila said pitifully from outside the door. Evelyn had no choice but to push Ryan away and spread the blankets on the messy bed, trying to cover up the intensity of last night's battle. After everything was tidied up, she forced a smile and opened the door. Mira glanced at Evelyn standing in the doorway and immediately became suspicious. "Mom, what's wrong? You're sweating profusely, like you've done something wrong." Evelyn was now drenched in sweat. She awkwardly changed the subject. "You go downstairs to eat first. I'll tidy up my clothes and then go down. Then I'll wait for you for a while." Mira turned sideways, ready to run into the room, when she saw Ryan hiding in the corner. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Mira blinked, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Ryan, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to unclog the drains." "What do you mean by unclogging the drain? What are you babbling about, brother?" Mira blinked, clearly not understanding Ryan's native dialect. Evelyn stood behind Mira, Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at Ryan. "Your mother's bed is broken, and I just came to fix it," Ryan explained. Seeing Mira looking around the bed, Evelyn was afraid she would discover something. So she quickly grabbed her hand and led her out of the room. "I'm suddenly a little hungry. Let's go downstairs and get something to eat." "Huh. Okay then. Let's wait for Ryan." "Oh, Mom, why you smell weird? Did you not shower last night?" Seeing the door closed, Ryan began cleaning up the mess with lightning speed. He pulled away the messy sheets and looked them over. Without a doubt, Evelyn has completely transformed into a mature woman. He then hid the sheet in the closet and carefully left the room. As soon as Ryan got downstairs, he saw everyone observing Evelyn. The poor little fox girl, clutching Mira, felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She wished she could disappear into the ground. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Mira swallowed the rye porridge in her mouth and asked in confusion, "Is there something on my face?" After saying that, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. At this moment, even Maeve, who was usually outspoken, suddenly became human. She didn't say much, but just kept grinning mischievously. Meanwhile, the chocolate cake Narima cast an encouraging glance at Evelyn. Only Ellie stared at Ryan, looking somewhat sullen, a faint scent of jealousy emanating from the air. This kitten is truly egalitarian, guarding its food from everyone equally. Evelyn, whose skin was as thin as paper, clearly couldn't stand the stares. Blushing, she put Mira down, then picked up the bowl and fled upstairs. Chapter 158, Having a Daughter at Young Age. "It's all your fault." Evelyn followed behind Ryan like a wronged woman, pinching his bottom hard with her small hands. Now they all know. Ryan was somewhat helpless about this. Ellie, Lilith, and Luna have incredibly sensitive senses. They can hear everything, no matter how well the house is soundproofed. Maeve has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. She can detect any unusual odor on Evelyn very quickly. As for Narima and Salaya, they could probably guess what had happened as soon as they saw Maeve's wicked smile. "It's not really my fault. Their perception is too strong." Ryan glanced back at Evelyn, a smile creeping onto his face. Anyway, as long as Mira doesn't know. Hearing him say that made Evelyn even angrier. She grabbed Ryan and punched him twice. "Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? She's still young, and we can keep it from her now. But what about in a few years?" Ryan nodded. They should understand by now, in a few years. As soon as he said that, Ryan got beaten up. Evelyn, that little fox spirit, treats him like a meatball all day long. An ordinary person would have been beaten to death with that kind of strength, but to him, it's just a shoulder pad. "Anyway, this morning is the last time." Okay, I got it," Ryan replied casually. He said no, but his body betrayed him. Even though it was his first time, he went all night. In short, they're a perfect match. "What are you laughing at? I think you're asking for a beating again." Evelyn bit Ryan's shoulder, tearing through his clothes. The two walked and joked along until they arrived at the place they had agreed upon with Lilith. She had been waiting there early with her 5 children, including Naria's sister, Teresa. The child crossed her arms, looking like a proud little blue-haired loli. Evelyn calmed down a little when she saw the children appear. Ryan pointed at Teresa and asked Lilith, who was standing to the side, "Why is this brat here too?" Teresa stepped forward and punched Ryan twice, muttering angrily, "You're the brat." Lilith glanced at her and slowly said, "Because she has good talent and has undergone mutation, it would be a waste not to bring her here to learn." After being praised, Teresa proudly puffed out her chest. Ryan shrugged. "Then you kids must study hard. Lady Evelyn is a very powerful mage. You will definitely learn a lot from her. I'm going back now." Evelyn quickly grabbed Ryan, seemingly reluctant to let him go. "What are you going back for?" "What? Worried I'll run away." Ryan grinned wickedly. Upon hearing this, Evelyn seemed to have been stepped on the tail, immediately letting go of his hand and then pretending to be indifferent. "I didn't. I'm going home to play with Mila and take her around the island. She's been staying home all day with no one to play with, so she's quite bored." Teresa chimed in. "Bring that red-haired kid over. He can study with us, and I can even be his boss." "What red-haired kid?" "Her name is Mira." Ryan ruffled Teresa's long blue hair, causing her to struggle. "She's already learned what you need to learn now. I'm afraid you'll corrupt her." "No way." Teresa nudged Ryan in the stomach with her head. Evelyn looked at Ryan, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Her tone softened considerably when she mentioned the child. Don't take Mila to dangerous places. Of course, don't you trust me to take care of the kids? And you know what else? Ryan's lips curled into a wide smile. He knew what Evelyn was referring to, so he deliberately acted playful. That depends on my mood. As expected, I was glared at fiercely. Evelyn, that little fox, only has these 2 tricks up her sleeve, and Ryan has almost figured them out. I'll find another opportunity to tease her tonight. Ryan went home feeling very happy. As soon as I entered the camp, I saw Mila sitting on the steps at the entrance, watching the other children play, with a hint of longing in her eyes. What? You don't want to go and make friends with him? Mira glanced at Ryan first, then shook her head vigorously. Forget it. I'm too embarrassed. This child has never been in contact with peers since childhood, so it's normal for curiosity to be accompanied by timidity. When Ryan was Myra's age, he was in 1st grade. On his first day of school, he burst into tears. Everything around him was unfamiliar. New classmates, new teachers, and a new school, which made him very uneasy. But just a few days later, he was having a blast playing with the other kids. Mira has only just arrived on the island. Who knows, she might end up like he was when he was a child. It's okay, just go over and tell them you want to join their game, and you'll gradually become friends. Ryan sat down next to her. Mira picked up a twig and drew circles on the ground. What should I do if they ignore me? Then find someone else. There will always be someone you get along with. Don't worry so much about what others think. Ryan rubbed Myra's fox ears. That sounds reasonable. Mira slowly raised her head, but after a moment's thought, she backed down. Never mind, I'll try it later. It's okay. Taking the first step is indeed difficult, but luckily you still have time. Mila is only 6 years old, so we can take it slow. She will always take the first step someday. Brother Ryan is the best. Mira gently hugged Ryan, then continued to mutter, Brother Ryan and I are the best of friends in the world. This little girl is so soft and cute. Actually, you can call me Dad now. Ah, really? Mira stood up abruptly, seemingly quite excited. Really? Your mother and I have been together for several days now. Ryan nodded. Actually, Evelyn had already agreed to Ryan's request while they were still at the port. However, the little fox girl was rather shy, and the 2 didn't make much progress on the boat. Mira covered her mouth and mumbled, I've always wanted a dad since I was little. I never imagined I'd have a daughter at such a young age. Ryan rubbed Myra's ears again, then gently picked her up. Mira looked at Ryan, then suddenly cleared her throat and tentatively called out, Dad. For some reason, Ryan felt that this sounded strange, but he still responded with a yeah. Mira was overjoyed and hugged Ryan tightly, then kept grinning like an idiot. All right, I'll take you for a walk around the island. You're bored staying at home all day anyway. Ryan pinched her cheek. Just then, 2 heads peeked out from behind the door. Ellie and Nerima both said in unison, We want to go too. Chapter 159, Heading to the North. Before he knew it, Ryan had spent another week on the island. He was holding Ellie and Nerima, sitting near the camp observing Evelyn as she taught magic to the children. He had just purified dozens of tons of fresh water at several water purification plants and was now a little tired, so he was resting. Clearly, while the system was enhancing his physical body, it also increased his mana bar. Ellie can only purify a few tons of seawater before her magic runs out, but Ryan can purify all the water in the island's water purification plant, which is a full 50 or 60 tons of water. Although this amount of water is only enough for the children to drink for about 10 days, they still cannot have free access to water. Once the other beastmen learn the water purification magic, Ryan's burden will be greatly reduced. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Ryan, who was sitting on the ground, shivered. Winter has arrived, and the temperature dropped almost overnight. Resources are scarce on the island, and there isn't enough fabric to keep everyone warm. When the temperature drops, everyone has to huddle in the small houses to keep warm. Nerima turned to look at Lion and whispered, Are you cold? Before Ryan could answer, she prepared to take off her cotton coat and put it on him. Underground, it's usually the female dark elves who drape coats over the male dark elves. No need. I'm just shivering. I won't get sick. Ryan quickly stopped Nerima. Put on quickly. Don't catch a cold. Nerima's nose was red from the cold, so she put her coat back on. Ellie stood behind Ryan and pressed her chest against his head to keep him warm. Even through a piece of clothing, Ryan could feel the kitten's warm body. My wife is so cute. Ryan casually rubbed the top of his head. Narima was taken aback at first, but then she suddenly realized what was going on. She walked directly in front of Ryan and then used the skill face wash. The two attackers' pincer movement was something Ryan thoroughly enjoyed. This is the life he's always dreamed of. Just as Ryan was enjoying himself, a voice came from in front of him. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Ryan moved Narima aside and glanced at Evelyn. The little fox girl stood in front of Ryan with her arms crossed and her face flushed. The children who were just learning magic have already left. Oh, get out of class ended so early today. Ryan raised an eyebrow at Evelyn. The little fox girl's skin is getting smoother and smoother, and she exudes a mature and sexy femininity with every move she makes. Even though a week has passed, she still blushes inexplicably when she sees Ryan. It's getting colder and colder on the island. They were shivering from the cold because they weren't dressed warmly enough, so I sent them back. Evelyn's breath was misty as she spoke. It might snow in a few days. What are you planning to do next? After thinking for a moment, Ryan replied, We'll build a classroom outside the camp for you to use for classes. A fireplace in the classroom is enough to keep the children warm. What about the other children? Evelyn looked around the camp and continued, Winter can be freezing, so you'd better start preparing before it snows. Ryan nodded. I was just about to tell you about this. Quiven's ship has just been repaired and is currently docked in port. I heard that wool is very cheap in the north, so I plan to go there and buy some clothes from the merchants to ship back to the island. Do you have enough money? Evelyn asked doubtfully. You've been buying food and other things. If you don't have enough, I can give you my money. So, generous? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to resist teasing him. At first, she wanted to keep things separate, but now she seems to have completely accepted Ryan as her husband. Evelyn slowly narrowed her eyes and said shyly, Since we... She hesitated, as if there were some things she couldn't say. After a few seconds of hesitation, she looked away and said, Anyway, I will support you. Ryan's lips curled into a wide smile as he beckoned with his finger. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. Kiss you my foot, get lost. This little fox girl remained arrogant in front of others. She only shows her feminine side when she's alone with Ryan. We still have plenty of money, and we don't need your help for the time being. Thank you for your kindness, my wife. I'll let you have a few more little foxes later. The Sylvadan people left behind a lot of gold and jewelry, and as long as they don't squander it, they shouldn't have to worry about money for at least 10 years. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Evelyn's cheeks turned even redder, and she exhaled a large puff of steam. By the way, would you like to come with us tomorrow? You could take the opportunity to visit the north, since that's your hometown. Evelyn was taken aback at first, then slowly lowered her head. Mira is particularly afraid of the cold, and taking me with her might cause a lot of trouble, so let's forget it. I'll stay here and wait for you to come back. For example, Emil might come looking for me, and my father might send me back. Without me, you'll run into far less trouble. Evelyn sighed. Don't you want to go home and see? Ryan got up and touched Evelyn's ear. She looked exceptionally well-behaved and adorable. To be honest, I miss my mother very much, but... Then come with me. The teaching plan will be put on hold for now, and we can continue when we get back. Ryan shrugged and continued. You can continue teaching when you get back. Evelyn sighed, then fell into deep thought. Let me think about it, and I'll give you an answer tonight. It's okay. If you don't want to go back and visit, I won't force you. I was just asking because I was worried you'd be lonely without me. Evelyn pouted, blushing, and said softly, I'm not some little girl. Just do your thing. You don't need to think about me all the time. Before she could finish speaking, a dog appeared beside her. Maeve darted out of the bushes and put her hand on Ryan's shoulder. Master, master, take me with you. Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked Maeve up and down. What are we going to do with you? You're such a good-for-nothing. You can stay on the island. We're not going on a vacation. This guy's physique is getting better and better. Theoretically, eating that much every day should have turned Maeve into a boxy tank. But instead, her fat all went to the right places, making her a whole size bigger. I want to go home and see my mom and sister too. I want to see how they are. Maeve grinned, showing her teeth. Ryan shook his head helplessly. Do you even remember where you live? Of course. Master, what are you saying? I'm not stupid. Maeve nodded vigorously. If I remember correctly, she doesn't seem to know how to read a map. Chapter 160 Jealousy. The following morning, Ryan set sail on Quiven's sailboat. According to the map, the nearest port to White Mist Island in the north is about 1,200 kilometers away. Siwon said that if he is lucky enough, it would take about 7 or 8 days to reach his destination. Evelyn, along with Mira, boarded the ship with Ryan. Ryan didn't bring Luna this time. The Tiger Girl said she wanted to build a house on the island, so she didn't come along. As for Lilith, she continues to handle affairs on the island when Ryan is not around. We're going home. We're going home. Maeve was quite excited. She had been muttering to herself the whole way. Ryan, holding Mira, asked with slight confusion, "Why are you so excited?" "Because I'm going home. I can see my mom and sister. I'm so happy." "Aren't you afraid of getting a beating from your dad?" "I'm still a little scared." Maeve suddenly lowered her head and pouted slightly. "But Master, you'll protect me, right?" "Depends on my mood." Ryan nodded, grinning mischievously. Hearing him say that, Maeve immediately felt reassured and nodded in satisfaction. "Then you will definitely protect me. Master is the best." Evelyn glanced at Maeve and couldn't help but ask Ryan, "I'm getting more and more curious. What did you see in her in the first place? What's the point of buying her?" Maeve, hands on her hips, angrily shouted at Evelyn, "What are you saying? My master must have been attracted to my kind heart, and that's why he bought me without a second thought." After she finished speaking, she looked at Mira in Ryan's arms, wanting the child's approval. "Right? I was right, wasn't I?" Mira guiltily looked away and muttered softly, "I shouldn't say anything more." Maeve was struck dumb. She collapsed to the ground, sighing, "It's not that my master will always see my worth." Ryan scratched his ear and replied without thinking, "Well, because she was cheap, the slave traders sold her to me for 20 silver coins. If I had known beforehand that she was such a good-for-nothing, I wouldn't have bought her." Maeve quickly covered Ryan's mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, looking exceptionally pitiful. "You're not allowed to continue." Ryan grabbed her hand and began to speak earnestly. "Actually, the price was only one aspect. Another reason was that she was beautiful. Although she looked a bit silly, she was the prettiest one in the cage, and I took a liking to her at first sight." Evelyn suddenly realized, her tone tinged with disdain. "So that's how it is. That certainly fits your style." Ryan continued, "Secondly, the location of your mission was too vague, and searching for it was a waste of time, so you bought it from that dog with the keen nose." Maeve loudly corrected, "I am a wolf. Whether it's a wolf or a dog, I will decide for myself." Evelyn shrugged innocently, but then she quickly remembered something and thanked Ryan gratefully, saying, "Thank you." "Want to thank me? Then can you give me a kiss?" Ryan pointed to his lips. Perhaps because Mira was there, Evelyn pretended to be offended and playfully hit Ryan twice. Looking at Evelyn, Ryan also remembered something. "But speaking of which, why did you help me in the first place?" When he transmigrated to this world, he was wearing a t-shirt and shorts, slippers, and carrying a 9.9 yuan meal. "I just went downstairs to pick up takeout, but somehow I ended up traveling to Kaeldorn." The common people on the street passed by him, looking at him with strange eyes. But he couldn't understand the language of the people here, and Ryan had no idea what they were talking about. His first thought was that he might have accidentally wandered into a film crew. After searching around and not finding a camera, Ryan began to realize that it might not be acting. The system then appeared, but it disappeared after granting translation permissions. Without any beginner's guide, Ryan wandered around Caledorn looking for help. He dared not venture into alleys, only daring to walk in crowded areas, and eventually found himself in the Red Fox Tavern in the square. Evelyn was lost in her memories, and after a few seconds, she finally spoke. "Because you looked like an idiot back then, and you pointed at my ear and asked me if it was an ornament." "Seriously," Ryan said, grabbing Evelyn's thigh. Evelyn shook her head. "I don't know why either, because you look so disheveled. You said you came from a faraway place. I was like that when I first arrived in Caledorn, almost penniless, and Mira wasn't even a year old then." Ryan began to imagine Evelyn carrying a child, working odd jobs to make a living. "In short, I was an unlucky person. I ran into obstacles everywhere back then. When I was a mercenary, I was even scammed and almost lost my life. The house I initially rented to you was the one in the slums, Mila and I lived there for a year. Perhaps I didn't want you to end up like me, so I helped you out." As she spoke, Evelyn suddenly shrugged. "To be honest, the help I gave you wasn't much. Just a place to stay and some food." Ryan added, "There's another job." Evelyn sat down next to Ryan, her bottom pressed tightly against hers. Kalia hugged her knees and nodded. "This sounds like an adventure. It sounds really interesting." Ryan didn't notice that Ellie had slightly puffed out her cheeks while the two were talking. It wasn't until he smelled vinegar that Ryan made eye contact with the elderly man. At night, the sailboat rocked incessantly on the sea. Ryan was used to it and could sleep soundly even on the ship. Just as he closed his eyes to rest, Ellie, who was curled up in his arms, suddenly stirred. Even though the cabin was pitch black, Ryan could still see her blue eyes. Ryan never quite understood how Ellie managed to make her eyes light up in the dark. Just as he was thinking, Ellie suddenly kissed him. Everyone seemed to be asleep. The only sounds in the spacious cabin were the waves crashing against the hull and the creaking of the wooden planks. Ryan lowered his voice and said, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Ellie's blue eyes darted from side to side in the darkness. "Master, you have too many women. Isn't that annoying?" As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Ryan's hand and kept stuffing it into her clothes. "I must say it's really warm and soft." At first, Ryan didn't understand what this meant, until Ellie unbuckled his belt. "I'm going to punish you." Ellie pressed her body against Ryan. It seems the gentle Catgirl will have to activate herself. Chapter 161, Arrival in the North. The group drifted at sea for 7 days and nights. At dawn, Cohen directed the sailors to moor the ship at the Cape of Lookout Port in the southern part of the kingdom of Sylvaden. As soon as he left the cabin, a biting wind howled, and his face stung from the wind. Snowflakes drifted down onto Ryan's shoulders, and the rolling mountains loomed in and out of view behind the mist. Sewin and several sailors were shivering from the cold. Even those who liked to go shirtless were now wearing thick wool sweaters and wrapped themselves up tightly. When you get to the boss, there are very few ships coming and going at this dock this season. The surrounding area is mostly small villages and towns. If you go north for another 600 kilometers, there's a larger city there. You might be able to find a wealthy merchant there. Ryan led several horses out of the cabin. Some of them were reluctant to leave the warm cabin. Seeing that Quiven was carrying a cloth bag on his shoulder, looking like he was about to run away, Ryan casually asked, "Where are you going?" "My mother lives in a village outside the harbor. She's been at sea for years. It's time to go back and see her." Several sailors followed him off the ship, while the rest of the sailors seemed to have no intention of leaving. "I'll contact you when I'm heading back." Quiven shrugged, said goodbye to Ryan, and left the dock. Evelyn looked up at the distant mountains, seemingly with a touch of melancholy. "I never thought I'd actually come back." Mila was fully bundled up, wearing layer upon layer of clothes and several hats, looking like a dumpling. She walked unsteadily, saying, "Mommy, it's so cold here." Evelyn looked down at her, then knelt down to help her tuck her clothes in tightly. "Are you still cold? You're dressed like this. Your face is so cold." After saying that, the child licked his lips. "Don't lick it, it'll crack." Evelyn quickly stopped her and, after a slight pause, continued, "Use Fireball to warm yourself. Just be careful to keep it away from your face so you don't burn yourself." Mira nodded cutely, then began chanting a spell. Maeve skipped and hopped over to Ryan, her excitement running the whole way. "This is it. This is it. The smell of home is so sweet. Your hometown is quite far from here." Ryan shook his head. The Beastmen mostly live in the coldest and most desolate parts of the northern border, and their kingdom is 800 kilometers further north. "I don't care, it just smells good." Maeve put her hands on her hips and nodded happily. Achoo! The little elf, Helaya, sneezed, her runny nose practically dripping from the cold. "Why is it so cold here? It's even started snowing." Evelyn patted her shoulder and said softly, "This isn't the coldest time yet. The snow is still light." "It's so cold. It's much warmer in the forest than here," Helaya said, shivering. "Go and warm yourself by the fire with Mira." Helaya cautiously approached Mira and extended her small, red, frozen hands. Ellie didn't seem to care. She crossed her arms and looked expressionless, wearing only 2 sweaters. Ryan wanted her to wear more clothes, but she refused outright. "Where are we going next?" Evelyn asked Ryan. Maeve rubbed her stomach twice. We should go to the pub for something to eat. The bread is frozen solid, and we haven't had anything hot in ages. Ryan nodded in agreement. After drifting at sea for so long, it would be a shame not to treat yourself to something hot. It's a good opportunity to sample the cuisine of the Selvaden people. The port was small. After walking a short distance, we left the dock. There was a dilapidated tavern and a few scattered wooden cabins beside the snow-covered path. Wooden fences replaced the city walls, enclosing the entire port. This place is really desolate. I heard Cohen brag before that many ships would dock here, so I thought it was a very prosperous port. But after walking for a while, I haven't seen a single person. Evelyn explained from the side. Selvaden is sparsely populated. Young people either rob ships at sea or capture slaves in the north. Only the old and children stay here. In your kingdom? Evelyn shook her head. There are people everywhere. It's completely different from here. Back in Kaeldorn, Ryan had heard from other mercenaries that the Northern Territory was teeming with beastmen. These guys spend their whole lives having kids without ever thinking about whether they can even support them. Would any beastmen come here? Of course there are, but most of them will be captured and sold as slaves. Evelyn's answer was casual, as if it were a very common occurrence. At this point, Evelyn raised an eyebrow at Maeve. Many people are just as smart as her, which is one of the reasons. Maeve chuckled sheepishly and scratched her head. Stop praising me. I'm not actually that smart. She didn't seem to realize that Evelyn was using her as a negative example. Mira nudged Maeve lightly and muttered, Sister Maeve is a big idiot. Nonsense. Your mother just praised me, Maeve said haughtily. Evelyn shook her head helplessly at the sight. Ryan led the group into the tavern, where a strong smell of sweat mixed with alcohol hit them. The tavern owner, with a long beard, sat behind the counter, breadcrumbs still clinging to his red beard, and a black bear skin draped over his back. Seeing the tavern patrons arrive, he casually asked, his round beer belly protruding, What would you like to eat? At the same time, a woman with a long, brownish-red braid poked her head out from the kitchen. What do you have? Ryan found a table that looked a little cleaner and sat down. Fish, pickled herring cod, salmon, pork, a stew, and some ale. Where's the bread? Of course. Ryan glanced at Maeve, gesturing for her to order. This bastard has an extremely high shrewd business sense. Letting her handle things is never a bad idea. But the tavern owner frowned as soon as he saw Maeve approaching. Tisk, keep an eye on your slave. Don't let her run around. Honestly, I haven't seen any slaves in ages. It's all those guys' fault. Otherwise business wouldn't be so bad. What's wrong? Ryan asked, then got up and went to Maeve's side to accompany her shopping. The tavern owner slammed his fist on the table and sighed. Haven't you heard? Everyone on that island was wiped out overnight for some reason. Now no ships are willing to come ashore. They've all gone elsewhere to make a living. Ryan shrugged. I don't know. I just got here, and this is already happening? Is nobody willing to avenge them? Who would dare? A sailor told me there's a devil on the island who takes pleasure in killing. She likes to kill whenever she has free time. Chapter 162, The Result of Love. It must be said that the food in the north did not suit Ryan's taste. The fish was all overly salty, and even the meat was shockingly salty. The sticky stew looked like swill and had no flavor at all. Moreover, although the black bread here is large and filling, the taste is really not good. Ryan even ate sand and bran that he couldn't chew. Mira stuck out her little tongue and said with a frown, It tastes awful. Ryan shared the same sentiment. He shook his head helplessly and said, Let's buy the ingredients on the way and cook ourselves. Let Maeve take charge of the cooking. Maeve kept stuffing bread into her mouth, then mumbled, I think it's pretty good. Masters, you're all so picky eaters. What do you think of the food? Ryan nudged Evelyn beside him. It's not tasty, but it's enough to fill your stomach. Evelyn shook her head as well. If my tavern had been this good back then, it probably would have closed down long ago. Ryan smiled. The difference in taste between the two is indeed quite significant. Did you personally cook all those dishes back then, pouring your love into them? Evelyn shook her head. No, it was my two maids who did it. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ryan led everyone away from the tavern. He stood by the roadside, gazing at the falling snowflakes, lost in thought. Maeve burped, then looked at Ryan with a puzzled expression and said, What are you standing here for? It's so cold. This is the first time I've ever seen snow, Ryan replied casually. Evelyn crossed her arms and asked Ryan, "Never seen snow before? Are you from the South?" "Yes, but the South I'm talking about is not the same place as the South you're talking about." Ryan nodded. "So where's your hometown? You always give vague answers when I ask you." Evelyn asked softly. "That place is very far away. I'll tell you about it when I have the chance." Ryan patted Evelyn's head. She was wearing a knitted wool hat that completely covered her ears. Maeve didn't care at all. She stroked her belly and asked in confusion, "Master, what should we do next? Why don't we find a place to sleep? Sleeping right after a full stomach is the most comfortable thing to do." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? You want to sleep with me?" "No, I didn't." Maeve was startled and took 2 steps to the side. The relationship between the two has not made any significant progress so far. The bastard Maeve won't let them make a single move. Ryan sighed helplessly and then walked towards the grove of trees in the distance. After finding an open space, Ryan used earth magic to build a small, box-shaped hut that could shelter him from the wind and snow. Evelyn looked around, then exclaimed, "So skilled." Ryan took a mat out of his luggage and laid it on the ground. "Yeah, I learned it from Luna. She likes to build these square, little houses. We'll rest here for the night. You're all probably tired from sailing at sea. We'll set off again tomorrow." "Yay." Maeve jumped up and down happily, then huddled in a corner and went to sleep. Mira sat down comfortably on the cloth and let out a long sigh. "These clothes are so heavy, it's not convenient to walk in them." "Mom, I'm a little hot. Can I take off some clothes?" Evelyn shook her head. "Keep wearing it. It'll be a problem if you catch a cold." Ryan reached his cold little hand into Myra's back and touched her, which made her squirm. She started sweating. "Take off a couple of layers. If you get sweaty, you'll catch a cold more easily." Ryan helped Mira take off 2 of her outermost sweaters. Evelyn watched without saying anything. "All right, cover yourself up and get some sleep. Don't catch a cold." "Uh-huh." Seeing Mira curled up next to Maeve, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. He walked out of the matchbox hut, wandered aimlessly on the snow, then found a spot where the snow was deep enough, and scooped up half a large snowball with his hands. Ryan wants to build a snowman to play with. The snow is fluffy, light, and soft. It stings your hands when you first touch it, but your hands will become numb after a while. Just as Ryan was having a great time, a snowball hit him squarely on the back of the head. Looking back, I saw it was Evelyn, that little vixen. What? Still a child at heart? Playing the snowball game like a kid. A slight smile played on her lips. "I've never seen snow before, and I want to build a snowman to play with. Come help me," Ryan said seriously. Then, with a flourish of his hand, he drew an extremely realistic Dior on the snow. Evelyn chuckled, then squatted down next to Ryan. "Childish, vulgar, what's so fun about snow? I won't help you. You can build it yourself. I'll just watch from the side." "Hey," little Evelyn's acting all grown up. Ryan punched her in the chest with a snowball. Narima emerged from her matchbox-like hut, knelt on the snow, and whispered, "I'll help you. Stand up a bit. Don't get your knees wet. They'll hurt when you get old." Ryan grabbed her arm and pulled her up. Seeing how lively it was outside, Ellie slowly strolled over. The kitten didn't say a word, but spun around Ryan a few times like a top, and then quietly helped Ryan build a snowman. For some reason, Ryan always felt that she seemed preoccupied and absent-minded. "What's wrong? You look so frowning. Did you not eat enough? Maeve just bought some bacon jerky. Have some if you're hungry." Ryan patted her head. Ellie shook her head and didn't say anything more. Her expression was as if she was trying to whet people's appetites. Ryan looked Ellie up and down, but didn't find anything unusual. "It's all so inexplicable. I have no idea what they're up to." After a moment, she finally spoke, "Master." Her expression remained unchanged, but her voice was trembling with sobs. Ryan was immediately intimidated. Evelyn and Narima looked at each other, neither of them knowing what had happened. What exactly happened? Ryan stopped what he was doing and became serious. Ellie lowered her head and hugged Ryan tightly. After a few seconds, she finally spoke hesitantly. "Master, what should I do if there's a wriggling mass of flesh inside my stomach? Could it be that she is sick?" Ryan was taken aback at first, then used his appraisal on her. "Name, Ellie. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, beast-like cat race. Current status, healthy, pregnant, less than 1 week." Finally, she let out a long sigh of relief. Pregnancy is pregnancy. What do you mean by there's a wriggling lump of flesh inside my belly? That's nonsense. It scared me half to death. Suddenly, Ryan seemed to realize something. He jumped to his feet. Wait, you mean you're pregnant? Chapter 163 didn't do anything bad behind Myra's back. Ryan was greatly shocked. I never expected the baby to be born so beautiful and lovely. While shocked, Ryan was also impressed by Ellie's ability to sense her body. She was less than a week pregnant, meaning she was currently just an egg, yet she was able to keenly perceive the changes in her body, which was truly remarkable. Is there anything wrong with you? Ryan asked Ellie, who was nestled beside him. The kitten shook her head, seemingly quite comfortable, and made a soft purring sound. Narima watched the two of them from the side, then gently nudged Ryan's thigh. Master, I want a child too. Ryan decisively used his appraisal on her. He didn't see those two words in the status bar of the chocolate cake. It may take some more hard work to get things going. Understood. Let's get to work right away today. Narima turned and walked to the small box in the corner, from which she pulled out the black spider silk pajamas. I just happened to bring the clothes with me. I'll wear them tonight. Evelyn blushed just listening to this, and she lowered her voice and said, Keep your voices down. Don't talk about this kind of thing. After saying that, she pointed to the sleeping Mira, afraid that the child would discover their little secret. Mila is still young. Once she grows up, the secret will definitely be out of reach. Come out for a moment. Evelyn beckoned to Ryan with her finger. After settling Ellie in, Ryan followed her out of the Matchbox house. The snowman that wasn't finished building is right next to me. What's wrong? Is there something we can't talk about inside? Ryan put his hands on his hips and stared at Evelyn's round buttocks with a puzzled look. Do you want to come over tonight too? I brought 2 spider silk pajamas for you to change into. Evelyn's face immediately turned red. She turned and punched Ryan, saying coquettishly, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll stuff my clothes into your mouth. Although the little fox girl said that, she would secretly change into a spider silk nightgown every night and wait for Ryan to come and knock on the door. Then, feigning impatience, he half-heartedly fulfilled Ryan's various requests. It was purely because he was too shy to speak up first, so he could only use this method to entice Ryan to take the initiative. She actually has a pretty strong sex drive, almost as strong as Nerima's. What? Don't you want to have 2 little foxes? Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly, looking puzzled. Upon hearing this, Evelyn hit even harder. She quickly retorted, Give birth to you my foot. Don't talk nonsense. Ryan looked at her and smiled without saying a word. She'll definitely get pregnant sooner or later. Evelyn tried to calm herself down. Ryan's casual remark could cause her heart to churn. Whenever she taught the children about magic, Ryan's voice would inexplicably pop in her head, as if she were ill. After a moment, she finally spoke. So what are you planning to do next? Once we get back, let Ellie rest and recover during her pregnancy. When she's close to giving birth, we'll bring in the best midwife from outside the island to help her deliver the baby, Ryan nodded. He wondered if their child would also have cat ears. Women are very vulnerable at times like this, and especially need companionship. So spend more time with her during this period and don't worry about my feelings. Really? You won't be sad? What's there to be sad about? If I were pregnant, I would definitely want you to be by my side too. Evelyn suddenly realized something, coughed twice, and added, Of course, I don't mean I want a child. Don't misunderstand. Look me in the eyes and say again. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, carefully observing Evelyn's expression. Sure enough, this time she guiltily looked away. You talk too much, go back now. Evelyn refused to answer the question directly, and pushed Ryan forcefully towards the house. In the evening, Mira and Maeve woke up one after the other. They were both very happy to learn that Ellie was pregnant. Maeve, in particular, was overjoyed. Thank goodness. I thought you were infertile, Master. You've been trying for so long without having a child. I'm so happy to see you're a healthy man. Ryan said helplessly, You're secretly cursing me again. I really need to control you more. Narima looked on with envy, muttering softly, I wish I could have a child with my master too. Mira hugged her knees and muttered, So, that means there will be a little sister or brother in the family in the future, right? That's wonderful. Ellie's lips curled up slightly. Mira, will you be a good older sister? Ryan gently patted Myra's head and asked softly, I don't know, but I'll do my best. Mira nodded. After a few seconds, the child suddenly turned his gaze to Evelyn, then coughed twice and asked, "By the way, how are things going between Mom and Dad?" "What happened?" Evelyn picked at the mat on the floor, seemingly a little embarrassed. With her hands on her hips, she took advantage of her young age and continued. "The book says that lovers kiss and sleep together so they can have a baby. Mom, how are you doing? Have you been kissing and sleeping together?" Upon hearing this, the air inside the matchbox-shaped house seemed to freeze. The crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. This little girl is quite clever. Even though Ryan told her that the two of them had already kissed, she still deliberately kept asking. Evelyn glanced at Ryan and answered hesitantly. "We've already kissed and been in love. That's between him and me. Don't ask such things. It's very impolite." She felt extremely uncomfortable and tried to quickly change the subject. "By the way, how's your magic training going lately?" Mira wore a victorious smile, but she wasn't buying it and continued to press. "What about other things? Did you secretly sleep behind Myra's back?" Evelyn denied it decisively, her face turning both dark and red. "No. Ask again and I'll beat you up." Her face was completely red. Ryan silently admitted to himself that during that week on the island, he had played games with Evelyn every day and often stayed overnight in her room. When Maeve heard Evelyn lie, she started laughing, which made Mira suspicious. "What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Sister Maeve, do you know something?" Evelyn quickly covered Maeve's mouth and then threatened her with a fierce look. I'm a little hungry. I need to eat something to fill my stomach." Maeve pulled away from Evelyn's grasp, carefully walked to the corner, picked up a piece of black bread from the basket, and began to nibble on it. Chapter 164. Choose as you like. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Ryan led everyone to a city called Catgirl in the north of the kingdom of Sylvaden. This snow-covered city, though only slightly larger than Calydorn, is one of the most prosperous cities in the kingdom of Sylvaden. Ryan has already negotiated a price with the local Chamber of Commerce. Within a month, they will ship 6,000 sweaters to White Mist Island for 4,000 Silverding Gold Wolf coins. Because of the huge quantity he purchased, the clothing merchants gave him a 20% discount, which Ryan was very satisfied with. He turned to the merchant sitting opposite him and asked, "Do you sell any magic books here?" Evelyn is currently resting at the hotel with Mira. Ryan planned to buy the little fox girl a few magic books as a gift. She seemed quite bored along the way, spending her days either taking care of Mira or staring blankly at the scenery. It would be best to have a few magic books to relieve boredom. The merchant with a long red beard didn't dare to neglect Ryan, his important customer. He nodded and said, "Spell books? Of course. How many do you need?" "A dozen or so books will do. I don't need too many. I only want the good ones. Don't give me the junk." These words seemed to disappoint him somewhat. "I see." He waved his hand, whispered a few words to the beast-like slave Maeve beside him, and then moved over a pile of colorful magic books. Ryan tossed a money bag onto the table, then tied the book with a rope, picked it up, and left. Ellie, who was standing next to him, gave Ryan a sour nudge with her elbow, and then skillfully mounted her horse. The two walked one after the other toward the hotel in the square. He planned to get a good night's rest and set off again the next day to continue north to visit Maeve in Evelyn's hometown. As soon as Ryan arrived at the hotel entrance, he saw a familiar figure. Nerima stood at the doorway amidst the falling snow, with the flirtatious Velastra beside her, who wore a form-fitting dress that revealed her cleavage. This guy hadn't shown up for half a month, and when he did, he was dressed in strange clothes. Seeing Ryan return, Nerima felt as if she had seen a savior. She rushed to Ryan's side and said, Master, my mother has come again." "That old bastard is like a persistent ghost. He comes to harass us whenever he has the chance. Is the Dark Elf's matriarch really that free? Hold this for me. I'll go upstairs and take a look." Ryan jumped off his horse and handed a heavy stack of spell books to Nerima, nearly dropping the chocolate cake in the process. He strode into the hotel and went straight to his room upstairs. Velas followed closely behind, pestering Ryan and yelling, "Why aren't you paying attention to me?" "I'm busy. Why don't you go play in Arima?" Ryan waved his hand. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Evelyn standing at the top of the stairs, holding Myra's hand in one hand and Celia's hand in the other, but Maeve was nowhere to be seen. "Where is that bastard, Maeve?" Evelyn shrugged helplessly. "He's sleeping in his room. I tried my best, but I couldn't wake him up." Ryan turned sideways and glanced into the room. That bastard Maeve didn't even cover herself with a blanket. She just lay sprawled on the bed, motionless like she was dead. He didn't see Arachne anywhere. Where are they? Evelyn pointed to the room next door. Ryan knocked on the door, and when there was no response, he simply pushed it open. The room was extremely dark, with the curtains drawn tightly, preventing any light from getting in. Arachne's red eyes glowed eerily in the darkness. Two other dark elves sat on the bed, also carefully examining Ryan. Ryan used the fireball to illuminate their faces and made them clear. Arachne, Vishan, and an unfamiliar dark elf. I don't know what the three of them are up to. Can you please stop bothering me? Don't you have anything else to do? Arachne slowly closed her eyes, her silvery white eyelashes trembling gently. We were just passing through. Ryan was speechless for a moment. This guy is obviously not bragging. There's no such thing as two people going to the same place at the same time and staying at the same hotel. I don't think dark elves would stay in human inns if they came to the surface. Arachne shrugged. Why not? I'm very good at disguising myself. I taught them the disguise magic of Narima. She opened one eye, looked Ryan up and down, and then began to turn the tables. So what's wrong with you? I was just taking a short rest here, seeking a moment of peace. Why did you barge in? Ryan was speechless. He took a few steps back to close the door. The next second, Arachne blocked the wooden door with her hand. Since you're already here, let's talk. What do we have to talk about? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, then glanced back at Evelyn standing at the top of the stairs. Ellie and Nerima also went upstairs. Arachne said softly, I'm begging you, just for a little while, at least listen to my suggestion. Ryan narrowed his eyes and stated his terms. If you can promise not to bother us in the future, I'll agree to listen to your nonsense for a short while. I can only promise not to harass you for a year. 1 year is deal. Ryan shrugged. Arachne pulled Lane into the room and then left the door slightly ajar. So what's going on? Tell me quickly, or my wife will misunderstand. Ryan pulled his hand away. Arachne sat on the edge of the bed and pointed to Visan, who was wearing light makeup. She said you like her very much, so I brought her here. You can take her away any time you want. Ryan paused for a moment, then quickly waved his hand to distance himself from the situation. When they parted last time, he made it very clear that he didn't like Vivian and had no feelings for her. And is this guy deaf? He's still spouting nonsense. Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm so annoyed by her. Ryan turned to leave, but Arachne stopped him again. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. She rushed over to another dark elf, then pinched her cheek and swayed it from side to side. This is Lana, one of my daughters. She is gentle, exceptionally talented, and an outstanding warrior. Most importantly, she is still a virgin. Are you tempted? You can take her with you, but you'll have to give your offspring to me to raise. What do you think of this proposal? Can you accept it? Ryan glanced at the female dark elf, named Lana with his appraisal skill. They're only teenagers, not even adults yet. I don't know what's wrong with you. Why do you insist on sending your daughter to me? Arachne calmly replied, Your bloodline possesses boundless power, and you are the perfect partner I've been searching for thousands of years. If you wish, you can choose either my daughter or even myself. Ryan held up one finger and shook it. I choose Nerima. I don't really like any of the others. Chapter 165, Evelyn's Education. The next morning, Ryan took Ellie and the others and left the city early, continuing their journey north. He looked at the map carefully. Caseville was only about 100 kilometers from the border, and if he traveled quickly, he could arrive in 2 days. Ellie nestled next to Ryan and yawned listlessly. She looked rather tired. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Ryan asked softly. Yeah, it was a bit noisy at night. I couldn't sleep. Ellie nodded and slowly closed her eyes. To entice Lion, Arachne kept barking and screaming by the well next door last night, and those 3 dark elves acted like lunatics. Ryan couldn't hear it unless he listened very carefully, while Ellie, who had super hearing, listened to it all night in agony. Then you should take a nap now. Ellie carefully sat on Ryan's lap, then wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled into his embrace. Evelyn watched from the side, raising an eyebrow, her thoughts unreadable. Ryan asked cheekily, What's wrong, honey? Are you jealous? Upon hearing this, Evelyn's face immediately turned red. She first stepped on Ryan's foot, then turned her head to look elsewhere. Don't be angry. These books are for you. Ryan picked up a stack of books and handed them to Evelyn, continuing, I told that merchant I only wanted high-quality magic books, but I don't know if I got ripped off. Can you take a look for me? Evelyn glanced at the books, then took them and placed them beside her. She deftly untied the rope and laid it flat next to her buttocks. She randomly picked up one of the books and flipped through a few pages. This is the real thing, but I've already read this one and learned all the magic in it. Evelyn handed the book in her hand to Mira, who was leaning against Maeve, and then flipped through the other books. I've read this one, and this one. Of the dozen or so magic books, Evelyn only picked out 3. I haven't read these. You can keep the rest for Mira. Thank you. You're my wife now. Why are you always saying thank you? Ryan shrugged and continued. When I get back, I plan to buy some more spell books. Evelyn raised an eyebrow slightly. Another one for me? Ryan nodded. No, I plan to build a library. After you finish reading, you can put the magic books in the library for magic apprentices to borrow. Books are the ladder of human progress. Reading more books can never hurt. Evelyn put the book down, then suddenly pinched Ryan's thigh. Time to start reading again. To be honest, I quite enjoyed doing nothing. Mira, holding a magic book, readily admitted, it's also quite enjoyable to just stare at the scenery along the way every day. Take advantage of your young age and learn as much as you can. You still have potential, which determines your future ceiling. Don't let yourself regret it. Evelyn admonished sternly from the side. Okay. Mira puffed out her cheeks and reluctantly started reading. Narima sat properly opposite him, her small mouth slightly open, not saying a word, just staring straight at Lion. What's wrong, chocolate cake? Didn't you sleep well either? Naramis seized the opportunity and sat in Ellie's seat. Ellie blinked, looking pitiful, and asked, Master, are you really not planning to stay with my mother? Ryan was speechless for a moment. He scrutinized Narima's youthful face and asked Iwata, why are you asking this? My mother said yesterday that if I can persuade you to be with her, she will make an exception and acknowledge me as a member of the family. If she doesn't agree, then I will reject her the next time I see her. I definitely disagree. Are you willing to share me with other dark elves? Narima clenched her clothes and slowly lowered her head. I really don't want to, but if Master is willing, I will do whatever Master says. Don't worry, I'm 100 times unwilling. Ryan shook his head. Evelyn listened to their conversation and suddenly sighed. My God. Just then, several figures appeared in the distance, standing in a long line, slowly making their way along the path. This is a group of beast-like slaves. Their legs are bound with ropes, and their hands are tied behind their backs. The mounted slave traders brandished their whips, urging them to continue. The sound of the whip made Ellie's body tremble violently, and she was immediately awakened. The slaves brushed past the carriage, and Evelyn showed no reaction to this scene, seemingly already used to it. But Mira was drawn to the scene. She put down her book and looked at these people who resembled her. Mom, why are these older brothers and sisters tied up? Mira blinked and muttered softly. She put the book down, got up, and hid in Evelyn's arms. Evelyn stroked Myra's head and spoke the cruelest words in the calmest tone. This is why I want you to study hard. There is no fertile ground for us beastmen to live in peace in this world. Strength is the foundation for survival. If you don't work hard to become stronger, you will be at the mercy of others like them. Do you remember the time you were kidnapped? I can't protect you every moment. There will always be times when I'm careless. When that happens, you can only rely on yourself. Even if Mom gets kidnapped or dies someday, you must live on strongly. Do you understand? Seeing that Mira was about to drop her pearls, Ryan quickly nudged Evelyn with his elbow. Although this is indeed true, the child is only 6 years old, and she wouldn't understand if you said something like that to her. Mira sniffled. I don't want my mom to die. Evelyn wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Go back to your book. Don't be too stressed. I will protect you and your mother. Ryan patted her head. Velast appeared out of thin air on the carriage, a slight smile playing on her lips. According to the contract between me and your stepfather, I will also protect your mother. Mira, sniffling, sat back down next to Maeve and began reading the magic book. Maeve, with her legs crossed and showing her big teeth, laughed beside her. Your mom is just scaring you. Don't worry with your owner around. He Eating and sleeping every day is pretty good. Mira ignored Maeve and shifted her position to the side. Ryan looked at Velast, who was wearing a low-cut dress, and asked in confusion, "Is this your new hobby? Why do you wander around in clothes like this every day?" Velastra glanced down, unconcerned, and said, "Isn't that what succubi are like? I enjoy being the object of people's fantasies. There's nothing wrong with it. If you ever can't resist, I might even lend you my clothes." Chapter 166, Don't Misunderstand. In the blink of an eye, Ryan had left the kingdom of Sylvaden and arrived at the border. The beastmen live in the coldest and most barren places. According to Evelyn, this small piece of land, about 3,200 square kilometers, is only a quarter the size of the kingdom of Arisia, yet it is crammed with more than a dozen poor, chaotic, and nameless beast-like small countries. Hurry up and leave. You beasts! The Sylvaden people with long red beards could be seen everywhere in the area. Along the way, Ryan saw many beastmen being captured by them. After the slave traders had gone some distance, several furry beastmen immediately darted out of the bushes, quickly crossed the path, and disappeared into the grove. At first, Ryan thought Evelyn's claim that it was everywhere was an exaggeration, but now it seems that it wasn't. Why are there so many beastmen at the border? Aren't they afraid of being captured? Before Ryan could finish speaking, he saw two more beastmen's sisters running around aimlessly, and then they were tripped by an unidentified object. As the carriage approached, they screamed and scrambled into the woods on one side. Ryan poked the unidentified object with a stick and found that it seemed to be a beast-like creature. It was frozen solid, so it seemed that General Winter had not protected it. That's normal. Many people aren't very smart. They lose their minds as soon as they smell the aroma of food and willingly walk into those crude traps set by humans, Evelyn replied, without looking up from her book. Upon hearing her say that, Ryan's first thought was Maeve. But this bastard was lucky. So, there are actually many beastmen like Maeve? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. No. Evelyn put down her book, carefully examined the silly-looking Maeve, and then said something that was enough to shatter Ryan's worldview. She is one of the best among the beastmen. At least she is a little clever when it comes to eating. Is Maeve one of the best among the beastmen? Ryan could understand all the words, but when put together, they formed a language he couldn't understand. He see? Even Evelyn said so. I'm so smart. Don't call me stupid anymore. Maeve grinned and started to smile sweetly. Ryan shook his head. There were so many little girls and boys on the island, and he didn't feel that these children had any intellectual problems. It seems I'll have to examine them one by one when I get back. You're not kidding me, are you? Ryan narrowed his eyes, then gently rubbed Maeve's head. This thing is one of the best among the beastmen. Evelyn shook her head. No, just telling the truth, you humans are much smarter than us beastmen. So, the reason why the beastmen haven't gone extinct yet is because of their superhuman physical abilities and astonishing reproductive rate? Ryan sighed, took out the rolled-up map, unfolded it, and glanced at it. So, where's your hometown? It's still a long way off. Let's go see Maeve first, Evelyn replied. Ryan got up and sat down next to Maeve, intending to hand her the map so she could point to it, but then suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to know how to read a map. You bastard. Where do you live? Maeve looked around and muttered, Ugh, I feel like I recognize this place. I know that mountain. My dad left me in the forest around here and told me to look for it. I'm really good with directions. Then you go ahead and lead the way on horseback. If you drive the carriage into a ditch, I'll beat you to death. Ryan pinched Maeve's soft cheeks. When she wasn't acting up, she was quite cute, with an especially innocent and adorable look in her eyes. She nodded excitedly, then switched places with Ellie, who was riding a horse in front of her. When Ellie saw that the seat on Ryan's lap was empty, she immediately sat down and then cupped Ryan's face and kissed him. Evelyn glanced at the two of them without saying anything, but her jealousy was already palpable. Sure enough, it's all a lie to say I'm not jealous. 2 or 3 times is fine, but once it happens more often, she will soon feel resentful. Ryan picked up Ellie, sat down next to Evelyn, and then, with lightning speed, kissed Evelyn on the cheek. Evelyn gasped, glancing up at Ryan, while also stealing a glance at Mira. What are you doing all of a sudden? You're my wife. Can I even kiss you? Ryan narrowed his eyes. Mira put down the book and looked up at the two of them. Evelyn wiped the drool off her face, then lightly punched Ryan. If you mess around again, I won't be polite. She seemed a bit irritable, even though she was so gentle and sweet like a little woman before. Ryan calculated the days and realized it had been almost half a month since he had been intimate with Evelyn. Evelyn's libido was quite strong. No wonder she had suddenly become so fierce. I need to find a chance to take her out and give her a good beating, otherwise she'll definitely go stir crazy. Do you want me to hug you? Ryan moved his face closer and closer. Evelyn tightly closed her eyes, using her hands to block Ryan's continued intrusion. Get out. I'll get angry if you keep doing this. Mira watched quietly from the side, then offered her opinion. How sweet. Dad, you're always like this while Mom is just shy. Ryan put Ellie aside and was about to start teasing Evelyn when the carriage suddenly stopped. Ellie caught a flying arrow and patted Ryan on the shoulder to stop him from fooling around. Master, there are people ahead. Ryan looked up and saw several beast men standing in front of the carriage. Leading the group was a female beast human with short, yellow-spotted hair and slender limbs. She had very large ears like a pair of fans standing on her head, and I had no idea what species she was. The other beast men, both male and female, held crudely made steel knives in their hands. Ryan looked at them, his first thought being that he had been robbed. Before he could speak, the leading female beast man knocked another arrow and shouted, "Let her go. I'm only warning you once. You Selvadan bastard." Ryan released Evelyn from beneath him and said in a serious tone, "First of all, I am not a Sylvadan. I don't have red hair or a creepy white complexion. Secondly, this beautiful and kind lady is my wife. We're just flirting. Finally, if you dare point this broken bow at me again, I'll beat the shit out of all of you." The several beast men exchanged glances, seemingly wondering whether Ryan was telling the truth or lying. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief, then tidied her messy hair and said, "I am indeed his wife. Please don't misunderstand." Chapter 167, Maeve searches for her family. Maeve first glanced back at Ryan, then looked at the several beast men in front of her and said casually, "Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. We still have a long way to go." Ryan quickly waved his hand, signaling them to move aside. But the female beast woman who was leading the group seemed to be deliberately picking a fight. She turned to another female companion with bull horns on her head and shouted, "Don't believe his nonsense. I saw it all. There are two lines connecting him to his body. The guy on the horse and the other guy are his slaves." Immediately afterwards, an arrow flew towards his head. Ryan casually grabbed the arrow and then spoke to the group. "Mass diarrhea." The beast man who had just been so fierce immediately bent over, as if he had no strength left in his body, and his stomach began to rumble loudly, as if someone was knocking on the door. "If they don't leave quickly, they'll soon spill everything, soup and all." Evelyn, seeing their pained expressions, couldn't help but complain. "Couldn't you have used a more dignified way to get rid of them with your command spell?" Maeve, speaking in a serious tone, said, "Isn't that respectable enough? You didn't see it before. It's common for the master to order people to do that on the spot. Those dark elves underground, when given the order, would just lie on the ground, spread their legs, and then start that." Evelyn was speechless for a moment. She looked at Ryan and slowly said, "You're a real scoundrel. That bastard Maeve is slandering me. I have never done such a thing." Evelyn rolled her eyes. "I knew this was the kind of thing you were capable of." Ryan was on the verge of tears. This little fox spirit doesn't trust him at all. He needs to be taught a lesson tonight. Just then, Mira put down the magic book in her hand and asked Ryan and Evelyn with a serious expression, "Mom and Dad, what does it mean?" Evelyn paused for a moment, having gotten so excited during their conversation that she had forgotten Mira was still beside her. She coughed twice and then lowered her head, choosing to avoid the question. Seeing this, Mira turned her innocent gaze to Ryan. Ryan turned his head away and began to argue again. "I'm not too sure either. Your mother knows more than I do. This little fox spirit is like a tap. She uses this trick all the time." Upon hearing this, Evelyn immediately became furious. Her face flushed red, and she lunged at Ryan as if she wanted to strangle him. I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore." Evelyn snorted, then pulled away from Ryan, threatening, "You just wait until tonight." Just as the two were flirting, the beastmen blocking the road all hid in the bushes on both sides of the path, voluntarily fertilizing nature. Upon seeing this, Maeve quickly drove the carriage away from the place. That bastard wanders around on the sidewalks all day long. I wonder if she'll ever find her way home. As darkness fell, Ryan rode on another horse to provide light. He walked on for a while longer, his patience wearing thin, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Maeve, are you telling the truth? Do you really know the way?" Maeve pouted slightly and muttered, "It's been so long since I've been home, I've actually forgotten that I'm sorry to my master." After saying that, she glanced at Ryan and said, "Don't hit me, I was wrong." Ryan sighed. "Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Let's find a place to rest here for a while. It's too dark tonight, and the snow is quite heavy. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning." Ryan dismounted and led the carriage to the roadside. Maeve patted her stomach as if nothing had happened. "Actually, I've been hungry for a while now." Ellie gathered some branches to start a fire, while Ryan built a small hut nearby, intending to make do there for the night. Hilaya and Mira huddled together. The little elf, though dressed in thick clothes, was also shivering from the cold. "The cabin is finished. You two should go in and rest for a while, so you don't catch a cold." Ryan picked them up and put them into the cabin, one on each side. Maeve skewered the rye bread on twigs and roasted it over the fire. Soon the aroma of rye filled the air. Ryan hadn't eaten much this morning, but the aroma quickly made him hungry. Seeing Ryan swallow hard, Maeve smiled and handed him the freshly baked bread. "You can have some today. See how good I am to you." Ryan broke the black bread in half and handed it to Ellie beside him, then exposed Maeve. "I think you're just afraid I'll get angry. I'm planning to beat you up later." "Oh dear, you're so serious. I was just joking with you." Maeve nuzzled Ryan's arm with a fawning expression. "Don't be angry. I won't do it again. Don't hit me." Ryan was just teasing her. Maeve may be a bit silly, but she's usually quite cute. "I have a question for you." Maeve blinked, tore off a small piece of bread, put it in her mouth, and chewed, her words somewhat muffled. "Ask away." "You said your dad always beats you, so why do you still want to go home so much?" Maeve paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Because I still have my mother and sister. Although my life was very difficult before, I often think back to the days when my sister and I would sneak potatoes into the field. I wonder how they are doing now. I miss them so much." Ryan occasionally thinks of his parents, and if they hadn't passed away, he might have tried to return to his original world. As they were talking, Maeve suddenly leaned closer to Ryan. "By the way, Master, I have something to discuss with you." Her fawning expression was clearly not a good thing. "Go ahead and say it." Ryan shrugged indifferently. "Could my mother and sister come with us to the island? I want to take them with me." Seemingly afraid Ryan would disagree, Maeve added, "I swear they're hard-working and capable. They'll definitely be a help on the island." "Please, Master." Ryan agreed without hesitation. "All right, it's just 2 more people. The carriage can still fit them." The island is mostly populated by children now, so having more people who know how to farm would be a good thing. Maeve hugged Ryan tightly and shouted happily, "Master is the best." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then can I chisel a couple of times?" Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately scurried away from Ryan, muttering under her breath, "One thing at a time, and besides, you have so many women now. I'm not even that pretty, and all you're good for is your size, yet you still have your eye on me." Ryan shook his head. This wasn't just a little bigger. Maeve's size was unmatched. Just then, Ellie reached out and patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Master, those guys we met during the day are here again." Chapter 168, He's a Good Person. The bushes were trembling slightly. As soon as a dark figure peeked out, it saw Ryan standing in front of it. "Wow!" She screamed in fright and shrank back abruptly. She hadn't seen anyone before, and just as she was about to emerge, Ryan appeared. Another cow poked its head out from the bushes, but the moment its eyes met Ryan's, it wisely shrank back inside. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly and questioned, "Following me? What do you want to do?" "Who's following you?" "We just saw a light and wanted to take a look." The guy lowered his big ears and started breathing on Ryan. Ellie strolled over slowly, silently observing the two of them without saying a word. Upon seeing this, Ryan decisively glanced at the unknown creature in front of him and then used his identification ability. "Her name is Kara, and she is a serval cat. No wonder her ears are so big. Now that you've finished looking, go wherever you're supposed to go." Ryan gestured towards Kara with his chin. When the stinky cat heard Ryan say that, it didn't even think twice before dragging its friend away. Wait, don't go yet. Ryan remembered something and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Seeing this, Kara became anxious again. She protected her cow companion and started breathing heavily on it. Be normal. I mean you no harm. Ryan smiled, looking like a kind and gentle old man. Kara's eyes widened, and she shouted, Let us go if you mean no harm. I know, I just want to ask you something. It'll be quick. Ryan approached the two of them and said slowly, Are there any villages or anything like that around here? If so, tell me the location. I would never betray my fellow countrymen. Huh, you damn slave trader. Kara's expression was somewhat ferocious, and her sharp teeth looked quite razor-sharp, as if she was ready to bite at any moment. I already said during the day that I'm not a slave trader. Have you ever seen a slave trader who is so handsome? Kara shouted, Nonsense. You can't fool me. I can see the threads connecting you. You're controlling them with magical branding. She must have used some kind of magic to allow her to see the magical marks on other people's bodies. Ever since Evelyn showed Ryan her magic, Ryan has been able to accept any strange or unusual magic that comes his way. Ellie's tail shook its head, and she pointed at Ryan, softly defending him. He's a good person. He never controlled me. Nonsense. You must have been coerced. Kara shouted. Ryan waved his hand and began to explain. I brought my wife back to find her relatives. She's a bit dim-witted and doesn't even know where she lives in the north, so I can only ask around and try my luck. Cunning human, I won't fall for your tricks. Kara was trembling. Ryan was somewhat helpless about this. After thinking it over again, he beckoned to the two guys in front of him. Come here, you can ask her in person. Seeing that they remained unmoved, Ryan added, Hurry up, if I want to catch you, you won't even be able to run away. The two women looked at each other, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, the aroma of bread wafted into their nostrils. Ryan looked the two beast men in front of him up and down. Kara was as thin as a bamboo pole and seemed to be malnourished. The cow next to her was in pretty good shape with a rather plump figure. Haven't eaten in a long time. Kara stopped being stubborn and nodded gently. Come here, I can give you something to eat. Ryan beckoned to them with his finger, then turned and walked away. The two beast men hesitated for a moment, but in the end they couldn't resist the temptation of food and followed Ryan. Evelyn was right after all. The beast men don't seem to be very smart. It seems that Maeve, a fool, is not an isolated case. As soon as Ryan returned to the camp, he saw a strange figure by the campfire. A little girl with two feathers standing on her head was sitting around a campfire to keep warm, while Maeve was baking fragrant black bread. Evelyn held Mira and watched silently from the side, without saying a word. Where did this child come from? Ryan put his hands on his hips and looked her over carefully. The child has large eyes and several feathers on both sides of his cheeks, making him look like a beast-like creature similar to an owl. The clothes were tattered and very thin. It's hard to imagine how the child survived in the freezing cold. The moment she saw Ryan, she stood up and tried to run away, but Maeve, quick as a flash, grabbed her clothes. Don't be afraid. His name is Ryan. Don't let his bad-looking appearance fool you. He's actually a very good person. Ryan nodded, gesturing for her to sit down and continue warming herself. Maeve explained, After you ran out, the child followed the firelight and came looking for us. I felt sorry for her, so I baked her a small piece of black bread. It's nothing, just a little food. We're not lacking anything. Kara carefully examined Ryan, then cautiously sat down around the campfire. She remained wary of Ryan. Maeve, bake 2 more loaves of bread for them to eat. Good. Seeing that there seemed to be no room around, Ellie naturally sat down in Ryan's lap. Seeing that no one was speaking, Ryan broke the silence. Now you can tell me, right? Kara glanced at Ellie first, then at Maeve, and slowly said, Aren't you two his slaves? Ellie gently swung her legs, ignoring her. As Maeve toasted bread, she began, It's a long story. In short, about 6 months ago, I was captured by a slave trader and taken to the south. He bought me, and I became his slave. Although he was a slave, he was actually quite good to me. I had plenty of food, clothing, and shelter. It's just that he would bully me occasionally. Bullied? She violated you. Kara narrowed her eyes. Evelyn carried Mira into the house, clearly believing that Mira shouldn't be involved in the discussion. No, not at all. Maeve scratched her cheek and said seriously, "It was just a prank on me. He's a good person. If he's really a good person, then he should let you go." Before Ryan could object, Maeve shook her head vigorously. "Ugh. No way. I'll live with him from now on. At least I won't go hungry. After saying that, she held out 2 steaming hot pieces of black bread to Kara. "They're done baking. You should eat them quickly. They'll get cold soon in this cold weather." Kara took the bread first and smelled it, seemingly trying to use her sense of smell to confirm whether the bread had been poisoned. A few seconds later, she broke off a small piece, put it in her mouth, and then wolfed it down. Chapter 169, The Location of the Village. The next morning, Ryan woke up just as dawn broke. It snowed heavily at night, and the snow outside was almost knee-deep. Kara and her cow companion were already squatting at the door. "Oh, you're here so early in the morning? Want some bread again?" "Enough with the nonsense. Give us bread, and I'll lead the way." Kara muttered under her breath. If Ryan is willing to feed him bread, they will take him to the nearby Beastman village to see if they can find Maeve's house. "What? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Kara pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. "Tisich, I can tell whether someone is good or bad at a glance. You don't seem like a bad guy. Anyone can brag. You didn't say that when we first met yesterday." Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly, then took 2 pieces of frozen, hard black bread from his bag and handed them to them. After receiving the bread, Kara opened her mouth and ate it without thinking, biting off some dark brown crumbs. "Couldn't you just roast it before eating?" Ryan cleared the snow around the campfire with his leg, then chopped some branches to use as firewood, making breakfast for the resting group. Narima staggered out of the house, and the cold wind blowing in her face made her shiver. "Put your clothes on properly, don't get cold." Narima immediately crawled into the hut, wrapped herself up tightly, and even put on 2 knitted wool hats on her head. She hugged Ryan from behind and gently rubbed her cheek against him. "Is it really that cold underground in winter?" Ryan arranged the cured meat neatly on the rocks next to the campfire, letting the heat from it thaw it slowly on its own. Narima shook her head and began massaging Ryan's shoulders. "No, it's actually quite warm underground. We don't have a concept of seasons. We wear the same clothes all year round." Seeing the 2 so affectionate, Kara looked at Narima with a puzzled expression and asked, "I actually wanted to ask yesterday, is this strange creature also human? Why is she so dark-skinned? And why are her ears so long and pointed?" Ryan glanced back at Narima. "She's a dark elf, isn't she cute?" "What's so cute about her? Can you even see her at night?" Kara squinted her eyes. This is pure malicious commentary. While Narima is indeed somewhat dark-skinned, she's not quite pure black. Brownish red would be a more accurate description of her complexion. "Don't talk nonsense, she's my wife." Ryan glanced at Kara. "What about the others?" Ryan nodded. "Same to them. They're all the same." "Wait, isn't there a child too? You're not even going to spare him." "Mira? That's my daughter." Kara shook her head and corrected. "It's the one with the blonde hair." Ryan realized that she must be referring to Celia. "Let me correct you. That person isn't a child. She just looks like one. She's an adult elf, and she might even be older than you. We're just friends." Ellie came out of the house yawning, followed by Evelyn and Mira. They looked to be in good spirits, clearly having slept well last night. "Have something to eat. We'll go help Maeve look for her family later," Ryan said softly. Upon hearing the word eat, Maeve didn't hesitate at all and immediately poked her head out. "Is breakfast ready?" "Hurry up. We need to continue our journey soon." After a hearty meal, Kara and her cow friends led the way at the front of the group. It's no exaggeration to say that you can see beastmen everywhere in the north. Along the way, one could see beastmen frozen to death everywhere, and many children would run up to Ryan to beg for food whenever they saw the carriage, as if someone was hiding in every bush. No wonder the Sylvaden were able to capture so many beastmen slaves in the north. The Kingdom of Elysia has many desolate and uninhabited areas, sometimes where you can't see a single house for several kilometers. In stark contrast to Arikia, this place is teeming with people, even in the most remote and hidden corners. The land is so barren, and the winters are so long, so the population should be sparse, but I feel like there are people everywhere here, Ryan said, puzzled. Maeve nodded. "That's normal. My family lives in a small house with more than a dozen people crammed in. Everyone is like that. This is not normal at all. If we don't restrain ourselves, there's not enough food to go around. Ryan looked around and didn't see any crops along the way. Just then, Kara, who was walking at the front, spoke up. We're almost there. Behave yourselves once we enter the village. Ryan nodded, then turned to Maeve and asked, Look around. Maybe you'll remember something. Maeve blinked and looked around, as if searching her memory. After a moment, she shook her head. I don't remember. I may not have been here before. Actually, I've rarely left the village growing up. Even when I did, it was just to pick mushrooms in the nearby woods. I never dared to go far. What about the city? Ryan rubbed Maeve's little face. Maeve scratched her head. I've never been to the city either, but I remember my sister saying that Verril's isn't too far from our village. It should take about a day to walk there. The name Villiers sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Just as Ryan was pondering this, Evelyn suddenly spoke up. Verries is still a long way from here, at least 100 kilometers away. Real? Evelyn nodded and replied expressionlessly. Of course, that's my hometown. I know where it is. Ryan decisively pulled out the map, opened it, and took a look. They just crossed the border yesterday, and Evelyn's distance on the map is indeed correct. Kara, who was leading the way, shrugged. Then her home must not be here. Ryan pinched Maeve's cheek and sighed helplessly. What's the name of your village? Are there any distinctive features around the village, like a stream or something? Maeve tilted her head and thought for a moment. It seems that it doesn't have a name, but there's indeed a stream next to the village that freezes over every winter. At this point, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, right. Our village is built at the foot of the mountain. Ryan glanced at the map. Verril's was backed by mountains and had a stream nearby. Where's the stream on the side of the village? And where is the mountain? Just turn right after you leave the village entrance, and you'll get there, Maeve replied earnestly, blinking her eyes. This answer left Ryan somewhat exhausted. I asked which direction, north, south, east, or west. Maeve scratched her cheek, seemingly a little embarrassed. I'm not really sure either. Chapter 1, 70 Beastman Village. After struggling for a while, Ryan finally managed to roughly deduce the location of Maeve's village on the map based on the clues Maeve provided. It is located 100 kilometers northeast of Verriers, where there is a small stream. Evelyn looked at the spot Ryan was pointing to and slowly said, If I remember correctly, the village she lives in is quite large, with hundreds of households, and it's very wealthy. They even have cultivated fields on the mountainside. Yes. Our family owns a large piece of land on the mountainside. Many women in the village want to be my dad's concubine. Maeve nodded, somewhat excitedly. Ryan looked at Evelyn beside him. You've been to Maeve's village? I've been there once. I used to be a saint in the church, and I've been to many places, Evelyn replied softly. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we know the location of Maeve's hometown, things become much simpler. But it seems Evelyn's hometown is closer to here. Ryan said to Evelyn, Let's go to your place first, and then we'll go to Maeve's hometown. In less than a second, she refused, saying, No, I'm not ready yet. I'll go to Maeve's first, and then I'll go to my place when I get back. She held Mila with a blank expression, seemingly conflicted. Ryan shrugged upon hearing this, ultimately choosing to respect her decision. All right, let's go Maeve's first. Kara, who was leading the way in front of the carriage, turned back to Ryan and said, Then I'll go back first. Since you've all found the place, you don't need me to lead the way, right? Since we're already here, why not stay for a day? I'm curious about what your beast people's village looks like. Ryan rolled up the map and put it away, then pulled Ellie onto his lap. Actually, she just wanted to see what the little girls in the village looked like. Kara pouted and said helplessly, Then I'll just take you to our village. The bullman next to her glanced back at Ryan, but didn't say anything. Ryan, noticing that her breasts were nearly as large as Maeve's, couldn't help but ask, Is this cow your friend? Kara glanced back at Ryan. What yo? Her name is Mary. Mary didn't say anything, but turned around and waved to Ryan, as if to say hello. Ellie noticed where Ryan's gaze was fixed, so she pinched his, but as a warning, there's no room for so many people in the house anymore. Evelyn narrowed her eyes, exuding a murderous aura that seemed ready to strike. Seeing this, Ryan dared not continue to act recklessly, for fear of accidentally angering the two of them. The carriage traveled a little further. Finally, we turned onto a bumpy, narrow path, and the pine forest on both sides became increasingly dense. Several furry children peeked out from behind the tree, looking at Ryan and his group with what seemed like novelty. Although it was a snowy and icy place, their clothes were very thin, and the wind would make them shiver with cold. Kara said, "We haven't had any outsiders come in for a long time, so these children are a bit curious." She waved, and a girl with big cat ears immediately ran over. She seemed to be Kara's sister. The child looked at Ryan curiously, then leaned close to Kara's ear and whispered something. "What are you two whispering about? Are you secretly plotting against me?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly, looking puzzled. "She asked me how I brought you, a human, back, but don't worry about it. She was just too scared." Kara's big ears twitched. "Do the Sylvadan people often come here to arrest people?" Ryan asked casually. "We're safe hiding in the woods. Those bastards usually don't venture into the woods. They're afraid we'll fight back, so they won't come in unless there are a lot of them." Kara shrugged. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan saw several houses appear in the dense forest. There are also many small houses scattered around. This small village probably only has a few dozen households. Aside from the haphazard distribution of the houses, it seems no different from a human village. Kara said, "All right, we've arrived. You can build a few small houses." "What?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Anyway, you need to build a place where people can live. After you leave, these stone huts will be ours." Kara scratched her cheek, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Building huts is such a hassle. Your magic is much more convenient. So, this is why you brought me back." Kara nodded. "Okay, Mary and I are going back now. Remember to let me know when you leave." Okay. Ryan nodded. As soon as she left, several children curiously gathered around, peering closely at the carriage as if they were seeing a horse for the first time. Maeve jumped off the carriage, hands on her hips, and called out in a carefree manner, "Kids, come and play with us." The children's attention was drawn to Maeve, and they all crowded around her, soon starting a brawl. Nestled in Evelyn's arms, Mira looked at Maeve with envy and muttered, "Why does she always make friends so quickly?" "What? It's the same on the island. Everyone else always likes to play with her." As she said this, Mira snuggled closer to Evelyn. Ryan scratched his head. Maeve is not only a cafeteria worker, but she also has a friendly personality, so the children seem to like her very much. "It's okay. You have your strengths too. You'll make good friends." Ryan stepped forward and patted Myra's head. She's wearing a hat now, and Ryan is really upset that he can't touch the animal ears. "All right, I'll build a house now, and I'll come find you to play later." Ryan found a vacant lot, chanted a spell, and several matchbox-sized huts instantly sprang up from the ground. The children immediately turned their gazes toward him. Maeve then seized the opportunity to say, "Impressive, isn't he? He's my man." Ryan turned around and gave her the middle finger. Thinking that the villagers might live here in the future, he made sure to build it in a more refined way. He even made a door for one of the rooms. Of course, he also had his own selfish motives. "It's been a long time since I played games with Evelyn. I have to find a chance to play with her tonight, otherwise this little fox girl will be feeling restless." Just as Ryan was indulging in his delusional fantasies, Kara walked over from a distance. She exclaimed in amazement, "You've already built the house?" "Of course." Ryan looked at her with Mary and several other beast-like villagers and casually asked, "Where are you all headed?" Kara brandished the iron knife tucked at her waist. The hunter said that a few goblins have recently appeared outside the village. "I don't know where they came from. I'm going to go and take care of them." She looked at Ryan, then suddenly thought of something. "Do you want to come with me? I'll pay you." Chapter 171, Helping Evelyn Relieve Stress. "Just commit suicide." Ryan looked at the goblin camp in the distance and muttered something to himself. The little green beasts shuddered violently at first. Then, as if possessed, they picked up surrounding objects and began to mutilate themselves. Soon, the frenzied goblins fell silent, their warm blood splattering onto the snow and emitting plumes of white smoke. Kara peeked out from behind a tree and said incredulously, "What kind of magic is this? How come they went crazy after I said just one sentence?" "A secret." Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Then he walked toward the goblin camp, carefully counting the corpses on the ground. He hadn't encountered such a little monster in a long time, and suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the days he had adventured with Ellie. Ryan looked around and found an entrance to the underground cave under a tent. He sealed the cave entrance with earth magic, then patted the snow off his hands. All done. You can see if there's anything useful around here that we can take back to the village. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nyoya woman named Mary ran over and began collecting the rusty weapons scattered on the ground. The other beastmen were stripping the goblins of their tattered clothes. Although the clothes were smelly, they could be worn as children after being washed. Seeing Kara walking towards him, Ryan beckoned to her. Pay the reward. 23 goblins, about 8 silver coins. Pay it. What reward? I don't know. Kara squinted her eyes, feigning ignorance. Heh, interesting. Try to get something for nothing. Ryan looked the serval up and down, a bold idea forming in his mind. Kara curled her lip and said matter-of-factly, You don't look like someone who's short of money, so why are you being so stingy? These goblins are nothing to you, right? That's what we say, but we can't skip any of the necessary procedures. Ryan smiled wickedly and suddenly whispered a devilish voice. Perhaps there's another way that can save you some money. Kara raised an eyebrow and asked impatiently, What method? Let me touch your ears and tail, and I won't charge you after that. Kara's ears instantly perked up, and she elbowed Ryan twice. You're something else. I'm going to tell your wife when we get back, and she'll beat you up. You bastard, then pay me back. No way. You can't even touch it. Kara pouted. Ryan didn't care about anything else. He quickly reached out and stroked the serval's head twice. Her ears were big and soft and felt nice to touch. What are you doing, you bastard? The two chased each other through the woods for a while, and Ryan ran back to the village with a sly grin. Kara chased after them, panting heavily. Ryan didn't bring Ellie with him. As soon as the kitten saw the two of them return, it questioned, What happened to you two? Kara clenched her fists and walked towards Ellie, then embellished the whole story before innocently muttering, You better control your man. Ellie looked at her and held out her little hand. Then you pay first. Kara took out a few silver coins from the money bag behind her and placed them in Ellie's hand, muttering to herself, I'm not going to give them to you. I was just joking. As she walked past Ryan, she angrily punched him. After Kara walked away, Ellie pulled Ryan into the house. Just when everyone thought she was going to whisper something, Ellie suddenly unleashed the undying grip on Ryan's OO. Ellie's little hands were fiddling with walnuts, and she said angrily, The few of us are enough. We can't handle any more. Okay, I was just touching my ear. Ellie loosened her grip, and Ryan's belle finally breathed a sigh of relief. She crossed her arms and lowered her head slightly. Then you can touch my ears later, and after the baby is born, you can touch the baby's ears. Ryan smiled without saying a word. He could vaguely smell a hint of jealousy. That night, Ryan finished dinner early and took Evelyn to the room. He plans to have some fun tonight. Everyone else slept in the next room. Only Ryan and Evelyn were here. What do you want to talk about? Tell me quickly, Evelyn asked, blushing. She knew right away what Ryan wanted to do. It's just a chat. Ryan sat on the bed with his arm around Evelyn, his little hand rubbing back and forth between her legs. Fine, let's chat, but take your hand away, Evelyn replied, feigning a tough stance. Her floodwaters had already burst, and she desperately needed to release them. Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. How can we talk if you take your hand away? Evelyn bit her lower lip lightly, and the skillful technique gradually weakened her defenses. Finally, she simply opened her thighs slightly. Seeing that the time was right, Ryan decisively stopped and lay down on the bed. Okay, it's over. I need to rest. You can leave now. What? Evelyn's voice held a hint of lingering annoyance. She flipped over and straddled Ryan, then muttered under her breath. You definitely did this on purpose. Now you can forget about sleeping. Oh, so eager? Well, I'll reluctantly oblige. Ryan gave a wicked smile, gripped the steering wheel, and began to operate the controls. The small, dark room was filled with Evelyn's rapid breathing. Although he couldn't see her expression, Ryan guessed from this brief silence that Evelyn must be feeling incredibly ashamed. Sure enough, he got beaten up the next second. Evelyn, her voice trembling, cursed, Shut up. It's all your fault. You provoked me first. She braced her hands against Ryan's chest, actively searching for a suitable position to set up her gun. Soon, the small room was filled with strange, rustling sounds. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, a dull thud suddenly sounded outside the stone gate, as if the battle had been paused. Evelyn quickly burrowed into bed and pretended to be asleep. Myra's voice came from outside the door. She mumbled pitifully, "Mommy, are you asleep?" Ryan couldn't bear to pretend to be asleep and was just about to ask when Evelyn spoke first. "What's wrong?" "Mommy, I feel so cold. I want to sleep with you." As they were talking, the child sneezed. Evelyn punched Ryan, then shakily got up and opened the door. A gust of cold wind entered the room, and Evelyn, wearing a spider silk nightgown, rubbed her hands together to keep warm. Mira, holding a fireball, happened to see Ryan curled up on the bed. Seeing this, Evelyn quickly blocked her view with her body. "Brother Ryan, what are you doing here with Mom so late at night instead of sleeping?" Mira asked, looking puzzled. She then looked up at Evelyn and continued, "Mom, your face is so red. Are you sick?" Evelyn, that little fox spirit, rolled her eyes and then began to lie. "We were just chatting. A lot has happened recently. I'll tell you later. I'll go back to your room with you to sleep." She left the door slightly ajar and then walked into the room. Ryan lay in bed and sighed. He was just one step away from winning, but Mira caught him. Indeed, children are a stumbling block for parents flirting. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Ryan was shaken awake. Evelyn leaned down and whispered in Ryan's ear, "I've put Mira to sleep. Hurry up and finish this. I need to go back soon." Chapter 172, Invitation to the Island. The next morning, Ryan left the village early. Kara got up before dawn and hunted several white snow rabbits near the village. They looked very lively. If only you could stay in the village forever, then everyone wouldn't have to worry about housing. She looked at Ryan, seemingly reluctant to let him go. Magic is so convenient. If a small house were built by manpower alone, it would take at least several months to complete. But if you can use magic, everything becomes exceptionally easy. Ryan extended an invitation to her. "It's simple. Come with us when the time comes. We are in dire need of able-bodied laborers and some farmers who actually know how to farm." "Go. Go where?" Kara's ears twitched. When beastmen are confused, their ears and tails usually make corresponding movements. Ryan continued, "I've taken over an island. You can come and live on the island too, but you'll have to obey our rules." "Are you bragging?" "I should have called Mary along so you could brag about her." Kara rolled her eyes and continued, "If you can take over an island, then the rest of us in the village can take over a city." "Fine, don't believe me then. You stinky cat. I can't reason with you." Ryan shrugged helplessly. Kara pouted, her stubbornness rising at his words, and she began to argue with Ryan. "Fine, then I'll ask you where that island is." Ryan pulled a map out of the small box, unfolded it, and pointed to White Mist Island in the North Sea. I thought Kara would stubbornly refuse to believe me, but this time her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Really? You're not kidding, are you? Why are you reacting so strongly? You're making me almost deaf." Ryan picked at his ear with his pinky. This guy's voice was really loud. "So you're the one who liberated this den of iniquity?" Kara poked at White Mist Island on the map with her fingernail. "Those slave-hunting teams that were capturing children have all disbanded. I heard a group of people went to the island and wiped out the slave traders. So it was you. To be precise, it wasn't me who did it. We came from the island. Winter came, and the island was poor in supplies. There weren't enough clothes for the children to wear. I came to the north to open up trade routes, get them enough clothes, and then bring them back to visit their families," Ryan explained. "My God, you're a hero. Your deeds are all over the north, but we don't know who the liberator is." Kara suddenly leaned closer, narrowing her eyes and confirming again, "Wait, you're not lying to me, are you?" Ellie watched from the side, her jealousy wafting over again. "I never lie." Ryan nodded. Kara carefully observed Ryan's expression, then asked, "Do you know what that island is for?" Ryan nodded. "How could I not know? They capture children for experiments. The sea around the island is full of children's corpses, and there are man-eating monsters in the water. If you want to hear more, I can tell you in more detail. If I'm lying, I'll shorten my kuin by 5 meters. Oh my God, it really is you. I'm so sorry. I said some disrespectful things to you earlier." Kara coughed twice, then her expression changed immediately. "Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Stop bragging. I almost believed you. Ryan rolled his eyes at her. Really? Kara handed several snow hairs to Ryan. Take these. Although these rabbits are nothing to you, I'm really grateful. Originally, we were going to use them to thank you for building our house, but now. Kara paused slightly at this point. She was thinking hard. Half a second later, she decisively lowered her head and offered her pair of large, thin cat ears to Ryan. Why don't you touch my ears? I think you really like touching ears. You can touch them. This serval girl really has no sense of reading between the lines. Ellie's gaze was practically murderous, yet she still didn't know to tone it down. Even if you want Ryan to touch your ear, it has to be in private. It's not appropriate to do it in public. Sure enough, before Ryan could even speak, Ellie said, All right, you don't need to see us off anymore. We're already far from the village. Let's go back. Ryan nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, you should go back quickly. If he doesn't do this, then Ellie will be able to control the bell again. Kara straightened up slightly and glanced at the back of the carriage. It is indeed a bit far. I'll go back then. She suddenly reached out and patted Ryan's head, then jumped off the carriage. Remember to visit our village when you come back. You know the way. We'll consider going to the island too. Okay, go back now. Ryan waved goodbye to her. Kara quickly disappeared into the woods. Ellie seized the opportunity to nudge Ryan with her elbow and said sourly, What? You're reluctant to let him go. You must feel like you lost out because you didn't get to touch his ear, right? Mira chimed in. Brother Ryan is a big pervert, always thinking about touching other people's ears. Ryan had had enough of these baseless accusations. He shook his head. No, I'm not interested in her. Because your breasts are too small, right? Ellie revealed the secret in one sentence. As they spent more time together, she gained a general understanding of Ryan's preferences. That's not it. There are other reasons involved. Ryan shook his head. Mira blinked, puzzled, and asked, Isn't that what Grandma uses to feed babies? Why does Brother Ryan like it so much? Evelyn clicked her tongue, then covered Myra's mouth. All right, stop talking nonsense. You didn't sleep well last night, so go get some sleep now. Mira blinked, seemingly not thinking much of it. So, between me and her, who is prettier? Ellie continued to ask. Evelyn was taken aback by the question. She seemed surprised that the usually aloof Ellie would say something so full of undisguised jealousy. Ryan gave the correct answer in just 0.5 seconds. Of course it's my wife, Ellie, you stinky cat Karana. You can't compare to her in terms of looks, figure, or personality. Ellie didn't say anything, but it was easy to tell from her expression that she was very satisfied with the answer. Evelyn looked at the two of them and shook her head helplessly, seemingly speechless. After being scolded last night, Evelyn suddenly became much gentler, and she even had a smile on her face while eating breakfast just now. However, when she sees Ryan, she still pretends to be unapproachable. It seems I need to help her release stress more often. Chapter 173, Maeve returns to the village. That's the mountain. We're almost there, Maeve exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the mountain range that was faintly visible in the snow ahead of the carriage. After 2 days of travel, Ryan and his group passed through the city of Verriers and were getting closer and closer to Maeve's hometown. This dog is extremely excited right now, grinning foolishly with a pair of furry wolf ears standing straight up on its head. This time when she went home, she specially wore a brand new outfit, wanting her mother and sister to know that she was doing well outside. Sit down, don't overturn the carriage, Ryan said softly, patting Maeve on the shoulder. The outline of the village was already appearing in the distance. He rubbed his little hands together, exhaled a breath of warm air, and then hugged Mira tightly in his arms. The further north they went, the colder it got. Even though Mila was bundled up like a dumpling, her little face was still red from the cold. Soon, Maeve took Ryan's arm and pointed to the frozen stream on the left side of the path, saying, Every year my sister and I come here to catch fish. In winter, if we want to drink water, we come here to knock off a few buckets of ice to take back. Can you swim? You'll behave once you're swept away. This stream isn't deep. Even if the current is strong in the summer, it won't sweep anyone away, Maeve nodded confidently. After a while, she pointed to a grove of trees at the foot of the mountain. We'll go mushroom picking in the woods after it rains. There are squirrels and rabbits inside too. Don't let my pretty appearance fool you. I'm actually quite good at catching rabbits. I often catch small animals in the woods. Really? I've never seen you arrest anyone before. There's so many bandits in your human forest that I don't dare go in, and Ellie is even faster. Every time before I can make a move, she kills the little rabbit with magic. Maeve rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue in a very exaggerated manner. Also, let me tell you, the potatoes grown in the village are incredibly fragrant. We must buy a lot of them. As she spoke, she suddenly swallowed, seemingly already imagining herself eating the sweet and soft potatoes. She's a very lively person. She chatters on and on all day, as if she has inexhaustible energy. At first, Ryan thought she was a bit noisy, but after getting used to it, he felt it was nice to have someone chattering around. Otherwise, everyone would be quiet and wouldn't talk much along the way. Don't give me that. There's no room left for potatoes, Ryan said, ruffling Maeve's head. Maeve grinned foolishly from the side. Buy a few more carriages. Didn't you say you want to take all the villagers with you? Ryan shook his head. That depends on Kara's agreement. There's no definite answer yet. If she agrees, we can indeed buy a few more carriages and bring the villagers to the island. The island lacks livestock such as horses and cattle, so it is indeed possible to import a dozen or so from outside the island for breeding and raising. However, Sue and Sailboat couldn't carry that much stuff at once. If Kara and her villagers came along, they would definitely have to make several trips back and forth, or they would need to get 2 more boats. Let's buy them in the village, and then we can take some potatoes with us and eat them on the go. Maeve wagged her tail, her eyes shining. Ryan sighed helplessly, then agreed. Okay, you bastard. All you ever think about is food. Soon the carriage entered the village. There were no pedestrians on the small road at the entrance of the village. On this cold day, the villagers were all hiding in their houses, burning fires to keep warm. They would only peek out when they heard the sound of the carriage. Maeve greeted the villagers warmly. Though it was so windy, she didn't know if they could hear her. The village is indeed large, with wooden huts covering the hillsides, seemingly housing hundreds of households. Kara's small village has only about a dozen households and few villagers. Just as Ryan was looking around, Maeve pointed to a dilapidated wooden house in the distance and shouted, "Master, this is my home." Perhaps annoyed that the carriage was moving too slowly in the snow, the scoundrel jumped off the carriage and ran away step by step into the distance, where the snow was almost knee-deep. "Slow down, don't fall," Ryan shouted at Maeve's retreating figure. Ellie, watching from the side, couldn't help but tease, "Is she in such a hurry?" She's been away from home for almost a year, so it's normal for her to miss her family. Ryan shrugged, looking at the expressionless Ellie, and continued, "If I were away from you for that long, I would definitely miss you too." Ellie pouted and muttered under her breath, "I don't believe you have that many women." "Really?" Ryan nodded and answered seriously, because he had already started to miss Lilith and Luna. 20 days have passed since they left the island. I wonder how they are doing now, and whether the merchant's clothes have been delivered to the island. Thinking of this, Ryan tentatively called out, "Verast?" The next second, this guy appeared out of thin air in front of Ryan. "What? Want to make a wish?" "No, I wanted to ask you, how are my other 2 wives doing now?" "Be healthy and well. I even touched Luna's ears yesterday." "Yesterday?" Verast nodded, sat in Maeve's seat, crossed her legs, and replied casually, "Yes, I've been spending a lot of time on the island playing with the animals. These furry kids are so much fun. I love them." "You wouldn't be up to any ulterior motives, would you?" "What wicked thoughts? I was just touching my ear. What wicked thoughts could I possibly have?" Velaz yawned listlessly, her eyes closed as she spoke. Remembering something, Ryan continued, "Were those clothes delivered to the island?" "Oh, it's here. I have to say, the clothes are really ugly." Verast nodded. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. "As long as I have clothes to keep warm, that's fine. As for whether they look good or not, that's not important for now. I value practicality more." Verast pursed her lips, then suddenly vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Ryan turned to look at Maeve's retreating figure. That bastard had already run quite a distance. Since he was just sitting there anyway, he might as well go and find out what was going on. Before leaving, he invited Ellie and Evelyn. "Want to come with me? I can take you across." "I'd rather take the car," Evelyn said decisively, and Ellie shared the same opinion. Finally, Ryan took Nerima with him. He got off the carriage and leaped up, jumping several times to Maeve's side. "You short legs, let me take you with me." "Okay." Maeve leaped up and jumped on Orion. He had one his arms in front and another on his back, and he swayed and staggered toward the cabin. Chapter 174, Venting One's Anger. After a while, Maeve stood upright in the doorway, carefully straightening the edges of her clothes, and then raised her hand in midair. Seeing that she hadn't moved, Ryan couldn't help but urge her. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and knock on the door." Maeve smiled, seemingly a little excited. "Let me calm down. What should I say when I see them?" As soon as she finished speaking, Maeve banged on the door. Soon, footsteps could be heard inside the house. A haggard-looking female beast woman opened the door for them. She had a pair of rabbit ears standing upright on her head. Clearly, this is just one of her mothers, not her biological mother. Maeve previously stated that she had 3 mothers in total, but one was beaten to death by her father due to domestic violence, leaving only her biological mother and another mother. The moment the bunny-eared aunt saw Maeve, her eyes widened in surprise. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. "Maeve, you actually found her." "Mom," Maeve cried out and hugged her tightly, then sniffled. "I thought I'd never see you again." Upon hearing her voice, several furry little creatures ran out of the room. They were all different species of beastmen. "Sister." 2 little girls hugged Maeve on either side, while a little brother with bunny ears watched from behind. It has to be said that Maeve's family is a chaotic mix, but they are incredibly large. This house isn't much bigger than Luna's matchbox-sized hut, yet it houses so many people. However, it seems that this is what a typical beast-human family is like. A strong man or woman with several spouses and a group of furry, adorable children. The villagers in that small village in Kara were the same way. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Maeve suddenly introduced Ryan to her family. "By the way, Mom, this is the man I found outside. He's very strong and treats me very well, so you don't need to worry." Maeve's mother immediately turned her gaze over. She looked Ryan up and down, a subtle change in her expression. "He's a human?" "Yes, but he's different from the others. He's very kind to us and won't bully us." Maeve nodded and then gently took Ryan's arm. "He does look quite strong, if you'd like." "He's more than just strong. He's the strongest man I've ever seen. He's incredibly powerful." Maeve's voice was filled with pride as she showed Ryan to her younger siblings. But she soon realized something. "Wait, where are my mom and sister? Are they inside?" Upon hearing this, Rabbit Ear's mother looked troubled. She said haltingly, "Not long after you left, Bertha married Walter Anna from the edge of the village. Anna fell ill at the beginning of winter and is still bedridden." Maeve immediately became agitated upon hearing this and loudly questioned, "Didn't Dad go and ask the herbalist to come and treat Mom?" Rabbit Ear's mom shook her head. "I want to see my mother." Maeve slipped into the room and glanced into the bedroom, but didn't see anyone. "Where's my mother?" "After your mother got sick, your father threw her into the pigsty. When Bertha came back, she saw it and took your mother with her," Rabbit-eared Mom said softly, her expression bitter. "I didn't dare to tell your father I was sorry. My mother's like that. He's not even as good as an animal." Maeve cursed, tears glistening in her eyes. Ryan tiptoed into the house, raised an eyebrow at Maeve's younger siblings, and then glanced into the inner room. A middle-aged beast human who looked very strong was sleeping on the bed, covered with a thick wool blanket. His snoring was deafening, and the whole room was shaking. This guy is as strong as an ox. Maeve rarely mentioned her father, and Ryan's impression of him was that of a domestic abuser who liked to beat his wife and children after drinking. "What's his name?" Ryan asked Rabbit Ear's mom. "Pearson is Maeve's father and my husband." She crossed her arms in front of her and stared intently at Maeve, as if afraid she might do something outrageous. A few seconds later, an angry Maeve suddenly grabbed a basket of charcoal placed in front of the door, bypassed her bunny-eared mother who was blocking her way, and threw the charcoal at Pearson, abruptly stopping his deafening snoring. The rabbit-eared mother was protecting her children, and everyone was worried for her. Maeve pointed at the sleepy-eyed Pearson and yelled, "You scum! Mom has never done anything to wrong you. She even tills the fields every year, and you just lie at home drinking and sleeping. When she got sick, you threw her into the pigsty. Are you even human?" She became more and more emotional as she spoke, and eventually tears welled up in her eyes. This was the first time Ryan had ever seen Maeve angry since he bought her. "I thought she would be greeted with a warm reunion when she got home, but less than 2 minutes later, chaos erupted. Pearson looked at the messy bed, then at Maeve, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and muttered, "You good for nothing. You're like a persistent ghost. I should have thrown you somewhere much farther away." He suddenly stood up, raised his hand, and slapped Maeve across the face. Smack! Ryan caught Pearson's slap and slowly narrowed his eyes. "Maeve told me that you seem to like hitting your wife and kids when you're drunk, right? Here's a new punching bag for you today." Ryan punched Pearson squarely in the face with his right fist, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Immediately afterwards, his left knee shot out and struck him precisely in the abdomen. Finally, he pulled his leg back, twisted his waist, and delivered a right hook to Pearson's jaw, causing Pearson's face to tilt, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, several children lined up to kick Pearson. "Stop hitting him!" Rabbit-eared Mom ran to Ryan's side and shouted urgently. It's clear she didn't want anyone to die. Ryan had already been very restrained, otherwise he would have turned Pearson into a bloody mist with one punch. He casually flicked the blood off his fist and turned to Maeve, asking, "Should we kill him?" The rabbit mother pleaded desperately, "Me? No." Maeve shook her head vigorously, her voice trembling slightly. "That's enough. Let's go find my sister and my mother at the village entrance." No sooner had he finished speaking than Pearson, who had just been knocked unconscious, stirred. It has to be said that the Beastman's physical abilities are truly strong. An ordinary person would take half a day to wake up after taking this combination of punches, but he woke up in less than 10 seconds. Ryan lifted him off the ground with one hand and slowly said, "You old bastard, if I find out again that you beat your wife and kids after drinking, I'll tear you to pieces and throw you into the pigsty to feed the pigs, understand?" Seeing that Pearson was stammering and unable to speak, Ryan slapped him twice, turning his head into a pig's head, and then threw him onto the bed. Chapter 175, Maeve's Family. Ryan followed Maeve back to the edge of the village and found a simple cabin near the woods, with several animal hides displayed in a shed next to it. Evelyn stood to the side, holding Mira, and asked in confusion, "Why are you two wandering around like this? Have you come to the wrong place?" "You've come to the right place. Maeve's mother lives here now." Ryan patted Evelyn's fox ears on her head, then tied the horse to the fence by the door. Maeve was so anxious she was stamping her feet. Before Ryan could even come over, she hurriedly went and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. He was a young male beast man, with a thick black bearskin draped over his shoulders. A short bow hung on the shelf beside him. He appeared to be a hunter. Upon seeing Maeve, he paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Ryan and the others. Maeve asked anxiously, Walter, are my sister, Mom, and I with you?" He looked Maeve over again, slowly took a few steps back, leaned slightly back, and called out into the house, "Bessa, your sister is back." Soon, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from inside the house. A female beast woman with short black hair walked quickly to the door. She was also wearing a fur coat, which was very warm and covered her up. Her lips trembled when she saw Maeve, and she choked out incredulously, "Maeve?" "Sister." Maeve's large tail swayed behind her. Bertha opened her arms and hugged Maeve tightly, tears that had been held back for so long finally streaming down her face. "I thought I'd never see you again." Ryan watched them silently from behind, and he was pleased. Although this jerk is usually quite annoying, Ryan has come to like her after spending time with her for a while. Maeve sniffled. "Don't cry, I'm still alive. Your crying makes me want to cry too. Wah." Bertha's throat moved, as if she wanted to swallow back the tears that were about to spill. "I'm so glad you're all right. God must be watching over you." Just then, Maeve suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is Mom here with you? How is she?" Bertha looked troubled and shook her head. "She's very ill. The herbalist said Mom caught a cold, and on top of that, she's been overworked lately. Whether she pulls through is just a matter of luck. Walter and I don't have enough money to take her to the city for treatment. Come on in, it's cold outside, but warmer inside." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Ryan and Narima. "And who are these people?" Maeve blinked and gently took Ryan's arm. "This is the man I found outside, and he loves me very much." Although Bertha saw that Ryan was human, she didn't say much. "Let me take you there. Mom misses you terribly." Bertha took Maeve's hand and led her into the room. Ryan followed Maeve into the house and then glanced into the room as well. Lying on a small bed in the corner was a thin, gray-haired woman with deep-set eyes and very faint chest movements. Maeve hurried into the room, then gently knelt before the bed, gazing longingly at her, and softly called, "Mama, Mama." Anna turned her head slightly and glanced at her, her eyes seemingly filled with confusion. Prolonged malnutrition and illness had left her extremely weak, making it difficult for her to even react. Her lips trembled slightly as she managed to utter a name, Maeve. She started sobbing as soon as she uttered those two words. But perhaps because he was too weak, not a single tear fell from the corner of his eye. Mila nestled in Evelyn's arms, and seeing this scene seemed to remind her of something sad, so she hugged Evelyn tightly. Ryan watched from the side and patted her head reassuringly. Maeve rubbed her eyes, looking very sad. "Mama's gotten so thin. What are we going to do?" Bertha knelt beside her, gently stroking her mother's hair, and said with heartache, "She often shivers and has a fever, and she sweats constantly. She had a fever for the past few days, and it only got a little better last night. However, she has a poor appetite and can't eat anything. She vomits if she's fed, even a little too much." Ryan took the opportunity to examine it. Anna's status bar now has two new entries, malnutrition and malaria. Malaria was extremely deadly in that era. Bloodletting and the application of various herbs could not cure the disease, and patients would die painfully from repeated torment. The only good news for them is that malaria cannot be directly transmitted to others around them. Your mother doesn't have typhoid fever or a cold. She has malaria. Treatment for this disease requires quinine, an extract from cinchona bark. You can ask a herbalist if they have any, Ryan said seriously. The North has potatoes from South America, so maybe they have cinchona trees too, and there might still be a chance. Maeve sniffled, unable to listen to Ryan's words. She could only ask pitifully what kind of bark, pine bark, would work. "No." Just then, Evelyn spoke up. "Take her to the church in Verils. The nuns will provide her with treatment, and even malaria can be cured." "Real?" Evelyn nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." Ryan put his hands on his hips. "This world really does need magic. Science can wait and see. Let's set off now with Mom." Maeve turned to look at Ryan, then gently hugged his leg. Bertha kissed Walter beside her, then whispered, "I'll go with you too. That way I'll feel a little more at ease." Walter's hoarse ears twitched, and he immediately rejected the suggestion. "No, you're pregnant now. You can't go far." "Pregnant?" Ryan glanced at Bertha. Her clothes covered her up so well that you couldn't see the size of her belly at all. It was only after the test that they discovered she was already 4 months pregnant. "Please, my mother worked in the fields every day when she was pregnant with me, so you don't need to worry so much," Bertha pleaded. Walter shook his head vigorously and continued, "Then I'll go with you. Otherwise I won't feel at ease." Bertha said softly, "You have things to do. I'll be back in a few days, I promise." Walter sighed. "Okay, then be careful." Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Ryan bent down and wrapped Maeve's mother, Anna, in a blanket, then gently picked her up and carried her out the door. The group had barely settled into the small mountain village before having to rush off to Verils. Fortunately, the city wasn't far for them, and they should be able to reach their destination by carriage by tomorrow morning. Chapter 176, Maeve's Triumph. The next day, the sky was still pitch black. After traveling for more than 10 hours, Ryan finally saw the lights of the city in the distance. Ryan glanced back and saw that Maeve and Bertha were each holding their mother on either side, keeping her warm in this way. They seemed to be asleep. Although Ellie and Evelyn were still sitting upright, they were already yawning repeatedly. When we first bought Ellie, she was fine even if she didn't sleep for a day or two. But now, I don't know if she's gotten used to it or what, but if she doesn't get a good night's rest, she looks quite tired the next day. "We're almost there," Ryan whispered a reminder. Nerima slowly sat up and then stretched. Maeve, who usually sleeps like a log, slightly raised her head to take a look. Bertha sat up, took the warmed black bread out of her clothes, tore it into small pieces, and fed it to her mother bit by bit. Ryan was a little doubtful. She was already so weak. Could she really eat this hard, black bread? Sure enough, she soon spat out a small piece of dark bread. "Stop feeding her for now. Once we get into the city, we'll buy some rye porridge from the tavern and feed it to her. The bread is too hard for her to eat." Bertha nodded and gently hugged her mother. After a while, she lowered her voice and suddenly asked in a low voice, Excuse me for asking. How did you and Maeve meet? Maeve? Ryan glanced back at her again, then answered honestly, I was a mercenary back then, and I wanted someone in my family to do the laundry and cooking, so I went to the slave market and bought her. Bertha looked at Maeve and continued, So, you're actually her master. Pretty much, nominally, it is a master-slave relationship. Ryan shrugged. Maeve muttered to herself, Although Ryan is so good to me, even though he always teases me, he never hits me, and he protects me. All right, we went home first yesterday afternoon, and Ryan gave Dad a really good beating. He was really fierce. As she said this, she proudly raised her head, as if she had done it herself yesterday. First do this, then do that, and then punch him unconscious. Maeve became more and more excited as she spoke, and for a moment she even forgot that her mother was still sick. Bertha's eyes widened. The two sisters were indeed sisters. Their tones of voice were even somewhat similar. Really? He's that amazing? Oomph. Of course, there's something even more amazing. Maeve nodded vigorously, her fluffy wolf ears standing up. The two sisters chattered away in the back of the carriage, waking Mira and Helaya from their deep sleep. Ryan suddenly coughed twice, as if remembering something. Why did you leave Maeve in that forest? If it weren't for her lucky naivete, you might never have seen her again. Bertha looked troubled, her head down and her ears drooping. We were visiting relatives when we got to that grove of trees. They got off the carriage to pee in the woods. As soon as Dad saw her go far away, he just rode off. He had wanted to get rid of Maeve for a long time. My mom and I tried to make him stop, but he knocked her unconscious with a stick. Later, I wanted to jump off the carriage and go back to find her, but I ran into a slave-catching team that was arresting people everywhere. Those Sylvadan people were all bastards. They didn't even spare children and grabbed them all onto the carriage. In the end, I had no choice but to go back with my dad. Bertha seemed somewhat guilty, and she apologized to Maeve, saying, I'm sorry. Maeve licked her lips and replied very understandingly, It's okay. It's all Dad's fault. It's not your fault. Besides, even though I was captured by slave traders, at least I met Ryan. I have a big house to live in, good food, and new clothes. Evelyn looked at Maeve and shook her head helplessly. Just then, Maeve seemed to suddenly remember something. She grabbed Bertha's hand tightly and said seriously, Sister, come with us. You, me, and Mom will live together from now on. Bertha was taken aback at first, then quickly withdrew her hand. No, Walter may not be good with words, but he's been very good to me. I'm pregnant with a child now and want to continue living in the village. If Mom is willing to go with you, then take her with you. I don't want her to continue living with Dad. Maeve's wolf ears drooped, and she looked somewhat disappointed. Okay. Half an hour later, Ryan drove his carriage into the city with an air of nonchalance, and dawn gradually broke. The streets were covered in snow and deserted, with only a few scattered beastmen soldiers patrolling with torches. Evelyn flew onto the back of another horse. I'll lead the way. It's been so long since I've been back to the church here. Ryan looked around and saw many homeless beastmen huddled in the alleyways, burning fires to keep warm. Upon arriving in the north, Ryan felt that there were people everywhere. Although it wasn't quite to the point of being a population explosion, it was indeed somewhat exaggerated for a medieval kingdom, showing that they had no shortage of labor. Ryan spotted a tavern, and after Evelyn stopped the car, he got out and bought 2 bowls of porridge, one for Mira and one for Maeve to feed her mother. Softer, more easily digestible food was easier for her to eat, and she drank quite a bit of this porridge. Bertha remarked from the side, Maeve, you're so clever to have found a man outside. Mom drank a lot of porridge. Of course, Ryan is incredibly talented. He always comes up with things I can't even imagine. Maeve was even more smug. As Ryan listened to their conversation, his vision went black. Maeve's mother doesn't even have the strength to speak now. So how could she possibly eat black bread that's harder than a rock? At most, she can only eat some thick porridge. Evelyn shook her head, suppressing a laugh. Ryan looked at her and casually asked, It's been years since you've been back. How does this feel? It's been 7 years, I guess. Nothing's changed here. It looks pretty much the same as when I left, just like I remember. Evelyn looked at a bakery on the corner and shook her head. But the pub I used to frequent has closed down. It holds a lot of my memories. Ryan nodded. The tavern he used to frequent had also closed down, But luckily he was fortunate enough to marry the tavern owner. What are you grinning about? Evelyn squinted. I'm wondering when you'll introduce me to your family. Evelyn shrugged and replied softly, Forget it. They're a bunch of nasty guys, you won't like them. Chapter 177, Drinking Some Strong Liquor. Led by Evelyn, Ryan took Maeve's mother, Anna, to a church in the center of the city. The nun in white robes placed Anna on a bed and began chanting magic to heal her. Of course, this wasn't free. Ryan had to pay a gold coin before receiving treatment. Seeing the white, holy light enveloping Anna's body, I wonder if it can heal her. How long will the treatment last? Ryan looked around and saw that there were many flame-shaped runes on the golden murals in the church, which were exactly the same as the pendant that Evelyn had hidden in her clothes. Evelyn slowly said, One day, we can come and pick them up at this time tomorrow. Let's go to the nearby tavern and get something to eat first. Ryan rubbed his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything that morning, and his stomach was rumbling. Maeve and Bertha sat on a bench nearby, and they didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. What? Aren't you hungry? Ryan asked, puzzled, seeing that Maeve remained unmoved. She's usually the most enthusiastic eater, but now she's completely still. Maeve shook her head. Master, you can go ahead. I'll stay here with Mom and chat with my sister. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Come find us again tomorrow. Her ears twitched, making her look a little silly. Ryan looked around. There were many nuns praying quietly in the church. Really? Don't cause trouble here, or they might throw you out. No, you guys go get something to eat. Maeve waved her hand. So what do you eat for lunch and dinner? I can handle this myself. Master, you should go. Maeve got up and nudged his bottom. Ryan and Evelyn exchanged glances, then turned and left the church. Along the way, they saw several churches, and many ragged beast men went inside to worship devoutly. Your city has so many churches, Ryan exclaimed. Kaeldorn is about the same size as here, and the entire city seems to have only one church. Evelyn nodded and replied, Life is hard enough. People need something to keep going. There aren't many cities here. There's another city to the south, and that's where churches are everywhere. Talia looked around, her eyes filled with curiosity about the city. Ryan ruffled her long, golden hair. Do you have a god in the great forest? The little elf nodded and answered seriously, Of course. The tree god will bless every one of his children. After saying that, she exclaimed, This place is so beautiful. Although it's a bit cold, I love it. She squatted down on the ground, cupped her hands together, and made a snowball. Ryan cautioned, Be careful, there might be something in the snow. Ryan hesitated, only saying half of what he wanted to say. In his eyes, this place didn't seem much different from Kaeldorn. However, the white snow covered the flowing sewage, making it look cleaner. Talia promptly withdrew her hand, then patted her thigh with obvious disgust. Ryan is the worst. Haha, it's just the truth. Ryan led the group to a tavern on Evelyn's recommendation, and they ordered some food. However, while the food in the north may seem plentiful at first glance, it doesn't actually taste very good. The word rough is the best way to describe it. Just as Ryan was carefully savoring a sausage, Evelyn returned to her seat with 2 glasses of wine. She placed one of the cups in front of Ryan. Try it. This is a strong liquor from Verriers. The men here love to drink this in the winter. Evelyn picked up the glass, tilted her head back, took a big gulp, and then let out a long sigh. A strong smell of alcohol filled the air around her, and at the same time, her cheeks gradually turned red. Mira leaned closer to smell it, then frowned in disgust. Ugh. Mom reeks of alcohol. No more drinking. Just one, Evelyn replied softly. You actually drink alcohol? I've never heard you mention it before. Ryan raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. That's because you've never asked me. Evelyn smiled, and whether she was drunk or what, her eyes suddenly became exceptionally charming. But nobles don't usually drink this kind of strong liquor. I've only tried it a few times in total. Ryan picked up the cup and glanced at it. The wine was clear and colorless, yet emitted an extremely strong alcoholic smell. He forced himself to drink it all in one gulp, and an indescribable spicy sensation welled up inside him. Ryan exhaled a breath of hot air, feeling much better in his chest. He couldn't help but exclaim, Is this stuff really drinkable? Evelyn nodded. Yes, you finished it in one gulp. That's amazing. Ellie took Ryan's glass away then poured the remaining few drops of wine in her mouth and smacked her lips. Her expression was a little strange. Clearly, she didn't like the wine. Pregnant women can't drink alcohol. Ryan pinched Ellie's cheek. The kitten licked its lips and muttered, "It doesn't taste good." Talia tugged at Ryan's sleeve and asked cautiously, "Can I have a drink?" "You? Children shouldn't drink this either." Ryan refused decisively. "I've grown up." Talia puffed out her cheeks slightly while gently patting Ryan's shoulder. Ryan shook his head. In his mind, a woman's breasts had to be at least as big as Narima's to be considered a mature woman. Before he could even finish speaking, he was beaten up by Talia again, and then the little elf sat down opposite her, puffing up his cheeks. Evelyn mimicked Ryan, downing the glass of strong liquor in one gulp, then choking and coughing. Talia patted her back. Ryan's lips curled up slightly. Who drinks such strong liquor in broad daylight? What are you going to do later? Find a hotel and get some sleep? Evelyn shook her head, a hint of drunkenness on her face. No. Didn't you say you wanted to meet my family? I'll take you there later. Mira blinked, seemingly excited. Can I meet my grandparents? Evelyn nodded and said gently, yes. She reeked of alcohol. Now? Really? It's not too late to go tomorrow. Ryan felt that it wouldn't be good for her to suddenly go back drunk after not being home for so long. We need to go back now, Evelyn said seriously. After drinking, she lost her previous maturity and composure. At this moment, her face was flushed like a little girl who liked to act unreasonably. Unable to resist her insistence, Ryan shrugged helplessly and said, Fine, we'll go like this then. You lead the way. Chapter 178, Evelyn's Mother. Evelyn, supporting Ryan's shoulder, walked towards the white castle that was connected to the city walls. By the time she reached the door, the smell of alcohol had mostly dissipated, and her mind had cleared considerably. 2 guards at the castle gate drew their halberds to block the group, then scrutinized Evelyn, who was walking at the front. Get out of the way. This is not a place for you. Mira was initially quite happy, but after being yelled at like that, she immediately tucked her foxtail between her legs and hid behind Ryan. Evelyn looked at them, seemingly nonchalant. How long have you been standing guard here? What's it to you? I guess it should be no more than 6 years. Otherwise you would definitely have met Count Edith's daughter, Evelyn Amelia Verriers. The 2 guards exchanged glances, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. One of the guards strode into the gate, while the other guard sheathed his halberd and used his hand to block the crowd, his tone becoming respectful. Please wait a moment. A moment later, the guard rushed back, winking at the other guard. I'm sorry, Ms. Evelyn, we just arrived. Evelyn pursed her lips, seemingly not intending to pursue the matter. Move aside and be more careful next time. Ryan picked up Mira and followed Evelyn swaggering into the castle. She looked around and then let out a long sigh. So many years have passed, and this place hasn't changed at all. At this point, she pointed to several archery targets standing in the corner. When we were little, my sisters and I often practiced archery here. I was particularly accurate with my bow. Really? I haven't seen you show off your skills. I used to use it when I first arrived in Kaeldorn. Back then, I was always trying to make money and running around with Mira on my back. My magic was often depleted. After opening the tavern, I basically stopped using it. Evelyn shook her head and continued. When we used to practice archery, my dad would often scold us because in our area, only country women would learn archery, and he thought we were a disgrace to him. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Learning more things can't hurt, Ryan said, shaking his head. Evelyn smiled gently and poked Myra's cheek with her finger. Did you hear that, little one? Your father is absolutely right. It's always good to learn more. They passed by a stable. Evelyn peeked inside. What's wrong? Ryan asked again. I used to have a very cute little pony, but I left in a hurry and didn't come back with it. So many years have passed, I don't even know where it is now. Evelyn shook her head and laughed. Although I don't like it here, it holds many memories for me. Just as they were strolling around, a richly dressed, noble woman rushed out of the main building. She had long red hair and seemed quite excited. She paused slightly after their eyes met, then hugged Evelyn tightly, saying, Come here. The 2 embraced each other in the snow. The servants in the castle all cast curious glances at them. Ryan sized up the noblewoman. Her demeanor was very similar to Evelyn's. Although the years had left many marks on her face, Ryan could tell that she must have been an exceptionally beautiful beast-eared girl in her youth. This must be Evelyn's mother. Mira blinked, her expression somewhat confused. She didn't seem to quite understand the ways of adults. After a long while, the two slowly separated. The noblewoman rubbed her eyes and softly scolded, "You're so heartless. You just left without a word back then, and all these years have passed without even a letter or a chance to apologize." "I'm back now, aren't I?" Evelyn said expressionlessly, the effects of the alcohol seemingly wearing off. The noblewoman set her sights on Ryan. Ryan bowed deeply to her. "Honorable madam, may your brilliance forever shine upon this land." "Who are you?" She sized up Ryan, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of beast man he was. "Lane of Kale Dorn, Lady Evelyn." Evelyn said, "Husband, this is the husband I found outside." "I see." She wasn't too surprised, as if she had known all along. "I am Rosalind Amelia Verrills. Just call me Rosalind." So much time has passed. Perhaps Emile already told Evelyn about her living in anonymity in Calydorn. Rosalind's gaze fell on Mira in Ryan's arms, and she cautiously asked, "Could this be?" Before she could finish speaking, Evelyn nodded. She reached out and gently lifted Myra's cheek, a soft look appearing in her eyes, exactly the same as when she was little. Mira, who was a little socially awkward, snuggled closer to Ryan and whispered, "Hello, grandmother." Rosalind nodded, revealing a standard aristocratic smile. "Please come in." Evelyn glanced back at Ellie, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Act with me for a bit later." Ellie picked at her ear, looking completely bewildered. The group entered the main building, where a portly beast-human noble was chatting with several other nobles. He glanced at Evelyn, seemingly unconcerned, and continued chatting with the others. Rosalind shook her head and said, "Don't pay attention to your dad. You know his personality. He hasn't improved at all over the years." Evelyn shrugged. "I know. I came back mainly to see you, and also to let you see Mira." "That's good. You must be tired from the journey. I've asked the servants to prepare some food. Please come along." Rosalind looked at the two elves, one black and one white, and casually asked, "Who are they?" Narima's pointed ears twitched, and just as she was about to answer, Evelyn spoke for her. "Lane's elven friends. They live in the great forest. The little one with golden hair is called Salaya, and the one with silver hair is called Narima. They are both very friendly." "Friendly dark elves? That's rare. They're really beautiful." Rosalind nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Ellie. "And this one?" Ellie didn't say anything, but her tail wagged behind her. Evelyn pouted and began to make up a story. "This is my personal maid, Ellie. She has been living with me ever since I left here." Rosalind didn't say a word when she heard that he was a servant. But Ellie didn't care at all. She hung her head, seemingly plotting something. Rosalind led everyone to the long table, where servants brought out a sumptuous meal to entertain them. Chapter 179, I hadn't even warmed my seat yet. Maeve would be so happy if she were here. The food on the table wasn't anything fancy or rare, but it was still exceptionally plentiful. White bread, sausages, berries, and drinks were all provided, and the taste was quite good, far superior to those roadside pubs. Although she had already eaten some breakfast outside, Mira still wolfed down the sumptuous food on the table, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Rosalind and Evelyn were whispering in the kitchen, the food on the table untouched. Narima swallowed hard. These are all novel things. The nobles on the surface are so lucky. She picked up half a sausage and stuffed it in her mouth, chewing with great satisfaction. Ryan also took a small bite. Although it was firm and meaty and lacked any high-tech or grueling elements, it was still too salty. In actual testing, this stuff doesn't taste as good as Danhui ham sausage. "Isn't it salty?" Ryan asked, puzzled. Narima shook her head. "It's not salty, the taste is just right." Halaya also took small bites of the food. She used to only eat fish, but now that she's been with Ryan for a long time, she eats almost anything, including pork, beef, and mutton. However, perhaps because of her preference for milder flavors, she gave a completely different review for Narima. "It's so salty. It might taste better if it were cooked." Ryan nodded. Just as everyone was commenting on the food, Evelyn and Rosalind finally emerged from the kitchen. Evelyn sat next to Ryan, while Rosalind sat opposite her with a smile on her face. She looked Mira up and down and slowly said, "This child should be 6 years old this year, right?" Evelyn responded softly, chewing her white bread in small bites. She then handed a piece to Ellie. Sit down and eat with us. Ellie had been trained on the island, and according to Alkin, if it weren't for her rebellious nature, she would most likely have been sold to a royal princess as her personal maid. Evelyn asked her to pretend, and she went into work mode without a second thought, then stood behind her without saying a word. She only sat down to the side after Evelyn spoke. Rosalind's gaze fell on Ryan again. After observing him for a while, she couldn't help but voice her doubts. Are you a beast man? Some types of beast humans look almost identical to humans, such as Lilith. As long as she doesn't flick her tongue or show her tail, she looks just like an ordinary woman. Evelyn answered for Ryan. He is a pure-blooded human, a former mercenary, and now the Lord of White Mist Island. White Mist Island in the North Sea? Rosalind asked, somewhat surprised. That island was like a den of demons in the hearts of the beastmen of the North. The slave-hunting teams on the island had abducted countless beastmen children over the decades, and only a very few people had not heard of the legends about that place. Yes, Ryan single-handedly wiped out the descendants of those bandits. He's a hero, Evelyn said expressionlessly. Ryan didn't dare to say a word. Evelyn was exaggerating. It was actually Velas who did it. He's that strong? Rosalind asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Evelyn nodded. Yes, his strength is breathtaking, and his magical talent is the strongest I have ever seen. He has only been learning magic for a few months, yet he can easily kill countless powerful monsters. The saintly mages in the ancient books are nothing compared to him. Ryan slightly raised his glass to Evelyn in thanks. You taught me well. That's not the case. Evelyn patted the breadcrumbs off her hands, then turned slightly to look at Rosalind. After a brief hesitation, she gently hugged him. Rosalind was taken aback at first, then closed her eyes and hugged her. I'm sorry, Mother, Evelyn whispered. It's okay, just live life the way you want. After a long time, the two parted ways again. Mother, I will write to you often from now on. Evelyn's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Ryan and whispered, All right, let's go back. Go back. Ryan scratched his head. Are you leaving before you've even had a chance to sit down properly? Having come all this way, she didn't even plan to stay for a couple of days and chat with her elderly mother about what had happened over the past few years. Ryan picked up the two little elves, one on each side. Although he didn't quite understand, since Evelyn had already spoken, he would do as she said. Mira held a few dried cranberries in her hand, looking somewhat puzzled. Just as everyone was about to leave, Earl Edith, who had been chatting with other nobles and not taking Evelyn seriously, slowly walked towards them. He asked directly, Why did you take this child away in the first place? You made the family a laughingstock. Evelyn didn't answer. Instead, she turned and winked at Ryan. Call me if you need anything. Ryan understood immediately, picked up Mira, and quickly left the main building. The little foodie didn't notice what the adults were talking about. She stared longingly at the small dishes on the table, seemingly reluctant to leave the sweet and sour dried fruit. Once outside the main building, Ryan immediately perked up his ears and began eavesdropping on Evelyn and the others arguing. Mila tugged at Ryan's pants and muttered, Dad, is there any of that kind of food on the island like the one on the table earlier? I really like the sweet kind. Dried cranberries? I don't have any, but it's not hard to find them. I can buy you some in the future. Ryan thought for a moment, then added, Of course, that depends on your mother's permission. If she doesn't want you to eat them, there's nothing I can do. Wah, could you secretly buy some for me to eat? Mira looked up at Ryan, looking pitiful. She didn't know anything about what happened between the adults. All she knew was that the dried fruit was delicious. Okay, but don't tell your mom. She'll kill me if she finds out. Ryan ruffled Myra's hair. Just then, Ellie suddenly said, Master, I want to eat too. Really? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. They say sour foods are for boys and spicy foods are for girls, but I wonder if this old formula applies to Kemonomami, animal-eared girls. Ellie puffed out her cheeks slightly, and a faint scent of jealousy wafted over. Really, I want to eat some too. I wonder what's gotten into this Catgirl this time. A few minutes later, Evelyn came out of the main building. She remained expressionless, gently taking Mila's small hand, appearing no different from usual. Let's leave here and find a hotel to rest for the night. I'm a little tired. Evelyn shook her head. Okay, Ryan replied softly. As he passed the castle gate, he glanced back. Seeing Count Edith standing in front of the main building looking at them, Ryan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Diarrhea. In less than 2 seconds, the pot-bellied beast man, Lord, scurried away, his rear end tucked between his legs. Chapter 180, Maeve's Resolve. Ryan led Evelyn and the others to a hotel near the square to rest. This little fox spirit was probably really tired. She didn't rest last night, and as a result, she went straight to bed and fell fast asleep as soon as she entered the room, even snoring. Mira yawned sleepily, and the bumpy ride in the carriage hadn't helped her sleep well. Dad, I'm sleepy too. Do you want to sleep with us? Mira took off her coat, crawled under the covers, and poked her head out to ask Ryan. You guys go to sleep first. I'm not sleepy yet. Ryan shook his head. Mira nodded, then gently covered her face with the blanket. Narima lay down on another bed, hugged Halaya, and fell fast asleep. Only Ryan and Ellie remained in the room. Although the little glutton didn't say a word, its tail was gently patting Ryan's thigh. The two locked eyes. Ryan instantly understood Ellie's little scheme. He decisively refused. You have to be patient for now, and don't be tempted. What? Ellie pouted slightly and hugged Ryan's arm tightly. Because corporal punishment at a young age is bad for a child's development, Ryan replied earnestly. Ellie raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Really? You're not kidding me. No. Ryan casually ruffled Ellie's large, white breasts. You should go to sleep too. You didn't sleep well last night either. And what about you? Ellie continued to ask, still holding on tightly, as if afraid that Ryan would run away. Ryan shrugged and replied, I'm going to the church to see Maeve. It's noon now, and I wonder how Maeve's mother is doing. While you're at it, go to the tavern and buy some food, then bring it to them. I'm not sleepy anymore, and I want to go with you, Ellie said expressionlessly. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Ellie seems to be getting more and more clingy lately, as if she wants to be with him all the time. Okay, then let's go together. Ryan rubbed her cat ears. The two quietly closed the door and left the hotel. On the way, they stopped at a tavern to buy some food and dried fruit, and then went to the church. He passed by several nuns shoveling snow by the roadside. As soon as he entered, he saw Maeve and her sister Bertha whispering on a bench, while his mother, in the distance, was able to sit up from the bed thanks to the nuns' continued treatment, though she still looked somewhat strained. How's the treatment going? Ryan tapped Maeve on the head from behind with a piece of black bread. The two sisters turned around at the same time. Maeve asked in surprise, Master, how come you're back so soon? Her voice was a bit loud, and several nuns who were praying cast displeased glances at her. Seeing this, Ryan quickly stuffed bread into her mouth. Keep your voice down. We only sat for a short while before Evelyn left. She didn't want to stay any longer. He then found a corner where he wouldn't disturb others and laid out the food. Maeve's mouth watered the moment she saw the smoked sausages and dried fruit. Bertha exclaimed, You've had quite a feast. Of course. We used to eat stewed chicken every day. We were so happy. Maeve nodded, then picked up a few dried fruits and put them in her mouth. Master, aren't you going to eat any? I've already eaten. You too can eat. Judging from Maeve's wolfing down her food, she probably hadn't had breakfast. Just then, Bertha nudged Maeve twice, as if she were reminding her of something. Maeve was taken aback for a moment, then swallowed the black bread in her mouth little by little. Just as Ryan was wondering, she cautiously asked, Master, when are we leaving here? Wait until your mother recovers before you leave. Didn't you say you wanted to take her with you? Then you'll have to wait until she's better. Ryan did some quick calculations. She can now sit up on her own, and her mental state had improved considerably. He estimated that she could leave for the island tomorrow. Maeve lowered her head and picked at her fingers, stammering as if she wanted to say something, but seemed too embarrassed to say it. What's wrong? Maeve remained stammering and looked very embarrassed. Just tell me what's wrong. Ryan scrutinized her expression, then raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to stay in the north? If Maeve wants to stay here, that's fine. She's had a lot of luck these past few months. If she really can't let go of her family, then it's okay to leave her some money and release her. Upon hearing this, Maeve immediately shook her head in a panic, denying it. No. Master, you're so good to me. I like you and want to be with you forever. Bertha, meanwhile, carefully observed Ryan's reaction. Oh, what's wrong? Did you suddenly have an epiphany? Ryan was a little surprised. He rubbed Maeve's wolf ears on her head, The fine fur passing through his fingers, it felt quite nice. If they weren't outside, Ryan would have even wanted to grab her fluffy wolf tail. Maeve pouted and said coyly, "My sister said that a good man is a good future, and once you find one, you must hold on tight and never let him slip away." As she spoke, she stole a glance at Ryan, seemingly a little embarrassed. Maeve is usually very outgoing and carefree, and it's rare to see her show the shy and bashful side of herself, except when she's being teased. Ellie stared at the group without reacting. She didn't seem to be affected by Maeve's jealousy. Okay, you can keep eating." Ryan rubbed Maeve's head again. In fact, the two could have been considered a couple long ago. "We've already touched each other and kissed, but we haven't taken the final step yet." Bertha gently pinched Maeve's cheek, as if she were promoting a product. "Look at my sister. Her face is so chubby, and apart from eating a lot, this little cutie has no flaws." Ryan nodded in agreement. He did indeed like Maeve quite a bit. "All right, I'll deal with you when we get back." Ryan looked up at Maeve's mother, their eyes meeting. "How's your mother's recovery going?" Maeve's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "The kind nun said that Mommy will recover soon." "Thank you, Master." "That's good." Ryan turned his gaze back to Bertha and asked, "Are you really not planning to come with us? There's room for you on the island. Maeve is all alone on the island, so you'll have some company if you come along." "I'll pass on that. Walter has been very good to me." Ryan shrugged. "You can bring your man along, too. All he needs to do on the island is farm." Bertha shook her head again. "Walter is a very traditional hunter. His family has lived in the village for generations. He won't leave. I'm going to stay here with him. Take good care of Maeve. She may have a bit of a gluttony, but she's not a bad person at heart." Chapter 181, Maeve's Concerns. The next morning, Ryan led everyone to the church again. The two sisters, Maeve and Bertha, curled up in a corner to sleep, not caring where they were. Their mother is doing well with her treatment. The malaria on her status bar has mostly disappeared. However, due to long-term malnutrition, she is now a little weak and can't even walk steadily. Ryan didn't intend to linger in the city any longer. He took Maeve and the others and left the city, heading toward a small village to the north. The snow was falling heavier and heavier, and the road was becoming increasingly difficult to travel. The two ponies were struggling to move forward, and at this rate, it would probably take 2 days to get Bertha back to the village. "Why don't you just leave me here? I can walk back by myself." Maeve resolutely refused. "No, sister, you're pregnant. The snow is so deep. What if we encounter bandits on the road? I can't leave you here." Ryan didn't think any bandits would willingly hide in this freezing cold and attack a few passing travelers. However, it's definitely not advisable to let Bertha go back alone, lest she encounter any unexpected events. Anna glanced at everyone around her, then fixed her gaze on Ryan. She cautiously asked, "You're my daughter's husband?" Ryan glanced at Maeve, who was shyly covering her face. She actually looked rather cute. "I guess you could say that." Anna closed her eyes and nodded gently. "Last night, she told me a lot about you. Thank you for saving her back then." "It's nothing to mention." Ryan shrugged. Actually, she just wanted to buy a beast man with a keen sense of smell to track her target. Just as he was lost in thought, Anna's tail twitched gently, and she continued to ask Ryan, "When are you planning to have children?" This stumped Ryan. He could only leave it to fate, since the offspring of humans and beastmen who became partners were not very high. Ellie is a good example. The two of them had been trying for several months before she finally conceived a child. Maeve covered her face and swayed from side to side as if she had worms crawling on her. "It's still early, Mom. Don't talk nonsense." Anna shook her head and said seriously, "I have experience in giving birth and raising children, which might be helpful to you later." Ryan nodded. It would be best if he could help take care of the children. This way, their married life won't be so easily disturbed by the children. Ryan reminded him, "By the way, we're planning to bring you onto the island with us. Is that all right?" Anna shook her head. "No, I should be able to do what I can on the island, so it's a good thing that I'm not being targeted. However, I'm a little worried about Judy. If I'm not here, her life will be even harder." Ryan was initially curious about who Judy was, but he quickly realized that she was Maeve's other mother. With Anna gone, all the farm work and emotional outpourings fell on her shoulders. "Does your husband often beat you?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. We've gotten used to it over the decades. Many women get beaten, but Walter is a gentle and kind boy. Bertha will be happy. Anna nodded in satisfaction as she spoke. The pain of the past few decades is nothing to her. She only hopes that her daughter will not repeat the same mistakes. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed in Orion's mind. Maeve whispered from his side. Lane is the same. He has never hit me and is very kind to me. After saying that, she gently nudged Ryan's shoulder with her dog head. Ellie watched from the side, pursing her lips. Hilaya, sitting in the back carriage, gripped the front panel and shouted at Ryan. How many women are you planning to find? Children shouldn't pry into adult matters. Take a rest now. Ryan waved his hand at her. The snow finally stopped that night. After a long and bumpy day, Ryan decided to get some rest tonight and continue his journey tomorrow. He built several matchbox-shaped huts by the roadside. Ryan and Alan Nerima slept together, Evelyn and Mira the fairy slept together, and Maeve and her family slept together. Having not seen each other for more than half a year, the mother and daughter seemed to have endless secrets to share. They would whisper to each other every night, and no one knew what they were talking about. After Ellie fell asleep beside her, Nerima rolled over on a lion and muttered softly, Master, I haven't had any in ages. I want some. What do you want? Ryan asked, feigning ignorance. Nerima's eyes gleamed with a faint red light. I want a child, like Ellie did. Let's make a child together. I love everything about you. It's too cold here. Ryan shook his head. The north was freezing cold. Even Ryan's burrowing worms were somewhat frozen. Nerima said softly, Then I should help you warm up. Leave it to me, master. Just as the two were flirting, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. It wasn't hard to tell from the sound of her footsteps that Maeve had come looking for her. She carefully sat down beside Ryan and then asked in a low voice, Master, are you asleep? Nerima casually walked away from Lane, licking her lips without saying a word. No, what's wrong? Ryan felt that everything in the world had become boring, and he entered a state of detachment. Maeve swayed from side to side, seemingly a little embarrassed. My sister asked me to come here and chat with you. Really? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy was acting suspiciously, not like he was here to chat. Maeve reached out and tapped Ryan, snapping him out of his daze. Actually, I came here to have you make a baby. You can say whatever you want, but why did you have to hit me? Then you can hit me too. Maeve lifted her rabbit up and then shyly closed her eyes. Ryan wasn't going to play any tricks on women. He went up and slapped her across the face. Smack. A pair of soft, fluffy cantaloupes trembled slightly, causing Maeve to make strange noises. Seeing this, Nerima also tapped Lion. She's a seasoned fan of chocolate cakes, and she's not about to miss this opportunity. But Ryan had had his fill of violence and didn't want to attack anymore for the time being. All he wanted to do right now was to snuggle up in his warm bed and have a good sleep with Ellie in his arms. You should go back and chat with your sister. I'll deal with you when we get back to the island. Ryan waved his hand. Maeve clutched the blanket in both hands, seemingly having no intention of leaving anytime soon. A few seconds later, she stammered, Master, will it hurt a lot the first time? Ryan closed his eyes. You'll have to ask someone more experienced about this. Chapter 182, Taking Her to the Island. Throughout the day on the road, Maeve kept asking other women all sorts of questions. At first, she went to ask Ellie, but Ellie completely ignored her. She then went to ask Evelyn, but Evelyn just rolled her eyes at her. Only the gentle and kind-hearted Nerima was willing to share her gaming experiences with Maeve. Can't you just sit still? Aren't you tired of running around like this? Ryan patted Maeve's head and couldn't help but complain. It was already dark, and the small mountain village was just a stone's throw away. They would soon reach their destination. Maeve covered her head and muttered, I'm scared. Asking more questions is like gaining experience. I'm going to have a lot of kids to annoy you to death. Anna looked at Maeve with a meaningful smile. You're bragging again. It would be good enough if you could even have one child. Ryan sighed. Maeve crossed her arms, pouted, and muttered, That's impossible. I want to have lots of kids. My dream is to be a mother. When the carriage reached the village entrance, Ryan put Bertha down. She held her stomach and whispered, I'll go back and let Walter know I'm safe. Maeve, let's stay together tonight. We don't know when we'll see each other again after this separation. Okay, I'll go home with Mom first, then I'll come back to find you. Maeve's tail wagged. Ryan looked at Maeve's protruding buttocks and felt an urge to pinch them. Ellie, who was secretly observing from the side, noticed that Ryan's smile was not quite serious. Ignoring the stares of others, she immediately reached out and grabbed Ryan's bell and began to gently play with it. That kitten is such a rascal. Who touches those places every day? The carriage moved slowly through the village and soon arrived at the small house at the foot of the mountain. As soon as the car came to a stop, several furry beast-like children ran out of the house. Their rabbit ears were drooping, and they were crying loudly, tears and snot streaming down their faces. A child with purplish-blue handprints on his face cried out, "Mommy, you're finally back. Daddy's hitting us again." Anna waved to the children, then struggled to get off the carriage and hugged them. Maeve's smile faded, and she jumped off the carriage, striding towards the house. That old bastard. Ryan frowned. It's hardened. Its fists have hardened. He followed Maeve into the house. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Pearson punching and kicking Judy, the rabbit mom, who was curled up in the corner. Maeve cried out in alarm, "Stop, Daddy." Why bother arguing with him? Ryan couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped aside and passed Maeve, then picked up Pearson like a chick. He will be temporarily withdrawing from the Animal Protection Association today. Pearson glanced at Ryan, the slap mark on his face from a few days ago still fresh. "It's you again." As soon as he opened his mouth, Ryan could smell the strong odor of alcohol. Maeve immediately ran over and hugged Mother Rabbit, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all right." Ryan ignored Pearson and instead asked Rabbit Mom, "He hit you again, didn't he?" Mother Rabbit didn't say anything. She just snuggled closer to Maeve. Pearson struggled and roared, "Mind your own business. What's it to you if I hit my own wife? Women need to be beaten often to become obedient, you." Before he could finish speaking, Ryan punched him, dispelling the smell of alcohol emanating from his body. Pearson vomited everywhere with a whoosh. Ryan looked down at him, then stomped hard on his hand, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoing through the room along with a wail. Pearson rolled on the ground in pain, begging for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. What a spineless coward who only knows how to bully his own family. I remember saying that if I ever saw you beating your wife after drinking again, I would kill you." Ryan slowly narrowed his eyes and gently shook his head. "But now I feel that letting you die is too easy for you. I should torture you a bit before letting you barely survive in this world." "Narima," Ryan called out, and the chocolate cake immediately ran into the house. She patted the snow off her head, looked at Pearson rolling on the ground, and asked cautiously, "What happened, Master? Are you all right? Is your fist hurt? Please heal his hand. I was so careless just now. I accidentally stepped on and broke his hand." Ryan grabbed Pearson's broken arm and said softly. Naramar chanted a spell, and holy light enveloped his body, healing his hand in no time. "That's fine, but this hand is still very fragile and will need some time to recover." Before she could finish speaking, Ryan twisted the arm off again, leaving Pearson writhing in pain on the ground. Narima suddenly understood. She stopped asking questions and began to focus on treating him. After several rounds of back and forth, Pearson was completely rendered useless, and in the end, he didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. After Ryan got tired of playing with it, he tossed it aside and then had Narima continue treating Rabbit Mom. Pearson broke her nose and several of her ribs. If they hadn't returned in time, Mother Rabbit might have really been beaten to death by that beast. Ryan originally planned to give Pearson a soul imprint and then have Rabbit Mom become her master. But now it seems there's no need to do that. Ryan squatted down in front of the Rabbit Mother and said to her, "Come with us. Maeve's mother, Anna, is also planning to come with us. You can keep each other company this way. It's difficult for a woman to live alone with a group of children. Rather than letting her suffer domestic violence every day until she's beaten to death, it's better to bring her to the island. Being closer to her means she can take care of him if needed." Mother Rabbit rubbed her eyes and said softly, "But what about these children? You can take them with you. We don't need a few more bites to eat right now. They can even farm on the island to support themselves when they grow up." Ryan shrugged indifferently. At worst, he could just buy another carriage. Having more labor is a good thing for the island. In a few years, when the island is ready to develop its fishing industry, we can have Nyria lead some people out to sea to fish and boost the economy. Ryan helped the injured Rabbit Mother up and then took her outside. Several crying children immediately surrounded him and hugged him. Evelyn and Anna had just been gently comforting them. Anna saw that Rabbit Mom's face was bruised and swollen, and sighed helplessly. "How is it?" Evelyn asked, arms crossed. "I beat him up. I plan to take her with me to the island. It's definitely not a good thing to keep her here." Evelyn nodded. She had no objection. Maeve glanced back at the cottage, shook her head, and boarded the carriage. Chapter 183 Separation. "Maeve, take good care of Mom. Take good care of yourself." The next morning, Bertha and Walter stood at the village entrance to see them off. Gazing at the increasingly blurred figure in the wind and snow, Maeve rubbed her eyes and shouted at the top of her lungs, "You too, sister. Goodbye." Only after the two figures in the distance had completely disappeared did Maeve settle down in the carriage and begin to sob softly. "Wah. Don't cry. We can always come and see her again when we have time. It's okay." Ryan comforted her, stroking her wolf ears. "If only we had teleportation magic, we could save a lot of travel time, and Maeve could visit her sister more often." Ryan patted Evelyn's thigh and asked her, "Is there any teleportation magic in the world that can instantly transport me from one place to another?" Evelyn raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ryan, then shook her head. "As far as I know, no, but you can ask that devil. Doesn't she always run around? You can call her, and she'll appear next to you. It seems she can also teleport around. You can ask her." Ryan had almost forgotten about it. This girl hasn't shown up for over 10 days. She's often at the camp at night, only to disappear in the morning. I have no idea what she's up to every day. "Verast," Ryan called out tentatively. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man appeared on the carriage. She appeared out of thin air, and her speed was somewhat eerie. Looking at her tattered clothes and the broken horn on her head, Ryan asked in confusion, "Did you get beaten up again? Why do you always look so miserable whenever I call you over?" As soon as she appeared, Evelyn hugged Mira into her arms. Velas touched the broken horn on her head and said nonchalantly, "It will grow back soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. More importantly, what did you call me here for? Have you made up your mind about your wish?" She noticed Maeve's two mothers, as well as the car full of children. It was obvious that her urge to touch her hands had returned. "No, I just have a question for you." Ryan shook his head and turned Velas's face towards him. "Every time I call you, you teleport to my side. How do you do that?" Answering a question consumes one wish attempt. Velastra crossed her legs, a slight smile playing on her lips. Ryan nudged her soft, fluffy rabbit. "Hey, can't you, the Great One, satisfy human curiosity?" Velastra gently swayed her legs and slowly closed her eyes. All right, I'll reluctantly grant your wish this once. We've formed a pact. Magic binds us tightly together, so I can teleport to your side at any time." Ryan continued, "But it seems like you can teleport to other places at any time." "Yes, I left a part of my body there, so I was able to teleport there." "Leave a part of your body behind." Ryan narrowed his eyes. "To learn teleportation magic, one even has to cosplay as Shangyang." Velast raised her hand and waved it gently in front of Ryan. "That's right, just break off a small piece of the corner, or pull out a fingernail, and throw it on the ground." Ryan suddenly realized, "Oh, that works. In that case, can I learn this magic?" "This is not magic. It is an ability I was born with that you humans cannot learn." There was a hint of pride in Velastra's tone. Ryan was truly envious. After a moment's thought, he continued, "Then can you take us back?" Velast nodded, then said meaningfully, "Okay, but you'll have to use one wish opportunity. That wretched guy, he can't stop making wishes." Ryan resorted to his old tricks, trying to get something for free from Velastra. "Great One, could you grant this human's request?" "No." Velast refused decisively, and naturally placed her hand on Ryan's shoulder. "It seems they won't be able to go back anytime soon." Evelyn said expressionlessly, "We can wander around on the way back. There's no need to rush." Ryan nodded helplessly. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ryan was almost at the small village where Kara was. He planned to rest there for the night and asked the villagers if they wanted to come up to the island with him. As soon as they entered the forest, Kara and several companions jumped out of the woods. The guy shook his cat ears vigorously and seemed excited to see Ryan. Back so quickly. The other beastmen quickly put away their weapons upon seeing this. "I went for a short trip and came right back." Ryan shrugged. "I thought Evelyn would stay at home for a few days, but she went to see her mother and left immediately. Kara turned and headed down the path ahead. Come on, let's go back to the village. This time, I'm going to treat you to a good meal. Ryan glanced back and saw the children sitting in the back looking around curiously, seemingly unfazed by the bumpy ride. Upon hearing the word hospitality, Maeve immediately poked her head out. Is there anything good to eat? I'm starving after the journey. Of course. We hunted a deer in the woods a couple of days ago, and we still have half a carcass left. You can roast it for us. Kara licked her lips. She seemed to be a little glutton herself. Maeve's ears perked up, and she swallowed hard, her mouth watering. Anna pressed on her shoulder, gesturing for her to sit down obediently. Although they are mother and daughter, Maeve's personality is nothing like her mother's steady personality. She's like someone with ADHD, full of energy. Ryan watched Kara's retreating figure and seized the opportunity to ask her, have you thought it through? Do you want to come with us? Kara slowed her pace and sighed, seemingly with some regret. What's wrong? Ryan pressed. Kara scratched her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. There are many elderly people in the village. They are too old to travel around and prefer to stay in the village. Ryan shook his head. It seemed the labor he had secured had ultimately slipped away. Although the Sylvaden people often come to capture people here, it is not easy to get them to give up the land they have lived on for generations, just like in Walter. All right, I'll come back to visit you guys again if I have the chance in the future. Seeing Ryan's disappointment, Kara quickly added, but we can come with you. You guys? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Kara pointed to her companions beside her. Yes, marry me, and a dozen or so others can come with you to the island. Let's see what's going on here. Chapter 184, Maeve's Repayment. Kara and her friends lit a bonfire in the center of the village, and the villagers sang and danced around it, as if they hadn't had so much fun in a long time. This was not only a welcome party for Ryan, but also a farewell party for Kara and the others. Tomorrow they will set off with Ryan to White Mist Island to begin a new life. Ryan, want to dance with me? Kara called out, her tail swaying gently behind her. Normally, it's the man who invites the woman to dance, but Kara did the opposite and took the initiative to invite Ryan. Ryan glanced at Ellie beside him and found her eyes sharp as knives, which was quite frightening. No, my wife is right here. If I dance with you, I'm dead tonight. Ryan shook his head. The main reason is that Carla's breasts are too small, not Ryan's type. If it were that boa person named Mary inviting Ryan, he definitely wouldn't hesitate for a second. Kara pouted and muttered under her breath. What's the big deal? It's just dancing, not going to bed. Why are you being so strict? After saying that, she took Mary's hand, and the two women sang and danced around the campfire. Ellie slowly stood up and extended her hand to Ryan. Let's jump together. You can dance. Ryan asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, there used to be etiquette teachers on the island, and I studied with them for a while. Ellie nodded, her expression leaving Ryan no room for refusal. But I can't. Ryan shook his head. He had never danced in his life. I can teach you, come on, Ellie insisted. Ryan played with Ellie for a while, and feeling somewhat exhausted, he returned to the Matchbox house alone. The north is too cold. Although the cold doesn't cause any real harm to his body, it makes it difficult for him to fall asleep. Ryan, a southerner who had never seen snow before, was indeed a little unaccustomed to this kind of place for the first time. The singing outside made him feel sleepy. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, he heard footsteps outside. Maeve peeked into the room and saw Ryan sleeping in bed. She called out softly, Master, you're sleeping already? Yeah, I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I feel like it's too cold here. Even when I do fall asleep, I easily wake up from the cold. Ryan nodded with his eyes closed. I feel fine. You've lived here since you were little, so of course you'll get used to it. I, on the other hand, find it a bit unbearable. Want to get up and eat something? There's plenty of venison and roasted potatoes. They smell delicious. You need to eat well to sleep well, Maeve said softly. Go ahead and eat. I'm already quite full. Ryan turned over, stopped talking, and prepared to take a nap. After a while, a faint rustling sound came from beside me. Ryan opened one eye and found Maeve lying next to him, her big, round eyes wide open, seemingly oblivious to what she was doing. What? Lying down with me? You want to offer yourself up? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Maeve's face immediately turned red after being teased like that. She angrily punched Ryan twice. No, don't talk nonsense. Mom asked me to come and keep you company. She was afraid you'd be bored. Ryan looked at her listlessly and flicked his fingers. So that's how it is. Stick your butt up so I can play with it, and I won't be bored anymore. You're so mean, you're not serious at all. Maeve covered Ryan's face with a pillow, and her angry voice was so satisfying to hear. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. And stop barking like a dog. I really need to rest. Ryan rolled over again, turning his backside towards Maeve. But that bastard got up and changed his position, continuing to face Ryan. Although you're always being a bit of a rascal, you're actually quite handsome. You have thick eyebrows, big eyes, and long eyelashes. If you were a woman, you would definitely be very beautiful. Ryan opened one eye and retorted, What a joke. I'm a dignified, 9-foot-tall man. If I were to become a woman, it would be too masculine. Maeve's wolf tail was rhythmically patting the blanket behind her. She got up, took off her boots, and quickly crawled into bed. So warm. Maeve had been outside in the cold for so long that she was practically a block of ice, which made Ryan shiver. Don't touch me like that. I'm freezing. Ryan squirmed a few times under the covers. If this continues, he'll definitely have diarrhea tomorrow. Just then, Maeve tossed out her wool coat and gently hugged Ryan. Ryan immediately felt much warmer. And there's a soft thing inside, like a hot water bottle, which is quite comfortable. Just as Ryan was enjoying himself, Maeve spoke from under the covers. Master, thank you for taking my mother and younger siblings with me. Thank you so much. Look at what you're saying. Are you planning to repay a debt of gratitude? Maeve didn't speak. She poked half her head out from under the covers, her expression somewhat complicated. Shy, nervous, uneasy. Immediately afterwards, she said in a voice barely above a whisper, Master, I'm ready. In an instant, Ryan's mind cleared up. He didn't know what happened, but suddenly he wasn't sleepy anymore. Maeve's words were like a shot of adrenaline for him. The day has finally come. Before Ryan could answer, Maeve crawled into bed. She tossed aside her wool sweater and the strips of cloth wrapped around her chest, then mumbled indistinctly, Master, please be gentle. Don't beg so hard. Ryan sat up abruptly, threw back the covers, and glanced inside. Maeve, lying shyly in bed, lowered her head, her hands covering a pair of enormous breasts. She hastily added a stone door to the matchbox-like hut, then pounced on Maeve and began to savor it. She always had a small animal scent on her, neither fragrant nor foul, but it was incredibly addictive. No smelling allowed here. I'll smell it then. Ryan's lips curled up slightly as he began to deliberately cause trouble. Wah, you're bullying me. Maeve was a little shy at first, but she quickly let her guard down. She lowered her hands, which she had been using to cover herself, and gripped the bed sheet tightly. The battle-hardened Ryan knew that you couldn't floor the gas pedal on a new car. You had to apply the gas little by little to warm up the engine first. Claire overestimated Maeve's stamina. She couldn't go on for even 5 minutes, and then backed out. Master, maybe next time? I am scared. Shoot, relax. Don't be so tense, Ryan whispered. As a professional cat lover, he had long since figured out the trick. Maeve swallowed hard and began to take deep breaths, trying to relax. All done? Ryan asked softly. Maeve nodded, her ears drooping. A storm was about to break for her. Chapter 185, I Know You Like to Eat. The next morning, Ryan was awakened by a pair of soft, fluffy rabbits. I don't know what Maeve is up to, making such a fuss so early in the morning. Seeing Ryan roll over, Maeve lifted the large rabbit slightly, and then revealed a slightly lewd anti-smile. She then pushed Ryan's face with her hand. Last night's gaming experience was excellent. Although Maeve had little experience, she was obedient and willing to give Ryan complete control, cooperating as much as she could throughout the process. Furthermore, this bastard is extremely skilled at silver trading and has even developed some strange ways to play. However, Ryan is a man who always rewards and punishes fairly, and this naughty rascal needs to be disciplined. Ryan pinned Maeve down and began to give her his morning workout. After the two of them were satisfied, Ryan realized that there seemed to be someone sleeping next to him. When they lifted the blanket, they found that Ellie was lying in ambush there. She squinted, her cat ears slightly tucked back. Before Ryan could react, The old man pounced on him and bit him hard. Of course, this posed no threat to the thick-skinned Ryan. Ryan stroked her ear and asked in confusion, "When did you get here?" "Good morning." Ellie gave Ryan another bite, then sat quietly on the blanket, looking rather cute. "Let's go outside and get something to eat. I can already smell the food." Ryan patted Ellie's cat ears. Maeve, panting, slowly sat up, carefully putting on her clothes, then mumbled, "Wait for me. Let's go out together." After waiting for her in the room for a while, Ryan opened the door. A biting wind swept over them as Narima and the others were baking bread by the campfire. The campfire that had burned out so quickly last night was now covered by snow, leaving no trace. There was a blizzard last night. Evelyn sat in front of the campfire and looked at Ryan with a somewhat fierce expression. Compared to Luna, she seems to be the more ferocious tigress. Ryan quickly realized that it had been a week since he had taken care of her, which explained her irritability. I have to find an opportunity to properly satisfy her today. Just then, Narima got up and handed Lion a warm piece of toasted bread. "Master, eat." Maeve squatted down by the campfire, picked out a piece of black bread, and began to nibble on it. Ryan noticed that Narima seemed a little sad. He was a little confused, so he asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll beat her up for you." Narima shook her head and complained softly, "Master, didn't you say it was cold here and you didn't want to do that? But you had so much fun with Maeve yesterday. Did I do something wrong and upset you?" Ryan glanced back at Mira, who was squatting on the ground, making snowballs, completely unaware of what the two were talking about. However, Evelyn's two ears were precisely pointed in their direction. He pulled Narima aside and lowered his voice, saying, "You're perfect. Yesterday was just an accident. Tonight, I'll torment you." It seems the plan to deal with Evelyn will have to be put on hold for now. This little fox girl is rather shy and would not agree to share Ryan with anyone else, so she can only fight alone. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Narima's face vanished instantly. She nodded emphatically, her ears twitching up and down. "Yes, then I'll definitely prepare properly when I rest tonight." After saying that, she smiled and walked away. Seeing that the crisis had been temporarily averted, Ryan finally began to nibble on the soft and delicious bread in his hand. He glanced at Evelyn again, and their eyes met. The little fox girl rolled her eyes and looked away. "Actually, I could discipline her during lunch break, but it's a bit cold here in the snow, so we need to build a little matchbox house." Just as Ryan was indulging in his delusional fantasies, Kara led a group of people toward the camp, followed by 2 carriages. They traveled light, carrying almost nothing but clothes and weapons. "When are we leaving?" "We're ready," Kara asked loudly, hands on her hips. Ryan glanced back and saw that everyone had finished breakfast and they just needed to pack up before setting off. "Wait a moment, we'll be leaving soon. You can say goodbye to your loved ones in the meantime." "I've already said it." Kara swept the snow off the tree stump, then plopped down on it. "You guys hurry up, call me when you're done." Ryan nodded, then instructed Ellie and Narima to follow him and pack everyone's luggage. After everything was ready, Ryan and his group embarked on their journey home. Around noon, Ryan told them to stop their carriage by the roadside so they could rest for a while before continuing their journey. The journey was incredibly bumpy, and everyone could only sleep after the car was brought to a complete stop. Seeing Mira fast asleep in Maeve's arms, Ryan took the opportunity to pull Evelyn into the nearby grove. The little fox girl pulled her hand away, put on a stern look, and said loudly, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to take a break?" "I don't need it. I'm not sleepy yet, so I can keep going for a while. Then I'll head back now." She turned and left. Seeing this, Ryan quickly grabbed her tail and then wrapped his arms around her waist, leading her little by little deeper into the woods. "Don't go, honey, I miss you." "Miss me? I saw you having a lot of fun with Maeve yesterday. You still have time to miss me even after all this?" Evelyn said sourly. "Are you jealous?" Evelyn pursed her lips and replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. I'm not interested in that." That little fox girl is bragging again. She's just a complete hypocrite. "All right, honey, don't be shy. I definitely can't ignore you," Ryan said, giving Evelyn's bottom a light pinch. The little fox girl said fiercely, "Take your hand away." Ryan promptly removed his hand and then built a small, boxy hut in the woods. Evelyn looked up at the open skylight, instinctively clamping her legs together, then asked knowingly, "What do you want?" "Let me out." "No, Ryan hugged her from behind, clinging to her tightly while his hands roamed around her waist. Evelyn's face quickly flushed red, her restless tail swishing gently. "Aren't you annoying? I already said no." "Oh dear." He even thoughtfully lit a few flames around them to keep the two flirting lovers warm. Evelyn, that girl, always says no, but her actions are surprisingly honest. After a series of smooth, quick attacks, she couldn't hold on any longer and could only obediently lie on the stone table, letting Ryan do as he pleased. Chapter 186, Becoming a Good Mother. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they arrived at the southern shore of the kingdom of Sylvaden, at the small port where they had parted ways with Quiven earlier. He found Siwan singing in a nearby village and arrested him after he finished. That woman was extremely fat, covered in flabby flesh, and her figure was severely out of shape. Even so, Siwan is not picky about food at all. He seems to really like this kind of food. "Why are you singing every time I look for you?" Ryan asked, looking around the small village. There were probably only about 20 households in the vicinity. Ryan's convoy was waiting not far away, and Ellie and Nerima were standing on tiptoe, peering at him. Kuewin shrugged, unconcerned. "Boss, life is short, so you must enjoy it while you can, so you won't have too many regrets when you die. Didn't you say you were going back to see your mother? Why haven't I seen her? I'll look for her, but she's still the same as always. She beats me up whenever she sees me, leaving me bruised and battered. Luckily, this is the only beating I've taken during this time." Quiven replied seriously. He then continued, "I reckon you'll be back soon. The sailors are all ready. After this job, I won't be going to sea this winter." Ryan shrugged. He didn't plan to leave White Mist Island until the snow melted. Traveling in winter is pure torture. Everything is inconvenient. This also allows Ellie to have peace of mind while she's pregnant on the island. After all, she's pregnant now, and it's not suitable for her to keep running around. "Did you receive the letter I sent you?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. While he was in Verriers, Lane took some time to write a letter and send it out. The gist of the request was to find him another sailboat for transporting goods, because Maeve's mother was coming along, and 2 carriages would definitely not be enough. They would need to buy another carriage. Considering that Kara and the others might come along, and there won't be enough space on the ship, we'll definitely need to find another sailboat to transport everyone at the same time. I received a long time ago. It's really hard to find someone who can read these days. But I'm all ready. The captain is my friend. He's very reliable. We can set off for the island in the next couple of days." Ryan nodded in satisfaction. He was worried that Siwan wouldn't receive the letters sent from the Beastman Kingdom, so he sent several extra letters, but now it seems he was worrying unnecessarily. Once they reached the outside of the village, Kara immediately approached Siwan as soon as she saw him. Her ears were pulled back, and her expression was not friendly. Having witnessed too many Sylvaden people selling beastmen slaves along the way, Kara now has a very bad impression of these people. Even though it was the crew that Ryan had hired, she couldn't help but breathe on them. Seeing this, Kuewin quickly moved aside. "What are you doing? I'm just trying to make a living. Stay away from me." Seeing this, Ryan promptly covered Kara's eyes. All right, behave yourself a little. This is the person who brought us to the island, so stop breathing on him." Kara snorted and then turned and walked away. Quiven shrugged, then led Ryan and the others toward the dock. Occasionally, Sylvaden people would pass by, curiously observing the small group of beastmen. The wind was strong and the waves were high today. The 2 sailboats on the dock were rocking back and forth. Looking at the turbulent sea, Kara exclaimed, "This place is so beautiful." "You've never seen the sea?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Come to think of it, Kara's village is a full 600 kilometers away, so it's normal that she's never seen the sea. Can I go swimming?" Kara turned to look at Ryan. There was a hint of longing in her eyes. "At this moment? You must be joking, right?" Ryan narrowed his eyes. Although Ryan didn't have a thermometer, looking at the snow that was almost knee-deep, the temperature was at least below -10 degrees Celsius. If she jumps into the water to swim now, she will probably die of hypothermia in less than half an hour. Forget it. The island is surrounded by the sea, and I've killed all the sea monsters. Once summer comes, you can swim for as long as you want without anyone stopping you." Ryan shook his head. Kara sighed in disappointment. The group boarded the ship one by one. The beastmen stayed on one ship, while cargo such as wagons was sent to another. With over 20 beastmen crammed into the cabin, Ryan suddenly felt much more crowded. It seems we should have Tsuin find another sailboat. Maeve sat down next to Ryan and stretched comfortably, finally back on the island. It's been so long since I've seen those little guys. I wonder how they're doing. According to Velast, Lilith led people to cut down most of the trees on the island in order to expand the residential and agricultural areas. In addition, based on Ryan's previous advice, she built many canteens, and now the children run to the canteens as soon as it is mealtime. It seems Maeve really will be working as a cafeteria lady from now on. You like it? Ryan nodded. Maeve's lips curled up slightly, and then she skillfully sat on Ryan's lap, her expression somewhat lewd. What's wrong? Ryan asked, puzzled. Ever since he started a relationship with Maeve, that bastard has been coming to tease him every day. They would stuff rabbits into people's mouths whenever they had the chance. When Ryan asked that, Maeve immediately pointed to her rabbit and said with a grin, "Want some?" Mira asked what are we eating? Evelyn narrowed her eyes slightly, hinting that the two should behave themselves a little. Although she can be very open in private, she will always maintain a proper image in front of Mila. Maeve shouted, "Ryan likes to eat mine." Before she could finish speaking, Ryan covered her mouth and continued, "Snacks. Maeve has been hoarding a lot of dried fruit. I can give you some." Maeve grew a little anxious and muttered, That's for me to eat slowly. One a day." Ryan narrowed his eyes. "Are you still going to talk nonsense?" Under his tyrannical influence, Maeve had no choice but to bow her head and say, "I won't talk nonsense anymore." She pouted, looking rather cute. Ryan will eat it once he gets on the island. By then, he will transform into a glutton. Ryan rubbed Maeve's ears and shooed her aside. All right, go to sleep. You've been acting up every day these past few days, and you don't seem to have slept well last night either." "You noticed, Master. I'm going to sleep now." Maeve yawned sleepily, then crawled to her mother's side and fell asleep peacefully beside her. Anna stroked her head, her eyes gentle and loving. Ellie looked at the two of them and suddenly said, "I envy Maeve so much." "Why envy her? She has a mother, while I've lived on the island since I was little and have never even met my own mother," Ellie replied expressionlessly. Then she turned to Ryan. "Master, will I be a good mother?" Chapter 187 Construction of the Cafeteria. In winter, the sea was shrouded in fog. The two sailboats meandered for more than 10 days before finally docking at the port north of Baiwu Island. Kara and the other Beastmen villagers staggered off the ship. They were terribly seasick and vomited all day long. Ryan was worried that they would die on the ship before they reached their destination. "We're here. This is solid ground," Kara shouted, raising her hands high. Ryan came up from behind and patted her head lightly. "Aren't you exaggerating a bit? I felt uncomfortable the first time I took a boat to the island, but it wasn't nearly as bad as this." Kara shook her head, still shaken as she recalled the past few days. The boat ride was torture. If it had lasted 2 more days, I would have confessed everything. She looked around, a chill wind making her shiver. Why does this place feel so eerie? No wonder it's the legendary den of demons. The island was completely shrouded in fog before, and the coastline was covered in dead trees. It was truly eerie. Now the fog is mostly dissipated, and the trees have sprouted new branches. It's much better now. Ryan walked past her. As soon as he finished speaking, several beastmen poked their heads out from the bushes. Lilith, who was leading the way, strode towards Ryan. "Master." I hadn't seen her for a month and a half, and she looked completely different. However, she was wearing layers and layers of clothes, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and had completely lost her slender and bony figure from the summer. Ryan exclaimed, "Wow, you're wrapped up just like Mira." Lilith nodded, then leaned close to Ryan's ear and whispered, "I get sleepy easily when I wear too little in winter, so I won't wear anything for you to see at night." Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Lilith is a snake-like being, retaining some of the habits of a snake, including hibernation, so it's understandable that she wears extra clothes to keep warm. Luna followed obediently behind. She was strong and had a high body temperature, and it seemed that she was only wearing a wool sweater. Upon seeing Ryan, she twitched her ears, and her white tail swayed gently behind her like an iron whip. Kara looked around, then gazed at the surroundings. "Where will we be staying?" "In the woods. There's a camp in the middle of the island where you can build houses and live," Lilith replied politely, unaware of who the beastmen following Ryan were. "So what work should we do?" It's winter now. There's not much work to do. Once the snow melts, you can farm on the island or fish at sea, Lilith replied. Why have you started fishing? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lilith quickly replied, Neri, I couldn't stay still on the island and caught a few fish. She said the fish here are big and fat. Ryan was speechless for a moment. How could these fish not be fat? They all grow up, eating the corpses of beastmen. Although half a year had passed since the island was captured, and the food in his stomach should have been digested long ago, Ryan still felt a bit disgusted when he thought about what the fish had eaten before. Let her take it easy. I'm a little hesitant to eat this fish. Lilith replied. She didn't eat any either. She said the fish could be sold to merchants from the north. Unbelievable. Selling things that even they wouldn't eat themselves to others shows an extraordinary business acumen. Rather, what surprised Ryan even more was that she was willing to do business with the Sylvadan people, despite her loathing for them. Several beastmen hurried past them, unloading the carriages and horses from the ship. Maeve, arm in arm with her two mothers and followed by her younger siblings, said solemnly, Master, I need to find a place for Mom and the others to stay. I'm off. I'll just build one later. No need to look for one specifically. Maeve wagged her tail. It's a bit cold outside, so I'll take them home to rest first. Then go ahead. Evelyn nudged Ryan. Mira and I are going back first. I want to take a hot shower right away. Remember to bring the book back for me later. Understood. Ryan nodded, watching the group leave. Only after the figures disappeared into the thin white mist did Ryan turn to Lilith and ask, Could you show me around the dining hall? I heard from Velas that you've finished building it. Sure, Master. Which dining hall would you like to go to? Lilith wrapped her clothes tighter around herself and took a few steps forward. We've built many dining halls scattered throughout the island. The closest one is fine. Ryan shrugged. He was also a little tired, and after settling Kara and the others in, he would go home to rest. It's been a long time since I've had a back massage with Evelyn. I need to find some time to do it. Kara listened to their conversation and asked curiously, What is a cafeteria? These words sound so new. When she asked that, Ryan suddenly didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth and said, It's a place that can accommodate many people to eat together. Kara's big ears drooped and stood up, and she suddenly realized, I get it. You could just say it's a big dining table. I thought it was something else. It sounded so intimidating. Ryan didn't explain further, saying she would understand when the time came. The group had walked a short distance when they saw several children building a snowman by the roadside. They were all wearing wool sweaters that Lane had bought from the north, and they looked quite adorable. Upon seeing that Ryan was followed by strangers, their first reaction was to find a place to hide. After walking a little further, a few more children appeared here and there. Kara asked in confusion, No, how come there are so many children on the island? They all look to be only 7 or 8 years old. It was sent by the Sylvadan. Most of the residents on our island are children. You'll get used to it, Ryan shrugged and replied. They don't have parents? There are definitely some, but they're not around right now. Ryan shook his head. Adult beastmen are sold off directly, while only children who are not capable of working but have high potential are sent to the island. Honestly, they may never be reunited in their lifetime. After walking for a while, Ryan and his group arrived at the camp. The newly built canteen is located on the outskirts of the camp, and from a distance it looks like a huge matchbox-shaped hut. It is estimated to be about 50 meters wide and 70 meters long, and it is also double-layered. Kara exclaimed in amazement after just one glance. Wow, this house is huge. How many people can live here? This is the cafeteria. You mean everyone eats here? Kara raised an eyebrow slightly. Ryan nodded. Lilith then said from the side, Master, this cafeteria can easily accommodate 1,000 people for lunch. Ryan went over and took a look. There were several rows of long tables and benches, with the food-serving window at the end. Several beast-like children were cleaning the cafeteria. He frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that something was not quite right. This cafeteria looks remarkably like his high school cafeteria. Chapter 188, Evelyn's lying becomes more skilled. What are you doing here? Ryan asked Velas in confusion. He was about to visit the second floor of the canteen when he saw Velas surrounded by a large group of children. This succubus was incredibly cunning. Knowing that winter was cold, She deliberately released several warm flames around her to attract the beast-like children to gather around her for warmth. Then, she took the opportunity to frantically stroke the children's furry ears. However, this was also the first time Ryan had ever encountered Velast. It seems she wasn't lying. Indeed, whenever she has time, she comes to the island to pet the animals. The two had already returned home to rest, and when they saw Ryan, she came over with him. "Can I be here?" Velis asked, hands on her hips. "I love playing with the children." Ryan curled his lip. "Stop bragging. I think you're trying to deceive young, ignorant children and sell your innocent soul." Velast curled her lip. "What do you take me for? Even if I were to lie, I would wait until they grow up. Children's souls may be pure, but they are as bland as water and are of no use to me. Only grown-up souls are useful to me." The abacus beads were practically jumping off his face. Just then, Lilith returned. She took off her shoes in the entryway and quickly walked to Ryan's side. "Master, I have settled Maeve's mother and Kara and the others. They're staying at the new camp in the south, which is only 1 kilometer away from here. They can come over to visit very quickly if they want. Thank you for your hard work." Ryan patted Lilith's hair. The snake woman flicked her tongue, then expressionlessly wrapped her tail around Ryan's leg, hinting, "I'm going to take a bath first." Luna sat at the dining table, her reaction a full beat slow. It wasn't until Lilith walked past her that she hurriedly got up and headed for the bathroom. "I want to take a shower too. It seems a big battle is inevitable tonight." Ryan looked around but didn't see Evelyn or Mira. He carried 2 bundles of magic books and hurried up to the 3rd floor. Myra's door was closed, the 2 maids were not in the room, and Evelyn was cleaning her study. Seeing Ryan carrying books upstairs, she casually pointed to the desk. "Put the books here. I'll take care of them myself later." After saying that, she wiped the bookshelf with a rag. In less than a month, a thin layer of dust covered the study. "Why don't you ask your maid to clean for you?" Evelyn was busy cleaning and didn't even turn her head. "I like cleaning by myself." Ryan took the opportunity to walk behind her and then hugged her with both hands. "Go away, get out of my way." Evelyn shooed Ryan away dismissively. "Honey, you smell so good." Evelyn elbowed them twice. "You haven't showered or changed your clothes in so many days, and you still smell nice. Get out of here." If Ryan hadn't been so tough, those 2 blows would have shattered his kidneys. "Let's be romantic. We haven't played games for days," Ryan whispered in her ear. Evelyn shuddered, her voice lowering slightly, but her tone became stern. "Mira is reading in her room. Don't talk nonsense." Ryan decisively closed the study door and even locked it. Come on, don't be shy." Evelyn pushed Ryan's cheek, feigning disgust. "What do you want to do? This is the study. In broad daylight. I'll get angry if you do anything reckless." Her face was flushed, her breathing was rapid, and although she said she didn't want to, her hand that was pushing the person didn't exert any force at all. "What are you afraid of? The doors are all locked." Ryan kissed her slender neck. Although she hadn't showered during her time on the ship, she always exuded a faint, captivating fragrance. Evelyn sat down on the table, feeling so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. "Get out of here. If Mira hears you coming back tonight, I'll make you pay." Her ears drooped down her head, and she couldn't do anything to Ryan. "No, I won't have time tonight. I need it now." Evelyn was also holding back her anger, and under Ryan's persistent coaxing, she quickly lowered her guard. "You bastard. Hurry up and finish this and get out of here." She pinched Ryan hard, her tone almost like she was begging for mercy. After an unknown amount of time, the 2, who were having a great time, were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. Evelyn turned pale. She hurriedly pushed Ryan away and then awkwardly put on her long dress. When no one responded, the knocking on the door started again. She calmed herself down a bit, and finally, with a trembling voice, asked knowingly, "Who is it?" Myra's voice came from outside the door. "Mom, open the door quickly. You haven't answered me for so long. I thought you were asleep in the study." Evelyn promptly began to lie. "I just slept for a while. Is there something you need?" Thanks to Mila catching her frequently, she's become increasingly adept at lying. "I've finished reading the book. Didn't Dad buy you a lot of books? I want to get another one. Just leave the book by the door, and I'll pick one out for you later." "Oh, then I'll go downstairs first." Mira put down the book, and her footsteps faded into the distance. Evelyn let out a long sigh of relief, then blushed and glared at Ryan. Continue. Ryan sent her a challenge to another round. He was punched half a second later. Evelyn replied simply, "Get lost." Really? Then I'm leaving. Seeing Ryan preparing to pull up his pants and leave, Evelyn bit her lip and squeezed her legs together, seemingly reluctant to let him go. Only when Ryan reached the door did she quickly step forward and pull him back. "I'm really fed up with you. Hurry up." As expected, at her age, her libido is at its peak. Once the floodgates are opened, it's difficult to close them again. "Say something nice, and I'll hurry up." "Get lost." "What do you want to hear?" Ryan grabbed her big tail, a wicked look on his face. "Call me master and let me hear it." "Go to hell. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite." Evelyn punched Ryan, her face flushed. Even though their relationship has progressed to this point, Evelyn is still acting fiercely. I must find a way to completely win her over. Just as the two were having a great time, the knocking on the door started again. Evelyn was so frightened that she trembled and held her breath. Mira knocked on the door and asked loudly, "Mom, where's Dad? I've looked all over downstairs, but I can't find him." Sister Ellie said, "He's at home." Evelyn glared at Ryan fiercely, then replied resentfully, "I don't know where he went. Go take a shower. Maybe he'll show up later." Myra's footsteps faded into the distance again. "Oh, I thought Dad was with you. I'll be going now." Chapter 189 Time Management Master. I'll get up if you do it one more time. In the early morning, Lilith lay on top of Ryan and poked his chin with the tip of her smooth tail. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were brimming with desire. She had clearly been feeling restless and bored lately. Luna was also nearby, but because she had gone to bed too late last night, she hadn't woken up yet. After playing around with Ryan for a while, Lilith got out of bed contentedly, sat on the edge of the bed, and tied her long hair up. She said in a low voice, "The bed is so warm. I don't even want to get out of bed. I really want to lie in bed with my master and play games forever." After saying that, she bent down, picked up a strip of cloth that had been thrown on the ground, and tightly wrapped it around her chest. "It's so cold outside, you can sleep a little longer and stay in bed a bit longer," Ryan beckoned to her. "I'm going to wander around and see if they're working properly." Lilith shook her head and then put on her clothes. She really couldn't stay still. "I'll go with you." "It's nothing important, Master. You stay home and keep Luna company. She'll probably wake up soon, and you can play some games with her then." As soon as she finished speaking, Lilith dashed away. Ryan looked at Luna beside him and fell in a deep thought. The tiger girl's eyelashes were trembling slightly, and it seemed that she was indeed about to wake up. During the waiting time, Ryan had nothing to do, so he opened the system to check his attributes. The current character encyclopedia reward is Strength, Endurance, and Agility, each increased by 18,620%. His strength is growing stronger. After buying cotton-padded clothes from the north, many children have reached level 2 in terms of favorability, with the boost increasing from 5% to 10%. Thinking of this, Ryan began to clench his fists, but this alone could not test the improvement in his strength. He had to find a time to try it out. He wondered if he could get Velas to go easy on him as his sparring partner. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Before Ryan could speak, Ellie pushed open the door and ran in. She jumped with all her might and landed in Ryan's arms. Thump! Startled awake, Luna glanced at the two of them, then turned over and went back to sleep. Luna now sleeps very well. Even if she's woken up by someone, she can quickly fall back asleep. Ellie sniffed at Ryan like a dog, then pouted slightly. Slow down. You're pregnant. What happened to make you so agitated?" Ellie pressed her face against Ryan's chest and mumbled, "It's nothing. I just missed you. Yesterday you were playing with Evelyn, Lilith, and Luna, and you didn't come to see me at all." She paused slightly at this point, then began to frame Zhongliang. "Lilith is the worst. Master, you must stay away from her and never let her lead you astray." Ellie especially enjoys bad-mouthing Lilith, and Lilith especially enjoys teasing her. It's clear that Lilith must have teased Ellie again when she left, which is why Hakimi rushed upstairs to be affectionate with her. Just then, Maeve peeked into the room. "What's wrong, cafeteria lady? Aren't you going to cook something for the kids?" Ryan asked her. Maeve, hands on her hips, replied seriously, "It's been cooked for ages, Master, you lazy pig, you're still not up." After saying that, She put her hands on her hips and slowly walked into the room. I got up a long time ago, but I didn't have breakfast. Ryan patted Ellie with one hand and Luna with the other, skillfully rubbing the two little animals' heads. Maeve grinned lewdly, her lips curving upwards in a smirk. Want to eat something to fill your stomach first? What do you want to eat? Maeve pulled out an enormous cantaloupe and smiled meaningfully. Of course, it's your favorite, master. This is truly a reversal of the natural order. Ryan, who is from a disadvantaged group, has also started to be teased by Maeve. We need to find a time to properly punish her. Maeve put the melon away and continued. By the way, master, the food on the island is just rye and potatoes, which is a bit too bland. The children are growing. Could you give them something better to eat? Ryan had actually considered this issue as well. The scale of poultry farming on the island is very limited, and it certainly cannot reach the standard of 1 egg per day in a short period of time. The fish in the sea all grow up feeding on the corpses of beastmen, so we definitely can't feed them to the children anytime soon. The island is resource poor. It seems that apart from fish, there's nothing else for the children to eat. For the time being, we still have to rely on maritime trade to solve the problem. Let's see if we can get some meat and dried fruit from the merchants of the kingdom of Sylvaden for the children to eat. Food from the north is very salty, so adding it to the porridge and stewing it together is just right. I'll figure something out. Ryan patted Maeve's head. Were there many children in the cafeteria today? Maeve exclaimed excitedly. Wow, the restaurant was packed. There wasn't even room for everyone to sit down. The kids are all lined up outside. My friend said that this canteen should be expanded, as the other canteens, which are farther from the camp, don't serve nearly as many people. Ryan nodded. He had noticed it too. People who live nearby certainly won't travel far, so it's definitely worth expanding this cafeteria, for example, by building a 3- or 4-story building. Is there anything else? Maeve glanced at Ryan, then suddenly became coy. That's all, but you know what Master does. Just say what you want to say. No need to be so coy. Ryan patted Maeve's big toe. The dog scratched its head and muttered, Master, can you come to my room tonight? I need to talk to you about something. She sat down on the bed and began to touch Ryan's arm with her little hands. Master is so strong. His muscles are as hard as rocks. Ryan did some quick calculations and realized that it had indeed been a few days since he had taken care of Maeve. When they were on the ship, there were people all around, so Ryan couldn't fire his cannon and had to tell everyone to hold back. We can't ignore anyone. It's time to take care of Maeve. Before Ryan could speak, Ellie refused for him, saying, No, he has to stay with me today. I can't sleep peacefully with him by my side. Otherwise, I always have nightmares. Ellie is talking nonsense again. I've never heard her say she has nightmares before, but now she starts having nightmares whenever someone tries to take her food. Don't you have a baby? How can I keep you company? Maeve asked, somewhat confused. Then, she put her hands on her hips and said, Mom said that you can't do anything reckless when you're pregnant. You'd better hold back. Ryan quickly covered their mouths. All right, you two don't argue. I have a plan. As a time management master, Ryan could easily navigate among them. Chapter 190, The Fox Falls for the Trap. What are you laughing at? Evelyn asked. At that moment, Ryan was studying in the study. He was lost in thought while watching Evelyn read a book. Evelyn, feeling his gaze, suddenly glared at him. These past few days, whenever Ryan has time at home, he plays games with Evelyn. Kitchen, bathroom, study, storage room. As soon as their eyes match, they can start a game immediately. Evelyn said no, but her body language betrayed her. Anyone with eyes can see that this race against time is very exciting. When I first met Evelyn, she seemed so serious and unsmiling. I never expected that she would have such a little quirk now. Nothing. My wife is really beautiful. Ryan grabbed Evelyn's ear and rubbed it hard. With that, he slowly stood up and swaggered towards the door. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going downstairs to find Mira to play with. There's nothing to do at home in this freezing weather. Unexpectedly, Evelyn closed the book in her hand after taking only 2 steps and stood up to stop Ryan. She didn't say a word. Her cheeks were still flushed. What are you doing? Evelyn carefully closed the study door and then locked it. She crossed her arms and remained silent. After a brief standoff, she suddenly walked to the desk, wagged her tail, and climbed onto it, saying, Don't play dumb. Ryan was taken aback at first, but quickly realized what he meant. Oh ho, are you inviting me out? Aren't you going to pretend to refuse today? He finally mastered this skill. Evelyn feigned annoyance and continued. Are you coming or not? Ryan slapped her on the bottom twice, making her tremble slightly. Say a few nice words, and I'll come. Don't even think about it. Don't push your luck. Evelyn's face fell, and she replied angrily. Then I'm leaving. Ryan turned and walked towards the door, a smile creeping onto his face. Seeing this, Evelyn decisively lowered her stance and pleaded with him to stay. I said yes, okay? Come back now. Ryan looked at Evelyn, who was so obedient, and couldn't help but smile. Say something nice, otherwise it won't feel right. What do you want to hear? Evelyn looked up slightly at him, her cheeks flushing with intense shame. You know that, Ryan said, giving her a slight squeeze on the shoulder. Evelyn looked away and mumbled something indistinctly, which Ryan didn't catch at all. What are you babbling about? Trying to get away with this again? I didn't hear a word you said. Can you look me in the eye? Evelyn, enraged and embarrassed, stood up and punched Ryan twice, then said angrily, Fine, don't come then. Don't be angry. I'll play with you if you say it once. Ryan began to coax and plead. Evelyn crossed her arms, bit her lower lip, and looked at Ryan. After a moment, she finally spoke. Master, I want it. Her eyes began to dart away, and it was clear that those words had made her extremely ashamed. What do you want? I want bread and a bowl of stew. Is that all right? Evelyn snapped angrily, crossing her arms and huffing. Go away. Go play with Mira. You're so annoying. Look how anxious you are. Speak properly. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Evelyn punched Ryan several times, then stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, asterisk, 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 asterisk. Looking at her flushed cheeks and heaving chest, Ryan finally couldn't hold back any longer. A moment later, Evelyn nestled quietly in Ryan's arms, a satisfied smile on her face. Ryan poked her twice and asked deliberately, Happy now? Evelyn quickly wiped the smile off her face and replied casually, So. You're lying again. You weren't like this just now. Ryan was lost in thought. That wicked fox, he turns his back on you once he's done with his pants up. Shut up. Evelyn pinched Ryan's lips shut, preventing him from speaking further. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll hit you. Ryan looked at her smooth skin, then draped the clothes over her shoulders with satisfaction. At the same time, he also habitually examined Evelyn. Ryan was stunned. You won't be surprised if you don't look, because once you do, you'll be shocked. A strange entry also appeared in her status bar. Name, Evelyn Amelia Verrills. Age, 26. Gender, female. Race, beast-like Fox Clan. Current status, healthy, pregnant, less than 1 week. It's been less than a week, meaning I must have been tricked while playing games at home these past few days. What's with that expression? Evelyn noticed Ryan's gaze and then tucked her clothes in a little tighter. Although there's a small fireplace in the study, it is still quite cold when the wind blows in with the window open. Ryan coughed twice, unsure how to explain to Evelyn. After thinking for a moment, he began to probe, seemingly casually. By the way, have you felt anything wrong with your body lately? Something's not right. What do you mean? Evelyn asked, puzzled. Just say what you mean directly. This beating around the bush isn't like you. Ryan shook his head. He didn't want to expose the system yet. 2.5 seconds later, he had a flash of inspiration and came up with a way to break the deadlock. Ryan first helped Evelyn get dressed, then called Velast over. When this guy appeared in the study, he still had a tuft of white cat hair hanging on his head. What? Have you made up your mind? Velast raised an eyebrow slightly. Ryan pulled her to Evelyn's side, then said in a serious tone, Verast, let me test you. Has my wife's body changed at all? Without a second thought, the succubus replied, Changes? Nothing has changed. I'm just pregnant. Those 2 words instantly caught Evelyn's attention. She first looked at Velast, then at Ryan, seemingly incredulous. What are you doing? Is this any of surprise? Although I didn't come here specifically to spy, you two must have done it quite a few times, right? Evelyn blushed and glared at her. Although this is indeed true, she doesn't want anyone to know. Ryan waved to Velast. Go pet the cat. I just called you over to ask a question. Velast pursed her lips, swaggered open the door, and walked out with her hands behind her back. Evelyn turned her gaze to Ryan and continued. Is it true? I don't think Velast has any reason to lie. Ryan nodded, somewhat pleased. I didn't expect the second child to come so quickly. It was conceived in the blink of an eye. Evelyn, however, appeared somewhat nervous and anxious, scratching her cheeks. Ryan asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Evelyn seemed frightened and pushed Ryan out of the study. Chapter 191, Evelyn's Worries. "Dad, why has Mom been hiding in her room so much lately?" Mira asked Ryan, tilting her head back. She seemed a little annoyed. When you ask her, she just says she's reading. Ever since Evelyn found out she was pregnant, she would go straight to her study as soon as she got up every day. She could only be seen when she was eating or taking a shower. She stopped playing games, and no one knew what she was doing. In addition, she strictly forbade Ryan from telling Mira about the pregnancy, which has made it difficult for Ryan to explain now. His eyes darted around, and he casually made up a little lie for Evelyn. "Your mother is at work. She's been studying magic in her room lately and needs to concentrate. We can't disturb her." Mira blinked and obediently said, "Oh." Ryan slowly got up, placed her on the sofa, and then walked upstairs. "I'll go upstairs to see your mother and ask her if she needs any help." After going upstairs, Ryan went straight to the study. He knocked on the door and said in a low voice, "Wife, open the door quickly, it's me." A moment later, a click came from behind the door, and then it opened a crack. Evelyn only showed half her face. Her hair was a bit messy, and she seemed a little irritated. "What's wrong?" "I miss you. I haven't seen you at all lately." Ryan shoved into the room, put his hands on his hips, and said to Evelyn in front of him, "Mira misses you. She even asked me why you've been hiding in your room all the time lately." Upon hearing the name Mira, Evelyn's face flashed with a hint of apology. She scratched her head and sighed deeply. Ryan seized the opportunity to hug Evelyn, and then asked, "So what's wrong with you? What is it that you can't even tell me? I'm your man. Tell me what's wrong." Evelyn lowered her head silently and stopped speaking. Ryan locked the study door, then sat down in a chair, hugged Evelyn, and whispered, "Go ahead and talk. You don't have to keep things bottled up inside. At least you can confide in me." A cold wind blew into the study, and the two of them shivered. Even in the dead of winter, with the window wide open, she doesn't seem to mind the cold. Evelyn hesitated for a while before slowly getting up. Just as Ryan thought she had made up her mind and was about to speak, Evelyn walked straight to the window and closed it tightly. She paced back and forth in the study, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally sat back down on Ryan's lap. "I'm scared." After all that effort, we finally managed to pry open her little mouth. Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Afraid of having children?" "My sister died right in front of me. The bleeding wouldn't stop. We used up all our magic, and half the delivery bed was stained red. And that bastard didn't even glance at her once." Evelyn scratched her head in frustration. "I didn't want to die." Medical care was extremely backward in this era, and it was said that 1 in 3 women from the lower classes would die during childbirth. Of course, this is an exaggeration. In reality, about 2% of women died from massive bleeding or bacterial infection. For noble women with good health, this figure would be even lower. Evelyn's concerns were not unfounded, especially given her pre-existing psychological trauma. It's no wonder she's been so anxious these past few days that she's been staying indoors. "Actually, I used magic contraception every time we had sex before, but I was lucky a few times a few days ago." "What?" Ryan was shocked. "Amazing. There's even a magic to erase infants." Although Ryan had witnessed many strange and wonderful magics with Evelyn during this time, he was still so frightened by these words that he screamed. Seeing his surprise, Evelyn lowered her voice slightly. "I'm very scared." Ryan coughed twice, trying to regain his composure. Even healing magic doesn't work in that situation. Healing magic is too slow, and it's internal bleeding. Evelyn shook her head. Thinking about it carefully, the effect of lay-on hands and Narimer is indeed quite average. It can only repair some shallow wounds, which is indeed not enough. After a moment's thought, Ryan assured him, "I will find you the best midwife on this continent." Evelyn sighed. "More than that, I hope you can deliver my baby. There aren't many people I trust." "What?" Ryan's eyes widened. "He came to deliver the baby?" Ryan broke out in a sweat as soon as he said it. Evelyn shrank back, looking rather pitiful. "Is it not allowed? A man should never say he can't do it." Ryan nodded. "Okay, I'll help you deliver the baby. I'll try to learn in the meantime. It seems he'll have something to do this winter." But that's easier said than done. The island is full of cute girls and boys, so he has no role models to learn from. Speaking of which, is there any more powerful magic? Like magic that can instantly revive someone or completely restore their body? Evelyn shook her head and replied softly, "There is no magic in this world that can resurrect. When a person dies, they're dead. As for more powerful healing spells, they may exist. I have heard of them, but I have never seen them." Ryan scratched his head. He seemed to have heard Velast mention it before. Perhaps we could ask her. Verast. The succubus appeared the moment Ryan opened his mouth. She casually sat down on the table and crossed her legs. "What's wrong? You've been calling me so often lately." Ryan, instead of beating around the bush, went straight to the point. "Is there any resurrection magic in this world?" Velas looked around and asked with a smile, "Whom do you wish to resurrect?" "Nobody, I was just asking." She shrugged and replied, "No." "Then what did you say to those Sylvadinians before? That you would resurrect everyone if they lived for even one more second?" Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Velast's lips curled slightly upward as she countered. "So, were they all dead within 10 seconds? "Probably," Ryan replied casually, though he wasn't sure since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. "That's right. The idea that I can be resurrected was just something I made up. Anyway, I killed them all in 10 seconds. Varys tried to reach out and touch Evelyn's ear, but she dodged him. Ryan was speechless. After a brief silence, he continued, "Are there any more powerful healing techniques, such as those that can instantly heal injuries or stop bleeding?" Velast nodded. "Oh, yes, that's available." "Teach me." Velast narrowed her eyes, her expression somewhat lewd. She immediately seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. "Oh dear, seeing that your wife is pregnant, you immediately want to learn healing magic. Just make a wish, and I can teach you right away." "Want to?" Chapter 192 Evelyn, who could never resist. Velast wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her, which made Ryan very disheartened. After much deliberation, he finally set his sights on another veteran. Arachne Sinesa, the mother of Nerima. This freakish old elf, who has lived for who knows how long, might know something about this. "What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so lewdly?" After Velast left, Evelyn nestled next to Ryan and asked him, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but she seems to be much better." "It's nothing." Ryan pinched her fox ears. "Don't worry, honey. I'll do everything I can to protect you." Evelyn looked away, blushing, and muttered, "Don't say things like that again. Are you feeling better now? Would you like something to eat? I'll come downstairs and make you something." "No need. Just stay with me." Evelyn slowly closed her eyes, then lowered her voice and said hesitantly, "Come to my room tonight. I can only sleep peacefully with you here. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Ryan nudged her waist. Evelyn said angrily, "If you can't resist, then break it." Hearing her say that, Ryan felt a chill in his crotch. "Don't be so cruel. I'm actually afraid you won't be able to resist. After all, you seem so serious on the surface, but you're actually quite a repressed pervert. With a handsome guy like me lying next to you, who knows what you might do?" Ryan was hit before he could finish speaking. "Luckily, I'm physically strong now. Otherwise, she would have beaten me into a meatball long ago." "I didn't. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll beat you up." Evelyn gave Ryan a threatening look. "I'll bring Ellie along too. She needs me right now." Hakimi is now completely dependent on Ryan. She can't sleep unless Ryan is around. Evelyn was taken aback at first. Then a look of confusion flashed across her face. In the end, she compromised. "I understand that women are vulnerable at times like this, but don't even think about doing anything else. If you mess around in my room, I'll beat you up." Okay, my wife is so good to me." The two then spent a peaceful 10 minutes together. Just as Ryan was enjoying himself, Evelyn jumped up and inexplicably beat him up again. "What are you doing? I didn't say anything and you hit me again." Ryan scratched his head, looking completely innocent. He was almost asleep. They'd only been together for less than 3 months when Evelyn started abusing her husband. What would happen if they stayed together for a few more years? "I get angry just thinking that all of this is because of you," Evelyn said, arms crossed, looking rather unreasonable. "Why did it happen in response to me?" "It was because you bullied me the past few days that I got pregnant." Evelyn bit her lower lip, seemingly a little angry. Ryan was undoubtedly furious at being slandered like this. He only got started. Evelyn remained fully automated from then on. It was clearly your own fault for forgetting to use the baby dispelling magic. How can you blame me? Ryan started counting on his fingers, settling scores with Evelyn. That time in the kitchen, you wouldn't even let me leave, and the same thing happened during the bath. Evelyn covered Ryan's mouth with her hand and then threatened him with her eyes not to say anything more. Indeed, the best relationship between people is when they first meet. Back then, Evelyn was cold and aloof, but she would never have acted so unreasonably as she does now. Since things had come to this, he could only trouble his younger brother. The two bickered and ended up kissing again in the study. Evelyn, suddenly realizing something, immediately pushed Ryan away and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. You should restrain yourself and stay away from me. You're blaming me again. Didn't you kiss me first this time? Then why can't you just cover your mouth? Seeing that she was in the wrong, Evelyn started to act unreasonably again. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Ryan was speechless. Evelyn was sweating from the commotion, and she felt unusually hot as she stared at the fireplace in the corner. She swallowed hard, then stood there stiffly with her arms crossed. It was obvious that she was waiting for Ryan to speak first. Wait, are you serious? Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't understand what you're saying, Evelyn muttered. All right then. I'm going downstairs to play with Mira and also to reassure the child so she won't worry too much. Ryan got up and walked towards the door. Evelyn remained motionless, but blocked his path with her large, fluffy tail. Ryan pushed her tail away, and, just a few steps past her, his pants were firmly grabbed. Let go, or you'll tear my pants. Evelyn bit her lower lip lightly, her tone revealing the haughtiness of a noble young lady. You're not allowed to leave. Stay here with me. Ryan knew perfectly well what she was really up to, even though she said she would keep him company. He's locked himself in his study for days. He's probably itching to get back to work. You said you weren't greedy, but it hasn't been long and you can't resist anymore. I didn't say anything, Evelyn retorted. He didn't say it, but his expression clearly showed it. Ryan leaned closer to Evelyn and lowered his voice. If I may ask, how did you manage to hold back for the past 26 years? Did you have some kind of tool? Before he could finish speaking, Ryan was hit again. This question does seem a bit too presumptuous for Evelyn. Go easy on me. You hit me every day. You're almost tearing my clothes. Who told you to always say such rude things? Evelyn glared and scolded. Ryan coughed twice. I was just curious. Evelyn pouted, huffed, and then confessed in a low voice. I touched it all with my fingers. It turns out he was a Happy Beans player. Ryan really didn't expect her to tell the truth. How often? Evelyn got angry and punched Ryan a few more times. Have you asked enough? I've asked enough questions. I'm going downstairs now. Goodbye. Don't go. Evelyn clung tightly to Ryan, her neck turning red. This is the last time. Don't do it again for a while. Really? Ryan was somewhat skeptical. How can someone who can't hold it in for a few days hold it in for a few months? Really? Evelyn nodded emphatically. Since she had already said that, Ryan had no choice but to accept it. He bent down and picked Evelyn up, and the two sat down together in the chair. The game had barely started when there was a knock on the study door. Knock, knock, knock. Evelyn quickly pulled away and tied up her messy hair. It was easy to see from her expression that being interrupted at the last minute was very upsetting for her. Who is it? Ryan asked, pulling up his pants. Myra's voice came from outside the door. Mom and Dad, are you in there? I wanted to check if you were all right.